Others walk their pets, either spiritual beasts or lick dogs, while I walk a kitchen knife every day. People in the sect mock me for being mentally ill when they see it, not knowing that my eyes can see hidden information. This seemingly ordinary kitchen knife will soon give birth to spiritual wisdom. Her name is Ruanishi. On the surface she is your master, but in reality she may be your wife. And all this starts from when I just broke through to the chi training stage. That's when my eyes just started having problems. During the chi training period, the master gave me a book of immortal cultivation techniques. A jade-level cultivation technique with 1371 obvious flaws and several other flaws. Cultivating to the highest level will become an indescribable source of nourishment. When I saw this information at the time, I was stunned and went to see other cultivation techniques, which were mostly similar. I didn't want to become an indescribable source of nourishment, so my cultivation was stuck at the chi training stage, and I have been looking for a suitable cultivation technique. Today, the master instructed me to take on a disciple for her. So I appeared at the ceremony for recruiting disciples of the Divine Light sect. Suddenly, many disciples looked at me with different eyes. I didn't expect that the senior brother would come down from the mountain, even more handsome than the legend. It's a pity that such a handsome man is, what? He belongs to the foolish sect, and the cultivators of this lineage have some unique personalities. You can't provoke the mental illness in the immortal cultivation world. The disciples below were discussing one after another. In the Kanglan realm, there are 3 types of people you shouldn't provoke: doctors, sword cultivators, and foolish cultivators. Doctors have medical skills, can heal and save people, and are generally good at refining poison pills, killing people invisibly. Sword cultivators have amazing combat power, decisive in killing, so it's best not to provoke them. However, foolish cultivators are somewhat different. Cultivators of this lineage are devoted to one thing, whether it's a sword, a flower, or a person. Extreme foolishness represents some mental issues. Junior brother, you are a bit late. Now, only the last 7 top disciples have not chosen a peak. Kong Fulu said softly to me. I yawned a bit because I slept late yesterday. The senior disciples of the other peaks saw this and remained silent, except for Zhuge Miao of the Divine Medicine Peak, who said, before you came, the master instructed that the top disciples this time will be chosen by the 7-colored peak first. Kong Fulu sighed upon hearing this. He was afraid that I would choose the person he favored. After all, the 7-colored peak only had 1 disciple, which was very attractive to others. Going to other peaks would require competing with a group of disciples, while the 7-colored peak had only 1 competitor, and I, the only competitor, didn't seem reliable. The 7 new disciples present looked at me with varying degrees of enthusiasm, as if their faces were saying, choose me. I looked at the 7 people present with a calm expression. Since the master asked me to choose a disciple to increase the popularity of the 7-colored peak, I had to choose a suitable one. The first person I looked at was the man in black, the genius that Kong Fulu cared most about. He was just an ordinary young man, but it seemed he had some undisclosed intentions for joining the Divine Light sect. Undisclosed intentions? I immediately eliminated him. As for this information, should I tell the others in the Divine Light sect? Of course not. After all, 3 months ago, I exposed that the sect master of the Divine Light sect was a spy from the demon realm, but the result was that I was confined for a few days. Of course, this had a lot to do with my powerful master. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a simple confinement. In my eyes, the Divine Light sect is full of problems everywhere. Since they are all issues, then the issues are not significant. I looked at a seemingly innocent and naive girl again, and the girl looked at me, blinked her eyes, seemingly with a hint of charm. She was an ordinary girl, but her physique was special, regarded as a cauldron by the Black Kuan old demon, which might cause trouble for the Xinguang sect. Exclude. I looked at the remaining few people again. A normal young man who had practiced for 2.5 years, but now had no cultivation at all, with a remnant soul sleeping deep in his consciousness. Before coming to the Xinguang sect, he had been jilted by his fiancée. People with the protagonist template must be kept at a distance. In the movies and TV shows I watched before crossing over, supporting characters who are good to the protagonist are usually soon to be killed, and such people cannot be friends. I looked at the remaining few people again, excluding the man with 3 legs, a man's body with a woman's heart. Exclude. No updated version in the Kanglan realm. Exclude. Mental illness. Too dangerous. Exclude. She was an ordinary girl, somewhat mysterious, seemingly having some thoughts about the peak master of the 7-colored peak. My gaze was somewhat strange. Competitors must be eliminated. The girl Jianglingsu looked at me cautiously, and when she seemed to see my refusal, her gaze became firm. Senior brother, please give me a chance to enter the 7-colored peak. Jianglingsu was not from the Great Shang country, but came from the distant east. She was of noble birth, with a respected status, and a sect like the Xinguang sect was not something she would have paid much attention to in the past. However, a month ago, Her bloodline awakened and she was given a chance to hold the clan's greatest treasure, the Qiankuan mirror. In the Qiankuan mirror, she was shocked to see a scene like Doomsday. There was killing everywhere and countless cultivators fell. Book of Chaos latest chapter. Her father was killed in battle and her mother spilled her blood in the palace. The continents break up and the seas capsize. Only the tiny divine light sect, which seems to have a high-ranking person, was spared. The Qiankuan mirror, a supreme treasure. She saw the future. Or, rather, it's a sign from heaven. Thus, she came to the divine light sect. Before coming back to the divine light sect, she had already investigated this sect. This clan was ordinary, and the only thing that wasn't ordinary was probably the peak master on the seven-colored peak, with a mysterious origin and a cultivation level that was stronger than expected. Unfortunately, the future that the Qiankuan mirror saw, she couldn't tell everyone about it by any means. Once leaked, everyone would forget the memory, including her. Therefore, the current her could be said to be carrying a huge responsibility. Ancient God Emperor. She didn't want to see her closest relatives fall, nor did she want to see the sky fall apart. Seven-color peak. She must enter. Qi Yuan looked at the young girl's steely gaze and yawned. The young girl, Jiang Lingsu, immediately said, "Join the seven-colored peak, and I'll be a slave and a servant girl to help my senior brother with his troubles." Before coming to the Divine Light sect, she had investigated the master and disciples of the seven-colored peak. That peak master was mysterious and unseen. As for that disciple, he had a small amount of talent and was still a cultivator of the demented vein. Cultivators of the demented one vein all had some problems with their personalities. Moreover, because of the obsession, he neglects others and lacks someone to take care of him or do something for him. Qi Yuan looked faintly at Jiang Lingsu and said slowly, "May." Receiving this answer, Jiang Lingsu let out a sigh of relief. What's wrong with compromising yourself for the sake of the world? Hearing Qi Yuan promise, Jiang Lingsu's hanging heart dropped. Greetings, elder brother. The rest of the six looked at Jiang Lingsu with some lustful gazes. Conflux was relieved that Qi Yuan hadn't picked the one he had his eye on. The candidates are finished. Gentlemen, farewell. Qi Yuan opened his mouth. The remaining great disciples of the several peaks nodded. Don't look at Qi Yuan as a bit demented, but he's still very polite. Senior Qi Yuan, farewell. Senior Qi Yuan, see you at night. All these people greeted Qi Yuan warmly and joyfully. They were very much selling Qi Yuan face where there was no interest involved. However, Zhuge Miao of Divine Pill Peak hesitated for a moment and spoke. Senior brother Qi Yuan, I have some questions above the formula of the nourishing Yuan pill. The first god of the ancient world has no windows. I wonder if Mr. Kihara has the time to enlighten us. If senior brother Qi Yuan is able to clear up my confusion, I would like to offer a foundation establishment spirit item. Zhuge Miao was sincere in his attitude. Just now, he had reminded Qi Yuan of his original selection just to strike up a conversation with Qi Yuan. His words caused the several Divine Light sect disciples present to reveal different looks. Qi Yuan looked at Zhuge Miao. I'll be walking my pets down the hill in the evening, so I can watch them for you. Zhuge Miao's heart was delighted at his words. As for Jiang Yi of Wanfa Peak, when she heard Qi Yuan mention pets, she thought of something and a smile appeared on that icy face. Senior sister, let's go. Qi Yuan called out to Jiang Lingsu, and the two of them left the crowd. Only then did Kong Fulu say, Senior brother Zhuge, are you sure you want to consult Qi Yuan on the Dan formula? Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. The remaining few people present also revealed puzzled looks or light smiles. They did not feel that Qi Yuan could help Zhuge Miao. Senior Qi Yuan has amazing talent and always has astounding ideas, and he may also have his own ideas about pills. Zhuge Miao said. Half a month ago, he encountered Qi Yuan skulking his pet one day and discussed the Dan formula with him, not realizing that the points Qi Yuan raised had helped him a lot. If he is this powerful, how could he fail to gather a single foundation establishment spirit item? Battle Peak Senior Brother Madman was always straightforward. Senior Brother Zhuge, you're afraid you're going to lose one foundation establishment spirit item. Foundation establishment spirit, with its high price, is the spirit that must be prepared by a Qi refining perfection cultivator to break through to foundation establishment. The higher the grade of the foundation building spirit item, the more suitable it was for the cultivator, and the more effective the foundation building would be. Go in the Demon Martial Chaotic World as a jailer works catalog. Nowadays, all of the 5 Peaks' great disciples, except Qi Yuan, had already built their foundations. In the opinion of several of them, Qi Yuan's inability to build a foundation was because he had offended his master and had not given him a foundation building spirit. Zhang Yi, the eldest disciple of Wan Fa Peak, said, one step of heavenly pride, one step of madness. Qi Yuan may not be without unique insights. Well, we'll gossip about these things later. We have business to attend to. Conflux snapped. The crowd didn't continue chatting, and Conflux looked to those remaining 5. A few of them, no need for introductions, and I, Kong Fulu, am the Wugwang Peak. The people present all rolled their eyes. The conspicuous pack is back to gushing about itself. Jiang Lingsu followed behind Shi Yuan, extraordinarily well-behaved. Yichen Xiaoruoxue no bouncing window. She was curious about the 7-colored peak, especially Ruan Yisher, the peak master of the 7-color peak. Even her family's forces hadn't investigated Ruan Yisher's true origins. Of course, this had to do with the fact that her family was too far away from the Divine Light sect and the time was too rushed. But even so, it proved that Ruan Yisher was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps she was the cause of the Divine Light sect being able to escape the calamity. She had come all the way to the Divine Light sect for Ruan Yisher. As for this senior, it's just a Dewey brother, eldest senior brother. What kind of person is senior master? Jiang Lingsu asked carefully. She wanted to understand Ruan Yisher, the peak master of the 7-color peak. Through Qi Yuan, master is an extremely beautiful person, Qi Yuan said without hesitation. Yichen Sunny Xiaoruoxue latest chapter. Jiang Lingsu was staggered for a moment. How can a disciple describe his master like that? It's also too treasonous. There is a suspicion of deception. However, thinking that her senior brother Qi Yuan was a cultivator of the demented vein, she accepted it. Cultivators of the demented one vein were the most bizarre and strange. Speaking very straight, not a big deal. Jiang Lingsu continued. Besides being pretty? Zihara paused and thought for a moment. Jiang Lingsu was filled with anticipation. Well-built. Ginger Lingus. Jiang Lingsu regretted that she had known better than to ask her senior brother. The cultivators of the demented one vein were also excessively outrageous. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. What's in your head? She decided that she would no longer ask her senior brother. And anyway, after worshipping the 7-colored peak, she would be able to meet her senior immediately. The two of them were speechless the entire way, climbing towards the 7-color peak. After about 2/4 of an hour, Qi Yuan stopped in his tracks. This is my room. Qi Yuan pointed to a small courtyard. Jiang Lingsu didn't know what Qi Yuan meant. She asked, where is master teacher? Should I pay my respects to the master? Qi Yuan raised his head to look at the peak. Master lives above the palace at the top of the mountain. Jiang Lingsu looked up to the top of the mountain, and saw what appeared to be a pavilion of jade pavilions amidst the clouds. Compared to senior brother Qi Yuan's thatched hut, it was much better. Celestial mapping without bouncing window. Let's go pay our respects to master now. Jiang Lingsu leaped forward. Qi Yuan shook his head. Can't see it. Master is not here? Nonetheless, there's a band from the mountainside to the top, so we can't go up there. Ha? Jiang Lingsu was puzzled. Master had said that no one is allowed to go up to the mountaintop to see her until they step into the realm of Yuan Dan. In the path of cultivation, there were 7 realms: Qi refining, foundation building, Yuan Dan, divine infant, purple mansion, Yin God, and Yang God. The Divine Light sect was one of the 3 major immortal cultivation sects in the Great Shang country, with thousands of disciples. These thousands of disciples are mostly Qi refining. Above Qi refining is foundation building. The foundation establishment battle power was already a middle-tier battle power of a clan. In the sect, the status was high enough to serve as a deacon or even an elder. The Book of Chaos. And once they stepped into Yuan Dan, they were the true top echelon of the sect, placed in the Great Shang country. Aside from encountering those divine infant elder monsters, it could almost be said that one could walk horizontally. As for the higher Yin God and Yang God realms, it was rumored that there was not a single one in the Great Shang country. Jiang Lingsu froze. Yuan Dan cultivators, wherever they were placed, were not weak. Even for her, relying on her family's resources, to become a Yuan Dan cultivator would require at least 10 years of polishing. As for her senior brother Qi Yuan, one of the demented veins, although his talent is still okay, in her eyes, it can only be considered average. It may not be possible to step into Yuan Dan in this life. Even if one stepped into Yuan Dan, the Dan quality that was condensed might not be very high. Senior brother, why did senior leave such a harsh request? Jiang Lingsu was puzzled. The ancient god emperor has no windows. She didn't have that much time to wait around. Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu and slowly said, Master may be afraid to see me. Ha? Jiang Lingsu froze, recalling Qi Yuan's previous opinion of his master. Master is too lazy to see you, right? Senior brother. I understand. Jiang Lingsu was indeed powerless against cultivators of the demented one vein. She looked at Qi Yuan. Senior brother, where do I live? You can't go to the top of the hill, and there's no other house here. There's thatch in the yard and some wood. Hearing this, Jiang Lingsu had an unsettling premonition in her heart. Elder brother won't build her a thatched hut, will he? She hasn't lived in a thatched cottage yet. Move yourself a bit, build a thatched hut, and make do with what you have. Sahara yawned again. Jiang Lingsu stayed where she was. She somewhat couldn't believe her ears. Tangent, build your own house? Or is it a thatched roof? Her spells? For this? She was tempted to say something to Sasahara. Unfortunately, it was as if Qi Yuan hadn't noticed her look. He looked up at the clouds in the sky and said, "You'll have to make it quick. It might rain during the night." Jiang Lingsu froze, blinking. Eldest senior brother. What if I don't finish it? She was tempted to send a voice to her brother. Help me. I have a bench in my room. Qi Yuan said. If you are afraid of getting wet, that bench is for you to sleep on. Qi Yuan finished, yawning as he entered the thatched hut. The first god of the ancients without a window. Jiang Lingsu clenched her fists and looked at her senior brother's back. Resigned. After all, it wasn't like she was the kind of woman who forced people to be compassionate. Do your own thing. She followed Qi Yuan into the yard, and then began to hold thatch, as well as some wood, to build her nest. Annoying as it was, Jiang Lingsu still remembered that she had come here for a purpose. The first thing to do was to find that higher power. Although, the probability that Ruanishur, the seven-color peak master, was a high-ranking person was the highest, there was also the possibility that there was someone else. Perhaps, underneath the divine light sect, there was a seal with a supreme being sleeping inside. As for Qi Yuan, she just treats him as an ordinary senior brother. No close contact, no deliberate coldness. Everything is as it should be. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. Clouds gathered and clouds parted as Kong Lingsu struggled to build her own thatched cottage. A thatched hut appeared in the originally empty area. Although, she had never built a house or lived in a thatched hut, she had practiced spells after all. And on her, there are quite a few treasures hidden. House repair is not stable. Directly put a fixed charm. Still afraid of house collapse? It was still early in the day after the house was repaired. Jiang Lingsu clapped her palms and looked at the house, her heart incomparably satisfied. Sure fu. She went outside Ziggurat's house and called out. Regardless, she had joined the seven-colored peak, and the surface work needed to be done. She needed to practice the spells of the seven-colored peak. Come in, Qi Yuan's voice came. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. Jiang Lingsu hurriedly went in. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Qi Yuan holding a square-shaped jade slip in his hand. The shape of this jade slip was something she had seen before. Senior brother, are you playing a game? Jiang Lingsu asked. Today's immortal cultivation world had long since ceased to be the twilight immortal cultivation world of the past. Entertainment is also extremely plentiful. Gambit, hooked on a song, Kensei dance, even the games are plentiful. The square jade slip in Qi Yuan's hand was a game jade slip by its shape. Within such jade slips, various types of games are usually stored. What fighting, probing, planting, everything, Yichen Xiaoruashu and no pop-up windows. However, this kind of game jade is not cheap, especially the kind of complex large-scale games, which even engraved with formations, the background of the characters inside, are lifelike, as if real. Because of this, the Tamagotchi game is extraordinarily popular. Of course, a number of these models are only circulating in the shadows due to their excessive eroticism. Of course, those who can afford to play the jadeite game are considered not too short of money. Qi Yuan played the game without lifting his head. Aha! Did senior brother play the game all afternoon? Jiang Lingsu asked. There was some imbalance in her heart when she thought about the fact that she had been working and her senior brother was here playing games. Doesn't senior brother cultivate? If I'm not mistaken, senior brother should already be at the peak of qi refining, one step short of becoming foundation establishment. Jiang Lingsu was also at the peak of qi refining. Yichen Sunny Xiaoruashua latest chapter. I'll just be practicing, Qi Yuan said. Playing games is practice? Although, there were games in some game jade slips that were indeed beneficial to cultivation. Those kinds of game jade slips were extremely rare and precious. Playing games? Cultivate? Jiang Lingsu froze, then thought of something. Elder brother, you are of the demented one vein. What is the object you are pinning on? The cultivation of the demented lineage was quite different from the other lineages. For the other veins, if they practiced, they found the gong methods that suited their spiritual roots and practiced on their own. The obsessive chakra, on the other hand, needs to find what it is that it is obsessed with. Obsessed with things, like jade, like flowers, and like swords. According to the words of the old men in Jiang Lingsu's family, the obsessive vein cultivation focused on the power of the mind. Opening signature desolate ancient sacred body latest chapter. Be attentive to what you are obsessed with. The extreme of obsession is epilepsy. To the outside world, it's just a bit out of place. Therefore, cultivators of the demented vein were extremely difficult to communicate with. Jiang Lingsu had seen cultivators of the obsessive vein. but had not seen the obsessive game. Generally, those who are infatuated with the game are sent for treatment by the clan, with lightning therapy being the most popular. After all, the traditionally mortal cultivation world doesn't really recognize the obsession game as being in the obsession lineage. Does this count as obsession? Qi Yuan didn't even lift his head. If it is, then it is an obsession. Jiang Lingshu didn't know what to say. Should I apply for lightning therapy for Sifu? Infatuation games, is there a future? Catalogue of works of Celestial Atlas. Eldest senior brother. Isn't this a bit unreliable? I haven't heard of any great cultivator that is obsessed with games. There is a difference in the potential of the things that are obsessed with in the obsessed vein. If you are crazy about trees, 1,000-year-old dragon's blood tree is better than an ordinary tree. And heavenly fortune wood, again, is better than 1,000-year-old dragon's blood tree. What's the future of the game? New era. We have to accept new things. Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu faintly. This game Jade Slip, he had gotten already a year. It was obtained before crossing over to this world. This square Jade Slip, in Qi Yuan's opinion, was a game console, but there's something special about this console. It seems, can be networked. The fact that he had traveled to this world had a lot to do with this game Jade Slip, the Book of Chaos latest chapter. He even said that his eyes, which could see hidden information, Qi Yuan guessed that it was related to this game Jade Slip. In this world, he had also seen quite a few game Jade Slips that were somewhat the same as his, but were actually completely different. Jiang Lingsu was choked speechless, but, thinking about where she was coming from, she continued, Senior brother, can I have the 7 colored peaks cultivation technique? Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu and said with a serious face, the 7 colored peaks technique cannot be cultivated. Why? Jiang Lingsu asked. Could it be that eldest brother knew some hidden secrets? Does this have anything to do with the peak master? The kung fu is poisonous. But, if Jiang Lingsu had water in her mouth, it must have sprayed out. The current Qi Yuan, in her eyes, was a godly madman. However, when she thought about the information she had investigated before coming here, this 7 color peaks eldest senior brother was really godly as well. And that's no surprise. Eldest senior brother. I don't mind. You will give me the gongfu, Jiang Lingsu said. Qi Yuan slowly pulled out a jade slip and handed it to Jiang Lingsu. This is the cultivation dharma of the 7 color peak, but just 1.5. The front part is the original gong method, and the back part is what I modified, but not completely. He handed the jade slip of the gongfu to Jiang Lingsu. Elder brother will also modify the gong methods? Jiang Lingsu's eyes were smiling, adding a wisp of flavor to her delicate face. How could it be so easy to modify a cultivation spell? Especially, it was still a Qi refining realm cultivator. Those who were qualified to modify the spells were at least Yuan Dan cultivators. Therefore, Jiang Lingsu did not place any importance on senior brother Qi Yuan's words. She took the gongfu jade slip, thought of something and reminded, eldest senior brother, cultivation dharma is very important. Don't modify it or cultivate it haphazardly. It's easy to go off the deep end. She had just met senior brother Qi Yuan not long ago and was most wary of making shallow friends, so she also reminded him. Qi Yuan looked at her and came quietly. Do you think that, without modifying the feats, everything will be fine? Jiang Lingsu choked on her words. The first god of the ancients has no flickering windows. It seems that elder brother really has a problem in his head, and it's a big one. Ah, a cultivator of the demented one vein. She didn't say any more words, but returned to her room with the merit jade slip. The 7-colored fire refining technique? Jade grade spells? It looks average. She had originally wanted to use this gongfu to find out the root of the 7-colored peak master, but it looks generic. The jade grade dharma decree. Although the grade was okay, she did not place it in her heart. After all, in her family, there were a ton of jade ranked spells. She observed the contents of the feats. Did master change the latter part? It still looks like it can fool people. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride Works catalog. At least it fooled me. Sister Yaya is the best at adapting gong methods. If you have time, let her evaluate the adapted content. So if eldest senior brother cultivates, he will also be able to take fewer detours. Jiang Lingshu muttered. In the middle of a thatched hut, Qi Yuan's attention was all focused on the game Jade Slip. He had gotten this game Jade Slip for a year. The game, which he'd also been playing for about a year, was a generic boss fight game. The game map showed that the place where this was located was called the Moonwatch Continent. In the Moonwatch Continent, there were 4 major forbidden places and 2 major extinct places. The map that Qi Yuan was currently on was called Xian Yuan Forbidden. Go in the Demon Martial Chaotic World as a jailer latest chapters. In the Xian Yuan Ban, there are many demons. These demons, fierce and brutal. There are snakes as thick as buckets, carnivorous flowers with sharp teeth, and beetles as big as tanks. These demons, as Qi Yuan said, are experience packs. However, there is a demonic creature in this Xian Yuan ban that phases Qi Yuan and reduces his gaming experience. That demonic creature, a fox's tail shaped like a quill pen, had a resounding name, the Madness Pen. In the middle of the Xian Yuan ban, Qi Yuan's game character was wearing golden armor and was killing people. Those powerful demonic creatures had no resistance at all in Qi Yuan's hands. A mere level 50 demon. How dare you show off in front of me? Kill. Yi Chen Xiaoruashua without a bullet window. Qi Yuan swept his sword across the room. At level 80, he could be said to be killing indiscriminately at the Regulus ban. These days, Qi Yuan was also killing indiscriminately. In the beginning, when he entered the Regulus ban, he was just a mediocre little level 1 player. The game played is Jedi Survival. In a year's time, he had leveled up to level 80, and he could walk sideways in the middle of the Regulus ban. Playing now, it's arrogant mob. The demons in the Xian Yuan ban were now terrified at the sight of him, and killing demons in the middle of the Moonwatch continent would also be of great help to Qi Yuan in the current world. Otherwise, how could he have perfected Qi refining in a year's time? Even for a true heavenly pride, it would take at least 3 years to cultivate to Qi refining perfection. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruashua Works Catalog. The cultivation in the game can work on him itself. Just part of it. Of course. After all, he's strong in the game now. How strong? Zihara had no concept of it. However, there was not much of a problem with slashing the Divine Light Sect's patriarch with a single sword. However, in reality, he was merely a little munchkin in the Qi refining realm. Get rid of the final boss. Crazy pen. And this copy is through for me. Qi Yuan was even more energized at the thought. We're going to put a copy through today. I wonder what reward I'll be given. How about rewarding me with a harmless cultivation technique? Even less. A simple foundation building spirit would be fine. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. Thinking of the insane pen. Qi Yuan's eyes flickered with a strong battle intent. This pen, while in the form of a pen during the day, transforms into a beautiful fox demon in human form at night, with a sense of seduction. And their favorite thing to do is night raids. If you fall for them, they will show their fangs when they are at their most emotional. It turned directly into a sharp pen and stabbed into the hole in the body of the charmed person. Qi Yuan then saw, in the Xian Yuan ban, many demons fell into the path of the crazy pen. It is called a miserable word. Qi Yuan will not be charmed by the crazy pen, but he has to hang out at night. Once he hung up and went offline, he had to defend himself against the crazy pen. At that time, he almost followed the example of the male lead in a certain anime in the last world and made himself a golden crotch. Celestial Mapping latest chapters. In the end, it was only by digging a hole and burying myself in the dirt before going offline that I was able to avoid a night attack from the Mad Pen. The final Mad Pen boss. Only level 70. Minor problem. Got to brush it off quickly, and have to take my little pet out for a walk in the evening. Qi Yuan was holding a long sword, clad in golden armor, his body bubbling with colorful luster, and when he slashed down with his sword, it was all about various special effects that looked fancy. If you were in any other game, you would know at a glance that this is a Kryptonian, or a very sassy one. Half an hour later, Qi Yuan attacked into the middle of the Xian Yuan palace. He took his great sword and yelled rather mid-sentence, "Where are the demons fleeing?" Realistically cavalier, in-game heavy-handed. Responding to him was the screaming fearful voice of the Madness Pen, the latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. He was invincible with his long sword. One by one the Mad Pen breaks. His experience bar, too, was rising. "Come out, demon!" Qi Yuan shouted, trying to shout out the biggest boss in the Xian Yuan ban. Unfortunately, no one responded to him at all. All the crazy pens are running around. Zihara kills with gusto. Just then, a golden light shook loudly, only to see that the Regulus palace shook. A pen shaped like a foxtail breaks the ground. Sharp pens, like sharp swords, eager for worthy opponents, stabbed directly at Qi Yuan. Luckily I was prepared. Qi Yuan didn't panic. Before he came, he had prepared a plan to deal with it. And, even without a response plan he was not afraid. His strength is laid out here. Samurai chop. Qi Yuan used his strongest blade technique. That's right, he makes a sword and uses knife skills. In an instant, the Madness Pen snapped directly. Qi Yuan shrugged. Only worthy of receiving a slash from me. Too weak. There are still 7 more cuts. I wonder who can catch them. Lonely ah. The crazy pen fell, and the Regulus hall collapsed at this moment. And at that moment, a beeping sound reached Qi Yuan's ears. The Xian Yuan forbidden copy has been cleared and rewarded. Reward 1, Heavenly Tao Fragment *10. Reward 2, Divine Pen. A fragment of the Heavenly Tao? It's a pretty generous game to give away. A little something. As a blue star, what the Heavenly Tao fragment was most familiar. After all, Going against the grain has gone from trendy to old hat. But no matter what, the heavenly Tao fragment, it was definitely something good. It seems that the Regulus ban has become mine? Qi Yuan accepted the heavenly Tao fragment. He felt, with a sudden rush, as if the Regulus ban had become his own territory. Interesting, Qi Yuan murmured. The heavenly Tao fragment, as if it was in charge of the authority of the Regulus ban. When Qi Yuan obtained the Heaven's Path shard, it was as if he had become the GM of the game. This Xian Yuan ban is mine? Qi Yuan was not pleased. Catalogue of the works of the first god of the ancient world. This is all the heavenly Tao fragments? Or is it only somewhat useful to collect all the pieces? Qi Yuan left his attention from the heavenly Tao fragment and placed it on the divine pen. The divine brush is condensed by the power of rules and can inscribe rules on the Regulus ban? For example, how do I get into the Regulus ban? Then you have to carry a ladder to get in. Qi Yuan remembered the funny things he had seen on the blue planet, where a person could seemingly go anywhere with a ladder on his back. What with movie theaters, amusement parks, and zoos, those staff won't stop you if you carry a ladder on your back. After thinking about it, Qi Yuan wrote down a rule in Regulus ban. The back ladder can be entered unimpeded. Heaven's way, heaven's pride. Seeing as it's getting late, it's time to go skate, my pets. Qi Yuan rubbed his sore eyes. Playing this game too much is a bit mentally draining for him. That was why, in the Divine Light sect, he sometimes seemed muddled and out of tune. Of course, it's not all about the game. So much for his character. It looks like, has some nerves. Qi Yuan cleaned up and prepared to go skate around his pets and meet Zhuge Miao on the way. And at the same time, Jiangling Su came out of the thatched hut. She worked all day to get the house ready. Now thinking, go down the hill and get some daily supplies. And at that moment, the sound of footsteps came, and Jiangling Su immediately looked over. Go in the demonic martial chaos as a jailer without a bullet window. Is eldest brother out? Only, upon seeing the eldest senior brother, Jiangling Su froze. Eldest senior brother, what are you doing? Jiangling Su's face wore a puzzled expression. In her sight, Qi Yuan was still wearing today's white robe, but unlike the first time she saw him, he was holding a rope in his hand. It looks as if you're skating a pet. Is that pet? That a pet? That's Chopper. That's right. At the end of the rope, there was a kitchen knife tied, and Qi Yuan is holding the chopper, which is an outrageous image. I'm walking my pet, Qi Yuan calmly said. It's been in the house for a long time. Its legs are getting rusty. Go out for a walk and get some fresh air. Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. Choppers have legs? Walking without rust? You think it's the spirit iron. It's obviously a mortal iron chopper. She was now finally sure that there was something wrong with this senior brother's head. Eldest senior brother has some peculiar tastes. Jiangling Su squeezed out these words. Are you coming down the mountain too? Want to join us? Qi Yuan extended an invitation. No. Jiangling Su hastily refused. Eldest senior brother. You go first, I'll go later. Eldest brother walks a chopper, and if she follows, she's sure to attract too many stares. That would be too humiliating. Qi Yuan took a look at Jiangling Su and then withdrew his gaze. He looked at the chopper behind the rope and focused. Be good. Do as you're told. Don't break free from the rope, or else you'll be beaten to death with a messy stick. I don't care about you. Yi Chen's son Yi Xiaoruashiwei. Zihara still has the quality to walk their pets on a leash. Unlike some people who walk their pets off leash, then the pet runs blind a few times. It's better to have his pet on a leash, or else it's not so good to have 8 cuts in the summer. He took the rope and slowly made his way down to the 7-colored peak. The night breeze was cool, and the sun above the dome of the sky turned obscure. Zihara was extraordinarily comfortable holding his pet. If you play too many games, your eyes hurt and so do your fingers. It's nice to blow off some steam, walk around, and see some beautiful women. This was, after all, a world of immortal cultivation, and the probability of a beautiful woman appearing greatly exceeded that of the previous world, not to mention the fact that each one is white, no visible blemishes on the face either. The opening signing of the Arakanese sacred body, the veiled face is also very beatable. Senior brother Qi Yuan, a tall young woman greeted Qi Yuan. She was wearing a short skirt, her thighs were slender, glistening white like jade but not sickly white, extraordinarily attractive. Aha, Zihara responded. He comes out almost every night to walk his pets. At first, he was the only one walking. However, he was the eldest senior brother of the 7-color peak, and possessed a certain celebrity effect, and the matter of walking pets slowly became popular in the Divine Light sect, and quite a few people would follow Qi Yuan's example and walk their pets. Of course, the pets walked by those senior brothers and sisters are serious pets, or rather, they are spirit beasts with battle power. This little AO of yours is not bad. It is estimated that in a few thousand years, It will give birth to spiritual wisdom. Chi Yuan looked at the pet held by the long-legged woman and uttered his comment, celestial mapping. The long-legged woman's face was still full of smugness when she heard the first half of the sentence. She had picked this spirit animal for quite some time, but the second half of the sentence made her a little angry. It took thousands of years for a spirit to be born? You call that good? As good-tempered as she was, she couldn't help but return the favor. Senior brother Chi Yuan, when will your pet be able to awaken its spirit? Chi Yuan's pet was a chopper. Where would it awaken a spirit? Many of the Divine Light sect's disciples beside them laughed out loud when they saw what was happening here. Chi Yuan frowned, pondered for a while, and said seriously, a year long, 3 months short. It should be able to awaken its spirit. Senior brother is really good at joking. The long-legged woman laughed, clearly not believing Chi Yuan's words. The Book of Rebellion. Chi Yuan just smiled and didn't explain. And at that moment, Zhuge Miao's figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. He opened his mouth and said, Senior brother Chi Yuan transforming the spirit forging technique and testing it out himself. Regardless of whether it is successful or not, it is all commendable courage. And yet you laugh at this. You are a frog sitting in a well. Hearing Zhuge Miao's words, everyone present lowered their heads. Elder brother's lesson is right. Zhuge Miao was the senior brother of Divine Pill Peak, a foundation establishment powerhouse. They were beyond intimidated. As for the amiable Chi Yuan, they didn't have much awe in their hearts. Zhuge Miao lectured the crowd as he walked up to Chi Yuan. Senior brother Chi Yuan, today, Master Zhu Zun is refining pills, and I'm waiting by the side, so please forgive me for being late. Zhuge Miao's overbearing aura dissipated, and when he faced Chi Yuan, he treated him as an equal, with a hint of admiration. Senior brother Chi Yuan, this is a Yuan nourishing pill formula that I obtained from a cave, but there is a part of it that is lacking, and I wonder if Sifu can point me in the right direction. I would like to offer a foundation building spirit. Zhuge Miao's posture was very low, a stark contrast to his pompousness just now. Chi Yuan took the formula for the nourishing Yuan pill and looked over it. This is a mutilated nourishing element Dan formula. If the vermilion yellow in it is replaced with maiden's chaste, and the missing goat's drum is replaced with a small Thai flower, the effect of the practiced elixir can be increased by 50%, and the Dan poison will be cut by 1 or 2. Chi Yuan's eyes were able to see hidden messages. In an instant, the omissions of this Dan formula were visible to him. Moreover, the method to improve the Dan formula appeared in an instant. This improvement, of course, is not an optimal solution. If the Dan formula is shown to him again tomorrow, a new and improved method will appear. Improvements are also better. It was just that he could only see the hidden information once a day for the same item. The 7-colored fire refining technique that he cultivated was then constantly modified. But even so, the 7-colored fire refining technique was a big problem. There are quite a few problems with the nourishing Yuan Dan formula. Chi Yuan replied directly. An expectant look appeared in Zhuge Miao's eyes. Please also teach me. Replace vermilion and yellow with maidenhood, the first god of the ages. Maiden? Zhuge Miao was a bit perplexed. Because, what he wanted to ask the most was why the lacking area was lacking, while Master Chi Yuan directly changed the Dan formula. However, remembering the last time he went to Master Chi Yuan to exchange ideas, Master Chi Yuan's heavenly thoughts still left him in awe. That time, Master Chi Yuan helped him a lot. Moreover, he was the one who took the initiative to seek help from Master Chi Yuan, so he had to hold his opinions in. Just then, Zhuge Miao sensed something and he spoke. Senior brother Chi Yuan, wait a moment, I have a transmission. Phone call? Zahara didn't care. You answer it first. In the immortal world, there was no invention of the telephone, but there was summoning. Between cultivators, they could contact each other through summoning. But with this kind of summoning, there is a limit to the distance, and the farther away the summoning is, the more exorbitant the price is. Heavenly Road, Heavenly Pride, no bullet window, and it loses its proper effect when it enters some secret realms. Therefore, not all cultivators could afford to use it. What happened to senior brother? Zhuge Miao lowered his voice to answer the transmission. The Dan formula. Complete. Found? No. Keep out of this matter. A transmission. Zhuge Miao originally had some joy on his face, followed by some anger when he heard his senior brother's discouragement behind him. He broke off the transmission and looked at Chi Yuan. Calming down. Senior brother, continue. Where there is a lack, it is the goat drum. However, the nature of the goat drum is young, which is quite a bit of a conflict, so it can be replaced with a small Thai flower for better results. Chi Yuan finished and stretched out his hand. Where is the foundation building spirit? Zhuge Miao was still digesting Chi Yuan's words, and when he heard that Chi Yuan wanted a foundation establishment spirit, he hurriedly took out a jade bamboo. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer latest chapters. The color of jade bamboo is then purple. Like purple jade, In the joints, there is only a touch of transparent white. This is the amethyst jade bamboo, which is an 8th grade foundation building spirit item. There are grades of base building spirits. They are the lower 3, the middle 3, and the upper 3. As for in the upper 3 grades, there are legendary higher grades. The higher the grade of the foundation building spirit item, the better the foundation building effect and the greater the potential. Of course, the world of immortal cultivation is a place where there are miracles and strange encounters everywhere. Nothing is a given. There wouldn't be the argument that using a lower grade foundation building spirit to build a foundation would only allow you to stay at a certain rank in your life. Every foundation building spirit was worth a lot of money. 8th grade. It was a lower 3rd grade foundation building spirit. Yichin Xiaoruashue no bouncing window. But even so, most of the ordinary Qi refining realm disciples of the Divine Light sect couldn't afford to buy the amethyst jade bamboo even if they emptied their bodies. And Zhuge Miao was able to use the amethyst jade bamboo as payment, so it was obvious that he had the financial strength. This was the difference between a chief great disciple and an ordinary disciple. Of course, even if it was Zhuge Miao, taking out the amethyst jade bamboo would be a bit of a meatball. Zhuge Miao continued. The grade of the amethyst jade bamboo is a bit lower. If senior brother Qi Yuan is not in a hurry, he can gather some more spirit stones and unite with the amethyst jade bamboo to exchange for a high-grade foundation establishment spirit item. The amethyst jade bamboo, certainly amongst the other disciples, was incomparably precious. Ordinary disciples who obtained it and cultivated their mana to the perfection of refining Qi would use it to build their foundations. However, for the chief great disciples of the peaks, it would be somewhat inadequate if they were to build their foundations with a lower grade foundation building spirit. Yichin Sun Xiao Ruashue no bouncing window. For example, Zhuge Miao had built his foundation with a mid-3rd grade 5th grade dragon-seeking ruler, a foundation building spirit. Qi Yuan took the amethyst jade bamboo and nodded. Aha! The amethyst jade bamboo was not his first choice for a foundation building spirit. Even if he couldn't use it in the future, he could use it to exchange for spirit stones. Although, he is the 7-colored peak as the eldest senior brother, but, he is really poor. Compared to the other peak chief great disciples, it was not a little bit worse. Alas, thinking of something, Zhuge Miao said, Senior brother Qi Yuan, if you hadn't offended your master, I'm afraid that at this moment, you would also have a copy of a mid-grade spirit pill, or even a top-grade foundation establishment spirit pill, and stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Zhuge Miao's words carried a hint of regret. He felt that Qi Yuan was also really bold, daring to mess with even the 7-colored peak master. Opening sign desolate ancient sacred body no bouncing window. One must know that even the Divine Light Sect's patriarch was incomparably in awe of the 7-colored peak master. Zhuge Miao had heard his master tell him that the Divine Light Sect originally only had 4 peaks, but with the arrival of Ruan Yishur, the Divine Light Sect had an additional peak named 7-color peak. This peak has been around for thousands of years. This meant that the peak master of the 7-colored peak was afraid that he had already lived for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of lifespan. That had to be at least the divine infant realm. Such a strong person could walk sideways in the Great Shang. Qi Yuan worshipped Ruan Yishur as his teacher. How thick an elephant's leg did he hug? As a result, Qi Yuan was so colorful that he angered Ruan Yishur. What resources? All of them Zihara cut off. Qi Yuan's situation was a miserable one. If he were Zhuge Miao, he would have cried and apologized in front of his master. The catalogue of celestials and humans. And Qi Yuan was fine, not even thinking about apologizing. However, it was easy to understand when one thought that Qi Yuan was a cultivator of the demented vein. Cultivators of this lineage are debauched and unruly, with less than normal brain circuits. Qi Yuan's eyes turned gentle when he heard Zhuge Miao's words. I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Cold sweat ran down Zhuge Miao's back. Senior Qi Yuan, stop this matter. He was afraid that senior brother Qi Yuan would once again perform an absurd act and offend the lofty and cold fairy on the 7-colored peak. When the time comes, it would be bad to implicate him. Qi Yuan smiled. You all are afraid of Ruan Yishur. I'm not afraid because she's my. Stop it. Zhuge Miao's heart jumped and he hurriedly stopped Qi Yuan. Catalogue of works of the Book of Chaos. Otherwise, if the one from the 7-colored peak gets angry, he won't have a good time. Without another word, Qi Yuan said goodbye to Zhuge Miao, who took his chopper and continued to go skulking around. Zhuge Miao, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, nothing happened, and at that moment, an anxious voice came. Eldest brother, have you changed? Su Longhu's green shirt and cloth clothes, a gourd tied around his waist, and his pace was hurried. He said, pulling out a yellowed piece of paper. This is an elixir formula that I picked up in the marketplace today. It's the same as the Yuan nourishing elixir that elder brother you obtained in the secret realm, so I hastened to contact elder brother. Su Longhu handed the Dan formula to Zhuge Miao. And when he saw that the amethyst jade bamboo was missing from Zhuge Miao's waist, he said in pain, "Eldest senior brother, we already have the Dan formula here. Why are we still trading with Qi Yuan?" Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. Qi Yuan is not a member of our divine pill peak. So what can he do to help you read the formula? He shouldn't have left yet. I'll chase after him now and get the amethyst jade bamboo back. Su Longhu said a whole lot, oblivious to the fact that Zhuge Miao's face was already gloomy. Who are you to judge my dealings with senior brother Qi Yuan? Besides, even if Master Qi Yuan didn't help me, so what? I'm willing to sell in short. Earlier, the transmission received by Zhuge Miao was the one typed by Su Longhu. At that time, Zhuge Miao, who had already learned that there was a complete Dan formula on his senior brother's side, had the opportunity to terminate the transaction, but did not. Eldest senior brother. Su Longhu sounded a little apprehensive. I am worried that eldest senior brother will return without success. The good thing is, I got the complete Dan formula. Eldest senior brother has saved my life. And the Dan is conveniently offered to eldest senior brother. He stopped mentioning Qi Yuan. In his opinion, where could Qi Yuan read the Dan formula? He had studied medicine for 10 years at the Divine Pill Peak, but he couldn't complete the formula. But Qi Yuan could? Zhuge Miao took the Dan formula. I'll take a look at it and cross-reference it with what senior brother Qi Yuan said to refine a few furnaces of the nourishing elemental Dan. This is a bit too much of a waste of herbs, Su Longhu muttered. Obviously he felt that he couldn't refine any Yuan nourishing pills using Qi Yuan's method. Qi Yuan held the chopper and walked slowly through the Divine Light sect. On the way, from time to time, laughter was heard and some words of love could be heard. This kind of cultivation world is really harmonious. He held his pet and looked at the sky. It's time to head back to the peak. It was still early enough to open the game jade and start a game. It was late at night when we returned to Seven Colors Peak. On top of the peak, a half-moon hung over the white jade-piled palace. The cool moonlight sprinkled down, and a delicate silhouette loomed across the night curtain. The silhouette only took one look at Qi Yuan and disappeared. Qi Yuan retracted his gaze as he glanced at the thatched huts built by Jiang Ling Su, and inwardly murmured, if there were these fixing talismans, on the blue star, in the event of an earthquake, those houses wouldn't have collapsed. He finished sighing and led the chopper back to his small courtyard, the first god of the ancient world. The courtyard was empty, waiting only for the sound of Qi Yuan's footsteps. He untied the rope from the handle of the chopper. You don't have to tie it on when you get home. Just don't turn the house upside down and no one will beat you up, Qi Yuan said, stroking the tiny stumpy opening on the chopper, and began to enter the world of the game jade slip. Upon entering the game, Qi Yuan froze. She is? When he obtained the game jade slip, Qi Yuan treated this game jade slip as a game console. P.S. The protagonist has abnormal brain circuits, abnormal behavior, and is neurotic. At the time, however, the game map had not yet been unlocked, and Qi Yuan inexplicably added a friend to his friend list. That was also the only close friend he had made when he was sick. Heaven's path, Heaven's pride, no bomb window. Since his illness, he's been living alone and has no one around him to interact with. That friend from the game that became his friend. Zihara also thought of the man as a gamer. The two often talked together and talk about the world. Of course, more than anything else, Zihara listened to the other side. However, the other person spoke strangely. Words like Forbidden Army and Prime Minister occasionally popped out of his mouth. Qi Yuan guessed that it would be a rich white woman who inherited the family business. However, it does not have full control of the company. The two chatted a lot, and Qi Yuan added at the time, gaming together as a team. Unfortunately, the game map is refreshed. His friends list then disappeared into thin air. Go in the demon martial chaos as a jailer no bullet window. He had not seen the other side either, let alone teamed up. Nowadays, see each other's listings. He thought for a moment and sent a message. Now that he had traveled to the world of immortality, the other side was not necessarily there. The water misted, and the ink drawings on the screen seemed to be infested with narrow veins. Get out. A clear, cold and majestic voice came, and the serving palace maidens bowed their heads and left. The maid left, and only then did a tired look appear on the stunningly beautiful face of this empress of the southern Xian country. 10 years ago, the demon race invaded. Her father died in battle. She became the empress of the southern Xian kingdom. Yichen Xiaoruashua without windows. She was 7 years old at the time. A large empire, all of it weighing on her. Demon races are attacking, enemy nations covet, and powerful ministers are not serving. She struggled for 10 years. Today, she is barely in control of the balance of the empire. However, the pressure on the shoulders is growing. It is even said that if you are not careful, you are in danger of dying. Especially recently, the Minister of Power, Sima Ting, has pretty much stopped hiding his collusion with the Northern Khan's royal court. her situation is even more worrisome. And 3 days ago, Aunt Sheen, the one she relied on the most, a king-level powerhouse, was besieged by a group of black-robed men and was seriously injured. Although, the origin of the man in black was well hidden, but all over the court, anyone knew exactly who sent the assassin. Yeech and Sunny Xiaoruashua latest chapter. It was a bad feeling to know who the enemy was and there was nothing she could do about it. She stood in front of the screen, her green-colored long skirt plain and showing elegance, the corners of her skirt embroidered with a phoenix pattern in gold thread, and a white jade belt wrapped around her thin waist. The belt was unbuckled and the clothes were removed, revealing a skin that was as natural as flawless moist jade. The queen was small for her age, but her figure was proud, a stark contrast to her surplus waist. She entered the bathtub, her snow-white delicate fragrant shoulders floating on the surface of the water, and through the white soup-like water, it was as if she could see the surfeit of white fat. The queen's eyes closed, the exhaustion slowly dissipating from her body. And then, suddenly, a ray of red light flashed across the table and couch. A hint of surprise flashed in Jean Li's eyes. Qi Yuan? Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. What was placed on the table was the exotic treasure Linglong Yushur. Rumor has it that this exotic treasure was born as a pair. Any two people who have obtained this foreign treasure can communicate through it. In ancient times, this exotic treasure was famous. Unfortunately, nowadays, times have changed, and treasures that can be transmitted over long distances are no longer rare. The value of the lingering jade shield was greatly reduced and placed in the royal treasury. A year ago, Jean Li went in among the royal treasures and saw Linglong Yushur. Unexpectedly, she met an interesting person in the lingering Jade Shire. The man's name was Qi Yuan, and he spoke in a heavenly way, always saying things she didn't understand. Since the two did not know each other, it seemed that they were also stranded on 1,000 hills so that she could reveal her heart with abandon. Celestial mapping. After all, as the queen, she couldn't be seen to be weak. Unfortunately, half a year ago, for some reason, Qi Yuan had no news. She was a little lost and apprehensive. I didn't realize that the other side was in. The stone in her heart fell to the ground. She picked up Linglong Yushur and gripped it tightly. Looking at the message on it, she hurriedly replied, "In." The message was sent. Jean Li thought about it and asked again, "You've been away all this time. Where have you been?" "Last time, I was about to invite you to brush the monsters together. But I didn't realize that I suddenly entered the game map and couldn't contact the outside world. That's supposed to be a dangerous place, right?" Jean re-asked. To her, Qi Yuan was a free-spirited demon hunter. The Book of Chaos, what he said about brushing monsters, game maps, was to go hunting demonic beasts. On the other side, Qi Yuan shrugged. "We players are only the fourth heavenly tribulation. What's so dangerous about it? Those monsters, though, are all our experience packs." Jean calmed down inwardly as she saw the familiar tone in reply. Every time she spoke to Qi Yuan about the sky, even when Qi Yuan spoke out of tune, she felt at peace within herself. It was like being a child, snuggled in my mother's arms, listening to her humming a song. "This time you weren't there, and it took me half a year to brush the monsters alone. Do you want to team up with me? Men and women work together. If there were two of us, we would have definitely leveled up to 100 very quickly." When Jean Li heard this, she replied, "I have things going on at home right now. I can't leave." Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. So busy? You don't even have time to play games. Alas, you rich white people, who are rich and still work so hard. What do you make us poor people do? Jean Li couldn't help but smile when she saw this. "Why don't you come and brush the monsters with me now? I just changed the map and there are a lot of monsters here," Qi Yuan said. "I need your support, Jean Dame." Seeing the other party's relaxed tone, Jean Li knew that the other party was not in danger. A smile curved her mouth. "I'm not really up to it right now." "What are you doing? It's inconvenient. You're not working late, are you?" "I'm at." Jean hesitated and finally sent, "Shower." On the other side, Qi Yuan froze when he saw this. His gaze was calm. "Why don't you take a shower and we'll make a date?" On the other side, Jean Li saw this and smiled bitterly. "I can't come." But thinking of something, she asked, "Where are you?" "I was at the Xian Yuan ban before, and now I'm on my way to the Clothespin ban." Qi Yuan did not hide it. He was in the game's teleportation array, ready to teleport to the next map. Regulus ban? Clothesline ban? Jean Li froze. Isn't that one of the 4 forbidden places? Rumor had it that even a king-level powerhouse would go in and bleed, and an emperor-level powerhouse would fall if he went in. No, the Regulus ban, even an imperial-level powerhouse couldn't enter. The Moonwatch continent is vast and I don't know how wide it is. The forces of the human race and the demon race were divided. Among the human race, there are more than 10 other kingdoms of various sizes. The human race and the demon race were the two most powerful forces on the Moonwatch continent. However, above the human and demon races, there was an even more terrifying existence. That's not a race, it's the legendary Four Forbidden Ones. The Four Forbidden Places were all extremely bizarre and dangerous. Even the emperors of the demon clan did not dare to step into it rashly, or else they would be in danger of dying. One of the Jedi, which was even more terrifying, was called the Heavenly Jedi. Even if a royalist goes in, he will not be able to survive. Dangerous is dangerous. Whoever goes in among the four bands and one juggernaut and still comes out alive will get heavenly benefits. The Four Forbidden Places were filled with spiritual herbs and countless heavenly treasures. The first god of the ancients has no windows. It was rumored that there was an ascension platform in the heavenly jade, and if one climbed up to it, one could ascend to the rumored immortal realm. The Xianyuan Forbidden is a famous forbidden place, and, in the territory of the South Qian country, less than 1,000 miles from the South Qian imperial city. Unlike the other forbidden places, the Xianyuan Forbidden was rumored to have been created from the grave of a supreme powerhouse. The periphery of the Xianyuan Ban was covered with supreme prohibitions, so that even imperial-level powerhouses were unable to enter within it. Now, Qi Yuan said that he had been brushing monsters in the middle of the Xianyuan Ban during this period of time? How is this possible? For the first time, Jean Li thought Qi Yuan was joking. Still, she asked carefully, "You can't be telling the truth, can you? What's the point of lying to you? I'm still waiting to invite you to team up with me. It's too boring to go down the copy alone." Heaven's path, heaven's pride. Jean Li was still a bit incredulous. Xianyuan forbid. There are quite a lot of demons. I've been brushing all of them alone for over half a year. I'm exhausted. Jean Li froze. Regulus band demons. We're just more Not only are they plentiful, but they're also strong. The Moonwatch continent had floated for 10,000 years, and there were many heavenly prides, but there was no era that conquered any of the forbidden lands. What kind of strength does it take to kill through the Xianyuan Ban? I'm afraid that the Supreme Emperor can't do it either. So what's your cultivation level? Emperor? Jean Li asked carefully. The Emperor? That's what? Today, I'm level 82. Level 82? Jean Li was a bit puzzled. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. But she also knew that Qi Yuan spoke and was always eccentric. For example, Qi Yuan used to say that he wanted to take a spaceship and visit the stars in the sky, but he was afraid that there would be no oxygen and he would die in the stars. How far away are the stars? According to the ancient books, there are an unknown number of human and immortal realms in the world, and every world shares the same starry sky. Rumor has it that those stars are the reflections of the great powers reflecting the heavens, not the real thing. Ascending to the stars is even more illusory. It's most normal for Zihara to say strange things. She thought for a moment and asked, the demons in the Xianyuan Ban, how strong are they? In the Regulus Ban, the strongest is a mad pen, Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. It is particularly insidious, always preferring to transform into a pen at night and sneak up on people without any martial arts. It makes me have to dig myself a hole to bury myself in every time I hang out offline. It's, well, barely, 70-something levels. A pen of madness? 70 levels? Jean Li murmured. If what Qi Yuan said was true, then 70 levels should correspond to the rank of an emperor, or even say, a supreme emperor. As for the entire southern Qian country, the number of emperors was only a handful, just 2 or 3. Rumor has it that there is a prohibition outside of the Xianyuan Ban, and it seems that even emperors can't break in. Jean Li said, Xianyuan Forbidden is easy to enter, just like going to the movie theater. Carry a ladder. You're in. The demonic beasts inside won't attack you. Qi Yuan said, this copy of Xianyuan Ban has been pierced by me. Yichen Sunny Xiaoruashua no bullet window. Well, enough of that. I'm at the Cloak and Dagger Ban, so I'll talk to you next time. Zihara finished speaking and broke off the communication. Jean Li, who was bathing, heard this and felt a loss in her heart. The two exchanged words, hurriedly, and without many words. Regulus Ban to Close Ban, 100,000 miles apart. How do you get by on such short notice? Even the Supreme Emperor failed to do so. Among the sights that emerged in Jean Li's mind, Qi Yuan became blurred again, cloaked in a veil. Qi Yuan, what kind of person are you? Jean Li murmured, but quickly, she dissipated that sadness. Does it matter what kind of person Qi Yuan is? Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body latest chapter. At the very least, the two were great pen pals and unseen best friends. Jean Li finished bathing and dressed herself personally. She doesn't like the palace maid service. Who knows if there are any spies planted by Prime Minister Sima Ting among them? She returned to the Phoenix Luan Hall and sat on the glazed throne with thick folders on it. As her night wore on, she picked up the Zhengbiao and began to read it. From time to time, Her eyebrows were knitted and her slender hand was writing something. The war in the south is urgent, and the War Elephant clan has entered the war. 3 days later, the Crown Prince of Nanfeng Kingdom will come to the imperial capital? Jean Li held her forehead, feeling a headache. Nowadays, the southern Shin country is like a big pile of fat meat, coveted by people. Jean Li knew best what the Prince of Nanfeng Kingdom had in mind when he came. Celestial mapping. She looked at the zoning, and for a moment she had an extra headache. She thought of Qi Yuan. The only way to abandon her identity and the responsibility on her body was to talk to Qi Yuan. Of course, she also understood that since she had enjoyed her brocade clothes and become the empress of the southern Qian kingdom, she should shoulder this pale life of southern Qian. Someone come. Go forward to the book depository and find all the records about the Xian Yuan ban. Jean Li thought of something and ordered the maid next to him. Nu ah. The maid retreated, and Jean Li continued to review the Zheng folders. The great general's residence, located in Qingyi Lane. Once when the great general was still alive. A moment of glory. The door is like a city. Today, however, the doors are closed. At this time, there was an uninvited guest in the great general's residence. The man had a broad frame of 7 feet, a beard, and most strikingly, he seemed to have some depression in the middle of his forehead. The Book of Chaos without window. He is the powerful minister of the southern Qian kingdom. Sima Ting. He looked at the great general's widow and said slowly, Mrs. Qin, is your injury alright? Aunt Qin looked at Sima Ting, her eyes wanting to spit out anger. Sima Ting, she cried out, her face paling even more. Her injuries, due to whom, are best known. Sima Ting even dared to come over. Sima Ting did not get angry and said calmly, Mrs. Qin, now that the situation has been settled, why do you still persist in your stubbornness? What future is there in following that girl? You dare to disrespect the empress. Aunt Qin was furious. If she hadn't been sneak attacked and seriously injured, with her strength as a top-tier king, Sima Ting wouldn't have dared to talk like this in front of her. Ancient divine emperor. Sima Ting glanced at Aunt Qin. Disdain flashed in his eyes. A woman. If it wasn't for my husband, how could she have the virtue to be in a big position? On the day she first ascended the throne, she was able to fall flat on her face, which was a sign from heaven that her virtue was not worthy of her position, and she was in charge of the southern Qian for 10 years. Now the southern Qian internal and external problems. If there is no old man, I am afraid that the country will be no longer. She has no business being in that seat anymore. When Aunt Qin heard this, she was angry and a little sad inside. Jean Li was the one she watched grow up. Jean Li has already worked very hard, but unfortunately, for the emperor's power tactics, can never be deep, cannot be full of civil and military, playing in the palm of the hand. She was not an empress skilled in imperial power tactics, but she definitely counted as a good emperor who was diligent in government and served the people. Sometimes, Aunt Qin even felt that if Jean Li hadn't become an empress, but an ordinary princess, how good it would have been. Unfortunately, since he held the jade seal in his hand, then he could not retreat and could not refrain from fighting. Do not fight to die. Aunt Qin would rather Jean Li not be in that seat, but she knew she couldn't. Wolves are ambitious. She looked at Sima Ting, anger in her eyes. Colluding with the Northern Khan's royal court. His crime is punishable. The Northern Khan's royal court and the Southern Qian kingdom are archenemies. Every year, during the fall harvest, the Iron Horsemen of the Northern Khan's royal court would break into the border of the Southern Qian kingdom and hit the grass valleys. There is a blood feud between the two countries. This is the gap between the old man and you. Sima Ting held his head high and said, between countries, there are mere interests, and only martial artists speak of grudges and feuds. Mrs. Qin, I advise you to have the self-knowledge to hand over the key to the treasury, or else. Sima Ting threatened. Auntie Qin, as the late great general's proper wife, holds the key to the imperial court's treasury, and this key can open the heavenly fortune lock and take out the heavenly fortune jade seal. Catalogue of works of the first god of the ancient world. He wants to usurp the throne. He has to get the jade seal of heavenly fortune to make his name right and to catch the national fortune of the southern Qian kingdom. Don't you dare. Sima Ting looked at Aunt Qin without saying anything else. Aunt Qin is the widow of that great general after all. Now, the admiral of the apocalypse on the front line was once like a brother to that great general. If he killed Auntie Qin, things would become troublesome. However, Aunt Qin was the person that the empress was relying on as a source of support, and he was forced to make a move to seriously injure her. Then the queen will have no minions. Mrs. Qin, take care of yourself. Sima Ting said, in 3 days, the prince of Nanfeng kingdom will arrive, and in 10 days, it will be the date of the appointment. So how will you deal with it? Sima Ting finished speaking and whisked his sleeves away. Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no flickering window. Within Aunt Qin's eyes, anger flashed and turned into a despondent look. She was now seriously injured, even injuring her foundation, and it was almost impossible to heal in a short period of time. That appointment, then, can only be lost. Your Majesty, there are a total of 7 books here, all of which record the Xian Yuan ban. The palace maid held the books and placed them on top of the jade throne. Aha! Jean Li nodded and picked up a book to peruse. Today, when she heard Qi Yuan talk about the Xian Yuan ban, she came to be interested in it. Now, Auntie Qin is seriously injured, and 10 days later, the crown prince of the Nanfeng kingdom would come to the Nanxian imperial city, and his state master would make an appointment with Aunt Qin. If she loses, the southern Qian kingdom will lose face, and her fate can be dangerous. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer. Latest chapters. Because, 10 years ago, Ji Li father's death, she has not yet ascended the throne when the South Qian country in turmoil. The South Feng country in the border of 200,000 troops. There is an opportunity to take advantage of the intention to invade the South Qian country. The Minister of Power, Sima Ting, traveled to the border and reached an agreement with the South Wind Kingdom on behalf of the South Qian Kingdom. It also planted a hole for Jean Li. If she loses this battle, she will marry the prince of Nanfeng Kingdom. How could she, an empress of her generation, marry the crown prince of another country? This is the pit that Sito has buried. Because, 10 years ago, before she ascended to the throne, there wouldn't have been too many problems with Sima Ting's agreement with the Nanfeng Kingdom, a mere princess in exchange for peace on the border. Now, Aunt Qin was seriously injured, and if she wanted to win this battle, she had to heal from her injuries before she could fight. Yi Chen Xiaoruoxue, and in the 4 forbidden places, there were many spiritual objects, so there might be medicinal herbs for healing. After just flipping through a few books, she saw that there were several rare spirit medicines in the Xian Yuan ban that had various medicinal effects, such as healing injuries and prolonging life. 9-flower cherry? Flipping through the books, Jean Li's gaze moved. It was recorded in the ancient books that there was a spirit medicine like the 9-flowers cherry blossom in the middle of the Xian Yuan ban. This kind of spiritual medicine, with 9 petals in its blossom and exuding 9 kinds of exotic fragrance, was known as the imperial medicine. If Aunt Qin were to obtain this kind of elixir, not only would her injuries be completely gone, but there's even a possibility that she could break through to the imperial level. These messages came out of the hands of a top emperor. That top emperor, by chance, entered the Regulus ban. Originally, when he saw the elixir, he originally wanted to pick it, but he was surrounded by the demon kings inside. Yi Chen's son Yi Xiaoruoxue, with 2 fists, he escaped the Xian Yuan ban, but he never had the chance to enter it again. So there should be many demon kings in the Xian Yuan ban? Demon Emperor? Unknown. Jean mused. If there was no demon emperor, with just the demon king's perception, they would sneak in and might actually be able to pick the spirit medicine. Unfortunately, there's no record at all on it of how exactly the Regulus ban can be entered. Each of the 4 forbidden places has its own difficulties. As for the Xian Yuan ban, the most difficult thing is how to enter. Is it really possible, as Zihara said, to carry a ladder in? Thinking of Qi Yuan, the corners of Jean Li's mouth couldn't help but outline a smile. Of course, this was impossible. Opening signature desolate ancient sacred body latest chapter. This thing, too, is too outrageous, or, without any logic. However, Qi Yuan had no need to lie to her. To Qi Yuan, she had trust in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked the palace maid to gather information about Xuan Yuan's ban. The next dozen or so books, Jean Li read carefully. Unfortunately, none of it contained any information about how to enter the Regulus ban. Only, all of a sudden she saw a record. She could not help but read out. Xian Yuan has a monster. It's shaped like a fox tail, like a pen, crazy, most like night attacks. This one record was also recorded by that supreme emperor. Jean Li froze. What Qi Yuan had said earlier surfaced. Crazy pen, particularly sinister, likes to transform into a pen at night and sneak up on people without martial arts. The map of celestial beings without windows. Is this the same ferocious beast? Countless thoughts flashed through Jean Li's mind. The supreme emperor who left these messages was once a great provider of the southern Qian kingdom. This information, which had always existed in the book depository, had not been circulated at all. How does Zihara know? Could it be that Qi Yuan is a member of my royal family? Jean Li's heart was in turmoil at the moment. No, he knew that the ferocious beast was named Mad Pen. Could it be that Qi Yuan has really been to the Regulus ban? Jean Li took out Linglong Yashur and hurriedly sent out a message. Qi Yuan, have you really been to the Regulus ban? Carrying a ladder to go in isn't a fake, right? I have an urgent need to get in there. Table of contents for the Book of Chaos Works. Although Qi Yuan was out of tune and always liked to talk nonsense, she was afraid that Qi Yuan would see her message and still answer casually. which is why she mentioned going by herself. She's betting her life on it. Zahara won't joke about it anymore. However, when her message was sent, Chi Yuan didn't reply to her. It's a shame the clothing ban is so far away. Otherwise, hey, Jean Li sighed, and then his gaze turned firm. Men, get ready. Tomorrow I will leave the palace. Time is running out. She decided that she would leave the palace tomorrow and head to the Regulus Ban. She had no choice. Staying in the imperial capital is just waiting to die. However, thinking of something, she continued to command. Shilin guards, go to a team and head to the clothesline ban. To see the clothesline ban. What's the difference? Zahara said it's gone to the cloak and dagger ban. If Chi Yuan was a strong man, then the clothing ban, for sure, would be in turmoil. She sends the Kirin guard to spy on the clothing ban. Meanwhile, in the midst of the cloak and dagger ban, Chi Yuan carried his golden greatsword and looked at the strange beings in front of him with a curious look in his eyes. Chi Yuan looked around and saw that there were quite a lot of flowery and green clothes floating in the middle of the clothing ban. These gargoyles are quite creatively designed. Flowery and green clothes are available, including romper, buntings, gowns, undershirts, nursemaid dresses, coats, and backpack pants. Ancient and modern clothing. These clothes, as if they were living beings, floated in the air. Only, these flowery and green clothes twisted their heads in unison as Chi Yuan entered the clothing ban. There was no head on the suit. It was hollow, but Chi Yuan felt as if thousands of eyes were staring at him. Point hard. Run. Zahara ran straight away. Although he was a full level 82, there were too many clothes monsters in the clothes ban. There are tens of thousands in front of me, and there are quite a few of them that are above level 50. The latest chapter of the first god of the ancient world. The most important thing is that the ferocious beasts and monsters in the Regulus ban, strong as they are, don't have a fully organized relationship and fight separately. And at the moment, it's clear that the clothesline is just like an army. If Chi Yuan were to make a move, I'm afraid that these clotheshorse would just surround them. Zahara fled shamefully. About a quarter of an hour later, Chi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. He picked up his greatsword and dug straight into the ground. He immediately dug a big hole. This pit is not known to be many miles deep. He digs with skill. After all, get used to it. He lay down in the pit. It was then that he noticed the message from Jean Li on the chat interface. Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no bouncing window. He immediately replied, I didn't lie to you. Carrying a ladder on your back will allow you to enter the Regulus ban. There is no danger. He personally admired and set the rules. How could anything go wrong? Of course, seeing that Jean Li said that he was going to make a personal trip to Xianyuan ban, Chi Yuan still went to look at his game screen. The game screen shows that the Regulus ban belongs to the stage of being in control. In other words, the Regulus ban was his item. He sent another. Don't worry, it's fine. Go boldly. And Chi Yuan, who was on the 7-colored peak, looked at the moon and the sky and felt a bit tired. I don't know if it's too much mental exertion from playing the game for too long. He said to Jean Li in the game, there are too many clothes monsters in the clothes ban, so we'll wait until tomorrow to brush them. I dug a hole and buried myself in the earth. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. Off the line. Good night. Chi Yuan finished speaking and put down the game jade slip, and this game jade slip was integrated into his body. On the other hand, in the palace where the night was dark, Jean Li, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was placed in the Linglong jade shield, and when she saw the contents inside, a puzzled look flashed across her eyes. Okay, you take care and be safe. Good night. Just a simple hello. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's residence. Sito hasn't slept yet. On his desk, there was also a pile of official papers to be dealt with. It could be said that he was more like a politician with means than Empress Jean Li, always putting his interests first. Yichen Xiaoruoshua latest chapter. Is there any movement in the Empress today? Sima Ting put down the official document and slowly asked. Next to her, a person whose entire body was shrouded in shadow appeared and said with a lowered head, Today, the Empress met with the Minister of the Household at the unspecified hour to mobilize the disaster silver. At Shin hour, she went to see old lady Qin. After returning to the palace, he has been reviewing the Zhengbiao, and there has been no movement. However, when she was at night, she had instructed her maidservant to go to the book depository to access the information on the Regulus ban. Regulus ban? Sima Ting laughed. It seems that she no longer has any methods left and can only pin her hopes on the illusory Shenyuan ban. Sima Ting knew that the appointment in 10 days was important to Empress Jean Li. Once Empress Jean Li lost, the situation, which was already difficult to support, would collapse. And now, Mrs. Qin was seriously injured, so it was impossible for her to be a match for the State Master of Nanfeng Kingdom. Yichen Sun Xiaoruoshua latest chapter. That was why Empress Jinli took the risk of traveling to the Xian Yuan Ban, hoping to enter it to obtain the spirit medicine and save Lady Qin. That was Sito's guess. Her Majesty is at the end of her rope. Don't bother. Sima Ting didn't put Jinli in his eyes at all. What he needed to focus on and worry about most was the collaborators of the Northern Khan's royal court, as well as the Heavenly Apocalypse Admiral who was sitting at the border. However, he picked up the official document and added, "Take some men over there to follow it and see if there are any surprises. It's good to be cautious about what you do." A familiar tone came. With a wave of Qi Yuan's hand, the wooden cat puppet was once again sealed, unable to make a sound. This time, however, Qi Yuan opened his eyes in a rare moment, opening sign to the desolate ancient saint body. The sun is on my ass. As the eldest senior brother of the seven-colored peak, I need to set an example for my senior sister by not sleeping in. Although at this time, the disciples of the Divine Light sect were already past the point of doing their morning cultivation, but it was a rare early start for Zihara. Qi Yuan stretched his back after washing up, the sunlight shining on his face, making him look lazy. But because he is so handsome, he looks extraordinarily graceful even when he is lazy. "Good morning, senior sister." Qi Yuan went out of the courtyard and saw Jiang Lingsu, whose body was permeated with stinky sweat. He didn't come closer, deliberately keeping his distance. Within the line of sight, hidden information about Jiang Lingsu also appeared. This is an ordinary young girl who carries quite a lot of Taoist teachings and cultivates diligently, looking forward to the day when she can have the strength to overpower the world so that disasters will never happen again. The Atlas of Celestial Beings, no bouncing window. Seeing this, Qi Yuan gave Jiang Lingsu one more point in his heart. Jiang Lingsu, on the other hand, looked at Qi Yuan, while frowning. "Eldest senior brother, why do you look so weak? As if you have overindulged." Zahara froze. He's just been playing too many games and his mind is consumed. Nowadays, his strength was stuck at the Qi refining perfection realm, without having stepped into foundation establishment. So isn't it normal to consume more playing games? Unfortunately, today's Qi Yuan still lacked two things if he wanted to step into foundation establishment. One thing that is appropriate is feats. The second thing is a suitable foundation building spirit. And the appropriate technique is, naturally, self-created. Although his cultivation level was low, his eyes were able to see hidden information. Latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. He could create a technique blindly and then keep correcting it by hiding information. Nowadays, Qi Yuan had already read all those gongfa of the sect. Unfortunately, it was still a long way from creating feats. Or rather, he accumulated too little. However, just now, looking at Jiang Lingsu, there were countless Dao techniques in her hands. He looked at Jiang Lingsu and said, "Senior sister, you have to save your senior brother." Just now, Jiang Lingsu's verbal attack, he did not take it to heart. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lingsu asked worriedly. She was afraid that something had gone wrong with her senior brother's cultivation. "I see you come from a remarkable background. You want to borrow money? Nonetheless, what I want to say is, do you have any more feats here? Regardless of grade, to lend me a look." Qi Yuan said. The ancient god emperor has no flickering windows. Jiang Lingsu let out a sigh of relief. "How many doors does senior brother want?" "Naturally, more is better," Qi Yuan said. "It's best to have hundreds, thousands of doors, quite a lot of dowsing. That means the number won't be small." "Senior brother, what do you want these feats for?" Jiang Lingsu asked. Qi Principal said lazily, "You won't believe me even if I say it. You give me some gongfa. In the future, when I am successful in my cultivation, the entire Divine Light sect, not the entire Kanglan realm, senior brother covers you." Jiang Lingsu smiled at his words. Covering her? Does she still need a hood? Don't look at the fact that Qi Yuan was taller than her and perhaps older than her. But when the two of them fought, Jiang Lingsu felt that she could hang this big senior brother with one hand. Everlasting life, starting with the chakra phrase table of contents for the work. "What do you need so many feats for? Let me tell you what I want to hear." Jiang Lingsu asked again. Self-created gong method. Qi Yuan didn't hide it. There is no one new in this world who tells the truth anyway. For example, he had revealed the fact that the sovereign was an undercover spy, but unfortunately no one believed him. Jiang Lingsu froze. Create your own kung fu? This eldest brother really dares to think. But after thinking of something, she took out a jade slip. "Senior brother, there are quite a few feats here, so I'll lend you a look." For so many years, Ruan Ishi had only taken in one disciple. Eldest brother. This showed that Ruan Ishi must think highly of Qi Yuan. She had to play nice with Zihara. "The gongfu lends you a look. Big senior brother, you have to stop indulging in the game every day. Cultivate properly. In the future you can cover your little sister." Jiang Lingsu said. Games are also a kind of cultivation. Qi Yuan took the jade slip of the gong method. As for the stinky sweaty smell on his senior sister's body, it didn't smell bad now, but instead smelled good. Who let his senior sister's gongfu jade slip contain hundreds of gongfu? Jiangling Su did not veto Qi Yuan anymore. The demented one chakra is different from the norm. As for obsessive gaming, there is no potential. It really depends on the person. A sword Dao Heavenly Pride who cultivated the basic sword skill was also able to sword fight a mediocre talent who cultivated the 9 heavens divine heavenly sword. Of course, isn't eldest brother a celestial pride? In Jiangling Su's opinion, it was considered a genius, but it was still far from a heavenly pride. The great merchant state is too small, and the Cthulhu realm is too big. Even her family, in the Kanglan realm, was actually nothing. Senior brother, remember to cultivate well and cover me in the future. After Jiangling Su finished speaking, she returned to her thatched hut and continued to cultivate. Qi Yuan also returned to the middle of his room. He took the jade slip of the gongfu given by Jiangling Su and flipped through it. The first god of the ancient world latest chapter. The Earth Fiend Demon Soul Technique? The 4 Jin Technique? 3 Elemental Feats. Qi Yuan quickly read the feats in the jade slip, and his gift of being able to see hidden information was being exercised. This is the 4 Jin Technique, created by the 4 Gentlemen of Jin. On the surface, he is a high-grade technique, but in reality, he is a 4-person dual cultivation technique. And if you find 4 people to cultivate together at the same level, then you can reach the jade level. Cultivation spells are categorized into beginner grade, middle grade, high grade, jade grade, xian grade, and heaven grade. The higher the grade, the harder it was to cultivate, but its power and potential, the higher it was. There were a total of 627 feats in the jade brief, most of which were of the first and middle grades. High grades were rare, and there were only a few of the jade grades. For 2 days in a row, Qi Yuan was so engrossed in the gongfu jade slip that he didn't even open the game jade slip. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride latest chapters. It helps him a lot to accumulate this knowledge. With the help of his ability to see hidden information, it was easy for him to create a technique, one that wouldn't become a sifu. The technique, of course, may have limited potential. For example, cultivating to the realm of great accomplishment plays an effect that is comparable to doing 100 push-ups a day. The next night, Zihara had black eyes. He suddenly burst out laughing. Master Dao, I've realized. That's right. He had finally succeeded in creating an embryonic form of a gong method haphazardly based on the gong methods collected by the Divine Light sect, along with the gong methods given by his senior sister Jiangling Su. He looked to his feats. This is a loophole-ridden gong method. When practicing, there is a certain probability of memory confusion, and it can be practiced to the perfection of refining qi. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer. It's worth mentioning that practicing this technique does not become the sustenance of a certain being. Zihara was excited. It's not in vain that he's been studying hard all this time, and the effort has paid off in the end. It's time to give this technique a loud name, Qi Yuan murmured. It was only natural that he had to take his successfully self-created gongfu seriously. He pondered for a while and finally decided on the name of the feat. It will henceforth be called the Qi Yuan Sutra. The name is easy to understand. Zihara was satisfied. After being happy, Qi Yuan straight away felt a strong sense of fatigue come over him. He did overexert himself. It's a pity that one can only cultivate to Qi refining perfection. Yichen Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. Tomorrow, I'll have to listen to some big classes to see what foundation establishment really is, and try to perfect my gong method to the foundation establishment realm. He picked up the game jade slip and tried to go in, but in the end, it was too consuming, and his eyes closed indisputably, and the game jade slip merged into his body. I wonder how Jean Li is doing. Kihara fell into a deep sleep. Regulus is forbidden, and people are rare. The Forbidden Land, which represents the Great Terror. The interior of the Forbidden Land was incredibly dangerous, while the periphery of the Forbidden Land was also full of danger, and very few people came to the Forbidden Land, especially the legendary Regulus Band that even Supreme Emperors could not enter. At this time, outside of the Regulus Band, there was a group of uninvited guests. It was 7 women in extraordinary clothing, and 3 men in prisoners' clothing, Yi Chen, San Yi, and Xia Ruoshue. The strangest thing about them was that on their bodies, they were all carrying a ladder. Jean Li looked ahead to Xian Yuan Forbid. Only the periphery of the Regulus Band was seen, as if there was a protective shield. This shield, not even an emperor could shatter it, and through the shield, one could see several hundred meters inside the Regulus Band. But it was these few hundred meters that Jean Li also saw quite a few terrifying ferocious beasts. At this time, the commander of the Forbidden Army came forward. Her face wore a respectful look. Your Majesty, we just investigated the people in the vicinity, and they all said that the Xian Yuan Forbidden is no different from the past, and there is no movement coming from inside. When Ji Li heard this, A wisp of doubt surfaced in her eyes. It was only some time ago that Qi Yuan told her that he had been brushing monsters in the Xian Yuan Ban, the opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a pop-up window. If it was brushing monsters, then there would definitely be some movement coming from the Regulus Ban. As a result, she was a little hesitant to get the news. The commander of the Forbidden Army next to him actually had many questions in his mind. However, her allegiance to the Empress was unwavering, and she would only do what the Empress commanded her to do. Aha! Jean Li lightly opened her vermilion lips. Her voice was cold with a hint of majesty. You guys carry the ladder on your backs and head to Xian Yuan Ban. The 6 full-blooded members of the Forbidden Army drew their swords and turned them on the 3 prisoners. All 3 of those prisoners were on death row and were brought here with no idea what they were doing. They knew that ahead of them was the Xian Yuan Ban, which even imperial-level powerhouses could not enter. How can they go in? However, with swords pointed at the back, they could only carry the ladder slowly forward. The map of celestial beings has no bullet windows. Next to him, the commander of the Forbidden Army also finally asked. His Majesty is trying to enter the Xian Yuan Ban. Can you go in like this? Ji Li is also a little apprehensive inside. For these 6 women, she is very trusting. A friend told me that carrying a ladder, or can enter the Xian Yuan Ban. This is a bit unbelievable, the commander of the Forbidden Army said. A few other forbidden soldiers next to him felt the same way. And there were 2 men in a big tree a few hundred meters away from here. They were people arranged by the Minister of Power, Sima Ting. Since Quan Xiang Jinli did not report any expectations for traveling to Xian Yuan Ban, the ones sent were not experts either. These 2 people were looking out from a height, and there was a curious look in their eyes. What do you think this queen means? To break into the Xian Yuan Ban? The Book of Chaos. It's fine to break into the Regulus Ban. Why carry a ladder? It's just ridiculous. No wonder. The world is mostly a man in charge of the world, and rarely see a woman claiming the title of emperor. This majesty is also too funny. Carrying a ladder on one's back to enter the Regulus Ban could be considered outrageous. It's like saying that whoever farts loudly will ascend. It was only in the next breath that the eyes of the 2 changed to dismay, because they saw that the Xian Yuan Forbidden Shield, which was claimed to be impenetrable by imperial-level powerhouses, had let those 3 prisoners with ladders on their backs go in just like that in a dignified manner. Jean Li's heart was also overwhelmed with excitement. What Zihara said turned out to be true. The commander of the Forbidden Army and the remaining few Forbidden Army members all revealed unbelievable expressions, and Jean Li maintained her composure even though she was agitated. Huayue, the 2 bugs in the back, go take care of them. The forbidden woman named Flower Moon sniffed and her figure disappeared, and Jean Li's gaze, too, became dark. She looked at Regulus Forbid, her face complex. I don't know what I'm thinking. At this moment, the several forbidden soldiers present, along with that Forbidden Army commander, still had unbelievable looks on their faces. That was the Xian Yuan Forbidden, a terrifying forbidden place that had existed for an unknown number of thousands of years. None of the supreme emperors could enter. For tens of thousands of years, I don't know how many powerful people have studied how to enter, all ending in failure. But now, with a ladder on your back, you go in? That's too easy, isn't it? Ji Li's voice was cold. This matter must not be spread out. We are willing to testify with our lives that this matter will not be leaked to a second person. The forbidden soldiers present also knew the importance of the matter. The commander of the Forbidden Army, on the other hand, had an excited look on his face. This is God blessing our emperor. Once we have mastered the method of entering the Xian Yuan Ban and use human lives to go in there, we will surely be able to pick up a lot of spiritual medicines in the periphery. The first god of the ancient world. The Xian Yuan Ban had been in place for at least 10,000 years without any living beings intruding into it, and there must be an extreme amount of spiritual medicines in it. The depths of the Regulus Ban were still difficult to explore with their current power. However, there were definitely quite a few spirit medicines in the periphery as well, while there were also fewer ferocious beasts. The commander of the Forbidden Army said, and tried to go straight in with a ladder on his back, because, just in the periphery, she had already seen several precious and incomparable spirit medicines. Jean Li's face was cool, making it impossible to see the excitement in her heart. There was a ladder next to her as well, but she hadn't carried it yet. She needed to keep verifying it. Don't do anything rash for a while, and take another look. Those death row inmates are poor and vicious. At this moment, the 3 of them carried the ladder on their backs and entered the Regulus Ban. Heavenly Tao, heavenly pride. On their faces, there was shock and fear. One of the men saw an elixir, and a greedy look appeared on his face. He immediately took it off and shoved the elixir into his stomach. Outside, there is a powerful forbidden army. If you want to live, taking the elixir is the only chance. As for running away, their speed now is just about the same as an ordinary person. With those few forbidden soldiers staring back there, how could they escape? Eating the elixir was the only chance to possibly survive. The commander of the Forbidden Army saw those dead prisoners eating the elixir, and she was incredibly anxious. Those elixirs, even she didn't want to eat them. As a result, it was gorged on by a couple of death row inmates. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a prisoner without a pop-up window. Empress Jinli was calm, without words, staring at Xianyuan forbiddingly. Seeing this, the commander of the Forbidden Army could only stay where he was. Only inwardly, it was incomparably painful. It was more heartbreaking than plucking 3 or 2 pounds of flesh from her chest. Just then, Empress Jinli's pupils shrunk slightly. The forbidden soldiers present also realized what was going on and were on alert. Only to see, a roar came from a large green-pupiled, white-furred insect that was a full 10 feet tall appeared. When it stomped on the ground, trees and things were broken and wood chips flew across the ground. The big bug, just a few hundred meters away from the 3 prisoners. For this kind of ferocious beast, a distance of several hundred meters was just a matter of a few breaths. Green Gang Tiger. The Forbidden Army commander's face was grave. A terrifying beast at the Demon King level. Yi Chen Xiaoruoxue without any flickering windows. She was a king-level powerhouse. The same realm as the Green Gang Tiger in front of her. But if it came to actual combat, she was in no way a match for this Green Gang Tiger. The Green Gang Tiger is bloodthirsty by nature. And those 3 prisoners, they will surely die. And at this moment, with the appearance of the Green Gang Tiger, they were unable to enter the periphery of the Xianyuan ban. Or else a collision was bound to occur. Discovering the presence of the Green Gang Tiger, 2 of the prisoners directly threw away their ladders and frantically fled. 1, on the other hand, had gone weak in the knees with fear and was clinging to the ladder, unable to move at all. Anon, the Green Gang Tiger let out a roar, and an astral aura erupted out of its mouth, rushing straight towards the 2 escaping prisoners, only to see that the prisoner's body stiffened and fell straight down, and his body was in pieces and bloody. And the remaining one, who was paralyzed on the ground, clutching the ladder, was directly scared to the point that yellow liquid flowed out of his crotch. Yi Chen Sunny Xiaoruoxue Works Catalog. The Green Gang Tiger looked at the last prisoner. His eyes flashed with inexplicable colors, and there seemed to be thought and awe in his eyes. However, the Green Gang Tiger was gone. The commander of the Forbidden Army froze. So did the rest of the Forbidden Army. Why is the Big Dipper Tiger gone? Isn't it bloodthirsty by nature? If a human goes in there, will he or she be attacked by it? An array of complexity flashed through Empress Jinli's eyes. You can enter the Regulus Ban with a ladder on your back, unhindered. Qi Yuan didn't lie to her. What Zahara said was true. Zahara, who the hell are you? Jinli was a bit confused, and a hint of inferiority complex couldn't help but grow in his heart. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. Quickly, however, she cast that emotion aside. Gentlemen, put the ladder on your backs and follow me in. Remember, even if you encounter a terrifying beast, the ladder must not leave your body. Understand? Yes, sir. Several forbidden soldiers obliged. The commander of the Forbidden Army then persuaded. Your Majesty's status is honored. How can you be caught in a dangerous place? Let us go in while your Majesty waits here. Empress Jinli remembered Qi Yuan. If she didn't go in, she would be too sorry for Qi Yuan's trust. There is no harm. I will go in with you. Empress Jinli's words were unquestionable. A group of several people, carrying a ladder, entered the Regulus Ban. The prisoner, who was still alive, was also handled by them in passing. Celestial Mapping latest chapter. So many elixirs. It's a 3-flower scent. Xian Lust Grass. Green fruit. These few forbidden soldiers who entered the periphery of the Xianyuan Ban were incomparably excited. Because, there are too many elixirs here. There are tens of thousands of years in which no one has entered it. The elixir here is predictable. Unlike other forbidden places, the spiritual herbs in the periphery had long since been picked away by powerful people. And deep down, not even the strongest dared to go in. And now that they were picking at the periphery of the Regulus Ban, it could be said that the harvest was bountiful. It's only been an hour and already 23 King's Grade Spirit Medicines have been picked. Jinli couldn't help but sigh. King Grade Spirit Medicine. Even Jinli, as the queen of the southern Qian Kingdom, had only taken less than 10 plants since she was a child. The Book of Chaos without window. And here, only after such a short while, 23 plants were collected. As for other grades of elixirs, there were even more. It can be said that the value of the harvest in just this one moment exceeds the value of one piece of the treasury's harvest. A red light appeared on the Forbidden Army commander's face. With so many elixirs, we don't know how many strong people we can create and how many experts we can invite to serve us. There was also joy in Jinli's heart. She recalled Qi Yuan's words that he had already pierced through the copy of the Xianyuan Ban. Yes, it was called a copy. She thought of something and said, When we go to the depths of the Xian Yuan Ban, we have to pick the imperial spirit medicines, especially the 9 flowers erythrina. Jean Li wanted to go in deeper, and indeed she had to pick the 9-flower cherry, but there is another reason. The forbidden soldiers next to him sniffed and their faces changed slightly. Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. The depths of the Xian Yuan forbidden area had imperial elixirs, but there were also bound to be imperial-ranked ferocious beasts. If they encountered a king-level ferocious beast, they would still be able to escape. It was almost impossible to escape when one encountered an emperor-level ferocious beast. They couldn't help but grip the ladder harder. I don't know if the ladder still works. Willing to go with your majesty. Aha, Jean Re nodded. If she wanted to turn the tables, just these 2 dozen or so king great spirit medicines were far from enough. She had to get the 9-flower Elohim, heal Aunt Jean's injuries, and even help Aunt Jean go further. She had to pick up other imperial grade elixirs as well. Of course, she also wanted to take a look at the depths of the Xian Yuan Ban, the place where Qi Yuan had stayed for half a year. A line of lil people, carrying a ladder, carefully walking in the middle of the Regulus Ban. Wherever they encountered ferocious beasts, no matter if they were strong, weak, fierce or docile, they all turned a blind eye to a few people, even fearing to hurt Jean Li and the few of them. This scene made the commander of the Forbidden Army TSK. With the ladder on our backs, we can enter the Xian Yuan Forbidden, and these ferocious beasts won't even attack us. This whole thing, it's just unbelievable. When she finished, she turned her words around. I wonder which of the wonders it was that told His Majesty about this method. The rest of the people also looked at Jean Li and were very curious in their hearts. That must be a supreme emperor, right? A wisp of gentleness flashed through the depths of Jean Li's eyes. He is my close friend. Before she did, she added, his identity is not very clear to me. The few forbidden soldiers present were all a bit moved. Which one of these wonders is it? I didn't realize that I could be so diligent. It seems that the good virtue of national diligence is still engraved in my genes. Zihara stretches his body, feeling happy. Today, he was up before the puppet cat even barked. It's true. No games, early to bed and early to rise to enjoy such a beautiful morning. And at that moment, Jiang Lingsu's voice came, eldest senior brother. We've all finished our morning cultivation, the first god of the ancients. Qi Yuan sniffed with some embarrassment. Jiang Lingsu continued, but compared to some time ago, you have improved, eldest brother. If you can follow what you just said and stop playing those degrading games in the future is promising. There's no way the game won't be played. Qi Yuan flatly denied. Eldest senior brother, didn't you say you'd cover me in the future? Jiang Lingsu laughed. How can you cover me if you don't cultivate properly? Don't let your senior sister cover you if you get into trouble in the future. It's not bad for you to cover me, Qi Yuan said. My favorite saying is if you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Jiang Lingsu gave Qi Yuan a blank look, and Qi Yuan thought of something and took out the jade slip of the gong method. Senior sister, your jade slip. Give it back to you. Thank you, La. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride latest chapter. Jiang Lingsu continued with the jade slip, a smile on her lips. Eldest brother's technique has been self-created? Naturally, Qi Yuan said confidently. It's just that it's not perfect enough. It can only be cultivated to Qi refining perfection. I have to patch it up to foundation establishment. Jiang Lingsu froze at his words, then smiled even more cheerfully. Only 2 days an eldest senior brother has created his own technique. He is truly a heavenly genius. She said more than she meant, because it's not going to happen. Unless, instead of creating feats, it was better to modify someone else's feats a bit and claim them as one's own. And of course, that's awesome. Do you want to switch to cultivating the gongfu I created? Qi Yuan said seriously. The gong methods you all cultivate are all too problematic, but it will be the sustenance of a certain existence. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. That kind of gong method, Qi Yuan naturally wouldn't cultivate it. Thank you, eldest brother, for your kindness. No need. Kong Ling Su refused. The Dharma decree she cultivated was a heaven-grade Dharma decree, and it was categorically impossible for her to change her cultivation. Eldest senior brother, looking at your outfit, are you preparing to go down the mountain? Aha, Qi Yuan nodded. I'm going to create my own technique for the foundation building part, but unfortunately, I don't know anything about foundation building, so I'm going to go to the bottom of the mountain to listen to some great lessons about foundation building. When Jiang Lingsu heard this, she concluded more and more that what eldest senior brother had said before was all a joke. Knowing nothing about building a foundation, he went ahead and created a gong method. Could such a technique really be cultivated? Before leaving, Jiang Lingsu kindly reminded, eldest brother, the gong method is the foundation of a cultivator, so don't modify it arbitrarily. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxua latest chapter. Half an hour later, Chi Yuan was seated in the middle of the cultivation hall of the great class. He came early and got a good spot. Behind them, one after another, many disciples came in, and when they saw Chi Yuan, they all revealed puzzled looks. They lowered their voices and discussed in whispers. He wears purple robes. He's a true disciple. Why did he come up here for a big class? This isn't an ordinary purple robe. Look at his collar. There are 9 golden lines. He's not an ordinary true disciple, but a peak chief. What? The gazes of the people here, as they looked at Chi Yuan, had a mixture of awe and doubt. After all, this kind of big class was usually only seen by outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples, and there were relatively few inner disciples, not to mention true disciples. Yich and Sun Isya Rawashua latest chapter. In the Divine Light sect, disciples were categorized into true disciples and formal and miscellaneous disciples. Utility disciples have the lowest status. They can cultivate, but they have to serve as utility workers. Formal disciples were further divided into inner disciples and outer disciples, both of which were formally worshipped in a peak. And once an inner disciple worshipped a certain elder, he would become a true disciple. True disciples also had a gap that was mainly reflected in the strength of their masters. And like a peak of the chief big disciple, that is even more true in the true tradition. Idle elders do not dare to offend the. Such a chief great disciple has his own peak master to tutor him. So how could he come to such a big class? He's Chi Yuan, the chief senior disciple of the 7-colored peak. Surprisingly, it's him, worthy of being the chief senior disciple, really handsome. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. These miscellaneous disciples and formal disciples, after learning Chi Yuan's identity, had different looks, from envy, to awe, to jealousy. Why did he come here? According to the rumors, he angered the peak master of the 7 colors peak, and was so angry that the peak master stayed behind closed doors in the 7 colors hall. By the way, I only told you guys about these news, so don't tell them. Offending the peak master. He's got a lot of guts. I heard that the rest of the true disciples called Chi Yuan, a rebellious disciple who rushes his master and deceives his ancestors. The crowd was murmuring, and there were also many female disciples with good looks who made secret glances at Chi Yuan. However, in view of Chi Yuan's behavior of deceiving his teacher, they did not dare to be too blatant. In order to prevent trouble, Chi Yuan sat in his seat and muttered, "Sure enough, a good-looking man is the center of attention everywhere." Celestial Mapping latest chapters. Roughly half a pillar of incense passed, and the deacon who was teaching finally arrived late. It was an old man who could have been half in the ground. When he saw Chi Yuan, he froze slightly, and then a smug look flashed across his heart. He felt that it was his lectures that were so good that even such chief great disciples came to listen to him. He decided that this time, he had to give 200% of his power in his lecture, and he had to speak in a high and forceful manner to make sure that Chi Yuan was shocked. It is also known as the proverbial falsehood. My name is Su Rinshan. Today, I will be the one to teach you the key points about foundation building. After Su Rinshan finished speaking, the disciples under the field all looked serious. Although their cultivation level was still far from foundation establishment, it was important for them to learn about foundation establishment in advance. Latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. Above Chi refinement, one becomes foundation establishment, and when one becomes foundation establishment, one can be a deacon of my divine light sect and enjoy offerings. However, building the foundation is 1,000 times more difficult, stopping many seekers of the Tao. Su Rinshan said, a look of remembrance in his eyes. In the beginning, he was also almost unable to build a foundation. Foundation building, too, has its highs and lows. You should know that foundation building requires a foundation building artifact, and using the foundation building artifact as the foundation, you can build your own foundation. The higher the grade of the foundation building spirit item, the better the effect of foundation building will be. Su Rinshan spoke eloquently. Below, a disciple immediately picked up. I know that foundation establishment spiritual objects are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, with the upper grades being the best and the lower grades being the least. Su Rinshan nodded in satisfaction. The higher the grade of the foundation building spirit, the better the effect of foundation building. You guys know that there are grades for foundation building spirits, but I'm afraid very few of you know that there are grades for foundation building as well. Ancient God Emperor Works Catalog. At these words, many people in the arena focused their attention even more. These they really don't know. Su Rinshan glanced at Chi Yuan's position and was pleased to see that Chi Yuan was also listening attentively. Foundation building, which is subdivided into mortal grade foundation building, spiritual grade foundation building, earth vein foundation building, and immortal grade foundation building. Generally, the lower grade foundation building spirit, the achievement is the mortal grade foundation building. The old man is the mortal grade foundation building, wasting his life, no hope of Yuan Dan. A pity. What a medium-grade foundation building spirit accomplishes is spirit foundation building. And of course, there is also the possibility of becoming an earth chakra foundation building. As for the top-grade foundation building spirit, it corresponded to the earth vein foundation building. Rumor had it that above the top-grade foundation building spirit, there were even higher-grade foundation building spirit that could achieve immortal-grade foundation building. Immortal product foundation building represents the prospect of becoming a true immortal, everlasting life. Starting with the Chiluk phrase without a pop-up window, the crowd on the field was breathing heavily. Who didn't want to become a true immortal? Of course, there are subdivisions within each of these foundation building levels. Chi Yuan frowned as he suddenly asked, "Dare I ask, teacher, is immortal-grade foundation building the best foundation building?" Hearing the seven-colored peak's chief senior disciple ask for advice on his problem, Su Ranshan's mustache was about to curl up. Nonetheless, above the immortal grade foundation, there is the legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation, which is the strongest foundation. That one dares to ask, teacher, what is Heaven's Path Foundation building? Chi Yuan earnestly asked for guidance. Su Ranshan froze when he heard this. He was a tiny foundation establishment cultivator. What the hell did he know about Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? However, he still said stiffly, the so-called Heaven's Path Foundation building is profound and unfathomable. I only have one or two guesses. You can just listen to it. Don't take it seriously. After these words, Su Ranshan breathed a sigh of relief. He started making stuff up. Anyway, he said it was just his guess and not to be taken seriously. Moreover, this is the kind of thing that the disciples here will never use in their lives. He made it up and no one debunked it. Hearing this, Chi Yuan immediately paid full attention. He wanted to know what exactly was Heaven's way to build a foundation. Su Ranshan moistened his throat. What do you guys think is the most precious foundation building spirit in the world? He looked at the disciples below him, looking rather like an accomplished master. Is it the 9 heavenly divine thunder fruit? A female disciple asked tentatively. Seeing this, Su Ranshan said, 9 heavenly divine thunder fruit, rumored to be born only in the 9 heavenly thunder domain, is a foundation building spirit above the top grade, considered rare in the world, but compared to the most precious, there is still a distance to go. Star tears? Shen Huan source chi? Supreme bone? The many disciples on the field all said some extremely precious foundation establishment spirit materials. All of these foundation building spirits were only precious foundation building spirits that existed in legends. Su Ranshan looked at Chi Yuan, who had been pondering, and asked, Chi Yuan, what do you think it is? The first god of the ancients has no windows. Chi Yuan returned, Heavenly Tao Foundation building. Since it's the Heavenly Tao, is it related to the Heavenly Tao? Su Ranshan said approvingly, you are right. The heavenly way to build a foundation, the required foundation building spirit, when it is, and at this moment, Chi Yuan instantly felt enlightened and enlightened. It feels like growing a brain. Be enlightened. His face was agitated and he looked a little crazy. I've come to my senses. Heaven's Path Foundation building. So that's how it is. Chi Yuan made a solemn teacher salute to Su Ranshan and then took his leave. Inspiration was fleeting, and he had to hurry back to record it. Su Ranshan saw the scene and revealed a smile. He continued to explain for the rest of the Divine Light Sect disciples. There is a strange thing in the world called Heavenly Pulse Chi. Rumor has it that this is a strand of Chi that overflows from the pendant of the Heavenly Tao. And if one obtains it, one can cast the Heavenly Tao to build a foundation. Heavenly Tao, Heavenly Pride. These, or what Su Ranshan had read in the ancient books. The Chi of the Heavenly Vein is then the most precious foundation building spirit. On the 7-colored peak, Chi Yuan sat dumbfounded, his brain running fast in a rare way. Tendo Chikyu. It turns out that the so-called Heavenly Tao Foundation building is using the Heavenly Tao as a foundation building spirit. Chi Yuan came to his senses and grew his brain. If his goal was not too ambitious, perhaps the Heavenly Tao of this world would have directly blessed him with 5 flowers. Chi Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky dome, revealing a puzzled look. But, how do I refine the Heavenly Tao into my foundation building spirit? I wonder what Tendo tastes like and if it's any good. Unfortunately, there was no one to respond to him. Go in the demon martial chaos as a jailer without a window of shadow. Speaking of the Heavenly Tao, I seem to have obtained a fragment of the Heavenly Tao in the Regulus Ban. Could this be used as a foundation building spirit? Chi Yuan's spirit lifted, having discovered something extraordinary. That game Jade Slip, to Chi Yuan, could be more than just a game, but he was too lazy to think deeply about it. It's been a long time since I've played a game. Boot. Thinking like this, Chi Yuan once again entered the game. This time it appeared that, as usual, Zihara was buried in the dirt. Opening the chat interface, he saw a message from Jinli. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't lie to you, did I? The current Xian Yuan ban is already in my shape. What's inside? You can take whatever you want. he's very posh. Yichin Xiaoruashu and no bullet windows. In the Regulus ban, the most precious thing he had taken. As for those so-called spirit medicines, they were just snacks to him. Don't eat anything that doesn't taste good. Moreover, those elixirs, to him, were not as effective as killing a monster. He replied again, those elixirs are of average value. The most valuable ones in there are those ferocious beasts. Killing one, you can get quite a bit of experience and upgrade quickly. After posting it, though, Qi Yuan had some regrets. That Li must have a lower level and couldn't beat those monsters. Come to Clothespin Band sometime. I'll take you to brush the monsters. I have to say, there are so many monsters here. Qi Yuan finished his message and left from the mound. He was now level 82. Yichen Sun Xia Ruoshua latest chapter. But there is still caution to be taken in the clothing ban. The gargoyles banned by Regulus, each on their own, and the ones banned by Clothespin are not. Looks like it's time for another liver game. Qi Yuan muttered. The cultivation in the game would faintly feed back into his real body. So, in the game he's constantly brushing up on his levels. At the same time, there was still the problem that he could get a reward for finishing the copy. The Heavenly Tao fragment was what he wished for the most nowadays. That was his foundation building spirit. With that in mind, he began to work on brushing the monsters. Most of the clothesline demons of the clothesline ban appear together. I'll have to find the ones that fall alone to deal with them. Qi Yuan pondered, opening signing the latest chapter of the desolate ancient sacred body. The clothespin demons were united in too many numbers to surround him, and he would have to die. When he was in the Regulus ban, once Qi Yuan was accidentally injured, and for several days the game character was in a poor state, and the reality was that he also suffered some effects along with it. So, he has to be careful. Sneak! Qi Yuan went into a stalking position. At 82 levels, his battle power continued to increase, and he had also gained a number of game skills. Of course, if placed in the immortal cultivation world, it could be called a divine power. He gained 2 main skills, and 8 minor skills. Gain 1 master skill for every 30 levels. Every 10 levels, gain a minor skill. The 2 major skills that Qi Yuan had obtained were the heavenly sword drawing technique and overbearing strength. The latest chapter of the Celestial Atlas. Sneaking is a small skill that allows you to hide your form and walk quickly. Only to see that, in the middle of the Xian Yuan ban, Qi Yuan passed through many jungles and also saw many strange clothed demons. A certain patch of jungle in particular made him feel faintly as if he were entering something other than a forbidden land. It was only that there were many trees in the middle of the dense jungle. Flowery bibs and braziers hung from every tree. With the wind, the bibs flutter. It's an extremely comical image. Among them, Qi Yuan also saw quite a few pants. If some pervert came here, he would have been straight up over the top. But in case that pervert took a shot at those belly buttons, the end would be extremely bad. For each of these belly buttons, there was no level lower than 30. The Book of Chaos without bouncing window. Siguan got out of there fast. After about half an hour, Qi Yuan finally stopped. Finally, a place where clothes are rare. He looked ahead at the dozen or so clothed demons who were washing clothes at the water's edge. These clothed demons, ranging from 30 to 50 ranks, they are doing laundry. Qi Yuan bellowed. Demon, look at the sword. The golden-colored sword instantly grew larger, several feet in size. The huge sword slapped horizontally, sweeping out gusts of wind that capsized the river. And the sword landed on those clothed demons, crackling and snapping, directly smashing the clothed demons into broken strips. Plus 100 experience. Experience plus 300. Plus 200 experience. The level 82 Qi Yang could be said to have killed these low-level clothed demons in seconds when dealing with them. Not bad. Qi Yuan clapped his hands. We can go find the other clothed demons. Before he struck, he cast a small skill to cover up the commotion in this area, so that he wouldn't attract the attention of the other clothed demons. Only, what Qi Yuan didn't expect was that he had just left in front of him, and there were hundreds of clothed demons, rushing towards this, and at the same time, he also sensed that in all directions, there were also quite a few clothed demons running towards him. He froze. How was I exposed? He drove off in a hurry. If they were surrounded, the end would definitely be miserable. An hour later, Qi Yuan was panting, confirming that no one was behind him. He lay down in the middle of a valley. This isn't playing a game. This is running for your life. Just killing a dozen or so clothespin demons in a remote place. As a result, hundreds of clothespin demons directly surrounded them. He kept fleeing, and it took him a lot of effort to finally escape. Qi Yuan sat up with a puzzled look on his face. The rest of the clothed demons, how did they find me? He was puzzled. Could it be that all the clothed demons share the same perception? Qi Yuan thought of the bugs he had seen in anime before. It's set in a certain anime where the bugs are all controlled by the Matrix, using the same system. If that's the case, it's troublesome. Ancient First God Works Catalog. In that case, Qi Yuan's divide and conquer battle plan failed. He was distressed. This game map is even harder to paint than expected. Why don't you ask for help, Jinri? Maybe she's got some kind of game plan. Qi Yuan thought and sent some messages. There are just too many clothing demons in the clothing ban. I saw a forest of trees today, all hanging with belly bibs. That scene TSK. Extremely shocking. If you use your cell phone to capture it and post it on the internet, it will definitely be on fire. I hunted the clothed demon today and discovered something. Zihara sent out a statement of the problems he was having. Do you have any cheats on your side? Send them to me. I'll refer to them. Thanks a million. Heaven's path, Heaven's pride, no bullet window. Prime Minister. His Majesty has returned to the palace. A man in robes said respectfully. The people we sent. They're gone. Sima Ting was playing chess, and when he heard this, he smiled and ignored the robed man, but said to the civil official with whom he was playing chess, Bo Chang, are you sure you're ready to land here and eat one of my pieces? My pieces, linked together, have true eyes everywhere. The big picture is set, and you are already dead. The civil official sniffed and joked respectfully. My official's chess power is far inferior to the Prime Minister's. The momentum is gone, so I can eat a piece and eat a piece. Sima Ting smiled and laughed as well. Nowadays, Empress Jinli was like a black child on a chessboard, without any way to live. It's only a matter of time before the trapped animal dies. And that civil official took advantage of the situation and said, 6 days later, when Elder Lady Qin is defeated, we will rise up as a group and attack. And by then, Southern Xian will be the Prime Minister's world. Go in the Demon Martial Chaotic World as a jailer. Latest chapters. When Minister of Power Sima Ting heard this, the smile in his eyes grew even wider. Although it was said that the Southern Xian country was also his world now. But where was it better than being on a first-name basis? Jean Li was in a good mood. She had just met with Aunt Qin and gifted her the 9-flower cherry blossom, an imperial medicine. With this imperial medicine, Aunt Qin's injuries would not be any problem. Moreover, Aunt Qin might even, possibly, step into the realm of the emperor. This was certainly uplifting for Jinri. In a world where force was honored, having one more imperial-level powerhouse would give her a little more certainty in dealing with Sima Ting. And the one who brought her all this was all Qi Yuan. Thinking of Qi Yuan, she had mixed emotions. Yi Chen Xiaoruashui. And at that moment, Linglong Jade Shield once again flickered with light. She took out the Linglong Jade Shield, and her joy grew a little more as she looked at the contents and watched it carefully, looking at it very carefully, much more carefully than she had looked at the Zhengzhua. Word for word, when she saw Qi Yuan in danger at the clothespin ban, she was a little alarmed. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face when she saw the trees in the clothesline ban filled with belly buttons. Information about the clothing ban? When she saw that Zihara had turned to her for help, she was immediately on board. The information on the clothing ban, I'll find it for you right away on my end. Be careful until there are results. Gee, thanks for asking. Qi Yuan's message replied quickly. I'm telling you, this clothing ban's strange, too peculiar. Yichin Sun Xiaoruashue no pop-up window, Zihara said heatedly. Jean Li also listened attentively. At this time, she didn't have the identity of the Empress anymore, and in her eyes, Qi Yuan wasn't that mysterious and powerful higher power. The two of them were just old friends who could talk about their hearts. Half an hour later, Jean Li looked at the booklet on the jade seat and frowned. There are so few records about the clothing ban? There was only a thin booklet in front of him, and there was very little on it about the clothing ban. Just a few pages, and these introductions, all of which were broad strokes, couldn't help Qi Yuan at all. Call Dong Shishun, the university scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion, Jean Li said. Dong Shishun, the university scholar of Wenyuan Gu, is one of the most learned few in the southern Qin kingdom. As for Dong Shishun, he was also from Jean Li's faction, and she hoped to learn information about the clothing ban from Dong Shishun. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body latest chapters. Not long after, Dong Shishun, a university scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion, appeared in the Luan Hall. Jean Li asked directly, Maester Dong, do you know any information about the clothespin ban? Especially about the introduction of the clothespin demon. Dong Shishun froze at his words. The clothing ban is one of the 4 prohibitions and one of the best in the Moonwatch continent, tens of thousands of miles from the capital of the southern Qian kingdom. Why does your majesty ask these questions? Your majesty, I don't know, Dong Shishun answered truthfully. The clothing ban is so far away that information about it is really scarce. Jean Li sniffed and lost a little. Can't help Qi Yuan anymore? Just at this time, Dong Shishun seemed to be hesitating about something, and finally opened his mouth and said, the Micro-Minister. Celestial Atlas latest chapters. There's no harm in saying what you have to say. In the House of Metaphor, or there are books written about the clothing ban. When the old Duke was young, He once went to the clothes ban in person. Dong Shun knew that there were books about the clothes ban in the residence of Dukyu, and they were very detailed. The reason why he swallowed his words was because Yugong's relationship with His Majesty was very bad, even to the point of being stiff. Dukyu's daughter, a former noble consort, and His Majesty's mother today, a previous empress. Noble consort has a grudge against the empress and ends up dying in an accident in the palace. The metaphorical public took the matter and blamed it on the empress. Incidentally, there is a hatred for His Majesty. If Jinli begged for a book, she would surely be given a hard time. Jinli also realized this, but she was still happy in her heart that she had finally found a clue. The latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. She whisked her sleeve. I'll pay my respects to Lord Yu myself. She didn't have too many people under her command, and if she sent someone to ask Yugong for a book, she would definitely be recognized by Yugong, so she might as well go herself. Being given a hard time is nothing. It's not a big deal if you find information about the clothing ban. Late at night, Jinli left from Yugongfu holding the booklet. She had been on her knees for so long that she walked shakily, but a smile spread across her face. The commander of the Forbidden Army, Hua Sen, supported Jinli, his beautiful eyes overflowing with anger. Yugong is too much. Knowing that His Majesty you have an injury to your leg in the early years, but also intentionally make things difficult for you. His Majesty's heavenly splendor and dignity is incomparable, but even to the she noble consort kneeling spirit, a whole 3 hours. An ordinary person kneeling on the ground for 3 hours is torturous. A pampered person would have fainted. I'm afraid. Ordinary adults, I'm afraid, can hardly stand it. It was only after truly kneeling for 3 hours, unable to move, that I realized what it was like to be in pain. And although Empress Jinli has cultivation, but it is not very strong, and her legs have some injuries, otherwise when she first ascended to the throne, she would not have made a fool of herself. Kneeling on the floor for 3 hours was hard for her. 2. Nothing, at least what I wanted, I got. Jinli clutched the booklet tightly. Content inside. P.S. This book title is too crotch-pulling. Tomorrow may change the name of the book. If there are readers or reading, readers greatly pay attention to do not recognize the wrong. Finally, a request for a catch-up read. Recommendations please and thank you. In the carriage, Jinli couldn't wait to flip through the books. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and when she returned to her chambers, she was still flipping through it, looking for the information Qi Yuan needed. Your Majesty, it's already cinnabar time. It's time to go to bed. If the dragon's body is not in good health, the slave girl can't afford it. The maid wearing a goose-colored palace dress reminded. Jinli didn't raise her head. Aha! There was a lot of information about the clothing ban in the Yugongfu, and Jinli was searching for the answer to Qi Yuan's query, as well as collecting other information about the clothing ban so that she could share it with him and help him. Finally found it. Jinli's eyes lit up. All the clothed demons are one, and intercommunicate with each other, but every night, this connection will be greatly weakened. Getting this information, she hurriedly took out her Linglong jade shield and told it to Qi Yuan. At the same time, she told Qi Yuan the information she had compiled about the clothing ban. The first god of the ancients has no windows. After posting this, she was a bit excited, but when she saw what the books had written, she revealed a puzzled look. Ancient texts record that the only clothes band today is the dowry monster. Strange. What was the explanation for the belly band monster Qi Yuan had mentioned? Could it be that another clothes monster has been born among the clothes band? Jinli was puzzled. However, when the guard she had sent earlier returned, she would be able to ask what was going on. I wonder if the guards, can they see Qi Yuan? What does Zihara look like? Again, Jinli was a bit curious. Putting down the book, a strong fatigue hit her. She was tired, and the slender thighs and delicate jade feet, also a little sore. The aftereffects of kneeling for 3 hours had yet to fully dissipate. Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no bouncing window. The sun shone lazily on Zihara's body. Having just climbed out of the dirt pit, the scent of dirt still lingered on him. He looked up at the sun. It's so round, just like the golden Dan. As usual, he opened the chat screen. In the chat area, there were many messages from Jinli. He accessed them one by one. It's true. 3 cobblers add up to a genius. Asking for help from Jinri really did work. In Jinli, he got useful information. As it turns out, there is indeed a connection between the clothespin demons, but as soon as night comes, their connection is greatly weakened, and that's where my chance comes in. However, it's not a good test now that it's broad daylight, so we'll have to wait until night. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. Qi Yuan continued to look at the message below. Jinli not only provided what he needed to ask, but also marked some dangerous areas, as well as explaining the distribution of the clothespin demons' powerhouses and so on. She is really virtuous? No, it should be attentive and considerate. Qi Yuan murmured. realized something and changed his words. After all, in the last life, the word virtuous became somewhat of a derogatory term. It's so boring to have to wait until dark to brush the monsters. Chi Yuan was bored and sent a bunch of messages to Jinli. While Jinri might not be online to be the first to reply, it didn't really affect anything. He said to himself, the scenery here is really beautiful. It's just that the clothes demon is a little creepy. Much scarier than the ghost movies on TV. Yi Chen Xiaoruashui. If I hadn't been level 82, I might have been really shocked. Unfortunately, you can't take pictures, or else I could show you the sights here, and it might startle you. Chi Yuan sent the message and suddenly thought, hey, what do you look like? If you can take a picture, you might even be able to see what the female netizen looks like. Unfortunately with this game, you can't post pictures or videos. Originally, Chi Yuan thought that Jinli would not return his message until later, but he did not expect Jinli's message to be sent just after he sent it. I look okay. On the other side, Jinli's mood was not calm, and her mood swings were even greater than when she had just met the Minister of Power. Sima Ting. I'm okay too. Why don't we, face a base? Chi Yuan was quite fond of Jinli Yichen Sunny Xiaoruashua without a pop-up window. When he was seriously ill, he lived alone, and the only person he talked to was Jinli. And Jinli's character, temperament, are quite suitable with Chi Yuan. Simply put, the two people talked to each other. He did not in Jinli see the point that he hated. Jinli sat on a rosewood chair. A faint refreshing fragrance surfaced. She looked at the words inside Linglong Yushur and read them for a while before solemnly saying, yes. Chi Yuan also surfaced a smile when he saw this. By the way, did you go to a different map from me? The only maps I have open right now are the 4 bands and 2 extinctions. I'm stuck here now and can't leave. A map? 4 bands and 2 extinctions? Isn't it a masterpiece? By the way, I don't think you're swiping monsters. You're going through the game's plot, right? The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. What is your status here? What is your status? What are the difficulties you encounter? Give me a few words. Maybe I can help you refer to it. Without waiting for Jinli to answer, Chi Yuan once again asked kindly. Jinli, who was in the middle of the temple, was a little dizzy. She knew that Ziggurat spoke strangely and divinely. The difficulty he mentioned? Identity? Is it a question about who she is in reality? Originally, she had met Chi Yuan in passing, and she hadn't fully revealed her identity. She was, after all, the head of a country in the southern Qian country, with a special identity, which she had previously concealed from Chi Yuan. Today, I am the Empress of the Southern Qian Kingdom. Jinli did not hide her identity anymore. Wow, your plot character is so awesome that she's an empress. Celestial plot characters. No, I need to meet with you even more. I've never even met the mayor of a town in my entire long life. Empress, that's rare. Jinli heard this and laughed bitterly. What is your mission now? Chi Yuan continued to ask. Mission? Jinli has gotten used to Chi Yuan's strange and odd speech, and she probably understood what Chi Yuan meant. I am the Queen of Southern Qian. Within I have the Prime Minister Sima Ting who covets the throne. Outside I have the Northern Khan's royal court infesting me. And moreover, there are demonic beasts attacking and pillaging the city from time to time. So, your main task now is to finish off Sima Ting, keep the throne, and then finish off the rest of your enemies? Seeing Chi Yuan's glib words, Jinli was a little shocked inside. These big things, she was thinking about them, but how could she do them? It's nice to be able to keep the peace. The Book of Chaos, even if Chi Yuan was a topless emperor, mastered the method of entering the Xian Yuan ban, and was able to break into the clothesline ban. However, such a supreme emperor could not do what was said above. Alas, I don't know how high the level of the game character you encountered is, and whether it can be hacked to death with a sword, Chi Yuan said. And then he asked, have you seen the great man's dragon slaying technique? That was a great book. The great man is very powerful. If you realize a few of his true passages, this kind of situation will surely be trivial. Never seen it, Dragon Slayer? It's precious, isn't it? When Jinli heard those 3 words, she felt that it should be a very precious thing. And hearing Chi Yuan say that by realizing the dragon slaying technique, her problems could be solved in a matter of moments. A book written by that great man must be worth a fortune in paper. It's not expensive. Maybe a couple $100? 100 pounds of grain will buy it. It's a shame I haven't read it, or I'd have fooled around and taught you. Setting off a change in the gaming world. Perhaps another word is heavier, and he substitutes change. Jinli froze when she heard this. It's amazing that such a valuable book is only worth 100 pounds of grain. I don't understand the military and I can't play politics. I think, in this case, just kill him. Zihara said his odd opinion. I'll see when. I'll reclaim some minions in the clothesline ban and send them to help you. After chatting with Jean Lee for a long time, Chi Yuan exited the game. Clothesline band demons are not good to deal with during the day. He'd have to wait until the night to come online to deal with it. The game had been online for too long and was too mentally draining, so Chi Yuan didn't stay in the game world all the time. Gotta change the routine. Chi Yuan felt that during this time, one had to live the game at night and sleep and rest during the day. I have to speed up my progress and get through the game, so I might be able to collect all the Heavenly Tao fragments. According to the Heavenly Tao Foundation building theory, the Heavenly Tao was the best foundation building spirit, catalog of the works of the first god of the ancient world. If I build my foundation with the Heavenly Tao, the 5 Peaks Chief Grand Disciple shall be headed by me. Sihara thought so. It's early. Time to walk the knife. Gotta walk him harder these days. Feels like he's going to grow a brain. About a month to be born spiritually? Why so early? Could it have something to do with me realizing the heaven's way to build a foundation? Ziggurat walks his Van Iron Chopper, thinking about something. I wonder if it has given birth to a spirit, and if I hold it, can I cut down a Yuan Dan real person? Zihara was looking forward to it. He had been remodeling the forging spirit technique for a long time. The knives that are produced must also be extraordinary. In a short period of time, he couldn't break through to the foundation establishment stage, and his strength couldn't qualitatively change. But the knife could give him extraordinary power. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. Chi Yuan walked casually along the main road of the Divine Light sect, and at that moment, a group of disciples in black power suits hurriedly walked by. These disciples were from the Divine Light sect's Golden Light Hall. The Golden Light Hall is the Divine Light sect's law enforcement hall, externally and internally. These on the ground hurried towards the mountain gate. Obviously something urgent had happened again. However, upon seeing Chi Yuan, these Golden Light Hall disciples still stopped in their tracks. Greetings to eldest senior brother. Chi Yuan looked at the law enforcement disciples of the Golden Light Hall, especially the one at the head, and nodded. No need to be courteous, you guys go quickly. Many thanks senior brother. The leader, Zhang Zhanghe, replied before the group of people hurriedly left. For Zhang Zhanghe, Chi Yuan was more familiar, because he was more alternative. He was arrested and went to the Golden Light Hall several times, and Zhang Zhanghe was already familiar with it. Go in the Demon Martial Chaotic World as a jailer, latest chapters. Looking at Zhang Zhanghe's back, a series of words emerged in Chi Yuan's mind. This is a cultivator with quite a sense of justice, and at this moment, all he wants to do is kill people. I wonder what happened down the mountain. Chi Yuan simply sat on a rock, too lazy to walk, and let the knife bask in the sun. The surrounding Divine Light sect disciples were also talking, seemingly discussing the matter of the Golden Light Hall's law enforcement disciples leaving in a hurry. What happened when so many disciples of the Golden Light Hall went out? Don't you know? Recently in our Divine Light sect region, there have been several murders. A murder? Last night, Ronqing Su Deshanren's son married his wife. It should be a joyous celebration. But hey, someone found out at dawn. Su Deshanren's family of 18, all killed. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue latest chapters, especially that newlywed's wife. She was defiled and then killed. It's just too tragic. This is the behavior of a villain. There have been 3 such incidents in the vicinity of Ronqing. It's all about wonderful girls being defiled on their wedding night and their in-laws being exterminated. Which evil person is so bold as to dare to commit evil under our Divine Light sect's rule? Some are righteously indignant, some are pained, and some are indifferent. There's no need to think. Naturally it's those devil sons of the Black Mountain sect. Hearing the Black Mountain sect, the faces of everyone present changed slightly. There were 3 major clans in the Great Shang dynasty, and the Divine Light sect was one of them. The 3 major sects were the Divine Light sect, the Levitating Mountain, and the Devil's Desire sect. The 3 major clans were the 3 most powerful clans in the Great Shang country. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiao Ruoxue works catalog. However, if we were to talk about the clan that could not be messed with the most, it was definitely the Black Mountain sect under the 3 great clans. The Black Mountain sect merely had a few Yuan Dan Real people sitting around. In terms of strength, it was naturally inferior to the 3 great sects. However, the patriarch of the Black Mountain sect recognized a righteous father named Old Demon Black Rooster. This old demon, a giant of the demon path in the middle stage of divine infancy, and a loose cultivator, is vindictive and quite difficult to deal with. The Black Mountain sect has always been the filial son and virtuous grandson of Old Demon Black Rooster, and those devil sons of the Black Mountain sect, borrowing the might of the old demon of the Black Rooster, became more and more arrogant and domineering, constantly committing evil. The reputation of the Black Mountain sect was considered stinky in the Great Shan country. Unfortunately, the Black Rooster old demon was too strong and a loose cultivator, making it quite difficult to deal with. If they couldn't secure a direct suppression, Those clans were afraid that they would be subject to their retaliation. The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a pop-up window. That was why the Black Mountain sect was so arrogant. These disciples of the Divine Light sect were talking a lot, and some of them were holding back. What could they do if the disciples of the Black Mountain sect were evil? It can only be secretly condemned. This time, I'm afraid that the Golden Light Hall's law enforcement disciples who traveled to Rome City would only return without any success. Next to him, Qi Yuan heard this and muttered, "An otherworldly version of Chang Wei? Nope. It's even more irritating than Chang Wei." As night was fast approaching, Qi Yuan killed a chicken and made a chicken soup to drink. In the game, there was too much exertion and some weakness. He had to patch himself up. Of course, he shared this chicken soup with Jiang Lingsu. After all, the last time Jiang Lingsu gave him the jade slip of the gong method, it helped him a lot. Catalog of celestial mapping works. It smells really good. Jiang Lingsu drank a bowl full of chicken soup, with crystals still hanging on the corners of her mouth. Eldest senior brother, you've done a good job with this black chicken soup. In the future, if you can't cultivate immortality, it's not bad to be a cook and open a restaurant. Then you have to endorse me. Qi Yuan looked at it. Jiang Lingsu don't look old, but the appearance and temperament are both good. Then the so-called 98 flowers in the previous life. 00 flowers to look too good. With salt? Jiang Lingsu didn't understand. The conversation didn't last, though, and Ziggurat had to start livering in the game. At night, Qi Yuan entered the game. It was quiet in the cloak and dagger ban. Suddenly, a ghastly white arm reached out of the earth. Zihara is on the line. He carried his great sword and continued to sneak. The Book of Chaos without a window. It wasn't long before he came to a wooded area. Above the trees, many clothes were hanging. If you didn't look hard enough, you'd think there was a human corpse hanging. Qi Yuan picked a place where there were fewer clothed demons. He raised his great sword and kept a wary look around. Sure enough, at night, their senses are much weakened, and their connection to each other weakened as well. To what extent will it be weakened? If it was during the daytime and he was carrying a large treasure sword and appeared so blatantly, he would definitely have been discovered by the clothespin demon long ago. But today, no. This suggests that their senses are indeed diminished at night. Qi Yuan walked over and stabbed his great sword at a belly button. That bib shattered instantly. He looked around. The rest of the clothed demons were still hanging from the trees. Unresponsive. Qi Yuan revealed a smile. Doesn't it mean that I can kill all the clothed monsters quietly in one night? With this in mind, he walked towards the second cloaked monster. As he had done, plus 200 experience. He was holding a large sword and killing with ease and casualness. Only, when they killed the 30th clothespin demon, the clothespin demons hanging from the trees finally reacted and woke up one after another. Only, unlike the neatness of the daytime, they, at night, seemed disorganized, as if they were headless. Hunt the moment. Qi Yuan felt that this was his chance. Qi Yuan took the big treasure sword and weaved through the belly. No, clothed demon. The little skills keep coming. Strong sword split skull. Xiaoshan Jianyu. Bloodlight transportation. Experience plus 300. Plus 200 experience. Experience plus 400. Qi Yuan was killing it. Finally finding the feeling of playing the game. These are all experience packs right now. He's killing it in the game. Sword picking big pants. Split the coat. Sword stabbing sling. Zihara kills with gusto. And he was surrounded by more and more clothed demons. Trees were crumbled and clothed demons were chopped to pieces. The first god of the ancients has no windows. A few dozen meters in a circle was Qi Yuan's main battlefield alone. He was like a god of killing. Once he approached a certain clothed demon, that clothed demon became his experience baby. Due to the nighttime, those clothed demons were unable to quickly assemble and fight on their own. This was undoubtedly like a wolf entering a flock of sheep to Qi Yuan. The reason why he was able to kill big in the Xian Yuan ban was because the demonic beasts in the Xian Yuan ban were not united. And at this moment, the clothespin demons of the entire clothespin ban were slowly reviving. Qi Yuan was on a killing spree, and some of the revived clothes demons, newly awakened from their big sleep, were confused. So, even demons can have stampedes. Qi Yuan looked at the distant stampede and rushed over. The clothespin demon stampede was naturally different. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride latest chapter. That's because they wake up at first, have an emergency response, and go straight for it, attacking indiscriminately. This also led to a number of weak clothes demons being involved. Kill. Qi Yuan transforms into a liver god and kills the game. However, it was only a few hours before Zihara decided to make a run for it. No, gotta run. Those clothed demons, though their senses would be much worse at night. However, so much time had allowed them to slowly form an army formation and kill towards Qi Yuan. This is the time to run. Of course, as in the past, Qi Yuan directly dug a hole and buried himself. Not bad, Got up to level 84 and got a lot stronger again. As a jailer in the chaotic world of demons and weapons. Livered all night, racked up a level and a half of experience, and moved up 2 episodes. Strive to take down the clothing ban completely within half a month. Zihara felt that it came in waves like this every night. It was estimated that in half a month, he had pretty much tossed the clothed demon of the clothesline ban. By then, he might be able to reach level 90 as well, awakening a big skill again. At that time, his strength in the game world would once again increase. The speed of brushing other forbidden places and even Jedi would also increase, and the Heaven's Path Foundation building spirit objects would be able to be pocketed. Chi Yuan thought of this and suddenly became frustrated. Cultivating immortality is too difficult. Just one heavenly Tao to build a foundation, but it requires me to kill through a world? Those geniuses in the legend of Heavenly Tao Foundation building, how strong should they be? Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. When you encounter it in the future, you'll have to stay away. Chi Yuan lay down in the pit, changed to a comfortable position, and messaged Jean Li as usual. He told of today's night attack and finally said goodnight and went offline. Because, if he stays in the game too long, he'll get mentally overwhelmed. He'd tried, and now that he was, staying in the game for more than half a day was a serious situation. How serious is it? It's the same as an ordinary person who has a hypoglycemic attack and is blinded by both eyes. So, he hardly ever stays in the game for 12 hours, and beyond. Only, before going offline, he muttered, heavy-handed in the game, coy in reality. That's right, killing goblins routed in the game. Yichen Sun Isya Rawashu and no bullet windows, but in reality, he was so cavalier that he couldn't even hack a Yuan Dan. One could also only wait for the knife to be born with a spirit before it had a chance to cut down Yuan Dan. Of course, it's also just a chance and not insurance. The next day, when Chi Yuan woke up, he seemed to hear thousands of ducks quacking. He opened his eyes, got dressed and shuffled around. He stepped out of the courtyard and looked at the 3 young girls in front of him. He yawned. What are you talking about early in the morning? The 3 young girls in front of him. One of them was the senior sister, Jiang Lingsu. The other one he had seen was a grade A achievement girl who had entered the Divine Light sect this year. In the beginning, it was up to him to select his senior sister and exclude this female. This woman, on the surface, looked innocent, but her eyes always carried charm if anything. The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a pop-up window. Chi Yuan remembered when his eyes saw that this young girl was of a special physique and was still being looked at by the old black rooster demon. The last young girl, plain and ordinary, was most noticeable for having a bit too many freckles on her face. Generally speaking, the faces of cultivators rarely appear freckles. Greetings, elder brother. The 3 maidens saluted. The identity of the chief big disciple is honored. Even yesterday Zhang Jianhe led the team out, encountered Chi Yuan, also stopped to salute and left. Jiang Lingsu looked at Chi Yuan's still awake appearance and couldn't help but say, eldest senior brother. It's midday now. Where's the morning? Chi Yuan looked up at the sun in the sky, big and round. Another look at the 3 young girls. Celestial Mapping latest chapter. Hey, must have been thinking about making a Jindan lately. Looking at everything big and round. What are you guys discussing? Looking quite righteous? Chi Yuan asked casually. It's still not the Black Mountain sect, that innocent young girl said, with anger on her face. Chi Yuan suddenly remembered that yesterday, Zhang Jianghe led the Golden Light Hall and went to Rongcheng, which seemed to be related to the Black Mountain sect. What's going on? Some time ago, a true disciple of the Black Mountain sect, named Chu Tianxiong, did evil deeds in Rongcheng, raping several newlywed women and destroying their entire family, which is an abomination. Senior brother Zhang Jianghe led the Golden Light Hall and captured Chu Tianxiong in Rongcheng. The more the innocent girl spoke, the more excited she became, and her words were a bit unclear. Jiang Lingsu said, Xiao Ran, don't get excited. Let me say it instead. Catalogue of works of the Book of Chaos. Chu Tianxiong was caught by the Golden Light Hall and was incredibly arrogant. Elder brother Zhang Jianghe was just heading to bring Chu Tianxiong back to the mountain gate to dispose of him, but halfway there, an elder from the Black Mountain sect appeared and directly took Chu Tianxiong away, and also injured elder brother Zhang Jianghe. The 3 young girls present were furious, and the freckled girl also clenched her fists, itching to kill Chu Tianxiong. Jiang Ran said, the Black Mountain sect is really too rampant. The freckled young girl also couldn't help but voice out, if it wasn't for the Black Rooster old demon, where would the Black Mountain sect dare to be so arrogant? Hearing the old Black Rooster demon, Jiang Ran's face became heavy as well. Principal Chi said, I've seen many dramas where the villains don't have a good ending. The 3 teenage girls were confused and didn't know what the TV show was about, but the second half of the sentence, they did understand. It was all a bit silent. Will the bad guys really have no good ending? Jiang Lingsu still remembered that when that giant of the Devil Dao, who had once slaughtered a country, came to her clan, her father and grandfather, all treated him with respect. This is ultimately a world where strength reigns supreme. The bad guys are probably having a better time than the good guys. Eldest brother is right. Good will be rewarded and evil will be rewarded. It's not that it won't be rewarded. The time has not yet come. Jiang Lingsu, however, concurred. The matter of the Black Mountain sect. Qi Yuan put it at the back of his mind. He took the knife and continued to walk it. Along the way, he heard many whispers, all of which were crusades against the Black Mountain sect. The Black Mountain sect is truly abominable. How dare you injure senior brother Zhang, not putting our divine light sect in your eyes? Who let their patriarch have a good righteous father? What's even more detestable is that the Black Mountain sect is going to come to the Foundation Establishment Conference in half a month. What? The Black Mountain sect is coming too. I heard that several Peak's chief great disciples are discussing yesterday's matter. Why is that? Person still walking his sword? Keep your voice down. Isn't that one not yet a foundation builder? What's the point of going to discuss it? I'm afraid even Chu Tianxiong can't win. Don't say that. Senior brother didn't build the foundation as he didn't want to himself? He definitely didn't want to stop at Qi refining perfection either. Ancient First God latest chapter. Zihara listened to all this and didn't seem to have any reaction. Moonwatch continent. A ray of delight appeared on Empress Jean Li's face. Aunt Sheen, your injuries are healed? Aunt Sheen nodded. Thanks to the imperial medicine gifted by His Majesty. Only then did my old self's injuries finally heal, and my strength was even higher. That's good. The stone in Jean Li's heart fell to the ground. After her father and mother were gone, it was Aunt Sheen who watched her grow up. To Aunt Sheen, she leaned especially heavily. However, thinking of something, she asked, Aunt Sheen, are you sure about the battle with the State Master of Nanfeng Kingdom in 6 days? The appointment 6 days later was a matter of life and death for Jean Li and the others. Once it failed, Sima Ting would definitely wait for an opportunity to launch Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride Works catalog. By then, Jean Li would have no ability to resist. Forced resistance would only result in the early death of those who followed their thing. When Aunt Sheen heard this, a wisp of sadness appeared on her face. Yesterday, the Crown Prince of Nanfeng Kingdom visited Sima Ting. Sima Ting gifted a large pill called the Mixed Blood Locking Pill. What? Jean Li chewed her teeth through her gums. The heart of Sima Ting is known to all. The State Master of the Nanfeng Kingdom was a powerful person at the late king level. What it cultivated was the Dragon Elephant Purgatory technique. The stronger the chi and blood of this gong, the stronger the strength, and when practiced to the highest level, it has the strength of 100 dragon elephants. If it was before, the Aunt Sheen who had taken the 9-flower cherry blossom was a small bit stronger than the State Master of the Nanfeng Kingdom. However, the great medicine that Sima Ting gifted was a superb chi and blood great medicine. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. If the State Master of Nanfeng Kingdom takes this kind of great medicine, he will be like a tiger with wings, and his strength will definitely increase greatly. From the late king level to consummation, it was no longer a matter of words, and it was even expected to have a glimpse of the royal level landscape. The current State Master of the Nanfeng Kingdom, Aunt Sheen, was no match. The one who caused all this was Sima Ting, the Prime Minister of the Southern Xian Kingdom. Isn't Sima Ting afraid of being accused by all? Next to him, the commander of the Forbidden Army, Flower Fairy, was also incomparably angry. Sito is getting less and less disguised. Jean Li frowned as she took out the remaining imperial pills. Aunt Sheen, could taking these imperial pills be able to boost your strength? Aunt Sheen's eyes flashed with a shocked look when she saw the imperial pill. She didn't know where His Majesty obtained so many precious royal medicines from. These imperial pills, if I take them, I am certain that I will break through into the imperial level within 3 years. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue Works Catalog. But, time is too late. Aunt Sheen's words were filled with regret. Jean Li's brow was furrowed as she pondered on a way to break the situation. The imperial pill hired an imperial level powerhouse to make a move? Exclusion. Looking for some short-term strength-boosting tiger and wolf medicine? No way. Jean Li didn't have a good idea for a while. She couldn't help but remember what Qi Yuan had said about collecting some small demons at the clothespin band to help her. The emotion flickered. Where was it so simple to subdue the clothespin demon? It is just a matter of talking about it. I don't know. Where is the fast way to raise your cultivation level? Jean Li couldn't think of anything. She looked at Aunt Sheen. Aunt Sheen, the matter of you being well from your injuries. It's better to hide it first. Don't let Sima Ting know about it. And for the matter of raising your strength, Lone will go and think of a way to do it. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xia Ruoxue Works Catalog. As you wish. Greetings, Sovereign. The hall was empty, and Qi Yuan stood in the center with a respectful attitude. True Lord Deadwood glanced at Qi Yuan with a hint of derision in his expression. You still recognize Lao Fu as the patriarch. A few months ago, This great disciple of the seven-colored peak suddenly revealed that the divine light sect's patriarch, that is, he, was actually a spy for the devilish desire sect. At that time, he was so shocked that he thought he had been exposed, and that the one from the seven-color peak, in conjunction with the rest of the peak masters of the several peaks, wanted to make a move against him. I didn't realize that the false alarm was complete nonsense from Chi Yuan. He did have a deep connection with the Devil's Desire sect, and was personally delivered to the Divine Light sect by one of the elders of the Devil's Desire sect. From a miscellaneous disciple, he made it to an outer disciple, and then to a true disciple. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body, day after day, his heart raced. He often contacted that elder. Each time that elder said, "Wait a little longer." Day after day, year after year, he was careful, and from an undercover agent, he became the patriarch of the Divine Light sect. And when that elder saw him again, True Lord Deadwood directly changed his face. "People of the Devil's Way, you also presume to try to provoke the relationship between my father and the Divine Light sect." That Devil's Desire sect's elder was already on the verge of dying, and when he heard this, he directly hiccuped. Chi Yuan looked at True Lord Deadwood and said lazily, "It's not like you've done anything to wrong the Divine Light sect, so why can't I call you patriarch?" True Lord Deadwood looked at Chi Yuan, his heart incomparably complicated. This great disciple of the seven-color peak in front of him was godly. How on earth did he know that he was an undercover agent of the Devil's Desire sect? Celestial Atlas latest chapters. Or is that completely made up? Chi Yuan, I have something here that needs to be given to you to do. True Lord Deadwood returned to business. Chi Yuan's attitude also became serious. In half a month, it will be the Foundation Establishment Conference. Mentioning this, a strand of sharpness flashed through True Lord Deadwood's eyes. This Foundation Establishment Conference will be organized by my Divine Light sect. At that time, the Great Merchant Kingdom, Levitation Mountain, the Devil's Desire sect, as well as other sects will all send some disciples to participate and compete for the first great foundation building spirit. Yellow flower fruit. The first great foundation building spirit is the best among the upper three grades of foundation building spirit. Extremely rare in the Great Shang dynasty. Rumor had it that those godly and powerful people from the Great Shang country only had a handful of them, using the upper third grade foundation building spirit to build their foundations. And it's not even a first-class catalog of works in the Book of Chaos. It was evident that a first-rate foundation building spirit was precious. Chi Yuan froze when he heard this. Why don't you senior brothers and sisters wait for this yellow flower fruit? We also didn't expect that this time. In the secret realm, there were only a few foundation establishment spirit objects, among which was this yellow flower fruit. True Lord Deadwood lamented. If I had known that I would have nodded a first-rate foundation building spirit. He definitely wouldn't let the chief great disciples of several peaks build their foundations early. Nowadays, among the chief great disciples of several peaks, only Chi Yuan had not built a foundation. True Lord Deadwood felt that this could be a coincidence, but it could also be the handiwork of the one from the seven-colored peak. She deliberately left top-quality foundation building spirits for her disciples. So, this time, it will be you, leading our Divine Light sect, to participate in the Foundation Establishment Conference. Ancient God Emperor Works Catalog. Chi Yuan, I hope you can raise the prestige of my clan and take the yellow flower fruit. Chi Yuan was quite helpless when he heard this. Can I not attend? Can't. The Divine Light sect patriarch flatly refused. And thinking of Chi Yuan's character, he added, you only need to go up one last time. It won't take an hour. Seeing this, Chi Yuan finally agreed. Good. Sovereign, farewell. Chi Yuan wanted to leave. Seeing Chi Yuan in this state, the Divine Light sect patriarch laughed bitterly. I don't know if it's a good idea to pin your hopes on Chi Yuan or not. That yellow flower fruit, in case it was seized by another clan and created another strong person like old Demon Black Rooster, it would not be good. Just before he could think much about it, Chi Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Patriarch, is the Empress of the Great Merchant beautiful? Even though True Lord Deadwood was a generation of true lords, his heart was constantly churning at this moment. He looked at Chi Yuan, wanting to say something. However, Chi Yuan just left. The Deadwood True Lord sat down, his hand stroking on the purple-scented wooden chair, wisps of red dust incense rising up as he wondered what he was thinking about. And outside the Divine Light clan, Chi Yuan walked his blade again. First great foundation building spirit. Yellow flower fruit. Actually, Chi Yuan was a bit moved. The price of the foundation building spirit is expensive. However, the foundation establishment assembly, you need to defeat the disciples of other sects in order to get the rewards. It's too troublesome. As soon as he wanted to race, Chi Yuan felt bored. He might as well liver the game. His strength was really increasing. Only, when he went to a store and asked for the price of a first-grade foundation building spirit, his eyes lit up. Ancient First God Works Catalog. What? Worth 10,000 spirit stones? There's no market for it? There was once a powerful clan that was willing to bid 50,000 spirit stones and failed to buy it? Zihara was a bit distracted. As a great disciple of the seven-colored peak, the resources he was able to obtain each month was only 10 spirit stones. However, after offending his master, his spirit stones were cut off. Go through the daily snap and search. Some time ago, his thatched hut leaked and he couldn't even afford to spend a spirit stone to find someone to repair it, or he climbed up on the roof himself to fix it. What kind of a mortal is this? Moreover, once Qi Yuan built his foundation, then the lack of spirit stones would be massive. The polishing of mana at the foundation establishment stage consumes the most spirit stones. Therefore, the foundation disciples of the Divine Light sect often went out to do quests to earn spirit stones. Heaven's path, heaven's pride. How about a match? Forget it, it's too much trouble. If only it had been won by some bad guy. I could have taken the moral high ground and snatched it up. Ziggurat rambles, but only rambles. This level of foundation establishment spiritual objects, there must be a powerful person protecting them. How could he grab the ground over nowadays with his small arms and legs? After a day of hanging out like a streetwalker, Ziguan feels like he's one ghost fire away from a wonderful girl who tells her father, "Dad, you don't know him at all." When he returned to the seven-color peak, Qi Yuan smelled a strong fragrance. Spirit carp, drunken shiitake mushrooms, and northern jumbo melon. Siegara has a good nose. These scents made his appetite go up. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. Senior sister, this pot of yours can be all spirit materials. The price is not cheap, right? Qi Yuan remembered that after coming to this world for half a year, he had only eaten a delicacy made of spirit materials once, and it was worth less than one spirit stone. Well, it's okay, it's only a few dozen spirit stones, Jiangling Su said with easy thanks. She clapped her hands. There's still some time left. I'm going to build my foundation. I need to eat something good and replenish my body. Of course, Jiangling Su had other considerations. She showed a little bit of her wealth to see if she could catch the attention of that cold fairy on the seven-colored peak. After all, when the dark turmoil came in the future, I'm afraid that the one who could resist was that fairy on the seven-colored peak. Qi Yuan was dumbfounded when he heard this. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Jiangling Su smiled sweetly. It's good to be cast. Dog dado. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth, unable to eat grapes, and said grapes are sour. The seasoning you added to this spiritual food is too little. The flavor might be a bit lacking. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue works catalog. He couldn't afford these spiritual materials. Just one of the mushrooms inside. Senior brother, last time you made chicken soup for me to drink. This time I'll treat you to spirit material soup, Jiangling Su said. Qi Yuan instantly changed his face. It really smells good. The material is good. It naturally smells good. He also took the opportunity to advertise the spiritual food made by Jiangling Su, ginger lingus. It's true that in the demented lineage, there's something wrong with the head. She gave Qi Yuan a bowl full of spiritual food. Serve yourself a bowl. Qi Yuan took a bite, and his lips and mouth were full of flavor. Truly delicious on earth, Qi Yuan commented. This was so much better than the Hextech takeout he bought in his previous life. Moreover, with just this one bite, he felt that his mana had grown by a strand. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiao Ruoxue. This was no less than, if he were to behead a 70-level great demon in the game Jade, its increased cultivation would feed back to his main body that much. Suddenly it feels like the liver game doesn't smell as good and you might as well be eating spiritual food. And, it's so good, so much more delicious than Hextech, than pre-made dishes. Only at this time, Jiangling Su frowned. Unfortunately, the grade of the spirit materials is too low, and the spirit food that is made has a somewhat poor flavor. Qi Yuan again instantly felt that the spiritual food in the bowl did not smell good. Unsavory as it was, he wasn't polite when he ate it. Liver game. Seeing that the night was getting late, Qi Yuan once again entered the game. As usual, Zihara got out of the pit. Wine and dine. Liver game. Opening sign up for Arakan's sacred body. He took his great sword and stalked through the woods. Tonight's clothesline ban is no different than usual. It seemed that the damage done to the clothed demons last night hadn't left a mark on these clothed demons. Soon, Qi Yuan arrives at the place where the clothespin demon hanged herself. Xiaoxiang Jianyu. Wrist howdy doody punch. Ziggurat began the hunt again. The clothespin demons were slaughtered by him one by one. The other clothed demons, too, were waking up in the trees. They have no face, no eyes, no ears, not even a mouth. But Qi Yuan could feel their anger. If they were to press a mouth on them, Qi Yuan could be sure that a series of beautiful homeland words would be heard. Celestial mapping. Yu Day. Of course, these clothed monsters couldn't speak or insult Qi Yuan. They could only attack Qi Yuan, venting their anger. Unfortunately, They all became Qi Yuan's experience babies. Qi Yuan is here. 7 in, 7 out, comparable to Zhao Yuan and Wen Yuan. A few hours later, when he saw that the clothes monsters had once again assembled, Qi Yuan directly whisked his clothes away afterward, and did not stay behind for 1,000 miles. Afterward, Zihara dug a hole and buried himself. He's summarizing. The clothed monsters are gathering faster. It seems that they are growing too. But I'm growing too. Another level up. But unfortunately going forward, it's going to get slower and slower. Qi Yuan finished summarizing and opened the chat interface. Book of Chaos latest chapter. He replied to the barrage of messages from Jinli. As usual, Jinli sent very fragmented messages. For example, among the Zhangji, there is a place of flooding. She is a little worried. Or, today, the horse she led suddenly went crazy. She was almost injured. Qi Yuan replies slowly, and then he shares his daily routine in the game to Jinli. A little while later, there was a flurry of messages. It's getting late. Time to get off the line. Qi Yuan felt that he had been in the game long enough, and that's when, to his surprise, Jinli sent a message. Still up this late? Qi Yuan wanted to look up at the moon, but unfortunately the mount couldn't see it. Things have been a bit eventful today, Jinli said, tired and feeling a quieting of her mind. I went to see Aunt Qin during the day and used the imperial medicines picked from the Xianyuan ban, and her injuries have gotten much better. Jinli told the events of the day, slowly. She doesn't like to spread negative energy, so she tries to deliver it in a smooth tone. This mission of yours is a bit difficult. Qi Yuan felt that if he were to be in Jinli's position, he wouldn't necessarily do as well as she did. After all, the court is all about people and all he does is fight and kill. Do you think there's any quick way in the world to make people stronger? Jinli couldn't help but ask. Getting stronger fast? Several answers arose instantly in Qi Yuan's mind. Eating devil fruit? Being enlightened by a patriarch? And, do push-ups. In this world, there are no devil fruits, and no one is enlightened. Doing push-ups makes you stronger, Qi Yuan said enthusiastically. I know someone who is ordinary and mediocre, but keeps working out every day. Push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups. As it turned out, it didn't take long for him to go bald, but he also got stronger. Exercise, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups? What is it? Jinli was confused. Could it be? Is it a supreme technique? Ancient First God Works Catalog. Seeing this, Qi Yuan was a bit different. So it's a girl who doesn't like sports. Just let me show you how to exercise. That's not good, is it? Jinli thought Qi Yuan was going to pass on her supreme technique. Don't worry, it's a big road trip. It's easy. Qi Yuan pondered for a bit and taught for about 10 minutes before handing the exercises over to Jinli. This can enhance strength? Jinli felt unbelievable. For these movements, commonplace as they are not arcane. But the thought that carrying a ladder on her back would get her into the Regulus band made her think it was true. Well, actually not. Maybe practice for 10 years to be able to beat a wolf? Qi Yuan said. Jinli froze slightly and then smiled. These can be popularized to ordinary generals. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. However, it's not impossible, Qi Yuan said, and took out his divine pen. Today's Regulus ban was under his control. He could change the rules of the Regulus ban, then add to that, work out and improve your cultivation. After thinking about it, Qi Yuan wrote push-ups and sit-ups and other exercises to increase his cultivation. After writing it, Qi Yuan was thoughtful. It's a done deal. Just seems to have some side effects. Will you lose your hair? So, even when the rules are changed, they are changed with my perception? No. It's time to grow a brain. Can't think anymore. Qi Yuan felt a headache and couldn't delve into the principles of this. He hurriedly said to Jinli, in the Xianyuan ban, if you do those exercises I mentioned, you can quickly raise your cultivation level. If you are a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts, bring more people over there to increase your strength a bit, and try to break through earlier to come help me with my copy. Going to Xianyuan ban and doing this can enhance your strength? Jinli was a bit confused. Naturally, what am I lying to you for? Gotta be careful though, too much of this exercise will make your hair fall out. Jinli was still a little confused. Mentally, she believed in Zihara's words, but logically, versus rationally, she felt that Qi Yuan was talking nonsense. As far as the side effect of losing her hair, she didn't pay much attention to it. What's this compared to boosting your cultivation? However, she thought for a moment and bit her red lip with her shell teeth. Thank you, I have to get offline. It's too late, Qi Yuan said. Yichen Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. Where are you going? Jinri asked. 7 Color Peak. I am a disciple of the Divine Light sect. Qi Yuan finished speaking and went offline to sleep, and Jinli made a note of the place Qi Yuan was talking about. Divine Light sect. 7-colored peak? Where is that? Jean Lee murmured. However, thinking about the method Chi Yuan offered to become stronger, although comical and somewhat outrageous. However, that was overly outrageous, but Jean Lee still chose to believe it and put it into action. Men, go to the great general's residence. Night fell slowly. The carriage stopped outside the Regulus Ban. In the carriage, it was none other than Jean Lee's close friends, as well as Aunt Chin. They had rushed for almost a day and a night on the road, without stopping. Yi Chen Sun Isya Ruwashua Works Catalog. When you're sleepy, you sleep on the wagon. Finally, they arrived at the Regulus Ban. Have you all memorized what I said? Getting off the carriage, Jean Lee looked at the 30 or so people in front of her with a serious face. These 30-odd people, all of them were her true cronies, loyal men who could die for her. Auntie Chin was among them. The men nodded, not resisting Jean Lee's orders. Aunt Chin held the ladder in her hands, not knowing what she was pondering. She then asked, Your Majesty, the imperial pill was taken in the Xianyuan Ban? It seems that Your Majesty has already mastered the method of entering the Xianyuan Ban. When Aunt Chin looked at the Xianyuan Ban in front of her, she made a guess. It was just that she was curious as to how exactly she was going to get in. Can a ladder in the hand be useful? The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a pop-up window. Gentlemen, carry the ladder and go in together to the Regulus Ban. Remember, no matter what happens, you can't throw the ladder away. Yes, sir. These cronies, though doubtful, did as Jean Lee said. The crowd didn't say anything, but in reality, question marks were written all over their heads. When the commander of the Forbidden Guards, Flower Fairy, saw this scene, she couldn't help but laugh lightly. She had been this confused the first time she had entered the Regulus Ban like this. Later, when we get inside, I'm afraid they must look particularly amused. Sure enough, when the crowd carried the ladder on their backs and entered the Regulus Ban unhindered, even the most well-trained forbidden soldiers couldn't help but exclaim in shock from their mouths. Flower Fairy, on the other hand, wore a smug smile. Celestial Mapping latest chapter. Carrying a ladder can enter the Xianyuan Ban. This is what I thought my good friend told me. This matter must not be divulged. Yes, sir. These cronies knew the seriousness of the matter. They all felt that it was unimaginable. The Xianyuan Ban. I'm afraid no one has been able to get in for 10,000 years. Why? Carry a ladder and get in? Hasn't anyone tried this method in all these 10,000 years? However, on second thought, which emperor would be so idle as to carry a ladder on his back to enter the Regulus Ban? But why did it get in? Does carrying a ladder on your back mean anything special? They don't understand. Entering the Regulus Ban, the crowd entered the depths. Jean Lee said again, the ladder needs to be carried on your back and you are not allowed to let go. The latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. On the way here, I handed you those moves. Remember? Remember. Straighten up and we'll make those moves in the Regulus Ban. Jean Lee gave orders. The crowd in the room was a little confused. Aunt Chin also asked, Your Majesty, what are we doing this for? Aunt Chin, do you believe me? Jean Lee looked at Aunt Chin and said seriously, I naturally believe the words spoken by Your Majesty. Doing these movements, Jean Lee looked up at the sky. In the Xianyuan Ban, it is possible to rapidly improve your cultivation. What? Enhance your cultivation? If they weren't Jean Lee's close friends, if Jean Lee wasn't the Empress, Ancient Divine Emperor Works Catalog, in the place of some of the keyboard warriors in Chi Yuan's previous world, they would have definitely started spraying nowadays. Words like funny and shark arms spewed out, but these cronies, too, wore incomprehensible looks on their faces. So was Auntie Chin. This was even more unacceptable than carrying a ladder into the Regulus Ban. If cultivation was so simple, wouldn't the world be full of high-level cultivators? Aunt Chin naturally didn't believe it inwardly, but she still said slowly, this cultivation method is indeed quite interesting. I wonder where Your Majesty got it from. Or that good friend told me. Jean Lee did not hide it. It seems like that senior must be a strong player in the game, Aunt Chin murmured. The word game represents her thoughts. Still, she carried the ladder on her back and began to do push-ups. Just let the old body try and see how it works. She made her move. The people present all stopped their busy movements and looked at Aunt Chin. What Auntie Chin tried at first was push-ups. She leaned down with the ladder on her back. Her palms touched the dirt, and it didn't feel subtle to her. Maybe bullshit? With this in mind, Auntie Chin started doing push-ups. I have to say, it's kind of anticlimactic for someone in a satin brocade suit to be doing push-ups. In just less than a breath, Aunt Chin was already about to finish a push-up. Aunt Chin had originally revealed a helpless smile, as she had not felt the operation of her gongfu in true essence during the push-ups. Without that, how can you get stronger? Only in the next instant, just as she finished a push-up, a special change came instantly. Jean Lee hurriedly asked, how is Aunt Chin? The first god of the ancients has no flickering windows. Aunt Sheen, on the other hand, was directly frozen at this moment. The old body feels as if it has gotten a little stronger. What? Those present exclaimed. Could it be that doing sports can really make you stronger? How much is this getting a little stronger? Flower Fairy asked in a hurry. She was afraid that Aunt Sheen would take into account Empress Jean Lee's face, so she replied with such an ambiguous answer. Only then did Aunt Sheen say seriously, just one push-up is as good as half an hour of my cultivation. What? Everyone present was shocked. One push-up is worth half an hour of cultivation. This is too much, isn't it? Doesn't it mean that it doesn't take 10,000 push-ups to be comparable to a year of cultivation? The Flower Fairy was shocked when she did the math. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. If for the truth, one day of cultivation here can compare to 10 years of cultivation time outside? The crowd was beyond shocked. Doing push-ups can improve your training? What's the principle of this, where there is such a thing? Simply incomprehensible. It's like saying, eat, drink, fart, and break through your cultivation level. Shocked and puzzled as they were, the crowd still all began to come in droves to do their exercises. So the 30 cronies, all of them, began to carry ladders on their backs and do exercises in the Regulus band. They are all cultivators, strong, do push-ups, extremely fast, prone like flying. This kind of scene is extremely shocking. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer, latest chapter. If the people of Chi Yuan's previous world saw this, they would definitely call out bull. Of course, if you post a video, it's but that's it, I'm on me. I have a friend. After all, that's the comments section, where all sorts of wizards and great minds converge. I broke through. The bottleneck that has trapped me for 3 years has actually broken. Doing push-ups is great for breaking through bottlenecks. The people in the room, all incredibly amazed, did quick push-ups and shared their feelings. In just half an hour, of the 30 or so people present, 3 had already broken through one after another. 2 of the breakthroughs were in the minor realm, and 1 was in the major realm. Quickly go and try some other exercises. Yi Chen Xiaoruashua without windows. These people, naturally, didn't just do push-ups, but tried other exercises. Pull-ups, done with a ladder on your back, were a little hard, but still doable. Doing pull-ups, on the other hand, is also able to enhance strength training, and the focus of the enhancement is not the same. Some choose pull-ups, others push-ups, but the sit-ups? How should I do it with a ladder on my back? Carrying a ladder on your back? It doesn't have to be on your back. It can be on your feet. Stand the ladder up, hook it with your feet and do sit-ups. The crowd tried carefully. It turns out that this really works and also increases cultivation quickly. Some people put the ladder flat in the air and hooked it with their feet to do sit-ups. Yichen Sun Xiaoruashua no bullet windows. Anyway, they were all cultivators, and even the poses that the dancing students found difficult, they were able to make with ease. On the field, the crowd was constantly doing exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups. Hot. Jean Lee looked at Aunt Sheen as she asked, Aunt Sheen, how is it? At this moment, Aunt Sheen's face was flushed, and the cultivation in her body was becoming more and more refined. She continued to do the exercise. The old body feels divine straight away. I'm afraid that even supreme emperors may not have this kind of means. That good friend of His Majesty's is truly a man of the world. Thinking of Qi Yuan, Jean Lee's complexion was a little complicated, and a strong feeling of inferiority struck her. But thinking about her current predicament, she didn't have time to think about anything else. Aunt Sheen, here, how long will it take for you, roughly, to break through to the imperial level? Jean Lee asked. Opening sign desolate ancient sacred body no bouncing window. The only way they could finish off the appointment a few days later was to reach the emperor level. In just 2 days, I will be able to step into the imperial level, Aunt Sheen said confidently. Originally, she was at the late king level. In the Regulus ban, raising cultivation was like drinking water. Breaking through to the imperial level was not a matter of concern. That's a royal level. She was overwhelmed inside. Jean Lee heard this and the stone in her heart fell to the ground. She looked at the crowd, thought of something, and said softly, there is something that I forgot to tell you. In the Xian Yuan ban, there are certain side effects to doing these exercises and boosting your cultivation. Hearing these words, some of the original joy in the hearts of the people present washed away. Yeah, that makes sense. The celestial atlas has no windows. It wouldn't be reasonable to raise one's cultivation so much without side effects. We are willing to die for your majesty. They stopped moving and drank in unison, as if they were ready to die. In their opinion, the side effects of such a heaven-defying way of increasing cultivation must be horrifying. Aunt Sheen also said in a deep voice, I have no regrets in dying for His Majesty. Jean Lee was a bit touched and cried when she saw this. The side effects aren't that scary. they won't let everyone die. A stone fell to the ground in the hearts of the people. The commander of the Forbidden Army, Flower Fairy, looked at Jean Lee and slowly asked, "Dare I ask what the side effects are?" "Getting stronger. May shed hair." "Lose your hair? I can't believe I'm losing my hair." The Book of Chaos without a window. That's it? The crowd was shocked. Shocked that. Is this? The side effect of a boost this big is just losing your hair. Not to mention losing their hair. In order to enhance their strength. There are even people in the southern Qian country who practice evil arts in their own wombs. What's a hair loss compared to that? It doesn't count at all. A woman who had broken through a great realm before then revealed a smile. When I broke through the realm before, I lost a dozen or so hairs and didn't know the reason for it, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Not to mention losing a dozen or so hairs. They would be willing to lose all the hairs on their entire body if they broke through a great realm. And at that moment, a bare-headed female prohibitionist suddenly said, "I have no hair." Off what? The crowd looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Ancient God Emperor Works Catalog. Time flew by. Qi Yuan once again hunted the clothespin demon. Nowadays, after all this time, he was level 88. He killed a clothed demon with a sword. Unfortunately, these clothed demons couldn't speak or scream. Suddenly, the look on Qi Yuan's face changed drastically. "It hurts." He let out a miserable scream, a pained look on his face, and clutched his stomach. The body is going to be chopped up. However, soon after, seeing the clothespin demon completely turn into pieces, he revealed a smug smile. "I'm such a great guy. Seeing that you are mute and can't speak, you are specially dubbed. Today, be a voice actor for a day." As he said that, he charged at the clothed demon's center with his sword again. Strong sword split skull. No. Xiaoxiang sword rain. It hurts. Divine dragon spin. Ah. After the big kill, Qi Yuan once again dug a hole to bury himself in. Another 10 days or so and I should be able to level 90. I wonder what the big skill of awakening is. Qi Yuan was looking forward to it. If you're level 90, the clothing ban is also quickly painted. Punch the map of this world through and I'll awaken new special abilities? Zihara rambled on. It wasn't long after entering the game Jade. His eyes mutated and were able to see hidden information. If he breaks the game through, will he undergo any other mutations? Will I have a smooth ear? Be able to hear the murmur of the unnameable? Or maybe I have a dog's nose? Qi Yuan thought like this. The first god of the ancient world latest chapter. He lay in the mound, still unable to see the moon. Qi Yuan. Thank you. Aunt Qin defeated the state master of Nanfeng Kingdom today. Sima Ting's gloomy expression when Aunt Qin displayed her imperial level strength was so interesting. A message was sent from Jean Lee. It looks like she's really having fun. And she's talking with tone of voice. It can be. And you've accomplished quite a bit of your quest. So hurry up and finish it so we can both facepalm. By the way, should we set a location where to meet? Qi Yuan said whatever came to mind. On the opposite end, there was no reply for a long time. And it took a while before it was sent. What do you think of Guki Tsubaki down there? Jean Ri asked. Guki Tsubaki. An ancient tree with the most myths and legends in the Wangyu continent. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride latest chapters. The ancient trees are so high in the sky that it is unknown how high they are. And it is rumored that if you stand on them, you can hold the stars in your hands. Rumor has it that this wood was planted by a heavenly god. Before that heavenly god crusade against the heavenly devil, he planted an ancient Ki Tsubaki tree in the courtyard. The god of heaven told his wife that he would return when the Kuki Tsubaki grew to 3 feet tall. The wife of the god of heaven had been waiting and hoping under the Kuki Tsubaki for I don't know how many years. The once 1 person tall Kuki Tsubaki had finally grown to 3 feet tall. Nor did she wait for the return of her good man. Later, 30, 300 and even 30,000 feet or even higher. The wife of the god of heaven did not wait for her husband's triumphant return after all. Gochi Tsubaki has also become one of the most legendary trees in the Wangyu continent. Go in the demon martial chaos as a jailer latest chapter. Ancient Chi Tsubaki tree? Qi Yuan froze slightly. He knew this tree because there was one on the summit of the 7-color peak. It's just that. Where to find such trees? Where is Furuki Tsubaki? Jean Lee froze as she stepped out of the house and looked into the distance. The figure of a huge tree caught her eye. As long as one was on the Moonwatch continent, no matter where one was, as long as one looked up and looked into the distance, one would be able to see that ancient gifted Tsubaki wood. Ancient trees were in the sky, and the stars were transformed into dots and stars in the leaves. You look up, look to the southwest, and there is a large tree there, the Kuki Tsubaki. Qi Yuan froze slightly. He emerged from the mound and looked to the southwest. Only to the southwest, there was a huge sky-high ancient tree with the stars at its top, seemingly within reach. Yichen Xiaoruashua latest chapter. Is this the Kuki Tsubaki you were talking about? It's so big. If it grows any taller, it feels like it'll top the stars in the sky. When the time comes, I'll make some barbecue, you bring some fine wine, and we'll camp under the Gukit Tsubaki. Something else. Chi Yuan dug back into the mound. Yes. Jean Li's expression was inexplicable. Today, Auntie Chin won big. She was going to ride the wave of victory and sweep away Sima Ting's wings. Of course, she also understood that she hadn't won yet. On all sides, there are still many crises. Divine Light Sect. Zaihara walked his knife, or to be precise, vegetable knife. At this time, a disciple of Wanfa Peak greeted Chi Yuan. Senior brother, the Foundation Establishment Conference is coming up tomorrow, and you're still walking your pet? Yi Chen's son Yi Xiaoruoshui. Chi Yuan didn't stop. My pet is going to open its spirit soon, so naturally I can't be sloppy. I have to go out and walk it. The man, on the other hand, smiled when he heard such a reply from Chi Yuan. Senior brother is truly a wonderful person. Zigara held his knife, walking it with extra care. Behind them, several Divine Light Sect disciples were discussing something with their heads down. This one from Seven Color Peak. He's really calm. Tomorrow is the Foundation Establishment Conference. He still has the leisure to walk his pet, and the ground he walks on is still a kitchen knife. The Emperor is not in a hurry. You don't have time to spare. How come I don't see you fighting on behalf of the Divine Light Sect? Ahem. It's not that I can't cultivate. Rumor has it that the reward for winning the Foundation Building Conference this time around is a first-rate Foundation Building Spirit. The yellow flower fruit. That's a first-rate Foundation Building Spirit. Whoever captures it will definitely be able to form a baby. And in the future, they will walk across the board in the Great Merchant Kingdom. And I'm afraid that if they go to other countries, they will be like a big brother. The opening signing of the ancient sacred body. A first-grade Foundation Building Spirit item is this strong. How heroic are the Earth Vein Foundation Building and Heavenly Tao Foundation Building above it? Don't even think about it. It's impossible for us to meet someone like that. The crowd sighed, only feeling that the universe was too vast and themselves too small. And at that moment, a male disciple gritted his teeth and said, I heard that Chu Tianxiong of the Black Mountain Sect will also come to us. How dare he come? Damn it. Some time ago, the elder of the Black Mountain Sect injured Zhang Zhanghe, and he even dared to come to us. Our female disciples have to be careful, or else in case, some female disciples were pale, obviously fearful of Chu Tianxiong. Humph. This is the Divine Light Sect, one of the three major sects of the Great Shang. How can they let the Black Mountain Sect be reckless? A disciple tossed his voice. Celestial Atlas latest chapter. Regarding the Black Mountain Sect, the disciples of the Divine Light Sect were all on the same page, incomparably angry, yet helpless. After all, the Black Rooster Old Demon was like a heavy mountain that pressed on top of the three great sects. Chi Yuan naturally didn't hear these people. He walked his own knife and slowly made his way back to the seven-colored peak. Oops, why haven't you awakened your spirit yet? Zaihara was tempted to slap the knife with his hand, but was afraid of cutting himself. The greatest fear was to slap the knife silly. What if it became a fool after awakening its spirit? But, I guess it'll just be these 2 days, and there's even a possibility that it'll be tonight. Chi Yuan thought so. He went back into the yard and tied the knife to the stake. Gotta finish the game's liver quickly tonight and then go to bed early. I still have to go to that bullshit Foundation Building Conference tomorrow. Annoying. The latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. Zaihara felt socially terrified. Still like to have more fun interacting with the game's demonic beasts that don't speak, and being able to voice them. Tomorrow at the Foundation Establishment Conference, he would be the face of the Divine Light Sect, welcoming and interacting with people from other sects, and it was annoying to think about it. If only my body was a star in a vast universe, just hanging in the sky, not having to say anything. With this in mind, Chi Yuan entered the game. What he doesn't realize is that at night time, a kitchen knife pops up and cuts the rope holding him. It had been anxiously waiting for half a day in the thatched hut, so it looked for a few grasses to eat. It seemed to be starving and set its sights on a thatched hut not far away. By the light of the moon, it stole away. Then it looked greedily at the thatched cottage, and if it had eyes they must have been glowing, but at last it hesitated and began to rummage through the garbage. About half an hour later, it crept back and used the rope to tie itself up again. The morning light is bright and the sun is rising. Jiang Lingsu's long green dress and long skirt, with her raccoon veil fluttering, is just like a green snake woman. Her soulful eyes still carried a hint of weariness as she smoothed away the hair in front of her temples and muttered to herself. It seems that she lost a piece of Gun Yuan jade yesterday. Alas, it's a shame that the Divine Light Sect can't buy it. Just have to make do with what we have. Hibiscus UNU, originally a kind of spiritual jade, can emit a mysterious fragrance when lit, brightening the eyes and lightening the spirit. Yesterday, the puppet cleaned the house and dumped an unused piece into the trash. In the past, she would not have been distressed, but this is the Divine Light Sect, so you can't buy a substitute. She decided that it would be better to go to the dump and retrieve it. She came to the garbage pile, her sleeves covering her mouth and nose as she prepared to summon the puppet out and retrieve the piece of Gun Yuanyu, the first god of the ancient world works catalog. Just that dump. Flipped by who? She looked at the trash pile and froze. The garbage pile generally held her household trash, along with some unused remnants of her spirit. Take Gun 1OK for example. I didn't realize that the trash pile outside her house had been turned over. She thought of something and a talisman appeared in her hand. This talisman, called the induction talisman, was one of the many talismans in Jiang Lingsu's hand, refined by a divine infant realm cultivator. She is usually placed in front of the bed and used as a warning. The trash pile was turned over, and she immediately pulled the sensory charm out to see if there were no clues on it, only to see that in the center of the induction talisman, there was a faint line, Heaven's path, Heaven's pride, no bouncing window. Last night at the hour of midnight, a being stayed outside my house for an incense burner? Through the information left on the sensing talisman, Jiang Lingsu knew that there should have been a living being that stayed outside her house for a short period of time last night, but there was no malice, and the sensing charm did not signal an alarm, or else the person would still be sleeping. Jiang Lingsu looked at the pile of garbage and frowned. There are only master teacher, me, and eldest senior brother at the seven-colored peak. Other ordinary animals do not cause the sensing charm to respond. It has to be a spirit at least. Suddenly, Jiang Lingsu looked at the thatched cottage next door. She remembered the way eldest senior brother had eaten spirit food last time, and inexplicable emotions arose within her. LOL. She thought about it and went back to her room. Go in the demon and martial chaos as a jailer, no bullet window. Half an hour later, Jiang Lingsu came to the outside of Qi Yuan's courtyard. Eldest senior brother, are you up? Jiang Lingsu shouted softly. What's the matter with senior sister? Qi Yuan had changed into a set of white robes, looking quite handsome and dashing. Today was the Foundation Establishment Conference and he had gotten up earlier than usual. Looking at Qi Yuan's appearance, Jiang Lingsu felt relaxed and happy. Sure enough, seeing something beautiful always puts you in a good mood. Eldest senior brother, can I trouble you with something? Jiang Lingsu said. Oh, what is it? Qi Yuan was very enthusiastic. Last time, his senior sister's Gongfu jade slips, as well as the spirit food, all made him quite grateful. Eldest senior brother, do you know of any special people in our clan? Or mysterious people? That person who could ward off disasters. Jiang Lingsu was initially locked onto Ruanishur, the seven-color peak master. Yichen Xiao Ruashue works catalog. However, Jiang Lingsu felt that there were still some more people to lock in. A special person? Qi Yuan pondered. Then his eyes lit up. I know someone that's special. Who is it? Jiang Lingsu jumped slightly inwardly. Me. Zihara pointed to himself. Jiang Lingsu froze at his words. Senior brother is indeed quite special. After all, the cultivators of the Demented One vein have somewhat abnormal heads. Jiang Lingsu was a bit deflated, feeling that this matter was too unreliable to find eldest senior brother, but associating it with what happened early in the morning. She pulled out a storage pouch. Eldest senior brother, there are 1,000 spirit stones here. Take it as your payment, and if you help me look at some more special people, there will be a payoff later. Qi Yuan looked at the storage bag and blinked his eyes. What does senior sister mean by doing this? Yichen Sun Xiao Ruashue works catalog. Jiang Lingsu did not expect her senior brother to ask this, but on second thought, the demented vein was just a bit demented. Not stupid. She said the reason she had thought of before I came to the Divine Light sect, I ran into a high diviner, and he told me that there was a special person within the sect who was my honored one. So I want to find out who that person is. Qi Yuan suddenly popped out when he heard Jiang Lingsu's words. It's better to believe in you than to believe that I'm the first emperor of Qin. Kong Lingsu? Qi Yuan continued. I'll take this matter. Qi Yuan caught the storage bag. His eyes, capable of seeing different information. Finding someone special should be perfect. The opening signing of the Arakanese sacred body without a bullet window. Are there any other characteristics of that person? Qi Yuan asked again. Jiang Lingsu lowered her head. He should be extremely strong, or perhaps highly gifted. By the way, it is possible that it is not alone. Please, senior brother. Jiang Lingsu finished speaking and left Qi Yuan's courtyard. Qi Yuan took the storage bag and looked at the 1,000 spirit stones inside. I have to say, it was the first time he had seen such a large amount of huge money. However, there wasn't much fluctuation in his mind. Instead, he murmured, why would senior sister send me spirit stones? Sifu asked for his help, and it looks like it's real. But this spirit stone, it looked as if it was a gift to him in general. Could it be that elder sister has seen through my inner bravado and wants to tear my disguise apart? Adopt me? Celestial mapping. Zihara had a sudden thought. He didn't end up dwelling on it. though, and instead set his eyes on the chopper tied up in the yard. Sifu can see my stubbornness. Can you? Knives. The chopper lay on the ground, motionless. What do you think I should name you? The chopper remained still. Knives? Choppers? Nanako? Knife? Demon sword? Skyblade? The chopper finally reacted somewhat. Looking shivering, Principal Chi grabbed the chopper as soon as he could, a puzzled look flashing in his eyes. Is this having a spirit? How come it's not even as smart as my family's classmate Xiao AI? The latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. AI's classmates, when you ask her to fart, she at least knows enough to call her next classmate Kodo, to fart. This chopper, looking sane, is no different than not being sane, but it's normal when you think about it. But Chi Yuan grabbed the sword, and he felt that his battle power went up a level. Summer 8 chop, able to chop up a few Yuan Dan, right? Unfortunately, this is the 7 colors peak, not good for sword practice, and he still had to represent the Divine Light sect to attend the Foundation Establishment Conference, so he didn't have time to practice his sword. Inside the Divine Light sect, the Foundation Building Conference had finally begun. As for this Foundation Building Conference, since there was a first-rate foundation building spirit fruit, yellow flower fruit, the clans from the Great Shan country were not weak people who came. Elder Fei Hua of the Devil's Desire sect has arrived. The levitating mountain-splitting lightsword master has arrived. The king of Changshan County has arrived. The Black Mountain sect's chicken-worshipping elder ancestor has arrived. With the sound of the boy's report, colorful clouds converged outside the Divine Light sect's mountain gate, only to see that one by one, the spirit boats stopped from the air and landed in front of the Divine Light sect's mountain gate. Chi Yuan was dressed in a white robe, the wind blowing through his clothes. Hunting, he looked at the people coming from the various sects in front of him, with an elegant smile in his eyes. Welcome to my Divine Light sect, to participate in the Foundation Establishment Conference. He's still pretty reliable in this moment. These cultivators from various clans landed on the ground with different looks on their faces. Chi Yuan stood on the side, and he already knew about the people leading the teams from each clan. Due to the fact that the Foundation Establishment spirit this time was a first-rate product, the people sent by the various clans were one step stronger than in the past. In the past, the Foundation Building Conference would not have any Yuan Dan real people attending at all. And this time, there were 4 of them, the 2 from Levitation Mountain and the Devil's Desire sect respectively, the king of Changshan County, representing the Great Shang dynasty, as well as the chicken-worshipping elder ancestor of the Black Mountain sect. In fact, according to the unspoken rules of the immortal cultivation world, except for the 3 major clans as well as the Great Shang country, other clans could not send Yuan Dan real people even if they valued them. However, the Black Mountain sect was arrogant and domineering, and had also been pushing for its sect to become one of the 4 great sects, so it had dispatched the chicken-worshipping ancestor. Behind a few of the powerhouses stood some Foundation Establishment elders from each clan, as well as disciples from the Chi Refining Perfection Realm. Ancient First God Works Catalog. Those disciples of the Chi Refining Perfection Realm, many of their eyes were radiating sharpness, obviously hoping to show off their skills in this Foundation Building Conference. As for some of the small sect's Chi Refining Realm disciples, some of them looked a little apprehensive, obviously afraid of not getting good results. The Changshan County king was a beautifully bearded man who wore a silk fancy dress, striding forward towards Chi Yuan with a smile on his face. Where's your patriarch? He's not in death seclusion, is he? When the Foundation Establishment Conference is over, let him come and drink a few cups with me. The Changshan County king looked very spontaneous. He was considered a Yuan Dan realist, but his words were filled with a kind of bravado. The Yuan Dan Real people from the several clans present looked at the county king of Changshan with some awe in their eyes. After all, the county king of Changshan was the father of the current empress of the Great Shang dynasty, and was the one with the confidence to back it up. When the Foundation Building Conference is over, the county king can ask the elders of our clan. Chi Yuan thought wildly. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. If the king of Changshan County knew that his daughter and the patriarch had gotten together, I don't know if he would still be able to drink freely with the patriarch. After all, the patriarch was quite a bit older than the king of Changshan County. Still, Chi Yuan was the chief senior disciple of the 7-color peak. Although he was in the Chi Refining Perfection Realm, his status was only slightly less than a Yuan Dan cultivator by half, and he was representing the Divine Light sect at this time. That was why these Yuan Dan cultivators would communicate with him as equals. At this time, the Black Mountain sect's chicken-worshipping old ancestor opened his mouth, a little impatient. The Foundation Establishment Conference isn't going to start soon. I'm still waiting to go back to raising my chickens. When the rest of the clan elders present heard this, all of their faces changed slightly, clearly somewhat dissatisfied with the words of the chicken-worshipping ancestor. The Changshan County king, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Why is old ancestor chicken worship so anxious? There is no shortage of time. Seeing that it was the king of Changshan County who spoke, old ancestor chicken worship also sold him a face. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. If it had been anyone else, he would have had to dislike him twice. Qi Yuan also spoke up. Gentlemen, please. Chicken worshipping old ancestor. Originally known as Koan Shanren. Later, together with the Black Mountain sect patriarch, recognized the Black Rooster old demon as his righteous father and changed his name to chicken worshipping old ancestor. The group of people followed Qi Yuan and slowly walked towards the interior of the Divine Light sect. These leading elders, as they walked, exchanged ideas. As for the others, they remained silent. Just then, a rather frivolous voice came. Yo, isn't this Jiang Ran? How did he escape to the Divine Light sect? The gazes of the crowd looked over to a rather frivolous-faced Foundation establishment cultivator. In the Divine Light sect, on the other hand, a young girl was pale. She is none other than Jiang Ran. Qi Yuan had met her twice. Yi Chen Xiaoruashua without windows. Qi Yuan knew that Jiang Ran had a special physique and was regarded as a cauldron by the old Black Rooster demon. Last time, Jiang Ran had trolled the Black Mountain sect with Jiangling Su. Qi Yuan looked at the man with the frivolous face. He is an ordinary devil cultivator. His face is vaguely black, and he seems to have a bloodshot face. The disciples of the Divine Light sect also looked towards this frivolous-faced man, all of them looking furious and gnashing their teeth. Chu Tian Xiong, how dare you come to our Divine Light sect? Truly abominable. The man with the frivolous face was Chu Tianxiong, who had committed a heinous crime in Rongqing at the beginning. He raped several newly married women and murdered their families. Zhang Jianghe led the Golden Light Hall and apprehended Chu Tianxiong. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruashua Works Catalog. As a result, the Black Mountain Sect's Foundation Establishment Perfection Realm Elder appeared and injured Zhang Jianghe, saving Chu Tianxiong with extra arrogance. When Chu Tianxiong heard the voices of these disciples of the Divine Light sect, the mocking look on his face increased. The way you guys are gritting your teeth. You look like that cultivator named Zhang Jianghe some time ago. When the Divine Light sect's disciples heard this, they became even angrier. After all, some time ago, senior brother Zhang Jianghe was injured because of Chu Tianxiong, and the sins committed by Chu Tianxiong have not been duly punished. At the mountain gate of the Divine Light sect, there were several other old men with white hair kneeling. Sun and Rain, all of them kneeling there. They were the maternal family of that victimized bride. As for the groom's entire family, there were no survivors, which is considered tragic. And at that moment, Qi Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. This Taoist brother, I've recently practiced a way of divination. Could you allow me to read your fortune for you? Opening signed absurd ancient sacred body no bouncing window. Chu Tianxiong froze, narrowed his eyes and said, Senior brother, but there is no harm in counting. I see the Dao brothers' seal is blackened. I'm afraid that there will be a bloodbath in a matter of days. Qi Yuan said softly. When these words came out, the whole room was quiet and no one spoke. Anger arose on Chu Tianxiong's face, and he seemed to be about to get angry, but he was stopped by the chicken-worshipping ancestor. When Chu Tianxiong heard the voice transmission, he said 3 good things in a row, and finally said, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I'll keep it in mind. The Black Mountain sect wasn't afraid of the Divine Light sect, but they didn't dare to mess with the 7-color peak. A storm passed and the Foundation building conference began. The disciples from the various clans who came to the Qi refining realm ascended the ring one after another. The Foundation building conference was very simple. It was just a fight. Qi Yuan was quite bored watching catalog of works of the Atlas of Celestials. After all, he was in the game world, day in and day out, and this level of combat was rather boring to watch. If there weren't so many people, he would have wanted to take out his game Jade Slip and have a game session. At that moment, a voice rang from Qi Yuan's ears. Senior brother, it's your turn. Seeing this, Qi Yuan slowly walked up to the ring. The Yuan Dan real people present, as well as the Foundation establishment cultivators, all set their eyes on Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan was the grand disciple of the 7-color peak, and his status was extremely special. Devil's Desire sect Duan Tianzhou. Meet senior brother. Duan Tianzhou was dressed in black. Her body was concave and convex, and there was a tear mole under her left eye, which made her look particularly charming. Divine Light sect Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan introduced himself as well. He also sized up Duan Tianzhou, latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. She's an ordinary cultivator, but has a pet peeve about picking at her feet. Don't get kicked by her feet. Be careful of getting foot fungus. Qi Yuan froze. This girl is beautiful, but she is also good at biochemical attacks. She has to be careful. Begin. With the sound of a bell, the battle began to draw to a close. Qi Yuan was incredibly cautious and kept his eyes on Duan Tianzhou's feet. When he saw Duan Tianzhou fly over, he lightly raised his hand. Only, before he could even begin to utilize his mana. A scene that surprised him happened. But, only to see Duan Tianjiao directly fly out, spitting blood from her mouth. Senior brother is worthy of being a 7-colored peak senior disciple. The art of poking points through the air is really strong. Tianjiao loses. Duan Tianjiao got up and directly admitted defeat. Principal Qi was dumbfounded. I haven't even exerted any force and you're down? No. He hadn't even made a move yet. And his opponent had lost? This foundation building conference has black secrets? The other sect elders under the field, as well as the Qi refining realm disciples, were not surprised when they saw this. It was just that some disciples looked at Qi Yuan with a hint of jealousy. Qi Yuan stood in the ring, the wind blowing his sleeves hunting. Does it mean I'm too good looking? The opponent is bowled over and just admits defeat? Qi Yuan looked at Duan Tianjiao, who had conceded defeat. Well, it was a female. Folding because of his face value is most normal. As for the gazes of the others towards Qi Yuan, he didn't seem to see them. In this battle, Qi Yuan wins. Qi Yuan accepts this result with peace of mind. Zihara gets out of the ring. It was time for other cultivators to go up and perform martial arts and fight. Qi Yuan sat on the end of the crowd, looking drowsy. The county king of Changshan, on the other hand, stroked his beard with a smile on his face. Little brother Qi, obtaining a first-rate foundation establishment spirit fruit yellow flower fruit. The future is promising. Ancient First God latest chapters. Qi Yuan was a bit puzzled. The fight is not yet over. How does the county king know that I will come out on top? The king of Changshan County smiled without saying anything. Time flew by. It's time for Zihara to get in the ring again. This time, Qi Yuan was facing a sword cultivator from Levitation Mountain. Sword cultivators, quite rare in the Great Shan country. Zihara also took it seriously. He actually wanted to see whether the sword cultivator's sword riding technique was to step on the sword and fly, or to transform his body into sword light. Of course he also understood that the other party was only in the Qi refining realm and would know shit about flying with a sword. Enlighten me. The sword is a gentleman. And Qi Yuan was humble and courteous in the face of that stern-eyed teenager. That sword cultivator teenager from Levitating Mountain, holding an iron sword. A cold light flashed as he pointed at Qi Yuan with the iron sword. Heavenly Tao, heavenly pride. The Qi principal stretched out his fingers and transformed them into sword fingers. In the game world, his weapon is the great sword. One way of the sword. A great competition between men, unimpeded and about swordsmanship is about to begin. However, at this close call, the sword cultivator teenager's face turned white in a flash as he covered his stomach. What an overbearing spell, hurting people in an invisible way. Senior brother, I admit defeat. That's right, the teenager simply conceded defeat and retreated from the ring. Zihara froze. How is this scene a bit of a coincidence? Could it be that his face, all of it, could already convince men? Thinking about this, Qi Yuan decided that it was better to go out less victorious once again. Qi Yuan stepped down. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked towards the 7-colored peak. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. The mountain peaks are lofty and interspersed with clouds, and there are vaguely alabaster palaces. Teacher's father, Qi Yuan murmured, remembering the woman who was out of tune. I'm afraid that in the entire divine light sect, she is the only one who can be so shameless as to do such a thing. Little brother Qi, is the yellow flower fruit in your pocket? The king of Changshan County's eyes brought a smile. To have a teacher like this, it's a blessing in this life. After the first grade foundation establishment spirit fruit yellow flower fruit came out, all of them, the cultivators of the big clans and households, were indeed quite excited and sharpened their fists. Unfortunately, that peak master of the 7-colored peak, a flying pigeon, went to other sects. No enticements, all coercion, and some favors. These people of the great clans, helpless and unconvinced in their hearts, could only hold it in. Yi Chen Xiao Ruashu and no bullet window. After all, such a shameless cultivator. Just one. The strength is still so strong. They still had to sell the face of the 7-colored peak master. So, they came here and made this whole thing up. Of course, other Qi refining realm disciples would still try their best to fight when they ran into each other. The foundation building spirit is not the only one like the yellow pair. Qi Yuan looked at the Changshan County king and slowly said, my master's face is so big? Rather than having a big face, it's better to say that it's strong. The Changshan County king revealed a reminiscent look. 30 years ago, the Devil's Desire sect was ambitious and seemed to want to unify the Great Shang and become the leader of the immortal Tao. You know, what happened after that? Qi Yuan revealed a curious expression and listened attentively. To be honest, he had only been in this world for half a year. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiao Ruashu and no bullet window. The time he really stayed with his master was not a lot, and to his master, he did not know much, but only knew that she was very beautiful. Your master, the 7-colored peak master. traveled alone to the demonic desire sect. She said that she had her eye on the new Guki Tsubaki tree planted by the Devil's Lust sect. At that time, the Devil's Desire sect was in full swing and had to do a battle. No one knows how the process went, only that your master teacher planted that ancient gifted Tsubaki wood to the seven-colored peak. The king of Changshan County had a smile in his eyes. Since then, the Devil's Desire sect has also never mentioned the matter of becoming the leader of the Great Shang Immortal Tao. Of course, precisely because of this incident, the seven-colored peak master was considered to be gracious to all the great immortal clans, which was why this time, they would sell the seven-colored peak master a face and surrender the first great foundation establishment spirit relic to her disciple. Opening signing in desolate ancient sacred body without bullet windows. Hearing this, Qi Yuan said without thinking, overbearing master is in love with me? The smile on Changshan County King's face tightened. You guy, keep your voice down, don't implicate me. The county king of Changshan was very afraid of the seven-colored peak master. It was rumored that that one was a great cultivator of the late divine infant stage. If not for his physical injuries, he would have already stepped into the realm of the Purple Mansion. For the rest of the process, Qi Yuan's fight could be said to be unimpeded. All he had to do was take the stage and his opponents conceded. I'm afraid that before they came, they had been instructed by their clan elders not to hurt the seven-colored peak master's beloved disciple. Only, as Qi Yuan entered the final round of the fight, an accident occurred. Black Mountain Sect. Shu Yundong, please teach me. Senior brother. Shu Yundong was dressed in black, his body exuding a strong fury aura. Celestial Atlas latest chapter. He didn't come up and admit defeat, but looked at Qi Yuan with a solemn face. Qi Yuan wasn't surprised. Please enlighten me. As he spoke, he looked towards a strangely shaped magic weapon in Shu Yundong's hand. It was like a chicken feather duster with black chicken feathers, scaly and hard. This is a foundation building magic weapon. When it is cast, the chicken feathers will scatter and can hurt the foundation. As for the elders of the various great clans under the field, they all revealed a look of amazement when they saw this scene, while some of them looked at the chicken-worshipping ancestor, not knowing what they were pondering. The Black Mountain sect's ambitions aren't small. The Devil's Desire sect's flying flower elder looked towards the chicken-worshipping ancestor. Old chicken-worshipping ancestor then laughed. Foundation building spirits are available to everyone. Otherwise, what is the rationale for holding this foundation building conference? The Book of Chaos. Even the foundation building magic weapon was used. The floating mountain split lightsword master narrowed his eyes and stared at the chicken-worshipping old ancestor. I am afraid that the black rooster old demon, Cultivation, is a little more refined? The rest of them also looked at old ancestor rooster worshipper, wanting to learn more information about old demon black rooster from him. The Black Mountain sect's sudden outburst. If there wasn't an instruction from the black rooster old demon behind it, no one would believe it. Old demon black rooster was in the middle stage of divine infant, while the seven-colored peak master was suspected to be an injured late-stage divine infant. Could it be that the old black chicken demon broke through to the late stage of the divine infancy? From one small thing, the people present peeked into many. Chu Tianxiong also revealed an unimpeded smile. Before he was told by Qi Yuan that he had a blood and light disaster, he wanted to be furious but was dissuaded by his old ancestor. Now he was extraordinarily pleased to see this scene. He wanted to see Shu Yundong use a foundation establishment magic weapon, defeat that Qi Yuan, and seize the first great foundation establishment spirit item. Those clan elders on the field didn't pay attention to the winning or losing on the field anymore, but instead thought about how to transmit the information back to the clan. The only ones who were still paying attention to the ring were the king of Changshan County, as well as Chu Tianxiong. Unfortunately, due to the rules, the county king of Changshan could not remind Qi Yuan to be careful of the foundation establishment magic weapon in Shu Yundong's hands. Begin! As the bell rings, the final battle begins. The disciples of the Divine Light sect all looked at the ring with apprehension in their expressions. Qi Yuan moved at this point. Since the other party is holding a foundation-building magic weapon, then, let the other party not exert the power of the foundation-building magic weapon. Though, he was also fearless. But why bother when you can solve it easily? Minor sneak spell. In an instant, Qi Yuan's figure disappeared into the ring. Shu Yundong froze for a moment. Where are the people? And that's when a huge fist landed on the back of his head. Bang! Shu Yundong didn't react at all and was directly knocked down by a punch. Ancient First God latest chapter. Qi Yuan has played the game for so long and has a wealth of experience in brushing monsters. What dumping sniping, what positioning, what combinations of moves. Easily. Practice makes perfect. Dealing with a Chu Yundong was still not a breeze. Qi Yuan knocked Chu Yundong down with one blow, then cast a dust cleansing technique on his fist. Who knows if Chu Yundong had dandruff on his head. He held out his fist as if he were a boxing champion. I won. Unfortunately, there are no sexy boxer girls in sexy outfits here to give him a sign card. much less those who are bold enough to even send a passionate kiss. Only that long-bearded old man, the king of Changshan County, stood up and waved to Qi Yuan continuously and enthusiastically without any manners. Divine Light Sect. Qi Yuan wins. As this voice rang out, it was only then that the crowd finally noticed what was going on in the ring. Heaven's path, heaven's pride. On the other hand, Chu Tianxiang had a cloudy face as he looked at Chu Yundong, who had fallen to the ground. Rubbish. Old chicken-worshipping ancestor was also stunned for a moment. But in the end, he didn't say anything, and the rest of the sect disciples were not surprised to see this. Qi Yuan was, after all, the chief senior disciple of the seven-colored peak. Even if there were no shady practices in this foundation building conference, he was afraid that he would still have a chance of winning the title. Of course, without the seven-colored peak master's advance greeting, I'm afraid that this foundation establishment conference wouldn't be this harmonious, and the ending would be unknown. Worthy of being a great disciple of the seven-colored peak. At a glance, he is not a person who only cultivates mana, and his fighting techniques are actually so profound. Senior brother, how did you win? The Divine Light Sect disciple asked. In their opinion, Qi Yuan is a cultivator of the Ji lineage, and his talent is good. But what about fighting? He'll be a jailer in a chaotic world of demons and warriors. Everyone knew that the senior brother of the seven-colored peak had never even been to the fighting hall to cut a deal. Obsessed with games all day or walking a kitchen knife. Play more games, Qi Yuan replied sincerely. The disciples who heard this, laughed. Ziggurat walks out of the ring, feeling relieved. This foundation building conference was organized and wrapped up with a scribble. When he got out of the ring, he saw a clan elder with white hair and beard looking at him with a kind face, and the elder was holding a brown wooden box with a pattern of flying birds, fish and insects on it. Qi Yuan, this is the reward for this foundation establishment conference. The first grade foundation establishment spirit fruit yellow flower fruit. The clan elder handed the box to Qi Yuan. Only the surrounding Divine Light Sect disciples, or other disciples, were incomparably hot-eyed. Yi Chen Xiaoruashue. Even some of the elders were extremely enthusiastic. Zihara also had stars in his eyes. Tens of thousands of spirit stones. This is tens of thousands of spirit stones. The sect elder encouraged. I hope that with the help of this foundation establishment spirit item, you will establish your foundation as soon as possible and add another battle force to the sect. Building a foundation? Qi Yuan hadn't wanted to use the yellow flower fruit to build his foundation. After all, he had better options. If you build a foundation, you build the best. The heavenly way to build a foundation. The Heaven's Path foundation building that Deacon Su Rinshan had spoken about last time had already entered his mind. Of course, he didn't say these words. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Qi Yuan bid farewell to the elders of the great clans and prepared to return to the seven-color peak. You brat! In time, you will be able to make it to our great merchant Heaven's Pride list. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruashue. The foundation building conference is over, so I'm going to your patriarch for a drink. The king of Changshan County finished his speech and waved his sleeve to leave in a dashing manner. Among the crowd, Chu Tianxiang looked at Qi Yuan, a ray of greed flashing in his eyes. And at this time, Qi Yuan seemed to notice Chu Tianxiang as well, with a concerned look on his face. This senior brother, be careful lately. The plague of blood and light on your body is getting thicker and thicker. He felt that Chu Tianxiang was not far from death. I just don't know who this bloodbath should be on. Chu Tianxiang sniffed. His face became even more ugly. Humph. You'd better care about that Jiangran senior sister of yours. I think she's the one who has the plague of blood and light. Ha! I have to divine for senior sister Jiangran as well. Qi Yuan said as if he really took Chu Tianxiang's words seriously. Opening sign desolate ancient sacred body. She is an ordinary cultivator, and lately auspicious light has been surging from her body, as if something happy is about to happen. After he finished reading, he looked at Chu Tianxiang. My way of divination tells me that senior sister Jiangran seems to be having a happy event. Why don't you go count out as senior sister Jiangran and dip your head in the joyous energy, and maybe the bloodshed of whatever will be dispelled. Qi Yuan spoke sincerely, and was genuinely thinking about Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang was furious and finally whisked his sleeve away, not bothering to continue communicating with Qi Yuan. Principal Qi sighed. A dog bites Lu Dongbin. As he said that, he took the yellow flower fruit and prepared to go back to the seven-color peak. The master was thinking of him in this way, so he had to offer some solicitude. Senior brother Qi Yuan, thank you. Just then, Jiangran walked over, her eyes still a little red. Celestial mapping. Today, Chu Tianxiang turned on her, and she was terrified. As a result, it was elder brother Qi Yuan who stepped forward and helped her. Qi Yuan froze. Thanks for what? Thank you senior brother Qi Yuan for relieving me. And also said that Chu Tianxiang had a bloodbath, and was so angry that he was furious. Jiangran said this, feeling somewhat relieved. Qi Yuan revealed a smile. What I said is true. He has a bloodlust. Unfortunately, he's a man who doesn't listen to advice. If he kowtows to you, maybe the bloodshed will really be gone. People, it's all about listening to advice. I used to know someone who was particularly obedient and ended up becoming a big anchor. Jiang Ran's inner sorrow dissipated quite a bit as she listened to Qi Yuan's garbled words. Senior brother, you're so interesting. However, thinking of something, Jiang Ran said with a gloomy face, Senior brother, you have to be careful of Chu Tianxiong. He is a person who is ruthless and vindictive. You recently, try not to leave the clan. Chaos Book. Little Chu Tianxiong, what is there to fear? I chopped off his dog's head with one slash, and it's just what he deserves for his bloodshed, Qi Yuan said casually. Jiang Ran knew that Qi Yuan was out of tune, but still said, Chu Tianxiong is a strong foundation establishment person. Moreover, his wife was given to the old Black Rooster demon as a concubine. Because of this, he is extraordinarily favored in the Black Mountain sect. No matter what, senior brother has to be careful. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect him, this guy, to wear a hat on his head, quite security conscious. Ending the exchange with Jiang Ran, Qi Yuan hugged the yellow flower fruit and left. Jiang Ran looked at Qi Yuan's back and sighed quietly. With a first-grade foundation building spirit, after 500 years, senior brother may be able to step into the realm of divine infancy. I don't know if I will still be alive at that time. The Black Rooster old demon was like a thick cloud of sorrow that pressed on her heart, and that arrogant and domineering, cruel and wanton Chu Tianxiong was even more of a thorn in the side, disgusting all the Divine Light sect disciples as well as Jiang Ran. After all, Chu Tianxiong had yet to receive any punishment for the sins he had committed in Rongqing some time ago, and when it was learned that tonight, the Black Mountain sect and their party also chose to rest for the night in Rongqing, Jiang Ran was even more furious, as well as feeling powerless. Qi Yuan returned to the Seven Colors Peak with the first-grade foundation establishment spirit fruit, yellow flower fruit. Soon he was back in the yard. Senior sister Jiang Lingsu was cultivating and seemed to have entered a critical point. Qi Yuan glanced at his senior sister's thatched hut, which was filled with white mist, and his senior sister's cultivation, which seemed to have reached a critical juncture. Qi Yuan swept past the thatched hut and headed for the peak. Not long after, a barrier appeared in front of Qi Yuan. It was a ban placed by Master Ruanishir to stop Qi Yuan from going up the mountain. Open sesame, Zihara shouted experimentally. Unfortunately, the ban didn't budge. Could it be that I've misunderstood what the master is saying? Zihara agonized. His master had captured a first-rate foundation building spirit for him, so what was the point of thinking about this intention? Newest chapter of the first god of the ancient world. Is himself too subtle? Seeing this, Qi Yuan held a first-rate foundation establishment spirit fruit, yellow flower fruit, in his hand. Only, he lifted the yellow fruit. Master, disciple Qi Yuan has brought the bride price. The ban did not move. Qi Yuan raised his head, only to see the clouds on the dome of the sky, converging at that moment, as if there was an overwhelmingly ferocious beast hidden in it. A cold wind blew, and it hurt Qi Yuan's face. It took a while for the anomalies to disappear. Qi Yuan showed a puzzled look. Could it be that I've misunderstood what the master is saying? No, it must be a bad sign for the yellow fruit. Yellow flower, yellow flower, yellow flower tomorrow. Or, is it possible that she's already my wife? So why am I giving back the bride price? Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no bouncing window. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan became excited again. His eyes, plainly seeing, her name is Ruanishir, ostensibly your beautiful master, but actually probably your wife. He saw it with his own eyes. How could it be false? As we all know, the eyes don't lie and what the eyes see can't PS. Of course, if the people of the motherland heard Qi Yuan's words, they might have to say a boiling goat. Qi Yuan put down the yellow flower fruit and prepared to go back to his thatched hut. And at that moment, Jiang Lingsu walked out from the house, her face with a suspicious look. Eldest senior brother, did you feel a hint of something strange just now? While she was practicing, she suddenly felt the changing seasons of heaven and earth. It seemed that a strong person's mood had changed, causing aura fluctuations. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer, no bullet window. Or the master. Qi Yuan didn't hide it. Senior? Jiang Lingsu felt that it was also normal. She looked at Qi Yuan and felt that it must be this abnormal senior brother who had somehow offended the master teacher. It would be normal if it was the master. Jiang Lingsu's gaze landed on the box in Qi Yuan's hand, and her little Yao nose sniffed. A first-grade foundation establishment spirit fruit, yellow flower fruit? Eldest brother. Ouch, nice. She looked at Zihara with a rare look on her face. In her opinion, eldest brother's talent was there, but his fighting ability was, presumably, lacking. After all, Demented a game, where there is an opportunity to improve the ability to fight in real life. Qi Yuan also looked at Jiang Lingsu with a puzzled expression. You wouldn't be surnamed Zhou, would you? Jiang Lingsu was confused. Her eldest senior brother had a strange brain circuit. Yi Chen Xiaoruoxue latest chapter. That's the one. The one that lives in Shiloh's shadow. Sihara struggled to recall. Jiang Lingsu was speechless. She felt that eldest brother must have played too many games and couldn't distinguish between games and reality. Eldest senior brother. Are you going to walk your sword again later? Jiang Lingsu changed the topic, not wanting to say something inexplicable with Qi Yuan. Not going today. Ha? Don't you go every day? Sharpen your knives today. What do you do? I'm craving fish. Eldest senior brother. I don't know why. I always feel cold when you say something. In the Divine Light sect, Zheng Jianghe's face was a little pale. Obviously he had not fully healed from his last injury. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruoxue, the Divine Pill Peak's physician said softly. Your injuries are still not completely healed. Are you still going? Zhang Jianghe grimaced. As the disciple on duty of the Golden Light Hall, I must go. Otherwise, if something like that happens in Rongqing again, how can I have the face to live in this world? Alas, you are just too rigid in character. The physician lamented and applied the medicinal liquid that had been made to Zhang Jianghe's body. Zhang Jianghe had just broken through the foundation establishment, and had not yet practiced any healing secret techniques, and was not good at the wood and water Dao methods. So healing was incredibly slow. Today, the Black Mountain sect made an attack, so it is evident that it is arrogant. Listening to the elders on the peak, old demon Black Rooster might have stepped into the late divine infant realm. That Chu Tianxiong. I'm afraid he'll be even more arrogant. They chose to spend the night in Rongqing, so it's not inevitable that they're not harboring evil intentions. The physician was worried for Zhang Jianghe, opening signing the latest chapter of the desolate ancient sacred body. If I go, they will definitely throw their weight around. Do you mean, they still dare to kill me? Zhang Jianghe said, rich killing intent surging from his eyes. People of the Black Mountain sect, all deserve to die. He knew that the Black Mountain sect was an existence full of evil. It could be said that none of the disciples in their sect were good people. All of them were demonic cultivators whose hands were stained with blood. A few years ago, a Yuan Dan elder of the Black Mountain sect refined a soul-inviting streamer, stripping and refining the souls of a town's living beings. Afterwards, that Yuan Dan elder also shamelessly said that he saw that the people of that town were used to being loose and found something for them to do. Those devils, in fact, have long since lost their humanity. The physician also understood Zhang Jianghe's thoughts. He still couldn't help but say, they don't dare to kill you, but they can injure you, so be careful this time. Catalogue of Celestial Mapping Works. Rongqing, a spacious mansion, but it was no longer populated. The windows with the broken holes still seemed to have broken red paper cutouts attached to them. In the pond in the yard, a few fish wagged their tails as if waiting for someone to feed them. There were faint traces of blood remaining on the mossy marble. Chu Tianxiong stepped into the middle of the mansion and laughed openly. Elder, let's stay here tonight. Old ancestor chicken worshipper looked at the mansion and revealed a satisfied smile. Tianxiong, it's still you who knows how to do things. Living here will surely diaphragm that group of moralistic and decent people. Next to them, the rest of the Black Mountain sect's disciples went up and asked, Deacon Tianxiong, is there anything fishy about this place? And why would it make the Divine Light sect uncomfortable in their hearts for us to live here? Chaotic World Book Works Catalog. Chu Tianxiong sniffed and laughed. That's because, half a month ago, this man married his wife, the maiden who welcomed me. She was so beautiful, 3 times more beautiful than my master's wife. Hearing this, the eyes of the Black Mountain sect disciples present glowed. 3 times more beautiful than senior maiden? Deacon Tianxiong, you are blessed. I was in front of her husband. I was about to not think about it. The woman is also strong enough. Directly crashed to death on the pillar. Look, it's on that pole out front. I killed half a column here, and later, slept with her body in my arms. Deacon Skybear, how does the corpse taste? Poof. Chu Tianxiong snorted coldly. All of you. Could it be that you all think that I'm the kind of person who is lustful and eager to kill? It would be too much to look at me like that. I forcibly robbed my new wife and killed my entire family. Naturally not for simple human desires, but for the purpose of practicing a Taoist discipline. A person who is controlled by simple desires does not deserve to embark on the path of immortal cultivation. When the rest of the Black Mountain sect disciples heard this, they all showed admiration. Deacon Tianxiong speaks well. The Tao is supreme. Deacon Tianxiong, when I entered the city today, I seemed to hear the sound of firecrackers and gongs, and it seemed that some people were tying the knot. I purposely released a spirit bug to follow me there and noted down the address. Deacon Tianxiong, would you like to be accompanied at night by your senior brothers to practice your Tao? A disciple of the Black Mountain sect said fawningly. Chu Tianxiong smiled with satisfaction at his words. Lu fake, right? You're good at what you do. I'll mark you down. Fix the spell tonight and I'll let you be the first to taste that bride. The crowd roared with laughter. However, thinking of something, Chu Tianxiong's face took on a fierce look. Today, that seven-colored peak's eldest disciple, Qi Yuan, is really bullying people too much. If he didn't have a good master, I would have made him understand what it means to have a blood and light disaster and an inferno on earth. Ancient First God latest chapter. Deacon Tian Xiong. I heard that Qi Yuan has a problem with his head. Why should senior brother bother with a fool? After we unify the great Shang immortal cultivation world, senior brother can do whatever he wants to that fool. The night is also getting late. And just then, there was a sudden and seemingly regular knocking at the front door. The crowd of the Black Mountain sect in the courtyard stopped communicating. Chu Tianxiong looked toward the gate as he said, Lu fake, go take a look. Lu fake got up and walked towards the door. The door opened and a masked man appeared in full view. The masks were rudimentary, not even outlining the features. They were quite flush. When Lu fake saw the visitor, he couldn't help but show a teasing look in his eyes. What are you doing here? Heavenly Tao, heavenly pride. Only to see the masked man take out a kitchen knife. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice a bit hoarse. I'm a bit hungry. I'm going to kill some fish for dinner. A fool? Lu fake froze. Chu Tianxiong noticed what was happening at the gate and his voice came out. There are fish in the pond. Let him in. Lu fake smiled. Deacon Tianxiong is kind enough to reward you with a fish. While inside the courtyard, someone asked, Deacon Tianxiong, how did you let him in? Chu Tianxiong replied, staying here is boring. Looking for fun. The man was crazy, but his skin was quite white. They were bold and strong and weren't worried about running into insurmountable trouble. Moreover, they had not detected an aura of danger on the masked man's body. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer, no bullet window. The masked man took a kitchen knife and entered the yard. Old chicken worshipping ancestor was cultivating in the inner courtyard, and the rest of the people looked at the masked man with teasing faces. When the masked man came to the front, Chu Tianxiong suddenly called a halt. Take off the mask. Let me see what you look like. The masked man paused for a moment and spoke after a long time, seemingly hesitantly. Do you really want to see it? Ha ha. What? Don't give it a look. Is it strangely ugly? If it's ugly, I'll change your face. The Black Mountain clan laughed, and the moonlight shone on their faces, making them look incomparably hideous. Alas, before I put on this mask today, I said that no good would come to those who looked at my face. What bad end? Tell me, Chu Tianxiong said. Yichen Xiaoruoshua latest chapter. However, it was at this moment that something that the crowd had not expected happened, only to see that the masked man lifted the kitchen knife. A white light flashed and the crowd didn't even react. Chu Tianxiong's huge head directly landed on the ground. His face, still wearing the smile from before, was frozen in that moment. The crowd in the room was stunned. It happened too fast, too suddenly. I only saw that masked man looking at Chu Tianxiong's big and good head, and said thoughtfully, so, your blood and light disaster should be on me. It's kind of your calamity to meet me. If there is a next life, reincarnate as an ant. I have a good heart and never scald ant nests with hot water. The rest were bewildered, furious, and shocked. Yichen Sun Xiaoruoshua no bouncing window. Deacon Sky Bear, how dare you, traitor! These disciples, despite their inner fear, all reacted and struck out at the masked man. When the masked man saw this, an easy smile appeared in his eyes. The monsters in the game don't have a blood stripe, and neither do you guys, you and the monsters. What's the difference? Oh no, there's still some difference. You'll scream in agony without me dubbing it myself. Sure enough, born to run. Each of you can scream pain. It rhymes. I'm a genius. In a moment of puzzlement, confusion, fear, and anger, he held the kitchen knife like the most elegant dancer. Opening signature desolate ancient sacred body latest chapter. The knife rises and falls. 8 cuts in the summer. Ah, run. Who the hell are you? In an instant, most of these Black Mountain sect disciples present had already died. Only 4 or 5 remained, shivering. And at that moment, an exasperated voice came from the inner courtyard. Vertical dog guts, old ancestor chicken worshipper, who was originally in cultivation, finally woke up and struck out. And when the remaining Black Mountain sect disciples saw this, they all revealed a look of surprise after the robbery. The masked man in front of him, although incomparably fearful, was definitely not a Jin Dan. With the roar of the chicken worshipping old ancestor, only a Dan light was seen rushing towards the masked man. Celestial mapping. Seeing this, the masked man held the chopper in his hand and let out a yell. Chopping sky sword drawing technique. This was the first time he had ever performed this great skill in reality. Points are hard. Got to make a big move. he leapt to his feet, the moonlight pouring over his white robes, the parts of the human body traced with a faint white light. His entire figure, which appeared incomparably illusory, was only incomparably solid at the stroke. In the sight of the chicken-worshipping ancestor, it was as if a chopper had chopped out from the middle of the moon. An incomparably surging, unimaginable blade light directly rushed towards the chicken-worshipping ancestor. For some reason, the chicken-worshipping old ancestor actually developed a look of fear at this moment. You know, he's a Yuan Dan. The opponent is definitely less than Yuan Dan. The Book of the Chaotic World has no bullet windows. The saber light devastated and drowned out the chicken-worshipping old ancestor's Dan light in an instant. And in the next instant, that blade light directly everything, slicing the chicken-worshipping old ancestor's protective Dan light as well. The chicken-worshipping ancestor, who had come out with an incomparable might, was directly decimated by a single slash. The round golden Dan was also transformed into a small broken ball at this moment, with 1,000 holes all over it. The masked man froze. That's it? He knew he would win, but he didn't think that it would be this easy. Maybe, he's too good. Possibly, his knives are pretty good too. Or maybe, he looked at the tiny Jindan on the ground and murmured, his Jindan is too small, and the Dan light is not working. It can't even catch a single slash from me. It seems that in the future, if I were to form a Dan, I would have to form a larger golden Dan, and the Dan light would have to be a bit more, the masked man said, looking up at the moon in the sky. At the very least, there has to be as much Danmaku as moonlight, right? And at that moment, the remaining three or two kittens, their bodies kept trembling, and some of them directly escaped. Seeing this, the masked man chanted, I am a native of my homeland, and I love to kill whole families. When he finished speaking, he slashed away, and the 3 or 2 kittens died beyond death. The masked man looked at the body on the ground as he slowly walked towards the pond. Time to catch a fish back for dinner, he said, pulling up his pants leg. At the pond, cleaning his chopper and catching a blackfish. The pond water was turquoise and clear, and the masked man's hand was placed in it. Several blackfish immediately swam towards the masked man, as if they thought that the masked man was the feeder. The masked man grabbed a fish in one hand, slippery and slimy. The fish lay still, not struggling. The masked man suddenly smiled. Still no more fish. With a wave of his hand, a stream of water leapt up and the fish in his hand entered the stream. The masked man looked at the black fish. Tell your mother quickly that you are about to sail away. He put the black fish into a bamboo tube and pinned it to his waist. He looked at the body on the ground and a weird light flashed in his eyes. Want to touch a corpse? Zhang Zhanghe was dressed in a black power suit, and his expression was incomparably gloomy. Someone from the Black Mountain sect, living in the Chen Mansion? The first god of the ancient world without a window. The law enforcement disciple of the Golden Light Hall nodded his head, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be turning into substance and spewing out. Right. Zhang Zhanghe clutched the Yianwood bead in his hand and it was directly crushed by him. The Black Mountain sect is bullying people too much. Just half a month ago, Chu Tianxiang bloodied the Chen Mansion. The family was celebrating a happy occasion and should have been happy, but as a result, dozens of mouths were brutally murdered in one night, and the bride also entered the Yellow Springs. At that time, when Zhang Zhanghe rushed to the Chen Mansion, what he saw was an infernal scene. At that time, the father of that bride, who had come to the Chen residence in dusty conditions, had been constantly kowtowing and kneeling to him. The scene of the old man with white hair, kneeling in front of him, he could not forget. In particular, later on, when Chu Tianxiang left, that stubborn father, with his wife, had knelt outside the mountain gate of the Divine Light sect for more than 10 days. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride latest chapters. Zhang Zhanghe remembers it well, and at this time, Chu Tianxiang chose to live in the Chen Mansion. And is that kind of idea? Go, follow me to the Chen Mansion. Zhang Zhanghe gritted his teeth. Originally, he wanted to ask some people to go and keep an eye on the outside of the Chen Mansion in case Chu Tianxiang did something evil again, but after thinking about it, he decided to go himself. A group of people, taking advantage of the night, rushed towards the Chen Mansion in unison. None of their faces were very good, carrying a stony look. This was because they knew that there was nothing they could do to Chu Tianxiang and the other Black Mountain sect disciples. It was like that last time, and it's like that this time. Bloody odor. Suddenly, Zhang Zhanghe stopped in his tracks as he sniffed hard and cast another dao to expand his sense of smell, and the smell of blood became even more intense. The source of the bloody odor was coming from the Chen Mansion in front, where Chu Tianxiang and the other Black Mountain sect disciples were. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer without a bullet window. Worry grew in Zhang Zhanghe's eyes. Could it be that the disciples of the Black Mountain sect caused another killing in Rongchen? Go! The crowd hurriedly increased their speed and rushed towards the Chen Mansion. And at that moment, the gate creaked, only to see a white-robed man wearing a strange mask walk out of the Chen Mansion. Zhang Jianghe thumped as he looked at the masked man, his heart on guard. Someone from the Black Mountain sect? No, it's not. The disciples of the Black Mountain sect had a faint smell of blood all over their bodies, and this masked man didn't. How did he get out of the Chen residence? Where are the disciples of the Black Mountain sect? Senior. Zhang Jianghe hesitated for a moment and finally voiced out. There are quite a few disciples of the Black Mountain sect in the middle of the Chen mansion. Senior, please also be careful. The Black Mountain sect's disciples have always been ferocious. Yi Chen Xiaoruoshua latest chapter. Although, the other party and the Black Mountain sect might be familiar with each other, he still warned to avoid accidents. Qi Yuan saw Zhang Jianghe and naturally recognized him. His voice was hoarse. The people of the Black Mountain sect are quite well behaved. I wanted to eat fish and specially opened the gate to let me go in and catch fish. Zhang Jianghe froze. The other Divine Light sect disciples were also surprised and somewhat puzzled. Old man's daughter-in-law is about to give birth, so I have to go. Qi Yuan finished speaking and ran away in a puff of smoke. Only Zhang Jianghe and the others were left messing around in the night. However, soon after, Zhang Jianghe set his eyes on the Chen mansion's gate. The closer we got, the stronger the smell of blood became. He stepped forward. Knock knock. Yi Chen Sunny Xia Ruoshui Works Catalog. A knock on the door sounded, eerie in the stillness of the night, and inside the Chen mansion, it was quiet and there was no response. Zhang Jianghe and the crowd looked at each other as horrifying thoughts arose in his mind. He forced down the excitement in his heart. He and the crowd looked at each other, then lifted their feet and kicked hard. The gate opened in response. The crowd looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see that a dozen or so corpses were laying in the middle of the courtyard of the Chen mansion. Zhang Jianghe saw a human head. It was Chu Tianxian's head. Elder Chicken Worshipper. That's Elder Chicken Worshipper. A Divine Light sect disciple trembled and yelled. Zhang Jianghe looked over, only to see that the chicken-worshipping old ancestor, who had been so powerful before, had already been cut down at the waist, and his eyes widened, revealing an unbelievable expression. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. This was a Yuan Dan realist who had formed a golden Dan. Just die here. Zhang Jianghe suddenly laughed and said 3 good in a row. He remembered the strange man he'd just had an encounter with. Did that person kill him? Although he already had some guesses in his heart, he was still incomparably shocked when he actually saw it. However, Zhang Jianghe quickly collected this emotion. He knows that this is a big deal with extremely serious consequences. The Black Mountain sect wasn't strong, just a few Yuan Dan Real people. But behind the Black Mountain sect was the Black Rooster Old Demon. Someone, light a fire and burn this place down. Zhang Jianghe directly commanded. These disciples of the Divine Light sect hurriedly acted to prepare torches and set the Chen mansion ablaze. Celestial mapping without bouncing window. Zhang Jianghe is trying to spoil the scene for that masked man. Though, the effect may not be too great, but it's better than nothing. Outside the Divine Light sect's mountain gate, the sun has long since set and the moon slowly rises. The Divine Light sect at night looked a little cool. The white-haired old man was kneeling outside the Divine Light sect's mountain gate, and his forehead was densely covered in cold sweat. He was so winded that he could have lost his life at any time. Maybe a fall, maybe a nap. Old man, go back. The old woman's hair was gray and a bit messy, but looking at her dress, it was known that she was definitely a sophisticated person in the past. I'll kneel for a little while longer, and if an immortal master who has fallen through sees this, he might be moved to avenge Cece's death for me. The latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. The old woman looked at the stubborn old man with fog in her eyes. Mortals like them, living in the world of immortal cultivation, depend on fate. Born in the area where the Black Mountain sect is located, the fate is extremely tragic. On the other hand, under the rule of a great orthodox sect like the Divine Light sect, one would be much more fortunate. But in the eyes of an immortal on high, isn't it still an ant? Facing Chu Tianxiang, they were simply powerless to take revenge and could only place their trust in the Divine Light sect. Now they are like people who stopped the imperial court to complain. The good thing is, there's no one here to talk them back. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came. I caught a mackerel today. I'm in a good mood, so I'll treat you to fish soup. Qi Yuan appeared, his hands carrying 2 bowls of fish soup. Ancient God Emperor, the aroma is extraordinarily tantalizing. Seeing this, the old man's face showed excitement and was about to kowtow. Please, immortal master, do something for my poor daughter. Qi Yuan snapped his fingers and a spiritual force stabilized the old man so that he did not knock down. Qi Yuan delivered the fish soup to the duo. Your affairs are known to the clan. Drink this soup and rest well. Qi Yuan turned around and murmured. The great man was right. If the sky has love, the sky is old. The love of love has always been empty of hate, and this hate has no expiration date. Justice delayed is not justice, and my heart is at peace where it returns. Zihara's making up some bullshit again. At the end, he added an exclamation. I hope that those who hear me say this will not be misled by me. After saying that, his figure disappeared. The old couple, on the other hand, kept kowtowing, and joy finally welled up in their eyes. The immortal master noticed them. Their persistence was not in vain. Of course, the world is full of more persistence with no end in sight. Eldest brother. The crisp voice came. Zihara got dressed and rubbed his bleary eyes. He yawned, glanced at the black fish in the tank, and walked out into the yard. What's wrong? Early in the morning, outside the courtyard, Jiang Lingsu and Jiang Ran were two beauties standing side by side, one innocent and lovely, the other clear and beautiful. Qi Yuan felt, for a moment, a wave of relief. Sure enough, something beautiful always puts the mood in a happy place. Senior brother Qi Yuan, there's some good news I want to share with you. A smile permeated Jiang Ran's pretty face. Yesterday, the disciples of the Black Mountain sect, who spent the night in Rong City, were all killed by a mysterious expert. Chu Tianxiang is dead, and so is old chicken worshipper. At the mention of this, Jiang Ran's face was all leaps of joy. Ancient First God Works Catalog. Qi Yuan slapped his thigh. I didn't realize that my divination skills were so powerful. However, thinking of something, he changed his mind and said, I told you that I am good at the art of divination, and I could tell at a glance that the kid had a bloodbath. See, don't listen to me and die. You really deserve it. Seeing this, Jiang Lingsu laughed helplessly. I really don't know which high person has done such a great thing. I heard that today. A Yuan Dan elder from the Black Mountain sect who happened to be nearby has already arrived and surveyed the scene. And last night, some of our Divine Light sect's elders also traveled to Rong City. The scene was set on fire, but a number of clues have been obtained. Qi Yuan's heart tightened slightly when he heard this. What clues? The one who slaughtered the disciples of the Black Mountain sect was a masked man. Heaven's path, heaven's pride. The elders said that the mysterious masked man should be a sword cultivator, but, in order to avoid exposing the traces of the Tao, he purposely switched swords and slaughtered the Black Mountain sect disciples. Jiang Lingsu had always paid attention to the news inside the Divine Light sect and knew a lot. What kind of knife? I don't know. Jiang Lingsu shook her head. It's not a kitchen knife, is it? Qi Yuan took out his knife and waved it around. Jiang Lingsu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. How can that be? Jiang Ran's innocent face also smiled, a hint of charm naturally flowing from her smile. If they were chopped to death by a chopper, that would be suffocating and relieving. Jiang Lingsu also added, rumor has it that chicken-worshipping elder ancestor was killed by a slash that shattered his protective danlight and shattered his Jindan. It can be seen that the knife is also bound to be a powerful magic weapon. How can it be comparable to a kitchen knife? Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer without window. Qi Yuan was instantly unconvinced. All things are equal. How can you look down on my family's knives? My sword can also cut off that guy's head. Jiang Ran smiled lightly and didn't say anything. Jiang Lingsu, on the other hand, disliked Qi Yuan. All things are equal. How can eldest brother insult a dog? Qi Yuan didn't continue on this topic. He took the chopper and said worriedly, I have a chopper and a disciple of the Black Mountain sect died under the chopper. You guys say, will the Black Mountain sect suspect that I killed Chu Tianxiong? Jiang Ran froze and wanted to laugh. Although she hadn't been professionally trained, she held it in. Jiang Lingsu, on the other hand, laughed lightly. Eldest senior brother, you're not thinking too much. You'd better build your foundation first. Say base or not, civilize you and me. Yichen Xiaoruoshua latest chapter. Jiang Ran and Jiang Lingsu simply couldn't keep up with Qi Yuan's brain circuits. I only saw Qi Yuan's worried face. Yesterday, I kindly reminded Chu Tianxiong, but in the eyes of outsiders, it seems that I have a dispute with him. You say that other people will not think that I argue with Chu Tianxiong and hold a grudge, and run at night to kill them all. Jiang Ran and Jiang Lingsu were completely speechless. Eldest brother, don't worry, no one will suspect you. Then if anyone asks, you'll have to testify for me, saying that I didn't go out last night, and had been on the seven-colored peak, drinking and guessing with the two of you. Good. Jiang Lingsu held her forehead. Jiang Ran's mouth also held a smile. Obviously, Chu Tianxiong died. She was in a much better mood, and the gloom on her face temporarily disappeared. Yichen Sunny Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. Qi Yuan lowered his head and muttered, do you think that in case the Black Mountain sect doesn't believe your confessions and forcefully comes to arrest me, the Divine Light sect will protect me? Jiang Lingsu was completely speechless. Eldest senior brother, I don't think you should be worried about yourself right now. You should be just as worried about that masked man as we are. He's facing the Black Mountain sect after all. The Black Rooster old demon after all. After a few people exchanged words, Jiang Lingsu and Jiang Ran left. Jiang Lingsu's face still has a helpless look. My eldest brother, people are quite good. Is the character well? You also see, Demented a vain, weird and wonderful. Jiang Ran revealed a sweet smile. Actually, it's quite interesting when senior brother Qi Yuan is like this. Alas, it's indeed quite interesting. And there's no need to have so many worries. Carefree, Jiang Lingsu thought of something and couldn't help but lament. There were huge stones in her heart that she had never been able to let go of. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. Elder brother Qi Yuan, this is still carefree? Qi Yuan was alone in the house, pacing constantly. On his face, there was a strong look of worry. I was careless last night. Just wearing a mask isn't perfect. I should have worn women's clothes, then I wouldn't have revealed my gender. Gee, they know that murderers use knives. What if they associate them with me? The Black Mountain sect won't come to trouble me. The more Qi Yuan thought about it, the more frightened and irritated he became. Although, what he did had been almost seamless. But what if, in case, the Black Mountain sect hid an ascendant saint who had calculated that it was him who had done it? He had already fantasized about those elders of the Black Mountain sect coming to the Divine Light sect and soldiering up to the peak. Celestial mapping. He's weak and pathetic and helpless all by himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The redder his face became. Beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrant grass sky, the Black Mountain sect really doesn't want billion. Didn't I just destroy a few evils on behalf of the moon? And they joined forces and bullied a 229-month-old child of mine? Is there any king's law left? Is there any heavenly justice left? Deception. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. No. I have to get revenge. Kihara sharpened his blade as he searched the house for a hat to cover his head so he wouldn't be seen. On second thought, he also touched a handful of pot ash and smeared it on his face. Catalogue of the works of the Book of Chaos. Looking at himself in the mirror, Qi Yuan felt slightly more secure. He pinned the kitchen knife to his waist and sneaked away from the seven-colored peak. And it wasn't long before Jiang Lingsu came to the outside of Qi Yuan's courtyard. Eldest senior brother. Is it in? She called out and got no response. Strange. Wasn't eldest brother always in the courtyard? When did he leave? Why didn't I notice? It was important to know that she had already built her foundation last night, officially becoming a foundation stage cultivator. Her perceptions were heightened by a large margin. She should have been able to sense when eldest brother left. Strange. She wondered, her eyes falling on a glass water tank. She looked at the black fish swimming in the water tank and murmured, "Is this the fish that eldest brother caught last night? It doesn't seem to be a wild fish." She pondered a little, and without further thought, she left the courtyard of her eldest brother. And at this moment, in the Divine Light sect, in the book collection pavilion, Qi Yuan ascended to the third floor, where he was hiding in a corner, secretly checking information about the Black Mountain sect's strength. Zihara looked at the books carefully. The sadness on his brow gradually relaxed. Is this all the Black Mountain clan has to offer? Originally, the Black Mountain sect was very jumpy in the Great Shan country. Qi Yuan had thought that the Black Mountain sect was definitely extremely strong. However, nowadays, it seemed that the strength of the Black Mountain sect's main sect could only belong to the third echelon in the Great Shan country. In fact, in the first echelon, there were the three major immortal cultivation sects. The second tier, on the other hand, had at least one divine infant battle power, or the means to withstand an attack from a divine infant powerhouse. The Black Mountain sect did not have any, and in the Black Mountain sect, there were only 7 Yuan Dan real people. Of the 7 Yuan Dan real people, the strongest was the Patriarch, who was only in the middle Yuan Dan stage. The rest were all merely early Yuan Dan stages. This kind of strength only belonged to the third tier in the Great Shan country. Ancient First God Works Catalog. That is to say, without the Black Rooster Old Demon, the Black Mountain sect is this? The more Qi Yuan thought about it, the more settled his mind became. The knife had already awakened its spirit, and if it was in the late Yuan Dan stage, and the body protection Dan light had become big, he was still a little afraid. There was just one mid-Yuan Dan, a few early Yuan Dan, and the golden Dan that was formed was still a golden Dan of a low grade. His eyes glowed as he sneered, "With this strength, how dare you come to trouble me? There's already a way to take death. Strike first and suffer later." They surely didn't expect that I would cross time and space and cut them down in advance. Nipping this karma in the bud, Zihara thought about the plan. The Black Rooster Old Demon wasn't within the Black Mountain sect, so as long as he was fast enough, he could completely run after taking revenge. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride Works Catalog. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak, or else I'd still need to avoid the Black Rooster Old Demon. Directly cut off his dog's head with a single slash. Old Demon Black Rooster, I'll remember you. If only I could really travel through time and space. I must slaughter the old black chicken demon when it's still young and drink chicken soup, or maybe pop up on his grave after his lifespan is over. Qi Yuan couldn't help but think of a female heroine of Go on the Blue Planet. That female heroine was a powerful person who had insight into the rules of time. She won in the present over the number one woman in chess in the past. She won in the past over the number one woman in chess in the present. He was honored as punching the Nanshan residential home for the elderly and kicking the Beihai kindergarten. Senior brother Chi Yuan, why are you here? Just then, a familiar voice came. Go in the demon martial chaos as a jailer. He only saw that Zheng Zhenghe was staring at Chi Yuan with a strange face. When he arrived at the third floor of the book pavilion, Zheng Zhenghe noticed Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan dresses oddly and behaves furtively, not like a good person. It's a wonder you don't draw attention to yourself when you're hiding in a corner. Zheng Zhenghe also looked at him for a while before confirming that this was the eldest disciple of the seven-color peak, senior brother Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan was also startled when he saw Zheng Zhenghe. It was as if the couple who had done something wrong in the library had been discovered. However, he quickly calmed down. Well, come over and look at the information. Senior brother is also reading information about the Black Mountain sect? I wonder if you can give me the information after reading it. Yichen Xiao Ruoxue Works Catalog. I'm going to take this information and bring it out of the book collection pavilion and hand it over to a few elders, Zheng Zhenghe said solemnly. No problem. Chi Yuan put down all those books. He thought of something and suddenly asked, what's written here should be true, right? The Black Rooster Old Demon has been absent from the Black Mountain sect? Zheng Zhenghe felt that Chi Yuan was asking a strange question, but still answered truthfully. Old Demon Black Rooster's dojo is in the 10,000 Demon Ridge, 1,000 miles away from the Black Mountain sect. Rumor has it that Old Demon Black Rooster is recently seeking a breakthrough to the late divine infant stage, and should be in seclusion for a short period of time. That's good. Chi Yuan's mind was greatly relieved. Zheng Zhenghe, on the other hand, had a strange look on his face. I don't know what senior brother is doing checking out the Black Mountain sect. Chi Yuan looked at Zheng Zhenghe as he took out a kitchen knife. Do you know what this is? Senior brother's pet. Yichen Sun Xiao Ruoxue Works Catalog. This knife, Zheng Zhenghe, is like a thunderbolt. He often saw Zihara walking his chopper. I heard that Chu Tianxiong of the Black Mountain sect, as well as old ancestor chicken worshipper, died under the blade of a mysterious powerhouse. And since I also use a sword, I'm afraid that the Black Mountain clan will misunderstand and think that I'm the mysterious strong man. Therefore, I have to make early preparations to see what kind of strong people the Black Mountain sect has. Chi Yuan said with a serious face. Zheng Zhenghe. He coughed and finally said, senior brother is really thinking of danger and peace. How could the people of the Black Mountain sect suspect you? Zheng Zhenghe straight away felt outrageous. However, when he thought of senior brother Chi Yuan's usual brain circuits, he was able to understand. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body latest chapter. After all, the person who dared to call the seven-colored peak master's wife to his face, the entire Divine Light sect, no, the entire Great Shang, was Chi Yuan alone. Zheng Zhenghe took the books and left. Principal Chi cocked his head in thought. It seems like we need to find an excuse to make a trip out of the sect. The Black Mountain sect was quite far away from the Divine Light sect, not like Rongqing where one could go back and forth in a few hours. He leaves and needs to report. After all, he was a great disciple of a peak, not an ordinary disciple. Holding a pile of bamboo slips, Dongxian walked quickly within the Divine Light sect. Before he came to the Divine Light sect, he had no cultivation at all, and he even took the initiative to withdraw from his fiancée. It was because of his series of maneuvers that he was able to avoid the vortex of power tipping and come to the Divine Light sect. Celestial mapping. Just a few days ago, the residual soul within him also began to awaken. The residual soul in his body was a powerful refiner who was murdered by a traitor, leaving only a wisp of residual soul that entered his body. During this period of time, the remnant soul had been instructing him in cultivation, and had also taught him the secret art of weapon refining. Yesterday, under the guidance of the remnant soul, he had also picked up a few pieces of precious weapon refining materials in the marketplace. Elder weaponry. Do you think that if old demon Black Rooster steps into the late divine infant stage, the entire great merchant will be thrown into turmoil? Dongxian held the bamboo slip and transmitted his voice to the residual soul within his body. Weaponry old man. For his part, Weapon Elder laughed. Your kid just refined his chi. What's the point of thinking about it so much? Are you still thinking about those powers of yours? Dongxian was silent and replied after a long time. It would also be better if I could help you recover your strength. Where Elder, the Book of Chaos. If you can seize power, then naturally everything is fine. But you have too little substance, and the strength of your mother clan is not good. So it's better to cultivate at ease and follow the steps. With my art of refining weapons, if there are no accidents, it won't take you more than a few hundred years to step into divine infant. Strength is the root of everything. Elder were advised in a serious tone. Dongxian's identity was special, and he was actually an unfavored prince of the Great Shang dynasty. Nowadays, the emperor of the Great Shang Kingdom was old and dim-witted and did not have long to live. And the princes were ambitious, competing for power and coveting that 9-to-5 position. Among the many princes, Dong Xian had the worst background and heritage. That's why, some time ago, he took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage, and made a hasty retreat to the Divine Light sect to avoid that place of wrongdoing. Suddenly, a wave of amazement went through the weapon elder. Who is that person? Dong Xian hurriedly looked over, only to see a strangely dressed man walking down the avenue. Still, he recognized the man, great disciple of the seven-colored peak, Qi Yuan. Dong Xian didn't know why elder weaponry was focusing on that person. Did you see the chopper on his belt? That must be a good one. Unfortunately, my divine sense couldn't be externalized. Otherwise I would have been able to discover exactly where that kitchen knife was special. Quick, buy that chopper. Where old man's voice was urgent, Toho froze. If, for example, it was just an ordinary kitchen knife and Qi Yuan was an ordinary Divine Light sect disciple, there was still a possibility that he would buy it. But, that's not. Elder Ware commanded. So he still went up with a stiff upper lip. Greetings, senior brother Qi Yuan. Dong Xian stepped forward and looked respectful when he saw Qi Yuan. It's you? Qi Yuan glanced at Dong Xian and couldn't help but take half a step back. People like Dawn Idol, who were suspected of having a protagonist's destiny, were as far away as possible. In the TV or anime that Sihara watched, anytime there's a sudden close-up of one of the supporting characters being nice to the main character, needless to say, this person is going to get knifed right away. And then the protagonist inspires a small universe. So much of television. There's this comment. Old man Fei. Qi Yuan was not an old man and did not want to be knifed. Senior Qi Yuan, I have an unkind request, and I don't know if I should speak, Dong Xian said. Qi Yuan quickly said, it shouldn't be spoken. It instantly blocked what Dong Xian was about to say, the first god of the ancients. And at that moment, Qi Yuan also looked up at Dawn Idol seriously. He's an ordinary teenager. The residual soul inside him has awakened and is a refiner. This refiner has his eye on your chopper. Qi Yuan saw Dong Xian's lack of response and patted him on the shoulder. Junior, there is a foreign fire in the Divine Pill Peak's back kitchen that I feel matches you quite well. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he simply left. As he walked, though, he helped knives cover his breath. The remnant spirit had just looked at his knife, causing him to be wary. And at that moment, Dawn Idol was still standing in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. A different fire? Something. And at that moment, the voice of the weapon elder came. This Qi Yuan, you have to be careful. He's not as simple as he looks. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. Up close and personal just now. I scoped out that kitchen knife of his that had blood on it. Blood? Isn't that normal? The blood of a Yuan Dan cultivator, Elder Weapon said. Toho froze. Yuan Dan cultivator? That chopper has killed Yuan Dan cultivators? One must know that when Yuan Dan cultivators were placed in the Great Shang country, they were also the general existence of the royal family's offerings. That mediocre kitchen knife had been stained with the blood of a Yuan Dan cultivator? Did the Seven Colors Peak Master reward Qi Yuan? No wonder Old Ware said the chopper was extraordinary. Elder Ware continued. This Qi Yuan can only be a friend, not an enemy. He still had half a sentence left to say. That blood, it was recently stained. Go in the Demon Martial Chaotic World as a jailer latest chapter. Dong Xian couldn't help but laugh. What am I doing with nothing to make an enemy of a peak's chief senior disciple? On the seven-color peak, Jiang Lingsu had a rare look on her face. Eldest brother, you're leaving the sect? Qi Yuan nodded. I've already spoken to the patriarch, and his old man has agreed to let me go out to build my foundation. Foundation building? Jiang Lingsu was puzzled. Why do you want to leave the clan? Wouldn't it be fine to build a foundation at Seven Colors Peak? It is better to read 1,000 books than to walk 1,000 miles. Jiang Lingsu froze. Eldest senior brother, you talk quite a bit sometimes, but I think you are certainly not for the purpose of building a foundation. Alas, Qi Yuan sighed. Your eldest brother, I'm running for my life. In order to fight for a life. Yi Chen Xiaoruashu and no windows. Qi Yuan felt that he was very similar to the sad character, Nangong Disian, who dared to fight a world of immortals. Jiang Lingsu was speechless. Eldest senior brother. Speak human. Seeing this, Qi Yuan said, wasn't I afraid that the Black Mountain sect would suspect me of killing Chu Tianxiong and the others? If old demon Black Rooster brings his men to the peak and I'm blocked here, won't I be dead? It's better to hide out and come back when the wind blows over. Jiang Lingsu, eldest senior brother, you'd better hurry up. I'm afraid that after staying with you for a long time, my brain gave out. Jiang Lingshu looked disgusted. However, she thought of something and reminded, eldest senior brother is out alone, so it's better to be careful. The Black Mountain sex people might be dogged and really seek you out. Heroes see the same thing. I also feel that the Black Mountain sect is wolfish. Chi Yuan viciously agreed. Yi Chen Sun Xia Ruoxue Works Catalog. Jiang Lingsu, eldest senior brother. I think it would be good if you were a mute. You must be a beautiful man that is rare to see in 100 years. It's the opening. Kneeling. Of course, the reference wasn't to Ziggurat's voice being hard to hear, but to the outrageous content of the speech. There are still 2 vacancies in the heavenly position. If you want to adjust your position, hurry up. Only 1 spirit stone is needed. On the spirit boat, the chi practicing realm female cultivator crisply reminded the passengers of the Earth Sunship. It was a flying boat bound for Bloodless City. Bloodless City, located in the northernmost part of the Great Shang, was a rather chaotic city. After all, Bloodless City was close to the rule of the Black Mountain sect. Generally speaking, not too many decent cultivators were willing to go there. However, a type of blood crystal was produced outside of Bloodless City. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. This kind of blood crystal, which was worth a lot, was able to be used by some cultivators for cultivation. That was why there were many casual cultivators, and even disciples of large clans, who would go to Bloodless City to collect blood crystals and improve their strength. Now, Chi Yuan was sitting in the spirit boat. This spirit boat is a Foundation Establishment magic weapon. However, unlike normal Foundation Establishment magic weapons, all of its points were added to speed. When Chi Yuan heard the words of the flight attendant lady, he was impressed. The day before yesterday, he touched the body. The poor first rich, want to go to the sky first class to sit. But when he thought, he was in a big job and had to keep a low profile, he snuffed out that thought. Fellow Taoist is also going to Bloodless City to dig for blood crystals? Seeing that you have an extraordinary temperament, you should be a disciple of a great sect, right? Just then, a beautiful woman next to him accosted Chi Yuan. Celestial Atlas latest chapters. The beautiful woman was exquisitely dressed. Her hair coiled into a fallen horsebun with a mahogany hairpin stuck diagonally on top. Light green robes, elegant and gentle, dignified and incomparable. Simply dressed. But it was obvious that the small fortune was a rich woman. Chi Yuan heard this and sighed. Even though he had changed his face by using the disguise technique and the concealment Dao method, reducing his face value by 0.9%. As a result, he was still seen to be handsome in nature. I am a casual cultivator. The role Chi Yuan was playing now was that of a casual cultivator. The casuals are pretty good, too, doing things with hustle. When I was young, I was also a casual cultivator, and only now that I'm older have I joined a sect, preferring a more peaceful life. The beautiful woman sighed. Isn't my sister in her prime? Chi Yuan said. As the saying goes, young people don't know that their sisters are good, and they mistakenly treat Lolita as a treasure. The Book of Chaos. Such a beautiful and rich woman in front of her would surely be liked by many Chao thieves. Chi Yuan's major skill is domineering power, but he has not awakened Boss Chao's attributes. Fellow Taoist is really good at talking. The beautiful woman laughed with a flamboyant smile. Where can I compare to you young people, who are strong and vigorous? She looked at Chi Yuan's upright and robust body and seemed to think of the past. Fellow Taoist traveled to Bloodless City to excavate blood crystals, so you have to be careful of the Black Mountain sex people. Bloodless City. Offending the city lord was better than offending the Black Mountain sect. If you offend the city lord, it may be just you who dies. If you offend the Black Mountain sect, it may be the whole family who dies. At the mention of the Black Mountain sect, there was clearly a strand of fear and disgust in the eyes of the beautiful woman. The Black Mountain sect is so bad that it even killed a whole family? Chi Yuan lowered his voice, somewhat agitated. The ancient god emperor has no windows. If the Black Mountain sect knew that he had killed Chu Tianxiong, would the Black Mountain sect's people kill to Blue Star and kill his entire family? That's more like it. But on second thought, Chi Yuan thought that he had a whole fucking family. On the account book, he's the only one. It's too bad. He can't even retort when people call him names online. The Black Mountain clan is a large and powerful family, and it is also overbearing. The blood crystals we excavate when we go to Bloodless City. Not only do we have to pay 10% to the city lord's office, we also have to turn over 20% to the Black Mountain sect. It's even more than 20%. Speaking of this, the beautiful woman gritted her teeth, looking quite angry. When Chi Yuan heard this, he was furious. Bloodless City isn't under the Black Mountain sect's rule, so why are they so arrogant? Simply more black-hearted than a capitalist. You should hang the streetlights. Everlasting life, beginning with the Chi Luck phrase works catalog. Seeing this, the beautiful woman lowered her voice and said, fellow Taoist has to keep his voice down. Don't let the Black Mountain sect's people hear him, or else the trouble won't be small. Chi Yuan heard this and muttered to himself in his mind. I'm not being selfish. I'm not avenging myself. I'm acting on behalf of God. He had brainwashed himself to be on the moral high ground enough to look down on the Black Mountain clan anyway. He and the beautiful woman were chatting with each other on the journey of the spirit boat. Of course, this has nothing to do with Chi Yuan's emotional intelligence, and everything to do with his face value and youth. After roughly 5 hours, the spirit boat landed. Many cultivators disembarked their spirit boats. The beautiful woman politely issued an invitation. If you don't have a place to stay, why don't you come and stay at my house for a night? Lord of Mysteries, no window. Chi Yuan sniffed and looked at the sky. No. He had to make it quick or he wouldn't be able to catch the spirit boat's last train. He's not staying here all night. After you kill someone, you have to run. As for returning to the scene of the crime, anyone who regularly kills people should know that returning to the scene of the crime to observe it makes it easy to get caught. And just then, a slightly disgruntled voice came. Mother, I'm here. An exquisitely dressed woman in a palace skirt walked over, followed by a foundation establishment female cultivator by her side. The palace skirt girl looked at Chi Yuan with hidden hostility in her eyes. Chi Yuan looked puzzled. Fellow Taoist Lu Piao, farewell. Chi Yuan said goodbye to the beautiful woman and turned to leave. Immortal evil god without window. The woman in the palace skirt walked forward and took the arm of the beautiful woman. Mother, who is that man? The beautiful woman laughed. Xiao Rou, your nature. Ah, is that you are too defensive towards everyone? That was just a casual cultivator I met in passing, who came to Bloodless City to excavate blood crystals. I saw that he had a good temperament, so I chatted. You're not too young. It's time to find a Taoist couple. The vigilance in the palace skirt woman's eyes disappeared as she said helplessly. I still have to deal with such a big mess as the blood crystal mine. Where do I have the time? Moreover, Mother, although I am not a proud daughter of heaven, I am not worthy of a casual cultivator on a random road? Alas, after picking you up later, I still have to go to the Black Mountain sect with the other mine owners. I've already made an appointment with them to leave in an hour. At the mention of the Black Mountain sect, there was a sorrowful cloud in the eyes of the woman in the palace dress that could not dissipate. Lu Piao heard her daughter's words, and had a headache and a heartache. The cultivators in the Black Mountain sect are not good people. It would be fine if they were dealing with other righteous great sects, but dealing with the Black Mountain clan, and born beautiful, the trouble is not small. In particular, this time, the Black Mountain sect's raising of its share of the blood crystal mine was not that good. That's why. I was thinking, you get married early, and leave such things to your husband. Then we have to find a more powerful character. Just that weak one just now, bumping into the Black Mountain sect's people, arguing with them about the blood crystal mine share, being able to fight for our interests? The woman said proudly, just now you were defending others. Now you are saying that others are weak. Hey, how can I say that you are justified? Lu Piao knew her daughter best. Her character had always been like this, making her quite helpless. The first god of the ancient world works catalog, the Black Mountain sect, in the entire Great Shang country, merely belonged to a second or third-rate sect, without any divine infant underpinnings, and not even a late Yuan Dan powerhouse. However, the headmaster of the Black Mountain sect recognized that strong man, the Black Rooster Old Demon, as his righteous father. The status of the Black Mountain sect has risen. In the Great Shang country, the Black Mountain sect became more and more domineering. In the Mountain Gate, there were hundreds of disciples, a dozen deacons, and several elders. But these are the people who have the worst reputation in the neighborhood. It could be said that when an ordinary Black Mountain sect disciple went out and came to the land under his or her dominion, those ordinary people would have to kneel down and kowtow. The Black Mountain sect has reached the point of stopping the night cries of little children. Inside the Black Mountain sect, Elder Yu Linglong was draped in a black veil, making it difficult to hide her exquisite figure. Heavenly Tao, heavenly pride, no bouncing window. She half reclined on the white jade bench and exhaled. Haven't you investigated the identity of that masked man's origin yet? The disciple knelt on the ground, not daring to look up at this elder. This elder is the first beauty of the Black Mountain sect. She's also the woman that old demon Black Rooster values. Of course, the Black Rooster Old Demon did not move her. Rumor has it that he is prepared to cultivate her to the realm of the divine infant, and then he will become a Taoist couple, walking the path of dual cultivation together. In the Black Mountain sect, Yu Linglong's status was even higher than the sect leader. That masked man, killing with a sword, is actually a sword technique. Levitation Mountain has a great suspicion, the disciple said. Elder Cyclone has now returned. The patriarch has summoned all the disciples and elders who are outside, ready to go and put pressure on Levitation Mountain. When Yu Linglong heard this, the smile in her eyes became even more flirtatious. It seems like old demon Black Rooster is going to really step into the late divine infant stage. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer, no bullet window. The disciples below knelt on the ground, And when they heard Yu Linglong call old demon Black Rooster in such a way, they treated it as if they had never heard it. And at that moment, there seemed to be a chance of a garment veil slipping down coming from Yu Linglong, and she lightly opened her vermilion lips as she said to the disciple below, "Do you dare to climb up?" That disciple's mind was shaken. He had known that Yu Linglong was dissatisfied with old demon Black Rooster. He still refused in a hurry. "Don't dare." Yu Linglong sniffed and laughed as she patted her chest. "Colored-hearted and gutless guy. Come over here. I won't tell anyone." Cold sweat grew on the foreheads of the disciples below, not wanting to stay here for too long, fearing that they really couldn't hold it. Beauty or life? He still knew which was more important. No matter how much Elder Yu Linglong disliked old demon Black Rooster, it was not something he could touch. However, right at this moment, a sudden loud bang came from outside. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue Works Catalog. The disciple's face changed and he left in a hurry. Disciple will go take a look. He doesn't want to stay here anymore. At this moment in the Black Mountain Sect's gate, Qi Yuan was holding a large sword. On the surface, it was a large sword, but in reality, the inside was a kitchen knife, and the outside was filled with metal by Qi Yuan to look like a sword. He walked across the white bone bridge and killed the 5 disciples watching the bridge with a single sword strike. The only white bone bridge into the clan was also cut by him. Other than Foundation Establishment and Yuan Dan, ordinary disciples could only be trapped in the Black Mountain Sect, unable to leave. Thieves, report your names. How dare you come to my Black Mountain Sect to cause trouble? Several Foundation Establishment deacons appeared, fierce and vicious, the look on their faces incomparably shaken. It had never been their Black Mountain Sect that went to others to cause trouble, but now they dared someone to come to their Black Mountain Sect to cause trouble. Yichen Sun Xiao Ruoxue no bullet window. Black Mountain Sect. You killed my entire family. Little Master has been practicing hard for 100 years. Finally his divine power has come to fruition. Today I will destroy your Black Mountain Sect. Qi Yuan shouted and also made up an identity for himself. So it's which leaky fish? That black-bearded deacon was not surprised when he heard this. The Black Mountain Sect often exterminated people's entire families, and it was normal to have fish that had slipped through the net. I let you get away with it 100 years ago, and if you were to live in peace, you might still be able to enjoy your old age. It is unwise to come back to the Black Mountain Sect to die now. Your lineage is going to have its roots broken. The black-bearded deacon roared. Zahara froze. He's in too deep. How dare you try to break my roots? He said, his eyes reddening. You all must die for me. As he said that, the great treasure sword struck a sweeping blow. Opening signature desolate ancient sacred body latest chapter. Qi Yuan was originally a qi refining perfection. In the game, his strength grew and fed back into reality. The strength of the feedback, although less than 101, was enough for Qi Yuan to be proud of all the qi refining perfections. It was even said that Foundation Establishment could be easily beheaded. Through the adapted kung fu, the knife gave birth to a spirit. With a knife in hand, Qi Yuan's strength reached a new level. A single slash could cut off the dog's head of a Yuan Dan. Not to mention these Foundation building deacons. The strong wind set off by the great treasure sword directly slapped these 3 Foundation Establishment deacons onto the mountain gate boulder. Pust. Several Foundation Establishment deacons, spitting blood from their mouths and having their heart veins shattered. Celestial Mapping latest chapter. Qi Yuan raised his great sword and overturned the Black Mountain Sect's mountain gate with a single strike. 100 years ago, you killed my whole family. Today, I will exterminate your entire family. Qi Yuan's voice was like rolling thunder that shot up into the sky. Inside the Black Mountain Sect, the disciples of the Black Mountain Sect who saw the fall of several deacons were trembling. After all, the point is too hard. If they went up to stop them, they were just sending them to their deaths. They would have to come from the Yuan Dan elders. Sure enough, as Qi Yuan split the mountain gate open, inside the Black Mountain Sect, 2 Yuan Dan elders appeared jointly. Both of their faces carried endless anger. The auras in the space all began to stir. All the disciples were invigorated when they saw this scene. Catalog of works of the Book of Chaos. Those Foundation Establishment deacons and disciples also came forward to surround and fight Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan saw this and was not polite. The great sword of treasure swept across the room. The powerful wind caused dozens of disciples to die on the spot in an instant. The Yuan Dan elders in the sky were furious. It was the first time he had seen this kind of ruthless person who specialized in picking disciples to fight. However, seeing Qi Yuan's move, he also realized something. It was you who killed the chicken-worshipping ancestor? This Yuan Dan elder was none other than the Cyclone elder who had returned from the outside. And he knew quite a bit of information after checking out the corpses of the chicken-worshipping elder ancestor and the others. Qi Yuan looked at Elder Cyclone and brandished his great sword. I can't believe you found out. All the more reason not to keep you guys. He also flew up into the sky. When those 2 Yuan Dan elders saw this, a suspicious look flashed in their eyes. Why is there no Jin Dan in your body? You're not a Yuan Dan cultivator? What answered them was Qi Yuan's great sword. My Jin Dan is in the sky. Qi Yuan bellowed, carrying his great treasure sword as summer 8 slashes. Elder Cyclone's heart was in awe. He felt a huge threat and didn't dare to receive this sword at all. He was actually more shocked in his mind. You're not a Yuan Dan cultivator. Finally, he found something. The shock in his heart was even more terrifying. It wasn't Yuan Dan, but it was surprisingly hanging on to Yuan Dan. In the world, is there such a foundation-building cultivator? This is too demonic. No, I'm a Yuan Dan. I have a golden Dan. Qi Yuan hurriedly defended. I have to say, the three-man battle looked rather comical, like a schoolboy brawl and quarrel. The fight was unable to attract the attention of the Black Mountain sect disciples, and the content of that quarrel was quite interesting. The first god of the ancient world, Ziggurat, took the great sword and dangled it at the two men. In less than 10 breaths, he was in complete control of the situation. Suddenly, Elder Cyclone cast a Dao spell, and his eyes widened as he seemed to have sensed something. He realized something. You're not at Tsukiji. After he said this, he suddenly yelled, run away. This is not human. Yes, I'm not a foundation builder. I'm a Yuan Dan. Qi Yuan naturally wouldn't give the Yuan Dan elder a chance to escape. With a sword from the top to the bottom, the sword opened the heaven's gate, splitting the two Yuan Dan elders directly into pieces. The steps for splitting the body are gone. It all happened so fast. The two Yuan Dan elders had just fought Qi Yuan for a dozen or so breaths before they were both killed. Heavenly Dao, Heavenly Pride, no bouncing window. The Black Mountain sect, together with the Patriarch, only had a total of 7 Yuan Dan real people. Old Chicken Worshipper is dead. 2 more have just fallen. In other words, there were only 4 Yuan Dan elders left in the Black Mountain sect. The Black Mountain sect's loss was close to half. And at this time, the other powerhouses inside the Black Mountain sect finally stopped watching the show, or came out from their seclusion and came to the front of the mountain gate. The person at the head was none other than the Black Mountain sect's patriarch, Daoist Black Wind. He was dressed in a gray robe, with crane hair, and looked very old. It was hard to imagine that a man of such a great age had recognized a righteous father. Yu Linglong stood on the side of the Black Wind Taoist, staring at Qi Yuan with a curious glance and throwing a wink from time to time. The remaining 2 Yuan Dan elders, on the other hand, stared at Qi Yuan with grave expressions on their faces. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer, no bullet window. Daoist Black Wind looked at the ruins on the ground, his gaze unchanged. Your Excellency has gone a bit too far in attacking the mountain gate. We, the Black Mountain sect, are a small portal, but the Black Rooster Old Demon is the old man's righteous father. If Your Excellency leaves now, the matter will be closed. In the beginning, our Black Mountain sect annihilated Your Excellency's entire clan. And now that Your Excellency has killed 3 Yuan Dan elders of our Black Mountain sect, it's enough to wipe the slate clean. The Black Wind Taoist can bend and show weakness to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan sniffed and didn't make a move as he sized up the Black Mountain sect's people, thinking about how to quickly decimate them. Seeing that Qi Yuan did not speak, Daoist Black Wind continued. If Your Excellency is still entangled, our Black Mountain sect is not a soft persimmon, and it is yet to be seen who will die by then. An old demon Black Rooster is a certain righteous father. Do you know that, Your Excellency? Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. Qi Yuan sniffed and raised his eyebrows. Killing my entire family and threatening me? Do you really think I grew up eating cuddly? The Black Wind Taoist froze. On the side, cloaked in black veil, Yu Linglong laughed. Flavorful, little brother is quite interesting. If you are willing to let go of the Black Mountain sect, Nu is willing to accompany Your Excellency for one night for the sake of the sect. Daoist Black Wind frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Qi Yuan sniffed and exclaimed, the beauty plan has been used, so it's really despicable. Today, I must destroy your entire family. Qi Yuan didn't want to mouth off anymore and went straight for it. Mouthpieces are so pointless. Most of all, Qi Yuan wasn't well versed in the art of talking and hadn't won any cursing fights. When Daoist Black Wind saw this, his face was grim. It seems that Your Excellency is really seeking death. Yichen Sun Xiaoruashue, no bouncing window. Daoist Black Wind didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out a formation flag and threw it into the air. Formation. At this moment, he activated the clan's grand formation. In an instant, the faces of all the Qi refining disciples turned pale. The foundation building deacon was a bit better, but his face was also a bit pale. On the other hand, the 4 Yuan Dan elders, on the contrary, had rosy cheeks and their auras became even more vast. The Black Mountain sect's grand formation was pumping the cultivation of all the disciples and deacons' bodies to be channeled to the Yuan Dan elders. In an instant, the strength of the 4 elders was taken to the next level. Qi Yuan looked at these people and slashed the great treasure sword in his hand with force. Seeing this, Daoist Black Wind did not panic, and now he felt as if he had reached the late Yuan Dan stage. As a round golden Dan flew out, opening sign desolate ancient sacred body latest chapters. Eat my blow. The moment Taoist black wind struck, it was the strongest Jin Dan strike. Jin Dan, the most precious thing for Yuan Dan cultivators, was also the gathering of the Tao. By performing this method, Taoist black wind seemed to be winning. The golden Dan I have formed is of the middle third grade, a heavy iron golden Dan. This Dan was the strongest. Even a divine infant cultivator could not shatter it in the short term. Your Taoist method is exquisite, killing moves layer after layer. Fighting experience is far more than ours. If you are entangled with you, you will certainly be broken by you. Therefore, I will take the golden Dan and break all laws with one force. Taoist Black Wind didn't have much experience in fighting, and his biggest advantage was that his cultivation realm exceeded that of his opponent. Therefore, he used the most prudent move, using the heavy iron golden Dan, to suppress his opponent. Catalog of Celestial Atlas Works. This move was so rogue that it could almost crush cultivators of lower realms. However, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the golden Dan instead. Not even a soccer ball big enough, and you still want to suppress me. If the Black Wind Taoist were to fight Qi Yuan squarely, he might have to fight for a long time. But if you do, take out the golden elixir? Sorry about that. Qi Yuan's knife specializes in splitting the Jindan, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. Ziggurat once again casts his big skill. Only the sun and the moon and the wind and the splendor coalesced in him. The huge sword, at this moment, exploded, revealing the figure of a chopper. Seeing this scene, Taoist Black Wind froze. Chopper? However, he hadn't been frozen for long when his insides warned wildly. The Book of Chaos latest chapter. He subconsciously had to take back the golden Dan, but it was too late. Only to see that the chopper slashed at the Jindan without even the sound of metal hitting metal occurring. It was just like a chopper slicing an egg, directly chopping the Black Wind Taoist's Jindan to pieces. The Black Wind Taoist's eyes widened, wanting to say something, but how could he not say anything? The breath of the whole person fell madly, not far from death. How? Possible. The Black Wind Taoist was puzzled. His Jindan, chopped by a chopper. That's a heavy iron golden Dan for him. A sufficiently heavy Jindan is heavy as a mountain. Such a heavy force, condensed into the size of an egg, could be seen as terrifying. Ancient God Emperor. Qi Yuan looked at Taoist Black Wind and said coldly, "It's not that I'm too strong. It's that your Jindan is too small." Qi Yuan was also reflecting in his mind. In the future, if you make a golden elixir, you must make a big one. You can't make one as big as an egg, like the Black Wind Taoist, and get chopped by a knife, right? When he finished, he took the kitchen knife and stopped hiding it. Kill. He killed the remaining 3 Yuan Dan. He summarized slashes and doesn't even have to care if the chopper cuts the other disciples. At first, those 3 Yuan Dan elders had their hands tied, afraid of killing the disciple. But after just a dozen or so breaths, they didn't care and frantically fought Qi Yuan. Those Qi refining disciples of the Black Mountain sect, the Foundation establishment deacons, died and were injured in an instant. And Qi Yuan, holding a chopper, once again performed the Jintian sword drawing technique to kill a Yuan Dan elder. Everlasting life, starting with the Qi-luck phrase no bomb window. Another Yuan Dan elder, who had already been seriously injured, was sneak attacked by Yu Linglong and swallowed his Yuan Dan, which he used to restore his own cultivation. Nowadays, on the entire Black Mountain sect, the only Yuan Dan elder left was Yu Linglong. The black veil was covered in blood, and her clothes were torn and tattered, revealing a large, slippery area on her high breasts. She looked at Qi Yuan, pitiful, and her eyes moved with flavor. "Can your excellency let the little girl live?" "Humph." Qi Yuan ignored it, and the chopper slashed frantically. Seeing this, Yu Linglong continued, "Your excellency has a grudge against the Black Mountain sect, and now that the Black Mountain sect's people have almost died out, why do you want to tangle with me? Even though I am an elder of the Black Mountain sect, I do not have feelings for the Black Mountain sect. Demonis, suffer death." Yu Linglong cringed in her heart. If this continued, in less than 10 breaths, she would surely die. The Lord of Secrecy has no pop-up windows. With a cruel heart, she hurriedly said, "I have a secret I can tell you, fellow Taoist." Qi Yuan ignored it. Yu Linglong was anxious. "In fact, I am the body of the purple bamboo. The little woman until now has not lost the Yuan Yin, maintaining the chastity of the woman. Old demon Black Rooster covets my Yuan Yin, and has been spending vast amounts of resources to cultivate me, just to cultivate me to Divine Infant. Once I reach Divine Infant, he will have a chance to step into the legendary realm of the Purple Mansion after he has dual cultivated with me and gained my Yuan Yin. If your excellency is willing to spare my life, I am willing to serve as your excellency's slave and give your excellency my Yuan Yin to help you achieve the Violet Mansion immortal destiny." Qi Yuan heard, "Purple Mansion? Seeing this, Yu Linglong's heart rejoiced. As long as your excellency is willing to make love with me on Wushan Mountain, you will be able to step into divine infant today. If your excellency waits for me to grow into a divine infant, and then spend the night with me, you can hopefully enter the Violet Mansion. Immortal Evil God Works Catalog. When she saw that Qi Yuan did not attack again, her voice became even more flirtatious. When Qi Yuan saw this, thoughts wheeled between his brows. Doesn't it mean that you are the sustenance of old demon Black Rooster? All the more reason not to keep you. The divine infant realm's Black Rooster old demon is as terrifying as this. Not to mention the Purple Mansion realms. As he said that, he directly chopped off Yu Linglong's head with a chopper. Immediately, Yu Linglong's head flew out, and Qi Yuan's sword split Yu Linglong's Jin Dan again. Jade Linglong is too dead to die. Qi Yuan looked at Yu Linglong's corpse and murmured, "Scared me to death. It's good that she said she had the body of a purple bamboo. Otherwise, I'll kill her and run away. And when old demon Black Rooster comes over, I might even pick up her flesh back. Who knows, can that flesh body help one step into the Purple Mansion?" Catalog of Works of the Great Master. Qi Yuan thought and took out the special corpse transforming water and poured it on Yu Linglong's corpse. At once, Yu Linglong became a puddle of water. This way old demon Black Rooster shouldn't be able to take her Yuan-ing, right? No, it's still not safe. Qi Yuan lit another fire to dry the puddle of water and put the soil here into the storage bag. After working for a while, Qi Yuan looked at the Black Mountain sect, killing intent surging in his eyes. There are still some disciples still alive. They have to be dealt with cleanly, and then move their book stash away. Hurry up and run. The Black Wind Taoist cast a formation, and behind him, Yu Linglong as well as the other Yuandan elders fought with Qi Yuan, and in order to raise their strength, they hard drained the cultivation of the rest of the disciples. Many disciples turned into dry corpses, but a few were still alive. Qi Yuan naturally wouldn't let it go. After mending the knife, Qi Yuan searched the Black Mountain sect like a windstorm. Of course, due to the time constraints, he focused most on scouring the book depository. To Qi Yuan, Gongfu was the most important. The infinite number of techniques that had given him the massive amount of knowledge he had accumulated, combined with his eyes that could see hidden information, was what allowed him to continue perfecting the Qi Yuan scripture and walk out on the path of immortal cultivation. Gotta go. Qi Yuan estimated the time and flew away from the Black Mountain sect. Duan Qianro was dressed in a plain, flush-chested jacket, and at the moment she was sitting on top of the Cloud Rabbit carriage. The Cloud Rabbit has 3 heads and 8 feet, can step on the ground, take off in the air, and is extremely stable. Therefore, the rabbit is well destined to be a good land and air puller, and does not have to worry about the rabbit's head being eaten. Gentlemen, this time when we deal with the Black Mountain sect, we can stand together. We can't back down. 20% of the blood crystals handed over to the Black Mountain sect is already our limit. We can't add more. A burly man said, the first god of the ancient world. On this Cloud Rabbit car, there were more than a dozen people in total, all of whom were the mine owners of the major blood crystal mines in Bloodless City. Just a few days ago, the Black Mountain sect requested that the amount of blood crystals submitted by each mine owner be raised from 20% to 30%. This angered these mine owners to no end. Bloodless City is not under the rule of the Black Mountain sect, and paying 20% before was already unreasonable. As a result, it is now directly increased to 30%, which is really overbearing. Alas old Wang, what can we do with a united front? The Black Mountain sect had the Black Rooster old demon behind them. Even the 3 major immortal cultivation sects had to sell their face. How can we, the casual cultivators, deal with the Black Mountain sect? I'm afraid that if we don't raise our share, we won't be able to return to Bloodless City. An old man at the Foundation establishment stage spoke, his voice helpless. The people present all looked aghast. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride latest chapters. This kind of thing, the Black Mountain sect did it. Which of those elders of the Black Mountain sect were not ruthless? Even that poor-looking Yu Linglong, before she was taken in as a forbidden domain by the old demon Black Rooster, she also practiced Taoism by killing people. As for the disciples of the Black Mountain sect, most of them were from robbing cultivators, so one could imagine how bad their character was. Alas, if a sword immortal were to come one day and pick off the Black Mountain sect with a single sword, how wonderful it would be. Even the 3 great clans can't do anything about the Black Mountain sect. Where are the sword immortals? Old Wang, keep your voice down. Don't let the Black Mountain sect's people hear you. Duan Qianro sat in the Cloud Rabbit car, and her mind was also a little melancholy. Just then, however, the speed of the Cloud Rabbit car dropped. The people in the car stared inwardly, thinking that they had encountered someone from the Black Mountain sect. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. The curtains were pulled back and the crowd was treated to the sight of a handsome teenager. Duan Qianro was a bit surprised because this teenager was the one who had a good conversation with her mother today. How is he in the territory of the Black Mountain sect? And it's also so close to the Black Mountain sect's headquarters? Could it be that the other party was a disciple of the Black Mountain sect? Thinking of this, a wave of disgust arose in Duan Qianrou's heart. It's not that she's a mapmaker. It's just that there are no good people in the Black Mountain clan. Gentlemen, excuse me, the visitor was none other than Qi Yuan, who had just exterminated the gate and descended from the mountain. He looked at the crowd and slowly said, "Dare I ask you all, which nearby marketplace has the Ling Tian Pavilion?" The crowd was relieved to hear that they were asking for directions. "I am afraid that it is a disciple of the Black Mountain sect." Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue latest chapter. "It's right there in the Heavenly Cloud Workshop," Duan Qianru replied. "Thank you all." Qi Yuan saluted, courteously, while inwardly sighing, "In this world, there are still many good people." Duan Qianru thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "How did you come to the Black Mountain sect?" Everyone understood that Duan Qianwei and this teenager knew each other, so there was not much of a problem. "I came here to look at the stars." Qi Yuan's eyes rolled. He really can't tell a lie, and made it up off the top of his head. Duan Qianru snorted. "It's me being abrupt. By the way, the Black Mountain sect is very dangerous. If it's not necessary, don't come here." "You're right. It's too dangerous here. I have to run," Qi Yuan said and quickly ran away. Looking at Qi Yuan, who had slipped away, all the people present felt a bit puzzled. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiao Ruoxue latest chapter. Mining Master Duan knows this teenager? Old Wang asked. "His character is oddly interesting. Don't recognize." Duan Qianlu denied it. The crowd didn't say anything, and just assumed that the woman Duan Qianru was kind-hearted. "It's just a hiccup." The crowd did not take it to heart. The Cloud Bunny car traveled fast. The crowd soon arrived at the Black Mountain sect's gate. How come the White Bone Bridge is broken?" The crowd felt amazed. To get to the Black Mountain sect, you had to walk across the White Bone Bridge. Now, that White Bone Bridge is gone. "Look, guys, what's that?" The crowd immediately cast their Dao magic to look inside the Black Mountain sect's mountain gate. Opening sign: desolate ancient sacred body. Only the mountain gate of the Black Mountain sect collapsed, while the interior of the Black Mountain sect was littered with corpses. "That is Yuan Dan, elder." Someone's teeth chattered. "The Black Mountain sect has been exterminated." The crowd was horrified. That was the Black Mountain sect, the overbearing and incomparable Black Mountain sect. To be able to wipe out the Black Mountain sect, one must at least be a divine infant old monster, right? Aren't you afraid of offending the Black Rooster Demon? Everyone suddenly looked at Old One, who had just said that Sword Immortal had wiped out the Black Mountain sect. Old One quickly waved his hands. "Not me. I didn't." Duan Qianru, on the other hand, squinted her eyes and thought of the teenager she had met on the road earlier. Did he see anything? The minds of the people present were different, but they all understood that the Great Shan country was going to be in chaos. The map of celestial beings has no bullet windows. Sky Cloud Place. Siegara is walking faster than usual. After coming down from the Black Mountain sect, he suddenly realized that he hadn't handled things properly, although it was said that Yu Linglong had already been euthanized by him. But what if there is more than one body of purple bamboo in the Black Mountain sect? What if that patriarch of the Black Mountain sect, Taoist Black Wind, was also of the purple bamboo body? Old Demon Black Rooster was under a big banner. Yu Linglong was only the explicit purple bamboo body. His righteous son, Taoist Black Wind, and even the rest of the Black Mountain sect were the implicit purple bamboo body. He didn't dare to go back to the Black Mountain sect, so he thought long and hard and found a way. That was to spread the news that there was a purple bamboo body in the Black Mountain sect. Latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. In that case, I am afraid that when the Black Rooster Old Demon comes out, he will come to the Black Mountain Zone, and see what must be a Black Mountain Zone that does not have a single corpse, for the sake of realm breakthroughs, and also breakthroughs to Yuaning, and even Zifu. How crazy the cultivators were. Qi Yuan could hardly imagine. So, he asked where the Ling Tian Pavilion was on the way. The Ling Tian Pavilion was a special existence of the Great Merchant. It could be said that 80% of the game jade slips, 90% of the projection jade slips, and 50% of the communication jade slips of the Great Merchant were all out of the Ling Tian Pavilion. According to Qi Yuan's understanding, this was a penguin from a previous life. His purpose of coming to the Ling Tian Pavilion was to let those cultivators in the Great Shan country know that the Black Mountain sect had a purple bamboo body through the Ling Tian Pavilion's major jade slip channels. In that case, there must be countless cultivators who would be desperate enough to travel to the Black Mountain sect. In that case, Old Demon Black Rooster came out of seclusion and came to the Black Mountain sect to investigate the person who overthrew the Black Mountain sect? Investigate my ass. It's all human. The bodies of the disciples of the Black Mountain sect are all over the country. In the Ling Tian Pavilion, Complimentary Zizi Su in a Taoist robe. The hands of the furnace. Incense in the furnace. Incense. There are 3 veggies in monasticism. Veggie clothes, veggie dishes, and veggie. Creaking. The door was pushed open. Deacon. Business is coming. The boy seems to be very familiar with mending Zizi Su. The door did not even knock. Directly pushed the door to enter. Complimentary Jisoo also did not get annoyed and had a mild personality, but instead looked towards Chi Yuan in the doorway. What can I do for you? I want to publicize a piece of information through your Ling Tian Pavilion. This is the price list. Your Excellency, please take a look and choose which grade. Complimentary Zizi Su handed the price list to Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan looked at the price on it and smacked his lips. That's a high price. It would take dozens of spirit stones to start. Catalogue of the works of the first god of the ancient world. If he hadn't earned his fortune in the Black Mountain sect, he wouldn't even be able to afford an advertisement. I'll choose the 3000 spirit stone slot. Chi Yuan dwelled on it for a while and chose this advertisement slot. This one commercial was enough to satisfy Chi Yuan. Once many people knew that the Black Mountain sect had a purple bamboo body, then there would definitely be people who would come and frantically grab the body. Of course, most people couldn't recognize the body of the purple bamboo. What is the news that Your Excellency wants to publish? Upon hearing the 3000 spirit stones, complimentary Jisoo only looked at Chi Yuan a little more, as if he was guessing Chi Yuan's identity. The news I want to publish is that in the Black Mountain sect, there is a body of purple bamboo. Chi Yuan lowered his voice and said, "What?" Complimentary Jisoo's eyebrows jumped, countless thoughts flashing through his mind as he looked at Chi Yuan and said with a light smile, "Your Excellency has a grudge against the Black Mountain sect? This is to make the disciples of the Black Mountain sect restless." Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. Chi Yuan sniffed and nodded. This man was half right. He was trying to make the disciples of the Black Mountain sect die in peace. For one thing, even if there really was a purple bamboo body, it wouldn't fall into the hands of the Black Rooster Old Demon. Secondly, when the Black Rooster Old Demon comes out of the gate, he will be facing the Black Mountain sect which has nothing. How can he find the murderer behind the scene? Chi Yuan is pulling everyone down. If it were any other pavilion, I'm afraid this business wouldn't dare to take over for fear of offending the Black Mountain sect. But I, Ling Tian Pavilion, am not afraid. I'll take this business, complimentary Zizi Su said, a confident look in her eyes. Chi Yuan gave the spirit stone to the complimentary demented vegetable with some flesh pain. This spirit stone was gone before it was even warmed up. Luckily, he grabbed quite a few this time. Go in the demon and martial chaos as a jailer no bullet window. Chi Yuan left the Ling Tian Pavilion and secretly took a spirit boat and returned to the Divine Light sect overnight. Once he returned to 7 Color Peak, he fell asleep. After all, in the battle at the Black Mountain sect, he was mentally strained and also consumed quite a lot. And while Chi Yuan was asleep, there were 2 messages that winded up and stunned the entire cultivation world of the Great Shan country. First message: there is a body of purple bamboo on the Black Mountain clan. The second message: the Black Mountain sect was exterminated. Some people who didn't know the truth, cultivators who only learned about it based on the information first come first served, immediately smelled the flavor of great terror. This is a strong person who discovered that the Black Mountain sect has the body of a purple bamboo and wiped out the Black Mountain sect. Regarding the Black Mountain sect's extermination, some people didn't believe it and felt that it was a rumor, while others felt that it was a great relief. And others were speculating about which mysterious powerhouse was so bold that he dared to exterminate the Black Mountain sect's entire clan. Yi Chen Xiao Ruashu and no bullet window. While some of the nimble-minded people had changed into disguises at this time and sneaked up to the Black Mountain sect while it was nighttime. Above the Black Mountain clan, corpses were strewn everywhere and blood continued to flow. A barefoot man in black sneakily climbed up to the Black Mountain clan and looked at the corpse, his eyes surging with amazement. It seems that it's still me who has a flexible head and is bold enough to be the first to come to the Black Mountain sect. Suddenly, a cold shout came out. You thick-browed, big-eyed monk Wubashi, how dare you also think about the purple bamboo body? What? Are you going to find that corpse and refine it into your child? The man in black looked shocked and looked at the 3 men in black behind him. Who are you and how did you find me? Monk Wubong. Who among us here would walk barefoot every day besides you? A crisp female voice said, with mockery in it. Yi Chen, Sun Yi, Xiaoruashue, without any flickering windows. This woman was holding a black-robed man, and the 2 appeared to be Taoists, and at that moment, an angry voice came out. I'm the monk Wubashi. Who are you? Pretending to be me. Another barefoot black man appeared. The 5 black-robed men present, looking at each other, did not argue on the matter. The Black Mountain sect was exterminated, followed by the news of the purple bamboo body. The murderer behind the scenes is scheming a lot. The female voice was clear and crisp, and her face was grave. To be able to wipe out the Black Mountain sect, at least a divine infant elder would have to make a move. But here, there isn't any aura of a Yuaning striking. Could it be that it's a Yuan Dan? I'm afraid, it's not an ordinary Yuan Dan. The injury is a blade, but it's really a sword. Does that mean it's someone from Hovering Mountain? The man in black that the woman was holding said, opening signing the latest chapters of the desolate ancient sacred body. At that moment, the barefooted Hulk said in a hurry, it's not just Hovering Mountain that uses swords. The other barefooted Hulk was furious, you old thing from Hovering Mountain. Disguising me. The people were calculating in their hearts as to who had overthrown the Black Mountain sect, and at that moment, the female voice said, who overthrew the Black Mountain sect shouldn't be the most important thing for us to consider. Everyone, don't forget the purpose of coming here. Could it be that we're looking for fun? There's no such thing as a purple bamboo body here. These 5 people's complexions stared as their divine sense spread and scanned the surroundings. Worm of the purple bamboo? The woman grabbed a bug. The rest of the people's faces changed slightly. Wherever the worm of purple bamboo appears, there must be a body of purple bamboo that has been active for a long time. The Atlas of Heaven and Man. It seems that there must be a body of purple bamboo here. The crowd's breath caught. The importance of the body of the purple bamboo could be imagined. That was a special physique that had a chance to help the late divine infant stage step into the realm of the Violet Mansion. The crowd immediately scanned all the corpses, trying to find that body of purple bamboo. Suddenly, the barefooted man looked at a puddle of dirt. The Black Mountain sect's Yuan Dan realist Yu Linglong has disappeared. He stared at the dirt and momentarily averted his gaze again. Could it be that the purple bamboo body has been taken by that person who destroyed the clan? What's he doing publicizing this message? That we seek amusement? The old man who had been silent spoke, his voice hoarse. And at that moment, as if he had discovered something, the second big man who came with bare feet fished out the body of the Black Mountain sect's patriarch with one hand. The Book of Chaos latest chapter. Monk Wubashi, how dare you? Seeing this, the remaining few people shot out and grabbed the corpse of the Black Mountain sect patriarch. In an instant, the corpse of the Black Mountain sect patriarch, grabbed by several divine infant elder monsters, was instantly torn apart. Poor Black Mountain sect patriarch. No peace after death. The barefooted man was furious. This is not the body of the purple bamboo. What are you guys grabbing with me? This is indeed not a purple bamboo body, but it is a blue bamboo body that is one level lower than the purple bamboo body. Grind its corpse into ash and cultivate a special spirit medicine, which can bear a blue infant fruit and enhance the cultivation of the divine infant realm. The woman has extensive knowledge. I didn't expect that the patriarch of the Black Mountain sect is actually Yu Linglong's father, or grandfather. It's fortunate that someone discovered all this early, or else within 200 years, old demon Black Rooster will surely enter the realm of the Purple Mansion. At the mention of this, a heartbeat went through the crowd. Once this happens, the landscape of the Great Shang dynasty is bound to change drastically. However, this heart-stopping was only temporary, and just after grabbing the corpse of Taoist Black Wind, these god-infant powerhouses moved again. After all, the purple bamboo body and the blue bamboo body appeared frequently, so maybe something else would appear. These bodies cannot be spared. As a result, a big battle to grab the corpse took place on the Black Mountain clan. For all this, Qi Yuan naturally did not know. He stretched God and felt refreshed. Finally, I can play the game in peace. Little clothes monsters, here comes your internet mouth replacement. The next day, Qi Yuan was still asleep. Suddenly, a crisp voice came. Eldest brother, when did you come back? Zihara woke up from his sleep. He cleaned up briefly and walked out of the room, sleep still on his face. Came back last night, he said, looking at Jiang Lingsu, senior sister. How did you know I was back? You wouldn't peek at me sleeping, would you? Jiang Lingsu was furious. She was tempted to say that she woke up this morning to find her yard waste dump overturned, but on second thought, this would easily hurt the pride of the eldest brother. She calmed her mind and said, eldest brother, isn't your sword still tied up in the courtyard? She looked at the chopper that was tied by a string, like a pet. Qi Yuan glanced at the chopper, revealing a suspicious expression. The first god of the ancient world. He had gained a lot from overthrowing the Black Mountain sect this time. Of course, the biggest gain was that the Black Mountain sect's book depository was emptied by Qi Yuan. As for the other spirit stones, as well as the spirit objects, he ran too fast and didn't take much. However, even so, the resulting spirit matter was worth a lot, and the knife ate it up in a big way. After all, how about Qi Yuan, who was just at the battle power of Foundation establishment? He was able to slash Yuan Dan entirely with the power of the knife. It's like in Seal of the Gods. There's an awesome magic weapon that directly crosses the level of the challenge. So did Zihara. In the short term, even if he used up all the spirit stones, the amount of power he would raise on his own would be limited. What he lacked the most was a technique. as well as foundation building. And he used most of the spirit stones and treasures on the knife to enhance its strength. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. Today's knives are even more terrifying. Qi Yuan holding a knife was enough to stiffen a late Yuan Dan stage whose Tao was not refined. Feeding so many spirit stones and spirit objects. How is it still? Zihara wanted to cover his face. Does it mean that a dog can't change his mind and a knife can't change his mind about flipping garbage? Or, maybe the sister's trash heap is richer than he is? Seeing that Qi Yuan didn't say anything, Jiang Lingsu continued to ask, eldest senior brother, didn't you go to build your foundation? Have you succeeded already? She looked at Ziggurat as if trying to see something. Hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately collapsed into a grimace. I failed. Alas, a first-grade foundation building spirit. Too difficult to build a foundation. Jiang Lingsu sighed in his heart as he heard the words, go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer, no bullet window. The higher the level of the foundation establishment spirit item, the stronger the battle power after foundation establishment, and the higher the probability of breaking through the realm in the future. But for cultivators, it was not the case that the higher the level of the foundation establishment spirit item, the better it was. Insufficient talent in forcibly using a high-grade foundation building spirit to build a foundation had the possibility of failure. The way is 50, the heavenly diffusion is 49, and the transportation is 1. Even if it was the lowest level of foundation building spirit building, there was still a chance to reach the top. For most ordinary cultivators, the grade of the foundation establishment spirit item was not high. What works for you is the best. One of the great elders in the Jiang Lingsu clan is the 8th grade foundation building spirit to build a foundation, which can be said to be very shabby, but that great elder, the strength of the clan is considered to be in the top 3. Eldest brother, don't force yourself. The foundation building spirit that suits you is the best. Yi Chen Xiaoruoxue, yellow flower fruit. Although it is a first-grade foundation building spirit, it is just like that. Jiang Lingsu comforted. Qi Yuan sniffed and nodded in recognition. You're right. The yellow flower fruit isn't suitable for me. I want Heaven's Path to build my foundation. Ginger Lingus. She was also only at Earth Pulse Foundation Establishment, and she was still the lower 3rd rank in Earth Pulse Foundation Establishment. As for Tendo Tsukiji, this kind of heavenly pride was something that Jiang Lingsu had never even seen before. After all, the chi of the heavenly veins could not be captured by a non-metamorphic god, and a metamorphic god might not always be able to capture it. Only when one cultivates to the realm of the Yin god can one give birth to the Yuanshan, traveling around the worlds and roaming the great void. And the Yuanshan here was very different from the divine soul, divine consciousness, and so on that Jiang Lingsu had perceived. This big brother really dare to think. Yi Chen Sun Xia Ruoxue, latest chapter. You don't have a strong yin or yang god in your ancestry, and you still want to build a foundation in the heavenly Tao? However, Jiang Lingsu looked at the palace on the 7-colored peak and pondered. Eldest senior brother, this is the Yunfa Dan. It can calm the mana. You just failed to break through. Your mana is unstable. You need to eat one so that you can continue to break through in the short term. It, well, isn't expensive. Family specific. And it's only a few spirit stones. Jiang Lingsu's greenish-white hand stretched out a delicate white porcelain bottle, which was holding an elixir. Qi Yuan froze. Senior sister, you're my Duria dream, right? Always pulling some weird shit out of his sleeve. Ha! Calm Lingsu aligned herself with Qi Yuan's strange words. Qi Yuan received the embracing law pill. This is the embracing mana Dan. A cultivator who fails to build his foundation. His mana is disorganized, and he needs to polish his mana before accumulating the next breakthrough. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. Mana containing elixir. Neutralizes mana and fills mana. Can be filled with the mana of 10 top-grade spirit stones. However, there are still quite a few flaws in this embodied law pill that can be improved upon. Zahara froze. Filling 10 top-quality spirit stones with mana? That's 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. This manifestation pill. It was true that it was only a few spirit stones, but it was a top-grade spirit stone. Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu. Senior sister, I appreciate your feelings. In the future when someone cuts you, senior brother will help you block the knife. This is a really rich woman. Gotta hold on to this thick leg. No, it's tender white thin leg. Jiang Lingsu laughed lightly. You'd better protect yourself. Eldest brother, I don't want to see you get hurt. Jiang Lingsu is just like an ordinary member of the multitude of people, with many advantages and many disadvantages. The map of celestial beings has no bullet windows. Of course, she's not ordinary, she's got a lot of money. Thinking of something, Jiang Lingsu's gaze became grave. It's fortunate that you came back. Eldest senior brother, as the Black Mountain sect was annihilated yesterday, I'm afraid that the entire Great Shang country will be in turmoil. What? The Black Mountain sect was exterminated? Qi Yuan's eyes widened. He felt that his acting must be so good that he could get a small gold man. Who was the murderer? And did he use a knife or a sword? Eldest senior brother. Your point of focus is too strange. Jiang Lingsu suddenly stared at Qi Yuan. The Black Mountain sex extermination wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? When Qi Yuan heard this, his superb acting skills broke down. No, it wasn't me. You're vain. It can't really be you, can it? Jiang Lingsu laughed out loud, but didn't take it seriously. The eldest brother is crazy, obsessed with games, and strange. The Book of Chaos latest chapter. It's the kind of character that I'm afraid will require lightning therapy to cure. It's a pity that nowadays, the world has changed so much that there is no longer any thunderbolt for cultivators to break through the great realms. Otherwise it must have been interesting to see eldest senior brother being struck by lightning, right? After exchanging some words with eldest senior brother, Jiang Lingsu returned to her room. An ordinary mirror appeared in her hand, refining Qi perfection. Ah, this mirror, named Koan Qian Mirror, was one of the many sub-mirrors of the Qian Koan Mirror, capable of seeing through cultivation. It showed that Qi Yuan's cultivation level was Qi refining perfection. Why are you going through the trash again? You knife. Zihara is tempted to slap knives, but then again, I'm afraid of hurting myself. Today, we have to go outside to scout the wind and see how the Black Mountain sex extermination is followed up. Anyone who regularly kills people should know that you can't go back to the scene, but it should be okay to follow a homicide from a distance, right? Anyway, there are no police here, and the old black cock demon is still in seclusion. Returning from the peak, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, no one suspected it was me. The Ling Tian Pavilion is also too powerful. There were strong men who flattened the Black Mountain sex mountain last night. I don't know which divine infant elder is making the move. Is anyone from our divine light sect going? Sure enough, most people's focus is now on the purple bamboo body. Even if old demon Black Rooster comes out, I'm afraid he won't be able to find the murderer. Zahara muttered. Nightfall. Qi Yuan once again entered the game world. The first thing you do is chat with your online friend Jinli. Nowadays, in the southern Qian country, Aunt Qin had displayed her imperial level strength on the day of the appointment and defeated the state master of the southern Feng country. Sima Ting, the minister of power of the southern Qian kingdom, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The first god of the ancient world latest chapter. Jinli's short-term mission is complete, but the crisis is not over. I have not been a competent emperor. When the storm in Nanxian calms down, I will leave Nanxian. What do you think? Through Linglong Yushur, Jinli sent these words to Qi Yuan. She clutched the jade shield tightly, a little apprehensive inside. This time, Qi Yuan's message came after a dozen breaths. Jinli hastened to look up. What's the point of being an emperor? The mission is done and you go straight away. Why don't you come with me to brush up on the monsters? How fun! Upon reading the last sentence, the corners of Jinli's mouth curled into a smile. Good. With you, Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride Works Catalog. The Unqualified Queen. Again. Lost sleep tonight? Tossing and turning. And the originator, Qi Yuan, at this moment took his great sword again and started the hunting moment. Only, when stepping into the depths of the clothing ban, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. Not right. He sensed that today's cloak and dagger ban was a little different than usual. On a bent-neck tree, the branch was mostly broken off, revealing a barb-like fracture from which a gray pant leg hung. It's not me that's hurt. There are others? The monsters that Qi Yuan killed would eventually turn into ashes and become his experience. Categorically, this would not happen, breaking a large part of it. His gaze was heavy and he became more cautious. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. After all, in this world, there were still treacherous ministers like Sima Ting, and there were definitely other human NPCs. Maybe there are such NPCs among the clothing ban. Qi Yuan was very careful and observant. However, he only found a few broken pieces of clothing monsters. The rest of the clothes monsters, as usual. Qi Yuan hesitated. Should we keep killing? He was a little distracted if he didn't get the situation straightened out. Unfortunately, he had stalked all night and still hadn't found anything special. The clothes and monsters of the clothing ban are all hanging in the trees as they always have, silent as ghosts. It's not like I'm scaring myself, is it? Qi Yuan withdrew into the depths of the clothing ban, and he decided to dig a hole. Yichen Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. After all, every time you get scared, hide under the covers and the fear dissipates. According to the first principle of ghosts, ghosts can't hurt people who are hiding under the covers. Zihara decided to hide in the pit for now. The pit was cramped and impermeable on all sides, like some special spot in a game of chicken that could give a false sense of security. The cool moonlight fairy on the tree, not far from the half of the green clothes hanging, ruptured clothes as if torn by the claws of an animal. The wind blew, half of the green clothes fluttering. Using his great sword, Chi Yuan quickly dug a pit. He immediately dove into the pit, looking at the dirt in all directions. With no room for the rest, Chi Yuan murmured, "It sure feels better." Just about blocking the entrance, he got up, ready to block the entrance and bury himself in the ground. Yichen Sun Xia Ruo Shui Works Catalog. Only, he looked up and immediately met a pair of deep, empty eyes. At the mouth of the pit, there was a head staring wordlessly at Chi Yuan. This head, it seems to be wearing a mask. The mask consists of black and white, half black, half white, the white part, as if a cold corpse has been smeared with 3 layers of powder by a rookie mortician, trying his best to restore the dead person's facial expression, but still the feeling is creepy. "You're not fucking Marshall." Zihara was startled. Anyone who is ready to go to sleep and suddenly looks up and sees a pair of eyes staring at him with a tight hook, and doesn't say a word, just looking quietly, will have the same reaction as Chi Yuan. Hegemonic power. When he saw this creature, Chi Yuan's first reaction was to exert his domineering power. Opening sign desolate ancient sacred body no bouncing window. In an instant, Chi Yuan's strength all over skyrocketed crazily. Double, triple, quadruple, quintuple. Hegemonic power. A true hegemonic power. He exerted his overbearing power and charged directly at this unknown being. Kill. The great treasure sword slashed away. Beneath the mask, Chi Yuan saw a flash of red. The unknown being was still staring at Chi Yuan. Only a hint of strangeness was revealed in the unknown being's eyes. A red gas, like a chemical gas being released from a gas tank, surged towards Chi Yuan. Only then did Chi Yuan see the full picture of this unknown being. Black and white masked face, white and red entwined cloth clothes, and a pale human arm in one of the sleeves. Only at the palm of the hand. The nails were long and black as ink. Celestial human atlas without window. Lord of the fallen forbidden zone. King of the ugly clothes monsters. Level 95. Big boss? Ah! Chi Yuan's great sword pushed. With the overbearing power, this sword was enough to injure a level 90 monster. However, this sword only caused that unknown being to take half a step back. The red gas, however, merged into Chi Yuan's body at that moment. Chi Yuan instantly felt that his body became stiffened down. Those red gases, as if they were going to turn into red strings, imprisoned his internal organs and turned him into a marionette. Point hard. Run. 95 levels. He was only at level 88. A difference of 7 levels from this Lord of the Fallen Forbidden Zone, and there was a big level in between, the Book of Chaos without window. Then we must run. However, after realizing that the other party was the Lord of the Fallen Forbidden Zone, Chi Yuan was relieved instead. NPCs, being able to see the blood bar. He can kill. Of course, it's still time to run. Chi Yuan ran quickly, using his domineering power to the extreme. The ugly clothed monster emperor, on the other hand, only followed from afar, and did not seem to be in a hurry to catch Chi Yuan. I don't know how long he had been running, but Chi Yuan's body was deficient and felt too weak. He also sensed that the ugly clothed monster emperor behind him wasn't chasing after him anymore. He breathed a sigh of relief. Another couple 100 miles. No! Hurry up and dig a hole to sleep. The body is hollowed out. Can't be beat. He hurriedly picked up his great treasure sword and prepared to dig a pit. Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. Only, he froze. This is a graveyard? A mass grave? Whatever. If we don't dig, we'll have to go offline forcibly. My lords, I'll lend you my feng shui land and we'll be neighbors for the night. In the chaotic graveyard, there is a layer of mist. Abandoned tombstones collapsed. A grave should be lush. There are still holes underneath. Inside you can see a dense small feet of white centipedes. Chi Yuan found a spot away from the graveyard and dug a large hole. Zihara was thankful that he didn't dig into his neighbor's house. He hastily buried the pit and changed to a comfortable position to lie down. Only, as he closed his eyes, he felt as if he had touched a slippery patch. Wouldn't have touched that old man's skull, would you? With such emotions, Chi Yuan went offline, and on the 7-colored peak, he insisted on not going and fell into a deep sleep. Clothesline ban. In the middle of the graveyard. Half an hour later, the sound of firecrackers and the sound of gongs rang out at this moment. It seemed like a funeral, and it seemed like a wedding. I saw a group of clothes monsters coming out of the fog in groups. They were dancing around. They lit their clothes on fire. Graveyard. Lights on. Clothes monster bouncing. P.S. I'm begging you all to catch up on the new book period. It's about testing the waters and recommendations. Please. As Zigara boarded the game again, he was tempted to post a video. Family, what to do? My family gave me a plutonic marriage. Then, with a watermelon head special effect. If it's a certain sound, the comment might be that the sisters hold up. If it's a certain bar, the comment may be that the brother is blessed. Of course, these are stereotypes. These answers, too, will not solve Chi Yuan's problems today. He looked at his bride. He longed to see her face, to see her brow, to see her arms and thighs. It's not too much to ask to see your own bride, is it? Only, this bride has no face. Not only no face, but no arms and no legs. No, jade feet. The first god of the ancients' latest chapter. Ugh, I just slept. How did I get married to an NPC? The place Chi Yuan was in was a place that resembled a bridal chamber. On the windows, there were also paper flowers with happy words. Just as soon as he got into the game, he and his bride laid borders. His bride, a big red wedding dress, Chinese ancient style, the kind from ghost movies. If you look closely, you can really fantasize about a bride with a clear brow and a gorgeous, graceful, delicate face. He looked at the clothes monster, or graft monster, in front of him. He had a helpless face. I want to finish you off with a sword as an experience pack. As if he had understood Chi Yuan's words, the large red dowry shrank back a bit. However, Chi Yuan didn't kill this NPC after all. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride Works catalog. At that time, when he fought with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, the ugly clothed monster emperor, the blood-red gas of the ugly clothed monster emperor entered Chi Yuan's body. The gas, which was extremely difficult for him to deal with, had been weakening his attributes, and even presumed to slowly control Chi Yuan's body. And that red gas was helpfully melted away by this dowry monster, the bride of Chi Yuan. Everyone else helped you? What's the point of turning her into an experience bag again? Moreover, this graft monster, it seemed to have some intelligence. It was different from those clothes monsters who saw Chi Yuan and wanted to beat and kill him. He looked at the grafter monster sitting on the slab, just a step away from him, and said slowly, "Who are you? And what's your name?" The grafted monster didn't answer and didn't move a muscle. As a jailer in the chaotic world of demons and weapons. No name? Don't remember? Then I'll call you Red Glitch Little Marriage. In the end, Chi Yuan still gave the dowry monster a name. The name of the dowry monster is tentatively given as Little Dowry. Unfortunately, Little Married has no face, no skin, no legs, no hands. If sleeves and pant legs count as hands and legs. Ugh, picked up a wife for nothing. Chi Yuan didn't know whether to be happy or sad. This wife, still unable to communicate with him properly. Why do you want to pay your respects to me? Chi Yuan still tries to communicate with Xiao Marriage. Although, she doesn't seem to be able to communicate. This time, to Chi Yuan's surprise, the Little Married did not fail to react this time. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue latest chapter. From her red sleeve, she threw out a wooden sign. The wooden sign is made of old material and has 2 words written on it. Husband? Yes, it has the word husband written on it. You want me to be your husband? So you took advantage of me being offline to pay your respects to me? Chi Yuan was speechless. He had stumbled upon a being even less outrageous than himself. And an NPC at that. No, we didn't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. This doesn't count. Chi Yuan continued. He didn't want to be married to a dress. Granted, brothers are like brothers and women are like clothes. But you can't really be clothes, can you? Otherwise, how can we harmonize our lives after marriage? Xiao Shuang's sleeve gripped Chi Yuan's arm tightly, not letting go. Yi Chen's son Yi Xiao Ruoxue. She doesn't speak, but shows it with her actions. Chi Yuan was helpless. Since you can communicate with wooden tiles, at least take more of them and introduce yourself more. His eyes looked away, and the Little Married presented little information. Little Marriage, the bride you carried in a palanquin. The Little Married man's hand shook, and 8 wooden cards were dropped from his sleeve. Where did it fall out from? Chi Yuan stared at the Little Mary's sleeve. Can I stick my hand in and look for it? Little Mary didn't back down, which meant she didn't refuse. Chi Yuan's hand reached into the cuffs of the small marriage, and pulled out to the chest, appendix, and liver places, and the result was empty, and Little Married, who seemed to have a great reaction in general, fell straight to the ground. Chi Yuan finally didn't pull out anymore, but helped Little Mary up and looked at the 8 wooden tiles on top. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body latest chapters. A man's design with husband written on it. A drawing of a wedding garment with the word wife written on it. A smiley face pattern. A crying face pattern. A sticker pattern. A hand-on sleeve pattern. A sleeping pattern. A reclining board pattern. You were a wholesale emoji in your previous life, right? Chi Yuan couldn't help but spit. He saw that Little Mary could express herself with a wooden sign. Tests were conducted immediately. For example, make some wooden signs for Little Mary to express herself. To Zihara's dismay, no, Little Marriage could only pull out those 8 wooden tags. The Celestial Atlas has no windows. Her world, it seemed, could only be represented by these 8 wooden signs. Ugh, let's get a divorce, Chi Yuan said. Our relationship is broken. File for divorce. Xiao Daijian gripped Chi Yuan's arm tightly, and a wooden board slipped down. on which was the pattern of holding hands and sleeves. You can help me? For some reason, Ziggurat seemed to be able to read what the pattern represented, both in terms of telling him to stay put, but also in terms of her being able to help him. Chi Yuan became interested and looked at Little Marriage. Just then, Xiao Married's entire cold body was pressed against Chi Yuan's body. Special changes happened at this moment. In the wedding room, the blood-red dowry transformed into red points of light, like red fireflies landing on Chi Yuan's body. In less than a millionth of an instant, the red fireflies transformed into red armor, draped over Chi Yuan's body, covering his body parts completely, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. The Book of Chaos. From a distance, the armor was blood red, like flowing blood, but it was this fluid type of armor that gave Chi Yuan an extremely strong sense of security. Delicate and beautiful, mysterious and powerful, Chi Yuan was dressed in blood armor, holding a great sword, and his entire height was drawn up to 10 meters. Now he was like a horrible demon walking in hell. Chi Yuan felt a tattoo of a dowry right at his chest. The tattoos are exactly the same as Little Married. He was able to sense that the pattern of the dowry was the body of the little dowry. The scarlet armor, rather, was a defense given to him by the Little Marriage, not the Little Marriage itself. Chi Yuan looked at himself and froze. Level 93? Wearing the Little Marriage, or rather merging with the Little Marriage, he heatedly increased by 5 levels, becoming level 93. Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. Only, he had a vague feeling that it was temporary. It got him a little excited. That's level 5. Upgrading by 5 levels was a huge boost to Chi Yuan, and he didn't have to be so troublesome to brush the monsters anymore. Encountering the level 95 Ugly Clothes Monster Emperor again, he didn't have to run away directly, and he even had the power to fight. And if it was one-on-one, Chi Yuan still had a certain amount of certainty that he could defeat it. This one-on-one, of course, was him and Little Mary against the one-on-one Ugly Clothes Monster Emperor, and that's when an unexpected thing happened to Chi Yuan. He activated 2 skills at the same time. One big skill, one small skill. Every 30 levels, Chi Yuan gains a greater skill and can use it in the present world. Every 10 levels, gain a minor skill. Merging with Little Mary, Chi Yuan's level broke through 90 and gained 2 skills. For these 2 skills, the major skill is Robe with Sun, and the minor skill is Split Clothes with the Sun. As long as the distance between Chi Yuan and Xiao Mary was not too far apart, the two could merge even if they were not together and did not see each other, and Chi Yuan used this great skill. When using this skill, Chi Yuan can enjoy the authority of a small marriage. Split Clothes. Chi Yuan's attacks always have an armor-breaking property against clothes and armor. These are 2 skills that are quite good. After all, Chi Yuan realized that he could still gain 2 skills by upgrading to level 90 normally. That would be like him whoring out 2 skills for nothing. The Little Marriage left from his body, and for some reason, Chi Yuan felt that he and this clothing monster seemed to have added certain connections in the underworld. He looked at the little married woman, watching her intently. He wanted to look into her eyes, but he couldn't see them. The first god of the ages. Sure you don't want a divorce? Chi Yuan said. When this map is painted, maybe I'll have to leave here. In the past, there were also stories of Su Xian falling in love with a snake demon, Dong Yong and the 7 fairies, and the monkey and the bird fairy with whom he had a non-trivial love affair. Can't see people falling in love with NPCs, not to mention the NPC is still clothed. When Little Marriage heard Chi Yuan's words, her body trembled, and a wooden sign fell down, on which a man was being drawn with the word husband written on it. Chi Yuan picked up the wooden sign and pondered for a moment. Then you're just my CP for this game, and we are, for now, still in the divorce cooling off period. When he passes, it will be the end. Another wooden card slipped out of the little married man's sleeve. Sticky sticky. If the little guy had eyes, he would definitely be looking at Chi Yuan expectantly. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. No posting. What's the point of posting? Might as well merge. Chi Yuan looked at Little Marriage and said slowly, let's merge. Seeing that Xiao Daijia did not refuse, Chi Yuan used the skill with the sun. Being with the sun is not the same as marrying small and merging with him of your own accord. He wanted to see the difference between the two. In an instant, the little married once again imprinted on his chest. A blood-red armor surfaced in Chi Yuan's body again. Unlike the one that Little Mary actively possessed, this armor was covered with blood-red barbs, and it also looked more dangerous and creepy, and the blood-red color was more vibrant, not the dark red color that it had been before. If the armor that Xiao Daijia actively possessed focused on defense and protection, then Chi Yuan casting the merge with his son focused on attack. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. The add-on is level 5 and still present as well. This kind of addition was extremely terrifying. If I wear this armor and kill the clothes monsters, who can stop me except that Lord of the Forbidden Zone? Chi Yuan felt that his progress in brushing up on the game had accelerated a little bit more. What about shared authority? Zihara felt it. Ha? 1/3 control of the clothesline ban? Qi Yuan froze, not expecting this. However, this control of little marriage was clearly different from Qi Yuan's previous control of the Xian Yuan ban. According to the game, the kind of Komari is a soft control, and the kind of Zihara is a strong, hard control. He lowered his head, and his eyes looked through the red armor to see the small marriage imprinted on his chest. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue works catalog. It seems that she's kind of the big boss of the clothes monster ban. Since we can share, there's no need to kill? He pondered something. You want to obtain the Heavenly Dao fragment and succeed in Heavenly Dao foundation building. Clothesline ban has to be cleared, and this game should be cleared as well. Although Kihara seems to have no idea what he's doing, he won't make a mistake when it comes to critical moments. Authority. Zihara narrowed his eyes. His form flickered. This time, the place where he appeared was clearly the graveyard where he appeared before. At 10 meters tall, he was like a giant here. He stared at a grave, his body shrinking to normal human size. That grave was ordinary, and there was even a hole where white centipedes could be seen crawling. Yi Chen's son Yi Xiao Ruoxue, Qi Yuan drilled straight into that hole. Having gained the authority shared by the little marriage, Qi Yuan knew that there was a dungeon beneath that grave. In the underground palace, the emperor of every generation of the clothesline ban on the ancient world is buried. The darkness of the cave was nothing to the Zygons. He carried his great treasure sword, and the red metal flowed and covered his great treasure sword as well. Originally, the dungeon, which was full of threats, or because of the small marriage possession, was open to the Kaiwan gate. Walking in the dungeon, Qi Yuan looked at the surrounding buildings and was a bit puzzled. To be able to build such a dungeon shows that the clothes monster is still intelligent. Why? The clothes monsters I see are all murderous, epileptic, spiritless clothes monsters? In the game, even if Qi Yuan didn't pull the hate value of the NPC monsters, these monsters would actively attack him. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. It was as if those little monsters were going to tear apart every living thing in the world. The little married, on the other hand, was different from the NPCs Qi Yuan had seen. He suddenly remembered the message his eyes had seen when he looked at the ugly-clad monster emperor. Lord of the Fallen Forbidden Zone? Could it be that the little married is not fallen? Qi Yuan felt as if he had discovered the truth of the matter. He entered the depths of the underground palace and suddenly, Qi Yuan froze. I'm going into the Qin Emperor's tomb, aren't I? Just as far as the eye could see, there was a coat of black armor. Some of them were armed with lances, others with goads. They stood in the pit of the ground, like an army into the establishment of the general, not moving, but Qi Yuan still felt that the moroseness and the army of the murderous intent, celestial and human atlas. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with thousands. At the moment, they are just like the terracotta warriors, but Qi Yuan had a feeling in his heart that once they were awakened, they would be the strongest army in this world. Invincible. Qi Yuan's gaze was drawn away by a stone tablet. On top of the stone monument, there were densely engraved words: the 4 divisions of the divine court, the ministry of clothes, the royal daughter of the marriage, the wife of the god of heaven in charge, set the world's war clothes, help the divine court's Xuan Kai. The group of demons angry and frightened, can be clothed in the world to carry on. He watched attentively. On top of this stone tablet, many things were recorded, as well as an extremely powerful and prosperous time. In the past, the god of heaven established the divine court and commanded the 4 divisions, which shook the world and made the 4 seas peaceful. The clothes department, the most prominent of the 4 departments, its main killing, catalog of the works of the Book of Chaos. The clothes prohibition army had even flattened the 100,000 great mountains and the endless plains, driving the demon race into the icy wasteland. The head of the Ministry of Clothing, the married imperial daughter, and even the wife of the god of heaven. Zihara remembered the little marriage. Could it be that little marriage is related to this marrying goddess? He continued to watch. The divine court has been sitting on the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and the world has been at peace for hundreds of years. The divine court, which ruled over the 4 divisions, was already invincible. But if there is no enemy in the world, then the enemy will come from heaven. Suddenly, one day, there was an enemy from outside the domain, coming to violate the Moonwatch continent. The Lord of the Divine Court, that powerful heavenly god, led the crowd to meet the enemy. As a result, it didn't come back. The 4 divisions were slowly declining as a result. The ancient god emperor, and the last of the forbidden army of the clothes department was buried in the underground palace, waiting to be revived one day to fight for the god of heaven and for the world. So that's how this game is set up? The 4 forbidden places should be the 4 major divisions of the divine court. The biggest boss should be that extraterrestrial enemy. The goal of my mission is to defeat the extraterrestrial enemy, guard the world, and then give me the heavenly Dao reward? Sure enough, with the Emperor's armor on, I'll have to be the big hero guarding the world. As an inexperienced gamer, this is what Chi Yuan brainstormed. I thought Jean Li's task of guarding a country was difficult. It looks like this one of mine is the real hellish difficulty. According to the records, the divine court reigned over the world, high above the human race, with a total of nearly 100 kingdoms. For the sake of heavenly Tao foundation building, one has to fight. Now, I'm a man with a little marriage. Go straight up 5 levels. That's too strong. The Moonwatch continent. Somewhere, some murmuring sounds rang out, seemingly whispering. Chi Yuan half leaned against the coffin in the underground palace. He felt that it was important to spit out to Jean Li about the peculiar things that had happened today. Jean Li, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? In the middle of the palace, Jean Li, who had a headache dealing with the Zhangfu, saw the bright light flashing out of Linglong Yushur. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. The troublesome matters of the southern Xian country also seemed to have dissipated. Hear the good news first. The good news is that I'm married. Married? The bad news is that the object of my marriage is a wedding garment. Chi Yuan told Jean Li roughly what happened today. Jean Li was somehow relieved to hear this. The first god of the ancients. With little Mary, I've definitely gotten faster at brushing monsters, so I guess it won't be long before I'm able to get through the clothesline ban. What about your side? How's it going? Jean Li's brows furrowed in a cloud when she saw the message Chi Yuan had sent. After the death of the late emperor, all the royal heirs were massacred, leaving only Jean Li, a sole survivor. It could be said that the entire southern Xian country was Sima Ting's world. However, Sima Ting did not directly usurp the throne for the sake of orthodoxy, for the sake of the rightful name, and because he was concerned about the Tianqi admiral, who led the army and had become a vassal, as well as the Heavenly Fortune sacred sect. And some time ago, the appointment of the state master of the Nanfeng kingdom was Sima Ting's plot. However, due to the Xian Yuan ban, Aunt Qin broke through to the imperial level, and during the appointment, she defeated the state master of the Nanfeng kingdom and thwarted Sima Ting's plot. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride latest chapter. Even so, the power that Jean Li had at her disposal was too great a gap compared to Sima Ting. It can be said that the late emperor was hollowed out while he was still alive. Her ascension to the throne is only in name. The 6 ministries, with the exception of the great sage Kongqi and the Ministry of Rights, are all under the control of Sima Ting. The only power she truly had at her disposal was Aunt Qin, an imperial-level powerhouse, and 2,000 forbidden troops. Unfortunately, even if Sima Ting was swindled into the palace, Aunt Qin, in conjunction with the Forbidden Army, would have difficulty in putting Sima Ting to death. Not to mention, Sima Ting's first eldest son, Sima Ryu, was even more wolfish than Sima Ting. Sima Ting would still be decent, but Sima Ryu wouldn't be. On my side, it's still a bit difficult. I have too little power at my disposal. Jean Li sighed quietly. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer latest chapter. It's nice that Regulus bands can boost the strength of his men. The lift is also fast, but not enough to make Jean Li a quick flip. Unless, given a few years or even a dozen years of peaceful development, she had some more imperial-level powerhouses under her command. In the southern Xian country, there were only 3 explicit emperor-level powerhouses. Besides Aunt Qin, under Sima Ting's door, there were 2 imperial-level powerhouses in the open alone, and how many more there were in the dark was even more unknown. Moreover, she didn't dare to send her cronies towards the Regulus ban in a big way. That would definitely attract the attention of Sima Ting. Sima Ting's power was so overpowering that it was incomparably inflated, which was why Jean Li was able to leave the imperial capital last time and travel to the Xian Yuan ban. But Aunt Qin showed the strength of an imperial-level powerhouse. Sima Ting's heart will certainly be jealous. Jean Li again want to leave the palace. Can be too difficult than before? Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. You're in a situation that's even more difficult than Emperor Xian of Han. Chi Yuan couldn't help but spit. At the time of Emperor Xian of Han dynasty, at least the various vassals and the dawn of the world ostensibly still recognized the royal family's surname Lu. What about Jean Li's side? She's the mascot now. Once she did show a power that could threaten Sima Ting. I'm afraid, Sima Ting will tear his face off, not thinking about any orthodoxy, any face, and directly put Jean Li to death by thunderous means. What about your side? How's the mission going? Jean Li was gradually able to speak on the same channel as Chi Yuan. I also encountered a big boss, a bit strong. It seems, even the heavenly god is not his opponent. Heavenly god? Jean Li couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is it that heavenly god from mythology? Yichen Sun Yi Xiaorua Shui. I don't know. Chi Yuan had only seen the record of the heavenly god in the underground palace of the Clothespin Ban, and he was not sure if it was from mythology or not. Then you. Be careful. Don't forget. There's still me to face, Jean Li said. Chi Yuan shrugged. Unfortunately, I can't leave the Forbidden Land right now, or else I would have directly helped you to cut down Sima Ting and get rid of it once and for all. However, it's possible that will lower your mission evaluation and the reward will be much less. In today's Qi Yuan, the only maps that are open are the Xian Yuan ban and the clothes ban. Odds are, it'll have to be painted out of the clothing ban before the other two can be opened. After painting the Forbidden Land, Qi Yuan estimated that only then would the other maps be opened. And at that time, it would probably be time to face off with Jinli. Qi Yuan also wanted to see what this female internet friend that he had been chatting with for almost a year looked like. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. A better face would be best. Ordinary is fine. The other party's personality, it seemed, was nothing distinctive, but Qi Yuan felt extraordinarily comfortable chatting about it. There is no queenly majesty, no pretense, no tossing of demons. This kind of character, to Qi Yuan said, has been counted as a very good confidant. After all, life in the world can meet a girl like this, quietly accompany you to see the clouds rise and fall, the rising sun, time flows but not feel the years are passing, and feel the years are quiet, has been very worthwhile. Your business is important. If I encounter a change, I will let you know. Jinli's heart flooded with a wave of warmth. Your side is also. Although, I can't help you with anything. From the time she was born, she had never tasted the so-called family love, nor had she ever been truly cared for. The celestial atlas of humanity without window. Her father, who had been overshadowed by the minister of power, drank every day, was temperamental, and did not show her any concern. Her mother, she had never met either. The only one who had been kind to her was Aunt Qin, and now there was going to be another Qi Yuan. You helped me a lot last time when you told me about the clothing ban. Unfortunately, I can't help you right now. Qi Yuan finished his message. Eyes were fixed on the clothesline Forbidden Army buried in front of them. He had an idea in mind. Having taken control of the clothes ban, these clothes bans should be owned by me as well? Although, these clothes prohibition army, in Qi Yuan's opinion, the individual strength was actually just that. However, the power that can be exerted by the clothes prohibition army in formation should be able to sweep the world, right? Catalogue of the works of the Book of Chaos, except for the Forbidden Land. The Prime Minister's residence is like a palace. Sima Ting was sitting in a high position, squinting his eyes, the cultural walnut in his hand constantly coiled, not knowing what he was thinking. The first eldest son, Sema Ryu, had a hostile look on his face. Father, it's better to rebel. If this goes on, thieves have no point. Sima Ting looked at his son. His complexion did not change. Stand down. I have something to discuss with your uncle one. This son, he's nothing like him. If it weren't for the fact that his mother's clan was related to the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, seeing Sima Ryu leave, Sima Ting looked at the man dressed as a scribe beside him. Brother 1, have you investigated the cause of Lady Qin stepping into the emperor level of power? Is there someone else behind Empress Jinli's back, targeting me or the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect? The scribe man's name was Wen Guiyong, an imperial-level powerhouse that Sima Ting relied on. This emperor-level powerhouse, who came from the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, was not weak in battle, and what he was most adept at was the art of spell killing. Even though the late emperor was protected by the Jade Seal of Heavenly Fortune, he was still cursed to death by Man Kup-yong. This shows the strength of his spell-killing technique. Wen Guiyong stood at the side of Sima Ting, who was a bit shorter than Sima Ting. According to information received from insiders, this may have something to do with one person. A year ago, Empress Jinli took out a treasure from the imperial treasury called the Linglong Jade Seal. This treasure? Minister of Power Sima Ting was surprised. This treasure, born as a pair, allows those who get both to communicate with each other, but it's limited to those two. It's no better than today's summoning treasures. According to the insider, Empress Jinli has been communicating with a mysterious person through Linglong Yashur. Elder Lady Qin's breakthrough to the imperial level may have been aided by this person. When Kup-yong stated his judgment, as Sima Ting sniffed, the dent in his forehead became even more pronounced, and it was clear that he was already angered. How dare you ruin my good deed? The latest chapter of the first god of the ancient world. Did you find out who the other guy is? When Kup-yong shook his head, the other half of Linglong Jade Shield was lost 1,000 years ago. Is it possible to guess the identity of the other party? Sima Ting asked. To be able to help Lady Qin make a breakthrough into the imperial level, I'm afraid this person isn't simple. He has many enemies. Even in the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, there were his enemies. And now, someone was helping Queen Jinli to add some trouble to him. It could be directed at him, or it could be directed at the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect. The Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect was the #1 sect of the human race. More than 10 human kingdoms shared the respect of the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect as a holy land. The Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, standing in the northernmost part of the land, both suppressing the human race's chi and intercepting the great demons of the demon ancestral court, the heavenly Tao and the heavenly pride. The heavenly fortune sacred sect was as high as an immortal. However, in recent years, the heavenly fortune sacred sect had also begun to get its hands on the mundane imperial power. Sima Ting, counted as one of the heavenly fortune sacred sect's pawns. The rest of the countries, in fact, were gradually being eaten up by the heavenly fortune sacred sect. In addition to the heavenly fortune sacred sect, there were quite a few other sects in the human race. Many of these sects, many of them united against the heavenly fortune sacred sect. In Sima Ting's opinion, the end of the Linglong Jade Shield was probably the strongest person who rebelled against the heavenly fortune sacred sect. However, thinking of something, Sima Ting asked, it wouldn't be a demon race, would it? He was a little worried. Earlier in his life, he had cooperated with a great demon in order to rise to power. However, later, after embracing the lap of the heavenly fortune sacred sect, he decisively broke ties with that great demon. Go worked as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. He was afraid that this matter had something to do with that great demon. It doesn't matter who he is. Man Cup Young had a confident look on his face. Just understand that he is our enemy. If he dares to sabotage the Sangha's layout, the sacred sect's plot, even if he's a supreme emperor, he still has to die. Do you? Sima Ting sniffed. Yes, his name, which I already know, is Qi Yuan, and together with Linglong Yushur, it's enough to spell him, even if he has a false name. So what? With my spell, I can still spell him. Sima Ting sniffed and revealed a worried expression. What if the other party is a supreme emperor? When Guoyong heard this, he took out a bamboo ruler. This object is called Dingwa ruler. It is an object given by the heavenly fortune Holy Lord, and it has the Holy Lord's supreme cultivation on it. If I borrow this object to spell kill, even a supreme emperor will have a hard time escaping death. Yi Chen Xiaoruashue. This ruler was given by the heavenly fortune Holy Lord himself. All of them who walked, according to the Holy Lord's command, carried this object with them and traveled to the countries to gather their chi. Wouldn't it be a waste for the other party to communicate with the queen under the guise of a nobody? Sima Ting asked again. No harm to me, no harm to him, it's just a matter of taking some time, and it's a good way to knock the mountain down. Prime Minister, please wait for a moment. I will cast the spell when I find the jade. Even a supreme emperor would have to fall. When Cup Young was incomparably confident. I'm sorry, sir, Sima Ting said. He was also somewhat looking forward to it. He couldn't wait. That Qi Yuan was the great demon who had colluded with him before, and was then cursed to death. He would be able to be the lord of the southern Qian kingdom with peace of mind. Yi Chen Sun Xia Ruoshua latest chapter. If not, they have to die. Helping Queen Jinli, offending him is a capital offense. The holy mountain of heavenly fortune. It is a sacred place for the human race. The mountain is 10,000 feet high and overlooks the entire Moonwatch continent. A young man with an ordinary face crawls out from among the hookahs. On his face, he wore a relaxed and casual look. All the way to the wind and dust. All the way to the red dust. Not as good as the taste of beauty. The youth with an ordinary face, if placed on the street, belonged to a particularly inconspicuous kind. However, if his identity was exposed, it would definitely shock everyone to no end. Because he was the heavenly fortune Holy Lord. 3,000 years. I can finally leave the heavenly fortune mountain for 300 miles. Not bad, not bad. The heavenly fortune Holy Lord was originally a land turtle in the mountain, and 3,000 years ago, a drop of blood landed on its body. Opening signature desolate ancient sacred body latest chapters. He awakened his spiritual wisdom and took human form, with a lifespan of 10,000 years. Through that drop of everlasting blood, he had gained a lot of secret techniques and knowledge that he hadn't gotten yet, but the price was that he couldn't leave the heavenly fortune mountain. He meticulously practiced, year after year. However, his qualifications were poor as a thief, and it was a full 500 years before he stepped into the realm of the emperor. It took 1,500 years to step into the realm of the supreme emperor. 20 years ago, he even set foot on the legendary realm of heavenly domain. He's not very talented, so he's especially meticulous. When you meet an enemy, you mostly boil them to death, and then on their graves, you open a hookah and have a one-night stand. Of course, it's limited to the vicinity of Tianyun Mountain. Even, he would force the offspring of those who offended him into prostitution and into his house, the Atlas of the Celestials. He disliked good families and favored prostitutes. However, as his strength grew, he became more and more inflated, and even established the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, becoming the Sacred Lord of the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect. Those elders of the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect didn't know that in fact, every generation of the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Lord was his vest. Walking on the road, The heavenly fortune Holy Lord hummed a small tune. Sure enough, I was still too timid before. It took 1,000 years of provoking the human-demon war, and the blood chi transformed by those who died, to allow me to step into the Supreme Emperor, and my progress has been quite slow. Controlling the human race's national fortune and the demon race's bloodline, and sacrificing it, is the right way to go. Feeling his strength continue to soar, the heavenly fortune Holy Lord could not help but sigh. His talent was poor and his cultivation was extremely slow. Following the secret method of that drop of everlasting blood, provoking the human-demon war and generating the blood chi that was sucked by him, his strength only slowly increased. The Book of Chaos without bouncing window. Humans and demons were already opposed to each other, and it wouldn't take much effort for him to secretly provoke them. But as his strength skyrocketed, slowly he became unsatisfied with this growth. Therefore, he set his sights on the strongest and most mischievous and vicious of the secret techniques, the law of national blood sacrifice. He sends the ruler of fixing the country and sends it into the country to draw on the chi of each country. In 1 more year, the national blood sacrifice method will be accomplished. At that time, when he performed the blood sacrifice and sacrificed both the human and demon races of this world, he would leap over the dragon gate with a carp, turning the king's bastard into a Xuanwu, and become the true master of the Lookout Moon continent. Looking back on his life, the heavenly fortune Holy Lord reveled in it. His life was extremely beautiful, gouged to the extreme. Great vessel late bloomer, ancient god emperor latest chapter. There have also been lowered eyebrows, and there have also been 3 words that have caused chaos. Even if you have the greatest talent in the world, will you not be reduced to ashes and become a laughingstock? The immortal tortoise that lasts for ages. The great weapon is being realized today. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Fortune often frequents the hookah and often hums some small songs, but unfortunately, his cultural level is not high, not to mention the flat and narrow, and even the rhyme is not pressed. The Heavenly Fortune Sacred Lord was preparing to return to the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect and continue his seclusion. In the last aeon, in order to be safe, he had to stay in the coffin to cultivate, let the horse armor to preside over the big picture. Without big events will not come out, at most a few times to go to the hook. Just then, a crow flew overhead. The Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord straightaway cursed the bad luck. He snapped his fingers and the raven was dead as a doornail. For some reason, he suddenly had the feeling that his heart was pounding. No, can't come out on the wave again. Hooked on, not going there either. The Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord made a decision that went against his ancestors. Southern Xian country, in the Prime Minister's residence, the red clear wood ignites and crackles. The flames that were burning were, quite literally, blood red. This is the art of spell killing, the best bearer. When Kupyong's eyes were sharp, one hand resting on the Dingguo ruler, the other holding a duster. 10,000 miles to pursue the form. God is away from the fear of killing. Spell. Along with his voice, the blood-red flames on the red directly popped out nearly half a zhan high. The red firelight, reflected on the faces of Wen Guoyong and Sima Ting, looked particularly creepy. Sima Ting stood aside, his beard twitching as he looked on with some anticipation. How is Mr. Wen Guoyong held the Dingguo ruler and spoke blandly. The spell-killing technique has been cast. Just wait for a few moments and you will see blood. He was already an emperor-level powerhouse, and with the Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord's ruler of definition, he was able to subdue even supreme emperors when he performed the spell-killing technique. Ancient First God latest chapter. Sima Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. As he said that, he picked up the dark reddish-purple crane cloak and draped it over Wen Guoyong's body. Bang! An explosive sound boomed out. Blood plasma, blood and meat debris exploded. Sima Ting was covered in blood, while the dark purple crane cloak, directly dyed red. Sima Ting lifted, pocketed a coat of blood and flesh. How can this be? How can this be? Sima Ting looked at the scene in front of him, revealing an unbelievable look. His face was covered with blood, and some broken meat was still stained on his beard. Because, it's the man cup wing that blew up, and the fact that the man cup wing suddenly exploded was because it was subjected to the backlash of the spell-killing technique. Who the hell is the other side? Even the ruler for fixing the country. It's ruined? Catalogue of Heaven's Path and Heaven's Pride works. 10,000 miles away. The Heavenly Fortune Sacred Gate. In the underground palace, half of the Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord's body crawled into the coffin. This coffin, which he had built after spending hundreds of years of accumulation of the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, was unrivaled in attack and defense. When he was outside the Tianyun mountain, he saw the crows flying, and an unsettling premonition arose in his heart, and he did not make any arrangements for the aftermath of the incident, and rushed to the coffin. However, just as he ran to the coffin, he felt a vast, unrivaled power, as if it was tracking him across the ages. He was wide-eyed, rather puzzled and upset. Why? He has been working hard, laying low for 3,000 years, and living more than a king's rump. He had thought that he would soar. As a result, he inexplicably suffered. He was a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. It was as if a great power passed by above the sky dome and sneezed randomly, directly shocking him to death. Beware of layouts that become jokes. Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord died inexplicably and tragically. About an incense stick later, suddenly, the body of the Heavenly Fortune Saint Lord exploded and shattered into pieces. A quarter of an hour later, a spider crawled into the dungeon. Half an hour later, the two figures entered the underground palace. One of them was, indeed, the exact same look as the dead Heavenly Fortune Saint Lord. He was none other than the Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord's double, the current Heavenly Fortune Holy Sex Explicit Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord. He looked at the exploded flesh and blood in front of the coffin, and an excited look appeared on his face. This old turtle, finally dead. Next to him, the man in gold said blandly, the old ancestor of my clan, personally performed the art of exchanging lives. How could he survive? Yichen Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. To be honest, the man in gold was still a bit surprised. The old ancestor of his clan, who was a supreme emperor, lived to a ripe old age. Before he died, he performed the art of exchanging lives and died with the Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord. Therefore, the man in gold then cooperated with that puppet saint master of the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect. Originally, he thought that the old ancestor's life-changing technique could only cause the Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord to be seriously injured and dying, but he didn't expect that he would die directly. He was a little surprised, but wanted to take credit for it. This old turtle has always been nothing more than an outsider. Now that he is dead, the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect is your excellencies. The man in gold looked at the person next to him. Our cooperation, can it continue? Naturally. The Heavenly Fortune Holy Lord's double was incomparably excited. Where in the world is there something more enjoyable than a double turned right? Yichen Sunny Xia Ruoshui Works Catalog. Amidst the cloak and dagger ban, Qi Yuan sneezed. It's over. I caught a cold. Just now. Qi Yuan sneezed and felt a little cold. Little Mary followed behind Qi Yuan, keeping a body length away from him. As if she understood Qi Yuan's words, she slipped a sticker wooden plate from her sleeve. Qi Yuan looked at Little Marriage. Don't. Your material is too silky. I'm afraid it'll get colder. Coming out of the underground palace, Qi Yuan decided that he would take Little Mary and go for a big kill later. With Little Marriage around, one would not be at a complete disadvantage when encountering the ugly clothes monster emperor. Qi Yuan decided to take advantage of this time to take down the clothing ban. Little Married is in, and he can be leveled up to 5. The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a pop-up window, 90 levels, and 88 levels, are two concepts. The difference is a big grade. Let's go. Let's pair up men and women. We won't get tired of brushing monsters. With a small marriage, Qi Yuan was confident. The mountain was dark, with only a full moon hanging. Qi Yuan carried the great treasure sword and once again appeared at the place where the clothes monster was sleeping. Kill! With Qi Yuan's shout, he was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, killing without stopping. What back pants! What little mom dresses! Take them all! Experience 2 is growing by leaps and bounds. Plus 200, plus 300. This time, Qi Yuan was much bolder than before. Catalog of the works of the Atlas of Celestials. He killed, and as close to half an hour passed, he quickly rose to level 89. And just then, a morose gaze landed on Qi Yuan. Ugly clothes monster emperor, you're here. Qi Yuan's spirits lifted. With the sun. In an instant, he cast with the sun, and blood-red battle armor was draped over his body, turning his great treasure sword red. His figure, too, quickly drew up to a height of 10 meters. Of course, Zihara could have gotten taller, but there was no need. 10 meters, for the current Qi Yuan, would be most appropriate. Let's see if your bloodstain will decrease or not. Facing the ugly clothes monster emperor, even Qi Yuan, who was now level 94, felt a hint of pressure. The latest chapter of the Book of Chaos, chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. The moment Qi Yuan struck, it was the strongest strike. Dressed in red battle armor, he leapt up and the earth shook with the force, only to see that Qi Yuan seemed to be carrying a full moon on his back as a blood-red sword sheet descended from the sky. Click! The heaven-slashing sword drawing technique landed on the ugly-clothed monster emperor. The ugly-clothed monster emperor extended his hand, a claw that was a mixture of pale and dark. It caught Qi Yuan's sword with a claw. The heaven-slashing sword drawing technique could not advance an inch, and the ugly-clothed monster emperor looked at Qi Yuan without any emotional color. Qi Yuan froze a bit when he saw this scene. Only a little blood loss? Slipped and slipped. Qi Yuan felt that the point was hard. It was better to hurry and run subtle. It seems that level 95 and level 94 is a big threshold. Qi Yuan switched the combat form of his grafted armor into a defensive state and ran straight away. If he didn't have the dowry armor, running up the road was a struggle for the thief, and he might even be stopped by the ugly-clothed monster emperor. But now, it's a straight-up right run, no need to hold your head in the sand. Qi Yuan, after escaping, was in an exceptionally good mood. If it was before, he might have felt that the ugly-clothed monster emperor was extraordinarily tricky. Now, it's just a matter of 4 or 5 days. Using the grafting armor, he brushed himself up to level 90, and the ugly-clothes monster emperor was unable to stop him at all. At that time, we will see whether the claws of the ugly-clothed monster emperor are hard or Qi Yuan his sword is sharp. Qi Yuan returned to the graveyard and dug himself a hole. I'm not going to sleep in the bridal chamber. I don't like to lay planks, Qi Yuan said to the small marriage behind him with a serious face. Little married followed. Silent. Zihara jumped into the pit. Suddenly, there was a thud from outside the pit. Qi Yuan immediately came out of the pit again and saw Xiao Married, who had been knocked to the ground by a rock. He picked Little Married up and patted the dirt off of her. Sure enough, no eyes means no good, always falling down. After spending this much time with Xiao Marriage, Qi Yuan had already discovered her many attributes. For example, it's easy to fall over, or to bump and knock things around the house. When I get married in the future, I must find one with eyes. Qi Yuan sighed. Catalogue of the works of the first god of the ancient world. He thought for a moment, and took the Little Married into his arms as if it were raining to collect his clothes, and then dug into the pit. Yin and Yang Forbidden Land. Somewhere in a valley, dozens of coffins were on display. Click. The coffin lid flipped up. Dozens of humanoid creatures sat up. They were both male and female, and they exuded a vastness. If Qi Yuan had seen these people, his eyes would have been glowing. They were all level 90 NPCs. Even, there are 95 levels and above. At this moment, the strongest of the group of humanoid creatures, the man with vertical pupils on his forehead gazed through the yin-yang ban and seemed to see the clothes ban. He slowly spoke. His voice neither male nor female. The earth will soon have another fellow Taoist. Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no flickering window. Congratulations. It has never occurred to me that the extraterrestrial evil demon Jedi heaven and earth passage, fishing and looking at the moon, can still have someone be able to step above the heavenly domain. Since 10,000 years ago, the god of heaven has never returned. The Moonwatch continent then underwent a horrifying change. Martial cultivation. Hotian, 0 to 9 levels. Innate, 10 to 19 levels. Grandmaster, 20 to 29 levels. King, 30 to 49 levels. Emperor, 50 to 69 levels. Heavenly Domain, 70 to 89 levels. And Divine Domain. Whenever a martial artist breaks through the Emperor level and steps into the realm of the Heavenly Domain, a fishing line will drop down from the sky above, drilling into that martial artist's body and sucking the brain marrow and blood from it. Finally, the fishing line leaves and only an empty human skin remains. Therefore, the Moonwatch continent, in these 10,000 years, almost no new Heavenly Domain powerhouses had appeared. Do you all know where he comes from? A white-clothed fairy said. And if Qi Yuan had taken a look at her, he would have known that she was a level 97 big shot. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer latest chapters. And this big brother, 10,000 years ago, even had a dewy affair with the god of heaven. Burying flower fairy, he comes from the clothesline ban, and has roughly relied on the resources of the marrying clothes imperial daughter to get to this point. An old man said, and sneaked a look at the female immortal. Humph, it seems like that golden armor guy left quite a few good things for that stinking woman. There was a hint of mockery in the burying flower fairy's tone. The golden armor is the name of the god of heaven. When the rest of them heard this, they didn't pick up on it, not wanting to touch the burial flower fairy's mold. The man with the vertical pupils was of great stature as he opened his mouth, his voice like rolling thunder. Since he is about to step into the divine realm and is the husband of the new marrying imperial daughter, then he should also be our fellow traveler. 300 years from now, when the heavenly dog swallows the moon, it will be the time when the evil demons outside the domain are at their weakest, and that will be the time when we attack the Earth Extinction Forbidden Land. Yi Chen Xiao Ruashu and no bullet windows. Extraterrestrial evil demons occupy the Earth's Jedi and plague the Earth, and all of them, the former heavenly realm and now divine realm powerhouses, could only hide in the west and east, hiding in the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land and the Five Elements Forbidden Land. They had secretly cultivated for 10,000 years, accumulating and clenching their strength, just to organize the Demon Execution Conference when the extraterrestrial evil demons were at their weakest, attacking the Earth's Jedi and joining forces to destroy the demons. Otherwise, if this continued, when the extraterrestrial evil demon took over the Earth Jedi completely and was able to strike out at the Moonwatch continent in a complete stance, even if they relied on the Yin-Yang prohibition and the Five Elements prohibition, They would not be able to stop the extraterrestrial evil demon and would only be able to die in their bodies. This invitation to the demon execution conference should be offered. The man with vertical pupils opened his mouth. But he hasn't stepped into the divine realm yet, and he may not even be able to pass the level of the ugly clothes monster emperor, a man said, while also looking curtly at the burying flower fairy. The buried flower immortal disliked the married imperial daughter. And naturally, she must have disliked that husband of the new married imperial daughter as well. Yichen Sun Isya Ruwashua Works Catalog. He had always adored the burial fairy and naturally spoke. With the marrying clothes imperial daughter around, it's only a matter of time before he executes the ugly clothes monstrous emperor. It's a pity. Why the dowry royal daughter chose him as her husband. If you choose Hitomi, or no longer choose us, our strength will also increase greatly. The demon extermination conference, grasp will also be greater. It's a pity that it's only been 300 years. Even with the support of the marrying queen, I'm afraid that his battle power will only be close to that of a weaker giant. An old man lamented. The pupil, or vertical pupil man, was their leader, a strong person at the peak of the divine realm. There were a total of 3 such powerhouses, 1 from the yin-yang ban and 2 from the 5 elements ban. The god of heaven in the beginning was a powerhouse of this level. As for the burial fairy, these level 95 to 98 ones were divine realm giant level powerhouses. Opening signature desolate ancient sacred body latest chapter. And the clothes band that the husband of the new dowry royal daughter, now less than the divine domain. These hundreds of years, even if stepped into the divine domain, with the help of the dowry royal daughter avatar, play out the battle. I'm afraid it is also the next level of the giants. As for these giants of theirs, if they were to be assisted by the married imperial daughter, I'm afraid that they would be able to exert the strength of a peak divine realm, or even exceed it. Facing the extraterrestrial evil demon was also more certain. What's the use of talking about this? Could it be that you dare to leave the yin-yang ban and go in search of that dowry royal daughter? Moreover, it's not like we know that there is a new marrying imperial maiden born in the world? A chubby man sneered. He was also a giant. Some of them sniffed and were disgruntled. Some were silent. I just think it's too much of a waste for the married imperial daughter to marry that man. Celestial mapping without a window. Alas, the extraterrestrial evil demon. The terror is extraordinary. Even the heavenly gods are no match for the extraterrestrial evil demon. Can we win the demon execution conference in 300 years? The heavenly god was 10,000 years ago, the most gifted and powerful person. The pupils, as well as those 2 peak divine realms from the 5 elements forbidden land, were all unable to raise their heads as they were pressured by the heavenly god. The gods are defeated? Can they win? Saying you're defeated before even fighting. Old man Tang, you're not afraid, are you? I do remember that grandchild of yours, the one you favored the most, was caught by the fishing line of the extraterrestrial evil demon and devoured all of his flesh and blood. One more power is incredibly important to us all. In any case, the one in the clothesline ban is our fellow disciple. How can we speak out of turn? Latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. It's just that. The married royal daughter is too wasteful. If we let the pupil unavoidably not be able to create a second heavenly god, or even stronger, the people argued, each with their own mind. Hitomi opened her mouth at this time. Her voice was morose. Enough, no infighting in the face of a great enemy. Oli, send an invitation to that fellow Daoist, to attend the demon execution conference. As you wish, the man named Moli replied. Chi Yuan, who was preparing to go offline in the middle of the clothespin ban, froze. An invitation? An invitation appeared on Little Mary's body. 300 years from now? The demon exorcism conference? Go fuck yourself. 300 years, and my daughter is dictating the ages. The invitation thing, Ziggurat made a note of it. However, after 300 years, the demon exorcist conference? How could he wait? 300 years, the Qing dynasty is dead, isn't it? He stopped caring and went offline at light speed. When the annoying wooden cat puppet once again meowed incessantly, Chi Yuan didn't throw another small dried wooden fish into its mouth this time. He got up, patted the wooden cat puppet's head, and looked out at the great morning light. A day's work is a day's work. He shook himself and swept his gaze into the storage bag. When he saw the piles of books and Gongfu jade slips, his face instantly sat down. Come to the other world, and 996. In the Black Mountain sect, Chi Yuan had gone to great lengths to empty the books in the book depository, as well as the merit jade slips. To Chi Yuan, the Gong method was the most important thing, the first god of the ancient world latest chapter. After all, most of the feats in this world were not suitable for them. He needed to read other books and then use the information he saw with his own eyes to accumulate knowledge and finally perfect his Gong methods. Last time, the use of the master sister Jiang Lingsu's Gongfa jade slip, more than 600 doors. At that time Chi Yuan was a cursory look. are wasted 2 days. And nowadays, looking at more than 600 gongfu and books can be much more difficult to receive than gongfu jade brief. Plus, last time, it was only the chi refining stage gongfu, so he could just take a cursory look at it. But now, to perfect the foundation stage gongfu, he had to take a closer look at it. With so many books, you'll never get through them in a month. Qi Yuan buried his head among the books and read carefully. He looked at it extremely carefully, because this was the root of his creation of the foundation building technique. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. He read the boring feats more carefully than high math. Unfortunately, it's a thief to read, and it takes a long time to read a single feat, so it's not even close to quantum reading. It's better to build the foundation of heaven's path earlier, but divine sense is good to be externalized. Then reading books won't be so tiring. Qi Yuan flipped through the books and felt that divine sense was really a good thing. Unfortunately, one has to be after the foundation stage to be able to externalize divine sense and quantum read. For several days in a row, Qi Yuan read books during the day and went online to play the game at night. With the addition of the little marriage, Qi Yuan was already enough to walk sideways in the clothesline ban. Although, he was still unable to decapitate the ugly-clothed monster emperor. As his strength grew, he was able to injure the ugly-clothed monster emperor. The terrifyingly ugly-clothed monster emperor couldn't do anything with Qi Yuan. One can only allow Qi Yuan to go on a killing spree in the clothing ban. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer. Latest chapters. Strong sword split skull. How are you going to crack my skull if I don't have a head? As always, Zaihara dubs these clothes monsters of the clothes ban, entertaining himself and getting himself some fun. Otherwise, the boring time of brushing monsters would be too tedious. The experience bar skyrockets. At level 89, he wasn't that far away from level 90. Qi Yuan looked away from the flying ugly-clothed monster emperor. Slipped away. He didn't bother to fight with the ugly-clothed monster emperor. It was better to wait to ascend to level 90, when he would be more certain. Qi Yuan immediately made a quick exit. I've pretty much killed it today. Can't be online anymore. My brain won't take it. Untying the merge with little Mary, Qi Yuan dug the pit as usual. Yichen Xiaoruashu and no bullet windows. Suddenly, he caught sight of a few purple fruits on a crooked neck tree in the cemetery. It's like grapes meets apples. He picked some and bit into it, the prune-like sourness exploding on his taste buds. Pretty good. You want one? He handed it to Little Mary. Little Mary did not respond. Qi Yuan sighed. Without a mouth, you can't eat. And you can't. This marriage still has to be divorced. Little Mary is aggravated and slips out a sticker with a wooden sign. With a smile, Qi Yuan swept the Little Mary into his arms and dug into the pit. He changed to a comfortable position, as if he were a salted fish lying on a bed, and wrapped his arms around his cold little marriage, then sent a message to Jinli. Only, he looked down at the well-behaved, cute, quiet little married. Yichen Sunny Xiaoruashue Works Catalog. He froze. Is it cheating to have a wife and still chat with a female internet friend? It seems certain that after the divorce, the court will order him to make it up to her. He's got nothing but a big sword. Without much thought, Qi Yuan and Jinli had another daily chat. Jinli was like the wind at night by the river, slightly cool and fine, blowing on one's body like a trickle of rain. Is there any movement in the Sima court? Be careful. I'm almost done sweeping the clothing ban, so I might be able to help you. Good night. Too sleepy to stay up and play another game, and I have to get up in the morning to read. Looking at these messages, Jinli, who was dressed in damask, also replied good night. The opening of the signing of the ancient holy body without a bullet window. At this point, a cloud of sadness kept appearing on her face. A few days ago, an imperial-level powerhouse from the Prime Minister's residence died tragically and inexplicably. This was definitely good for Jinli, but she couldn't be happy in any way. Sima Ting and her maintained a delicate balance. Now that an imperial-level powerhouse had fallen, Sima Ting might no longer care about face, as well as orthodoxy, and would force his way into the palace. Recently, the military movements of the southern Qian country have been extremely frequent. Jinli could already feel that the military formation of soldiers, the aura of solemnity and murder permeated Kyoto, and all she can rely on is thousands of forbidden soldiers. Imperial power was put on the shelf 20 years ago. How can she return to the world now? Catalogue of works of the Atlas of the Celestials. Jinli was tired, and with a strong sense of drowsiness, she slowly fell into a deep sleep. What she didn't know was that at this time, inside the Prime Minister's residence, a major event was being plotted. The originally domineering and noble Minister of Power Sima Ting was like a pug, hunched over. Next to him, there were two people, a fat one and a thin one. The fat one was none other than the great demon that Sima Ting was most unwilling to see. In his early years, he rose to power and utilized the power of this great demon. It's kind of his handle. The thin man was an imperial-level powerhouse from the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect. He didn't realize that the two were even hooked up. And now, the two most powerful forces in this world had set their eyes on the southern Xian country. The pressure that fell on him. Catalogue of the works of the Book of Chaos. The thin emperor narrowed his eyes. Sima Ting? It's just some mortal army. What's the point? This time, you will be credited with a great achievement. And when 3 years have passed and the Holy Lord's plan has been accomplished, you can take whichever of these dozen countries you want. That demon race emperor then laughed cheerfully. Those who achieve great things do not stick to the small details. Some time ago, their demon race, in conjunction with the Heavenly Fortune Saint Lord's double, executed the real Heavenly Fortune Saint Lord. As a price, the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect ceded Nanxian to the demon race. And at this moment, when this demon emperor came, he brought the Supreme Emperor's handwritten message to fight the front line. The front was simple: to wear down the military power of the southern Xian kingdom while refining a supreme imperial weapon, the bloodless imperial staff. The conditions that needed to be met for the refining of this imperial staff were extremely harsh. Ancient Divine Emperor Works Catalog. That was why he had contacted the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect to pressure Sima Ting. Let Sima Ting mobilize his army and enter Kyoto, by laying down a great formation, accumulating the aura of solemnity of the military formation, and then pitting a city to kill it, so that the blood aura would be enriched to the extreme. A supreme imperial weapon could be created, the bloodless imperial scepter. And all that was needed to be consumed was the foundation of the Sima Ting, his army, and the entire southern Xian capital. Sima Ting wanted to object, but he could only bow down in the face of the two most powerful forces in this realm. Now his life is in someone else's hands. When he heard that the powerhouse of the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect was offering some benefits, he could only eat them. Everything is as your lords commanded, and all the troops, already, are moving slowly into the city. Before that, Sima Ting had deployed his army outside the imperial capital. Everlasting life, starting from Chi Lukward's latest chapter. Nowadays, it's just a matter of getting those troops into the city, and it's going to be fast. Sima Ting, very good, ambitious, knows how to advance and retreat. The Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect will not treat you poorly. The thin emperor patted Sima Ting's shoulder, very satisfied. This matter is finished. The Hall Elder's plate has you a piece. In the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, your status is not lower than me. When Sima Ting heard this, he was inwardly delighted. That's what he craves. With the sign of a temple elder, he was the chess player overlooking a dozen nations. Instead of now, even with great power, they are just pawns in the body. Thank you, my lord. That demon race emperor then grinned widely. I heard that the empress of your southern Xian country is a great beauty of great color. I have always loved to collect wine vessels, and when the imperial capital falls, leave me the head of that empress, the head of a beauty, or an empress, for wine, which must taste moist and most suitable. Sima Ting sniffed a vicious chill, but still nodded his head in agreement. Good. Day 2. Above the courtroom, the clouds were thick. The Minister of Rights, Kong Chi, was dressed in dark clothes, tall and beautiful, always well-groomed. But at this time his face was full of anger. Prime Minister, for 3 days in a row, why did the Dragon Warrior Army, the Black Flag Army, and the Liaodong Army enter the imperial capital in a dignified manner? Are you trying to plot a rebellion? There was a silence over the courtroom. It could be said that, with the exception of a few officials, the vast majority of officials were obedient to Sima Ting. Now, the entry of the three armies into the capital was what they were most looking forward to. The southern Xian country, it's long overdue for a change in the sky. Of course, they do not know that these troops into the royal capital, not a rebellion, but just some victims. And they, too, were victims, no different from those soldiers, from those civilians. The first god of the ancients has no windows. Sima Ting dragon walked and said to the Minister of Ceremonies, the three armies entered the capital with a transfer order from the Ministry of Military Affairs, which is in line with the southern Xian law. It is only comical that you, Sang Shu, speculate and attack the micromanager for no reason. The rest of the officials laughed. The great sage Kong Chi is mild-tempered and upright, and has always been known as a sage. But at this moment, also by Sima Ting angry who? Sima Ting heart, everyone knows the great sage Kong Chi said, suddenly cried bitterly, full of civil and military. Surprisingly no one, South Qian, died The rest of the officials looked at Kong Chi with mocking expressions. Kong Chi is a qualified great sage, but certainly not a mature official. Just then, Yu Guoming, who had been silent, spoke up. Prime Minister, mobilizing the three armies into the city. Does your majesty know? What is the purpose? Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no bouncing window. Sima Ting glanced at Yu Guogon. He didn't expect this old turtle to even speak for Jinli. None of that matters, though. Doesn't His Majesty already know now? Sima Ting looked at Jinli, who was seated on the throne, with a smile in his eyes and no respect at all. The former emperors were puppets in his hands. Jinli was again put on the throne by him personally. It can be said that the whole court is his people. He continued. Recently, the imperial city has been haunted by demons. So in order to ensure His Majesty's safety, I have mobilized the 3 armies into Kyoto. During this time, the capital will issue a ban. The capital is only allowed to enter, not to leave. After half a month, when the demons are swept away, the 3 armies will leave the capital, so there is no need for you all to panic. After Sima Ting finished speaking, he directly turned around and whisked his sleeves away, not even making an appearance. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer. The rest of the officials, too, followed. There were also quite a few officials who secretly saluted Jinli and then hurriedly left. In the large palace, there were soon only a few officials left, as well as Jinli, who had a sad face. When Jinli returned to her chambers all tired, she glanced at the Linglong Yushur in her hand. If the country is dead and dying, can the original agreement still be fulfilled? She looked up at the gnarled Kuki Tsubaki and wondered what she was thinking. At this time, Aunt Chin walked in, her face with a heavy fatigue and a hint of anger. Your Majesty, the 3 armies have already advanced as far as they can, and the city gates are blocked. If Sima Ting has a poor plan, I'll fight for my life to bring His Majesty out. Next to him, the commander of the Forbidden Army, Flower Fairy, also knelt on one knee, willing to die for your Majesty. Yi Chen Xiaoruoshue without any flickering windows. Jinli looked at these people who were loyal to her. She slowly said, I'm sorry, for all of you. She has never been a qualified queen. Even the cultivation had been secretly tampered with by Sima Ting's people, and the progress was slow. Sima Ting is ambitious and will probably strike within half a month. It is impossible for me to leave the imperial city, and you still have a chance. Leave the imperial city and go to the Xianyuan ban. You can escape this. Jinli arranged a back way for Aunt Chin and the other close friends, and at that moment, Aunt Chin's gaze became dark. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that old piker Sima Ting is more than simply usurping the throne. At the Prime Minister's residence, I detected several very obscure and powerful auras, and among them, there are also demons. Yi Chen Sun Xia Ruoshue latest chapter. Demon race? Jinli froze. And the breath of the demon race outside the city. It seems to be even more. Imperial level powerhouses. No less than 3. What? Jinli was completely stunned. She didn't know. What was Sima Ting trying to do here? The moonlight was as bright as it was, and Qi Yuan was clad in blood-red battle armor. His battle power was at its peak. He was like a huge mad dinosaur, and as soon as he slammed forward, several clothing monsters were decimated. The experience bar skyrockets. Suddenly, Qi Yuan was all shouting, 90 levels up. He's finally level 90. At level 90, according to the division of the Moonwatch continent, it was above the heavenly domain, a powerhouse at the divine domain level. The opening signing of the barren ancient holy body without a pop-up window. This was a qualitative difference from the 89th level. Qi Yuan could feel that his strength, speed, physique, and so on were skyrocketing in all directions. If the previous one was afraid of the closed monster siege and only dared to go out at night, the current one was pleasantly unafraid. Brush the monsters during the day and kill as many closed monsters as come your way. 2 skills. Breaking through to level 90. He had 2 more skills. When he thought about it, he thought that Little Married really was the best closed monster under the sky. Not only does wearing it increase your level by 5, but you can whore out 2 skills. He began to look at his skills. Solid God? The first minor skill, called Fixed Spirit, fixes the divine soul and enables it to hold on to its heart when faced with psychedelia and illusions. Celestial Mapping. Death Flare? The big skill, on the other hand, was Death Flare. Looking at this great skill, Qi Yuan couldn't help but be staggered. This skill is dancing on the tightrope of death. It is when life is on the brink, when you step on the threshold of death, that you can bring out the brightest light of the sun and the most powerful battle. Moreover, it's not only a great skill to boost your battle power, but it's also a skill to be able to heal yourself. Injuring an enemy, it is able to draw on the enemy's life force to heal its own injuries. Simply put, the lower the life steal, the stronger it is, and then it also comes with blood and blue absorption. Why don't you give me a famous swordsman? Won't I be invincible? Qi Yuan felt that this skill was a bit dangerous and would have to be combined with the famous swordsman catalog of works of the Book of Chaos. In that case, you might even be able to carry the enemy crystal. However, it's already pretty good. When full-blooded, casting Death Flare can also bring out twice the battle power. Carrying the blood-red greatsword, Qi Yuan's gaze, through the clothing ban, looked into the deepest part. Clown monster. Nope. The ugly clothes monster emperor. Here I come. And deep in the depths of the clothes ban, the ugly clothes monster emperor, who had originally been staring at Qi Yuan, at this moment also approached Qi Yuan at a rapid speed. The two ran in both directions in a matter of moments, and then issued the strongest collision. Ah! On Qi Yuan's blood-colored armor, the red blood prana seemed to be overflowing. He raised his sword, and the sword that was originally just a few meters in red blood prana, became thousands of meters at this moment. Eat my sword! With death flare, Qi Yuan's fighting style had completely changed. He seeks the strongest attack power, the greatest range of destruction. Although, the aftershocks couldn't hurt the ugly clothes monster emperor, it was able to decimate the other clothes monsters. This is the experience bar and the enemy pendant that provides blood draw. What's more, he didn't have to worry about running out of blue bars either, and could let go of the big one. Today, behead you. The might of a huge blood-red sword with a single slash was not to be taken lightly even by the divine realm. Not to mention, Qi Yuan, who was with his son, was level 95. According to the division of the Moonwatch continent, this was already considered to be the late stage of the divine realm, and further, it would be a giant of a party. However, a huge wave of air was seen toppling the trees, and hundreds of clothed monsters lost their guts and souls, becoming the sustenance of the death flare. Under a sword across the world, the experience within Qi Yuan's body surged crazily, while the figure of the ugly clothed monster emperor was a bit messy. A few of its pitch-black nails were chipped off its massive claws, revealing white raw flesh, as if the ugly clothed monster emperor had no spirit. He didn't care about the pain of his injuries and continued to charge towards Qi Yuan. It seems that today we will both divide the highs and the lows and decide between life and death. Qi Yuan held a huge sword and wielded it without any sense of unevenness. The first god of the ancient world, the current him felt like he was able to split a mountain with one sword. Certainly not the mountains within the forbidden zone. There is something special about the mountainous terrain here. When a sword comes out, the wind and clouds move, and the minor skill he activated, split clothes, had a bonus to the ugly clothes monster emperor, as well as the clothes monster. Split clothes, which has an armor-breaking bonus to clothes and armor, and the ugly clothed monstrous emperors, who are supposed to be clothes. Bathing is the equivalent of washing clothes. It wasn't their vestments that were broken by the cracked clothes, but the main body. The mask on the face of the ugly clothes monster emperor was black and white, without any color. The sharp sword made a collision with the creepy claws. The claws were chipped off, and the blood and flesh turned over, revealing the ghastly white bones. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. You still have bones? Qi Yuan was a bit surprised. The ugly clothed monster emperor didn't say a word, his horrible mask staring at him. The silence of the cloak and dagger ban was somewhat appalling for such a scene. The two crossed paths again. The entire clothes monster of the clothes ban was shaken to death by the aftershocks of both. Countless. On the body of the ugly clothes monster emperor, the injuries were getting worse and worse, looking incomparably miserable. On the other hand, Qi Yuan, on the contrary, got more and more courageous as the battle went on. He looked at the clothespin band that had become almost reduced to rubble, the great sword in his hand shrinking. This place will soon be in my shape, and it can't be destroyed anymore. He took his sword, ready to end this pointless fight. Hegemonic power. Jintian sword drawing technique. Go in the demon and martial chaos as a jailer without a window. The two major skills were executed at the same time, and it was the strongest strike he could make in his regular state. Boom! The blood-red sword stabbed towards the ugly clothed monster emperor. To Qi Yuan's slight surprise, the ugly clothed monster emperor did not know whether it was too late to dodge or deliberately did not dodge, allowing Qi Yuan's terrifying sword to stab into its chest cavity. It looked at Qi Yuan, its clownish black and white mask without any expression, and seemed to show a hint of a relieved smile. This sword had already extinguished all its vitality. Then its body went limp. Only in the air, there was a layer of human skin floating. A faceless mask, too, fell to the ground. Qi Yuan looked at the layer of human skin, and for some reason an inexplicable sadness arose in his heart. Yichen Xiaoruashua without windows. He picked up the faceless mask and some images came into his mind. You are the most gifted person in the clan and are expected to reach the top of the heavenly domain. Ran. As the heavenly demon sins patrol the Moonwatch continent, you must remain incognito and are not allowed to reveal your talent. This is the faceless mask. From now on, you will wear this mask and leave the Feng clan. One day, when you step into the Supreme Emperor realm, you will enter the four forbidden lands. Remember, don't be out there. Step into the heavenly realm. Qi Yuan saw that the young man, who was ordinary looking and merely considered clean-cut, put on a mask of facelessness, abandoning his name and forgetting his past. However, when he came to the clothesline ban and stepped into the realm of the heavenly realm, What awaited him was a fishing line that fell from the sky. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruoshui. His entire body's qi and blood were instantly drained. Only a human skin was left, attached to a clothed demon. Qi Yuan couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the sky. Fishing line? A heavenly demon? He remembered the invitation to the demon execution conference. The big boss of this world has some strong tactics. He looked at the human skin. The NPC is pretty human too. Kill him. It's level 91 and close to level 92. He picked up the faceless mask and brought it on himself. And at that moment, a beeping tone entered Qi Yuan's ears. A copy of the clothesline ban has been cleared and rewarded. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body latest chapters. Reward 1, Polluted Tendo Fragment *10. Reward 2, Control of the Clothing Ministry's Forbidden Army. Polluted Pieces of Heaven? Zahara froze. He hadn't encountered this kind of problem in Regulus ban. At that time, the fragment of the heavenly Tao was intact. Qi Yuan instantly thought of the scene where the fishing line dropping down from the dome of the sky sucked the ugly clothed monster emperor's former body empty. So this forbidden land is polluted by the so-called heavenly demons? There's still the heavenly demon to give a kill to get the complete heavenly Tao fragment. However, according to the invitation, the heavenly devil is in the Earth's Jedi. If you want to obtain the complete heavenly Tao fragment, you have to take a trip to the Earth Jedi celestial mapping without bouncing window. It doesn't really have any effect. It's just that you can't fully control the clothing ban. This also means that it is not possible to set a rule for the clothing ban such as a back ladder can be entered. No. Today's mind consumption is a bit great. I have to hurry offline. In today's battle, Qi Yuan was not injured, but his mind was consumed tremendously. Deathflare's blue return can't return the mindfulness consumed by this kind of game playing. Staying in the game for too long can be quite damaging to him in reality. Qi Yuan wrapped his arms around Xiao Married, and this time he didn't dig a hole again, but both of them lay down on the boardwalk together. The palace was brightly lit. The forbidden army embraced the outside. The entire palace. A solemn and tense atmosphere. To Jean Li's surprise, today in the daytime, after she summoned Kong Chess, Yu Gui Gong also came to seek an audience, and in his words, he was quite dissatisfied with Sima Ting, the Book of Chaos, which, from time to time, also exuded, letting Jean Li secretly leave as soon as he could. These truths, Jean Li knew. She, however, could not leave. It was late at night and she was still tossing and turning. Nowadays, the only thing that could make her spirits better was the conversation with Qi Yuan. Unfortunately, it was already late in the day, and Qi Yuan hadn't sent a message yet. I wonder how he's doing on the clothesline ban. I don't know if I can survive this. Furuki Tsubaki, visible but not touchable. And at that moment, Ling Longyusher flashed a ray of shimmering light. Jean Li's tight grip on it loosened and she looked at the message inside. I've got good news for you. I've knocked down the clothesline ban. Clothesline ban. It's mine. I have to go offline. I've consumed too much today. I'll go to the other forbidden places tomorrow. Jean Li saw this and a small stone fell to the ground in her heart. The clothesline ban, after all, was taken down by Qi Yuan. You be careful. Jean Li finished her hair. Feeling a little hot in the face, she recalled a time when she had seen the maiden bannermen under her command whispering to their husbands, as she had done. She thought about her recent predicament and had wanted to tell Qi Yuan herself, but seeing that Qi Yuan seemed tired, she thought that she would wait for him to rest before speaking to him. Only, Ling Longyusher pulsed once again. Little Jean Li, I have a wonderful plan that can help you stabilize Nanxian. Do you listen or not? Ha! Jean Li was blinded for a moment. I'm in the clothesline ban now, and I've taken in a bunch of minions. The strength of these juniors should be okay, and there shouldn't be any problem defeating Sima Ting. Do you want me to send over to help you? Qi Yuan kept Jean Li's current situation in mind. Since he had taken in the clothes ban's clothes forbidden army, he should quickly send it to help Jean Li, and delaying it for a day could easily result in irreversible regrets. Ha! A huge surprise surged into Jean Li's heart. If Qi Yuan was beside her, she didn't dare to imagine how crazy, or somewhat abrupt, she would act at this moment. She dared to offer herself, but was afraid she wouldn't be good enough for him. Happy? Qi Yuan dejectedly said. I'll open it for you. He suddenly felt that he was the RMB player who had thrown away millions of dollars. Jean Li is just an ordinary player, the first god of the ancients. The gaming experience for the average player, and also the RMB player. More than that, of course, Jean Li was the only ray of light he saw when he was seriously ill and living alone. But if I send it there, I guess it's quite slow, and it's going to be attacked from outside the city, and with no one around you to protect you, that Sima Ting might jump over the wall in a hurry. Tell you what, you build a shrine and make a sacrifice, and the forbidden army of the Ministry of Clothing will appear. Probably, 3 days will do. Qi Yuan told Jinli in detail about the method of summoning the forbidden army of the clothes department, which took about half an hour. Zihara was so tired that he eventually got off the line. As for Xiao Daijia, she quietly embraced Qi Yuan and also moved as if Qi Yuan was all she had. Summoned the clothing ministry's forbidden army. A smile appeared in Jin Li's eyes. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. Among them, there is both the joy of the aftermath of the robbery and the joy of being able to see. Qi Yuan, come on, summon the Minister of Rights. Kong Qi. Jin Li opened her mouth. She thought, adding another face, summon Yu Guogong. About half an hour later, in the middle of the palace, Kong Qi and Yu Guoguo were at the bottom of the hall. Aunt Xin, Flower Fairy and the others also stood aside. They all looked at Empress Jinli with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Minister Kong, I wish to build a god sacrifice platform. This is the drawing. Can it be caused in a few days? Empress Jinli handed a drawing to Flower Fairy, who handed it to Kong Qi. This picture, drawn by Jin Li's own hand. Kong Qi took the drawings and looked at them carefully. After looking at it for a while, he had a puzzled look in his eyes. Your Majesty, this altar to the gods can be built in 4 to 5 days. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. I wonder, Your Majesty, what is the purpose of building this sacrificial platform? Kong Qi was very puzzled. The Yu Guogong next to him was also a bit puzzled. Now that Sima Ting was ambitious, he should not be thinking about how to deal with it or escape. So why would he build this god sacrifice platform? Jin Li's face changed and became cold and majestic. Just do it. Don't ask the reason. This, Kong Qi's face is difficult up. Although I am the Minister of Rights, but the Ministry of Rights is actually under the control of that thief Sima Ting. I need to find a suitable reason even if I want to mobilize manpower and resources to build the god sacrifice platform. Hearing this, Aunt Xin was a bit dissatisfied. Even if His Majesty's personal order is not possible? Though, she also couldn't understand why His Majesty was doing this. Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. But what His Majesty is doing, she must approve of. The reason, will say that I want to sacrifice to the heavens and ancestors? Is this reason enough? Jin Li said. But in fact, it was a little hard inside. Indeed, she had no control over the 6 ministries, at all. She was like a mascot, life or death. It all depends on Sima Ting's mood. Your Majesty is afraid that it won't work. Kong Qi knelt on the ground, his whole body prostrate on the ground. His face is all ashamed look. The Microchin has failed the imperial grace, although he is a great sage and has a reputation in southern Xian. However, he cannot even control the Ministry of Rights in his hands. However, Kong Qi raised his head again. Your Majesty, the most pressing task is to leave the imperial city. Building an altar to the gods is not a big deal. Please, Your Majesty, with the greater good in mind, discuss the plan to leave the capital and head to Yanbei Pass to order General Tianqi to crush the bandits. Yi Chen Sun Xia Ruoshua latest chapter. In the opinion of Kong Qi, what is the use of building a sacrificial platform? For the gods? It is now imperative that His Majesty leave the capital. As long as Admiral Tianqi remains loyal to southern Xian, His Majesty will remain His Majesty. Jin Li was silent. It was important to build the altar, but being able to summon the clothing ministry's forbidden army, she couldn't say anything about it, or else there was a chance that it would reach Sima Ting's ears. This whole thing sounds bizarre and pie in the sky, but what if Sito had been a little more cautious? The Duke of Yu stood aside and also said in a low voice, Your Majesty, it is better to leave the capital at this moment. Leave the capital to have a chance of survival. Although, most of the people present knew that it was almost impossible for His Majesty to successfully leave the capital. But that's the only way to get a chance at life. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. Jin Li's face was grim. Build the sacrificial god platform. At the moment, she had to be stubborn and tough. When Kong Qi saw this, he was inwardly a little disappointed in Empress Jin Li, although the late emperor was also hollowed out, but always thinking of breaking free from the cage. Acting also has the style of a wise ruler. Queen Jin Li, on the other hand, is, Kong Qi's heart was bitter. Seeing Jin Li's stubbornness, he burst into tears. I am useless and unable to share Your Majesty's worries. I would like to offer 370 taels of grain silver to raise money for Your Majesty to build the sacrificial god terrace. 370 taels of grain silver. A lot for an ordinary person, but building the altar of the gods was not enough. Duke Yu, who was on the side, heard this and sighed leisurely. Your Majesty is trying to fall with the country. I would like to offer 80,000 taels of grain silver and 800 craftsmen to build the god sacrifice platform for Your Majesty, which is also the last thing that the old man will do for southern Xian. Catalogue of works of the Atlas of Celestials. In the beginning, his daughter Shi Guifei is pregnant with 6. The Empress is also pregnant with an heir. The two together to enjoy the flowers. When the palace maid brought a bowl of apricot snow, A bowl of ordinary soup. Shiguei has always been happy to drink apricot snow. The queen then divided some to Shiguei. As a result, who knows, that soup was drugged. Shiguei drink miscarriage, and finally died of depression. It can be said that if there was no Shiguei, the one who drank that bowl of soup in the first place was the empress, in which case, Empress Jinli would not have been born. It could be said that noble consort Shi and the child in her belly had taken Queen Jinli's life for her. Of course, it was rumored that Princess Xu was poisoned by the empress's jealousy, but Yu Guogon understood that it was Sima Ting's handiwork. That's why, when Empress Jinli came to borrow a book from the Yu Guogon's residence, Yu Guogon had the unlawfulness to let Jinli kneel to his daughter's spirit, the latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. For, her daughter, and grandson, whom she had never met, had died on behalf of Empress Jinli. He had, at times, even taken Empress Jinli as his granddaughter. Jinli naturally didn't know this, and when she heard Yu Guogon's words, she was inwardly delighted. Thank you, Yu Guogon. Silver is important, but the craftsman is the most important. By providing 800 craftsmen, the metaphysician can be said to have solved almost all the problems. How could Jinli not be pleased? The Duke of Yu looked at Empress Jinli and got up. Your Majesty, I don't know what you're doing this for, but I'd like to say that your life is the result of countless sacrifices. His Majesty's life and death is a matter of the safety and security of the southern Qian kingdom. Please, Your Majesty, take the gods of the earth and grain into account, and I will stay in the palace and build the sacrificial god terrace. He implied beyond his words that he acted as a blindfold to build the god sacrifice platform, and then Empress Jinli secretly left. Empress Jinli sniffed. She was even more stupid to hear the meaning in Yu Guogon's words. She said, I'll save it. Seeing Yu Guogong and Kong Qi off, Jinli felt all tired. She's still not fit to be queen. If the Nanchen matter is over, she would like to leave here and go to the Gucci Tsubaki Shimo, to meet Qi Yuan. If you can, Your Majesty. Aunt Qin lowered her voice and said beside Jinli's ear, the construction of the god sacrifice platform. Is it that person's intention? Jinli sniffed and was a bit hesitant. Aunt Qin, you only need to follow what I say. Aunt Qin sniffed and said no more, but a trace of a worried look flashed across her eyes, because she could see the altar of the gods on the drawing, and the Lord of Yu, too, saw it. Aunt Qin retreated and left the palace. She saw that Yu Guogon was standing alone not far away, his hand propped up against the gray railing. The first god of the ancients has no windows. When Duke Yu saw Aunt Qin, he said aloud, Elder Lady Qin should have recognized what was drawn on that drawing. Aunt Qin nodded. This is the god sacrifice platform. Rumor has it that during the ancient times, when the Lookout Moon continent was unified, there was a divine court that shook the world. By building the altar, you can summon the divine army to descend. Unfortunately, these are now legendary. The divine court has long been subverted. Where is the divine army? 20 years ago, the Jingzhou of the kingdom of Qin was besieged by demonic beasts, and the assassin of Jingzhou obtained the drawings of the sacrificial god terrace and built the sacrificial god terrace. What was the result? The Duke of Yu could only let out a sigh as he heard this. I wonder where Your Majesty got the drawings from. But counting on the sacrificial god stage as hopeless as counting on His Majesty to be able to leave the imperial city unharmed? Obviously, Duke Yu didn't think that this god sacrifice platform was really capable of summoning a divine army either. Heavenly Tao, heavenly pride. Aunt Qin's face was grim. Do your best and listen to God's will. Building a sacrificial platform? Joke. When Sima Ting heard this news, a mocking look appeared in his eyes. That emperor of the demon clan was holding a drawing in his hands with a smile in his eyes, taking the sword of the ancient divine court and beheading modern-day demons. This Jinli Empress is really cute. As a demon, he was most familiar with the divine court. In the beginning, when the demon race fought with the human race, among the human race, a top powerhouse appeared and was honored as the heavenly god, who established the divine court and ruled over the 4 divisions. By setting up the altar, the divine army can be summoned. In the beginning, the divine court had beaten their demon race into the icy ice wasteland to survive. All of these things were recorded in the demon ancestral court. Go was a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. This emperor of the demon clan knew best. Let her cultivate away. It's just a dying struggle. That emperor of the heavenly fortune sacred sect was also unimpressed. The demon emperor narrowed his eyes. The most important thing right now is to build the supreme imperial staff. Anything else? Postpone everything. That's right. Don't forget to help Top Heaven keep an eye on Empress Jinli. Don't let her escape. The thin emperor from the heavenly fortune sacred sect said. Sima Ting hurriedly said, don't worry. The palace has been surrounded, and Empress Jinli won't be able to escape. Don't worry. There are 7 emperors of my demon clan outside the city. She won't be able to escape. The demon race emperor was unimpressed and victorious. This time, the demon race had come with a lot of power for the purpose of refining that one supreme imperial artifact. 7 emperors, plus some kings, were enough to refine the entire imperial city. Yichen Xiaoruoxue without windows. Unfortunately, those civil and military officials in the city who followed Sima Ting are still bouncing around, thinking that they can steal the throne in name only. Unbeknownst to them, they were just as much fish and meat to be slaughtered by the demon race as the people of the city. So sleepy, Qi Yuan woke up feeling exhausted. In the battle with the ugly-clothed monstrous emperor, although he was suppressed and not even injured, the wear and tear on his mind and spirit was quite great. With a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared in front of him. Qi Yuan looked at Ri in the mirror. His face was a bit pale, and he seemed to have consumed quite a lot. The feeling of having your body emptied. I'm dying for a bottle of kidney bucks. And if not, some 6 flavors Di Huang pills? Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruoxue. The game is very consuming, but the boosts are also extremely high for the original alignment. Especially after rising to level 90 in the game and feeding back to the present world. He felt that his cultivation, again, had refined quite a bit. The previous him, without using a knife, with the combat skills honed in the game, as well as the various skills, was enough to have a Chikyu level of combat power. Now that his cultivation level had increased, with just his own mana cultivation and without using techniques or skills, Qi Yuan could suppress an ordinary foundation establishment. This elevation is extremely high. Unfortunately, the mind consumption is still too great. Is this because my divine soul is too weak? Qi Yuan pondered. Unfortunately, cultivators at the Qi refining stage couldn't sense their own divine souls at all, and they had to be at the foundation establishment stage to do so. After foundation establishment, I'll definitely have to cultivate some secret arts that strengthen the divine soul, so that I can stay in the game for a little while longer as well. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. Thinking so, Qi Yuan took out the book in his storage bag and looked at it. He still works hard in person. As a result, one look at the book in his storage bag made him feel a stabbing pain in his head. Apparently, it's the aftermath of staying up all night playing games. You can't read a book. You need to recuperate and get a massage. Qi Yuan felt that he really had to go out and mend. Otherwise, sudden death would be hilarious. Qi Yuan slowly left the thatched hut and saw Zhang Lingsu, who was flipping through something. Zhang Lingsu was dressed in an ice blue gown. Zhang Lingsu swept Qi Yuan's eyes and frowned. Eldest senior brother, you have problems with your cultivation? Nope. Just staying up all night playing games and my body can't handle it. Go out and press a massage. I guess it will be fine. Senior sister, do you want to press a massage for me? Senior brother will pay you. 3 spirit stones. Celestial mapping without bouncing window. Get lost. Seeing Qi Yuan's flowery mouth, the concern that Zhang Lingsu had managed to generate was snuffed out. Qi Yuan smiled at his words and slowly descended the mountain. Luckily, senior sister didn't agree, or she would have had to waste 3 spirit stones for a proper massage under the mountain. You can't even use spirit stones. If it wasn't for the fact that his senior sister was a rich woman, he wouldn't have endured the pain of adding up to 3 spirit stones. Qi Yuan walked on his own. Zhang Lingsu looked at her senior brother's back, and then blamed herself a little. Her tone just now, was it too heavy? Zihara went to the bottom of the hill and pressed a proper mojo. All vegan. Another spirit stone was spent on a rather fatty spirit soup to drink. It took a day of relaxation for Qi Yuan to feel better. The divine soul is still too weak. Unfortunately, divine soul-related techniques and even spirit medicines are extremely rare. Latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. In the Black Mountain sect's piles of books and libraries, Qi Yuan did not find any spells about the divine soul for the time being. As for spiritual medicine, there was even less. Qi Yuan knew that all spiritual medicines and treasures related to the divine soul were quite precious. Rumor had it that stepping from divine infant to the realm of the Violet Mansion had high requirements for the divine soul. Therefore, any spirit medicine or spells related to the divine soul were almost always monopolized by those divine infant elder monsters. Not to mention that Qi Yuan was at the Qi refining stage. Even if he was at the foundation establishment, Yuan Dan, it would be difficult to obtain a spirit medicine that could enhance the divine soul. It's not a big problem though, but I'll consider the matter of increasing my divine soul after I've successfully built my foundation. Qi Yuan's eyes are able to see hidden information. This was an ability he got after entering the game and stepping into Qi refining. When he stepped into foundation establishment, he might get some more abilities. Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. Zihara was in no hurry. He returned to 7 Color Peak and prepared to continue resting, and when he recovered, he would enter the game again. As he passed the large tree halfway up the hill, Qi Yuan stopped again. He looked to his feet. This is the somewhat uncommon grass that has caught the scent of the moon again. Qi Yuan looked up to the sky. Moon's breath. What is that? He bowed his head and looked at this little plant, and he said to it, Will I see you tomorrow and be able to see that you smell the scent of the chi yuan? He wanted to find a diabetes-free one to nourish this uncommon little plant awake, then ask it how it went from ordinary to extraordinary. He wanted to become uncommon too. The night is dark. In the middle of the imperial city, Aunt Sheen was covered in blood. The shock in her eyes hadn't dissipated yet, but at this point, she was frantically running towards the city. The two breaths behind her, however, did not chase after her, but hibernated there. However, the shock on Aunt Sheen did not dissipate. She quickly went to the palace. Aunt Sheen, what happened to you? Seeing Aunt Sheen covered in blood, Jean Li was horrified. Beside them, Duke Yu, who was overseeing the progress of the sacrificial god stage, and Great Sage Kong Chi also walked over quickly, apparently noticing Aunt Sheen's miserable state. Upon seeing Aunt Sheen's severely injured appearance, both of their eyes revealed a look of worry and despair. In the past few days, not only were they building the god sacrifice platform, they were also secretly plotting with Aunt Sheen to see if they could send Empress Jean Li out of the imperial city. Tonight, Aunt Sheen secretly left the city as a test, the first god of the ancients. But I didn't expect that Auntie Sheen would return with serious injuries. Cough. Aunt Sheen coughed, coughing up a mouthful of bloody froth, which seemed to be interspersed with crushed flesh from broken organs. Seeing this, Jean Li hurriedly fed Aunt Sheen the healing medicine that Flower Fairy had brought. Aunt Sheen's face looked a little better after taking the medicine. Aunt Sheen, is it better? Jean Li was worried beyond measure. It's better. Thank you for your majesty's concern. Aunt Sheen looked at the crowd and said heavily, just now, as I was preparing to leave the city, I encountered a blockade from 2 emperors. What? 2? If it was just 2, they wouldn't have hurt me so badly, and there are several of them hibernating in the dark. Most importantly, they weren't human, they were demons. Outside the imperial city, a large formation has been laid. Aunt Sheen spoke extremely fast. Heaven's path, Heaven's pride has no flickering windows. When the people present heard this, their faces changed greatly. Great Sage Kong Chi's beard twitched. Demon? A great formation? Outside of this formation, bloodlight roams the sky, and there are 3,000 white streamers, suspected to be a formation of burying souls into streamers. When Aunt Sheen said this, everyone present was somewhat unable to stand still. The formation of burying souls into streamers has a fierce reputation. 50 years ago, there was a small country adjacent to the demon beast frontier that was invaded by the demon race, laying down the burial soul into the streamer formation and refining hundreds of thousands of people from that small country to death alive. Because of that incident, the human nations on the Moonwatch continent were enraged and formed an allied army to fight the demon race. As a result, the meta was broken. It was also because of that time that the royal power of the southern Qian kingdom began to gradually decline. Several great earthly kingdoms, all undergoing great changes, go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. Now that Auntie Sheen said that there is a funeral formation outside the imperial city, how can a few people not lose their souls? Can you not be mistaken? Yu Guogong looked at Aunt Sheen, his voice low. The rest of them also looked at Aunt Sheen with anxious faces. Aunt Sheen said, I'm not mistaken. That's the burial soul into the streamer formation. Kong Chi sniffed and sat down on the ground lost in thought. Suddenly he got up. I'm going to ask, what exactly does he, Sima Ting, want to do? Jean Li also felt a twinge of fear when she heard these news. She would also like to think that Sima Ting was merely trying to usurp the throne, as long as she, and those behind her, lived. Now it seems that Sima Ting is harboring evil intentions and wants the entire southern Qian country to be finished. It was just that so many demons, or emperors, had entered southern Qian. Yi Chen Xiaoruoshiwei, Heavenly Fortune's sacred sect, don't you know? Jean Li was inexplicably chilled, and she also knew that this matter, the water was deeper than imagined. However, as she looked at the nearly completed god sacrifice platform, a biting sharpness appeared in her eyes. Let's put this matter down first. Let's first complete the god sacrifice platform. Her voice was firm, with a sense of unquestioning doubt. Kong Chi, who was originally disoriented, also stood up. As you command. Only, his essence was all gone. Jean Li returned to her chambers and stood alone in her bedroom, looking through the window, at the Kuki Tsubaki on the dome of the sky, as she clutched her Linglong Yushir. Kihara, if it were you, what would you do? In the Prime Minister's residence, Sima Ting lowered his head, looking incredibly flattering. Yi Chen Sun Xiao Ruoshua latest chapter. My lords, if that person is not removed, I'm afraid that he will reveal the matter of the Great Formation and affect your lord's grand plans. The thin emperor from the Heavenly Fortune sacred sect smiled without saying anything. The demon emperor, on the other hand, didn't care. The formation has been formed, so if it is revealed, it will be revealed. The turmoil in the city is also quite beneficial to the process of refining the bloodless imperial staff. But, if they publicize it, I'm afraid there will be a change of heart, causing the soldiers in the city to mutiny. Sima Ting was still a little worried. Could it be that you, Sima Ting, still can't control the soldiers under you? The demonic beast emperor's words mocked. Cold sweat broke out on Sima Ting's body. If the matter leaks out, I will find a reason to appease the military. Now that the entire imperial city was in his hands, it was not difficult to appease the military. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. I've heard that the day after tomorrow at noon, that empress of yours will ascend the god sacrifice platform and sacrifice to the heavens? The demon race emperor's words changed. Exactly, Sima Ting replied. It's just as well. I have nothing to do. Let's see if my future wine vessel is beautiful enough. The demon emperor laughed out loud. I'll go make arrangements. Originally, Sima Ting didn't plan to go, but since the demon emperor wanted to go, he had to drag the civil and military officials along. The demon emperor nodded his head in satisfaction, a deep look appearing in his eyes. He naturally didn't go to view the god sacrifice stage simply to take a look at his wine vessel. On that day, the civil and military officials will gather and he will go on a killing spree. The blood chi was in turmoil, people were on edge, and the entire imperial city would be trapped in a state of turmoil. The latest chapters of the Celestial Atlas, blood, killing, fear, desire converge, bloodless royal staff, will be accomplished more and more fear. Of course, he would not tell Sima Ting these words. The altar is more than 2 feet high. There is a pavilion, the 4 corners of the pavilion, each with a small beast sculpture. The entire god sacrifice platform gave off a feeling of antiquity and simplicity, filled with a primitive and rough atmosphere. From a distance, it looks pale and heavy. Because of its simplicity, the construction of the altar took little time. Sima Ting was seated in his position, and the demon race emperor sat beside him, unseated. Sima Ryu's hair wasn't even tied, and he looked even more rampant. Next to them, a group of civil and military officials whispered thinly. Some looked at Sima Ting with what appeared to be a question in their eyes, while others looked at the demon race emperor with a thoughtful expression. The Book of Chaos Without Window. Apparently, Aunt Jean had already revealed the news of the grand formation. Most people, however, felt that it was just a diversionary tactic by Empress Jinli. Of course, without the power of an imperial-level powerhouse among them, they wouldn't be able to discover the burial soul entry formation at all. His Majesty has arrived. With a sound, Empress Jinli appeared in the crowd's line of sight. A gold-colored cross-necked wide-sleeved dress with knitted gold phoenix birds between the sleeves, neck with white jade necklace and gold flower embellishments, waist tied with lingering jade shields, and a pearl phoenix crown on the head. It was only at this moment that she had the look of an empress in all her grace and majesty. Unfortunately, when Empress Jinli appeared, apart from the Minister of Ceremonies, and a few people from Liao Liao, there was no one to salute at all. At that time, the army entered the imperial city, and Sima Ting's lineage, too, was too lazy to put on an act. Sima Ryu saw this scene. All of you pleased. He came to Sima Ting's ear, but his voice is not small. Father, if you do this earlier, your son is the crown prince? Many people in the court heard it and smiled. Jinli didn't say anything when she heard this. The auspicious time has come. Please sacrifice to the heavens. Kong Chi straightened his back, his voice thick, as if this sacrifice would witness the fall of a dynasty. Testimonials. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. On the shelves. First I thank you, then I sell out, then I talk about my feelings, and finally I offer a sacrifice to my fellow travelers. 1. Thank you. Thank you to all the readers for their support, including but not limited to catch-ups, comments, bounties, recommendations, monthly votes, etc. I'm honestly a little surprised that there are still quite a few people reading this book. Thanks to the editor, Biscuit. This book started out with poor results, the kind that were a bit desperate, and it was only after the title was changed with the help of the editor that the results took off. However, I didn't write it very well myself, and I didn't win a recommendation PK, and then my editor was considerate enough to arrange for me to put it on the shelves at number 1, which I really appreciated because I could have eaten the full $1,500. If it hits the shelves a few days late, you won't get to eat the full September. That's $1,500. It really smells good. 2. Misery. The poor man, beat the money, the first god of the ancient world latest chapter. Haha, in fact really poor, deep mountains and old forests kind of. It is not really detailed to sell misery, otherwise it will become pretend to pity and inferiority complex. Life is hard for everyone, and living with joy is already worth it. Like the book, can support the author of the book, chase the book, please give a subscription. The follow-up of the dissatisfaction, directly scold, do not spill over to the family can be. The author feels precious to every person who was able to read the book in its original form. Didn't say the others weren't precious. Unable to support. Able to give a first book. But also very incense. Unable to give also do not force. But I hope that the mouth of mercy. To the book review area card what is welcome. Scolding the author is unacceptable. 3. Reflections. Speaking of the book, the small white set of cool text. The main tone is relaxed and joyful without great abuse. The ending will not put poison. The author is also a layman. Cannot write what the connotation. We look at a novel happy. Tendo Tianjia no bullet window. The author is lightning aware and knows all about it. Where's the main character? A psychopath? Maybe, maybe not. Reality is, how can I say, always a little hard to scrutinize. And in fiction, it's an effort to construct a joyful world, as well as a perfect ending. The writing is not good. People still read it. Thank you all is tolerant. Also hope to bring you some joy it. By the way, there is no card for the shelf plot. And I didn't know it was going to be on the shelf until yesterday. So I rushed to get ready to code. 4. Sacrifice. Offer a few books. The river carries the moons. I'm above the long river of years. Overlooking the ages. This is an old author. The book is better than my writing. Good characters. Good plot. The content is more forced. There are links below. Like you can collect to see. Detective Orange Cat's Eye. Jiajing. Join the Ming Emperor chat group. A 10,000 subscription novel. Very strong. Light and fun type. The Ancestor of All Teachings by White Bone Mount Hill. A fine novel. Of excellent quality. And the author himself is very tawdry and sultry. Amy's Autumns, The Heavens, Invincible from the Great World of Xianhuang. 3 million words of the Yongsheng. Shai Tian. And Perfection homages. Fine work. And his last Yongsheng homage, which had as many words as Yongsheng. Heavenly Desire Flying Frosts, Devouring Stars of the Lord of All Things. Close to 4 million words of the Devouring Stars homage to the fine novel. I feel that the author knows more about the Devouring Stars than I do about eating tomatoes, and the amount is more than enough. So you can check it out if you like it. It hits the shelves tomorrow at 12 p.m, begging for subscriptions and monthly votes. I hope the first booking numbers look good. Please. Thank you all. As Kong Chi chanted, Jean Li slowly ascended the God Sacrifice platform. This should be a country's sacrifice. Only the Minister of Rights of a gift. How sad. Aunt Jean and Yu Guogong stood at the bottom of the stage. The two of them looked at Jean Li on the stage, and a strong sense of powerlessness flashed in their eyes. Jean Li ascended to the altar of the gods and begged the army of the divine court to come down. But it was just a mirror, like a dream bubble. There is nothing they can do about it. On the other hand, some of the civil and military officials on Sima Ting's side were looking at Jean Li with the mindset of watching a play. In particular, some officials who knew the origins of the God Sacrifice platform were mocking, while some were secretly saddened by the fact that the Empress was desperate. It's a pity that the red face has a thin life, and Empress Jean Li will have to be buried with this empire after all. Under the attention of all the people, Empress Jean Li slowly ascended the God Sacrifice platform. This time, she walked steadily. Catalogue of the works of the first god of the ancient world. Inside, she had all kinds of emotions. The greatest number of these were concerns about Zihara. It had been 4 days since Qi Yuan had returned her message. However, at this time, the big event was important, and there was no use in hurrying. So she threw the other emotions away and followed the steps that Qi Yuan had said to perform the sacrifice. She was holding a flat, long jade quai with a reverent look on her face. When Empress Jean Li ascended 2/3 of the steps, Kong Qi prostrated himself on the ground. His body curled up, old tears streaming down his face. It was the most stifling salute he had ever presided over. It's even more stifling than when the queen took the throne. And this time, I'm afraid that this is also his last salute. And also the southern Qian kingdom. The last salute. He would be the same as the Empress, becoming a few strokes in the history books and leaving no traces. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. Sima Ryu sat amongst the 100 officials, his legs spread out without any sitting posture, and he pointed his finger at the God Sacrifice platform. Do you think that if Her Majesty were to take a leap from this God Sacrifice platform, would it become an extinct sound? The last Empress of the Empire, a leap from the altar of the gods, threatened to become 1,000 years old. The 100 officials spoke in silence, and no one answered him. Instead, that demon emperor opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp, white teeth. I hope she doesn't face the ground head first, or else my stunning wine vessel will shatter, he said, drinking to himself. The way he drank, however, was somewhat peculiar, chewing the cup and swallowing it into his belly. This strange behavior also attracted a lot of attention. Sima Ryu watched the demon emperor swallow the wine cup into his stomach, and then looked at Empress Jean Li's beautiful hair and cloudy head. A trace of fear inexplicably welled up in his heart. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. He knew that this extraordinary man in front of him seemed to be someone from the heavenly fortune sacred sect, and he couldn't help but say, "Your Excellency has peculiar tastes. You are truly a man of elegance." The demon emperor picked up the wine and poured a cup for Sima Ryu, and the two of them drank to themselves. As for the queen on the altar, who pays attention? Empress Jinli ascended the altar of the gods. On the 2 feet-high sacrificial platform, she raised the jade cue with her left hand, and with her right hand, she threw a jade ring into a stone cauterized basin, which was instantly split into 4 pieces. Empress Jinli's voice was as clear as a mountain spring and as majestic as a tripod. God's presence is merciful to my thoughts and holding a jade cue. The sound rises and the flames jump. My heart is in fear, and I tell the heavens. Yi Chen Xiaoruashui, brilliantly above, reflecting the lower soup. There are not many words of sacrifice for the summoning ceremony, some of them, given by Kong Chess. Of these, the most important of the ceremonies was that given by Qi Yuan. It's also short, 2 sentences in total. Jinli carefully chanted the previous sentence. For the last line, you don't have to chant it, just think about it internally. The Lord of the Clothes Department, Qi Yuan, has decreed that the Clothes Department's forbidden army shall obey the order. The sun in the sky is still the same when this statement is made. The following civil and military officials, still bored look. No one really take this sacrifice seriously. The Yugua Gong seemed to have long anticipated this scene, and the remaining glimmer of hope in his eyes had disappeared. Aunt Qin looked at Jinli, recalling all the things in the Xian Yuan ban. In her heart now, there was still a trace of thought. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiao Ruoxue Works Catalog. That sacrificial god platform could not summon the legendary Clothes Forbidden Army. But what if that mysterious and powerful Qi Yuan, who was comparable to the realm of the Supreme Emperor, came, with his battle power? I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist those demon emperors joining forces, and the formation outside wasn't something a Supreme Emperor could crack, but he was able to bring the Jinli Empress out. It was the best possible ending. Originally, Jinli became the queen, that is, she was coerced, and she was not fit to become the queen. Then, the southern Xian kingdom will end up with a royal existence. Kong Qi prostrated himself on the ground, his eyes aching, his face not sad or happy. Jinli, on the other hand, at this time, felt that in the underworld, there seemed to be some more connection with something. She felt that as long as she thought about it in her mind, the Clothes Forbidden Army that Qi Yuan had mentioned would immediately appear. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. For Zihara, she had come to trust almost unconditionally. For the last sentence, she did not recite it immediately, but instead looked down at the altar of the gods, filled with the civil and military officials of the court. Jinli's voice was clear and cold, with a hint of shock. Sima Ting, I ask you, outside the imperial city, is there a burial of souls into the streamer formation? You colluded with the demon race and set up this town outside the city. Do you want to trap all the people of southern Xian in a place of no return? Jinli's cultivation level was not high, and his voice was like spring thunder that spread across the scene. Many of the civil and military officials on the field were moved, and many felt that this was the last dying struggle of Empress Jinli. Some, on the other hand, secretly looked at Sima Ting, waiting for his answer. Sima Ting got up. His already tall stature was even more impressive, and he was unperturbed in the face of Empress Jinli's questioning. Your Majesty, why are you stirring up trouble? The Celestial Atlas has no flickering windows. Do you think that such petty tactics can affect the big picture? As an emperor, one must act in a dignified manner and overcome evil with righteousness. Ghostly tricks are not the way of the emperor. Your Majesty, you are long in the hand of women, indecisive, weak in intellect, and unworthy of a king. I'm only asking you if there is a burial of souls into streamers formation outside of the city? Jinli asked again. The civil and military officials on the field were greatly relieved when they heard Prime Minister Sima Ting's reply. Nanxian is all owned by the Sangha, so how could the Sangha dig its own grave and collude with the demon race, burying its own foundation? Sima Ryu on the side had long been unable to look on. He got up and deigned to roar. Empress Jinli, this is too meaningless for you. I was thinking that I would watch you use the God Sacrifice platform to summon the so-called Divine Court Army to kill us one by one. The Book of Chaos without window. Sima Ryu's words caused a burst of laughter. Almost everyone did not put that queen in their eyes. The family name of the southern Qian country, as early as 20 years ago, was already surnamed Sima. Jinli was unmoved, his face majestic. Are there any formations outside the city? 3 times in a row. But it made many officials feel that Empress Jinli was at her wit's end. Many people secretly laughed and laughed, while others felt that Empress Jinli's red face was sad and pathetic. Right at this moment, the demon emperor, who had been drinking to himself, unexpectedly spoke up. Beauty Jinli, you're right. Outside the imperial city today, there is a burial soul into the streamer formation laid down by my demon clan. When this statement was made, the whole hall was shocked. Prime Minister? Who is this person? The formation of burying souls into streamers is actually real. Ancient God Emperor Works Catalog. Those civil and military officials had a moment of consternation, which then turned into trepidation. The demon emperor had a ferocious smile on his face. Sima Ting, am I telling the truth? When Sima Ting saw this, his face was devoid of sadness or joy. Right. Those civil and military officials, at this moment, are all shocked and appalled, and there is a clamor on the field. However, right at this moment, that demon race emperor suddenly roared. A bunch of trash. As soon as he struck, the power belonging to an imperial-level powerhouse surged, and under a single wave of light, dozens of officials died at his hands. The demon emperor had a cruel smile in his eyes. A little more messy. A little more messy. He struck out and beheaded hundreds more officials from Sima Ting's side of the camp. And at this moment, most of these officials fell all over in a pool of blood. Incomparably miserable, everlasting life, starting from the Chiluk latest chapter. Watching the turmoil, the demon race emperor revealed an unrestrained smile. The more chaos there was in the imperial city and the more bloodshed there was, the stronger the bloodless imperial staff would be when it was created. After killing the officials indiscriminately, he landed his gaze on Aunt Chin, who was guarding the sacrificial god stage, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. Aunt Chin in her heyday was no match for him, not to mention, now that she was still injured. Wine vessels, here I come. As the demon emperor spoke, his figure skyrocketed at this moment, and in an instant, he was 3 feet tall, taller than the god sacrifice platform. He still gave respect in the face of an imperial-level powerhouse, a hideous, ferocious beast, teasingly looking at the world. Seeing this, Aunt Chin rose up into the air, her thin body blocking in front of the god sacrifice platform. Catalogue of the works of the Lord of Secrecy. And just then, Aunt Chin heard Empress Jean Li's solemn and serious chanting. All troops, listen to the order. Kill. And with that chant, something happened that almost everyone hadn't expected. On the god sacrifice stage, a large cluster of black clouds suddenly appeared in the originally clear dome of the sky. Thick black clouds were dense and huddled together. The entire imperial city, at this moment, also became dark in an instant. A solemn, mysterious, and deep aura filled the air. All the people present were terrified. It was as if they heard the sound of 1,000 armies galloping, and as if they heard the gods reviving. What's wrong? For the first time, the demon emperor's face showed movement. The several demon race emperors outside the capital also revealed stunned expressions. Immortal evil god no window. Just then, an icy voice rang out from the sky. By order of Qi Yuan, Lord of the Clothes, summoned by Queen Jean Li of the Southern Xian, the 4 divisions of the Divine Court, the Forbidden Army of the Clothes Division, sweep away the traitors. As the words fell, a bright ray of sunlight cut through the thick black clouds. Dawn. It was black again in moments. When he looked up to the sky, he saw that 1,000 armies had just appeared in the vicinity of the god sacrifice platform. Black armor and black clothes, holding a golden goad, standing in the air. They were clustered at the side of Empress Jean Li, and at the forefront were 10 strong men with terrifying auras, all clad in black armor. No words were spoken, but endless pressure was given. It was as if they had stepped through the long river of history and climbed out of the midst of hell as an army of demons. Catalogue of works of the great Lord. They didn't look down at the people below, as if they didn't bother to look, but everyone felt the unbearable pressure. At this moment, the forbidden army of the Ministry of Clothing formed a military formation, holding lances and golden spears, announcing their arrival to the world. Yu Guogong's eyes widened when he saw this scene. The 4 divisions of the Divine Court, Clothing Department's forbidden army has actually come. That prostrate great sage Kong Chi, also completely confused, cried out in joy. Heaven blesses Nan Qian. Heaven blesses our emperor. Aunt Chin also shook inwardly. I can't believe it's all true. Lord of the Clothes Department? Qi Yuan? How many tens of thousands of years have passed since then? In the world, is there still a divine court? Is there still a ministry of clothes? There is. And at that moment, the morose, silent clothes ministry's forbidden army finally moved. Anna married. Red-armored forbidden army silently flew in front of Empress Jean Li, her voice mechanical. My lord has brought 2 words. The master said that he was going to have an earthy love story, and that with him here, no one can touch you in these 4 seas. The master also said. Hearing these 2 words, 2 lines of tears fell from Jean Li's eyes. Unspeakable emotions filled the room, and Jean Li couldn't help but ask, how is he? The grafted red armor seemed to have had a premonition. Master, he's fine. After saying these words, the grafted red armor seemed to have lost all its spirituality and did not utter any more words. Jean Li's heart was at ease. She knew that this was a forbidden army of clothes that had recovered from death. They would have been 100 battles that had already been fought and died. She looked towards the demon emperor, and that demon race emperor, at this moment, also looked at her with a burst of horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 4 divisions of the divine court have long since been extinguished in the clouds of history. In the world, where is the clothes forbidden army? You and others are nothing more than projections, mind demons, messing with my supreme heart, deserve to be killed. The first god of the ancient world without a window. The demon emperor roared as if he was going to charge at the clothes prohibition army and shatter those shadows with a single punch. However, something happened that blew everyone's mind. He had only taken 1 step forward, but he actually turned back directly and flew towards the outside of the city. At this moment, among the forbidden army of the clothes department, among those 10 great commanders, a black armor carrying a longbow, holding a big bow, before drawing the full moon, a bow was issued. Whoosh! The long arrow made a sonic boom sound, dragging out a long trail above the sky dome, only to see that the feathered arrow, as fast as lightning, shot hard into the top of that demon emperor's body. That demon emperor turned back incredulously. Supreme Emperor, only heard bang sound. The arrow exploded and the body exploded. A terrifying beast, an emperor of the demon race, was easily killed by an arrow, followed by an explosion. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. It was like being hit by an arrow in a balloon. This scene shook the civil and military officials on the field. It left even Sima Ting incomparably shaken. The thin emperor from the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect beside him was even more physically trembling, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. That was a powerhouse that was infinitely close to a supreme emperor, a top 10 top powerhouse in the demon clan, and he was killed by an arrow just like that? He looked at the sky above the dome of the sky, like the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Ministry of Clothes and Forbidden Armies, and could not generate any resistance in his heart. The 10 at the head of the group all had breaths as deep as the sea. That's the Supreme Emperor. Moreover, it wasn't just any Supreme Emperor. A 10,000-man forbidden army led by 10 Supreme Emperors and nearly 100 Emperors. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer, latest chapter. What a concept. None of the soldiers inside were mortal. At the very least, it was an innate, not even an acquired. Who can defeat such a forbidden army of clothes? He was tempted to find a crack in the ground, sneak in, and subsequently escape back to the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect. And at that moment, Sima Ting suddenly laughed, madly. Why? Thief God, why do you keep playing with me? He suddenly pointed at the skinny emperor from the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect. He's from the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect. Everything they plotted. At this moment, Sima Ting resigned himself to his fate in general. Jean Li on the God sacrifice stage, although she had guessed it in her heart. When she heard this answer, there was still a burst of movement and disappointment within her heart. The holy land of the human race, the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, has finally fallen. Yi Chen Xiaoruoshua latest chapter. She looked at the forbidden army of the clothes department, and she remembered Qi Yuan, who was still in the forbidden land. A decision was made in her mind. She is going to borrow the forbidden army of the Ministry of Clothing, the predicament that she has encountered, and then go to the bottom of the Gucci Tsubaki wood, and meet the man, Guki Tsubaki, the sacred wood of the Lookout Moon continent. Rumor has it that if a man and woman who are in love meet under the Guki Tsubaki tree, they will be blessed by the sacred tree. Kill. An icy look appeared on Jean Li's face. She would be, once again, the Empress of the Southern Qian Kingdom. She has been raised by the people and should do something for this country. With Jean Li's voice, this silent forbidden army stepped forward, and a grand commander, holding a long spear, nailed the thin emperor to the ground with a single shot. Put away the gun. Yichen Sun Yi Xiaoruo Shui. The gun returns and the man dies. Sima Ting, too, was nailed to death with a shot. All the civil and military officials, when they saw this scene, no one dared to run. They only dared to tremble or kneel on the ground, praying for Queen Jean Li's forgiveness. Jean Li looked at the faces full of fear, as well as the civil and military officials who fell in a pool of blood, without any pity in her eyes. The burial of souls into streamers formation outside the city, as well as the several demon race emperors, were the most important problems she should solve. Gentlemen, kill the enemy. Jean Li's face was majestic. At this moment, the aggression that had been suppressed for 17 years seemed to be cathartic. Unfortunately, it's just a matter of meeting that person to make it complete. Little Mary? Qi Yuan stood in the space and gently tapped Little Marriage. At the moment, Little Married was wrapped around his body like an octopus. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. And Married is drifting off to sleep. Qi Yuan looked at Little Marriage, transfixed. It's a pity. If only you had a face, Qi Yuan thought in his heart. he didn't bother the little married, because he realized that little married seemed to have consumed quite as much as he had, and had yet to recover. This was the first time he had noticed that little married appeared in this state. Chi Yuan looked puzzled. No more belligerence in the future. It seems, Chi Yuan decided that in the future, he should still live as he should. And just then, little Mary, who had been sleeping, suddenly moved. If she had eyes, Chi Yuan would have observed that her long eyelashes fluttered and then opened her eyes. Celestial Mapping latest chapter. Watching Xiao Daijia wake up, Chi Yuan revealed a gentle smile. You are finished. You left the clothes ban. I'm afraid that you won't be able to see your clan in a short period of time. There are many other dowry monsters among the clothing ban. Little Married was still clinging to Chi Yuan like a pestering puppy. I don't know if you'll be overwhelmed by the water, but the place we go to next is called the Five Elements Forbidden Land. I wonder, are there many monsters in the Five Elements Forbidden Land as well? If there are many monsters in the Forbidden Land of the Five Elements, Chi Yuan decided that he could kill them by himself even if he was less merged with Little Mary. Without a small marriage, didn't he still fight through the cloak and dagger ban? She was already clumsy, knocking things over when she walked and falling over herself inexplicably. Moreover, the body bones are soft and delicate, often fit. Chi Yuan is afraid that she cannot withstand. The Book of the Chaotic World has no pop-up windows. Of course, Sihara was still reminded of a certain TV sibling, the one who said that he could have defeated the enemy army without that sword. Instead, it ends with the sister sacrificing her sword and the brother dying in battle. Such an ending was naturally not to Chi Yuan's liking. The Five Elements Forbidden Land. Here I come. Chi Yuan held Little Mary's cold little hand, and the two of them also finally stepped into the Five Elements Forbidden Land. It is very different from the Regulus ban and the clothing ban. Looking around, Chi Yuan did not see any flowers, plants, trees, or other monsters in the Five Elements Forbidden Land. The immediate surroundings were peculiar. On one side there was magma, with a blazing fire burning on it. On the other side there was cold ice, spewing out springs. On the other side there were gold mines, with gold sands speckled with stars, some of which were in liquid form, flowing. The Forbidden Land of the Five Elements, the place where the Five Elements gather. He held Little Mary's hand tightly as he stepped into the Five Elements Forbidden Land. After all, with Xiao Daijia's daredevil, naturally nerdy nature, what if she walked by herself, fell into the fire, burned her clothes, and walked naked? Of course, it's actually what to do if you're injured. Just then, an old voice rang in Chi Yuan's ears. Lord of the Clothes Department. I've been waiting here for a long time. Chi Yuan looked towards the source of the voice and only felt a sense of sharpness. He looked closely and saw a kindly old man. However, this old man gave Chi Yuan a strange feeling. It's like, he's not alive. Suddenly, a wisp of caution flashed in his eyes as he shielded Little Mary behind him, holding his long sword against this old man. He spoke. You're a devil. Chi Yuan could see that the inside of this old man's body was empty, and the entire person was, in fact, just a human skin. When the old man saw this, he still wore a kind smile on his face. The old man is considered a devil, but he is not. Chi Yuan took another serious look at the old man. He sensed that there was a strong metallic aura in the old man's body. A guess was born in his heart. Ancient First God latest chapter. I only saw that old man say. The name of the old man in his lifetime has long been forgotten. After being devoured by an evil demon from outside the domain, the old man was dead, leaving only a human skin in the world. After entering the Forbidden Land of the Five Elements, the old man was given another chance to live. Now, the old man's name is Jinzu, and the old man is a human being and not a human being, and if he asks about life and death, he is dead. Chi Yuan looked at Jinzu, understanding in his heart. Today's golden ancestor was nothing more than a section of metallic rule-bearers. Not even a soul, just an obsession. So it's not like he's any different from being dead. What are you waiting for me for? Chi Yuan asked, not letting his guard down in his heart. Lord Hitomi of the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land should have invited the Lord of the Clothes Department to participate in the Demon Exorcism Conference 300 years from now. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride Works Catalog. Since we are all living beings of the Moonwatch continent, we should make common cause and put the extraterrestrial evil demon to death. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will be just like my old self's predecessor, who died in the body and left behind only a human skin. Golden Ancestor sighed. Chi Yuan looked at Jinzu. Even though he was just a human skin, he didn't feel creepy. Instead, he felt that he was much more comfortable than those elder disciples of the Black Mountain sect. Extraterrestrial evil demon. I will kill it. Chi Yuan was resolute. Big boss, must be brushed. He landed on the big boss with his Tendo Tsukiji. When the Golden Ancestor heard this, the amiability in his eyes increased. Now that the Lord of the Clothes Department has come to the Five Elements Forbidden Land, We are willing to open up the 5 Elements Adventureland. In the 5 Elements Adventureland, there are 5 elements of chi, which can be harvested to strengthen one's body and enhance one's cultivation. We, the 5 Elements Forbidden Land, have many young celestials that are practicing in it. Go in the demonic martial chaos as a jailer without a bullet window. There have been 10,000 years of new breakthroughs to the strongest of the heavenly domain, and even the divine domain. There are still 300 years to go before the Demon Exorcism Conference. The Lord of the Clothes Department can enter the 5 Elements Adventureland and train for 100 years, and his cultivation may be refined. Is there a monster in there? Zahara asked. Jinzu froze for a moment, but said, yes, no problem. There were monsters to level up. Jinzu always had a smile on his face. Lord of the Clothes Department, please go with me. Qi Yuan, however, didn't move his feet but looked at Jinzu. I came to the 5 Elements Forbidden Land for another purpose. The 5 Elements Forbidden Land was different from the clothes ban and the Regulus ban. In other forbidden places, you can take control of the forbidden place by brushing the monsters. Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. Of course, there are some exceptions to the clothing ban that require a small marriage. The 5 Elements Forbidden Land seems to have a lot of strong people hibernating. Not the clothes monster kind of monster. Can't always kill them all. It seems that killing them doesn't raise the experience value. How should I take control? The Lord of the Clothes Department, please. Jinzu had an amiable attitude. If I want to completely control the 5 Elements Forbidden Land, is there any way to do so? Qi Yuan looked at the Golden Ancestor. Jinzu froze a bit when he heard this. Obviously, the purpose was unexpected. He hasn't answered. A disgruntled voice came from the back of the room. A woman in a green dress, looking dainty, like one of those little girls who are short but fierce in their exams. At this moment, she had an angry look on her face. Good wow. You, a Lord of the Clothes Department, hit the idea to come to our 5 Elements Forbidden Land. Yichen Sun Xiao Ruoshue without any flickering windows, wanting to control the 5 elements of the Forbidden Land. You are delusional. Do you understand what that means? I'm afraid you're a spy sent by the extraterrestrial evil demon, or else why did you pop up all of a sudden? If not for the presence of Jinzu, this green-clothed woman was afraid that she would have jumped up and slapped Qi Yuan's head. Jinzu looked at the young girl with a doting smile. Little green, don't be evil to the guests. He then looked at Qi Yuan. It is indeed a bit difficult for the Lord of the Clothes Department to control the 5 Elements Forbidden Land. It depends on how talented you are, Lord of the Clothes. If the Lord of the Clothes Department, in the land of the 5 Elements calendar, reveals an unparalleled talent, what if the 5 Elements Forbidden Land is controlled by you? Qi Yuan looked behind the Golden Ancestor. His gaze seemed to pass through the 5 Elements Forbidden Land. He saw many coffins and many dormant breaths, opening sign desolate ancient sacred body, each and every one of them, above the 90th level. Among them, there were some that exceeded the ugly clothes monster emperor, and they were feared to be above the 95th level. Among the 5 Elements Forbidden Land, it seems that you are not the strongest. Are you able to make the decision to hand over the 5 Elements Forbidden Land to me? Old me can naturally make the call, Golden Ancestor said confidently. Good, a deal is a deal, Qi Yuan responded. Looks like it won't take long for me to get through the 5 Elements Forbidden Land. The green-clothed woman looked at Qi Yuan with a disgruntled expression as she looked at Golden Ancestor and transmitted. Grandpa Golden Ancestor, how could you make a pact with him like that? Jinzu smiled and didn't say anything. Led by Golden Ancestor, the group walked into the depths of the Forbidden Land. During this time, Qi Yuan had been surveying the surroundings. Catalogue of works of the Atlas of the Celestials. The 5 Elements Forbidden Land. It was true that there were no other monsters, but there were many heavenly and earthly disasters, which were also incomparably vicious. I'm afraid that even a 50 or 60 level being who ventured into it would have a high probability of falling. About a quarter of an hour passed, and Golden Ancestor brought the crowd to a stop in a valley. In the valley, there were more than 70 coffins. Qi Yuan knew that there were quite a few powerful beings hibernating in these coffins. Golden Ancestor said, nowadays, almost all of the strongest people in the Moonwatch continent are gathered in the 5 Elements Forbidden Land and the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land. They are in their coffins to hibernate and to cultivate. When the Demon Exorcism Conference begins, they will break out of the coffin. At that time, the Lord of the Clothes Department can join them to fight against the extraterrestrial evil demons. Qi Yuan sniffed and didn't say anything. The Book of Chaos without window. 300 years? He couldn't afford to wait. How old is he now? 300 years and a dynasty is extinguished. Jinzu said to himself, then he walked over to one of the coffins and gently snapped it. As a result, the coffin did not respond. He saw this and snapped a few more times harder. As a result, the coffin still didn't respond. Jinzu revealed a look of suspicion. Ha! And at that moment, one of the coffins next door suddenly lifted up, and a debonair, rugged-looking man sat up. Jin Zhu, this memory of yours comes with the predecessor, right? You can knock on the wrong coffin board of my old man. When Jin Zhu saw the rough man, a wisp of embarrassment appeared on his face. Ahem, accident. The rough man also looked at Qi Yuan at this time, and there seemed to be a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Not bad. A good seedling despite the help of the marrying queen's daughter. It's not in vain that I spent my origin to open a place for you to experience the 5 elements. I hope that you can become a giant of a party in 300 years. After the rough man finished speaking, he violently spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm from his mouth. However, the thick phlegm changed into a cloud of multicolored gas. Jin Zhu took the gas and explained to Xiao Green a few times before leading Qi Yuan deeper. A few moments later, the coffin's here. Suddenly all the panels lifted up. One by one, the humanoid beings sat up, carrying a terrifying aura about them. The rough man opened his mouth, a hint of marvel in his words. Unexpectedly, he has already stepped into the realm of the divine realm. Truly a heavenly genius. Second only to you. Everyone looked at Feather. 5 elements Forbidden Land. The only 2 peak divine realm powerhouses. In the world today, there were only 3 peak divine realm powerhouses. Feather was dressed in white, covered with feathers, and his appearance was extremely handsome, resembling a stunningly beautiful female immortal. The first god of the ancient world works catalog. If we give him thousands of years more, he may not be unable to become a divine realm giant, but it's a pity. Feather's voice was extremely soft, leaning towards femininity. If he has gained something within 300 years in the land of 5 elements experiences, and with the support of the married imperial daughter, I'm afraid he'll be able to utilize the battle power of a divine realm giant. The divine realm giants, already the strongest battle force below the peak of the divine realm, were phoenixes. However, when this person mentioned the married imperial daughter, the eyes of many people present flickered as if they had thought of something. When the heavenly god was able to suppress the world in the first place, the married imperial daughter played a large role. If they were to obtain the married imperial daughter, the battle power they would be able to exert would be that of a giant at the very least, and they would even be able to exert the battle power of a peak divine realm. If Feather and Dragon Judgment were to obtain it, they would even be able to exert a power that surpassed that of a heavenly god. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. The certainty of facing the extraterrestrial evil devil will also be enhanced. However, they also understood that the married imperial daughter wasn't that easy to obtain. Feather softly said, "No infighting." There was a hint of admonition in the soft voice. Everyone knew Feather's character, and the fewer words he spoke, the bigger things became. Everyone was silent, keeping their little thoughts to themselves, and at this time, that green-clothed girl couldn't help but say, "That lord of the clothes department, he has evil intentions. He wants the 5 elements Forbidden Land." What? The rough man was a bit surprised to hear this. The green-clothed girl hurriedly told the crowd present what had happened in the future. These people listened with different looks, taking full control of the 5 elements Forbidden Land. His ambition is not small. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer without a window. This kid of his, he wouldn't be a white-eyed wolf, defecting to the extraterrestrial evil demon, would he? If the 5 elements Forbidden Land is allowed to be controlled by outsiders, I'm afraid that we won't be able to wait for the 300 years of the Demon Execution Conference, and we'll be annihilated by that extraterrestrial evil demon, each and every one of us. You guys are not thinking too much. With the 5 ancestors around, what are you afraid of? Do you guys really think that that kid's talent is even stronger than a heavenly god, and is able to obtain the 5 ancestors' approval? In the 5 elements Forbidden Land, there were the Golden Ancestor, Wooden Ancestor, Water Ancestor, Fire Ancestor, and Earth Ancestor. They, the 5 ancestors, were the key to ruling the 5 elements Forbidden Land. It was precisely because their 5 ancestors were there that the 5 elements Forbidden Land was not overrun by extraterrestrial evil demons as it was with the Clothesline Forbidden One. The people talked a bit, and they all felt that this matter was a bit ridiculous and could not be taken seriously. The rough man cleared his head and said to the woman in green, "Little Green, I know you care about Golden Ancestor, but there's no need to be afraid. That kid, even if his natural talent is outstanding, it's impossible for him to really control the 5 elements Forbidden Land." Yichen Xiaoruashue no bouncing window. Of course, there was one more thing he hadn't said. Even if the Lord of the Clothes Department controlled the 5 elements Forbidden Land and had a terrifying talent, they still didn't have enough strength in the face of the extraterrestrial evil demons. What's missing is both talent and the accumulation of time, as well as the world of paraphernalia. Green heard this and brightened up. Right, the guy might have been talking big. Even if a heavenly god were to reincarnate, he could not claim to control the 5 elements Forbidden Land from the hands of the 5 ancestors. It has nothing to do with strength and everything to do with talent. Following the Golden Ancestor, Qi Yuan turned out to be in the vicinity of the Five Elements Adventureland. The Golden Ancestor said, "In the Five Elements Adventureland, there are a total of 5 pranas, including the Golden Prana and the Wooden Prana. This 5 prana, which contains the 5 elements of Qi, is helpful in our cultivation. Yi Chen, San Yi, Xia Ruoxue, no windows. The 5 prana needed to kill them can be used to perceive the realm of the divine realm and enhance your cultivation. Every divine realm powerhouse, or heavenly realm powerhouse, had a relatively single attribute on their body, and the technique they practiced might just fit into 1 or 2 of the 5 elements. That way, it's faster to cultivate." This was the same as how pure spirit roots among cultivators cultivated faster than miscellaneous spirit roots. If one were to cultivate the 5 elements way, progress would be greatly delayed. Therefore, the strong people who were able to reach the divine realm cultivated mostly a single attribute, and only a few had multiple attributes. The heavenly god, on the other hand, is rare with gold as the primary element and the other 4 elements as secondary. To what extent will I be able to control the 5 elements Forbidden Land? Qi Yuan voiced his greatest concern. There are a total of 5 ancestors in the 5 elements Forbidden Land, and you will be able to receive my recognition if you can perfect the golden line, the opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a pop-up window. The water line is full and is recognized by the water ancestor. When all 5 elements are full, you will be the lord of the Forbidden Land. Golden Ancestor said, "This is a difficult condition. Cultivating the golden line to its fullest, even for a heavenly god, would take hundreds of years. 5 elements cultivation? The demon exorcism conference is all over. Moreover, not all strong people, who were adapted to other lines, could not obtain the power of the 5 elements in them, even if they killed the 5 spirits." I see. Qi Yuan was excited. Isn't this just like putting together pieces in a game? All 5 shards are put together and then exchanged for the Forbidden Lord. When he finished, he took Mary's hand and looked at Jinzu. "I'm going." The Golden Ancestor watched Qi Yuan go in and cheerfully reminded, "In the 5 elements Adventureland, there are still some celestial pride from the 5 elements Forbidden Land. So if you meet them, take care of each other." Celestial Atlas. "Good." Qi Yuan answered and his figure disappeared. And at that moment, a water shadow appeared and transformed into a human form. A woman. Golden Ancestor, do you think he'll be able to gather all 5 elements? The visitor was none other than the water ancestor. Jinzhou shook his head, then said, "I wish he would." Then, at the demon exorcism conference, we'll have another peak divine realm powerhouse, and we're in a better position to do so, the water ancestor said. And just more certainty. Alas. Humph. Is that how you guys think about him becoming the Lord of the Forbidden Land? Even if he became one, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to defeat the extraterrestrial evil demon. We, on the other hand, will have to die. A ball of flame ignited in the air, and the grumpy fire ancestor appeared. We were already dead. Just a strand of our obsession remains. What's the point of talking about dying? The wood ancestor was barefoot and carried an aura of peacefulness and revival. The Book of Chaos without window. Egu, you old undead. You have to bring up this matter. It's so hard for me to forget the fact that I'm already dead, and you have to bring it up for me. The fire ancestor cursed and ran off in a huff. I won't be able to sleep again tonight. The few remaining ancestors present glanced at each other, their inner thoughts varying. And at this moment, in the 5 Elements Adventureland, Qi Yuan held little Mary and looked into the distance. These monsters are not high-leveled, only 40 or 50, and the strong ones are only 70 or 80. No, there are some 90-leveled as well. He looked at the 5 Elements monster, revealing a thoughtful expression. If I build my foundation in the heavenly Tao, won't I be unstable in refining my Qi? This power of the 5 elements, if it is transformed into the 5 elements of Qi, won't it be able to reshape my refined Qi? If I succeed in my endeavors, my roots should be far beyond those of my age, right? What Qi Yuan also thought about was that the heavenly Tao to build the foundation seemed to have some insufficient roots, and if he filled in the power of the 5 elements, if he were to find a deserted and silent planet, could he be able to re-establish earth, water, wind and fire? P.S. There's an update at 6 p.m. Please support. Sleeping, so sleepy. I'm begging for some monthly votes. Recommend a book by a good brother. I'm above the ages. Overlooking the ages. Fine author. Quality guaranteed. Link below. Recommendation. Looking at the latter days of the world. One of the magnificent Gaishur female immortals. Demonic demonesses of the devil's path. And Confucian female saints sought me out. I really didn't think that the history I had experienced would come true. Qi Yuan held little Mary and walked in the middle of the land of experience. His eyes swept out and information came into view. Golden Prana. Level 48. Can be transformed into Golden Essence Qi. a shit yellow monster was charging towards Chi Yuan. Its entire body was golden in color, in which it seemed to have solid gold for bone and liquid gold for blood, and the breath it exhaled was gaseous gold. It's a little bit nauseating, the way it looks. Chi Yuan looked at the golden prana with disgust, and casually slashed it with his sword, and the huge golden prana fell down with a sound. Plus 100 experience. Golden essence plus 1. Wisp. Not bad. Not bad. I just don't know how much golden essence chi is needed to complete the golden line. A golden prana that could provide Chi Yuan with a strand of golden essence was considered good for him, the first god of the ancients without a window. After the golden essence chi entered his hand, he could feel that his attack seemed to be sharper, very faint but present. He carried his sword and held Little Mary as he headed deeper into the land of experiences, where there were more 5 elemental prana and more experience and golden essence chi. He had to collect more of the 5 elements of chi, and the 5 elements were complete. In that case, the 5 elements Forbidden Land would be completely in his hands. The heavenly Tao fragments, too, could then be entered. Kill. Chi Yuan, with his little marriage, killed 3 hours in the land of the 5 elements of the calendar. At first, Chi Yuan didn't merge with Xiao Marriage. He felt that Xiao Marriage's body hadn't rested well yet, and merging would be wearing on her. However, he later chose to still merge with Little Married. It was a bit dangerous for Little Marriage to be left alone outside. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride latest chapter. With her naturally nerdy nature, a person hiding in a safe place might just plant herself into the water. Plus, it wasn't like the enemy he was facing was on the level of the ugly clothes monster emperor, properly merged, and the wear and tear on the Little Marriage was close to nothing. Chi Yuan, after the merger, couldn't help but sigh. After being married for a long time, they all fell in love with each other over time. Of course, the small marriage to Chi Yuan to take the clothes ban. Credit, such a partner, who do not like. In the place of some uncouth ones, I'm afraid they'd just call their moms to Little Married. The 10-meter-tall Chi Yuan, who was in the forbidden land of the 5 elements, could be considered as a god stopping a god, as he raised his sword and killed 2 earth spirits with a single stroke. In the game, he killed red hot. His only regret, the number of 5 elements of prana he encountered was a little less. Most of his time was spent searching for the 5 elements prana. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer latest chapter. Gotta get off the line. As usual, Chi Yuan lifted the merge with Little Mary. Today in the land of the 5 elements of experience, Chi Yuan was full of rewards. The last time he beheaded the ugly clothes monster emperor, he was level 91 and was very close to level 92. Stepped into the 92nd grade today. Merging with Little Mary, he was able to utilize a level 97 battle power, which was the battle power of a divine realm giant. Not only that, but with the 5 elements of chi, he also gained a lot. For the golden essence, 20 strands were obtained. For the wood essence, 11 strands were obtained. The rest of the 3 essences of chi are within this number. Getting so much 5 elements chi, Chi Yuan had a vague feeling that for the golden essence to be complete, it would have to be 50 times what he had today. In other words, if he killed 1,000 heads of 5 elemental spirits respectively, he would be able to perfect the 5 elements. Yichen Xiao Ruoxue no bouncing window, to kill for at least 50 days before the 5 elements are perfected. That's too slow, isn't it? This game design a certain easy origin. Right. Every day let people clutch pieces. Kryptonite cannot be cool. Gotta speed things up. The biggest problem now is that the number of 5 prana in the 5 elements Adventureland doesn't seem to be a lot. I don't know where there is a large number of them gathered. Otherwise, I'll have a hard liver for 5 or 6 days, and maybe I'll be able to have 5 elements perfected, and take control of the 5 elements Forbidden Land. If I remember correctly, there are other heavenly prides in the 5 elements Adventureland. They had been here for a long time and were most familiar with the 5 elements Adventureland. Go look for them tomorrow and ask where there is a lair of the 5 elemental spirits. Chi Yuan dug a hole and wrapped his arms around Xiao Married and dug into it again. He hugged Little Married, opened the chat interface, looked at the messages on it, and chatted as usual. Yichen Sun Yi Xiao Ruoxue Works Catalog. I have a feeling that I'll be able to get through the game soon. Has the clothes ban gone your way now? They're okay, I guess, when things are over on your end. Facepalm. Leaving the game world. It was still dark outside. Chi Yuan looked at the summit of the 7-color peak. The palace was like a fairy palace. The sky was not yet dark, but it seemed to be hanging a full moon. The moon by Master's side is extraordinarily bright. Chi Yuan inexplicably sighed. For some reason, he felt a little empty-hearted when he got off the game. The chi of the 5 elements has, indeed, fed back into reality. Chi Yuan's attention was quickly drawn away. The Dharma he originally cultivated was of the fire attribute. The spells that could be practiced were also fire attribute related. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body without a bullet window. Today, he feels as if he can control water, wood, etc. With the water attribute and wood attribute, won't I be able to transfer to a healer? In the past, I was a demented cultivator and secretly counted as a sword cultivator, which barely counts as dual cultivation. Now, add a physician. What is this called? 3. Chi Yuan felt that he was on the verge of putting together the 3 can't mess with in the immortal cultivation world. For 3 days in a row, Chi Yuan lived a regular life. Liver game during the day. Get off the game and read the secret book of feats moved from the Black Mountain clan. The days go by slowly. The only thing that made Chi Yuan a little regretful was that he still hadn't met the rest of the celestial pride in the land of the 5 elements exercise. The collection of the 5 essence Chi also progressed slowly, with the highest gene prana being only about 7%. The celestial atlas has no bullet windows. The land of the 5 elements of the calendar. 3 silhouettes stood in the middle of the icy sky. A white-robed, elegant man was tangling with a water spirit. Not far away, there were 2 divine realm powerhouses, guarding the surrounding area, preventing other water spirits from entering, so as not to affect the white-robed Confucian man. The white-robed, elegant man, who was a divine realm powerhouse, should logically be able to deal with an emperor-level ice spirit with ease. The reason for this was because he needed to slowly sense the water essence Chi in the midst of his entanglement with this ice spirit, sense the divine domain, and then raise his strength. That's why he's such a slow swimmer. After an unknown amount of time, the azure color flashed in this elegant man's eyes. His palm landed on top of the ice spirit, and a strand of ice essence arrived. Catalog of the works of the Book of Chaos. Surprised, he couldn't help but let out a long cry. Beside them, the 2 God Realm powerhouses showed envy in their eyes when they saw this. A red-robed man said, "Brother Tang deserves to be praised by Lord Yu. His talent is no less than his." In just 1 year's time, a strand of water essence was obtained. I'm afraid that before the Demon Execution Conference begins, Brother Tang will be able to step into a higher realm and become a giant on one side. There are 5 prana in the land of the 5 elements of the calendar. However, it was very difficult to extract the required 5 essence Chi from the 5 spirits. For one thing, when fighting with the 5 spirits, one needed to concentrate on their senses and could not be affected by the outside world. For another, not every 5 spirit that was beheaded could successfully sense and condense a strand of 5 essence. The probability of that was extremely low. Because of this, they stayed away from the places where the 5 pranas gathered and sensed in places where there were a small amount of 5 pranas, but it was still difficult to obtain the required 5 essence Chi. Ancient Divine Emperor. It has to do with talent. The red-clothed man's talent, when placed outside, was considered a heavenly pride. However, compared to Tang Yen, it was a small thing. It might take him 3 to 5 years to condense a strand of 5 elements essence. Tang Yen takes just 1 year, sometimes less, and that's the difference between them. The pill-headed woman also looked enviously at Tang Yen. Among the places of training, when it comes to Brother Tang's talent is the highest. Hearing this, the red-robed man remembered something and couldn't help but say, "I heard Little Green say that another person has entered the land of experiences, named the Lord of the Clothes Department." Tang Yen was a bit surprised when he heard this. Lord of the Clothes Department? The husband of the married clothes imperial daughter? Who is it? It seems that another strong person has appeared among my generation. Tang Yan's mood looked somewhat happy. Everlasting life, starting with the Chi-Luck phrase latest chapters. With one more strong person, there was an extra trace of certainty when facing the extraterrestrial evil demon. It seems that it is not a person of our forbidden land. It should be a person from the outside world, who entered the clothing band by chance and got the legacy of the clothing department. The man in red said. His tone was a little sour. This person is not the same as us. He is really talented, and perhaps he has not experienced any setbacks in his life. And he is very arrogant. On the first day he came to the 5 elements forbidden land. He said that he would take control of the 5 elements forbidden land and that the 5 elements forbidden land should be headed by him. When Tang Yen heard this, he was stunned for a moment. This is just a joke. It can't be taken seriously. Master the 5 forbidden elements. When the 5 elements are complete, Tang Yen was of the topmost water attribute, counting as a heavenly pride that was rare to see in 10,000 years. It also takes a year to get a strand of water essence. The more you get, the harder it will be to get more later. Mysterious Lord Works Catalog. If you want the water essence to be perfected, it will take at least 3,000 years. This is only the waterline consummation, not to mention the other 4 lines. That Lord of the Clothes Department, who needed the enlightenment of all 5 elements to be comparable to his enlightenment of the water element, would have to grind for another 10,000 years before the 5 elements could be perfected. This look is just not going to cut it. That's why I say that Lord of the Clothes Department, being young and uneducated, hasn't seen a true heavenly pride before being so this proud and arrogant. The man in red couldn't help but say. Hearing this, The pill-headed woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly. This kind of words, it's fine for you to say them around us, but don't say them in front of that lord of the clothes department. The man in red smiled and laughed. Naturally, I'm not stupid. We are all like-minded, and we are all going to participate in the demon exorcism conference together. And I have to brag about him when I see him face to face. Immortal evil god, no bullet window. The bad words have to stay behind the scenes. 2. Tang Yan and the pill-headed woman were both somewhat helpless. However, right at this moment, a lazy voice came. Did your mom not tell you not to badmouth people behind their backs? The three people present froze, and their gazes quickly fell on the place where the man in red stood. Only a hand reached out of the dirt and grabbed the red man's ankle. All three were a little surprised, but did not panic, only to see the earth turned up, and a man with a handsome face, who appeared to be holding a maiden in marriage in his arms, came out of the earth. Lord of the Clothes Department. Tang Yan couldn't help but point out Qi Yuan's identity as his gaze swept over Little Mary and finally landed on Qi Yuan's face. The man in red also recognized the visitor, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Grand Master. Speaking ill of people behind their backs and being heard by the rightful owner is too embarrassing, isn't it? He said with a smile on his face. Ahem. Sorry, it was my fault just now. Only, what is this lord of the clothes department doing burying himself in the ground instead of going to collect the 5 essence chi properly? Next to her, the pill-headed girl hit Qi Yuan with a curious face and asked the question of the three people present. Lord of the clothes, why would you bury yourself in the dirt? Down. Well, that means sleep. Qi Yuan felt that it was still important not to say too much to the NPC about some of the terminology of the game. What if, for example, the NPC awakens? He had seen a movie in which a game NPC then awakened and fell in love with a human female player. Sleep? The red-robed man's eyes widened. A divine realm martial artist. Does he still need to sleep? When you reach the heavenly realm, you will not have to sleep anymore. Sleeping and resting is a little too inefficient. I was going to sleep a little longer, but you guys kept yakking and it was just too noisy to mess with my dreams, so I had to come up here. As the price for your interrupting me, you have to answer a question. Qi Yuan's eyes rolled. Feeling witty again today. If the Lord of the Clothes Department has any questions, there's no harm in speaking. Tang Yan said flatly. I want to know where the number of 5 spirits is higher. The more the better. Qi Yuan asked the question he was most concerned about. The number of 5 pranas here is so small that it's not even enough to stuff them. When these words came out, the three people present all wondered if their ears had heard wrong. How can anyone ask where there is a high number of 5 pranas? Shouldn't we ask for a smaller number? 200 miles from here, there is a valley with 200 wood spirits. I wonder if it would fit what the Lord of the Clothes Department needs. Tang Yan replied carefully. Qi Yuan sniffed with some disappointment. Aren't there any more? More? How much more? The pill-popping woman couldn't help but interject. More is better. 1,000 is not too little. 10,000 is a bit much. The first god of the ancients has no bullet windows. The crowd was a bit confused, not knowing why Qi Yuan would ask that. When you enter a place of training, shouldn't you seek out a clean place and slowly realize it in order to condense the 5 essence chi? Why are you looking for a place where there are a lot of 5 elemental spirits? The man in red snapped. Qi Yuan blankly glanced at him, thinking that this man in red was a bit silly. Of course it's to get the 5 essence chi. Where there are more 5 prana, the more 5 essence chi there will be, and the better it will be to collect it. The man in red froze at his words. Tang Yan looked at Qi Yuan and thought of the possibility that Qi Yuan had only come into the 5 elements adventure land for too short a period of time, and had yet to obtain the 5 essence chi and didn't know the tricks of the trade. He hurriedly told Qi Yuan the trick. Lord of the Clothes Department. Obtaining the 5 essence chi is not a simple matter, and requires attention to some key things. Heaven's path, heaven's pride. However, at the end of his words, Tang Yan added, 1,000 li eastward from this, there is an abyss that is the core of the 5 elements adventure land, in which the number of 5 spirits exceeds 10,000. After Tang Yan finished his rant and told Qi Yuan the route to the core land as well, the man in red stood on the side, wanting to laugh, but he had to hold in his laughter until the Lord of the Clothes left. Otherwise it's weirdly embarrassing when you get caught badmouthing someone behind their back and laughing at them to their face. Qi Yuan froze slightly when he heard this. Is it hard to obtain the 5 essences? It's hard. Even if the talent is as extraordinary as Big Brother Tang Yan, it would take a year to sense and obtain a strand of water essence chi. The pill-headed woman replied. Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he looked towards a head of trapped water spirit behind the pill-headed woman. Do you guys still want this one? Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. The pill-popping girl froze slightly and subconsciously replied. Don't. That's good. Even though you guys are. I don't want to steal monsters from you. As he said that, he swung his sword, and that head of water spirit was immediately cut into 2. plus 100 experience. Water essence breath plus 1, wisp, and at this moment, the man in red, who was still holding back his laughter, was now staring wide-eyed, and he even wanted to rub his eyes a bit so that it wouldn't all be an illusion. He saw something. That lord of the clothing department casually killed a water spirit with a sword, and then sensed a wisp of water essence chi. That's too easy, isn't it? Talent? No way. It must be a coincidence. Yichen Xia Ruoshui without windows. The man in red thought this way, and so did Tang Yan and the pill-headed woman. The lord of the clothes department is amazingly gifted. I didn't expect that in just a few breaths of time, he would be able to perceive the water essence chi. Tang Yan marveled. He was now certain that the lord of the clothes department was a wunderkind whose talent was still stronger than his, and was also of the water attribute. I'm not like you guys. Shi Yuan didn't feel like he was gifted. The difference between him and these people was that he was a player, and he was rewarded for killing monsters. And these NPCs, they have to require actual senses and stuff. Shi Yuan's words also choked the three people present, especially the pill-head woman. She felt that the lord of the clothes department's mouth choked on his words just as much as the man in red did, and she had to find something to plug it up with. And at that moment, Shi Yuan looked at the man in red. Those three water spirits behind you, do you still want them? Yi Chen Sun Yi Xia Ruoshui. The man in red shook his head quickly. Don't. Shi Yuan revealed a smile. I'll laugh at it then. He took his sword and walked towards the three-headed water spirit. The man in red froze a bit at this. What is the lord of the clothes doing? Only Qi Yuan approached the water spirit and brushed his three swords. The three water spirits that were already trapped immediately died on the spot. The experience value and water essence Qi were also gained by Qi Yuan. Tang Yin froze. The pill-popping woman froze. The man in red was completely speechless. 3 strands of water essence power? As the 3 swords went down, the 3 water spirits fell, and the lord of the clothes department unexpectedly sensed 3 more strands of water essence power. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. Since when was it so easy to sense the power of water essence? Just cut the water spirit to death? In order to obtain the power of the 5 essences, which time did they not make sufficient preparations in advance? Searching for the right 5 pranas, creating a quiet environment, and then slowly sensing them, experiencing failure after failure before finally succeeding once in a while? What kind of monster is he, to sense the water essence chi when he kills one with a sword like that? It's a problem with the 5 Elements Adventureland, isn't it? The man in red was eager to find a water spirit and slash it to death with a sword to see if he could sense the water essence chi. Unfortunately, the nearby water spirits were all killed by Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan killed the 3 water spirits and gave the great treasure sword to Little Marriage to take. He said again, is it hard to obtain the water essence chi? The 3 on the field were silent. Celestial mapping. Tang Yan also felt that the water prana power he sensed today didn't smell good anymore. The 3 of them, looking at each other, didn't know what to say. People are different. Don't be discouraged. Get well, boys. Thanks for the info. I gotta go. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he put his arm around Xiao Married and headed towards the core of the 5 Elements Adventureland. There, an uncountable number of 5 spirits awaited him, and on the field, only 3 people with numb faces were left behind. Did I just have a vision? Thinking I saw the Lord of the Clothes Department? The man in red was the first to speak. Tang Yan didn't say anything. The pill-popping woman then said, I may be seeing the same visions you are. Tang Yan, who has always been gentle and refined, couldn't help but burst out at this time. The Lord of the Clothes Department is really born the latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. The Lord of the Clothes Department is definitely a natural water system. The son of the water spirit. No, the father of the water spirit. The ancestor of the water spirit. And the man in red had trouble understanding it. Even if you were born with a water system, you couldn't have a sword with a water essence gas. Could you? Could it be that there is a problem with the 5 Elements Adventureland? And just then, a water spirit appeared not far from the 3 of them and was rushing towards the man in red. Yes, it's the man in red, who seems to attract more hate. The sharp-eyed man in red was the first to see it, and he hurriedly said excitedly, I'll go. He darted away, fearful of being robbed. As a result, when he killed the water spirit, he got nothing. He was dumbfounded. He remembered what the Lord of the Clothes Department had said before he left. Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. People are not the same, but, couldn't be more different, could it? Just then, Tang Yin said, I have a proposal. How about we head to the core land? When the man in red and the woman with the pill head heard this, they nodded their heads in a hurry. Yes, after all, people are different. The next time they wanted to sense the water essence chi, they didn't know when it would be, and besides, going to the core land wouldn't delay anything. Watching a man kill a water spirit with a sword. Sensing the water essence chi. If you miss this time, you may not see the next time in your life. The three of them were all of the water genus. So how could they miss something like this? Witnessing history, everlasting life, starting with the chakra phrase without a pop-up window. 1,000 miles is not a very long way for Chi Yuan to say, but it would still take a while to catch up. In particular, it wasn't too much of a stretch for him to see the other 5 pranas along the way. A mosquito's leg is also meat. He has been in the bag in droves. Tang Yan and the 3 of them had been chasing after them, but unfortunately, their speed was no match for Chi Yuan. Even when Chi Yuan killed and walked away, they didn't catch up. However, while giving chase, they took the information from inside and passed it on to those outside. After all, the Lord of the Clothes Department's natural talent was too astonishing, and if the water line was perfected, in conjunction with the marrying clothes Imperial Maiden, I'm afraid that she would be able to exert a peak divine realm battle power. It's just a shame that he's too young, Lord of Secrecy without a window. Otherwise, give him a little more time and he would definitely be more terrifying than a heavenly god. Chi Yuan didn't realize that 3 people were following behind him. He didn't fly directly to the core. Now he was very close to the 93rd degree. He was prepared to break through to the 93rd level on the way before going to the core land. Otherwise, even the hardest gun would have to be stabbed into a needle with a long spear when it touches tens of thousands of 5 spirits. Boosting some battle power before going to the core is the way to go. It was because of this that when Tang Yan's trio arrived at the core of the land, they did not discover Chi Yuan's arrival. The man in red looked at the core place from afar, feeling the terrifying aura within. That Lord of the Clothes Department. He couldn't have lied to us, could he? Using the blindfold method, he didn't come at all. The pill-headed woman glared at the red-clothed man, and her body moved borderline farther away from him. Say less. Don't you know that you attract the most attention from the 5 spirits? Immortal Evil God latest chapter. Tang Yan nodded in recognition. The man in red had an underhanded mouth and an underhanded person, and whenever he appeared, he would often attract the 5 spirits to surround him. If it was any other place, it would be fine, but this was the core place, and there were even divine realm level 5 spirits. You guys worry too much. Those were just coincidences before. The red-robed man's words just fell. A terrifying roar came from the core. Tang Yan and the pill-headed woman looked at the man in red. The 2 of them quickly pulled their legs out and ran. And at that moment, in the land of the core, tens of thousands of 5 spirits roared out, densely packed, like 10,000 horses galloping. The man in red cried out, "Wait for me. It really doesn't matter to me. You stop talking. Ugh 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 ugh. Don't run toward me. Juggernaut without windows. Don't come to my side." Tang Yan was also disgusted. The 3 fled frantically, followed by tens of thousands of 5 spirits. About an hour later, Chi Yuan held Little Mary and quietly came to the core place. He looked at the empty core place and revealed a puzzled look. Could it be that I came to the wrong place? However, he scanned the mountains in the distance, his eyes suspicious. He clearly felt the scent that the 5 spirits had existed. The ground is still hot. It hasn't been gone long. Does that mean they went to a booming party? Thinking of this, Chi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "It's too much to have a booming party without calling me." He still went into the middle of the core. For some reason, after coming here, he felt his body was a bit hot. The 5 essence chi in his body was also boiling a bit, and something seemed to be flickering in the abyss. Thank you, bookfriend 2021040303080749 for the 10,000 bounty. A million thanks and very happy. Thanks to P.S. Drank 2 bottles of Red Bull, the limit, mainly because I know the shelves are too sudden. Completely unprepared. Are now code. And writing here is more cerebral and serious and slower than elsewhere. From now on, let's update every night at 9 p.m. sharp. Chi Yuan carefully entered the core place. With the rolling mountains ahead of him, he stood on a flat spot and stopped in his tracks. Further on, it's an abyss of 10,000 feet. It's deep and cloudy. Inside, there are no animals or plants to be seen. However, it was able to vaguely see 5 colors, representing the power of the 5 elements. Those 5 colors were like boiling and flowing pigments, and if a person fell in, his bones might even be melted. If Chi Yuan, who had not yet stepped into cultivation, had looked down into the abyss, some fear of heights would have caused his legs to tremble and he would not have been able to resist jumping down. At the moment, it doesn't feel that way. According to the normal game settings, shouldn't I first kill all the 5 spirits here before I can come to the final place of reward? I didn't expect that with the 5 prana gone. I wouldn't have to kill monsters to come here. The first god of the ancients. Chi Yuan picked up Xiao Marriage by the waist. Be careful. Zihara took a leap towards the abyss. In an instant, he felt as if he had hit a thin membrane. He squeezed in. When looking around, Chi Yuan saw more of the 5 colors. Here, it appears to be a pool. In the pool, it was boiling 5 colors. Chi Yuan felt that his body was a little numb and itchy. Looking over to little Marriage, whose red color was growing more and more intense, as if it were the entire sauna. She seemed very uncomfortable with this place. With the sun, Zihara chose to merge with little Mary. The purpose was not to improve strength and defense, but to protect little Married. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride latest chapter. Little Married's body wasn't very strong, and it was easy to get hurt by staying here. It might as well be transformed into armor and imprinted on Chi Yuan's chest. Zigara was wearing his armor and walking in the pool, but he was slow, as if in a slurry. It looks pretty ordinary here. Nothing useful, right? The 5 colors in the pool are pure. To use an inappropriate example, each color is a monomer. That is, a pure substance composed of the same elements. So it's a big place, but there's not much actually there. His eyes swept over and a series of prompts appeared. This is golden quicksand. Gold essence gathered by the scorching eclipse of the great sun. Bathing in golden quicksand can enhance the probability of sensing the chi of gold essence. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. This is wood quicksand. Wood essence converged by the scorching eclipse of the great sun? Bathing. This is quicksand. What he saw was the product of the essence of the 5 elements appearing by a so-called great sun scorch. These products are able to enhance the probability of sensing the 5 essence chi. Perhaps there was a great use for the 3 that Zigara had seen. But it's almost useless for Zihara. All my burst rates are 100%. This 5 elements quicksand is completely useless to me. Could it still break the burst rate to 100%? However, the 3 NPCs we met the other day might be useful. Their burst rate, which is estimated to be less than 1%, is too bad. Chi Yuan thought, and with a big hand, he grabbed a large handful of 5 elements quicksand. Yichen Xiaoruashua latest chapter. If it's useless to him and useful to someone else, then it's valuable and it's never a bad idea to grab one. Otherwise it would be too meaningless to come here and return without accomplishing anything. Just as suddenly, Chi Yuan paused. He saw something other than the 5 elements of quicksand. The hua of the great sun. If your hand touches it, you may hear some remnants of the great sun, and if you are lucky, you may even be able to obtain some useful techniques. Chi Yuan looked ahead at a ray of light the size of a firefly. His hand held the ray of light in place. Some intermittent murmurs fell into Chi Yuan's ears. The Moonwatch continent is my foundation. How dare you, extraterrestrial evil demon. Yichen Sunny Xia Ruoshui Works Catalog. The Great Sun's Infusion. I am not willing. The remnants of only words fell into Chi Yuan's ears, and Chi Yuan was a little unsteady on his feet. Standing in the land of the 5 elements of quicksand. Is the consumption too great? Today's game has stayed too long. We have to hurry out. After such thoughts, Chi Yuan began to analyze the only words he had heard. It seems that a strong man encountered another strong man, had a great battle, and then failed? Extraterrestrial evil? Does that mean the big boss of this game? This great day, does it mean that it's a heavenly god? He fought with the extraterrestrial evil demon and lost miserably, only scorching the extraterrestrial evil demon's leg? It seems that this extraterrestrial evil demon is somewhat strong. The heavenly god is probably level 99, right? Combined with the then marrying royal daughter. The battle power exerted is estimated to be level 104, and surprisingly, it was still defeated by the extraterrestrial evil demon, only injuring the extraterrestrial evil demon. The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a pop-up window. It seems that I'll have to level up to 100 to be sure of soloing this big boss. Moreover, after so many years have passed, who knows if this big boss has grown in level? Unfortunately, the monsters in the 4 Forbidden Lands are too few. Otherwise, I'd say anything to brush up to level 999 before going to solo that big boss. And at this time, the ray of light in the hand suddenly flashed violently, like the wind candle old man back to the light in general, and then all of a sudden become obscure. To this fading, a fragmented gongfu was transmitted into Chi Yuan's mind. Daylight fantasy technique? When he learned that this feat was called the daylight fantasy technique, Chi Yuan froze. Daydreaming is worse than daydreaming. No wonder the heavenly god can't win against the extraterrestrial evil demon. Chi Yuan spat out. This heavenly god is even more unreliable than me. Catalog of Celestial Atlas Works. Then, he receives the tattered information of this Dharma, the White Day Fantasy Technique. No less. Although the contents of it were, for the most part, mutilated. Just a few words made Chi Yuan feel that it was worthy of the name. This technique was created by the owner of this technique, who seemed to be the same great sun. By observing the stars that filled the sky. This gong method is about devouring everything. The content of the early stage is still relatively normal. The content of the later stage is heavenly. To swallow the stars in the sky, to strengthen their own body. The universe is so big, will I only swallow one bite? It's a pity that this gong method is doomed to not succeed. Qi Yuan's gaze traveled through the abyss to the stars in the sky above the dome. This is the moon. The projection of the moon. This is the broken soul star. The projection of the broken soul star. The latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. The sky was full of stars, covering the firmament, but they were not real, merely projections of the stars, reflecting in the heavens. How to eat when the stars and moon are fake. However, if he lives on the blue planet, this kung fu is still promising. So many stars, eat one a day, from the caveman to the breaking of the blue star, and you won't be able to finish them all. Zihara was whimsical. Got to get out. A little depleted. After obtaining the broken technique of the White Sun Fantasy technique, Qi Yuan left the abyss, found a remote place, and proceeded to dig a large pit as he had done, burying himself in Xiao Mary. It was only after the game went offline that Qi Yuan felt better. After foundation establishment, we must cultivate techniques that increase the divine soul. Qi Yuan secretly decided. Ancient Divine Emperor Works Catalog. The White Sun Fantasy skill. It's too mutilated, but some of the contents on it are related to the Qi Yuan Sutra. However, one has to find some similar feats to refer to in perfect first. Zihara is a man with a plan. Unfortunately, the Black Mountain sect definitely didn't have similar feats. He could ask Kong Ling Su. Little sister looks like a rich woman who knows a lot. He packed up and prepared to go to the thatched cottage next door and meet Jiang Lingsu. Meanwhile, in the thatched hut, a layer of frost formed on Jiang Lingsu's face. She opened her eyes. The frost dissipated, and a hint of bitterness appeared on her tender face. Is this the price of ruling the Qinkuan mirror? After awakening her bloodline, she was given a chance to hold the Qinkuan mirror and saw the remnants of a corner of the future. Everlasting life, starting from the Qiluk phrase latest chapters. But a supreme treasure like the Qinkuan mirror. Where was it that someone of her cultivation level could casually wield it once? She also fell quite ill. Every once in a while, she would frost into her body in immense pain. This time it was fairly mild and tolerable. When the latter is intense, it's enough to make a person pass out from the pain. To relieve this pain, a cultivator at the realm of the Purple Mansion with a water attribute heavenly spirit root was needed. Well, the Jiang clan knew some great cultivators of the realm of the Purple Mansion, and there were elders of the realm of the Purple Mansion in the clan, but there were none of the water attribute heavenly spirit roots. Even if there is, just to remove this kind of trivial pain, it is not worth it to spend a large price to invite a great cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm to take action. Sensing something, Jiang Lingsu got up and headed out of the courtyard. She saw Qi Yuan outside the door. Eldest brother, you're looking for me? Lord of secrecy, no bouncing window. Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu and stared at her face. Senior sister, are you sick? Do you want me to go make you a chicken soup? Qi Yuan was attentive. Jiang Lingsu was helpless. Eldest senior brother, there's no need. I just didn't sleep well. What did you come to see me about? Straight up. Seeing this, Qi Yuan didn't hide his intentions and told him what he had come for. Jiang Lingsu sniffed and gave Qi Yuan an odd look. The gong method that eldest brother asked about should not be found in the world like this. If there is one, it is rumored that during the ancient times, at the bottom of the East China Sea, there was a clan called the Giant Arthropods, and their clan's gong method is similar. Unfortunately, this clan has long been extinguished, and I don't know if there can still be a legacy in the world. Many thanks for telling senior sister. Qi Yuan was a little disappointed, but it also felt normal. It wasn't as if things were solved as soon as he had any problems. He looked towards Jiang Lingsu. Senior sister, if you have any problems, tell senior brother directly. Senior brother is still strong. Ordinary things can still be smoothed out for you. Immortal evil god. It is everyone's responsibility to care for rich women. Moreover, the senior sister had helped him quite a bit. Qi Yuan still understands the reasoning of throw me a wooden peach and I will return it with an agar jelly. Jiang Lingsu smiled wryly at his words. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. Although eldest brother is demented, out of tune, and not very good in strength, his nature is still good. Entering into the game again, Qi Yuan suddenly realized that the core of the Five Elements Adventureland, those 5 spirits who had gone out to have a booming party, had returned. Qi Yuan was extraordinarily happy. Xiao married. Why don't you hide in the pit? I'll go and come back. Qi Yuan said to Xiao married. Xiao Daijia's cold little hands, or sleeves, clutched the corner of Qi Yuan's coat. The wooden plaque with the crying face design slipped out of the sleeve. The great lord. The crying face represents a small marriage, which she does not want. Ugh, do we have to merge every day? Why does it feel like? It's just like having to pay your public food if you're married, he said, instantly merging with little Mary. Blood-red armor covered the perimeter of his body, and the barbs on his body were sharp and dangerous. The huge body, cold and bloody red, contrasted sharply with the 5 prana. My sword thirsts for blood. Unfortunately, none of you will bleed. Then die. Qi Yuan raised his 40-meter greatsword and without any fancy, simply slashed downwards with the strongest force. Tips? That's something that should be considered for melee versus long-range spellcasting. My disciples are all of the great emperor's talent works catalog. He's just brute force right now. A sword slashed down, setting off a heat wave several meters high. In an instant, there were dozens of 5 spirits that could not dodge in time and turned into the dead souls under Qi Yuan's sword. 90 levels and 89 levels were 2 completely different concepts. Moreover, with the addition of Little Mary, in the core land, he could kill as many as he wanted as long as he wasn't surrounded by a few 90 level 5 prana. Of course, he has to watch the consumption. Kill. Qi Yuan was like a monster, crashing into the kingdom of a small life, charging across the street, his greatsword slashing blindly a few times. Only, in addition to the sudden attack of the first sword, a number of 5 spirits did not react, killing nearly 105 spirits. The speed of the back chopping was obviously slowing down. It's too slow. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take half a month before the 5 elements are gathered. The great sage of humanity has no windows. Ugh, I'm such a loser. So useless. And at this moment, some distance away from the core place, 4 pairs of eyes were watching Qi Yuan entangling with the 5 spirits. In addition to the original trio, there was an additional man with a thin build. He watched Qi Yuan go on a killing spree, and the 5 essence Qi didn't want money to sense out. His eyes were wide and his face was all incredulous. The man in red cheaply stretched out his palm. Very proud. Li Qin, hand over the water elemental crystals. Li Qin's face was fleshed out. This is too outrageous. On what grounds? Originally, the red-clothed man told him that new lord of the clothes department had comprehended the water essence Qi very quickly, almost head to head. Naturally, he didn't believe it. The man in red took the opportunity to make a bet with him. Lady Warrior, wait for the latest chapters. He didn't think twice about it and just agreed. Unexpectedly, it was true. The man in red was incomparably dejected as he obtained the water elemental crystal. At this time, Tang Yen was staring at Qi Yuan's figure with an unbelievable expression on his face. Look guys, he's also sensed the earth essence Qi. No, there's also the fire essence Qi. The rest of them looked, only to see Qi Yuan kill the water spirit and rush towards the remaining 4 spirits. A large pile of the 5 essences that made people's faces hot filled the air. The 4 people present were dumbfounded. Originally, Tang Yen he had thought that the Lord of the Clothes Department was merely the topmost talent of the water attribute. Today, it seems that this is the top of all 5 genera. Beside him, the man in red saw the scene and couldn't help but blurt out, doesn't it mean that he might just be less than a month away from perfecting the 5 elements? The shepherd's tail. After saying this, the man in red's face turned a little red. He had just badmouthed him behind the back of the Lord of the Clothes Department last time, saying that he was proud and arrogant, whimsical, and delusional about the perfection of the 5 elements. Today it seems that it wasn't a delusion. It was real, and it may take just a month or 2 for the Lord of the Clothes to do it. Tang Yen gritted his teeth. The always refined man had no image at this moment. 5 elements perfection, ah, he really was able to master the 5 elements Forbidden Land. This talent, this gift. As he spoke, he suddenly wept with joy. Could it be that the heavens have mercy on us? The power of the extraterrestrial evil demon was unfathomable. Even the heavenly god in his heyday was defeated by the hands of the extraterrestrial evil demon. Later on, among the Forbidden Land, there were also strong people who had reached the period of their great limitations rushing into the land of the Earth's extinction one after another to explore the bottom of the extraterrestrial evil devil. But most have nothing to show for it, not to mention the extraterrestrial evil demon. They couldn't even defeat the number 1 demonic evil below the extraterrestrial evil demon, the once heavenly god Golden Armor. The heavenly god Golden Armor, as if it had an immortal body, could not be killed at all. Even the demonic sins couldn't win, let alone win against the evil demons of the domain. 300 years later at the Demon Exorcism Conference, there were also great powers skilled in the way of divination, consuming their life force to peer into the corner of the future. The result of the divination is 10 deaths. That's right, there's no life, no hope. However, even with this, these powerful people still gathered and united together without any hesitation. If there is no way to live, then we will tread a path with blood. And now, Tang Yen saw something. He saw a heavenly pride whose talent far surpassed that of a heavenly god emerge from the sky. This is not divine mercy. What is this? The remaining 3 were also infected. They naturally knew what it meant for the 5 elements to be perfected. This meant that the Lord of Clothes had a chance to surpass the heavenly god. There was also a real chance to fight against the extraterrestrial evil demons. Catalogue of the works of the first god of the ancient world. Perhaps the demon execution conference was no longer 10 deaths, but 10 lives. Tang Yen said coldly, "This matter must be told to you, as well as Lord Dragon Judge," he said, passing on what he had found out today and going outside. In the Five Elements Forbidden Land, in the middle of the valley, dozens of coffins were lying quietly. Suddenly, one of the center coffin panels was lifted. A man with a handsome, man-like face sat up. He was clad in a feathered coat, handsome and extraordinary, and was none other than Feather, one of the two peak-level powerhouses of the Five Elements Forbidden Land's two great divine realms. He looked to the rest of the coffins, his face ancient. Moments later, the rest of the coffins lifted up. The burly man got up and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm towards the ground. "Lord Fei, didn't we just finish the gathering last time? Why did you call us up again?" Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride Works catalog. And a groggy-looking old man muttered, "What hour is it? The Demon Execution Conference is here?" The rest of the powerhouses all looked at Fei, revealing puzzled expressions, because, with only 300 years left before the Demon Exorcism Conference, they would not wake up without something big. "The Lord of the Clothes some time ago, do you remember?" Feather's voice was soft. "What happened to him?" The lanky man wondered. The rest of the powerhouses present also looked at each other. Waking them up has something to do with the Lord of the Clothes? Could it be that he was really a spy for the extraterrestrial evil demon? Tang Yan sent word that the Lord of the Clothes Department has the topmost water genus talent, which is even stronger than his. Feather said calmly. Stronger than Tang Yan? The talent is indeed top-notch. If given 1,000 years, it might not be a new heavenly god. It's a pity. A giant sighed. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer no bomb window. How much stronger? Someone else asked. Feather said indifferently. Not much stronger. A head of water spirit. He will be able to sense a strand of water essence chi. Silence, silence. After roughly a dozen breaths, that burly man spoke with difficulty. Doesn't this mean that in a month's time, he will be able to complete his water line? Is that an exaggeration? It's too much. Where is the person who, in 1 month, water walks to perfection? It takes others thousands of years, and he did it in a month? That's a big difference, isn't it? If Chi Yuan knew what they were thinking, he would definitely say that the gap was actually okay. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoshua latest chapter. It's also just the difference between the salary of an average blue star person, and a star making $2.08 million a day. The most important thing is that not only is his water genus talent top-notch, but the other 4 genera, too, are like this. Feather's voice was still calm this time, but anyone would be able to feel the strand of joy in it. What? All 5 genera are so top-notch. This is fucking human. Damn it. The powerful people present were all incomparably moved. Where was the poise of the top powerhouses left in them now? The coffin field is as lively as a food market. The crowd was shocked. They were all divine realm powerhouses and understood what the 5 elements of perfection meant. This meant that the Lord of the Clothes Department was expected to break through the shackles and walk on a path farther than a heavenly god. Yi Chen Sun Xiao Ruoshua no bullet window. Unfortunately, there are only 300 loads left. Suddenly, a man sighed languidly. The divine realm powerhouses present also revealed a trace of bitterness. The talent of the Lord of the Clothes Department was even farther beyond that of a heavenly god. However, he had just broken through to the divine realm, and with 300 years, it was a bit tough to polish his cultivation, let alone refine it. At least, there are still 300 years. Feather opened her mouth, her voice soft, but incomparably firm. Now that the Lord of the Clothes Department is here, we should think about how to break the situation. The Demon Exorcism Conference was 10 deaths, so they would do their best and give everything they had to become 10 deaths. In the beginning, they hid in the Forbidden Land and rebelled against the extraterrestrial evil demons, for the sake of, perhaps, merely staying alive themselves. People are selfish, not to mention, these old turtles that have lived for so many years. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. Later, resisting the evil demons outside the domain slowly turned into a mission, into an obsession. If you say, fighting for the world's life seems a bit lofty, but it is also tainted with the ground. I propose, divine reflection, Feather said softly. It was so quiet in the room that not even the sound of breathing could be heard, not even the sound of a pin hitting the ground. Those who refuse, kill. Feather coldly scanned the crowd, his tone becoming brutal and overbearing for the first time. I don't have a problem with that. I have no comment either. Ha ha, as long as I can kill that son of a bitch of an extraterrestrial evil demon, I'll do whatever I'm told to do. The divine realm powerhouses present, hemmed and hawed, and no one refused. Divine reflections, a secret method especially mastered by powerful people of the divine realm. Divine reflections without bouncing window. They were able to reflect all of the senses they had cultivated, including all of their experiences, into the depths of one's divine soul, all the feelings, all the memories. This is equivalent to the fact that they will have no reservations about the Lord of the Clothes whatsoever. In addition, after the divine reflection, they would have injured their vitality and would need 100 years to recover. That's why it was said that very few divine realm powerhouses cast divine reflections, unless that kind of big time is coming. Feather looked at the crowd and said softly, "I've bothered you all." And at that moment, the stout man asked, "Where did Lord Dragon Judge go? And why is he missing from his coffin?" Feather looked in front of him, in the direction of the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land. He went to the Yin-Yang Ban. The people of the Yin-Yang Ban aren't that nice to talk to. He had to go and convince them to give the Lord of Clothes divine reflection. The Book of Chaos. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The Dragon Judge, the quiet man with a full beard, had gone to the Yin-Yang Ban. Where was it convincing a Yin-Yang Forbidden powerhouse? It was clearly beating submission. It seemed that the Dragon Judge and Lord Feather, both of them were very determined to help the Lord of Clothes grow quickly. And at that moment, in the Five Elements Forbidden Land, there was a fluctuation in space. The Dragon Judge mentioned earlier, the silent man with the gnarled beard, has returned. Blood was dripping down his left sleeve. He looked at the crowd and grinned. The people of the Yin-Yang Ban have been convinced by me. The crowd had no words. Looking at his dripping arm, the Dragon Judge was very strong and had not lost a single battle in his life. And the only one he had lost was still the heavenly god who had merged with the marrying emperor's daughter. Ancient God Emperor Works Catalog. At this moment, he was even injured. So it was evident how intense, with tragic, the battle between the Dragon Judge and those powerhouses of the Yin-Yang Ban was. The Dragon Judge said calmly, "They have spent a long time in the Yin-Yang Ban, and they speak in an eccentric manner, so it is inevitable that they have done a battle. However, thinking of something, he added, but they are our allies after all, so I can't go too far." They made a condition that the Lord of the Clothes would defeat Burial Flower, and they would divine reflection. After the Dragon Judge finished speaking, he walked towards his coffin and lay down in it, then reached out his hand and covered his coffin board. Everyone shrank back into their coffin boards. A silence returned to this place. Not far away, a green-clothed girl squatted on the ground, her hands clasping her shoulders and convulsing silently. And at that moment, the gentle-faced water ancestor appeared and amiably stroked the green-clothed girl's head. She did not say anything. She just quietly stroked it. Everlasting life, starting with the chi words without a pop-up window. The green-clothed girl cried for a long time before she raised her head stubbornly with red eyes. "Water ancestor? Does it really have to be like this?" The water ancestor had a kind face. "Child, we are not going to die out. We are just changing forms and existing in this world." Water ancestor. The green-clothed girl hugged water ancestor, tears still rolling down her face indisputably. The Lord of Clothes was going to perfect the five elements, which meant that he would be in control of the five elements Forbidden Land. Chi Yuan came out of the core land. He looked at the four in the distance and a smile appeared in his eyes. "You guys are quite understanding." He had spotted the four during the battle, but hadn't cared. Now he was ready to go offline and say hello to a few people. Instead, they found these four, imprisoning some of the five spirits that had fled. The Lord of Secrecy. Not many, just a couple dozen heads. But these dozens of five spirits, all of them flared their teeth and claws at the man in red, wanting to tear him apart in general. "Lord of the Clothes Department, please also sense," Tang Yen said. These five spirits, all of which had escaped from the core, were caught by them. Being able to work for the Lord of Clothes and help the Lord of Clothes improve his progress was a worthwhile thing for them to do. Chi Yuan took his sword and easily decimated dozens of five spirits. He gained quite a bit more experience with the five essences. Although he had killed quite a few five spirits today, it would still take at least half a month to gather all the five elements. It made him a little despondent. Tang Yen captured Chi Yuan's expression as he asked, "Is there anything troubling the Lord of Clothes? We would like to relieve the Lord of Clothes of his worries." Immortal evil god, no bouncing window. Things that could enhance the strength of the alliance, Tang Yen would take the initiative to do. Alas, it's too slow. I have to kill half a month before the five elements can be perfected. It's just too slow. Chi Yuan truly lamented. The five elements Forbidden Land is a replica. The five elements Adventure Land is a replica within a replica. And the Core Land is a replica within a replica within a replica. As a result, it would take half a month to paint one such copy. It's really too wasteful. He rambled on and on about being too much of a loser. Tang Yen, Pillsbury woman, Li Qin, man in red. You're so born. He was in a hurry. He felt that the mouth of the Lord of Clothes was truly abominable. Great Lord, half a month to perfect the five elements? Still too slow? Take 5 different attributes of him, out together, and it'll take 3,000 years to do it. What's it called? Tang Yen also calmed down. I'll gather the others and help the Lord of Clothes. trapping some of the 5 spirits, which the Lord of Clothes will decimate. He didn't even talk about sensation anymore. He just said decapitation. Anyway, the Lord of the Clothes chopping is the sensation. Really, thank you so much. Chi Yuan felt fortunate that he was smart and grabbed a large handful of 5 elements quicksand out. This is a trinket I picked up in the core land. It might be useful to you guys, so I'm giving it to you. Chi Yuan threw the 5 elements quicksand to the 4 people present. Quicksand of the 5 elements? The 4 people present had their eyes glowing. This was the quicksand of the 5 elements, and carrying it around would increase the chances of sensing the 5 essence chi. In the land of the 5 elements of the calendar, this was the most precious treasure. How did the Lord of the Clothes get it? He's so fierce. And 5 lines of quicksand. I came across this yesterday in the core, and it's pretty much useless to me. It should be of some use to you, so I'll give it to you. When the remaining 4 heard this, the speculation in their hearts dissipated. Yet upon hearing the words that followed, they fell silent again. Useless. Useful. Indeed. The probability of the Lord of the Clothes department sensing the 5 essences is 100%, which is indeed useless. Thinking about this, they all felt less excited about taking the 5 essence chi. The first god of the ancients has no windows. And at that moment, Tang Yan thought of something and suddenly said, Lord of the Clothes department, don't you think that the 5 elements consummation is too slow? Seeing this 5 elements of quicksand, I have a way. I don't know if it's usable or not. Chi Yuan's eyes lit up. It seemed that this 5 elements quicksand was given to the right person. It's true. You have to do more things in the game, and it might trigger some new storyline. What way? Chi Yuan asked. The conditions for the formation of the 5 elements of quicksand are very harsh, and if it is formed, it means that there must be something in the vicinity that makes the 5 pranas fearful. The Lord of the Clothes can go to the place where the 5 elements of quicksand form and find something like that. Relying on that item, the Lord of the Clothes department can cut down the 5 spirits faster and sense the 5 essence chi. Tang Yan told what he knew truthfully. When Chi Yuan heard it, he thought it made sense. Heaven's way, heaven's pride. The reason for the formation of the 5 elements of quicksand is that it is scorched by the great sun. This means that the 5 pranas are afraid of the great sun. The great sun is the nemesis of the 5 pranas. If he had a great sun, wouldn't he be able to quickly sweep and kill all the 5 pranas in the 5 elements forbidden land? Chopped up. Who let them have a booming party without calling themselves? Zihara is very vindictive. Just that big day, Chi Yuan immediately remembered the White Day fantasy trick. Thank you all. Farewell. Chi Yuan ran off in a huff. He had to go find a safe place and dig a hole to bury himself. The 4 people on the field, looking at Chi Yuan's back, had different expressions. On the 7-color peak, Chi Yuan recorded the crippled White Day fantasy technique. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. He looked at the top with a hesitant face. Do we really have to practice? There won't be any problems, right? He glanced at his Chi Yuan Sutra. Actually, it's not a big problem. Cultivating the Chi Yuan scripture will occasionally lead to insanity and memory loss, but I also feel like I'm fine and in good spirits right now too, come on? Moreover, I don't have to fully cultivate it. I only need to simulate the breath of the great sun, then cast it with the great treasure sword and scare those 5 spirits. After convincing himself of this, Chi Yuan immediately focused on the daytime fantasy technique. He didn't cultivate it completely, but focused on simulating the breath of the great sun in it. This kind of cultivation is very watery, and it is not a complete mastery of the Gong method, but it is very effective. Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. In just half a day's time, Chi Yuan succeeded in his simulation. He had a look of delight on his face. Why does it feel a little cold? After withdrawing from the focused state of cultivation, Chi Yuan realized that there was some coldness that cut his skin like a knife. Am I too weak for this? Chi Yuan couldn't help but wonder and froze again. I'm Taishu? Chi Yuan felt that he had accidentally discovered the nature of the world. The legendary Taishu may be a universe of thieves who are so weak that they need to drink kidney bowl. He added a layer of clothing to himself, the chill still lingering on his body. He burned wood in the yard. The firewood was lit, and when he got up and went out, he saw Jiang Su, who also had a pale face. Yichen Sunny Xiaoruashua no bullet window. Senior sister, are you alright? No, it's fine. Jiang Su was slightly stunned when she saw her eldest senior brother. For some reason, she's been getting frost into her body more and more often lately. She was feeling cold even now. Seeing that her eldest brother seemed to be cold as well, she couldn't help but speculate inwardly. Could it be her own frost that had affected her surroundings? It seems that there is something wrong with her body. Something serious. If senior sister is cold, why don't you come to my courtyard? I just burned some fire and roasted it. Chi Yuan said enthusiastically. No need. Jiang Lingshu curled up. She was afraid that she had chilled her eldest brother. She turned to her room and got under the covers. Qi Yuan looked at Zhang Lingsu's back and couldn't help but say, there are two colds on the seven-colored peak. One is the senior sister and the other is the senior. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. No. And that moon. Qi Yuan looked at the cold moon on the peak palace and blurted out. My passion is like a fire that can surely burn the coldness of the world. Especially when he simulated the breath of the great sun. Qi Yuan felt even more confident. Enter the game. Qi Yuan merged with Little Mary as usual, then broke into the core. Jin Pura, Wood Pura, and the other 5 Pura. Seeing Qi Yuan, the enemies saw each other, and they were all red in the eyes. They roared and charged at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan didn't panic when he saw this. Big day. He gave a shout. A layer of white light emerged above the blood-red sword. This glow. It didn't have too much offensive power. Celestial mapping without a window. It wouldn't enhance the power of Qi Yuan's sword at all. However, when the radiance appeared, the 5 originally vicious spirits were like seeing a natural enemy. A look of fear showed in their eye-like organs. The 5 spirits not far from Qi Yuan's body became strange. The closer they got to Qi Yuan, the greater the impact on them, and their bodies became limp, like quicksand. And at this time they were like lambs to the slaughter. It really works. Qi Yuan was ecstatic. He took the great sword of treasure and killed his way through the core. Kill, kill, kill. Any of the 5 spirits that he caught up with had no power in a short period of time, and were easily cut down by Qi Yuan. Contents of the Book of Chaos. Qi Yuan couldn't stop killing, and he also killed Red Eyes. The experience bar is growing. The Qi of the 5 essences also collected more and more. Tired. Qi Yuan was tired of killing. Ordinary people, even if they kill a pig, kill thousands of them, they are tired of killing. No. Collapse. He remembered that in history, there were often examples of hundreds and thousands of people defeating tens of thousands of large armies. He thought that those hordes were too stupid, so he might as well stick his head out for the enemy to hack at and tire them out so that the ones that were still alive. 1. It was a day when Qi Yuan killed a lot of people. His level, 2, had risen to level 94, and his experience bar had gone up quite a bit. But then, he went offline. His body couldn't take it. Ancient God Emperor latest chapters. On the second day, he was back online on time, and he couldn't stop killing in the core. At noon, Qi Yuan decimated a water spirit. He paused, and 5 colors surged out of his eyes. The 5 elements are complete. That's right, with the help of the great sun, he was rampaging through the 5 elements Forbidden Land. In just 1.5 days, the 5 elements were complete. And at that moment, Tang Yan's voice transmission came from the distance. Congratulations to the Lord of the Clothes Department. The 5 elements are complete. Please also ask the Lord of the Clothes Department to quickly come out of the place of experience. We, the 5 elements Forbidden Land, will have a great gift to offer. The Forbidden Land of the 5 elements will henceforth be under the control of the Lord of the Clothes Department. When Qi Yuan's 5 elements were perfected, 5 halos appeared on his body, which were the symbols of the 5 essence Qi condensing into substance. Everlasting life, starting with the Qi Luck phrase latest chapters. Qi Yuan glanced at Tang Yan, who had already killed his eyes at the moment. I am aware of this matter, but I won't leave here for the time being. Wait for me for a day and kill all the 5 spirits here before you go out. After Qi Yuan finished, he buried his head again to kill the 5 spirits. The extraterrestrial evil is too strong. He's only level 94 now, and he's no match at all. There were monsters here, so you had to kill some quickly to clutch a little more experience. Tang Yan was a bit surprised to hear Qi Yuan reply, and he said in a loud voice, we will wait outside for the Lord of the Clothes Department. After Tang Yan finished speaking, his figure stepped back. Li Qin looked at Qi Yuan's tall and powerful body. The Lord of Clothes is killing his eyes and can't stop, right? Killing all the time? The cultivator would also enter the barrier and turn into a merciless killing machine. Mysterious Lord Works Catalog. Next to him, the man in red gulped. The Lord of Clothes is too ruthless. He now somewhat regretted why he had badmouthed the Lord of Clothes behind his back in the first place, and was even overheard by the Lord of Clothes. If the Lord of the Clothes Department had killed his eyes and finished killing the 5 spirits in the core land, he wouldn't kill him too with a sword, would he? He was apprehensive. Father, 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 the Lord of the Clothes is suave. The Lord of the Clothes Department is truly a dragon among men and a king among monkeys. Suddenly, thinking that he was about to give the Lord of Clothes divine reflection, he hurriedly hinted to himself that he had been mentally calling the Lord of Clothes father. In that case, the Lord of Clothes would surely forgive him when he obtained this information, right? He's always been so feckless. Immortal evil god. Level 95? Qi Yuan didn't know how long he had been killing, but there were less than 1,000 heads of the 5 prana left in the core land. His eyes were glowing red, and with 5 auras surrounding his body. He was no ordinary person at first glance. But it's not enough. It's too weak. He had only been able to utilize his level 100 strength even now with little married. With this kind of strength, it was no problem to fight a pinnacle of the 5 elements Forbidden Land Divine Realm Feather. But extraterrestrial evil demon, Qi Yuan felt that it was not safe. Cultivate to level 999 to get a hint of certainty. 90,000 levels to feel a little safe. 9 trillion on the 9 trillionth power level before he dared to kill and then bravely leave his name behind. Those who kill. Qi Yuan also, the latest chapter of the Great Master. But he knew that it couldn't be. There are only so many monsters in the 4 forbidden places. Kill. He looked towards the last 1,000 or so 5 spirits and killed them. In the end, Qi Yuan cut down Jin Pui and stopped swinging his sword. It's almost level 96. He sighed. This time when he came to the 5 elements Forbidden Land, he upgraded quickly. In just a few days, he had risen to level 96, and he had also pierced the 5 elements Forbidden Land. This is a good thing to say about Qi Yuan. Alright, gotta go take complete control of the 5 elements Forbidden Land. And the 5 elements Forbidden Land is going to give me a great gift. What is that? After killing too many people, Qi Yuan felt like he was being cured of his mental illness, and his entire body exuded a cold aura. My disciples are all great emperor's capital latest chapter. He and little Mary united, and at once, Tang Yan and the others flew up, the Lord of the Clothes. They looked at Qi Yuan, and a look of fear inadvertently showed in their eyes. They were frightened by the murderous aura on Qi Yuan's body. Only little Marriage, as in the past, clutched the corner of Qi Yuan's coat and stood behind him. Alright, we're done killing here. Let's go out, Qi Yuan said. Good. A group of several people, together, walked out of the 5 elements Forbidden Land. Just after leaving the 5 elements Forbidden Land, Qi Yuan saw a familiar figure. That green-clothed girl, her eyes red, stared viciously at Qi Yuan from afar. If you can't kill the extraterrestrial evil demon, I'll never be done with you in life and death. After that young girl let out her harsh words, she left with quick steps, her short and thin back looking a bit depressed. The young girl finished her harsh words and turned around. It didn't give Qi Yuan time to react at all. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the young girl's back. It was the first time that he had seen such strong emotions from an NPC in this realm. Tang Yan's expression was rather sad and joyless. He had known for a long time that the 5 ancestors of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were all just obsessive remnants. The 5 of them, they died long ago at the hands of the extraterrestrial evil devil. Always sensible, he wasn't as sentimental as green. Just then, Qi Yuan felt a burning sensation coming from him. A fiery red flame flew and kept burning a few dozen centimeters away from him tightly. With a loud shout, the fire ancestor transformed into human form and appeared next to Qi Yuan. He looked at Qi Yuan with an impish look on his face. You don't seem to be anything special except for being a little better looking. What makes you perfect in all 5 elements? Ancient First God Works Catalog. Tang Yan hurriedly introduced. This is the fire ancestor. A little short-tempered. Greetings to the fire ancestor. Qi Yuan's attitude was respectful. When the fire ancestor heard Tang Yan's words, he opened his mouth and spat out. A ball of flame burning up on Tang Yan's clothes. Tang Yan smiled elegantly. Fire ancestor, you're being naughty again. Fire ancestor yelled in anger again. And at that moment, Qi Yuan sensed the rest of the aura approaching. Only the dirt on the ground flowed as if there was a groundhog walking in it. Then, coalesced a little girl in the shape of an undefeatable man. The undefeated girl had a round stomach and was a bit short, shorter than green. She looked at Qi Yuan and didn't say anything. This is the Earth Ancestor. Heavenly Tao, Heavenly Pride. Greetings, Earth Ancestor. Qi Yuan saluted. Young man, I just took a nap and you perfected the 5 elements. I fought. I slept for thousands of years. And when I asked, it was only 3 days. Truly, out of this world. A voice came from the distance. And Jin Zhu came in style. He was still the same as the day Qi Yuan first met him. Well-dressed, old-fashioned and proper. Next to the golden ancestor stood 2 people. A young woman like water ancestor dressed in a long, aqua blue dress, and a wood ancestor dressed in flowers and bare feet with a cheeky smile on her face. Greetings to the 3 of you. Qi Yuan also saluted seriously. Seeing this, Tang Yan and the other celestial pride silently left the place. Qi Yuan held little Mary and faced the 5 ancestors. Go in the demonic martial chaos as a jailer without a pop-up window. Golden ancestor stepped forward with a kind and amiable expression. On that day, the old man made a pact with the Lord of the Clothes Department. Now, it's time to fulfill the pact. He didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. The fire ancestor, who was next to him, cursed and tried to say something, only to be kicked in the ass by the undefeatable maiden-like Earth ancestor. The fire ancestor instantly stopped speaking, but still looked at Qi Yuan with dissatisfaction. And at that moment, the dignified and graceful water ancestor spoke. Lord of the Clothes Department, Can you pledge for us to participate in the Demon Execution Conference 300 years from now to kill the evil demons from beyond the domain? Qi Yuan mastered the 5 elements Forbidden Land. Then they will dissipate into this world, and the only obsession they have will not exist. I will certainly execute the extraterrestrial evil demon. Qi Yuan did not mention the Demon Execution Conference, but instead pointed directly at the extraterrestrial evil demon. Yichen Xiaoruoxue Works Catalog. Extraterrestrial evil. He will kill the big boss of this game. Kill him so that Qi Yuan can get the complete Heavenly Dao fragment and proceed to Heavenly Dao Foundation building. Good. The Water Ancestor nodded in satisfaction as he heard the answer. The Golden Ancestor, Wooden Ancestor, and Earth Ancestor also nodded their heads. Only the Fire Ancestor had a reluctant look on his face. And after being glared at by the undying Maiden Earth Ancestor, he reluctantly nodded his head. And at that moment, Qi Yuan looked at Jin Zhu and slowly asked, "You all have dealt with the extraterrestrial evil demon. How strong is he probably?" He was actually curious about the battle power of the extraterrestrial evil demon. The Golden Ancestor was silent and then said, "The extraterrestrial evil demon has a supreme treasure called blood flesh fishing. It was like a fishing line, dropping down from the dome of the sky and rooting into the cultivator's body. In the beginning, the old man's predecessor was stabbed in by the flesh and blood fishing, and the old man was unable to chop the flesh and blood fishing with all his strength, and not even a trace of it could be left behind." Yichen Sunny Xiaoruoxue latest chapter. Qi Yuan felt a hint of scorn when he heard this. In his lifetime, Golden Ancestor was feared to be a divine realm level powerhouse. Such a strong person couldn't even cut a fishing line, not even leaving a trace. Qi Yuan was afraid that it would be incredibly tricky for him to encounter that fishing line. Demon Exorcism Assembly. If you fight with the extraterrestrial evil demons, stay away from the blood flesh fishing. The Wood Ancestor reminded from the side. Being stabbed into the body by the blood and flesh fishing, not even the heavenly god, can be spared. The Grumpy Fire Ancestor, at this time, also unexpectedly opened his mouth. Extraterrestrial evil demon, may not be one person, but 2 people, or even more. Qi Yuan received so much information, and a puzzled look flashed in his eyes. Just how strong is the extraterrestrial evil demon? In the 5 elements Forbidden Land, there were probably dozens of powerful people. And there were dozens in the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land as well. The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a pop-up window. If we join forces and rush up, we can kill him with a messy knife, right? Qi Yuan felt that the 4 forbidden places were very powerful. When these 90-level powerhouses joined forces, Qi Yuan was afraid that he would be no match at all. Extraterrestrial evil demons have an immortal body and will not be killed at all. Or rather, even if killed, they will be resurrected. Flowery Yuzu said, "Immortal body?" Qi Yuan was a bit surprised to hear this, but it was just a surprise. How can there be an unkillable boss in a game? It's just a matter of getting more kills. However, Qi Yuan's judgment of the extraterrestrial evil demon was plucked up a bit more. Without 100 levels, going to the extraterrestrial evil demon was going to seek death. Atlas of Heaven and Humanity. Jin Zhu saw that Qi Yuan already knew what he wanted to know. He had a kind smile on his face. "Old fellows, it's time for us to fulfill our promises and achieve the Lord of the Clothes Department. Shit. Yes." As the words fell, the arms of the 5 men rested on Qi Yuan's shoulders. The 5 elements of power belonging to gold, wood, water, fire and earth surged madly into Qi Yuan's body. 5 colors, more intense than the power of the 5 essences, spreading into Qi Yuan's body. Qi Yuan felt his blood change color. His skin, too, was imprinted with 5 colors, as if it were a tattoo. Qi Yuan saw that with the infusion of the power of the 5 elements, the bodies of the 5 ancestors slowly faded away, and with the exception of the Fire Ancestor, who had a reluctant look on his face, the rest of them looked calm or had a sense of relief. The Book of Chaos. The 4 ancestors did not speak, but Qi Yuan read their expressions and watched them slowly dissipate. The Fire Ancestor, at the last moment, suddenly let out a loud cry. "Kid, I hate you. You're the one who made me remember that I'm dead." With this loud roar, the Fire Ancestor seemed to have used up the strength of his entire body, and his form dissipated into this temporal world. The remaining 4 ancestors, too, disappeared in front of Qi Yuan as if they didn't exist. Ziguan froze for a moment. Nope. He looked down at the 5-element tattoos on his body. It would probably take a day for them to settle in before they could fully integrate into his body. He took Merit's hand, this time with a little more force. "Get off the line and come back tomorrow." He felt that today's exertion was a bit too much. Emperor of the ancient gods without window. He took little Mary, went to a deserted place, dug a pit, and as usual took little Mary into the pit. He wrapped his arm around Mary's waist and opened the contact list. "Alone, Just genially. It's over. I didn't realize I'd become an old man killer. Alas. 5 old men died in front of me. Fulfilling me. Even though they're NPCs. I always feel weird. Chi Yuan finished sending the message and waited for a while without waiting for a reply. He knew that recently Genie, with the forbidden army of the Ministry of Clothing, was making a quick horizontal push to complete the mission. She's busy. Xiao Daijia then tightly grasped Chi Yuan's hand, and a sticker-patterned wooden plaque slipped out of her sleeve. Chi Yuan saw this and smiled. It's still nice to have a wife. Everlasting life, from the word Chi Yuan. He wrapped his arms around the young married, his gaze deep. 5 lines? If one day I can re-establish earth, water, wind, and fire, I must refine the fake into the real, turn the imaginary into the real, and let the 5 elements return to the world. After a few grandiose words, Chi Yuan laughed awkwardly again. It's so middle of the road, ahaha. It's not like I'm the chosen one. Why should I be able to do anything I say? What makes an NPC trust a player so much? So sleepy. Leaving from the game, Chi Yuan felt more and more physically sleepy. The game jade slip drilled into his body, and he didn't even think about it. He just plopped down on the bed, and within his body, the 5 elements of Qi, which were constantly operating, seemed to be replacing his previous refining Qi. Lord of Mysteries without window. On Chi Yuan's body, the Qi of the 5 elements filled the air. Throughout the house, there was a special change. In the yard, the knife, tied by a rope, seemed to sense something and shivered. However, as it crept along, it seemed to give birth to another wave of greed, voraciously sucking in the gases of the air. In the air, there seemed to be a strong metallic power. The entire 7-color peak. Oh no! The Divine Light Sect has undergone a special change. Greetings, Sovereign. Dong Xian's entire body tensed as he stood in front of the Divine Light Sect Patriarch, True Lord Kuki. The weapon old man inside him was also completely collecting his breath at this moment, fearing that he would be discovered. After all, the old man in front of him was a divine infant elder, immortal evil god. It was nothing to the old warehouses of yore, but now he was merely a remnant of a soul. If the divine infant elder monster discovered his existence, I'm afraid that any divine infant elder monster wouldn't let go of this opportunity to search his soul. His memories, after all, are great treasures. In that case, the were elder would dissipate completely. Dong Xian, not bad. Your cultivation has been abolished and you're still not arrogant. True Lord Kuki said appreciatively. How was your time at Wanfa Peak? Dong Xian was inwardly puzzled, wondering why True Lord Deadwood was paying attention to him. He still answered stiffly. My brothers and sisters have treated me well. Aha, True Lord Deadwood continued. Half a year from now, it will be the dragon raiding contest. Do you have any ideas? In today's Great Shang Kingdom, the emperor was old and unwell, and there wasn't much time left before the end of his days, and it was the Great Shang Empress who was in charge. The latest chapter of the Great Master. The Empress is without an heir and the Crown Prince's position is unsettled. Several emperors were ambitious and coveted that 9-to-5 position. The imperial court of the Great Shang dynasty opened the battle for the dragon after deliberation. Several emperors, leading their subordinates, will compete in the heavenly dragon wonderland, and the winner, the Crown Prince of the Great Shang. At first, when this news came out, several princes were dissatisfied, because there are restrictions in the heavenly dragon wonderland. Cultivators over 30 years of age may not enter. This also meant that the strongest that could enter was a foundation establishment cultivator. As for those princes who were at their peak, the offerings under them were mostly Yuan Dan cultivators. It certainly cut off their arms. However, the Empress had a firm attitude, and the 3 major immortal cultivation sects of the Great Shang country were also supportive of the move. My disciples are all great emperors. Capital latest chapter. Those few imperial princes could only agree stiffly. It was because of the dragon raiding controversy that occurred that Dong Xian was forced to stay away from the dynasty and join the Divine Light Sect. Otherwise, he won't live to see that. Dong Idol was resistant to the battle for the dragon. Hearing the sect's question, he hastily shook his head. Disciple wouldn't dare. A ray of sharpness flashed through the eyes of the Divine Light Sect Patriarch. Now that you are a disciple of my Divine Light Sect, you must dare even if you don't dare. When Dong Xian heard this, a look of surprise flashed within him, followed by a wisp of excitement. Is this the Divine Light Sect supporting him to become the Great Shang Crown Prince? After all, Toho is a teenager, and has no choice but to be kicked out and leave Kyoto. Even withdrew from his fiancée. For a teenager like him, this was actually a shame. Humanity's Great Sage Works Catalog. He had also thought of cultivating to the Divine Infant realm with the help of elder weaponry, and then returning home with his clothes on his back. But that could be hundreds of years from now, or even 1,000 years from now. Was Izzy then, or was she ever Izzy? Now that he heard that the Divine Light Sect's Patriarch wanted to support him and become a great merchant disciple, Even if he was calm, his heart fluctuated a bit. Half a year later, the battle for the dragon begins. My Divine Light sect will send 2 Foundation Establishment disciples as well as a Yuan Dan elder to assist you, the Divine Light sect patriarch said indifferently. Don Idol breathed a little sharply when he heard this. Although the strength of the person sent by the Divine Light sect was average, that represented the Divine Light sect, the attitude of the Divine Light sect. That's enough. Thank you, Sovereign. Dong Xian was, after all, a teenager at heart, and he gambled. Woman warrior, wait. A battle in the Heavenly Dragon Immortal Realm requires a Foundation Establishment battle force. Those 2 Foundation Establishment disciples, either I dispatch 2 of them, or you pick them yourself. But the ones you pick, you'll have to come up with something to impress them yourself. I won't care, the Divine Light sect patriarch said again. Disciples pick their own, Dong Xian said. He's ambitious. Although, the Foundation Establishment disciples sent by the Sovereign were certainly not bad, they were not necessarily the top group. As for him, with the help of the Weapon Elder, he was confident in picking a more suitable one. Elder Ware had secretly said that this Divine Light sect was not as simple as it looked. There were a few ordinary disciples that were hiding very deeply. With the help of the Weapon Elder, he felt that he could pick out suitable Foundation Establishment disciples and be able to come up with something that would impress those Foundation Establishment disciples. The Book of the Shepherd God. When the Divine Light sect patriarch heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Good. He thought of something and then said, I heard that you were at Wanfa Peak and practiced weapon refining on the side, and that you had a small amount of success. Let me take a look at how the magic weapon you refined is. Although I am not proficient in refining weapons, I have dabbled in it a little, so I can give you a few pointers. After things are talked about, it's time to start pulling the strings. Dong Xian grew up in the royal family and knew this. After thinking about it, he took out one of the Xian Heavenly Treasure Rulers on his body. This Xian Heavenly Treasure Ruler, refined with the assistance of the Weapon Elder, was Dong Xian's masterpiece. This is the Xian Tian Treasure Ruler, forged from 37 types of metals, indestructible, and can even catch a strike from a Foundation Establishment magic weapon without shattering. Dong Xian held the Xian Tian Treasure Ruler in both hands with a proud look on his face. Only in the next breath, Dong Idol froze. The Divine Light sect patriarch froze as well, only to see that straight Xian Tian Treasure Ruler suddenly broke into 3 pieces for no reason at all. What was even more unexpected was that these 3 Xian Tian Treasure Rulers, which had formed a matchmaker, directly ran out of the Great Hall. Dong Xian was confused. My magic weapon has awakened its spirit? Am I that good? Is the old man hiding something? Meanwhile, in various places of the Divine Light sect, strange things kept happening. 2 Qi refining disciples were comparing swords. Suddenly, the 2 men's swords broke free of their hands and engaged in the air. The onlooker disciples froze when they saw this. Yi Buxiu and Li Fan even hide their strength. The 3rd layer of refining Qi will master the sword art. Horrible as this son must not be left. Bah! Will become a great weapon. Under the field, Yi Buxiu froze, and Li Fan was shocked. When did they learn the royal sword technique? And how do they not know? As the crowd marveled, a loud cry suddenly came from the air. Quickly chase after them. The old man's furnace has run away. There's a furnace of Dan inside. The crowd looked, only to see a stream of light right above the dome of the sky, which was an alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace seemed to be suffering from a serious illness, scurrying around in the sky and bouncing around. The first god of the ancient world has no windows. That elder, on the other hand, was frantically chasing after his alchemy furnace. Before the crowd could react, they saw more strange things. Crap! My sword ran away. Ah, my silver. How it's gone to heaven. Ah, the hairpin I'm going to give to my mistress. How come it's gone to heaven too? Only to see, countless metallic things flew up to the sky at this moment. They seemed to have lost their minds and were constantly scurrying through the air. This scene attracted the attention of many elders. Quite a few elders who were in seclusion had also come out at this moment. It wasn't that they wanted to get out. It was because some of the treasures in their storage bags had also inexplicably flown out. True Lord Deadwood stood in the clouds, and several elders flew to his side. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. They looked down on the Divine Light sect from above the dome of the sky with different expressions. Nowadays, the Divine Light sect was in general chaos. Countless metal implements flew towards the sky dome, bouncing around above the sky dome. And there are strange and varied types of metal items. Oh my iron hand, how you abandoned me. A one-armed man wept in agony. I'll go, Mr. Horn. It's even made of innate flaming iron. Which senior sister is so fierce? Whose golden pants? So sassy. Is this the birth of a spirit in our magic weapon to revolt? The disciples below were all shocked beyond belief and talking. They simply couldn't understand what was going on. As a jailer in the chaotic world of demons and weapons, on the 7-color peak, Knives looked at the magic weapons flying around in the sky with incomparable envy. On second thought, it too broke free of the rope and sneaked off to fly. Anyway, everyone went crazy. I'm sure no one will know if I blend in as a normal knife guy, right? And above the clouds, a few elders stood behind the Divine Light Sect Patriarch with puzzled looks in their eyes. Patriarch, this is strange, a white-bearded elder said. Just now, he was cultivating, only to feel a coldness in his crotch, and his blasphemous clothes ran away. That piece of profane clothing, but he spent a lot of his fortune to build a defense-type magic weapon with many precious metal treasures added to it. As a result, it says fly. The rest of the elders were stunned as they watched the swarm of demons below. Yichen Xia Ruoshui Works Catalog. They were more or less affected by the incident in them. The Divine Light Sect Patriarch's divine sense spread at this moment as he seemed to be looking for something. Unfortunately, there was no luck at all. It's roughly because a metallic supreme treasure has come out, causing such a situation. The Divine Light Sect Patriarch, True Lord Deadwood, spoke his judgment. The rest of the elders were breathing heavily when they heard this. A metallic supreme treasure came out. Unfortunately, they looked left and right and didn't even realize where it was. And at that moment, on the seven-colored peak, Jiang Lingsu hurriedly ran outside Qi Yuan's courtyard as she shouted, "Eldest senior brother, it's not good." Qi Yuan woke up leisurely. He searched his drowsy eyes. "What's wrong? Your pet, the chopper, has become a spirit." Yichen Sun Xia Ruoshue Works Catalog. Ha! Zahara froze. Oh, I see. The knife would have awakened a spirit, also called becoming a spirit, right? Isn't that normal? What's all the fuss about? He was ready to go back to sleep. Seeing Qi Yuan so calm, Jiang Lingsu was confused. She had originally discovered that in the Divine Light Sect, there seemed to be a metallic supreme treasure present, causing all gold-type attribute treasures to riot. Seeing that her eldest brother was sleeping, she deliberately scared him. Unexpectedly, Big Brother didn't eat this at all. She was a bit confused. "Eldest brother, go and take a look. Your pets and other magical artifacts. They're all dancing in the air." Qi Yuan sniffed. And only then did he seriously look up into the distant sky. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body latest chapter. At first glance, he froze. In the sky, there were densely packed spells and some messy things. There were also some cultivators who seemed to be running after their own magic weapons and ended up being tricked by their own magic weapons. Qi Yuan also saw the figure of the knife among those spells. At this time the knife is sitting on top of an alchemy furnace. Summer 8 jumping around. Seeing Qi Yuan's reaction, Jiang Lingsu was very pleased. "Eldest senior brother, see, your knife is crazy." Principal Qi looked behind Jiang Lingsu. "It's better than your thatched hut falling down. He licks rich women, but sometimes he has to dislike them to deepen their impression of him." When Jiang Lingsu heard this, she was so angry that she crossed her arms and her chest continued to rise and fall. Celestial Mapping latest chapter. That's right, the metallic riot, and the magic weapon she used to hold the thatched cottage in place. The mountain fixing rod also ran away, and the thatched cottage directly collapsed. Qi Yuan laughed even more happily. "There's no place to sleep this time. The bench in my house is still reserved for senior sister." "Is this how senior brother covers senior sister? I'll put some hay on my sister's bench." Qi Yuan and Jiang Lingsu tossed a few words. Qi Yuan slowly walked down the hill. "Oops, I didn't realize I'd caused such a big mess just by sleeping." He looked at his hands. He felt as if there was a splash of golden blood flowing inside. After the 5 elements were perfected, the gift of the 5 ancestors was obtained. His refining qi changed. Latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. The qi of the 5 elements replaced his original ordinary refined qi. Today, it is Kim who is the first to complete the replacement. The remaining 4, 2, are completing their transitions. Doesn't it mean that there are 4 more upheavals in the future of the Divine Light Sect? Qi Yuan was a bit vain. He looked to the sky. There was so much in the sky. Oddly enough, among them, there are also many things that are enough to kill a cultivator's community. Like, say, golden pants. Like Mr. Horn. Those things, then, have no owner to chase. Zahara appeared in the crowd. Many people noticed Qi Yuan at once. Nowadays, the chief disciples of the several peaks of the Divine Light Sect were all outside. And only one, Qi Yuan, was still in the peak. Ancient God Emperor Works Catalog. "Greetings, eldest brother, eldest senior brother. Are you here to look for your family pet? I saw your family's chopper. It's on top of the alchemy furnace." "Where the alchemy furnace?" "Right next to it." The crowd looked, and at some point, the knife had landed not far from Qi Yuan. "Too bold to sneak out while I'm sleeping." Qi Yuan glanced at the knife and at the same time swept a glance at those spells in the air. For some reason, a thought came to him. He was able to secretly destroy these spells if he wanted to. Could it be that after the 5 elements were perfected, he gained the ability to control gold, though, not really complete gold control, and the higher the level of the spell, the less effective he was at destroying it. But it's scary enough. Everlasting life, from the chirography word. You should know that the fight is instantaneous. Self-reliance. Family life depends on the magic treasure. Suddenly appeared problems. The impact can be too big. Putting that emotion aside, Chi Yuan shouted, "Knives, hurry back." The knife paused. It wanted to come back, but was afraid of being exposed. So it stayed put. And those senior brothers and sisters beside him laughed softly when they saw this. Eldest brother, your pet knife is also infected by the metallic nature and can't help itself. It's better to wait for the riots to stop and then go looking for him. There is no lack of foundation establishment, or even Yuandan elders making a move, who were unable to grab back their magic weapons. Chi Yuan turned a deaf ear as he went straight to his chopper. The rest of the senior brothers and sisters shook their heads when they saw the scene, the secret of Lord, and they didn't say anything else. It's no secret that Big Brother has a problem with his brain. Let him be. If you can't catch the chopper, it won't do any good. It's just more effort. Only, as the crowd watched, Ziggurat walked towards the chopper. He muttered, holding out his hand. "If you don't listen, you'll be punished by not being allowed to go out for 3 days," he said, grabbing the knife in one hand. And for a moment, it was as if time was frozen. All the magic treasures in the air, at this moment, did not go on a wild demonic dance, but went back to their respective homes. No one paid any more attention to Chi Yuan either. Noticed it and thought it was a coincidence. Is it over? Oh, my iron hands, you're finally back. Immortal evil god works catalog. My sword, my sharp sword. The treasures returned, and these people were immensely surprised. Some of them looked disgusted. "Don't you come over here. I don't know you. You've got the wrong person. I'm not your master." The people who spoke these words attracted a lot of attention, especially since Mr. Horn's owner was actually an elder. It made some disciples gulp. No wonder it was made from innate fireflame iron. Some people are happy and some people are sad. However, suddenly someone was surprised. "My magic treasure has gotten stronger. I'll go. My greatsword grade has actually risen a notch." Everyone realized that after the swarm of magic weapons, their magic weapons had become stronger to a certain extent. The Great Master has no windows. The elder who had originally kicked Mr. Horn away, heard these voices and secretly cast a Dao spell and secretly fished him back. The turmoil in the Divine Light sect had subsided for the time being, but the riots, however, continued. Chi Principal was sneaking back to the peak. At this moment, Dong Xian was holding his Xian Heavenly Treasure Ruler in his arms, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. "Elder weapon, what's going on here?" The raspy voice transmission of the weapon old man came out. "There may be a metallic supreme treasure coming out, or it may be, well, the second possibility is impossible, and there is no need to say it to you." Dong Idol froze at his words. "Where is the metallic supreme treasure?" Dong Xian had an expectant look on his face. He wanted to obtain that metallic supreme treasure. "If I'm not wrong, it might be the chopper in Chi Yuan's hand. My disciples are all great emperors." "What?" Dong Xian was completely stunned. The chopper in senior brother Chi Yuan's hand was unexpectedly a metallic supreme treasure. That chopper is not simple. I'm afraid, a refining chi holding it can kill a foundation. An early foundation establishment cultivator holding it can kill a late foundation establishment cultivator. Or even, the weapon old man said, sighing a little. Such a supreme treasure was extremely rare, and I didn't expect to be able to see it in a remote place like the Great Shang country. Dong Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Surprisingly powerful? Wouldn't it mean that if he sought the help of senior Chi Yuan, wouldn't the certainty of the dragon raiding contest be several % greater? However, elder brother Chi Yuan was not that easy to impress. The only thing he's obsessed with is games. A game? Dong Idol pondered. Should he offer the game he had treasured for years and never dared to show to his big brother? That's out of print. It's still a banned product. You can't buy it on the market. When I become the crown prince, what's the point of playing games? Wouldn't real people be better? Dong Xian clenched his teeth and decided to find some time to send the game to senior Chi Yuan to bond first. The battle for the dragon, of course, had to be fought with something else of real value. The 5 elements are still slowly shifting. Chi Yuan had already stepped back into the game. This time, he woke up with his arms around the little married. A prompt came. A copy of the 5 elements ban has been cleared and rewarded. Reward 1, Heavenly Dao Fragment *10. Reward 2, Heart of 5 Elements. This time the Heavenly Dao Fragment was not contaminated. 10 shards, no surprises there. The Heart of the 5 Elements. The gift of the 5 ancestors? This Heart of the 5 Elements. Reading the introduction could better help Chi Yuan with the conversion of Chi refining. The Chi of the 5 elements is not more than a search for the ordinary. Compatibility. Without the heart of the 5 elements, Qi Yuan's qi refining to convert the 5 elements would be more troublesome. The first god of the ancient world, probably the first one, is fast. The second, third, etc. will be slow. The heart of the 5 elements shortens the time and avoids a lot of trouble. There's only one forbidden place left. And 2 Jedi? Zihara exclaimed. Through Tang Yin, Qi Yuan had learned that the so-called extraterrestrial evil demon was in the Earth Jedi. Therefore, Qi Yuan only needed to take down the Yin Yang Ban and the Heavenly Jedi, and finally suppress the extraterrestrial evil demon, and then he would be able to obtain all the Heavenly Dao fragments. But before that, there's a trip to the coffin gathering. Those powerhouses from the 5 elements Forbidden Land would also have to give him a great gift. Half an hour later, Qi Yuan stood beside Tang Yin, and he was a bit surprised. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride, latest chapter. He didn't expect that these powerhouses of the 5 elements Forbidden Land would want to divine reflections on him. This also meant that they would have to transmit all the insights of their feats, as well as all the memories of their lives, to him. The feeling, it's peculiar. All of these NPCs in front of him caused a trace of admiration to grow in Qi Yuan's heart. Something like that, without reservation, passing everything on to others, he couldn't do. Lord of the Clothes, we will be conducting a divine projection of you. Our sense of cultivation, as well as our experience, will be passed on to you. This will speed up your progress in cultivation? Can you promise? Feather's voice was soft. Inside the coffin slab, dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at Qi Yuan. Honestly, if it was night, this was a bit creepy. Go in the Demon Martial Chaos as a jailer, latest chapter. But he's got a dowager wife, so he's still afraid of this? Qi Yuan didn't refuse. The fact that these NPCs were divinely mirrored to him helped a lot in his case. Combat experience, fighting skills, and more. It should help him in his realistic cultivation, too, right? Lord of the Clothes Department, before you receive the divine reflection, you have to make a heart demonic oath that you will execute the evil demons from beyond the domain. The bearded dragon judge opened his mouth, and at this moment, he looked at Qi Yuan, his voice a little softer. No problem, he had already promised the 5 ancestors of the 5 elements the same thing, so it was normal to promise these people again. With that, Qi Yuan made a heart demonic oath as these God Realm powerhouses had said. The oath became a reality, which meant that Qi Yuan had to go and kill the evil demons outside the domain. Yichen Xiao Ruoshua Works Catalog. Since the oath is complete, then God Reflection begins. Feather spoke. The 53 people present all looked at Qi Yuan. The vast majority of these 53 people were half lying in their coffins. There were also the likes of Tang Yin, the man in red, and Little Green, who were young heavenly prides of the new generation. Being watched by so many people, Qi Yuan remained calm. Divine Reflection. With a shout from Feather, all of the Divine Realm powerhouses present chanted the word Divine Reflection. In an instant, Qi Yuan felt the images in his mind constantly flowing. The memories of 53 top powerhouses, their cultivation senses, rushed into Qi Yuan's mind like a mountain of water. Meditate. Empty your mind. Don't feel. Think of yourself as a spectator. Fei reminded from the side. Yichen Sunny Xiao Ruoshua Works Catalog. At the beginning of the Divine Reflection, those who received the Divine Reflection would only see a few memorized images. It was only after the Divine Reflection was over that all the memories were slowly accepted and slowly digested. Senses also. Qi Yuan closed his eyes as a number of images came to mind. He saw a teenage boy, red-faced, secretly looking at the married imperial daughter, who was seated on the back seat. This handsome teenager is extremely talented, but he is easy to blush, so he deliberately grew a full beard. The teenager is also later known as the Dragon Judge. He had seen Feather's entire family killed, and he had hissed alone in the rainy night, quite different from the calm softness of the present. He saw that when the stout man was young, he was idle and liked to fight crickets, and suddenly one day he read a miscellaneous book and became diligent. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. He saw a fishing line dangle, the father of the man in red fall, the man in red clutching the human skin, his eyes red. He also saw Jin Zhu picking up Xiao Lu back to the 5 element span, and he saw yesterday, Xiao Lu feeding the golden chickens alone in the empty yard. He saw a lot. He also received a lot of insights on gong methods and experience in cultivation. I don't know how long it took, but Feather suddenly spoke up. The divine projection is over. The link breaks and the picture cuts off. But Qi Yuan understood that those memories and feelings were hidden deep in his mind. It's over. Drink yuck. After holding it in for so long, I can finally spit it out. It looks like old me will have to close my eyes for 10 years. Celestial mapping without a window. They were all weakened to some degree after the divine reflection. Qi Yuan looked at the 53 people present. He slowly lowered his head and bowed heavily. All of you who have passed on my dharma are my teachers. Today's favor is remembered. Some of the 53 people present smilingly responded. They are all allies. As long as they kill the extraterrestrial evil demons. Some of them said with an embarrassed face. Lord of the Clothes Department. Just don't peek at my memories all the time if you have nothing to do. Chi Yuan looked at the embarrassed man and said softly. Next time for sure. After receiving the divine reflection, the 5 elements Forbidden God Realm powerhouse closed the coffin board and fell into a deep sleep. They were a bit weak after the divine reflection and needed to recover. Feather looked at Chi Yuan and said slowly. The Demon Execution Conference. Don't forget. The Book of Chaos. Aha. Sihara nodded vigorously. Next to him, the bearded dragon judge said in a deep voice. I have already greeted the Yin Yang Ban. All you need to do is to defeat Burying Flower, and the Yin Yang Ban will be completely returned to your hands, and they will also perform divine reflections for you. Nowadays, you have the Marrying Queen. Defeating the Buried Flower will not be a problem. After obtaining the divine reflections of the Yin Yang forbidden powers, these 300 years, you slowly digest as much as you can. Thank you senior for informing me. Chi Yuan was ready to take his leave and head to the last forbidden place, the Yin Yang Ban. Before leaving, he looked at the dragon judge and said, actually, when senior was young, he was somewhat cute. The dragon judge's expression changed drastically, blushing in a flash, and even though it was covered with a beard, it didn't hide it this time. Chi Yuan laughed and turned away. Ancient God Emperor Works Catalog. Feather glanced at the dragon judge and softly said, when the Demon Execution Conference is held, shave off your beard, or else the world will think that you, the dragon judge, are an ugly man. Scram! The dragon judge shouted angrily. That kid, I want to get him back and beat him up. Feather's gaze was deep. Now you may not be his opponent, and I don't know how far he can go in 300 years. Dragon judge sniffed. Words also some loss. Time is still too short. If it is 10,000 years, no, 3,000 years, I am afraid that he will also grow to an unimaginable degree. Extraterrestrial evil, too, will not be a problem. Time. Feather grabbed a feather that had fallen off his shirt. I do hope that he won't come to the Demon Exorcism Conference in 300 years. The dragon judge smiled at his words and did not say anything. Then I heard Faye say, I divined that the Demon Exorcism Conference in 300 years will still be 10 deaths. Everlasting life, starting with the Chiluk words without bouncing window. The dragon judge's expression remained unchanged as he finally said, you have a point. It's better for him not to go to the Demon Exorcism Conference in 300 years' time. This kid, he's actually pretty smart. When he swore the hard demon oath, he did not explicitly say that he would participate in the Demon Extermination Conference, but only said that he would kill the extraterrestrial evil demons. And I am afraid that this is the idea that he is playing. These old guys, with minds like monkeys, saw his little trick, but no one pointed it out. Are monkeys very smart? The Lord of the Clothes asked. Little married, do you think I'm a match for the extraterrestrial evil demon? Chi Yuan wrapped his arms around Xiao Marriage as he passed on to the Yin Yang Ban. Without a word, Little Married slipped a wooden card out of her sleeve. Hands on sleeves. You'll be scrubbing monsters with me. Ha! Catalog of works by the Lord of Secrecy. Zihara felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly I feel that I owe you NPCs in particular. Sure enough I'm still not thick-skinned enough. But it's okay, I'll brush off that big boss no matter what I say. Chi Yuan's mind jumped around quickly. In the first place, they were talking about the extraterrestrial evil demon. But in the second place, they turned into the Yin Yang Ban. I've heard that those guys from the Yin Yang Ban speak in a shady way. Will they beat me if I talk like them? What would they do if they were divinely projected to me and I learned their shifty way of speaking? After speaking with Little Mary for a while, Chi Yuan became energized again. Chi Yuan felt lucky. Immortal evil god. When you get sick, there's no one to talk to. Later, he met Jinli. Now he meets Little Married. He thought, getting ready to chat with Jinli again. And the contact list has 99 plus messages from Jinli. Jinli said that relying on the forbidden army of the clothes department, she already had Nanxian completely in her hands. Now, the armies of the clothes prohibition army had surrounded the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Gate. When the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect and the demon race were over, she would detach herself from the throne of the Empress of the Southern Qian Kingdom, go under the ancient Chi Tsubaki tree, and come to meet him. Looks like I'll have to pick up the pace too. Sihara thought so. There was a girl who gave up the throne to faceplant with me. It's no better than intentionally answering the wrong questions on a college entrance exam in order to get into the same school. Burn, Catalog of the Great Master's Works, B.B. Burns. And at that moment, Chi Yuan also finally stepped into the Yin Yang Ban, the 4 forbidden lands of Yin and Yang. The greatest characteristic of this forbidden place is that it is half night and half day. Both rotate. It made Chi Yuan think of Blue Star. Unfortunately, the Yin Yang Ban is not a ball. Even if Qi Yuan flew up to see it, it wasn't a ball. There's no problem with defeating burial flower and obtaining the divine reflection. Just, how should I control the yin-yang ban? Zihara doesn't want to be an old man killer anymore. As for the yin-yang ban, there were no beings like the golden ancestor or the water ancestor. Controlling the yin-yang ban became complicated, and at that moment, a voice rang from Qi Yuan's ears. Lord of the Clothes, you're here. The speaker was none other than a woman with 3,000 green silks. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Her face was clear and cold, and she had a kind of broken beauty. Burial flower? Qi Yuan understood that this would be his opponent in the yin-yang ban. Defeat me, and the yin-yang ban will be under your control, Burial Flower said in a cold voice. After she finished speaking, without any hesitation, she directly made a move towards Qi Yuan. Varying Flowers, a terrifying powerhouse from the heavenly god period. Her strength, during the divine court period, also ranked high. Of course, she is best remembered for her love-hate relationship with the god of heaven. Even among the top powerhouses, gossip and eating existed. Married. Stay away. Qi Yuan carried his sword and met him. This time, he didn't merge with Little Mary, but answered the battle alone. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever fought an intelligent being in a game. Your talent is good, but isn't it the heavenly god's legacy that you have achieved this? Burial said, red-eyed. In the distance, Hitomi, as well as the rest of the god realm powerhouses, were watching the battle. What Burial Flower said made some people agree. The first god of the ancients has no windows. Some people also understand that Burying Flowers is a grudge in their hearts. Burying Flowers has always adored the god of heaven and fought for him in the south. Unfortunately, the heavenly god's position as empress of the emperor was to marry the imperial daughter. High and proud as Burial Flower, she was even willing to lower her head and become a concubine of the heavenly god. As a result, it was also rejected by the god of heaven. Buried Flowers had mixed emotions towards the god of heaven and towards the married imperial daughter. And now, the lord of the clothes department, the husband of the married clothes imperial daughter, had suddenly risen to prominence. There must be many gifts left behind by the heavenly god for the clothes department, and perhaps, there were also supreme treasures to enhance one's talent. Plus, Burying Flower was already disliking the clothes department, and was even more resistant to the new marrying clothes imperial daughter, the daughter of the heavenly god and the one. Therefore, even though the dragon judge had beaten Hitomi into submission and the rest of the people were silent, she still stood out. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. What do you have besides talent? Have you experienced the Western Sea Rebellion? Have you ever been a forceful opponent of the three great divine domains? Without experiencing a great battle, you will always be a fledgling, and will not be able to defeat the extraterrestrial evil demon at all. Buried Flower let out a loud shout. Let's show you what the 10 generals of the divine court are. Varying Flowers, the former 10 generals of the divine court. In the divine court, it was second only to the heavenly god and the lord of the four ministries. She has fought countless battles in her life, experiencing tens of thousands of battles, large and small. She was the woman who had crawled out of the sea of blood and stood on top of the mountain of corpses. The moment she struck, it was an endless overpowering attack. As far as Qi Yuan's eyes could see, there was the figure of Burying Flowers. What Burial Flower used was its strongest martial arts aptitude. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. Endless sea of flowers. Petals flew in the sky, only to see hundreds of Burial Flowers bouncing among them. Different attacks attacking Qi Yuan. Unless one's martial arts mind far exceeded that of the Buried Flower, one would not be able to recognize which was the real body and which was the phantom. This trick is extremely useful against combat whites. Only Qi Yuan held his sword and blocked in front of him. In the Xian Yuan ban, the Clothes ban, and the Five Elements ban, Qi Yuan had killed tens of thousands of monsters, and he had experienced many battles. His combat experience was definitely richer than those disciples and even elders of the Divine Light sect. However, the ones he fought with were, after all, monsters that were barely sane. Where's the comparison to burying a flower? Or rather, the combat experience wasn't even on the same level. Yi Chen Xiaoruashui. Qi Yuan stabbed with his sword, rigid and fierce. Amidst the countless remnants, he locked onto Burial Flower's true form. Because, his eyes can see the cues, a sword stabbed away, and a flash of dismay flashed across Burial's eyes. She couldn't dodge and pushed straight through with a palm. Jabla. The clash between the sword and the palm of flesh should have been a victory for the sword. However, a wry smile appeared in Burial Flower's eyes. You're still too young. Great strength penetrated through the sword and drilled directly into Qi Yuan's chest. Even Qi Yuan's entire body had defenses. However, he was still slightly injured by the drilling force. His face was pale as he looked at the blood-drenched Burial Flower in his hand. His expression calm. You're right. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruashui. From afar, the divine realm giants watching the battle opened their mouths, and there were looks of admiration in their eyes. He was actually able to injure Burial Flower. Looks like we all underestimated him. He doesn't look like the kind of heavenly pride that only cultivates the endless sea of flowers. Even the old man couldn't determine the true body of the buried flower. How did he do it? He's still too young to have been backstabbed by Burial Flower. Unfortunately, he's still too young. 300 loads are too short, too short. Feathers spoke, looking puzzled. The emergence of the Lord of the Clothes Department. The perfecting of the 5 elements in just a few days. This kind of talent was not seen in the past or in the future. If he is given enough time, I am afraid, it is unimaginable. Everyone looked at Burial Flower and at Qi Yuan. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. At this moment, Qi Yuan closed his eyes. His combat skills, all of which were brushing off monsters, were enough to deal with the average person. It's far from enough to deal with the extraterrestrial evil demons. However, Qi Yuan is not alone. He closed his eyes and said in the direction of the funeral flowers, "Thank you, again." At this moment, in Qi Yuan's mind, the experience and cultivation sense experience of that lanky man slowly appeared. That stout man who was a young loafer and had a sudden epiphany after reading a book in his middle age was clearly a strong sword user. Qi Yuan used a sword, and that lanky man's experience with swords suited him best. At the moment, he forgot his skills. It was as if he had transformed himself into that stout man, Atlas of heaven and humanity. With his sword in hand, he chopped and killed the evil scow in the East China Sea for 7 days, extracting the skin of the evil scow that was making waves. His sword opened the gate of the earth and killed a demonic evil of the earth's Jedi. Qi Yuan held his sword, and the aura belonging to the sword filled the air, brewing and accumulating as if it were a dark cloud. Qingpingzi, fight with you. Qi Yuan opened his eyes, and for a moment, the sharpness belonging to the sword rushed into the clouds. The dark clouds were pierced through, and an extreme brightness appeared in the human world. The corners of Buried Flower's mouth were drawn into a smile, with a look of contempt, as if to say, "Fine dog, that's it." Meanwhile, in the 5 elements forbidden land, the coffin boards were lifted. The stout man's face was a little pale. His eyes looked at the yin-yang ban, revealing a look of appreciation. The kid is good. There is the old man back then 3 times the elegance. But unfortunately, it is the appearance and demeanor. Compared to the old man is still close to the old man. Did not go through the years? Have to raise more gas. Gone with the window. Drink. Yuck. He habitually spat outside the coffin. Coming out of the game, Qi Yuan closed his eyes instead of reading. He was thinking back to the battle with Burying Flower in the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land. Burying Flowers was worthy of being one of the 10 generals of the Divine Court. His battle power was astonishing, and his fighting skills and methods were not comparable to the Qi Yuan of old. He immersed himself in the combat experience of Saihiko's predecessor and fought with Burial Flower. He learned some of Kaio Hirako's combat experience, and his eyes, the most Graham Burial Flower's most powerful divine ability Endless Flower Sea. Buried Flowers did not perform this tactic again. Her strength was greatly diminished. Therefore, Qi Yuan slowly gained the upper hand, and with his understanding of Qingpingzi's sword path, he fought more and more courageously. Emperor of the Ancient Gods, no bouncing window. The funeral flowers are defeated. He obtained the divine reflections of the many powerful people of the yin-yang ban as he wished. He was so consumed that he had to go offline. As for how to control the yin-yang ban, it would have to be considered the next time it was online. Sword Dao, am I now considered a true sword cultivator? Qi Yuan thought. But come to think of it, there was still a big difference between him and a sword cultivator. The sword cultivators of the Great Shan country had a magic sword that held all of their hearts and minds. Swords break and people get hurt. He's not. Although the knife was strong, it wasn't a sword. And Qi Yuan didn't want to trust his life on a treasure. The 5 elements are still being replaced. Probably would soon. Qi Yuan pondered, wondering if it would bring some small shock to the divine light sect again. Everlasting life, starting from the Qiluk phrase without bouncing window. This substitution is related to the order of fusion of the 5 ancestors. He left the courtyard and stood halfway up the 7-color peak, gulping in refined qi and exhaling what was clearly a golden aura. It's a good thing the spit wasn't fire, or I'd be a huckleberry. And at that moment, a flying crane appeared in Qi Yuan's field of vision. The flying crane carries a visiting letter in its beak. The flying crane came straight to Qi Yuan, and the visit letter landed in Qi Yuan's hand. Wanfa Peak, Dong Xian, visiting me? Qi Yuan thought back carefully and did not realize where Dong Xian was from. Then let's meet. Qi Yuan felt rare. After all, he was used to being a salty fish, and many people in the Divine Light sect knew about him. But it was still rare for someone to pay him a visit. Lord of Secrecy, latest chapter. May, he replied on the visit letter. The white crane picked up the invitation. fluttered its wings, and flew away from the seven-colored peak once again. About a quarter of an hour passed, and a black-clothed teenager appeared in Qi Yuan's line of sight. Seeing that teenager, Qi Yuan froze. Just your name is Dong Xian? Aren't you called Xiaoyan? Dong Xian, senior brother. Disciple is not called Xiaoyan. Senior brother may have recognized him wrongly. Qi Yuan felt a little helpless when he heard this. If I had known it was him, I would have disappeared. What is it that you came to see me about? Having met them all, Qi Yuan naturally would not drive Dong Xian away, in case he offended this one and came to say that he didn't know how to go down the mountain in anger. Qi Yuan felt that he would not be able to sleep at night. Immortal evil god. An attentive smile appeared on Dong Xian's face. Senior brother, I've heard that you are obsessed with games. I have a couple of collector's editions here, Dong Xian said, taking out a few game jade slips. This time, he hemorrhaged money and brought out his treasured games just to bond with Qi Yuan. After the two of them became acquainted, he could invite senior brother Qi Yuan to participate in the battle for the dragon. Qi Yuan took the jade slip and touched it with his hand, and instantly, an image appeared in Qi Yuan's mind. TSK TSK TSK. Qi Yuan held the jade slip. This was the first time he had come into contact with contraband from the other world. This game, or the kind where real people are the NPCs, is just a projection of course, part of the plot, on a very large scale, and, deep down, play the essence. The female cultivators in it are the charming fox demon, the female cultivator sister from the neighboring cave, the arrogant and insolent young lady, and the icy cold and arrogant female sword fairy, the great master. Of course, these game jade slips, not knowing that there was this type. There was also a type of fighting type that could simulate a Foundation Establishment cultivator's fighting style and enhance the experience of the Foundation Establishment cultivator. Is senior brother satisfied? Dong Xian lowered his voice and said, showing the expression of a fellow traveler. Qi Yuan glanced obliquely at Dong Idol. I'm in sage mode right now. I'm not interested in that. So tell me, what are you doing here looking for me? Qi Yuan returned the game jade slip back to Dong Xian, but on second thought, that's not very nice. Leaving one at random. It's the female sword fairies. Coincidentally, Toho was a bit confused at first. This senior Qi Yuan brother really does talk strangely, but it was good to receive a jade slip. Then friendship could be established. And sometimes a good way to build a friendship is to ask for advice while allowing others to be able to show their excesses. My disciples are all great emperors. Many people, after all, are good teachers. I heard that senior brother's sword technique is very good. I purposely asked senior brother for advice. Dong leisurely paused in the middle of his words. Inside his head, where Elder's urgent voice came. Swordsmanship. Please teach me swordsmanship. Dong Xian was puzzled, but still followed what Elder Ware had said. Ask senior brother for sword techniques. Nice swordplay, please? Is there something wrong with me or with you? Qi Yuan looked at Dong Xian and felt that this person had a share of the protagonist's destiny, but his head didn't seem to be very good. However, he did not count it. What's he got to do with people who have problems with their heads? Swordsmanship. Well, I happen to know some. Qi Yuan opened his mouth. Humanity Great Sage Works Catalog. His swordsmanship is really good, not to mention the Jintian sword drawing technique that he already knew. The sword technique that Qing Pingzi had memorized was also very strong. What aspect do you want to know about? Zahara asked. Elder Ware didn't transmit his voice again. He just wanted to see how Qi Yuan's sword skills were. After all, it was rumored that the Black Mountain sect had been exterminated, and for some reason, he always felt that it was inexplicably related to this Qi Yuan. Or maybe it has something to do with the person behind Qi Yuan. He wanted to see clues from Qi Yuan's swordsmanship. Dong Xian lowered his head and thought, then said, now that I'm only a Qi refiner, I can't warm up a magic sword like a sword cultivator, but I want to be like a sword cultivator, where a sword comes out and a bird falls. Are there any good sword arts that can do that? Dong Idol made it up, and the final point was swordplay. Female Warriors Works Catalog. Qi Yuan sniffed and looked at Dong Xian with some surprise. Your brat is indeed not bad and has the qualifications of Xiaoyan. Sword cultivators are strong, powerful above the magic sword. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible for a Qi refining realm cultivator to have a magic sword. For one thing, it was that the magic sword was too precious for a Qi refining realm cultivator to afford. For another, Qi practicing realm cultivators lacked mana and were unable to externalize their divine sense, so they were simply unable to control the sword. Therefore, a sword cultivator in the Qi refining realm actually had average battle power. It was only when he reached the Foundation Establishment stage that the power of the sword cultivator manifested itself. Qi Yuan continued. There are no magic swords, but we can have air swords. An air sword? What's that? Dong Xian was stunned for a moment. Qi refining cultivators? What they refine is a mouthful of preternatural energy, a mouthful of aura. Since the chi is there, then one can use the chi to turn the sword into a sword, and the sword chi will be released outwardly, killing people invisibly. Qi Yuan spoke eloquently. Shepherd God Chronicle without a flickering window. Qingpingzi's sword Dao, when practiced to the end, was to use qi to turn into a sword, and without a sword in his hand, the qi would be the sword. The higher realm is where the self is the sword. This was somewhat similar to some sword cultivators, casting themselves into a dharma sword, a different path. Turning a sword with qi is indeed good, but you have to be careful. Don't go astray. Turning a horse with qi is not a good thing, Qi Yuan said in his serious tone. To'o? He was flabbergasted. Why was it that he understood every word Brother Qi Yuan said, but together he didn't understand what it meant? Elder Brother Qi Yuan, what is the explanation for the qi refining's use of qi to transform swords? And what's the point of not transforming a horse with your qi? Dong Xian was now confused. He couldn't understand. Didn't all qi refining realm cultivators train their aura into mana? How did they use their qi to turn into swords? Invincible villain from the moon blowing up works catalog. Senior brother is incompetent. Please tell me more. It seems that I have to personally demonstrate to you what it means to transform a sword with qi. If you read it once, you'll probably understand it. It's not very difficult, Qi Yuan said. Qingpingzi's swordsmanship. Qi Yuan also understood it after seeing it just once. Next to him, Dong Yi was completely and somewhat confused. Elder brother Qi Yuan isn't talking nonsense. He really knows how to turn a sword into qi? Or was it like those Yuandan cultivators who turned the aura of heaven and earth into a big hand to catch cultivators of lower realms? He had seen such a scene before. However, elder brother Qi Yuan has only reached qi refining perfection and his magic power is insufficient. So I'm afraid he won't be able to do it. Even if we could barely do it, I'm afraid the power would be amazing. Senior brother Dongxiao, watch this. Qi Yuan's face was serious as he stretched out his hand and made a sword-pointing gesture. A ray of golden aura erupted from his hand, turning a sword with qi. Qi had originally perfected his golden lineage and possessed a vigorous qi of gold within his body. Between the qi of gold and mana, they could be converted into each other. As soon as he pointed it out, the golden mane appeared. A golden sword appeared in his hand. The golden sword, being made of the 5 elements of the golden qi, sharp as a tack. Beside him, Dong Idol's eyes widened when he saw this scene. What's this? Did Qi Yuan really use his qi to turn into a sword? How it's done. The soulful old man was thoughtful. This seems somewhat like a martial arts divine ability. Qi Yuan transformed his qi into a sword and said slowly, "Watch me cut down the flying birds in the sky with my sword," he said, raising his golden sword and pointed it at the dome of the sky, the first god of the ages. However, right at this moment, suddenly, a bolt from the sky fell from the sky and rushed straight towards Qi Yuan. Why is there suddenly thunder on a sunny day? And it's coming at him? This startled Qi Yuan. It's over. It's lifted high and brought down the thunder. With a quick swing, he tossed the golden sword from his hand and fell into the distance, and that thunder instantly fell on the golden sword. In an instant, the golden sword broke and turned into the qi of gold, dissipating into this air. The heavenly thunder also dissipated and disappeared. Dong Idol, who was next to him, was completely confused when he saw this scene. What's going on here? And at that moment, the weapon elder in his head transmitted his voice. This Qi Yuan is presumably practicing some strange forbidden art, which is why he was able to use his qi to turn into a sword. But he was condemned by the heavens, so he struck it with lightning. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. This kind of transforming a sword with qi, don't learn it. Elder Weapon was on guard. Dong Xian also instantly understood that he had read about heavenly thunder in the imperial family's texts. Today, the thunder of heaven is hardly visible on earth. However, if one were to practice some strange forbidden techniques, it would attract the appearance of heavenly thunder. With this in mind, Dong Xian hurriedly said, "Senior brother Qi Yuan, this method of transforming a sword with qi can no longer be performed. This is a forbidden method that is not allowed by the heavens." To be honest, Dong Xian was still a bit scared to this day, fearing that Qi Yuan would be struck to death by lightning. Will the peak master of the 7 colors peak still allow him? The old man in his head, on the other hand, felt odd to the core. As a matter of fact, practicing forbidden techniques is punished by heavenly thunder. The punishment should be for this person. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. Qi Yuan threw away the sword that transformed the sword with qi. Why did the heavenly thunder just strike the sword and not punish the person? Qi Yuan listened to Dong Xian's statement with an odd look on his face. Shouldn't it be that I lifted it up high and the sword was a conductor, so it drew down the heavenly thunder? Could it be that this is really a forbidden law? Next to him, Dong Xian didn't understand the first half of Qi Yuan's words, but he still understood the second half, and he emphasized off. "Senior brother Qi Yuan, In the future, this method should still be practiced less. Dong Xian felt that it was fortunate that he had allowed senior brother Qi Yuan to take the lead in demonstrating. If elder brother Qi Yuan had told him the cultivation method of this method, and he had refined it in a haphazard manner, he might have been struck to death by lightning before he could transform the sword. The Qi Yuan senior brother mentioned gasification horse. Presumably, riding on the horse, being struck by lightning is not good to escape the meaning? Senior brother. Farewell. Dong Xian bid farewell to Qi Yuan and flew away from him. Yi Chen Xiaoruashui. Sure enough, crazy people are not only not to be messed with, they're also too dangerous to be around for too long. And on the 7-color peak, Qi principal was sitting on the ground and had been thinking about something, turning a sword with Qi. Suddenly he stood up and transformed his sword with his Qi. The heavenly thunder once again landed without warning. Qi Yuan hurriedly dropped his sword, and the heavenly lightning shattered it in an instant. Qi Yuan saw this scene. Looks like it's really a forbidden method. However, there was no look of loss in his eyes. Instead, he was incredibly excited. I'm such a genius, creating another divine ability. This avatar is called, I am Heavenly Thunder Father. Wherever I point it strikes. He coalesced another golden sword, and heavenly thunder once again descended from the sky. Yichen Sun Xia Ruoshue latest chapter. Hit that. As soon as the golden sword was thrown, the heavenly thunder quickly struck, destroying the indestructible golden sword. Nope, need to change the name. This Sky Ray is like a dog. I can't be his father. His sword is like a bone, and Sky Ray is like a dog. As soon as he threw it, Sky Ray pounced on it. It's very interesting. I really am a genius, creating another secret art. The power of the heavenly thunder could be stronger than the power of his Qi transformation sword. This secret technique, unfortunately, cannot be used in the game. Otherwise, it had to be some small shock to the primitive extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Yin and Yang Band. Hitomi looked at Qi Yuan and said slowly, the Yin-Yang boundary stone is already in your hands. The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a bullet window. By possessing the Yin-Yang boundary stone, and then sensing life and death, and seeing the great terror between life and death, one can truly control the Yin-Yang band. Qi Yuan held an ordinary stone in his hand, revealing a puzzled expression. Yin-Yang boundary stone, a strange stone in the Yin-Yang band, to sense life and death, to see life and death. How is this done? Qi Yuan snapped. I don't know. Hitomi shook her head. It depends on your senses. Hitomi finished and dove into the coffin panel. Qi Yuan took the Yin-Yang boundary stone, held little Mary, and left the place. Sense of life and death. This isn't going to make me die, is it? He took the Yin-Yang boundary stone, thought for a moment, and picked up his great sword and stabbed a hole into his body. Blood flowed. Celestial mapping latest chapter. The little married next to him instantly showed what seemed to be an anxious look. She was, in moments, covering Ziggurat's body. Red armor that covered Qi Yuan. The injuries on Qi Yuan's body also instantly disappeared. Little Marriage took the initiative to merge with him, opening a defensive stance. Qi Yuan's heart inexplicably ached at the sight. His injuries, too, were replaced by armor. Married. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hurt myself. Seemingly hearing Qi Yuan's words, Little Marriage lifted her merge, and she pressed herself close to Qi Yuan, snuggling wordlessly. Qi Yuan wrapped his arms around Xiao Dai, and when he saw that Xiao Dai was unharmed, he said, my fault for not thinking things through. Now that I'm a man with a wife, I can't do things all on my own. The Book of Chaos without a window, Zihara said and laughed. Little Mary didn't know why he was smiling, so she just stuck to him, and she was fuming. How exactly should I control the yin-yang band? Does it mean that one must master the true meaning of yin and yang and speak in a yin and yang manner? How can he be a positive person and talk in a shady way? Can't do it? However, just then, something that surprised Qi Yuan happened. I changed the map? At this moment, he suddenly appeared in the teleportation array, and the place where he was teleported was clearly the 4 Forbidden and 2 Jedi. Of the Heavenly Jedi, the yin-yang band hasn't been fully mastered yet, and I'm going to a new map. Do I count this copy as a hit and miss? Qi Yuan felt confused. Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. Or is mastering the yin-yang boundary stone considered the yin-yang band broken through? But the reward for the Heavenly Dao fragment hasn't been given to me yet? Rubbish game. Bugged out. Qi Yuan felt that this must be a bug in the game. He thought about it and sent a message to Jinli. Jinli, you have to be more careful. This game has a ton of bugs. I hadn't even gotten through the yin-yang band yet, and it just switched me to a new map. Heaven's End. Qi Yuan finished his hair and wrapped his arms around the little married. Anyway, there was still some time to go before teleporting to the Heavenly Jade. This time, soon Jinli's message was sent over. Tian Jie? You have to be careful. Do you want me to send the Clothing Ministry's Forbidden Army to the Heavenly Jedi to help you? She didn't use the word pie, but the word send, everlasting life, starting with the Chiluk word latest chapter, because she always remembered that the Clothes Prohibition Army was originally Chi Yuan's. No need. They are too weak. Chi Yuan decisively refused. The Clothes Prohibition Army, the strongest of which were supreme emperors, didn't even have a heavenly domain, accepting the divine reflection of the crowd. Chi Yuan also gradually accepted the way the NPCs were divided into levels. On the other end, Jin Li, who had seen Chi Yuan's message, was silent for some time and added, "In the Heavenly Jedi, there are many dangers, and there is an ascension platform among them, so you must not ascend to it. Climbing up to, the rumor is that you will fly up and leave this world. It says it's an ascension, but no one knows for sure how it really is." Seeing this, Chi Yuan replied back, "I'll remember. Don't worry, we haven't even faced each other yet. How can I possibly ascend and leave?" On the other side, Jin Li, who had been running around and conquering, had a ripple in his originally calm heart. Mysterious Lord Works Catalog. She looked up out the window. The Guki Tsubaki would seem to cover the entire continent of Lookout Moon. The trees were covered in stars, a star-filled sky. It's like a Christmas tree with colored lights, big and beautiful. Good, then we will face the base under the Kuki Tsubaki. The scenery there, especially beautiful, is the most beautiful place in the world. Really, I'm especially looking forward to it. Chi Yuan also wanted to know how beautiful the scenery was under the Guki Tsubaki, and what Jin Li, whom he had never met, looked like. The two chatted and the time flew by. Sky Jedi is almost here. Bye-bye, talk to you back. Chi Yuan disconnected the chat interface as he held Little Married, his gaze becoming wary. The scene shifted and he appeared in the middle of an endless desert. Undying Evil God latest chapter. Is this the Heavenly Jedi? Chi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky, only to see that there was a huge city in the sky right above the dome of the sky. No, it was inaccurate to describe it as a city. It was a huge suspended high platform. The high platform was pitch black in color, though this blackness, somewhat eerily, seemed to be stained by blood. How much blood would it take to color such a high platform all red? Is this the ascension platform? Chi Yuan looked at the high platform, not knowing what he was pondering, and just then, a voice filled with majesty came. "Stop the comber." Chi Yuan looked over and saw a man in golden armor appear not far from him. The man was tall, clad in golden armor, and looked incomparably majestic, but he merely had one arm, and the other arm, it seemed, had been chopped off by someone. The Great Master has no flickering windows. I am under the banner of the Great Sun, the Divine General of the White Sun Ascension sect. The golden-armored man opened his mouth, his voice booming. Chi Yuan looked at the golden-armored man with vigilance in his heart. Big day? God of Heaven? The White Sun fantasy skill he obtained was from the Great Sun. However, from the memories of the Dragon Judge and Burial Flower and the others, the 10 divine generals of the Heavenly God did not have this one. This one divine general, it seemed, was also not in a living state, somewhat similar to the Golden Ancestor, being a wisp of residual thoughts. In order to ascend to the White Sunrise stage, one needs to go through 129,600 fights, win every game and you're on stage. Are you up for a challenge? Once you're on stage, live or die. Chi Yuan had no interest in climbing the ascension platform. Jin Li had also told him that the ascension platform could be dangerous. He asked, "I want to control the Heavenly Jade. I don't want to ascend the ascension stage. How can I control the Heavenly Jade?" The golden-armored god general spoke mechanically, as if he had no spiritual intelligence. "Climb the White Sunrise stage and behead me. Then you will be able to control the Heavenly Jade, and you will be the Lord of the Heavenly Jade." Really? Chi Yuan stared at the golden-armored god general. It seems that this ascension platform had to be climbed. By the way, NPCs shouldn't be able to cheat, right? This GameDog plan doesn't discuss players this much, does it? Think of the gameplay graphics, and the set plot. Chi Yuan couldn't help but think that the painters of this game must have all written planning to work. As Chi Yuan thought this, he looked at the God General. If you kill the God General of the White Sunrise Gate on the White Sunrise platform, you will gain control of the Heavenly Jedi. It seems that the NPC didn't lie. Okay, I accept the challenge, Chi Yuan said as he tightly held onto Little Mary. He had to take the Little Married with him, otherwise she would bump and bruise again. Last time, he didn't bring Little Marriage in the battle with Burial Flower. When he saw Little Marriage was estimated to be bumped several times, with dust and dirt all over his body. Pitiful and heartbreaking. The golden-armored god general looked at Chi Yuan, his voice booming. War rises, death never ends. With this voice, Chi Yuan saw that a ladder appeared on the ascension platform. Boom boom boom. As if the footsteps of a giant beast vibrated on the ground, the ladder continued to spread. From the vault of heaven to the ground, the first god of the ancient world. Latest chapter. In about a quarter of an hour, that one by one ladder spread to Qi Yuan's feet. From the dome of the sky to the ground, a stairway to the sky appeared. Looking at the quantity, it certainly matches the 129. 600. Ascend the steps. The battle begins. And the winner then ascends one step. The golden armored man opened his mouth and explained the rules. Instead of boarding first, Qi Yuan asked, "Can I take a break halfway through? For every victory, you can descend the steps, but you cannot stay in the outside world for up to a day, or you will be forcibly summoned. Note that the steps are 1 year and the outside world is 1 day." "Oh, that's fine." Qi Yuan's heart was greatly settled. He looked at little Marriage with a smile on his face. "This time, I will fight alongside you." He added another sentence in his heart. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride. Latest chapter. Side by side with the 5 forbidden elements, with all the forbidden people of yin and yang, these 129, 600 battles would be just the right amount of time for him to hone his combat experience, and hone the combat experience and sensibilities of those 84 people. The battle with Burial Flower. Qi Yuan then had a lot of insights, and this ascent to the White Sunrise stage is a great opportunity. The combat experience he lacks should be able to be honed, right? Moreover, going through so many battles and killing so many monsters should also increase your experience quite a bit, right? With this emotion, Qi Yuan ascended the first flight of steps. The vision before him changed in an instant. He seemed to be standing right on the ascension platform. Zihara scanned the area. He realized that in the place where he was nowadays, it was like being in a gladiatorial arena. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. Around the gladiatorial arena, there were tens of thousands of seats. There are levels of seating, some premium and some regular. As if in the past, there seemed to be people here watching the gladiatorial duels. And today, the place is empty of any spectators. It made Zigara, the social terrorist, feel a little better. It's a good thing no one was watching or it would have been embarrassing. And that's when the loud heartbeat sounded. Qi Yuan then saw that a shirtless, lanky and tall man, like a sumo wrestler from a country with a good little life, rushed at him. It was not a living being, but a remnant, or a monster that could provide experience. Little Marriage. Qi Yuan and Little Mary merge. Yi Chen Xiaoruashui. And that's when he closed his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer himself. He was the Dragon Judge. Perception, naturally, comes from a strong place. The memories of the Dragon Judge, the Dragon Judge's combat experience, came to Qi Yuan's mind like a spring. Now he forgot his moves. He thinks of himself as a Dragon Judge. How would he face this enemy if he were the Dragon Judge? Then Qi Yuan moved. He turned his back on the burly man, then reached back and cupped the burly man's neck. One fall. Bang! The burly man fell in response. Blood spilled all over the place, coloring the gladiatorial arena red. Yi Chen, Sun Yi, Xiaoruashua Works Catalog. This battle was won by Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan also opened his eyes, reflecting on the gains and losses of the battle. Why fight on your back? Turn your back on the pale? Pretty pushy. Oh no! It's him blushing. Qi Yuan found the key at once. The first battle is won and the second begins. Qi Yuan lifted his foot and seemed to step into the second step. The enemy appeared once again. And this time, the one that appeared was a crocodile-like ferocious beast. Zihara closed his eyes again. 7 days later, Qi Yuan withdrew from the game. He went out for a drive and couldn't help but take off when he saw Jiang Lingsu. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body. Latest chapters. Senior sister. You're green. At this time Jiang Lingsu, green dress, ethereal valley, the most attractive attention. When her head bubble green leaves, her hair, which became a bubblegum head, but those were green leaves, lush, exuberant. Qi Yuan even saw that there were small flying sparrows in her lush and exuberant green leaves. Jiang Lingsu glared viciously at Qi Yuan. You're the one who's green. This is wood genus essence. Good stuff. Just today, the divine light sect shook again, because many cultivators' heads, as well as other parts of their bodies, began to grow green shoots and produce green leaves. At first, the clan was in chaos, and there were people who thought that whoever had laid down the Tao had assassinated them. As a result, the patriarch stepped in and preached that there might be a wood system supreme treasure present in the world. Hence the scene, catalog of works of the Atlas of Celestials and Humans. Only then did the entire divine light sect feel relieved. Many people were searching for wood-based supreme treasures, and there were also many who discovered that the green leaves and grasses that grew on the top of their heads and the rest of their bodies were wood-based essences that were of great use for cultivation. As a result, many people took down the wood essence to sell, and there were also cultivators who absorbed it themselves. Among them, those beautiful female cultivators with wood essences growing on their bodies, which were sold at sky-high prices. were especially popular. This made Qi Yuan's teeth clench in jealousy. Obviously he created the essence of the wood system, but it turned out that it all grew on someone else, so that someone else made a lot of money. He even thought about secretly knocking those people out and shaving their bodies clean of hair and wood essences. But when you think about it, he's just jealous and his modesty is still intact. He couldn't lay a hand on it either. The Book of Chaos. Otherwise, a bunch of monks and nuns will be created. Can we still stay in this sect? Senior sister, the wood essence you have on you, do you want to give some to me? Qi Yuan looked at his senior sister and asked tentatively. Jiangling Su immediately blushed. No, senior sister. I see that there are quite a lot of people selling. Outside, Qi Yuan was interrupted by Jiangling Su before he could finish his words. Get out. This wood essence. But it was linked to her body, somehow counting as an extension of her body. How could it be given to someone else? Or a man? However, she glanced at Qi Yuan, and a deep suspicion flashed in her eyes. Eldest brother, the smell of blood on you has gotten a bit heavy lately. Ha! Qi Yuan recalled that in the game, he had killed an unknown number of living beings by breaking through the White Sunrise stage. Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. Because, for each step, there is not just one enemy, but there can be a group of enemies. Could it be that the murderous aura and the smell of blood in the game would carry over to reality as well? Is it heavy? Qi Yuan asked apprehensively. Jiangling Su nodded. If you weren't cowering on the seven-colored peak every day, I'd even wonder if you were sneaking out one day and exterminating people's entire families. When Qi Yuan heard this, his eyes reddened. How can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? The Black Mountain sect was not destroyed by me. Jiangling Su laughed. Who knows? Maybe you're the one who sneaked out, took that chopper of yours, and hacked everyone in the Black Mountain sect to death. Qi Yuan's eyes were instantly cold and hostile. Senior sister, you know too much. For some reason, Jiangling Su inexplicably shivered inwardly. She looked at Qi Yuan with a trace of fear in her heart. She still said, Elder brother, I don't know why you have such a strong killing aura on you. Everlasting life, starting with Qi-luck words without bouncing window. But you'd better dissipate those killing vibes or hide them. Otherwise, this will not be good for your cultivation, and you will have demons in your mind. What's more, if you meet some oddball great cultivator, they might act on behalf of heaven and get rid of you. Thinking of something, a ray of fear and resistance flashed within Jiangling Su. She knew that kind of cultivator. Those monks belong to the same organization. The organization is cynical and has a reputation for not being very good. They call themselves justice mongers, and what they do, they are overbearing. There was once a cultivator who swept away a bandit stronghold, only to encounter people from that organization and kill them on the grounds that the smell of blood was too heavy on them. Anyway, justice as they define it is justice. Mysterious Lord Works Catalog. They say whoever kills too much, without asking why, that person deserves to die. What? There's still this kind of person who wants to subdue me? Qi Yuan was a bit unable to stand up when he heard this. Jiangling Su was speechless. It was really hard for her to understand how such a brain-challenged eldest brother had such a heavy scent of blood on him. Is it possible that playing too many games can still affect reality? There are indeed such people, and there is more than one. It's an organization. What's the matter, big brother? You still want to go over there and exterminate their whole family? They aren't as weak as the Black Mountain sect. There are 2 digits of powerful people at the Divine Infant realm alone. Jiangling Su laughed. When Qi Yuan heard this, he sat down on the ground in disorientation. I'm too useless, too weak and helpless. I can't even kill all these abominations in one night and exterminate their entire family. Immortal evil god, no bullet window. But thinking of something, Qi Yuan said, such hateful people. I should unite with the righteous people and destroy them. Jiangling Su was already used to her eldest brother's strange brain circuits, and she was happy to bullshit with him. The righteous people can't do that. They represent justice, and they often do evil things in the name of justice. Doing things from the moral high ground? Qi Yuan snapped. Jiangling Su's mind turned around and understood Qi Yuan's meaning. Right. Damn it. To learn from me, the only one who can hold the moral high ground. Humph. Those who learn from me live. Those who resemble me die. This organization, if I'm not the boss, they're finished. Even if I become the boss, I will expel the evil ones, the rebels, from the human race. Expulsion? Juggernaut. Jiangling Su froze. Eldest brother, you're so cruel. By the way, what's the name of this organization? The Palace of Light. The Illuminati? Why aren't they called the Illuminati? Qi Yuan muttered. Then said, I've memorized them. Don't let me meet them or they'll have a good time. However, after finishing, Qi Yuan thought of something and was a bit worried. He lowered his voice and came close to Jiangling Su's lush ears and said, Senior sister, their clan doesn't have any innate saints, right? That can sense me mentioning them just now. No. Zihara breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, but he was still uneasy. They won't suddenly come to Seven-Colored Peak? No. Jiang Su felt that she shouldn't have told eldest brother and scared him. My disciples are all great emperors. Qi Yuan sniffed. His heart was greatly relieved. Alas. You're right. I have to remove the smell of blood from my body. However, Jiang Su said quietly, but I have heard that there is a person from the Palace of Light, who has come to Dishang, and seems to want to get involved in Dishang's battle to seize the dragon. What? Qi Yuan was shocked. It's fine. He's not very strong. He's only Foundation establishment. No one else came? No. At night, Qi Yuan returned to his room and didn't sleep well all night. However, remembering that the game wasn't through yet, he decided that it would be better to drop the matter for the time being. After all, he stayed on the Seven-Colored Peak every day. Where would he so coincidentally come across nosy things? Moreover, he had no grievances with the Palace of Light. He had never even met face to face, and he wanted to be ashamed to stand on the moral high ground. The Black Mountain sect was different. Recommend a book. Interested can go to CO. There is a link below. You can jump directly to the collection. Gao Wu, My Split Evolved into Immortality. Recommendation, High Martial World. Obtaining a water snake doppelganger. Evolving from a water snake to an immortal divine dragon. Kill, 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 kill. Endless sea of flowers. On the stairway to heaven, Qi Yuan held his sword, and all of Burial Flower's senses became his. In an instant, thousands of terrifying, blood-red armored men up to 10 meters tall appeared in the entire ring. Thousands of tall Qi Yuan, all with swords, had their eyes fixed on an enemy in the ring in front of them. It was a 0.5 meter tall large beetle, a mutated species in the beetle clan, with a body shape that was more than 10 times taller than ordinary beetles. At this moment, it looked at the huge silhouettes roaming the sky with question marks all over its head, and Qi Yuan's sword pointed at the big beetle, as the saying goes, shoot the first to hit the head. Who let you do not know how to keep a low profile? Grow such a big fool. You are the blue giant of the big beetle clan. If the 0.5 meter tall big beetle could talk, it would definitely say, you're 10 fucking meters tall, calling me a 0.5 meter tall big idiot? First god of the ancients' latest chapters. Kill. With the endless sea of flowers added, thousands of Qi Yuan swords condensed into a single point and stabbed at the large beetle. The big beetle is dead. After forensic testing, its body was full of holes and not a single piece of intact flesh could be found. Ziggurat finished the kill and took a deep breath. The sense of burying flowers has deepened a little more. Today, he had already experienced hundreds of battles, and had been sensing Burial Flower's combat techniques and cultivation experience. Now I can say with a loud voice that there is no one who knows more about burying flowers than I do. Go on. Next game. Qi Yuan dragged his lanky body and prepared to step into the next battle. Now that he was clearly level 97, and his strength had reached an astonishing level. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride latest chapter. The Dragon Judge is also only level 99, which is the peak of the Divine Realm. So level 100, is that a new realm? But is God's Domain only level 90 to 100? That's too short, isn't it? Moreover, merging with Little Mary, I was able to display the strength of level 102 also did not feel that kind of big realm enhancement. As he continued to kill on the Ascension platform, Qi Yuan discovered many problems as he leveled up. Heavenly Domain, which is level 70 to 89. Divine Realm, is it just level 90 to 99? When he stepped into level 90 from level 89, Qi Yuan clearly felt that his strength had received a qualitative change. However, wearing the Little Marriage, he forcefully broke through to level 100, and the feeling of his strength skyrocketing was not very strong. Could it be that Hitomi, Dragon Judge, and Feather aren't actually peak Divine Realm? Qi Yuan suddenly had a horrifying speculation in his heart. Go as a jailer in the demon martial chaos world. But why did they think they were at the peak of the Divine Realm when they weren't? Could it be that there was a supreme being who had changed their perceptions? Or maybe, is limiting their breakthrough? This feeling was like a person at the 5th level of Qi refinement being forced by a strong person to change his perception that the 5th level of Qi refinement was the peak of Qi refinement. Then, at some point, start building the foundation. Then, what awaits him? I'm afraid, is the fall. Thinking about this, Qi Yuan always felt that in this game world, there might be a bigger boss. He couldn't help but look at the Ascension platform and the densely packed seats on it. Once upon a time, who here was watching the battle? The enemy I meet now is already level 80. What is the strongest level of the strongest person? Who fights on the Ascension stage? Yichen Xiaoruoshue without a pop-up window. Zihara finally put those thoughts aside. The battle continued as he began to kill and earn experience. The 5 elements are forbidden. The Dragon Judge got up and looked up at the firmament. Looking at the ancient Ki Tsubaki tree, he couldn't help but blurt out, I didn't expect that in a flash. So many years have passed and it has grown so big. You also looked up at the dragon judge, the seeds of the ancient Shitsubaki wood, or you obtained from the 5 elements forbidden ground and offered it to the heavenly god. This seed, perhaps it drew on all of the married queen's obsessions in order to grow this big? 10,000 years ago, the god of heaven was defeated in battle, and evil demons from beyond the domain ravaged the earth. Their fellow disciples died and were injured. Only they retreated to the forbidden land, relying on the forbidden land to temporarily escape the extraterrestrial evil demon. Yichen Sun Isya Ruwashua works catalog, and Feather is best at divination. He calculated that the day the sky dog eclipses the moon is the weakest time for the evil demons outside the domain. Which brings us to the Demon Exorcism Conference 300 years later. It's a pity that the 4 forbidden lands and the 2 great Jedi lands are so ancient and mysterious that we couldn't discover the true secrets hidden in the forbidden lands even after spending so much time in the 5 elements forbidden lands. And even the 5 ancestors counted as the controllers of the 5 elements forbidden lands. The dragon judge inexplicably sighed. The Lord of Clothes should have gone to the mortal realm, right? Feather asked. The mortal realm refers to the earthly land apart from the 4 forbidden lands and the 2 great Jedi lands. Our senses and experiences will either sink in after killing or we have to go to Earth. The dragon judge said, although this person, Burying Flower, has a foul mouth, he has good intentions. They knew that Burying Flower fought the Lord of Clothes in order to help the Lord of Clothes digest his senses and experience. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. It was extremely draining for Burial, because her power was accumulating and clenching, waiting for the demon exorcism assembly to deliver the strongest strike. When the power is depleted, there's less of it, and it's hard to replenish it. They're all the same, able to do less, not more. Of course, the battle between the dragon judge and Hitomi was unavoidable. Otherwise, all of them, the old guys, would surely be willing to climb out of their coffins to serve as chaperones for the Lord of the Clothes Department. Do your best and listen to the fate of heaven. After 300 years, we will all come out to fight the evil demons. Kill, kill, kill. Chi Yuan woke up from his dream. His back was densely covered in cold sweat, wetting his shirt and his forehead. He glanced over and the wooden cat puppet on the bed sat in place with its eyes open. It's red and black paint, seemingly a bit spent from too many years. The latest chapter of the Celestial Atlas. Chi Yuan walked out of the thatched hut and stood in the yard. The cool moonlight fell on his body and he felt a coolness. It's true that you get nightmares when you kill too many people. I'm still too positive. It's just some residual shadow. Chi Yuan's hand waved and a water mirror appeared in front of him. He looked at himself in the mirror. Handsome and extraordinary. There was also a hint of demonic in his eyes, and there was a lot of killing aura hidden in his body. The murderous aura is still too strong. Playing games to train yourself to be a killer. Who'd believe it? After all, in the game in the previous life, some people wild monsters killed hundreds of millions of bar. Did not see to kill out of a kill. Chi Yuan had already decided that he would definitely not go out without refining or hiding his killing chi. The Book of Chaos. Even if you go out, you can't expose yourself. Thinking like this, Chi Yuan didn't go back to sleep, but instead took out the gongfu that he had carried out from the Black Mountain sect and searched for a dharma to hide his killing aura. The Black Mountain sect did a lot of evil, and some cultivators also needed to hide their killing aura, so this type of dharma must be there. Chi Yuan searched for half a day and found 3 similar spells to hide his killing aura. Xianqing Hollow Spirit Great Technique, Underworld Ghost Realm Demonizing Fury Technique, and Converging Characters Technique. Chi Yuan looked at them carefully, and each of the 3 feats had its own unique characteristics. However, the first and second types, which were of a higher grade, belonged to spells that could only be cultivated by Foundation Establishment and above. The current Chi Yuan was unable to cultivate it, and, to Chi Yuan's surprise, the second Underworld Ghost Realm Transformation Fiend Technique was not a main cultivation technique for cultivators to cultivate, but merely a functional Dao method, and after cultivating it, it also had the possibility of becoming some sort of existential sustenance. Ancient God Emperor No Window. This world has too many problems. Chi Yuan was worried. You can't even practice some of the Dao laws indiscriminately. He looked to the last of the converging character techniques. This Taoist method could be practiced by Chi refining cultivators. It can't dissolve the killing aura. It's hiding the killing aura. It's worse than the first 2, but it's pretty good. This is the convergence technique, and if changes are made to its 145 places, there may be unexpected results. Chi Yuan thought for a moment and followed the hints his eyes had seen to make changes to the convergence character technique. After the revisions, he revealed a look of amazement. My eyes really know me, and it's amazing what I see that suits me so well. The newly altered convergence of characters has been faceless. Not only can he hide his killing aura, but he is also able to cast it on others in secret. Everlasting life, from the key phrase, This made Qi Yuan feel that if someone said that he had a heavy murderous aura on him and was trying to get rid of demons, he could fall back on it in a bright and honorable way. Die. On the ascension stage, Qi Yuan, who had merged with Little Mary, was facing a siege from 10 divine realm powerhouses. Nowadays, he had already ascended the 100,000 steps. After the 100,000 th rank, the strength of the powerhouses Qi Yuan encountered changed qualitatively. The weakest person is at the divine realm level. Now, facing a siege of 10 level 91 divine realm powerhouses, Qi Yuan was not afraid at all. The blood qi all over his body seemed to coalesce into substance, and his blood-red armor became even more demonic. I'm finally level 99 too. Qi Yuan's voice also became a bit demonic. It was as if he had come from hell. Mysterious Lord Works Catalog. With a single sword strike, the remnants of 10 divine realm powerhouses were simply unable to resist and were slaughtered by Qi Yuan with a single sword strike. Wearing the little marriage, Qi Yuan was able to exert a strength of 104. This kind of strength was simply not something that these enemies who had just entered the divine realm could deal with. Not to mention, Qi Yuan still had all the combat experience and insights of those 84 god realm powerhouses. Nowadays, it's no longer a stretch to say that he understands those people better than they do. Combat experience and skill had all melted into itself. For the following battle, it's time for me to merge all of my combat experience and skills and turn them into my own. Moreover, can I learn from the enemy's combat experience and techniques? There are still over 20,000 battles to go. How many enemies? Immortal evil god. At least 20,000 god domains, right? Or even 200,000 god domains? It won't hold up the convergence, will it? Qi Yuan went back into the game to kill. Time flew by. A day in the game. A year on the ascension stage. And even to the back. A day in the game. The ascension stage can be 10 years and 100 years. The latter information, that golden armored god general did not tell Qi Yuan. Perhaps it was because the golden armored god general was afraid that he had not expected Qi Yuan to be able to ascend that high a step. Perhaps it was thought that Qi Yuan would die in one of the battles. Like the previous gatebreakers, his blood staining the gladiatorial arena red and transforming it into a part of the keep. Zihara kills tirelessly in the game. He didn't know how many beings he had already killed. Catalog of the works of the Great Lord. Now in front of him were 50 level 93 divine realm powerhouses. If it was before, Qi Yuan would have run away quickly when he came across it. But now he was not afraid at all. He who had experienced tens of thousands of battles, who had fully accepted the experience of 84 god realm powerhouses in battle, and who had drawn on the experience of Jingguan Shi's battles, had reached a terrifying level. He was like a ghost dancing on a sword, holding a blood-red sword and weaving in and out of dozens of god realm powerhouses. Each of his swords was as if it was made in heaven. Each of his strikes, and even dodges, and even the release of his martial arts aptitude, were graceful to the extreme, and even the most discerning person would not be able to find a fault in them. Qi Yuan's huge body was covered in even more demonic armor, and his blood-red barbs looked horribly creepy. The current him is more evil than an extraterrestrial evil demon. My disciples are all of great emperor's talent. Latest chapter. As he cut down all the enemies with his sword, a string of experience arrived. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. Is it still level 99? Is it impossible to level up to 100? Qi Yuan didn't remember how many god domains he had killed. As a result, his experience bar was stuck at level 99, unable to rise any higher. It was as if there was an invisible hand that had imprisoned him to level 99. Luckily the experience is still there. The only thing that made Ziggurat feel better when the experience was still there. There's just a prohibition that prevents him from upgrading. Once you break through that confinement, you can upgrade. Qi Yuan wondered how many levels he would rise to. At least 110 levels? And the rest of the steps, there were 10,000 more. And there were more divine domains inside. The great sage of humanity has no windows. This is truly my blessed place to brush monsters. Qi Yuan thought about it and exited the heaven-ascending stairs. He's killed long enough. It's time to get off the line. Don't look at the countless battles Qi Yuan had experienced here. But in reality, it had only been half a month. In this half a month, the water and fire Qi in Qi Yuan's body had already been converted. When the Qi of water transformed, it rained throughout the divine light sect. Only, it might have something to do with Qi Yuan's own killing aura. The color of that rain was red, like blood. Any cultivator who was caught in that rain would have nightmares once they slept. In the dream world, they saw a huge blood-colored figure that seemed to be slaughtering the four directions. That huge figure was extremely terrifying with a terrifying aura emanating from it. Woman warrior and slow down. The latest chapter. This caused many of the ordinary disciples of the divine light sect to not sleep well, and some of them even cried out, seeing the devil in their dreams. These words made those foundation establishment and Yuandan cultivators feel funny. A dream. What's so scary about it? Moreover, they were even more amused to hear those disciples describe that blood-red terrifying figure as a demon god. She refining cultivators and ordinary mortals just have short insights. What a cat or dog can be called an evil god? Some of the Foundation establishment and Yuandan cultivators who had already been able to dispel the valley were interested in that dream and took the initiative to fall asleep. And when they saw that terrifying blood-red figure, their reactions were no better than those of the chi refining disciples and ordinary mortals. Moreover, since they had seen more, they understood the terror of that blood-red figure even more, and many of their hearts and minds were scared to the point of losing some of their grip. Throughout the Divine Light sect, for a few days those chi refining disciples didn't dare to sleep at night, staring at their panda eyes as they practiced, and it wasn't until 5 days later that everything returned to normal. Shepherd's Tale, and the various strange happenings in the Divine Light sect recently had long since spread throughout the Great Shan country, attracting the attention of many eyes. At this time, Qi Yuan, he opened the chat interface, wrapped his arms around Xiao Marid's thin waist, changed a comfortable position, and chatted with Jean Li again. Ugh, there are too many enemies in this heavenly jade. I'm tired of killing them every day. Qi Yuan couldn't help but spit out some negative energy to Jean Li as well. In the old days, he rarely vented negative energy. Nowadays, every time after experiencing a big battle, he would look for Jean Li to chat for a while to soothe his heart. Of course, even if he hadn't experienced the Great War, he had gotten used to making small talk with Jean Li, and Jean Li was extraordinarily understanding, sometimes listening, sometimes telling. I have a feeling that in another half a month, I'll be able to get through the Heavenly Jedi. Qi Yuan sent the message over. P.S. There are 2 more chapters, rather late, so read them in the morning. With the help of your clothes forbidden army, I have now taught the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect a lesson. The 3 supreme emperors of the demon race were also shot by the Clothing Ministry's forbidden army. In half a month, my mission will be completed. Jean Li was also learning Qi Yuan's way of speaking. Mission accomplished? So fast. Awesome. Don't go offline after you finish it. Wait for me for a while. Let's go face to face. Good. Jean Li held Ling Longyusher in her hand. Now, with her hands on the forbidden army of the Ministry of Clothing, she was considered the true empress of southern Xian. The smell of rice in your hand is truly intoxicating. But she, who had always loved the fresh air of the mountain springs and knew her niche, soon awoke from it. This is done. It is time to leave. I was never a qualified emperor in the first place, so it's just as well to leave. The first god of the ancients. She had already tried her best to do a good job in front of her, relying on the Clothing Ministry's forbidden army, sweeping out the demon race, suppressing the Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, and cutting out some crises, so she would rely on the people behind her to do the things behind her. At this moment, Jean Li was sitting by the window, gazing out at the Gukki Tsubaki in the distance, lost in thought. Eldest brother, worship. Early in the morning, Qi Yuan was woken up by someone shouting in his sleep. After killing too many people in the game and getting used to killing, Qi Yuan didn't have any more nightmares, but killing too many people was exhausting, and he'd been sleeping a little longer than usual for the past few days. Shouted awake at the moment, he rubbed his bleary eyes and brushed away the hair that was in the way of his eyebrows. What? What is it? Siegara felt like getting out of bed, but the thought that it was supposed to be something, he pushed that get up and go down. Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no bouncing window. Leaving the thatched hut, Qi Yuan saw Jiang Lingsu standing in a pavilion outside the courtyard, the youngest of the young, the moth-eyed, and the most playful of the young. Beautiful things are good for the eyes. Wake-up call is a little bit more pleasant. Eldest senior brother. It's a worship invitation for the sect master. Jiang Lingsu handed the invitation to Qi Yuan. The patriarch asked Emotion Ing to deliver it. She also said that the patriarch has a message for you. Oh, what words? Qi Yuan took the obeisance. The look of the worship post looks pretty high-end and upscale, with ink drawings on the outside. The patriarch said that you can open the invitation to worship and take a look. Jiang Lingsu said. Qi Yuan froze slightly. I don't know what the sovereign's gourd is selling. He opened the invitation to worship and read it carefully. His brows immediately furrowed. Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. He felt that he was right to have a get up and go. His heart was startled. It couldn't be that he had listened to his senior sister's words that day and chanted about the Brightness Palace, and as a result, the Brightness Palace's powerhouse had sensed it and sent out an invitation to see his master. Could it? The obeisance was sent in the name of the Palace of Light. The content of the above is very simple. The general meaning is that Zhu Lianhua, the Foundation establishment cultivator of the Palace of Light, has come to Dishang, and wants to invite some of the top righteous figures of Dishang to form a bureau to get together and discuss the future situation of Dishang's immortal cultivation world, and determine the development of Dishang. Before you form a game, come and pay your respects. He, Zhu Lianhua, will be coming to the Divine Light sect in the next few days. The exact time will depend on his arrangement and cannot be determined. Your Divine Light sect will have to make arrangements and preparations first. After reading the contents of the post, he breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't here to trouble him. He was the one who was worrying over nothing. Yichen Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. Qi Yuan looked at the contents of the invitation to worship with a cold smile in his eyes. This kid can pretend even more than I can, he said, showing the worship invitation to Jiang Lingsu. Anyway, it's not something that needs to be kept secret. Jiang Lingsu received the invitation to pay her respects and gritted her silver teeth after reading it, especially after seeing that name. A faint wisp of killing intent flashed in the depths of her eyes. This Xu Lianhua is really laughable. He's used to being high and mighty. Who does he think he is? A little foundation establishment cultivator. But such a big pie. The content in the obeisance. Xu Lianhua's tone could be described as extremely condescending. Moreover, the exact time of arrival was uncertain. So let Qi Yuan and the others prepare to meet them. Do you think you're a leader on an inspection tour? Also discuss the situation of the Dishang cultivation world. To determine the future development of Dishang, that kind of posture. I am afraid that any Dishang country's cultivators would like to come to a sentence. You kid who? What is the qualification? Yichen Sun Xia Ruoshua Works Catalog. In the Bai, Xu Lianhua's arrogance is on full display. Heroes see things the same way. Qi Yuan recognized his senior sister's words. Jiang Lingsu continued. The people of the Palace of Light have always been like this, especially when they go to some small places, and the people of their organization have their eyes on the top of their heads. Unfortunately, they do have arrogant capital. We had better not offend them, or some mischief will be born. Jiang Lingsu was also a bit wary of the Light Palace. Mere scorn. Of course, I'll go and give the invitation to pay my respects to Master. Qi Yuan took the invitation of worship and his mood suddenly became good again. Maybe we can see the Master again. I haven't seen you in a few months. I miss it. The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without windows. Qi Yuan reached the halfway point of the mountain and once again encountered a barrier blocking his way. He took the invitation to pay his respects and said loudly, Master, the people from the Light Palace pay their respects. Here is the invitation, he said, holding his hand up in obeisance, his eyes looking ahead. He wanted to see the Master. And at that moment, a breeze came, and the worship post flipped. The moon on top of the mountain peak seemed to pour a ray of moonlight. Light and shadow make up two words, not seen. Staying for a breath, the light dissipated again and disappeared. Not seeing, I see. Qi Yuan was a little disappointed that he didn't see his master. He took the obeisance and touched the material. It seems quite expensive. I'll sell it later and see if I can exchange it for a spirit stone. A day later, amidst the workshops around the Divine Light sect, celestial mapping without window, an uncommonly dressed figure appeared. And he was accompanied by a foundation establishment cultivator. That foundation establishment cultivator, who was clearly a foundation establishment perfection, was fawning in front of another mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Fellow Daoist Zhu, this is the workshop market below the Divine Light sect. But this place is ragged and has nothing good. It's not as good as your Light Palace. The foundation establishment perfection cultivator didn't transmit his voice, but instead said it purposely. Unfortunately, those people in the marketplace, no one had even heard of the Light Palace and were indifferent to his words. Only one cultivator, whose entire body was shrouded in a cloak, seemed to have heard something. His heartbeat gave a beat, and he acted as if nothing had happened. Xu Lianhua swept through the marketplace and said lightly, It's not bad, able to get off the ground. Hopefully I can pick up some leaks. He came to the Divine Light sect this time. Firstly, naturally, he had the idea of paying a visit to the Divine Light sect's #1 powerhouse, the Seven-Colored Peak Master. Secondly, recently, there were rumors that there were supreme treasures coming out of the Divine Light sect, with several visions appearing, and such supreme treasures were inhabited by those who had the virtue to possess them. The Book of Chaos latest chapter. He comes from the Palace of Light, and that is the great virtue. The latter idea was the real purpose of his visit. That foundation establishment perfection cultivator smiled heatedly at his words. Fellow Taoist Zhu is also here for that supreme treasure? If it really is a supreme treasure of that level, I'll have to collect it myself. The Divine Light sect's temple is too small, and if the supreme treasure is placed in their place, I'm afraid that with their strength, they won't be able to control it, and it will cause a calamity. Xu Lianhua said rightfully. Foundation establishment perfection cultivator Wang Shuang inwardly despised it, but still fawned. Fellow Daoist Zhu is worthy of being a person from the Light Palace with a heart for the world. Although they have yet to establish a friendship with the Divine Light sect, they are already looking out for them. You said that this 5 elements supreme treasure, the Divine Light sect has already gotten it? Xu Lianhua said. Wang Shuang pondered. Even if we get it, I'm afraid that we will not be able to claim it to the outside world. Ancient God Emperor. You say, if I take away a recommended quota to enter the Light Palace in exchange for their supreme treasure, would they be willing? Wang Shuang was also stunned at his words. The quota to recommend a cultivator to enter the Palace of Light was indeed precious, but that's about it. The Palace of Light is strong, but it's too far away from the great merchant. Wang Shuang was in awe of Zhu Lianhua, but if Zhu Lianhua really pushed him, he would dare to kill Zhu Lianhua. Of course, who would be desperate if they weren't pushed? Wang Shuang was speechless to a cultivator like Zhu Lianhua who came from a big place, but still said, I'm afraid that the Divine Light Sect will have eyes that don't recognize gold and jade. The implication was that the Divine Light Sect would not bring out the supreme treasure. Zhu Lianhua was not surprised when he heard this. It seems that we have to find another way. Everlasting life, starting with Chi-Luck words without bouncing window. He's used to being arrogant though, but also understand that you can't really push people over the edge. Otherwise, his status is nothing at all. In the great Shang country, although he was proud of all the foundation builders, he had to suffer when he came to a Yuandan cultivator who was desperate to take the risk and disregarded his family's life. The two of them walked in the middle of the marketplace, sometimes transmitting their voices to communicate, sometimes externalizing. Wang Shuang said at this time, I have learned a secret treasure hunting technique, although sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but occasionally I can pick up some leaks. Today, I'll show my hand for you, Taoist friend, and find some treasures to offer to you. Wang Shuang's posture was low, and he had already figured out part of Zhu Lianhua's character. Sure enough, Zhu Lianhua sniffed with interest. Let's just see what you, Taoist, can do. The spell that Wang Shuang had cast was called the Heavenly Treasure Hunting Technique, Lord of Secrecy without a window. For some of the strange and precious treasures, he would have a sense, but he also understood that there was nothing precious about this workshop picking up the slack. So he decided that if he didn't succeed in picking up the slack, he would pay for it out of his own pocket. The spell was cast, and a flash of golden light flowed from the pupils of Wang Shuang's eyes. After about half a pillar of incense, Wang Shuang's brows were delighted. I didn't expect to really pick up a leak here. Please wait for a while. I'll buy that treasure and show it to you. If the two of them went together, the stall owner might see that Zhu Lianhua was dressed in an unusual manner and raise the price recklessly. Zhu Lianhua nodded, and he consciously did not follow. After all, if he went along, that Wang Shuang failed to pick up the slack, and there was no chance of secretly replacing a treasure for him. He stood in the marketplace, waiting quietly. The immortal god. Not long after, Wang Shuang had a delighted look on his face. Fellow Taoist, I only spent one spirit stone, and I succeeded in picking up a leak. Fellow Taoist, look, what is this? Wang Shuang said, holding up the thing he picked up. Don't look at it, looks a bit ornate and damaged and tattered, but the material in it. He stopped talking as he spoke, because he noticed that Zhu Lianhua's expression was ugly. Did he say something wrong? Wang Shuang was a bit scared. Fellow Taoist? Zhu Lianhua grabbed the things picked up in Wang's hands with his hands. His face clouded over. Where did this come from? Wang Shuang's heart went cold as he carefully asked, do you recognize this treasure? This is a bullshit treasure. Zhu Lianhua threw the object in his hand on the ground. This is my invitation to pay my respects to the Divine Light Sect. He was clenching his anger, clearly pissed off. When Wang Shuang heard this, he also froze. He also didn't expect that the treasure he had picked up was actually Zhu Lianhua's obeisance to the Divine Light Sect. This is too outrageous. Tearing up my invitation to worship and selling it in the marketplace. What does this mean? Not putting me in your eyes. Not putting the Light Palace in your eyes. Zhu Lianhua was furious. When had he been insulted like this? Next to him, Wang Shuang also felt a bit embarrassed. This Divine Light Sect, too, is too incapable of doing anything? He knew that Zhu Lianhua had sent an invitation of worship to Seven Color Peak, and he hadn't expected the invitation to be torn to flow out in the workshop market. He organized his language and said, I've heard that the eldest disciple of Seven Color Peak is crazy and does unusual things. I'm afraid he's the one who sold this post. Wang Shuang did not mention the peak master of the Seven-Colored Peak, wanting to draw the conflict to Qi Yuan. After all, he was afraid that Zhu Lianhua would be hot-headed and come into conflict with that suspected late divine infant Seven-Colored Peak master. But having a conflict with a disciple of the Qi practicing realm was nothing. The first god of the ancients. Humph. Without that bitch Wan Yisher's permission, her disciple dared to sell my invitation to worship? Zhu Lianhua transmitted his voice. His face had calmed down. If Jian Lingsu were here and heard Zhu Lianhua's voice transmission, she would definitely say, eldest senior brother dares. Fellow Taoist, you be careful what you say. This is the workshop below the Divine Light Sect. Humph. We're just transmitting sound. What are we afraid of? Zhu Lianhua continued to transmit his voice. Wang Shuang sniffed and inwardly became even more contemptuous. They all know that they are scared and dare not scold them to their faces. Why are they still so arrogant? Fellow Taoist, are we still going to the Divine Light Sect? Wang Shuang asked tentatively. Should we go and find them to raise an offense? He looked at Zhu Lianhua, fearing that Zhu Lianhua would make a scene in the Divine Light sect if he was hot-headed. If that happens, he will definitely give false pretenses that the 13th concubine had a hard time giving birth and had to rush back without getting involved in all this. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. Zhu Lianhua's face was cloudy, and he finally spoke. I'm making a fool of myself by going now, but today's insult, I remembered. The Divine Light sect insulted me so today. In the coming day, I stepped into the Divine Infant realm. I will call this sect chickens and dogs. Let's go. Zhu Lianhua chooses to stay out of the way for now. Finishing the task his master had given him first was the top priority. As for the Divine Light sect, and Ruan Yishur, and that Qi Yuan, he made a note of it. Wang Shuang heard this and inwardly rejoiced. Fellow Daiwas, this is a great move. That Ruan Ishi has a high level of cultivation. We're not to be messed with, but her disciple, merely refining Qi. When he comes out of the clan, I'll look for a reason to take him captive and take it out on fellow Taoist. Not far away, Qi Yuan had a cloak on his head and kept scratching his face with his hands. He was in a hurry. Just now, he sneaked down the mountain to sell that invitation. Go in the Demon Martial Chaotic World as a jailer latest chapter. I didn't expect to meet someone from the Palace of Light. It is just what you would call an enemy of the enemy. He secretly hid messages and followed along, also secretly overhearing messages that made him angry. That Zhu Lianhua wants to grab the supreme treasure. Who is the Divine Light sect's greatest treasure? Isn't it him, Qi Yuan? How could Qi Yuan tolerate robbing him? In the end, when the other party bought the invitation to worship, the gnashing of teeth and the frantic voice transmission made Qi Yuan feel that the other party was brewing some kind of conspiracy. It's a pity I can't eavesdrop on people's minds, or their plots would surely be known to me. They are now definitely plotting how to subvert our Divine Light sect. Wolves, unfortunately, I don't have the evidence to report this matter to the clan, so maybe I'll be confined instead, just like the last time I exposed the Patriarch as a spy. Yichen Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. I can no longer stand idly by. I must fight for the clan. Today the clan is in trouble, and I don't make a move, tomorrow I am in trouble, and who will save me? Also, he definitely still wants to turn against Master Teacher. This kind of person shouldn't live in the world. Qi Yuan also gritted his teeth like Zhu Lianhua. He felt that Zhu Lianhua was really small-minded. You can't move without wanting to exterminate someone's family. Can't people trust each other more? What if that invitation to worship was accidentally stolen by a thief and sold? No more than that. It was because Qi Yuan was too poor to afford to eat, so he had to take the risk of selling the worship post. Can't this Zhu Lianhua sympathize with him? However, right at this moment, a tender white hand slapped on his shoulder. Yichen Sunny Xiaoruoshua bouncing window. Eldest senior brother. A woman who was also wearing a black cloak sat across from Qi Yuan. This woman was none other than Jiang Lingsu. Qi Yuan was shocked. I'm not your elder brother. I don't know Qi Yuan. Eldest senior brother, don't pretend. Jiang Lingsu came close to Qi Yuan's ear and lowered her voice. You have thoughts about that Light Palace person? I was just out picking things up and heard them plotting. They presumptuously want to subvert the Divine Light sect, and they also want to subvert the great Shang country, Qi Yuan said excitedly. Jiang Lingsu froze, then became somewhat speechless as she stole a glance at Zhu Lianhua and Wang Shuang, who were 20 meters away, so far away to conspire, or to transmit. And you heard it? Jiang Lingsu said. I see that eldest senior brother could have thoughts about the two of them? Opening signature Desolate Ancient Sacred Body latest chapter. Yes, Qi Yuan said righteously. I will fight for the clan and kill this Fong. When Jiang Lingsu heard this, she instantly felt that it was fortunate that she had come to ask her eldest senior brother. Otherwise, in case eldest brother rushed up there in a hot-headed manner, it would be a death sentence, and it would also ruin her plan. Eldest senior brother. Those two people are really detestable. I also want to execute them. However, they are strong. I'm afraid we are no match. Jiang Lingsu organized her words. She naturally had her own plans to kill Zhu Lianhua. It was not a good idea to tell eldest brother about her scheming. Eldest senior brother, you will follow me in a moment. Listen to my arrangements, and we will go kill them together. Jiang Lingsu said. Qi Yuan revealed a hesitant look. We're too weak. What if we can't beat them? Catalog of Celestial Mapping Works. Jiang Lingsu smiled bitterly at his words. Eldest brother, you know you are weak. Just now, she had a feeling that if she didn't come, eldest brother would definitely follow her to find trouble with those two. Big brother is different and has a clear brain circuit, so anything is possible. Don't worry, I have a treasure that will surely kill the two of them. Eldest brother, we will follow later. You must listen to my arrangements or else there will be changes, Jiang Lingsu said, then took out 3 talismans and handed them to Qi Yuan. These 3 talismans are the Hidden Breath Talisman, the copper armor talisman, and the water escape talisman. They serve as breath-containing, guarding, and recluse respectively. Jiang Lingsu gave the 3 talismans to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Many thanks, senior sister, senior brother. Use the hidden breath talisman and the copper armor talisman. We'll follow you there. Catalogue of works of the Book of Chaos. Good. Although he was a bit reluctant to use the talisman, Qi Yuan still used it. The duo used the talisman on themselves and walked through the marketplace. The people in the marketplace acted as if they hadn't noticed the presence of the two of them. The two of them followed Zhu Lianhua and Wang Shuang out of the marketplace. Qi Yuan and Jiang Lingsu kept following behind. Eldest senior brother, get closer to me, Jiang Lingsu said softly to Qi Yuan. She was afraid that her eldest brother was too far away from her, and if a fight occurred, it would not be good for her to be unable to protect her eldest brother. Good. Qi Yuan sniffed and moved closer to Jiang Lingsu. The distance between the two was so close that Jiang Lingsu could feel Qi Yuan's somewhat nervous breathing, and she blushed slightly. It was the first time she had been in such close contact with a man, ancient god emperor. However, thinking of her eldest senior brother's safety being the priority, she still stopped being flippant and took his hand. Eldest senior brother, if you encounter danger later, you stand behind me, okay? I'll protect you behind you. Qi Yuan agreed and grabbed Jiang Lingsu's hand as well. The two secretly followed Zhu Lianhua and Wang Shuang, and in about an incense stick of time, the crowd entered the jungle. Out of the way, less people come. Jiang Lingsu was very calm, but next to Qi Yuan, seems to be a little nervous, breathing rather sharply, which makes Jiang Lingsu's heart also rippled with strange. Senior brother, if the timing is right later, we'll make a move and make a surprise attack to kill them. No martial strike? I get that one. Well, with me as the main focus, Jiang Lingsu said emphatically. Everlasting life, starting with Qi Lukward's latest chapter. The opponents were 1 foundation establishment perfection and 1 mid-foundation establishment, and with Jiang Lingsu's own strength, he was certainly no match for the two. However, the treasures she had in her body were enough to drown the 2 foundation establishment with treasures. The two were quiet and soon walked deeper into the jungle, and at that moment, the two of them, Wang Shuang and Zhu Lianhua, stopped and seemed to be saying something. Seeing this, Qi Yuan suddenly shouted, "Senior sister, now is the best time. Watch me sneak attack," Qi Yuan said, and rushed straight over with a kitchen knife. Jiang Lingshu was confused. She originally knew that this was a good time for a sneak attack, but she also needed time to prepare when she cast her treasure. She wanted to be ready before she told eldest brother that she was going to make a move and that you would have to hide behind it. Eldest brother, Lord of Secrecy latest chapter. Who knew that eldest brother would be so reckless? That was a cultivator of foundation establishment perfection and mid-foundation establishment. You're a chi refining, and you just rushed up like that? And, it's called a sneak attack? Raise the chopper and slash up. But at this time, Jiang Lingsu could not afford to think too much. The eldest brother had made a move. She could not delay any longer. Otherwise, if the eldest brother died here, she would regret it for the rest of her life. She also accelerated the speed of casting her treasures. On the other side, Zhu Lianhua froze, and Wang Shuang was completely shocked. He's Qi Yuan, the eldest disciple of the 7-color peak. What? When Zhu Lianhua heard this, he had an uneasy feeling in his heart. There must be a conspiracy behind a chi refining cultivator taking a kitchen knife and cutting 2 foundation establishment hard. Hurry up. Without thinking, the two fled quickly. Latest chapter of Immortal Evil God. Seeing this, Jiang Lingsu in the distance also understood what those two were thinking and let out a sigh of relief. She was ready to stop striking, or else leave the two behind, and her eldest brother would get hurt if he wasn't by her side. Let those two get away with it. Jiang Lingsu looked at her eldest senior brother and sighed inwardly, a faint trace of dissatisfaction in her heart. And at this moment, Qi Yuan, seeing those two trying to run, even bellowed, "Where to escape?" His speed skyrocketed at this moment. It even surpassed the 2 fleeing foundation establishment cultivators, trying to exterminate my divine light sect's entire clan, looking for death. As he slashed down, that Zhu Lianhua was dazed and his head crashed to the ground. Aiding and abetting the evil, deserved to be killed. The blade's momentum didn't decrease and split Wang Shuang in half as well. The Great Master has no windows. In an instant, Qi Yuan slashed down, and the 2 foundation establishment cultivators were killed in an instant. Both thought, until they died, that they were involved in some great conspiracy. Qi Yuan clapped his hands and looked at the corpses on the ground. He shouted, "Senior sister, come quickly. These 2 old men are useless. They were attacked to death by me without martial arts." In the distance, Jiang Lingsu, who saw the scene, blinked her eyes. The way things are going, it's a little strange. P.S. I'll try not to read reviews starting tomorrow and go at my own pace. The next plot, focusing on the game. We'll start the reality spin-off after the game is played through. Recommend a book. The name is somewhat similar. The content is not the same. Is invincible cool text? Like can go to see. There is a link below to go straight to it. Chi Yuan chopped the two foundations to death like melons and vegetables. It happened so suddenly that Jiangling Su was dumbfounded. When she heard Chi Yuan shout, she blinked her big eyes and revealed a pitiful look. Eldest brother. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Eldest brother. Could this be an old devil taking over the body? This was the first thought in Jiangling Su's mind. A chopper to kill two foundation builders. This is too fierce. No wonder his murderous aura was so strong. It didn't look fake. Thanks to her. She was naive enough to think that eldest brother had really played too many games and had developed a murderous aura. Surely every day while she was practicing, eldest brother would go out and hunt the four directions. Just now, with that slash from eldest senior brother, if a Yuandan cultivator wasn't prepared for it, he would even be injured by the sneak attack. The first god of the ancient world works catalog. Jiangling Su looked at her eldest senior brother, her heart a little panicked. Chi Yuan also froze out, his face anxious. Senior sister, how can you not be responsible for your eldest brother after doing such a thing? Jiangling Su did not look like she was pretending when she looked at her eldest senior brother's expression. It was hard to imagine that this was the fierce man who had just suddenly struck out and hacked two foundation establishment to death. Could it be that her judgment was wrong? Or that this old devil was too good at disguise? She secretly operated the Kuan Qian mirror. The result obtained was that eldest senior brother was at the cultivation level of chi refining perfection. His soul was unharmed, and there was no sign of his body being taken over. It surprised and delighted her. The shock is that big brother is also too raw. The joy is that the eldest brother is not an old devil taking over his body. Jiangling Su was puzzled, carefully recalling the outburst of his eldest senior brother just now. Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no bouncing window. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, but it was a chopper that killed two Tsukiji. Eldest brother, why are you so raw? There's no harm in revealing it if it's not good. I'll tell you when you say you'll be responsible for me. Chi Yuan clung to this. Jiangling Su held his forehead. Yes, the original big brother. I am responsible. When Jiangling Su finished, she always felt strange. It was as if he had put his eldest brother to sleep, and he had disowned him afterward. Because I was in the game and experienced endless killing. Every day. It's kill, kill, kill. Killing all the time. I don't know how long I've been killing, Chi Yuan said seriously, his tone a bit tired. Is it really in the game Jadeite? Go in the demon martial chaos as a jailer without a pop-up window. Jiangling Su looked at Chi Yuan, and for some reason a wave of heartache inexplicably arose. Thinking of the one on the seven-colored peak, her chief master, she instantly woke up. The spells displayed by eldest senior brother in his earlier beheading of the two foundation establishment were not too superb. But the combat skills in them were as if they were heavenly. Without endless battles and killings, it was simply impossible to sharpen such combat skills. Eldest brother's game jade slip must be the extremely precious kind that allows him to fight and sharpen himself daily. Such a precious jade slip should have been bestowed by that mysterious master on the seven-colored peak. It was just that Jiangling Su was a bit puzzled. What was the use of practicing so many techniques of fighting in the chi refining realm? Eldest senior brother, you're so awesome. Put in some regions where the immortal Dao flourishes. You'd be considered a true heavenly pride. Yichen Xiaoruoxue works catalog. Of course, there was a half sentence she didn't say after that. Eldest senior brother could only be considered a juvenile heavenly pride, and there was still too much of a gap between those heavenly prides that had truly grown up. Eldest brother's battle power far exceeded that of an ordinary chi refining perfection cultivator. Battling beyond the ranks, although rare, Jiangling Su had seen quite a few of them. If it was a different heavenly pride that she knew that suddenly crossed the ranks, she might be able to accept it more easily, whereas her original perception was that eldest senior brother was an ordinary little genius. It was only when she suddenly displayed the battle power of a heavenly pride that she instantly brainstormed a lot. Thinking of this, Jiangling Su instantly felt as if the clouds had been lifted and everything was clear. Isn't it normal for eldest brother to be that one's disciple and be compared to heaven's pride? Eldest senior brother had the strength of a heavenly pride, and his appearance was extraordinarily handsome. So he looked like a very good man. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruoxue. With that thought, there was another ripple in her heart. When Chi Yuan heard Jiangling Su say that he was comparable to a heavenly pride, he said, Senior sister, there's no need to say compliments. Say yes to being responsible. Jiangling Su felt the image she had just fantasized shatter. Eldest senior brother, how nice it would be if you didn't have a mouth. You're responsible for whether I have a mouth or not. You instigated me this time. You're the mastermind and I'm the accomplice. Chi Yuan exclaimed. Jiangling Su sniffed and blankly glanced at Chi Yuan, her eyes flowing with all kinds of flavors. I killed both of these two, Jiang Su said softly. Before she came, she had planned what to do with the aftermath of the murder. Naturally, he wouldn't dump the pot on the Divine Light Sect, but rather take it all on himself. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. Qi Yuan sniffed, inwardly certain. I happen to be passing by. I can be a witness. It was these two who made a move on Senior Sister first. Senior Sister had no choice but to fight back. Jiang Su was almost immune to her eldest brother's brain circuits. Is this human language? Straight from murderer to witness. Jiang Su and Qi Yuan went to the corpse. Jiang Su bent down and took off Julianoa's storage bag. With a shake of her veiled hand, a jade slip fell into her hand. Jiang Su revealed a look of realization. Sure enough, the Light Palace sent this person to Deshang in order to take control of Deshang and incorporate Deshang into the Light Palace. What do you mean? Next to him, Sihara came closer. There are a total of 13 continents in the Eastern Land, and the Palace of Light is located in the Tsueyun Immortal Continent. And from the Tsueyun Immortal Continent by Immortal Boat, you will arrive at the Land of the 100 Kingdoms in half a month's time. Celestial Atlas latest chapters. The Land of 100 Countries does not have a huge clan like the Light Palace, and they have been attacking each other for years, fighting endlessly. By the way, the Great Shang Dynasty is one of the 100 Kingdoms. The Land of 100 Kingdoms is probably as big as a continent in the Eastern Lands. This map is a bit big. Doesn't that mean that I'm a bumpkin in the mountain clicker? Qi Yuan originally joined the 7-color peak and became the eldest senior brother, and still felt proud, thinking that he was considered a dragon and phoenix among men. Now I'll listen to the world, just showing the edges. Some exaggeration. He felt like his pride was gone. He is now, at best, the deputy leader of the 7th study group of the 6th class of the 1st grade in a village elementary school. He destroyed the Black Mountain sect? Also just feud with him and Fatty next door. Then go to Fatty's chicken coop overnight and beat the crap out of his chickens. The Book of Chaos. Eldest senior brother, don't be presumptuous. The power of the Land of 100 Kingdoms is not to be underestimated. The only regret is that there are no cultivators at the realm of the Purple Mansion. Jiang Su comforted. The Jiang clan was considered a large clan in the 13 continents of the Eastern Lands. However, in the eyes of the truly superior, it can be extinguished with the snap of a finger. Jiang Su even felt that the future disaster of the Kanglan realm was feared to have been foreseen by a supreme powerhouse. But even if those who are strong know about it, they won't necessarily tell them. The weak. Not getting ahead of myself. I feel fine. First he was lost, and after that Qi Yuan felt full of security. The bigger the world gets, the less conspicuous he becomes, and the less you will encounter those terrifying powers. Low-key development. The Light Palace wanted to support some countries in the Land of 100 Nations, and Zhu Lianhua was dispatched because of that. Emperor of the Ancient Gods, no bouncing window, interfering in his country's internal affairs. He should be killed. Qi Yuan sniffed and felt that he had killed the right person, deluding to be the lord over my head. This bright palace is really disgusting. As for me, I'm actually a member of the Divine Flower Society, and I've always been hostile to the Light Palace. What they want to do, I will naturally destroy. Jiang Su smiled wryly. With a push of her hand, a peculiar flower petal fell from her palm and plunged into Zhu Lianhua's chest. This is the symbol of the Divine Flower Society. When their bodies are sent back to the Light Palace and they see this one petal, they will understand who killed him. Jiang Su said, the thing we need to do now is to let their bodies be discovered and then send them to the Ling Tian Pavilion. The second half of the sentence doesn't matter. It's simple enough to deal with. Qi Yuan's focus was on the first half. Divine Flower Society. What is this? Everlasting life, starting with Chi-Luck words without bomb windows. The Divine Flower Society. A cultivation alliance formed by a number of aspirants. Unlike the Palace of Light, the Divine Flower Society was very loose and did not have complicated rules. Everyone joins the Divine Flower Society, usually hiding their identities to communicate and swap resources. Jiang Su said. Qi Yuan was motivated. Sounds great. Senior sister, can I enter? The thing Qi Yuan lacked the most was the gongfu. He wanted to join in and get some feats. Jiang Su sniffed. She said, eldest senior brother, your talent can be, but the origin well, is a little lower. Qi Yuan froze. Immortal cultivation still depends on birth? Kings and marquises would rather have seeds. This Divine Flower Society has no pattern and doesn't know how to unite the majority. It won't go far. Not accepting him? Discredit. Viciously denigrate. Lord of Secrecy has no windows. Jiang Su smiled. Naturally see. The least in this world is genius, the most lacking, instead, are resources. But no matter, after you step into Foundation establishment, eldest brother, you should be able to join the Divine Flower Society by my guarantee. Wow, the Divine Flower meeting is still quite interesting. Thank you. Senior sister, Chi Yuan's dragon slayer eventually became an evil dragon. Alright, senior brother, we should go, Jiangling Su said. Chi Yuan paused and said with some embarrassment, Senior sister, should we touch the corpse? Sifu is a rich woman who probably doesn't care about touching corpses, but he's just a poor kid who can't afford to eat without touching a corpse. There's nothing precious in his storage bag, just a jade slip of a technique that's a bit more precious. The other one is even poorer. Some rags in his storage bag, Jiangling Su said. Latest chapter of Immortal Evil God. Her hand gave a hand and a pile of messy things came out, interspersed with a bunch of crooked and cracked like spirit stones, mostly falling from Wang Xuan's storage bag. Chi Yuan's eyes glowed. You call this rags? But remembering his own knife, which went through the trash pile outside his sister's thatched cottage every night, he fell silent. Indeed, these things are not even trash to Sifu. The children of poor families are early adopters. Chi Yuan silently picked up the spirit stones. Senior brother, this is the Light Palace's primary technique, the Xian Heavenly Light technique, which is a lower grade Xian level technique, and it's just average, but it's just ordinary disciples practicing, nothing to be concerned about. But one of the secret techniques, Brilliant Sword, is quite interesting. Jiangling Su threw the jade slip to Chi Yuan, catalog of the great master's works. Chi Yuan felt, more and more, like a bumpkin, removing the likeness. In the Divine Light sect, the best Gongfu, which was Jade rank, was still a middle grade. It turned out that the general Gongfu in this senior sister's mouth was actually Xian grade. Chi Yuan took the Gongfu and read it carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised he felt. Worthy of being a Xian level Gongfu, just one Gongfu, which encompasses all kinds of things. Chi Yuan had a premonition that after completing the perception of this Gongfu, he would gain more than reading 1,000, or even 10,000, of the first grade Gongfu. He suddenly felt that it was too much of a waste of time for him to waste his time looking at a bunch of the Black Mountain sect's primordial feats every day, spending several months looking at tens of thousands of beginner-level techniques. The gain was not as good as a single Xian-level technique. If a Xian-level technique is so terrifying, how much more terrifying is a Tian-level technique? My disciples are all great emperors. If one could obtain a heaven-level technique, and Chi Yuan viewed it daily, wouldn't he be able to deduce the Chi Yuan scripture to the Yuan Dan, or even divine infant realm? As for the feats obtained in the game, they were not of the same origin as the path of immortal cultivation and could not be used to draw on to advance the Chi Yuan scripture. Of course, this could also be related to Chi Yuan's current strength being too weak to see through the essence of the Gongfu. Many thanks, senior sister. This merit law will be of great use to me. Chi Yuan grabbed the merit jade slip, but thinking of something, he said, Senior sister, you are the mastermind. You have to take something as well. Jiangling Su glared at Chi Yuan. And you're still a mastermind and an accessory? She didn't have the heart to pick up some rags. Go. Chi Yuan looked at the corpses of those two again. Senior sister, that flower looks quite valuable. Humanity Great Sage Works Catalog. That flower was none other than the symbol of the Divine Flower Society. Jiangling Su was completely speechless. Senior brother, I think that the corpses of those two are also quite valuable. Why don't you move them back to the 7-colored peak to be used as flower fertilizer? Or maybe train them into puppets. Don't. I'm afraid the Palace of Light will misunderstand. Chi Yuan hastily refused. The two returned to the Divine Light sect, but on the way, Jiangling Su sneaked outside the Golden Light Hall and left a letter. The two of them left the Golden Light Hall and went back to their respective rooms. Jiangling Su stood outside the thatched hut, looking at Chi Yuan's back. An inexplicable look flashed in her eyes. She killed with her eldest brother and learned his secret. The two should be closer now than they were before. Right, eldest brother? She called out softly, ready to invite eldest brother to join her for dinner at night. Female warrior in Slow Down Works Catalog. Chi Yuan stopped and jerked his head. Senior sister, you've misunderstood. The Black Mountain sect was not the one I destroyed. Although I killed a foundation establishment perfection today, the Black Mountain sect has a number of Yuan Dan elders, each of them incredibly powerful. I didn't misunderstand. The matter of the meal. Jiangling Su did not want to mention it again. Eldest brother is not an old monster taking over the body. A perfect refining of chi, with what to take the Black Mountain sect to destroy the door. Think about it. Time flows. Chi Yuan sat in the thatched hut, his entire focus on the Xian Tian brightness technique, or rather one of the secret techniques, Brilliant Sword. This secret spell was the most powerful spell Chi Yuan had seen so far. This secret technique was capable of condensing one's own mana into a brilliant sword that would cut down the enemy. The latest chapter of Shepherd's Tale. The condensed brilliant sword is righteous and bright, like a light sword, emitting the light of the great sun, which is enough to ingest the heart and soul, making the hearts and minds of evil devils and foreigners lose their concentration for a short time in fear, and then killing them in a dignified manner. It could be said that the brilliant sword also came with a mind attack. This was the supreme secret art of the Light Palace, and all disciples in the Light Palace could cultivate it. Moreover, the Palace of Light had deliberately circulated it. This was because in order to cultivate to a stronger version, the secret method of advancement, one needed to make a huge contribution to the Palace of Light. Because he knew this, Qi Yuan had been adapting this technique during this period of time. This secret method is to transform one's own righteousness into the light of a great sun. Qi Yuan took a different approach, transforming his own killing aura into a brilliant sword. Now, finally, the feat is complete. Invincible Villain starts with the moon blowing up. At the moment, Qi Yuan was covered in blood. He left the thatched hut and went to the place where he often practiced his Taoist skills. Brilliant sword. A sword comes out as if the winter wind cuts through one's flesh. Only the blood-red sword came out and stood in the air. Inexplicably horrifying. With one sword out, Qi Yuan felt that he could easily cut down the foundation establishment. This could be said to be terrifying. Without the power of a knife, Qi Yuan decapitated the foundation establishment, and it wasn't that easy when the opponent was on guard. Qi Yuan saw the sword and nodded with satisfaction. The adaptation is considered successful. It is blood red. Not like a brilliant sword, but rather like a sword of evil cultivators. No, in the meantime, I have to find a chance to change this blood sword into a lightsaber. Qi Yuan felt that the next major task was to disguise the blood sword cast in this technique as a lightsaber. Urban extreme medical god. Then in the future great battle, he could also take it out in a dignified manner, and even follow the example of the Palace of Light and use justice to oppress people. Look, I've condensed my own righteous energy into a lightsaber. How can I be an old devil? Zihara returned to the house. He looked at the cold moon on the top of the seven-colored peak and inexplicably sighed. It is time to kill again. Today, to step over the last hurdle. As long as we defeat the golden armored god general again, we will completely control the heavenly jade. In fact, he was a little timid inside now. In the outside world, it may have been just under a month, but in the middle of the heavenly Jedi, he had been killing for hundreds of years, nearly 1,000 years. In the middle of the heavenly Jedi, he was killing and slaying every day. The adversaries encountered are getting stronger and stronger. His fighting skills, too, were honed to an astonishing level. Catalog of initial evolution works. Now that he was facing Burial Flower again, he only needed to utilize his 90-level strength, and he could kill Burial Flower with a single move. One must know that Burial Flower was a level 97 Divine Realm giant. In the ascending steps of the Heavenly Jedi, he killed daily, and he sought to learn from his opponents, emulate them, and then defeat them with a single sword. He didn't know how many god domains he had killed. His combat experience against the Divine Realm was at its peak, and he could kill the Divine Realm with his eyes closed. And he's built up his experience pool to the point of terror. Unfortunately, his level had been stuck at 99 and he couldn't inch forward any further. Too much killing had made Qi Yuan a little tired. However, he shook his spirits again at the thought of the little married man who had been fighting alongside him. I am a man in armor. When I cut down all enemies. 100 Refined Ascension Record latest chapter. Zigara entered the middle of the game as he held Little Mary and climbed out of the dirt pit. Zihara ascended the last step of the steps. As long as he made it through the final step, he would be able to completely control the Heavenly Jade as long as he met and defeated the Golden Armored Man. The last two battles will be hard fought. Qi Yuan held Xiao Marid's cold little hand as the two of them stepped into the final steps. The sight in front of me changed. Qi Yuan looked around, only to see a mountain peak in his line of sight. The peaks were like a gathering, surrounding him in the center. On each mountain peak, a God Realm powerhouse was seated. None of these Divine Realm powerhouses had an aura that was under the Dragon Judge, Feather, and Hitomi. All of them were at the peak of the Divine Realm, level 99 existences. For some reason, Qi Yuan even felt that their level might, in fact, be higher than 99, only that they had been suppressed to 99 for some reason. Qi Yuan appeared, and all the God Realm powerhouses on these peaks opened their eyes. Thousands of sharp gazes looked at Qi Yuan, who was like a thorn in his back, just like in Journey to the West, the rock who broke into the Spirit Mountain and was filled with gods, Buddhas, and Luohans. At this moment, he also stood in the center of the 3,000 God Realm powerhouses. 3,000 Divine Realms? Qi Yuan held his sword, his figure extraordinarily upright, and the faint color of blood filled the air, making him look demonic and handsome. The eyes of the God Realm powerhouse facing the final hurdle were exceptionally calm, but if one looked closely, one could see the endless colors of blood in them. However, when looking down at Little Mary, his gaze surged with a gentle look. Mary Little, with your son. Blood-red armor covered his body, and Qi Yuan's height had been drawn up to 137 meters. At the shoulders, the blood-red barbs were bright red, transparent and demonic in the daylight. as if they were dripping blood. Holding a huge longsword, he took big steps like a demon coming out of hell. Qi Yuan held his sword, his voice hoarse and thick. Kill. At this moment, the only word is kill. Kill, kill, kill. 3,000 mountain peaks flew towards Qi Yuan, and peak god realm level powerhouses constantly attacked in all directions. Qi Yuan opened his blood-red eyes as he saw countless remnants of shadows, as well as countless martial arts aptitudes. Kill. He brought his longsword up with one hand and jumped violently. The massive impact cracked the ground beneath his feet. Ancient First God Works Catalog. The huge blood-colored armor leapt up. At this point, all the tricks seemed useless. The impact of the massive 137-meter body that was falling was enough to appall anyone. Not to mention, this behemoth also executed an extremely powerful sword. Death to all. Everything you see in front of you, you kill. Qi Yuan doesn't know how many people he's killed. But in the game world, in the Ascension platform, everyone he saw was killed one by one. Seeing it as death, a sword slashed down, and the huge mountain peak was split into pieces. Boulders and dirt flew and broke into pieces. The owner of the mountain peak was directly slammed to death by a sword. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride latest chapter. Ah, Qi Yuan was like a god killer. No, a devil killer. Huge blood-red swords swung, killing each other blow by blow. 3,000 peaks of the divine realm, united together, constantly attacked him. A series of dozens and hundreds of martial arts aptitudes attacked Qi Yuan. It's like wrapping a spider web around a behemoth. Qi Yuan held his sword and swept it savagely across the room. As soon as the sword went down, no matter what martial arts aptitude or forbidden secret technique, they were all chopped off like a spider's web and turned into nothing. The mountain breaks. The river backed up. God's domain bloodbath. Facing the 3,000 peaks of the divine realm, Qi Yuan was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Mighty savage beasts. Feet on the earth. Heads in the clouds looking down. Huge swords slaughtering all beings. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. His fighting skills, his will, had been hammered to perfection in these 129,600 battles. His battle with the pinnacle of the divine realm was full of the aesthetics of violence, brutality, insolence, and dominance, and the supremacy of skill. Muddy, heavenly, and artistic. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill him and turn the earth upside down. Kill him and the sun and the moon. Kill him and turn the world upside down. With the sun, Qi Yuan and Xiao marriage. Together they slaughtered 3,000 divine realms. In the midst of the forbidden land of the 5 elements, there was a hint of worry in the dragon judge's eyes. Have you felt that the confinement of the 5 elements forbidden land is slowly flowing away? I'm afraid that 1,000 years from now, it will be transformed into an ordinary forbidden land that even supreme emperors can step on. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue. You suspect it's an extraterrestrial evil demon? Feather spoke. After 1,000 years, the demon exorcism conference has long since ended. What's the point of him slowly unlocking the confinement of the 5 elements forbidden land for 1,000 years now? You have a point. The dragon judge terminated the topic. You said that the Lord of the Clothes Department is now on the earth to experience how much of our divine reflection. He digested? He's only been out for January? You're thinking too much. There are still 300 years to go. So I hope he can step into the peak of the divine realm, so that we will have a little more certainty when we face the extraterrestrial evil demons. Feather sighed. The dragon judge thought of something, and his face became grave. After the heavenly god went to fend off the extraterrestrial evil demons, he had sent you a message. Other than what you said before, is there really nothing else? Such as the strength of the extraterrestrial evil demons, as well as the exact number of them? Feather sniffed and was silent for a moment. No, I've already told you all what the heavenly god said. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiao Ruoxue Works Catalog. Why do you need to hide it? The dragon judge sighed at his words. No. Die. A huge sword, descending from the sky, shattered the last mountain peak. The tip of the sword also smoothed out that last supreme god realm powerhouse in the 3,000 god realms. Yeah, it wasn't a stabbing because he couldn't fit such a big hole in his body and was ground right down. Qi Yuan stood in place. His entire body was covered in a dense blood aura that seemed to be solidifying into substance. Half a day in the outside world, a year in the Ascension platform. Qi Yuan stayed awake and kept the battle going. Finally, the 3,000 divine realms, completely given to death. On his blood-red armor, the blood had dried up and there were more black spots. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body without a pop-up window. He slung his sword into the middle of the mountain peak and sat down where he was, breathing heavily. The gas exhaled from his nostrils and mouth spewed away the nearby debris and dirt. He clawed his hands into the lake, emptying the water into his face one at a time, and the water level in the lake dropped considerably, silt showing. It was only then that Qi Yuan felt much cooler. Having defeated the 3,000 divine realms, The current him had stepped over the 129,600 steps. Further up, there is the real ascension platform. Defeat the golden armored god general and he would have complete control over the heavenly jade. There are 3,000 divine domains on all of these final steps. What kind of terrifying existence should that final golden armored god general be? Qi Yuan didn't dare to imagine. Celestial mapping. War. Qi Yuan had no fear. He is now the weakest he has ever been and the strongest he has ever been. If you retreat, your martial qi will dissipate. He has only one way to go, and he is invincible. He pulled his sword through the gap in the mountain peak, which was in tatters. With his sword in hand, he logged onto the final ascension platform. His size, too, was rapidly shrinking to 12 meters. At that moment, a majestic voice came. You're here. Qi Yuan looked over and saw the one-armed golden armored god general. He stood on the ascension platform with a mechanical and cold expression, holding a pitch-black gun in his right hand. The gun was bloodstained and emitted a cold aura. The Book of Chaos has no windows. He was a bit different from the golden armored god general Qi Yuan had first seen. After so many years, it has never occurred to me that someone else would be able to ascend the ascension stage. The golden armored god general spoke, and there seemed to be some despondency in his mechanical voice. Qi Yuan asked, where are we able to go when we ascend the ascension platform? For the first time, a wry smile appeared on the expressionless face of the golden armored god general. I heard it was the stars, but, he didn't say a word. Qi Yuan asked, but what? But in reality, it's to become my lord's disciple and finally enter my lord's stomach. The golden armored god general held a black spear and pointed it at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan sniffed and a chill ran down his spine. Who is the owner of the Sky Jedi? Who built the gladiatorial arena? Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. He doesn't even know. However, the owner of the Earth Jedi is now an extraterrestrial evil demon. Nowadays, the world is in chaos and the sun and moon are upside down. That's why weaklings like you have the chance to ascend the true ascension platform and be qualified to stand in front of me. The golden armored god general spoke, his voice mechanical and cold. Make your move and end this boring battle. The lance was sharp and emitted a cold light. The golden armored god general had one arm, and as one person stood in place, the pressure invariably filled the air, outweighing 10,000 troops. Qi Yuan squinted as the message appeared. Broken golden armored god general's remnant soul. Level 119. 119 levels? It was the first time he had seen such a powerful and strong person in this world. No one he had seen before had been able to break through level 100. Everlasting life, starting with the Chiluk phrase no bomb window. Even he, too, couldn't break through level 100. Now, he was facing a 119 level powerhouse. An unknown, mysterious and powerful powerhouse. Qi Yuan's cold hair exploded. His body trembled and his whole body tensed. All of his concentration, all of his mind was on the golden armored god general. He held his sword. He was alert. He attacked. All the desire to kill, all the will to fight, reached its peak at this moment. Kill. He understood that this battle was almost 10-1. Therefore, the moment Qi Yuan struck, it was the strongest strike. Ah, the huge sword, empowered by many martial arts aptitudes and skills, executed the strongest sword in this world. Lord of secrecy without a window. A sword stabbed straight into the golden armored god general's body. Ha! The golden armored god general was reduced to pieces. Where are the people? As soon as the sword went down, Qi Yuan saw the golden armored god general's dismayed eyes and saw him turn into pieces. But terrifying as it was, how could a 119 level powerhouse be killed by his sword? He naturally knew that it was just a blindfold. Come out. Get the fuck out. I see you. Qi Yuan held a huge sword and once again performed his famous sword skill, Samurai Chop. This sword art, wielded haphazardly and full of holes, was able to give him the strongest sense of security. Undead Evil God latest chapter. It was as if whoever came by was going to be injured by his samurai cuts. Unfortunately, no matter how much Qi Yuan hissed, no one responded. And at that moment, a voice prompt appeared in Qi Yuan's mind. Kill the remnants of the broken golden armored god general and gain the opportunity to step into level 100. Do you step into it? Zahara froze. Killed by me? Seconds? No. The look of horror on his face increased. Is this a 119th level powerhouse that even knows what's going on in my mind? And has even discovered the reality of being a game NPC? Analog GM to trick me. You're so cruel. Once I let my guard down, you will inevitably decapitate me with a thunderous force. The great master without a window. Qi Yuan sneered at the sky dome. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. He stood still for who knows how long. He gave a puzzled look. Am I overthinking this? He thought for a moment and bent down to look for something on the ground. About an hour passed, and Qi Yuan looked up at the remnants of the golden armor pieced together on the ground. Or rather, not a stump, But some crumbs. He revealed a shocked look. Really dead? Right here. He couldn't understand it. I'm stupid in worrying over nothing. It's good that there are no spectators in the gladiatorial arena, or else I, the junior emperor, would have lost my face today, scaring myself. Only then did Qi Yuan focus on the hint he had just received. My disciples are all of great emperor's talent without any flickering windows. Kill the golden armored god and get a chance to step into level 100? He froze. He relied on a small marriage and stepped into the 104th degree. But that's not its own strength. After all, inside his body, there were many experiences that were full. Once he stepped into level 100, he would escalate wildly, reaching a situation he couldn't even imagine. Only, for some reason, he was inexplicably afraid to upgrade, especially what the golden armored god general had said earlier. He always felt that something horrible would happen when he got to level 100. After all, in this world, he hadn't seen a proper 100 level at the moment. No upgrading for now. Qi Yuan reserved the opportunity to upgrade. The great sage of humanity. He'll upgrade when he's forced to. Anyway, it's not needed right now. The prompt came again. A copy of the Heavenly Jedi has been cleared and rewarded. Reward 1, Heavenly Tao Fragment *30. Reward 2, opportunity to enter the 100th level, can be used at any time. 60 fragments already? According to my guess, with another 30 fragments of the Earth Jedi and 10 fragments of the Yin Yang Forbidden, I'll be able to obtain all the Heavenly Tao fragments and subsequently complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation building. Sigwan was in a good mood, and that's when the game's prompt came. After stepping onto the Ascension platform, 1 hour later, the confinement of the Heavenly Jade will disappear, and you will be able to leave for the mortal realm on your own. After the red dust sensation in January, you will be teleported to the Earth's Jedi. Lady Warrior, wait for the latest chapters. The mortal world? Qi Yuan sniffed and lit up. I can face off with Jinli. Only a month though? It's going to be a boss fight in the Earth's Jedi? Whatever. Facepalm first. Qi Yuan thought and hurriedly told Jinli about it. Jinli, I've pierced the Heavenly Jedi. I can leave the Jedi and have a month to stay in the mortal world. Let's go. Let's go to Guki Tsubaki Maki. By the way, you left the southern Qian country some time ago and traveled to Guki Tsubaki. Have you arrived yet? At this moment, in a town under the Guki Tsubaki tree, Jinli was sitting by a lake. Not far away, there are several children playing and fighting, and a child playing in the water. The child's mother was yanked out of the water. The buttocks snapped 2 slaps. Look at the force. Absolutely pro-mother. Shepherd's tail. The large bird flew down from under the Kuki Tsubaki and fluttered into the water, seemingly catching a small fish. By the lake, there are still a number of young men and women in seclusion. Are you coming to see me? Jean Li's insides tightened. Yeah, I've got a month. Where do we meet? Come up with coordinates. I'm in the July town, within the Moon Imperial Dynasty under the ancient Chi Tsubaki. It's very easy to find here. After you leave the Heavenly Jedi, you go all the way to the southeast and you'll come here. I'll be waiting for you here at the Half Moon Lake. Jean Li's body trembled a little. It was hard to hide the excitement in his heart. Okay, I'll make a note of it, Qi Yuan said, and then asked, how is it outside? Is the stuff expensive? Is it good to eat? Is the scenery beautiful? It's beautifully landscaped. Kuki Tsubaki, and really big and huge. It is the divine tree of the Moonwatch continent, and the Moon Dynasty is next to it. Unlike the southern Qian country, where there is no war and everyone lives in peace and happiness. Invincible Villain from Moon Blasted Works catalog. There are so many good things to eat. I tried a crispy sweet duck today and it was delicious. I'm trying to learn how to make it, and when you get here, I'll cook it myself. Okay, I hope it's not too bad, or it'll be too much for my mouth to say it's good and have to eat it all. Geez, it's the first time I've ever facepalmed with an online friend, and I'm honestly pretty excited about it. Me too. How do you look? Oops, tangent. I should be okay, right? It's okay, it's okay. I'm handsome. I won't mind you. I've asked you so many questions. Do you want to ask me something? For example, how tall I am, what is my annual income, whether I have a car, whether I have a house, how much is the bride price, Urban Extreme Medical God Works catalog. Say more, how it feels like a blind date. On the internet, it should CPDD. What is it? It means to find a mate. No more. I've consumed too much today. I have to get off and rest for a while. When tomorrow I guess I'll be out of the Sky Jedi. I'll see you tomorrow if I don't get lost. If I get lost, then I'll see you in 3 or 7 days. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he got off the line. Jean Li, dressed in white, sat by the lake, not knowing what she was thinking about. Your Majesty, that high person is coming to see you? Aunt Sheen appeared at Jean Li's side. Jean Li smiled and guffawed. Yes, and Aunt Sheen, from now on, Don't call me your majesty, just call me Ali. Initial evolution without window. I am no longer the empress of the southern Qian kingdom, and I am not fit to be one. Aunt Qin smiled at her words. She was most familiar with Jinli. See how you're so unsettled right now. What are you worried about? No. Aunt Qin said. Your majesty is a man of 10,000 gold, and his appearance is considered to be a match for anyone. Jinli was silent and didn't say anything. Aunt Qin continued. The fact that that lord was able to lend his majesty the terrifying clothes Forbidden Army shows that he is also very attentive to his majesty. So your majesty need not worry any longer. Being so soulful, I'm afraid that he will pine away before he even meets anyone. Jinli sniffed and stood up. Alright, Aunt Qin, we should go back. The two left the lake and headed for the yard they had bought. And at that moment, a group of children with masks on their faces walked in front of Jinli 100 Refined Ascension Record latest chapter. The masks were varied, and the children, wearing masks and holding sticks in their hands, hummed a song as they were led to a place by a private tutor. Aunt Qin, what are they going to do with the masks? Jinli was a bit curious. It seems like they're going to worship an idol of some god. Aunt Qin knew something about it, but not much. What god? And why the mask? It seems like that god also wears a mask. Then why are they all carrying sticks? The old body doesn't know. What's that god in charge of? It's not about in-laws, but in 3 days, there will be a temple fair in this town. And if that lord comes, you two can watch the fair together. This town, it seems, has many idols and so many incense-filled temples. From Tantric College Monk latest chapter. That masked one doesn't seem to have many joss sticks, and it's only that private school teacher who believes in that god. Well, the temple fair? It's really quite interesting to visit. The next day, in the midst of the heavenly Jedi, Zahara stretched. He stood at the edge of the lake and looked at himself in the water, as handsome as ever. He got up and thought of something. Shouldn't you bring some gifts for the face-to-face? Otherwise it's not polite. Gee, I don't have anything on me. He stood beside the lakeside of the Sky Jedi and pondered some. His figure dissipated and he ran through the heavenly Jedi. This bizarre Three Kingdoms game is too vicious. Latest chapter. Before long, a wooden hairpin appeared in Qi Yuan's hand. Wooden hairpins are very common, but they are made from many precious plants. Handmade wooden pins should be fine, right? It's not going to get hung up on trolling for cheap craftsmanship like the others, is it? Jinri isn't that kind of person. It's fine. He thought about it. Sent a message to Jinli. I brought you a gift to meet you. A wooden hairpin. Handmade, don't mind the cheapness. After he finished speaking, he left the heavenly jade and headed out. Dozens of breaths of time passed, and Qi Yuan finally stepped out of the heavenly jade. The desert? He looked out into the sky. Poems of the ancients spring from the mind. The desert is lonely and the sun sets over the long river. He looked out over a golden desert. Why is my game interface gone? Zahara froze. Upon stepping out of the heavenly jade, his game interface was gone. Game interface missing? A sense of alarm flashed within Qi Yuan. He hurriedly headed inside the heavenly jade, but he realized that he couldn't go back into the heavenly jade at all. So, out of the Forbidden in Jedi, I have no game interface? Doesn't that mean I'm no different from an NPC? Zahara froze. Soon he came to terms with this reality. Without a game interface, I'll still be able to exterminate the evil demons from beyond the domain. Qi Yuan remembered the words of a certain big brother and stopped thinking about it. The only thing I regret is not being able to contact Jinri. There shouldn't be any of that doggone mistaken identity scene. Should there? What with all the stories of mistaken identity on blind dates and meeting the wrong person? Qi Yuan had heard a lot. Shao married. Qi Yuan held little marriage and called softly, the first god of the ancient world. Latest chapter. The little dowry obediently shrunk, finally transforming into a tattoo of a dowry on Qi Yuan's chest. Qi Yuan also put on the faceless mask that he had gotten from the ugly clothes monster emperor. Now he was dressed in pitch-black blood armor, with a mask on his face, as if he were a demonic forbidden soldier in a palace. His figure also shrunk at this moment, transforming into the appearance of a mortal. Right now, I look like a villain in general. The faceless mask, capable of briefly blocking the perception of the extraterrestrial evil demon. The ugly clothes monster emperor's predecessor was a genius with outstanding talent. Such a talented young man is most disliked by the extraterrestrial evil devil, and the blood and flesh fishing hangs down from the air, extracting his flesh and blood, leaving only a human skin. The ugly clothes monster emperor has the faceless mask to isolate the extraterrestrial evil demon perception. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. Unfortunately, he stepped into the clothing van that was contaminated by extraterrestrial evil demons, ventured to break through into the heavenly domain, and was extracted by flesh and blood fishing. Qi Yuan was now a level 99 powerhouse, and walking on Earth would be noticed by the extraterrestrial evil demons. That's why he put the faceless mask on his face. He carried his great sword and looked up to the southeast. A huge Kuki-Tsubaki tree comes into view, 10,000 miles away. Oops, it's a pity that there's no spirit boat here, and I don't know how to build one, so it's useless to build one, so I can only use my legs to catch up. The game world and the real world are two worlds. In the game world, the martial arts path leads to the gods. The real world Kanglan realm is the immortal path. The feats in the game world would not become sustenance when practiced. Go in the demon martial chaos as a jailer without bullet window. Unfortunately, it was simply impossible to cultivate it in the real world, nor could it be borrowed and used to supplement the Chi Yuan scripture. Chi Yuan had shocked himself the first time he tried to draw on feats from the game world. He wondered at the time if he was out of his mind, mentally ill, to try to cultivate the feats in the game. Let's go. Go to Guki-Tsubaki, the Moon Dynasty, and face the base. Chi Yuan transformed into a blood-red residual shadow and headed for Guki-Tsubaki. Only, after an unknown amount of time, Chi Yuan precipitously fell from the sky. In the desert, on a stump of a dead tree, hung some human corpses, numbering about 15, which resembled dry corpses under the sun's rays. None of them are big enough to look like children. The vultures were tearing the meat as if it was stinky meat in a garbage dump. Yi Chen Xiaoruashiwei. Seeing Chi Yuan's appearance, the vultures fluttered their wings and flew away. Chi Yuan looked at these tender, thin, dry bodies. According to estimates, the older ones may be 11 or 12 years old. The younger ones should be the size of 3 months of infants, and there are many. It seems to have been brutally murdered and exposed to the elements. He looked at the sun in the sky. It's not good to be out in the sun like this on such a hot day. With a wave of Chi Yuan's hand, all the stakes sagged and sank into the sand. For ordinary mortals, all karma is eliminated after death. This world, too, isn't as wonderful as Jinri says it is. Perhaps it's just that I'm currently standing in the shadows. Chi Yuan thought, flying up into the sky once again. This time, he flew high, high above the world, and didn't seem to let the red dust bother him. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruashiwei Works Catalog. There are so many things in the world that it's hard to tell right from wrong, or what is right and what is wrong. There was a flash of blood-red light. It was about less than a few hundred miles away from Guki-Tsubaki. Below it was a town, and Chi Yuan stopped. He came to this town to do two things. The first thing to do was to ask for directions and inquire where the Moon Dynasty was. The second thing to do was to take a good rest, have a meal, and simply change clothes. Outside the city walls, there was a long line. Zihara landed in the last position. In front of Chi Yuan was a fat white man. Chi Yuan looked at the city, which had the three big words Kunwa City written on it. There were hundreds of people lined up outside the city. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. The sun was shining in the sky. The fat man at the front wiped his sweat. Look at what he's wearing. He's either rich or noble. Chi Yuan stood quietly, his gaze looking over the city wall. There, at the city wall, is one other queue entrance. That entrance was different from the one Chi Yuan was currently lined up for. There were very few people and it was considered a privileged entrance. Only, that privilege, unlike what Chi Yuan thought, was not the privilege of the powerful. Rather, our older people of age. The ages are mostly 50 and up, or 60 and up. Outside the gates, there's no need to queue. You can just enter, respecting the old and loving the young. This Kunwa city has a simple folk style. Chi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Celestial mapping without window. And at this time, the fat man in front of Chi Yuan sniffed and turned his head. This friend is not a local, right? He turned around and saw Chi Yuan's mask. His eyes narrowed and he seemed startled. But he quickly returned to normal. What my friend just said was only half right. Oh, which half? Zigara asked. Respecting the old is right. Loving the young is wrong, Fatty said. In this Kunwo city, as long as one is over 50 years of age, one does not have to labor to get the food and clothing one needs. If you are sick, the doctor at the medical center will come out in person and not charge a penny. If you, Fatty said with a lewd smile in his eyes, the girl in the hooker will come to the door herself, and she won't take a penny. All the needs of these old people are covered by the government. The Book of Rebellion. That good? Zahara froze. It's kind of a cosmopolitan society, isn't it? And after 50, you can enjoy your life at home without doing any work. This sounds even better than Blue Star. On the Blue Planet, there are still a whole lot of people who haven't retired at 60, and some even more who don't have a pension, and live temporarily in their later years, and then they meet an illness and it's all over. Jean Li was right. This world did have beautiful scenery, and Chi Yuan had found a bit of a nice bright spot. The world where the elderly live in peace is considered a good world. Unfortunately, I'm only 35 this year. I have to wait 15 years, and I don't know if I'll be able to live until then. Fatty sighed, his words revealing a gloomy look. What's the half of me that's wrong? Qi Yuan asked. Ancient God Emperor. The wrong half is. The fat man lowered his voice. Loving the young. Zihara was a little confused. Not only do you not love the young, but anyone under 50, Fatty said nervously. Qi Yuan was still puzzled. Fatty continued. In Kanwo City, age is the greatest power. Anyone over the age of 50 is entitled to all privileges. But if it's below 50, hey. When he said this, Fatty paused for a moment and revealed a cold smile. That live one can be worse than a beast. What does this mean? Qi Yuan swept his gaze across the people in line in front of him. He landed on a woman with a child in her arms. The woman's expression was numb, and the child in her arms, long gone, was a cold corpse. Everlasting life, starting with the Qi words without a pop-up window. If, for example, a young child flings his face at his father or mother, especially if he is over 50 years old, do you know what the result will be? How? Qi Yuan snapped. It's generally wrong for a child to fling his face at his parents. It's going to die, Fatty said grimly. Qi Yuan sniffed and was inwardly shocked. This Kanwo city is too upside down. It's not like there are all mental illnesses living inside, right? He thought he'd like to ask for directions to a different city. Otherwise, what if you don't make way for the old man and get killed outright? Do you see that woman in front? Fatty pointed to the woman holding the child in front of him. Aha! The child she was carrying in her arms died yesterday. The fat man finished, revealing a look of regret. Her child quit breastfeeding late, and accidentally bit her during the night when she drank her milk. Lord of Mystery's latest chapter. She told some of the women about it as an after-dinner conversation. Those women were chewing the cud, and the story reached the authorities. Her children were put to death for disrespecting filial piety. Now she can still hold her child's body, and in a while, alas, not even a body. Qi Yuan looked at the woman, only to see her holding the child tightly with a numb face. Young people, so no 50 years old and up, you can keep a low profile in the city, especially if you meet an old man. You have to be respectful, Fatty carefully reminded. I think I need to get out of here, Zihara said. This Kanwo city was different from Jean Li's description. Had he lost his way and gone to the wrong place? Unfortunately, the game panel was gone and he couldn't contact Jean Li. Immortal evil god, no bouncing window. The fat man smiled helplessly as he heard this. Where can you go? All of the 100 cities in this neighborhood are like this. Qi Yuan sniffed, but revealed a puzzled look. If it is a city, forcing this is still understandable. All the 100 cities are like this. Is there no resistance? Young adults, that's what makes the world go round. But nowadays, all the young adults in this town are suppressed, which sounds extraordinarily unreasonable. Resist? The fat man smiled bitterly. When the black-robed guards appear, even the strongest martial artists will have to die. So what is there to resist with? Although, we live carefully, at least there is a thought that living to 50 will make it all worthwhile. Qi Yuan sniffed and secretly memorized the name Black Robe Guard. The group in front was advancing, and some more came from behind. Juggernaut without a pop-up window. The fat man saw that there were a lot of people, so he didn't say anything else. Qi Yuan stood still, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, he thought of something. I've been at the Ascension platform, killing for hundreds of years. I'm the oldest old man. I'm the top privileged class. Qi Yuan instantly found reasons to convince himself. Line up my ass. He was going to take the old man's lane. After thinking about it, though, Zihara vetoed the idea. I'm too obviously young looking for them to believe. I'm God's domain. Line up my ass. Qi Yuan sneaked straight into the city, and no one noticed him. Entering the city, Qi Yuan wore a mask and walked among the crowd. My disciples are all of great emperor's talent works catalog. On the street, cargo men picked things to hawk. All kinds of finished medicinal herbs, as well as some snacks. In the restaurant, the steamer exuded heat and white mist, and Qi Yuan could smell the heavy scent of old white noodles from a long way away. As he looked over, all these goodsmen, fellows, and store stewards on the street were young men, none of them older. The street strollers are also mostly old men. Many gray-haired old men, supported by their young sons, watched their sons' careful looks. It's really a sense of fatherly kindness and filial piety. But for some reason, Zigara felt a little twisted. He didn't think any more about it, but went straight to the tavern, ordered a meal, and changed into a set of clothes. Qi Yuan came out of the tavern. The great sage of humanity has no windows. Alas, I'm still thin-skinned, though old enough to have paid for it, and can't bring myself to eat a bully's dinner. The food here doesn't taste good. I wonder how Jean Li is doing. I wonder how the crispy sweet duck made by Jean Li tastes. It must be delicious. Geez, I haven't messaged her in so long. She doesn't think I'm not coming, does she? We have to quickly ask where the Moon Dynasty's July town is. Geez, what should I do if I meet her later and get emotionally involved in the conversation? Shi Yuan knows that if two people who have been chatting online for a long time and get along well, if they are face to face, if their face value isn't too bad and they don't have any obvious shortcomings, there's a high probability that they'll see eye to eye. What are you thinking when you haven't even seen anyone? Shi Yuan left the restaurant and went to a store called Kunwo Windsound. Wait for me, Lady Warrior. This store was known to him by asking the shopkeeper when he was eating at the restaurant. This store sells news and has a lot of energy in Kunwo City. We have an honored guest at our door. Come in quickly. Shi Yuan had just stood in front of the Kungo Windsound shop when a pleasant voice came, only to see a tall woman walk out of the store, her face wearing a black veil, making it impossible to see her face. Shi Yuan noticed that the other party was an emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, when the other party saw his mask, apparently his body reacted a little, but it quickly disappeared and was well hidden. Shi Yuan said, I want to purchase a map of this neighborhood. The black-veiled woman sniffed and lightly opened her red lips. Your guest, please wait, she said as she turned around and went into the store, opening one of the drawers and spreading the map out in front of Shi Yuan. Shepherd's tail, no bouncing window. Can your guest be satisfied? The black-veiled woman said softly. Shi Yuan was slightly stunned. Where would one do business like this? In such a world of martial arts, martial artists counted as unforgettable. The map unfolded and the martial artist looked at it and it was worthless. Still, he swept his eyes, and a puzzled look appeared in his eyes. Is it certain that this map contains all of the kingdoms surrounding Guki Tsubaki? Right. The black-veiled woman nodded affirmatively. Why is there no Moon Dynasty? No July Town? The black-veiled woman sniffed. She froze for a moment. I have not heard of the Moon Imperial Dynasty, nor have I heard of July Town. Hearing this, Shi Yuan was a bit confused. Does it mean that this man lied to him? Or did Jean Li lie to him? Invincible villain from the moon blowing up latest chapter. Or maybe he remembered wrong? However, I have heard of the Moon Emperor clan, and I wonder if that is what your excellency is looking for. Moon Emperor? Shi Yuan murmured. Although there was a difference of one word between the Moon Imperial clan and the Moon Imperial dynasty, the gap could be huge. Even if the Moon Imperial clan built a country, it would still be the Moon Imperial dynasty. There are 12 lakes in the Moon Emperor clan, which are the January Lake, February Lake, and March Lake. Each of these lakes has a clan of the Moon Emperor clan living on its shores. I wonder if this has anything to do with the town of July that your excellency spoke of? Where? Shi Yuan asked in a hurry. If one was a coincidence that would be fine. 2 in a row. That would be telling. The black veil woman said this with some hesitation. Urban Extreme Medical God Works Catalog. Shi Yuan said. You but speak no harm. Seeing this, the black-veiled woman said, the Moon Emperor clan is unwilling to follow the law of 100 cities, and is at war with 100 cities, so I'm afraid that it would be dangerous to go now and implicate innocents. The 100 cities Dharma Decree, which is also known as the Filial Piety Dharma Decree. The 100 cities demand that the Moon Emperor clan also needs to follow the path of filial piety, and anyone who violates their superiors below will be executed. What's the address? Shi Yuan asked. Here, the black-veiled woman marked out the Moon Emperor clan's location in the map. The July Lake is here, only a few miles away from the main trunk of the ancient Chi Tsubaki. Many thanks for informing me. Shi Yuan thanked earnestly. I don't have enough gold and silver on me. I see that you are an imperial-level martial artist, so I will give you this technique. By practicing this technique, you probably have a chance to break through to the Supreme Emperor realm. Shi Yuan said, casually took out a piece of paper in the store. His hand danced with a dragon and snake, and after a dozen breaths of time passed, a gong method jumped onto the paper. Initial Evolution Works Catalog. This technique was an ordinary technique from the memories of a divine realm powerhouse, just right for the black-veiled woman in front of her. Moreover, this black-veiled woman had first unleashed her kindness on him, and he had thrown in the towel. The black-veiled woman took the gongfu and fixed her eyes. This. She showed a look of excitement. The grade of this technique was extremely high and it also suited her very well. If she cultivated it, it wouldn't be long before she could become a supreme emperor. She really wanted to thank him, but she saw that the man had long since disappeared. Senpai? She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. After about a dozen breaths, an old woman lifted the curtain and walked out of the store. The old woman's face was wrinkled and old. Shaolian, did you figure out the origin of that person just now? The 100 refined ascension record without window. The black-veiled woman's brows tightened. His strength is at least that of a supreme emperor. Even heaven's domain? The old woman frowned. If it's the heavenly domain, it might be the one who walked out of the forbidden zone. The black-veiled woman was excited. It's also possible that it's not, but a fish bait put down by the 100 Cities Alliance, the old woman said. The black-veiled woman sniffed and lost a bit. We haven't contacted the adults of the forbidden zone for nearly 1,000 years. The black-robed guards are getting more and more powerful. Can we really win? The purpose of our existence in the Tomorrow Club is to kill the black-robed guards and return a clear blue sky to the world. Xiao Lian. Don't worry. The black-robed guards act against the heavenly Tao and will be executed by heaven. The old woman had a fierce look in her eyes. From Tantric College Monk Works Catalog. Her son, her daughter, her husband, all died at the hands of the black-robed guards. She and the black-robed guards were incompatible. Aha! The black-veiled woman sniffed and nodded in silence. Little Lotus, close the store. Let's make a trip to the Moon Emperor clan. The old woman thought of something and made up her mind. Good. It just so happens that we can also use the 100 Cities Alliance's engagement with the Moon Imperial clan to see if that faceless man is an adult in the Forbidden Zone or not. Or, if it's a fish bait for the black-robed guards, the old woman said in a deep voice. The moon climbed the branches. The lake shimmered. And Jean Lee sat on the green stone by the lake. She looked up from time to time with another look of disappointment, followed by a look of anticipation. Aunt Jean stood not far away. Seeing Jean Lee's appearance, she sighed quietly, not knowing what she was sighing for. And at that moment, a voice rang in Aunt Jean's ears. Old Lady Jean, long time no see. Hearing the ethereal and pleasant voice, Aunt Jean's body stiffened abruptly. It is you? High Priestess. It's dark. There should be a lot of mosquitoes around the lake. I wonder if Jean Lee is still waiting for me. Damn it, where is the exact location of July Lake? Although the map was completely labeled, the map was actually not exhaustive, and could not be as precise as Blue Stars as to which building, or even some of the hills. Chi Yuan, now, had reached the neighborhood, but it was not yet known exactly where the July Lake was, and that's when a few voices came. Chi Yuan's eyes lit up. Someone, who can go and ask? At this time, around the lake, the moonlight drooped, the air smelled of blood, the two strong sides were holding weapons, swords drawn. Is this the hospitality of your Moon Emperor clan? We have traveled a long way, coming here from Black Cloud City, wanting to meet your priest. Are we not even allowed to do so? The one who spoke was a one-eyed man, wearing an eye patch and looking extraordinarily fierce. The first god of the ancient world. Latest chapter. When evil guests come, we naturally have a reason to not see them. On the other side, a man with pure green hair said, it seems that your Moon Emperor clan hasn't realized what the cost of offending us would be. The one-eyed big man carried a large sword and was fierce. The Moon Imperial clan does not fear any threats. The green-haired man spoke. The two sides were at swords drawn and kept arguing about their mouths, as if they were going to fight at any moment. Just then, a voice came. Stop for a moment. Gentlemen, please, do you know where July Lake, or July Town, is? Chi Yuan appeared on the side of these people. He wore a mask and his voice was sincere. When he finished speaking, the two parties present who were still cursing looked at him with odd faces. Where we are today is the shores of the July Lake. The one-eyed man opened his mouth, his voice thick. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride. Latest chapter. Chi Yuan froze at his words. This is the July Lake? Behind the two groups is a pond-sized lake. Isn't the lake huge? That's too small, isn't it? Where's Jean Lee? He swept over and did not see where Jean Lee was? Has he come to the wrong place? Thanks for the information. Chi Yuan was a bit lost and thanked the one-eyed man. Where's Jean Lee? Where is the town of July? He was ready to leave and take Gookie Tsubaki for a spin. And at that moment, the big one-eyed man called out to him. Little brother, don't go yet. Come and judge for us who's right and who's wrong. A hideous smile appeared in the eyes of the one-eyed big man. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer. He suddenly wanted to have some fun. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. I have to go to the town of July to meet a deceased person. Chi Yuan's mood was low. I know where the town of July is. Just judge which of us is right and which is wrong and I'll tell you. The one-eyed man said. You guys are right. Chi Yuan didn't hesitate. The one-eyed man sniffed and shook his head. That would be meaningless. Chi Yuan sniffed and had to force himself to calm down and wait here as a qualified judge. And that green-haired man, seeing this, said to Chi Yuan, Your Excellency had better hurry up and leave. The people from the 100 Cities Alliance are hunting down some casual martial practitioners. Your Excellency will be implicated if you are here. The one-eyed man revealed a teasing smile. How do you people of the Moon Emperor clan like to defile people's innocence like this? You said that I captured and killed this friend. Do you have any evidence? Yichen Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. Do you need to say anything about the infamy of your 100 Cities Alliance? In our 100 Cities Alliance, where fathers are kind and sons are filial, and the elderly are cared for, where is the notoriety? Rather, it's your Moon Emperor clan that doesn't even have basic manners. We asked to see your priests, and all of us are turned away as guests? Could it be that you want to follow the example of the great Luo kingdom? Chi Yuan stood by and listened in disbelief. He had no idea who was right or wrong. Seems to make sense to anyone who says it. Humph. Our Moon Emperor clan will never give in. If you 100 Cities Alliance dares to come, if you come one person I'll kill one person. If you come 100 people, I'll kill 100 people, the green-haired man said indignantly. Oh, wow, kill 100 people? Chi Yuan knew who was right and who was wrong. Yichen Sun Xia Ruashua no bullet windows. And at that moment, that one-eyed man smiled ruefully. 3,000 members of the royal family of the Great Luo Kingdom were all slaughtered by my generation's hands. Chi Yuan was completely shocked when he heard that there was another one here that was even fiercer. He was in a hurry, afraid of another change. I know, they're right. You're wrong. He pointed to the 100 Cities Alliance and said they were wrong. After finishing his sentence, Kihara added, now can you tell me where July Town is? The one-eyed man sniffed, looked stunned, then laughed. You say again we are wrong? The 7 martial artists behind him also looked at Chi Yuan with a teasing face, as well as killing intent. Chi Yuan asked, where is the town of July? The one-eyed man laughed. I've never even heard of any July Town. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. There's no such thing as a July Town here. Either. The people behind him were laughing. Seeing this, the green-haired man reminded again. Your Excellency, hurry up and leave. The 100 Cities Alliance is not a good person. Chi Yuan turned a deaf ear as he stood quietly in place. His eyes locked on the one-eyed man. Are you sure you're lying to me? No need to be sure. It is. So what? Something that doesn't know what it's doing. A loose cultivator who still dares to show his face. This is looking for death. The one-eyed big man said contemptuously. Chi Yuan took out his sword and his face became extremely gloomy for the first time. I hate it when someone lies to me, especially on such important matters. If Chi Yuan had been told a wrong address, Chi Yuan might have seen Jinli even later. The Atlas of the Celestials without a window. He didn't have much time in the first place. How could he not be angry? He held his sword in his hand and struck out with a thunderous force in front of the stunned eyes of the crowd. Deceive me and deserve to be killed. His speed was extremely fast, and none of the few people present even reacted. Not even the remnants were seen, and a neat cut appeared on their necks. When the tip of Chi Yuan's sword was pressed against the one-eyed man's neck, the blood on the necks of the 8 people behind him spewed out at the same time in an extraordinarily spectacular manner, followed by the thumping sound of bodies falling to the ground. You really don't know about July Town? The tip of Chi Yuan's sword pushed forward, pressing the knot of the one-eyed man's throat inward, blood flowing. The one-eyed man didn't dare to speak at all. Die! A sword pierced through the place where the knot of the throat was, and Chi Yuan was covered in fury. The Book of Chaos latest chapter. The clothes on his body, for some reason, also slowly changed color at this moment, as if they were dyed red with blood. Killing 8 people with one sword. Chi Yuan was like killing bugs. When that green-haired man saw this, a shocked look flashed in his eyes, as well as deep vigilance. Is your excellency looking for someone? He asked tentatively. Well, I want to go to the Moon Imperial Kingdom, the town of July. I have a friend who said that she's waiting for me there. Chi Yuan's tone was a bit lost and frustrated. This was a stark contrast to the speedy killing of 8 people just now. But I can't find the Moon Imperial Kingdom or the town of July. Clearly, right next to the Guki Tsubaki. Right under the Guki Tsubaki. Chi Yuan was carrying his sword. His gaze was cold, and he couldn't wait to split Guki Tsubaki with his sword. The green-haired man sniffed and revealed a thoughtful expression. The ancient god emperor has no flickering windows. Of all the kingdoms, cities and towns beside the ancient Kazuna Tsubaki, it seems that we, the Moon Emperor clan, are the only ones that match what your excellency has said. I don't know if your excellency's good friend is wrong or if there is some other misunderstanding. Or, maybe it's actually the July Lake, and next to the July Lake, there's a branch of our Moon Emperor clan, similar to the town. Why don't your excellency just stay in our Moon Emperor clan and inform us of the information about the person you're looking for, and we'll help you find him. Chi Yuan sniffed and coldly swept a glance at these people. You won't lie to me, right? He raised his hand and wiped his fingers on the blade of his sword, wiping the blood off of it. The blood from the one-eyed man's neck was still on the sword. The green-haired man sniffed and shivered inexplicably in his heart. Naturally, I won't cheat your excellency. Of course we, the Moon Emperor clan, don't dare to guarantee that we will definitely help your excellency find that late friend. The green-haired man said, everlasting life, starting from the Chiluk phrase latest chapters. He did so because he saw Chi Yuan's strength. Now that the 100 Cities Alliance was under siege and the Moon Emperor clan was struggling to hold on, there was one more ally if they could. Good, Chi Yuan sniffed, and there was no better way in his mind. He might be able to get more useful information here in the Moon Emperor clan. And at that moment, that green-haired man said, now that our Moon Emperor clan is under siege from the 100 Cities Alliance, your excellency may be implicated if you are here. Nothing, Chi Yuan said. He didn't care about any of this, as long as he could see Jinli. I dare you to inform us of the information of the person you are looking for, as well as his appearance. The green-haired man put his attitude extremely low. Her name is Jinli, is the queen of Nanqian. Her appearance. I do not know, but it should be very beautiful. Her age is not big, roughly when the snow falls all over the ancient Chitsubaki. It is the time of her 29 years of age and maturity. The Lord of Secrecy Works Catalog. Note, on the mainland of Wanyu, a woman's 18th birthday is considered adulthood. The green-haired man silently took this information down. He said, "Is the woman waiting for His Excellency in the town of July?" "Right," Zihara said. "Can Your Excellency's name be told?" The green-haired man looked at Chi Yuan. "We can spread the word about this. If she knows that Your Excellency is looking for her, she might come here as well." Zihara, Chi Yuan said. "Good." The green-haired man memorized the information. "Why don't Your Excellency follow us back to the Moon Emperor clan? Chi Yuan glanced at the July Lake and then at Gukitsubaki. "No. I'll wait here. If there is no news after half a month, I'll leave." Chi Yuan finished speaking and slowly walked towards the lake. Immortal evil god, no bouncing window. He found a piece of green stone and sat down. He looked at the turquoise lake in a daze. The green-haired man and the clansmen of the Moon Emperor clan exchanged glances and silently disposed of the bodies of those martial artists from the 100 Cities Alliance on the ground. They retreated in silence. Chi Yuan sat alone by the lake, holding his sword in his arms, the moonlight falling on his shoulders as he looked at the lake, not knowing what he was pondering. Killing 9 martial artists with a single sword, containing 1 emperor-level powerhouse and 8 king-level. He should be a supreme emperor. The young girl was dressed in turquoise, and she was none other than the Moon Emperor clan. The July branch, the disciple of the priest, Long Yu. The priest went away on an appointment with a deceased person, and here Coldmoon presided over the great event. As she stood on the platform of the building and looked towards the July moon lake, she saw the man sitting quietly by the lake. Catalogue of works of the great lord. The man he was looking for, commanded those below him to find him. A supreme emperor deserves to be drawn in. Long Yu commanded. "As you wish." The green-haired man promised and then retreated. Long Yu stood alone on the smoky rain tower platform. She looked at the man's back and couldn't help but sigh. If I remember correctly, that marrying royal daughter from back then was also waiting for the heavenly god here, right? Pity, pity, pity. The married queen did not wait for the god of heaven and lay down for a long time, leaving only a new married queen. But the darkest hour came on earth. 100 Cities Alliance, evil devil lackeys, shall be executed. A hint of murderous aura appeared on Long Yu's small face. When the early morning sunlight fell in the July lake, the resting bird suddenly flew away from Chi Yuan's shoulder in shock. "My disciples are all great emperors' catalog of works." The green-haired man hurried over. "Any news?" Chi Yuan's voice was a little urgent. "No," the green-haired man said. "Regarding the person that Your Excellency is looking for, we have already notified the other branches of the Moon Emperor clan, and if there is any news, we will notify Your Excellency at the first opportunity." "Thanks a lot." Chi Yuan was a little disappointed. He was a little disgruntled. Why had his game interface disappeared after leaving Sky Jedi? He wouldn't be able to contact Jinli. Now that Jinli couldn't contact him or see him, he wondered if he would worry. Or do you think he missed his appointment? Zihara hated being late. Unless there are special circumstances, the great sage of humanity. He sat on the edge of the lake and the green-haired man stood for a moment and left the area as well. As the sun slowly rose, there was a buzz around the lake. There were a few young girls with bamboo baskets, coming to wash in the lake. When they saw Chi Yuan, they all sneaked a look, a little shy and a little intimidated. And there were some kids playing in the clearing by the lake in a nice way. Chi Yuan had been sitting there like a wooden stake, not moving at all, not far away. A little boy had been secretly looking at Chi Yuan with a hesitant look on his face. Eventually he stepped forward and said boldly, "Faceless man, may I call you that?" "May." Chi Yuan clutched his sword and didn't look back. The little boy patted his chest as if to ease his nerves. "You didn't move a muscle. I thought you were dead here, lady warrior." "Wait." Chi Yuan didn't say anything. The little boy continued, "What are you doing here?" The little boy, who seemed to be curious about everything. "He's got a lot of guts, too." "I'm waiting for someone." Chi Yuan spoke. That little boy heard this. "Some said, when I was a child, I also waited here every day for my father to come home. I sometimes will take a wooden stick on the ground to write and draw. Sometimes, the day is late, I will catch some fireflies." "When you were a kid?" Zigara's attention span was peculiar. "I'm 8 now. Such a small memory for you to remember. It was only 2 or 3 years, and I still remember my dad to this day. I even carved my father's face so that I would remember him for the rest of my life." The little boy happily pulled out a wood carving of a man. "My father was a carver, and I'm going to be a great carver too." The Book of the Shepherd. The little boy's eyes overflowed with a hopeful look, and at that moment, a dirty child ran over to me. "Chow chow. Do you want to eat the sugar gourd?" The child's dirty hand was open, and inside were 3 gray candy canes. "Ping, where did you get that?" Xiao Xiao took a candy cane. I picked it up. The dirty kid noticed Qi Yuan. Weird uncle. Are you going to eat it? He held out his hand and looked at Zigara strangely. When Xiao Xiao saw this, he cried and laughed. He's an adult. He doesn't eat your candy cane. And he's so dirty. And at that moment, a shout came. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Ping, come back quickly. Let's eat. Weird uncle. Let's go. The two little boys saw this and flew away. Invincible villains start from the moon blowing up without a pop-up window. Silence returned to the lake. And Qi Yuan was the only one sitting dumbfounded. On the second day, the little boy named Xiao Xiao came over again, chatted with Qi Yuan for a while, and then ran away. That Xiao Xiao said that he would carve a sculpture for Qi Yuan later, using the best materials, because Qi Yuan had taught him some tricks of the carving trade. On the third day, Qi Yuan clearly felt that the shores of the July lake were much colder. None of the women of the Moon Emperor clan came to the lake to do laundry, and those children did not come here to play. That green-haired man came to meet Qi Yuan once, and he said that the 100 Cities Alliance might not take long to attack. They're still looking for Jinli. At night, Qi Yuan sat alone by the lake. Suddenly, he got up. We can't wait like this any longer. Urban extreme medical god. He decided that he would take a turn around the Kuki Tsubaki. What if, by chance, it comes across? Unfortunately, he also understood that the probability was low, because it requires unity in time, space, and people. You may not see one without the other. He got up and flew towards the Kuki Tsubaki. The thick trunk is like a mountain peak. When 2/3 of the way through the flight, Qi Yuan stopped. He saw a frightening scene. In front of them, the huge Gucci Tsubaki, with its main trunk in the sky and its branches hanging down, looked like a fishing line that had fallen from the sky. Yet, the branches are densely packed with the bodies of one and all. 100? 1,000? 10,000? Catalogue of the first evolutionary works. 100,000? Hundreds of thousands? It was so densely packed that it was impossible to count as far as the eye could see. Under the turquoise branches of the Kuki Tsubaki wood, there were surprisingly simply uncountable corpses hanging, capped white bones, pocketed by tattered rags, parched corpses, reeking with the fetid odor of dead snakes, newly living corpses, with a peaceful smiling look in their eyes. Qi Yuan was silent. It was the first time in his life that he had seen the corpses of so many people. He flew forward for I don't know how long. When he looked up, he could see the densely packed feet, the uncountable bones of the corpses. How many is that? What did these people do wrong? Being hung here. Catalogue of the 100 refined ascension records. Qi Yuan was silent as he flew all the way around the main trunk of the Guki Tsubaki tree, his powerful martial chi looking outwards as well. Unfortunately, he didn't perceive a Jinli-like woman at all. What he saw, body after body hanging under the Kuki Tsubaki. It's purgatory on earth. The world wasn't as beautiful as Jinli described it. Why can't you find it? Kihara was distracted. He had almost flown around the main trunk of Guki Tsubaki, but he hadn't found it at all. He was scared that he really wouldn't see Jinli. Suddenly, Zihara stopped again. His pupils narrowed as he saw two familiar corpses. One, the woman with the baby in her arms outside of Kungo City, from the tantric college monk without a pop-up window. She was suspended under the Kuki Tsubaki, her expression as numb as the one Qi Yuan had first seen. The other, a young child that the woman had once held close to her bosom. A man who had only been seen for a short time was hanging under this densely packed Kuki Tsubaki. For some reason, anger inexplicably grew in Qi Yuan's heart. He drew his sword, much like he'd cut off Guki Tsubaki with a single stroke. Just then, a pleasant female voice came. Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan turned around violently, and under the dissolving moonlight, there was a young girl with a long flowing dress standing. A look of disappointment flashed across Qi Yuan's eyes. Who are you? He had never met Jinli, but he knew at a glance that he was not Jinli. The Moon Imperial Clan, one of the 12 sacrifices. July Town. Jinli turned around and saw a young girl in green. The girl does not look very old. Cardamom age appearance. Black hair on top, both sides of the knot-high bun. On the gold slip, like a flying fairy bun. She wasn't very tall either. And with the flying fairy bun on top of her head, she was close to 1.6 m. The green-clothed girl looked at Jinli and slowly spoke. I am the Moon Imperial Kingdom sacrifice. July. Jinli was a bit surprised. She came here this time, keeping a low profile, but she didn't expect to be discovered anyway. Meet the July sacrifice, Jinri said. However, in the next second, the words of this young priestess made her heart skip a beat. Qing Luo, it's my sister. A look of disbelief flashed within Jinli, because Qing Luo was precisely the name of her mother. The first god of the ancients has no windows. Is this lowly girl talking about Qing Luo, the one she's thinking of? She is your mother, and the holy maiden of our Moon Imperial Kingdom. Jinli sniffed and looked at Aunt Qin. Aunt Sheen didn't say anything and seemed to acquiesce. I know, Jinri didn't seem to have much of a reaction. Would your majesty be able to go with me to the Moon Emperor clan's ancestral land? The July ritualist extended an invitation. Sorry, I don't have time, Jinli directly refused. She looked at the lake, and for some reason a wave of inexplicable worry arose in her heart. She couldn't reach Zihara. She didn't wait for Zihara either. Your majesty is waiting for someone? The July priest looked calm. Jinli didn't say anything, which was considered as acquiescence. Heaven's path, heaven's pride. The man his majesty waited for didn't come. The excitement in Jean Li's eyes flickered and disappeared instantly as she said in a cold voice, "You know? I don't know." The July priestess shook her head as she raised her head and looked at the ancient kitsune wood in the sky. In this world, there are too many unknowns and too many doubts that cannot be solved. Some are covered up by history and washed away by time, others are simply without an audience. A lone voice. However, when the Kuki Tsubaki spreads to the moon, all mysteries will be revealed. When she finished, she didn't lower her head and still looked up at Jean Li. Rumor has it that the original marrying royal daughter waited for the god of heaven at this lake, and didn't wait for him. There was also a faceless sword god who waited for someone here, and the good man didn't arrive, and there was also a heavenly guest who stopped here for a long time, and eventually disappeared. Everything in this world has cause and effect. Destiny. No one can break it. Why should your majesty be obsessed for a moment? Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. Jean Li sniffed. Her cool face revealed a stubborn look. I don't believe in karma. Nor do I believe in destiny. 10 years is not enough. Then 100 years. 100 years is not enough. Then 1,000 years. 10,000 years. Her gaze was firm. It's just that you can't get in touch for a while. You'll see each other someday. As you see Qing. Alas, July sighed. If your majesty has been unable to wait for that person, why don't you go to the temple of the faceless sword god? July finished and walked away in style. Jean Li's heart snapped. Inexplicably remembering something from the second sentence that Qi Yuan had the married red armor pass on to her, she murmured, I don't see the secretary. I don't see the secretary. Suddenly, she looked at Aunt Sheen and asked, Aunt Sheen, do you know the second Jedi besides the heavenly Jedi? Yi Chen Xiao Ruoshua works catalog. Aunt Sheen shook her head. Old me doesn't know. Yes? Jean Li inexplicably recalled the return of the Qilin guard she had dispatched to the clothesline ban half a month ago. Clothes are forbidden, as usual, and there are only a few dowry monstrosities to live for. In the depths of it, there were no other clothes monsters, and there were no signs of a battle taking place. She stood in front of the lakeshore, looking at the sparkling water. Her expression as cool as the moon. Furuki Tsubaki Shimoki. Qi Yuan looked at the plain, long-skirted girl with a complicated expression. You found Jean Li? The long-skirted girl shook her head. It did not. Qi Yuan looked at the long-skirted girl, hesitated for a moment, moved his lips, and his voice was a bit hoarse. Do you know about the southern Qian country? Unknown. The July ritualist shook his head. Yi Chen Sun Xia Ruoshua latest chapter. Qi Yuan paused and asked again. What about Nanfeng Kingdom? What about the Heavenly Luck Sacred Sect? The Heavenly Fortune Sacred Sect, the most powerful sect of the human race. Qi hadn't wanted to ask about that. Not aware of that. The July priest still shook his head. Well, I know. The annoyance on Zigara's face dissipated, making him look extraordinarily calm, or overly calm. The person your excellency is looking for. Our Moon Emperor clan will definitely try our best to find him. An apologetic look appeared on the July ritualist's face. Instead of continuing that conversation, Zigara looked up at Guki Tsubaki, looking at the eerie corpse on top. What's going on here? According to the 100 Cities Alliance, the people up here are those who disrespect filial piety, as well as those who block the promulgation of the filial piety decree. July said coldly, anger evident in her eyes. The 100 Cities Alliance wants to include my Moon Imperial clan as well, and anyone who makes a mistake will be hung above the ancient Qi Tsubaki, the opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. Qi Yuan was silent. This move is against the harmony of heaven, like pulling out firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. Generally speaking, it is the next generation that is the future of a nation, of a race. In doing so, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the human races on the Moonwatch continent wither away one after another. The 100 Cities Alliance's promulgation of the filial piety decree has caused discontent and opposition from all the countries, and even within the 100 Cities Alliance, there is much discontent. Countless powerful people resisted and blood flowed. That July ritualist of the Moon Imperial clan said in a cold voice. In such a scenario, the 100 Cities Alliance would have been the edifice. But, the July priest spoke with a somber look on his face. Black-robed guards. At the mention of this word, the July priest was clearly agitated, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was very afraid. Celestial mapping. Zigara heard the word again. Last time, I was still outside of Kungo City and heard the name. They're strong? Shi Yuan asked. They are monsters, ghosts. July Ritual seemed to think of something terrible. Fear in his eyes. There weren't many of them, and every one of them was cloaked in black robes, so it was impossible to see their faces. They don't eat, they don't drink, they don't speak, they seem to have no emotions. There is simply killing. They are too strong. There was simply no one who was their opponent, and the most powerful martial artists were as fragile as chickens to be decapitated in front of them. They are so godlike that wherever they appear, blood is bound to flow. Once, the great Jing Empire threatened to send troops to the 100 Cities Alliance, latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. As a result, on the second day, the Imperial City of Dying was empty. 700,000 people are hanging by a thread. They don't care about the greater good. They don't care about the future. With the black-robed guards, they are unscrupulous. Shi Yuan was silent. He remembered the extraterrestrial evil demon. The black-robed guards. Are they the handiwork of the extraterrestrial evil? How strong is the extraterrestrial evil? Why does he wreak havoc on the earth like this? He doesn't know. However, no matter how strong the black-robed guards are, our Moon Emperor clan will not give in. This world cannot be allowed to be haunted by these demons. This is the Moonwatch continent, the place of origin, the root of our Moon Imperial clan. July's gaze regained its confidence. This world, originally called the White Sun continent, is now called the Moonwatch continent. Ancient divine emperor without flickering windows. Daylight? Shi Yuan sniffed, and his insides snapped. This was the first time he had heard of it. Even in the memories of those God realm powerhouses in the four forbidden lands, there was no such information. And the word daylight gave him some associations. He remembered the ascension platform, and remembered the words of that golden armored god general, who said that the sun and the moon were upside down. Your Excellency should be a supreme emperor, right? July Sacrifice asked, looking at Shi Yuan expectantly. Originally, after hearing her disciple say that a strange supreme emperor had come to the clan, she was prepared to meet him. But after hearing the man's story and seeing the bodies of those from the 100 Cities Alliance, she changed her mind. Come right out and look for it. The opponent was a supreme emperor, and not just a simple supreme emperor. Everlasting life, starting from the Chiluk phrase latest chapter. She wished she hadn't guessed. When confronted with the question of the July sacrifice, Ziggurat did not answer. In the human world, he couldn't exert power beyond the heavenly domain. Then he would immediately face the extraterrestrial evil demons. There were still a lot of things he hadn't figured out yet, and he didn't want to go to Earth Jedi right away. So right now, he could only exert the strength of a supreme emperor. But, in the ascension platform has been killing, and he is very afraid even if he only exerts the strength of the supreme emperor. Could your Excellency do our Moon Imperial clan a favor? July looked at Shi Yuan and stated her purpose for coming here. Shi Yuan stood still and closed his eyes. He didn't answer first. He was thinking back on all the things that had happened since he left the Heavenly Jedi, Lord of Secrecy. All of it, scene by scene, came flooding back to him. He saw the hell on earth, and he also saw the horrifying sight of 10,000 corpses hanging over the ancient Shitsubaki. He's been through a lot of ups and downs with his emotions. After all, he's a normal human being, just killed for centuries. Suddenly receiving so much information, the brain was a bit confused for a moment. It's a little nerve-wracking. Now closing his eyes, he opened them again with eyes that became a little clearer. Muddiness has also been eliminated quite a bit. He adjusted quickly. He was him again. The normal him. I'm just playing a game. How can I be played by a game? Shi Yuan muttered inwardly as the previous emotions on his face dissipated. Immortal evil god. The morose corpses overhead didn't feel so appalling. You say. Shi Yuan looked at the long-skirted woman. Was this plot NPC going to send him a quest? Now, the 100 Cities Alliance is raging, and I'm afraid that they want to exterminate my Moon Emperor clan. I hope that your Excellency will be able to protect the safety of my clan's holy daughter. The July ritualist stated his purpose. Shi Yuan sniffed and was happy. Is he disguised as the strongest bodyguard to protect the safety of the cool white silk schoolgirl? What is the age of your saints? Is she white and beautiful? Do you have long legs? Are you an art student? Shi Yuan blurted out. July Sacrifice was confused. A dull look flashed across his face. She had a strong suspicion that the one in the mask across the room had switched. Catalogue of the works of the Great Master. What happened to the previous aura of a supreme swordsman? Holding a shadow under the moon? However, she quickly reacted and spoke with difficulty. The Holy Maiden just turned 7 this year. Ha! Shi Yuan froze for a moment. Protecting the little ones? No problem. But well, Your Excellency, please feel free to ask for anything. I, the Moon Emperor clan, would like to open a hidden treasure trove. Your Excellency can choose at will. Even, If your excellency likes it, the unmarried women of my Moon Imperial clan are at your disposal to pick. Yeah, it's not necessary. Having the holy maiden is enough, Qi Yuan said casually. July's eyes widened. Qi Yuan hastily added, don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in those out-of-body things. July then calmed down and felt that she had misunderstood. My disciples are all of great emperor's talent works catalog. I wish. Qi Yuan hesitated. He looked at the sky full of stars, and then looked at Guki Tsubaki. You build a country, and call it the Moon Imperial Dynasty. How about, I hope, a town near July Lake, called July Town? July Sacrifice was a little confused. I don't know what Qi Yuan meant. However, she still said sincerely, if we survive this calamity, even if there is only one village left, we, the Moon Emperor clan, will establish the Moon Emperor dynasty as your excellency said. Qi Yuan smiled at his words. Why does it feel so familiar for a village to make itself an emperor? I have a few more requests behind me for when I leave. By the way, I will only be protecting your saintly daughter for 26 days. Good, the July ritualist agreed. She thought of something and said through clenched teeth, if the black-robed guards appear, your excellency can just leave without bothering about us and the holy maiden. Humanity Great Sage Works Catalog. Qi Yuan gave the July priest an unexpected look. May. On the second day, beside the July lake, a humble bamboo hut was built. Qi Yuan was still sitting on the green stone next to the lake as usual. I don't know if I'm thinking or doing something. The July ritual came again, and she was holding a little girl in her hand. Your excellency, she is the holy daughter of my clan. Please. The July priest let go of her hand, and the short little girl behind her, peeking open, glanced at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan also looked at the little girl. The little girl looked timid and shy. What attracted the most attention was her eyes. Her eyelashes were long, fluttering like a fan, and in the pupils of her eyes, there seemed to be a round of broken moon. What's her name? Wait, ma'am. Your excellency can just call her Moon Lady. A moon woman? Qi Yuan mused. The July sacrifice gave the holy woman to Kihara. She said, Your excellency, during this period of time, I am about to go on a long trip, so I'm troubling your excellency. The July priest said, pulling out a round jade from his pocket. This object is called Linglong Yushur, born in a pear. Ordinary people can communicate through this treasure. This one I give to your excellency. I have the other one on me. If there is an emergency, your excellency can contact through Linglong Jade Shield. Qi Yuan received the warm Linglong Yushur. He realized that there was some resemblance to the Kanglan realm's communication jade slip. He took Linglong Yushur and tentatively sent. Is it there? Catalog of the works of Shepherd God Records. July saw the message from Linglong Yushur, looked at Qi Yuan and said, yes, that's it. After she finished speaking, she squatted down again and said to the holy maiden, Moon Maiden, remember during this time, follow this senior. He will protect you. Be obedient. The Moon Lady stole a glance at Qi Yuan and nodded. Please, your excellency. July saluted. And at that moment, Qi Yuan suddenly spoke. Why do you trust me so much? July had a pious look on her face. Everything is guided by fate. God damn it. Qi Yuan spat. He didn't like interacting with godly people. Godly people. July sacrifice said goodbye to Zihara and left July Lake. On the shore of the turquoise lake, only Qi Yuan and the sacred maiden of the Moon Imperial clan were left. Invincible villain from the moon blowing up. He glanced at the moon girl. Go play in the mud there. Just don't leave my sight. The little girl didn't react and sat next to Qi Yuan, staring at the lake in a daze with Qi Yuan. A big one and a small one. Quite a mood. I don't know how long it took, but a cold wind blew. Ziggurat looked up at the sky and saw the particles of stars. It's snowing. Looks like I'll be fishing alone. He glanced at the saintly girl next to him who was clutching his sleeve tightly. If you're cold, go back to the house. The little girl's hands were a bit red from freezing. She looked at Qi Yuan and left in a good manner. My enthusiasm still isn't hot enough to freeze the other little girls. Qi Yuan thought. Urban extreme medical god. He was sitting alone by the lake. The heavens and the earth were vast, and he was alone. I don't know how long it took, but snow piled up on Zihara's shoulders. The branches around the lake, too, were piled with snow, which drifted down when the wind blew. On the surface of the lake, it was as if a thin layer of ice had formed. He exclaimed, it's better to have a cold breeze. It feels like my head is much clearer. The killing nature in his heart, which had been killing before, dissipated quite a bit with the snow. And at that moment, a cackling sound rang out, and the tiny moon maiden opened the wooden door, holding a large bowl in her hand as she walked steadily towards Qi Yuan. The large bowl was huge and smelled hot and filled with a big bowl of fish soup. The little girl brought the fish soup to Qi Yuan's face, her star pupil-like eyes looking at Qi Yuan. Initial evolution latest chapter. For me? Chi Yuan sniffed the fish soup. I didn't expect that when I came here. I didn't get to eat crispy sweet duck, but I got to drink a bowl of fish soup instead. It's worth it. The little girl stood aside, silent, seeming to memorize what Chi Yuan said in her heart. Chi Yuan picked up the fish soup and was about to drink it in one go. Suddenly, he frowned and looked ahead. The NPCs in this game are so rude. Don't they know that players can't be disturbed when they're eating? Not far away, 7 figures slowly walked towards Chi Yuan. They were clad in bucket hats, and their feet stepped on the snow without leaving a trace. On the distant platform, the young girl Lang Yu's pupils tightened when she saw the scene. 7 emperors. It was clearly 7 emperors coming at the same time, and looking at their strength, they were not ordinary emperors. 100 refinement ascension record. She was a little anxious inside at the moment, and worried for the faceless man. Nowadays, the Moon Emperor clan, with all its experts, was not in the clan. That faceless man, can he stop those 7 emperors? And at this moment, those 7 emperors were about to be less than 100 meters away from Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan spoke again. The speed at which the smell of blood travels through the air is 50 centimeters per second, and it will take me 200 seconds to finish this bowl of soup. You are now 100 meters away from me, and it's the perfect place to die. Zihara is talking nonsense. Those 7 people sniffed, and their eyes revealed a fierce aura. Your Excellency is too arrogant. I am the Iron Fist Joe emblem of the 100 Cities Alliance, and Your Excellency is a Supreme Emperor who should be over 50 years old. Join us in the 100 Cities Alliance just in time for a peaceful retirement. Catalog of works starting from Tantric College Monk. It is unwise to choose to go against our 100 Cities Alliance, Joe Emblem said, his body emanating a strong and vigorous aura. The snowflakes from the sky drifted down on his body and melted in moments. The 7 of them, at the same time, stepped out and walked towards Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan glanced obliquely at the men. Over the line. If the other guy is 99 meters away from him and dies there, the smell of blood wafts over and his fish soup won't be good. I'll go forward and see what you can do. Someone yelled. Seeing that the NPC dared to disobey, Chi Yuan's eyes flashed a ray of cold color. Why are you guys such losers that you can't provide me with some experience when you die? As soon as the words fell, the sword in Chi Yuan's hand suddenly flew out and rushed straight towards those 7 people. Only under the moonlight, the snowy night was pale, and a sword light cut through. The 7 people stood directly in place, wide-eyed and motionless. Snowflakes fell on their shoulders, and seemingly because it was so heavy, the 7 fell to the ground in unison. Seconds, that's right, seconds again. Facing the king level, Chi Yuan was killing in seconds. Facing the emperor level, Chi Yuan still killed in seconds. It was even said that his person was not even up, still sitting on the lapis lazuli. With just a casual wave of his hand, 7 emperors fell to the ground and died. What kind of realm was this? Was it really a supreme emperor? On the platform, Lang Yu's small face was horrified, and the black veil woman beside her was also horrified. Chi Yuan held the fish soup. Gotta drink it quickly. It's not good if the smell of blood runs here, he said, taking his time to savor the fish soup. The flavor is good, almost as good as my senior sister's spirit fish soup. Chi Yuan appreciated. The appreciation seemed to be well received, and a sweet smile appeared on the moon maiden's face as the waning moon and the pupils of her eyes turned into a full moon. The first god of the ancient world latest chapter. But the little girl thought of something and suddenly stepped away and ran towards the 7 corpses, wanting to retrieve Chi Yuan's sword. Chi Yuan smiled at the sight. There is no need to pick it up. The sword will be stuck there. Anyone who crosses this sword will be killed, Chi Yuan said with a big smile. In reality he's cavalier, facing a black mountain clan that scares him to sleep at night. In the game, of course, he had to let loose a bit and hit hard. Otherwise, it would be hilarious if you were to become a real asshole. On the platform of the building, Lang Yu watched this scene with a look of admiration and yearning in her eyes. This is the god of swords. The black-veiled woman was also incomparably excited. Faceless sword god. He must have walked out of the forbidden zone. Heaven's Path, Heaven's Pride latest chapter. 100 Cities Alliance. A smile piled up on the face of the fat man sitting in the high seat. What do you all think of the July branch of the Moon Imperial clan? In the hall, there were more than 20 supreme emperors seated. How else can it look? It can be trampled down with the snap of a finger. A supreme emperor spoke, his voice as majestic as a bell. This group of barbarians are the only ones left in the southern domain that are still resisting. So as long as they are overthrown, this southern domain will be all in our hands. A female supreme emperor spoke, her voice rather ethereal. And at this time, a thin and tough old man spoke up. I heard that a supreme emperor has come by the July Lake. Very strong, killing 7 emperors of our 100 Cities Alliance with a single sword. So I have to be on guard. This is a matter that we should not report to. Before he could finish his sentence, He was interrupted. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. No matter how strong that faceless sword god is, can he beat 25 of us? Is it able to win against our 3,000 iron buccaneers? The skinny old man opened his mouth. Yes, there is no need to bother that one with such things. We have 3,000 iron floaters, all of them martial artists, and we are still here. How can we not kill that faceless sword god? The crowd murmured and agreed. They were old enough to know that the faceless sword god was very strong. They feared the faceless sword god, but they feared the black-robed guards even more. When the black-robed guards appeared, it wasn't just their enemies who died, but also themselves. They, on the other hand, are nothing more than flesh and blood food for the black-robed guards. All beings are equal before the black-robed guards. Even if they were, they could only be devoured for blood and flesh at will, leaving only a human skin in the world. Yichen Xiaoruoxue latest chapter. Therefore, they didn't dare to ask the black-robed guards to make a move at all until it was absolutely necessary. In that case, the matter is settled for 10 days. We will make our move. 3,000 iron pontoons, and step on the Moon Imperial clan. They're 2 holy women. They must all be taken down and sacrificed. To the heavens. The smiling Buddha-like fat man opened his mouth, setting the tone of the matter. After killing those 7 ungrateful Imperial-level powerhouses, the people from the 100 Cities Alliance did not come back. Chi Yuan still sat on the green stone of the July Moon Lake every day. The little girl July sat next to Chi Yuan, silent, also looking at a lake of snow, a big one and a small one, fast becoming 2 snowmen. This time, Chi Yuan's passion was like fire, but it helped the Moon Woman to drive away the cold. Yi Chen's son Yi Xiaoruoxue. The little girl sat next to Chi Yuan, but it was not cold. During this time, Long Yu, the disciple of the July sacrifice, the next sacrifice, came to see Chi Yuan and told him about the news that the 100 Cities Alliance would be attacking in force. She urges Chi Yuan to take the Holy Maiden and leave. Chi Yuan looked at the cold moon at that time and said, I'm enjoying the snow here with her. When Long Yu heard this, she didn't say anything, but only said grimly, if Senior is not able to defeat us, he can abandon us and leave. Chi Yuan nodded. Don't worry, if the point is too hard, I'll pretend to be dead immediately. After Long Yu left, it wasn't long before the black-veiled woman came. She dropped to her knees and saluted Zihara. Chi Yuan thought of the deceased people in the 5 Elements Forbidden Land, and he said, 300 years from now, the Demon Extermination Conference will begin, and if there are no accidents, we will get rid of the extraterrestrial evil demons. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. The black-veiled woman left with tears on her face. The lake was quiet again. Heavy snow fell for several days in a row. The snow was getting thicker and thicker. In the evening, the Moon Lady, clad in a plain white shawl, came out again with a bowl in her hand. Her face flushed red, and when she exhaled she was able to see a layer of white mist. Chi Yuan's nose twitched. Not fish soup this time. Something else? The Moon Lady opened the bowl and the sweet, cloying odor hit her nose. Chi Yuan froze, then laughed. Crispy sweet duck. I still got it. He remembered. Or the day he had casually mentioned it and it had been noted by the Moon Lady. Chi Yuan took a taste and savored it. You're a strange handful. You little guy. Catalog of Celestial Mapping Works. It's a pity that you're an NPC, or else I'd have to abduct you to the 7-colored peak and become a little cook. The Moon Woman showed a confused look. Chi Yuan thought of something and suddenly said, you always cook for me to eat, treating me as an NPC to brush up on the task, right? Come on. What's your purpose in doing nothing? A hint of panic appeared on the Moon Maiden's face, which quickly disappeared again, as her small hands clutched the corner of Chi Yuan's coat. I don't want to die. Chi Yuan looked at her and remembered the July sacrifice. In the past few days, he had also heard that there were a total of 2 saint daughters in the Moon Emperor clan. A holy woman followed the July sacrifice away to who knows where. This one holy maiden, the Moon Maiden, followed him. Is this abandoned? Catalog of Works of the Book of Chaos. I can only protect you for a month, Chi Yuan said. Or rather, in less than a month, he would leave and truly face the extraterrestrial evil demon. The Moon Woman's eyes were stubborn. Chi Yuan said, if you don't want to die, you have to get stronger and protect yourself. During this period of time, I will occasionally give you some pointers. You learn, and how much you can comprehend is your creation. When the Moon Maiden heard this, her small face revealed an excited look as she nodded vigorously, looking very happy. Seeing this scene, Chi Yuan laughed. It is not desirable to only honor the old and not love the young. Extraterrestrial evil demon. You're wrong. 10 days passed in a flash. The snow did not become smaller as expected, and it fell more and more. Ancient God Emperor. Even Guki Tsubaki had turned white. On the lake in July, there was a thick layer of ice. Chi Yuan sat alone by the lake. Suddenly, the sound of the earth shaking came. It's like a heavy drum that beats on top of one's heart. The ice in the lake, shaking, seemed to be cracked by the vibrations. The moon lady ran out from the cabin, wearing a thin long skirt and some anxiety on her small face. Shi Yuan looked around, only to see a vast blanket of snow in the distance, trodden up by huge feet, flurrying, behind the raised snowflakes, lanky and thick figures, densely packed. They were roaring low. 3,000 tall, heavily armored iron soldiers were slowly advancing towards the July Lake. This is the 100 Cities Alliance's Tai Fudu, Everlasting Life, starting from Chi Lukward's latest chapter. In the 3,000 tall and powerful iron floaters, every one of them was a martial artist. The Hercules among them carried more than 20 palanquins. On each palanquin sat a supreme emperor. At this moment, those supreme emperors looked lazy, lying on the sedan chair with a good look. The fat flesh on the smiling Buddha-like fat man's face was piled with smiles. Don't be gullible, strike together to suppress. Don't worry, fat emperor, we've survived to the end. Where would we fall off the wagon? By offering the Holy Virgin to the heavens. We should get 10 years of peace and quiet. And a holy woman? Let's get this one first, then we'll worry about the second one. A few emperors exchanged words, and the fate of the Moon Maiden was decided. The secret of Lord. On the contrary, in front of the July Lake, Shi Yuan was still sitting on the green stone. He looked at the Moon Woman. Scared? The Moon Lady looked at the thick army and shook her head. Go ahead. Draw my sword and hold it in your arms. Ziggurat spoke. The Moon Lady's gaze became rigid. In the distance, the hordes swarmed, and the snow on the earth was flattened and sent flying by the rush. The Moon Lady's thin body slowly walked towards the longsword 100 meters away. She was alone with the snow and wind, stamping one neat, even footprint on the ground. In the distance, the woman in the sedan chair revealed a playful smile. What's that doing? Getting killed? The smile on Fatty Smiley's face froze. Looks like another one who doesn't know the sky and the earth. Immortal evil god no window. Ever since the black-robed guards appeared on earth, the supreme emperors, they were the strongest in this world. As for those in the higher realms, if they dared to show themselves in the world, they would be fished out of their entire body by a fishing line dangling from the dome of the sky, leaving only a human skin behind. They were 25 supreme emperors, plus 3,000 iron floaters. What did they have to fear? The snow was thick and deep. The Moon Maiden walked over to the sword that was stuck diagonally on the ground. She stretched out her small tender white hand and forcefully pulled it out. She was carrying a sword that was almost taller than her. In the wind and snow, looking at the distant iron Faust, her eyes stubborn, the sound of the earth shaking became heavier and heavier. The snow seemed to shake up around the Moon Lady, and snowflakes rustled down from the trees. The little girl clutched her long sword as she looked at the approaching iron Faust in front of her and fought to shout. Anyone who crosses this sword will be killed without pardon. The latest chapter of the Great Master. The sound was drowned out by the sound of 3,000 iron buccaneers marching. Those supreme emperors, and even emperors, on the other hand, heard the little girl's words. They all laughed and crowed, or had a teasing look on their faces. The fat emperor was also confused, and then said, even if the heavenly domain was alive, it wouldn't dare to say these words. That faceless man, he should be afraid to lie to that holy woman. I laughed at the Holy Virgin for being tactless and faceless and less wise. A group of emperors, heckling. In the distance, Long Yu, who was standing on the branch of the ancient Chi Tsubaki tree, saw this scene and a hint of despair appeared in her eyes. Holy maiden, I'm sorry. She guessed that the faceless man was still afraid, and she was a little sad. And at that moment, the army was still advancing without stopping. My disciples are all great emperors. Capital latest chapter. Iron Faust. Kill. With a single command, the 3,000 iron buccaneers immediately galloped up like giant elephants. The Moon Maiden held her long sword in her arms, letting the snowflakes mesmerize her eyes. Facing the charging Tai Fudu, her thin legs stood steadily upright. Those who crossed the sword. Kill. With her clear and pleasant voice, only the sword in her arms was suddenly sheathed. A blood-red murderous aura filled the air at this moment. The blood aura was monstrous, just like a giant of the devil's way. The sword flew in the air, and the blood chi was majestic, suppressing the flying heavy snow. Suddenly, the sword, like a blood-colored dragon, suddenly rushed into the 3,000 iron floating pillars. The blood-colored scaly dragon rampaged and crashed on top of the iron pontoons. That is, hundreds of iron pontoons flew up. Their tendons and bones were broken by the impact, and their organs were directly thinned out. Humanity Great Saint latest chapter. Ah, no, devil. The 3,000 invincible iron floaters were crashed into by the blood-colored scaly dragon and collapsed in a matter of moments. Many iron buccaneers cried out, constantly screaming and running away. The majestic sight of a mighty master is no longer there, and the blood-colored auger-like sword, the sword light divided and harvested countless lives. In a dozen breaths of time, All 3,000 iron floaters were executed here. On the shore of the July Lake, the faceless man sitting on the green stone didn't even look at the battlefield as he lightly droned. This is the game version of the sort of brilliance that I've created over the past few days. How many % of it have you learned? The moon in Moon Woman's eyes turned red. Her eyes reddened. Learned 30%. Female warrior in Slow Down Works catalog. And at that moment, the Supreme Emperors in those 25 palanquins all had horrified looks in their eyes, as well as intense shock. How could there be such a strong person in this world? How could there be such a sword in this world? A sword comes out. A blood-colored auger dragon. Destroying 3,000 iron pontoons. On the shore of the July Lake, Qi Yuan heard the words of the Moon Maiden and revealed a satisfied expression. Good talent. The remaining few NPCs should be enough for you to learn 70% to 80%, right? With Qi Yuan's voice, the blood-colored auger-like long sword seemed to have a sense and rushed straight towards the 25 Supreme Emperors. Those 25 Supreme Emperors lost their guts and souls. What they saw was not a sword, but a blood-colored evil dragon that slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings. No! The beautiful female Supreme Emperor clad in colorful feathers was grazed by the bloodlight. Half of her body was cut off, and the remaining flesh and blood withered rapidly while her blood boiled, shepherding God's tail without bouncing window. The devil! When the rest of the Supreme Emperors saw this, how could they still dare to meet the battle? They had survived until now, not because of how strong they were, how brave they were, but rather because they were meticulous enough and shameless enough. Unfortunately, the blood-colored auger-like sword would not spare them at all. A streak of bloody light shone down as if it was shining from a blood moon millstone, killing one Supreme Emperor after another. No! Hisses, pleas for mercy, drowned in the wind and snow. 25 Supreme Emperors, one by one, were put to death. The final sword pierced through the Fat Emperor's obese body. The Fat Emperor was paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were cloudy, and he still had a smile on his face. The black-robed guards of the extraterrestrial sky gods will not let you go. Invincible villain from Moon blown up latest chapter. When he finished, his breath was gone and he died here. And at that moment, the blood-colored auger-like sword flew back to Qi Yuan's side and fell into the lake. Underneath the branches of Guki Tsubaki, Lang Yu had a shocked inexplicable expression on her face. This exceeds the Supreme Emperor, right? That kind of strength. The black-veiled woman was also incomparably excited, muttering under her breath, "My lord!" On the shores of the July Lake, the Moon Maiden clutched her sword sheath and came to Qi Yuan's side, and the sword swam around in the lake, washing away the dirty blood from its body and returning to its scabbard. Qi Yuan looked at the Moon Maiden with a smile on his face. The first time you take on so many enemies, tell us a testimonial. The Moon Maiden's small face wore a leaping expression. Very strong. Very strong. Urban Extreme Medical God latest chapter. What she was talking about, naturally, was Qi Yuan. Now it's also my turn to say a testimonial. Qi Yuan spoke up. It seemed that he had asked the Moon Lady that question just to say that one sentence. The Moon Woman looked up at Qi Yuan seriously. Qi Yuan said contemptuously, "It's been a long time since I brushed such a low-level monster. Monsters of this level shouldn't even be in my map." After entering the forbidden land of the 5 elements, the Yin and Yang Ban, and the Heavenly Jedi, especially the steps behind the Heavenly Jedi, what kind of opponents did Qi Yuan encounter? Heaven's domain, that's thousands at a time. God's domain is nothing. 3,000 more at a time. Aren't these 3,000 iron floaters, these 25 Supreme Emperors, just miscellaneous monsters? Initial evolution. I'm going to brush some higher-level monsters. Do you want to tag along and take a look? Qi Yuan looked at the Moon Lady and said seriously. The Moon Maiden nodded her head, a rigid look all over her small face. Qi Yuan took Moon Maiden's small hand. Let's go. Let's go take a look at the legendary black-robed guards and see if they are considered elite monsters or not. How could he, a player, keep sitting in one place like an NPC, waiting for the enemy to swipe him? Taking the initiative is what makes him tick. In July Lake, he had gotten his answer. It was also time for him to leave and take on the final boss of this world, clutching all the heavenly Tao fragments. But before that, the black-robed guards that ravaged the earth. Deal with them first. How could Qi Yuan tolerate some small monsters that were also so arrogant? 100 Refined Ascension Record latest chapter. He took the Moon Maiden's small hand, and the two of them disappeared into the vast wind and snow. 100 Cities Alliance. A cave of 10,000 graves. There were white bones everywhere, and half-decayed corpses. There was a lot of blood and flesh, but no vultures came here, and no coyotes. It's a quiet place. This is the most central forbidden place of the 100 Cities Alliance. It is also the place of greatest fear. No martial artist dares to come here. Even if a Supreme Emperor were to take a look at this 10,000 graves cave from afar, his heart would tremble with inexplicable fear. At that moment, A faceless man holding a 7 or 8-year-old girl stepped into the place. The place was quiet and silent. Catalogue of works from Tantric College Monk. The faceless man's eyes are devoid of sadness and joy. This map is also too not good. Right. Not even a hair of the 4 forbidden places can compare. The faceless man was Qi Yuan, who had taken the Moon Maiden and killed the 100 Cities Alliance. A king-level powerhouse? An imperial powerhouse? Supreme Emperor? They were all miscellaneous soldiers who couldn't use Qi Yuan's sword at all. He blocked God to kill God and Buddha to kill Buddha, slaughtering the 100 Cities Alliance into rivers of blood. Now, he had finally arrived at the lair of the dreaded Black Robe Guards. He held his sword and said softly, Brush is here. As the words fell, the huge blood-colored sword rushed into the cave of 10,000 graves, and at that moment, densely packed black-robed guards flew out of the cave, like one by one bats in the cave. Qi Yuan looked at these black-robed guards. A wisp of complexity flashed in his eyes. Extraterrestrial evil demon, you are truly a psychopath. It's not even enough to devour the flesh and blood, but also to make black-robed guards out of their human skin. A big boss like you probably won't be able to get out of the hospital for the rest of your life. Oh no, probably have to die in a mental institution. Qi Yuan's voice fell as his sword rushed towards the black-robed guard. Blood and light filled the air and killing filled the sky. The sword reaped one black-robed guard after another. People see black-robed guards as ghosts? No, Zihara is the ghost. He held the Moon Maiden and said softly, how many % have you learned? 90%. Soon. When it's 10%, I'll be gone. The Moon Lady held Qi Yuan's hand a little tighter. P.S. Thanks to MON9 Fox, for another reward. Thanks. The sword light was like blood, and the dragon raged. In the eyes of the world, the black-robed guards, who were like gods and demons, were unbeatable under Qi Yuan's sword. Qi Yuan looked at the waning moon in the sky. Not even an elite monster, and no experience. Bad luck. The Moon Woman looked up at the magnificent figure beside her, and the moon in her eyes changed to an arc. The sword was like a bloody dragon, still slaughtering living beings. The powerful and mysterious black-robed guards had fallen. The sword was returned to its sheath, and the Moon Lady held the scabbard. Qi Yuan spoke. Go to the next place. Before he left, Qi Yuan wanted to smash all the minions of the extraterrestrial evil devil on Earth. Anyway, isn't it customary in games to kill the small monsters first and then the big ones? Kunwo City. The city is nearly 2 feet tall, the first god of the ages. Suddenly, a sword light came from the south and fell into the city. Only a teasing voice could be heard. This sword only kills the first and worst of the powerful, and only slaughters the emperor. The voice drifted and fell into the ears of the entire city. Many people were bewildered, while some were shocked, some were surprised, and some were outraged. In the city of Kunwo, an old man climbed up from the bed of the tender young girl with an angry look on his face. What kind of little child is this bold? What answered him was a blood-red sword light. Ah! The unclothed young girl let out a scream as she saw the old man's head fall to the ground. Meanwhile, sword light raged through Kunwo City, and many heads fell to the ground. The entire Kunwo City was instantly in chaos, and at that moment, a burly man's face was all pale and white. Delang, the city lord is dead. Heaven's path, heaven's pride, no bouncing window. The white, chubby fat man's eyes widened when he heard this, and at this time, the drifting and teasing voice came again. From today onwards, the filial piety law decree is abolished. Honoring the old can be, but also need to love the young, also need to love people, and even more to love oneself. As the words fell, blood-red auger-like swords flew out from the city. Fatty looked up, revealing a suspicious expression. Why does this voice sound somewhat familiar? He suddenly remembered that day, the faceless man he had met while queuing outside the city. Terrible thoughts were born in his mind. And at this time, outside of Kunwo City, the sword was once again sheathed. Qi Yuan looked down at the short Moon Maiden. How many % have you mastered now? 90%. Go in the Demon Martial Chaos as a jailer latest chapter. How come it's still a bit short? Qi Yuan thought of something. We can't teach you to become a sinker. Let's go. Go to the next city. For 7 days in a row, the entire 100 Cities Alliance was in chaos. There is a faceless swordsman, holding a young girl with a sword in her hand, who has set foot in 100 cities. Every city, the sword comes out like a dragon. A city full of emperors, as well as powerful people, were executed. There was once a beggar who secretly saw that faceless swordsman from afar, and after slaughtering a city of extraterrestrial evil devil's lackeys, he asked that sword-holding young girl, how many % of it has been learned, only to see the young girl with her head lowered and her hand clutching the corner of her coat. 90%. There were also chivalrous people in other cities who saw the same image from afar. They called that faceless swordsman the faceless sword god and that young girl the 90% girl. Yichen Xiao Ruoxue Works Catalog. In 7 days' time, Qi Yuan brought the Moon Maiden and set foot in 137 cities of the 100 Cities Alliance and 13 10,000 grave caves. The number of those killed is not counted, but the blood flowed. On the last day, Qi Yuan stood in the last city, his arms crossed, not knowing what he was up against. How many percent this time? 90%, the Moon Lady said carefully, but firmly. Qi Yuan sniffed and said helplessly, I slaughtered all the minions of the extraterrestrial evil demons on Earth. He should be reacting soon, too, and it's not nice of you to say 90% again. The Moon Woman was silent at the words. She looked at Qi Yuan, and a pleading general look appeared on her small face. Can you wait for 300 years and then go to kill the evil demons outside the domain? At that time, I will also give you back to hold the sword. Yichen Sun Xia Rawashua no bullet windows. Tengu eclipses the moon? Qi Yuan looked at the moon in the sky, and then at the Moon Maiden. No matter how fun a game is, you can't play it for 300 years, right? The Moon Lady was speechless and looked at Qi Yuan stubbornly. Let's go. Let's go back to July Lake. It's time for me to leave. Qi Yuan held the Moon Maiden and his figure dissipated into the vast snow. July Lake. The shimmering waters of the lake disappeared. It was covered with thick ice, which in turn was covered with snowflakes. Qi Yuan sat on that cold green stone again. He looked at the little girl and slowly said, Rest for the night. I should leave tomorrow. The Moon Lady looked at Qi Yuan and was silent. After Zigara finished, he closed his eyes. The Moon Woman looked at Zihara for a moment and turned around to go back to the cabin. And at that moment, on the 7-color peak, Qi Yuan came out of the game. The opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without a bullet window. He walked out of the thatched hut and came outside Jiang Lingsu's house. Sister. Eldest senior brother. What's wrong? Jiang Lingsu seemed to have just finished bathing, and her hair was still a bit wet. I'm getting ready to build my foundation, and it will take as short as 3 or 5 days, or as long as a year and a half, or longer. If anyone is looking for me in the meantime, say so for me. Ha? Jiang Lingsu was a bit confused. Does it take so much time to build the foundation? Senior sister, I'm preparing for Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, so naturally it will take longer, Qi Yuan said seriously. Jiang Lingsu was speechless. Tendo Tsukiji? Think fart eat. And I'm afraid it won't take this long for the Heavenly Tao to build its foundation. She suspected that eldest senior brother was probably practicing a certain secret art, celestial mapping. The fact that eldest brother's battle power was so strong was probably related to practicing many powerful secret arts. Okay, don't worry, eldest senior brother. I'll watch, Jiang Lingsu said. Then thinking of something, she asked, eldest senior brother, you cultivate secret arts. You won't starve to death, right? Qi Yuan was speechless. The spirit stones you gave me are still there. How could I be starved to death? It would be too humiliating for a hallowed immortal cultivator to starve to death. Jiang Lingsu, on the other hand, felt that eldest brother was truly capable of doing this thing of being starved to death. Qi Yuan exchanged a few more words and returned to his room. He looked at the chopper in the yard. He bent down and tied off the rope around the chopper's neck. I'll leave it untied for you. You'll have to watch my house for me for a while I'm in seclusion. The chopper's body seemed to shake in agreement. The Book of Chaos. Qi Yuan entered the house and used the formation jade simplification brought from the Black Mountain sect to set up a few small formations. He entered the game again. Icy snow fell on his face, and he opened his eyes to see a small, frozen hand tiptoeing to brush the snowflakes off his shoulder. Mister, you're awake? The Moon Lady's small hands flinched when she saw Qi Yuan's eyes open. She was afraid she had woken Mr. Qi Yuan looked out into the distance, white and blank, and he exhaled white air. The Moon Maiden next to her immediately felt her body warm up a lot as she looked at Qi Yuan and asked, Is Mr. going to exterminate the extraterrestrial evil demons tomorrow? Aha, Zihara nodded. The expression on the Moon Maiden's small face solidified as she said, After tomorrow, I will leave the Moon Emperor clan. I'm going to cultivate properly, and I'm going to go help Mr. and kill the extraterrestrial evil demons together with Mr. Ancient God Emperor. Don't set up a flag for me, or for yourself. Qi Yuan stroked the Moon Maiden's hair. The Moon Lady was a bit confused as she nodded and said, Just a moment, sir. She was ready to bring out the finished fish soup. Mr. had to have a mouthful of her personally made fish soup before he left. When the Moon Lady finished speaking, she hurried toward the house. Sihara glanced at the back of the Moon Woman as he looked at Kuki Tsubaki. Today, thick snow piles up the branches on the Kuki Tsubaki. On some of the branches, hanging ice ripples can still be seen. The scenery of the North Country, 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. Qi Yuan couldn't help but think of the words and their author. He remembered another sentence, everlasting life, from the Qi Luck phrase table of contents of works. For there are sacrifices to be made. I dare to teach the sun and the moon to change the sky. He looked at the pale world and suddenly whispered, This world is indeed as beautiful as Jean Lee said, and I'm a player. Don't have to sacrifice to brush off NPCs. The sound of trotting came over, and the moon lady touched a steaming bowl of fish soup in her hand. She took small, quick steps, rustling on the snow. Dozens of steps away, the hot breath of the fish soup washed over her small face. If she was nearsighted and had glasses, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to see the road at the moment. Walk slowly, don't fall, Chi Yuan said as he turned his back to the moon lady. The moon lady looked at Chi Yuan, holding a full fish soup. Suddenly, a sharp silver light descended from the sky, and a fishing line rushed straight towards the moon maiden, so fast that it seemed like it was going to dangle the moon maiden away. Mysterious Lord Works Catalog. Still holding the bowl, the moon woman lifted her feet and hovered in the air, not even realizing the fishing line in the firmament. Chi Yuan's sword, too, was still slanted above the snow. He was still sitting on the green stone, watching the snowflakes drift down and fall on the tips of his hair. The fishing line was sharp and penetrated into the flesh and blood so quickly that it didn't even have time to bleed. The bowl in the moon lady's hand fell down with a sound. Her eyes widened as she looked at the figure next to her, tears seeming to squeeze out of her eyes, only to see Chi Yuan pinning her to his waist with one hand and reaching for the sky with the other. The fishing line went through his arm. Chi Yuan looked at the fishing line and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, dog game. I knew that you would definitely want to knife me at a time like this. Immortal Evil God Works Catalog. I had my defenses up. On the surface, I was enjoying the snow, but in fact I had my eyes and ears open, just waiting for when you would knife me. Humph. Those corpses under the Guki Tsubaki have already knifed me, and you want to knife me again? Chi Yuan let out a shout. The sword was unsheathed, and the power belonging to the 99th level fully erupted at this moment. Zihara stopped pretending and stopped acting. The minions have been removed, and he's about to start going to officially face the big boss of the game. The mighty sword, at this moment, finally ceased to be suppressed and fully displayed its fangs. Break! Chi Yuan let out a shout. The sword collided with the fishing line. There wasn't a very powerful impact happening. Instead it was calm. The latest chapter of the Great Lord. Click. The impenetrable flesh and blood fishing that the 5 ancestors had spoken of was cut off by Chi Yuan's sword at this moment. Blood flowed from the fishing line. Chi Yuan suddenly laughed out loud when he saw this scene. That's it? He put down the moon maiden and pulled out a wooden pin from his arms. It was a jade hairpin that he had crafted in the Heavenly Jedi. Originally, I wanted to personally give it to Jean Lee as a meeting gift. Unfortunately, there was no chance after all. He handed the wooden hairpin to the moon maiden. It's called Ryumi Ching. You keep it for me. Give. He wanted to speak to a woman named Jean Lee, but after thinking about it, he didn't know exactly what time period in the future Jean Lee was a being. Put it in the right place and let it all be. My disciples are all of the great emperor's talent without any flickering windows. When he finished, his sword returned to its scabbard. He was holding his sword in one hand, and on his left hand, a trace of blood was dripping. The moon lady took the wooden pin and solemnly hid it. She looked at Chi Yuan and seemed to realize something. Sir, can I still hold the sword for you? Chi Yuan didn't answer. Only the whistling of the north wind could be heard. No answer is an answer. The moon woman looked at Chi Yuan stubbornly. She looked at Chi Yuan's injured arm and seemed to have made an important decision. Sir, wait. When she finished speaking, she approached Chi Yuan's arm and bit on top of the wound pierced by the fishing line. That wound that even Chi Yuan couldn't manage to heal in a short period of time. With the moon maiden's saliva, it actually healed. Humanity Great Sage latest chapters. The imprint of a crippled moon appeared at the original wound. The moon maiden's small face was white, and the moon in her eyes became dim, but in her eyes was a bright smile. Sir, it doesn't hurt, does it? It seemed that even the coldness of winter had been dispelled a little. Chi Yuan looked at the seal in his hand, and he thought of little Mary. Two people who know just as much, and just as heartbreakingly well. He squeezed out a smile. It doesn't hurt anymore. With his voice, he disappeared into the blanket of snow. The moon lady looked at the empty snowy field and stood still, transfixed. Earth Jedi? Chi Yuan opened his eyes and he saw a door. A small marriage? The latest chapter of the warrior woman. He shouted. No response. It seems that decapitating the big boss is something that I alone can do. No one else can even come here. When he entered the Earth Jedi, Chi Yuan sensed that he had lost contact with little Mary. The mark on his chest also disappeared. Only on his left hand, there was still a faint crescent mark. That's fine. Little Mary would have been clumsy and walked with a stutter. The current Chi Yuan, with his great sword in hand, was almost no different from when he first entered the game. The difference was that nowadays, he was at level 99. In the experience pool, there was still a huge amount of experience. Shepherd's tail without a window. But he did not escalate. In front of Chi Yuan was a huge bronze door. The copper door had been washed away for who knows how long, and the door was rusted. "Open sesame," Ziggurat said casually. Unexpectedly, the brass door opened in response. An empty world appeared in front of Chi Yuan. There was no land, no trees, and no clouds in the world before us. It's like being in the air. However, above the sky, there is a sun. Is this the Earth Jedi? Chi Yuan stepped into the middle of the Earth Jade. A thick and cold voice rang out. "Those who trespass the Earth Jedi shall be killed without pardon." Chi Yuan looked, only to see a golden-armored man standing in the void in the distance above the dome of the sky. Invincible villain from the moon blowing up works catalog. His face was rigid and well-defined, like a sculpture. The posture of the bear is healthy. Tiger back and wolf waist, wearing a golden armor. More heroic, eyes with endless majesty. Sky God, gold armor? Chi Yuan instantly recognized the heavenly god's golden armor. That was the husband that the married imperial daughter had been waiting for thousands of years. It was also the white moonlight that the buried flower fairy had been begging for. It was also the lord of the 4 divisions of the divine court, the heavenly god who swept across the 6 heavens, but at this moment, he was merely a puppet, the gatekeeper of the extraterrestrial evil demon. Chi Yuan looked at the heavenly god's golden armor and took a step forward. "Even if you are little Mary's father, my old man, you cannot copy my words. What you just said copied what I taught the Moon Maiden. Anyone who crosses this sword will be killed without pardon." Urban Extreme Medical God Works Catalog. The heavenly god's golden armor looked at Chi Yuan without any emotional color in his tiger eyes. He didn't say anything, he just took a step and walked towards Chi Yuan. "If you don't speak, are you trying to say that the world's writings are copied? Or are you trying to say that all our words come from the dictionary and don't count as copying?" Sihara spat randomly. The heavenly god golden armor walked towards Chi Yuan and drew the long sword at his waist. "Oops." Got annoyed, said he couldn't win and started hitting people. Chi Yuan also drew his own sword. "I'm still in a cooling off period with Little Married, even though we're getting a divorce. You are the father of Little Mary, so let me personally deliver you from this." Chi Yuan out of his sword. He still gave respect in the face of the little married father and drew his sword himself. Initial evolution without a window. Jabla. Only a flash of blood was seen. This former lord of the divine court was at the peak of the divine realm in terms of strength, and the originally strongest man in this realm was lorded over with a single sword. Killing a peak divine realm with a single sword was nothing to Chi Yuan. However, in the next breath, the heavenly god's golden armor that he had decapitated revived once again and became the same as it was in the beginning. Intact. No wounds on the body. Chi Yuan sighed when he saw the heavenly god's golden armor. "It keeps on killing and always resurrects. I'm afraid that the dragon judge, Hitomi, Feather and the rest of them, even have a hard time with this hurdle." He swung his sword again, once again decapitating the heavenly god's golden armor. However, the heavenly god's golden armor was as if it could not be killed. After Chi Yuan had decimated them once, they would always quickly revive and then strike at Chi Yuan. 100 refined ascension record. Chi Yuan frowned. "It's so boring." He kept killing without stopping. "Anyway, it's just a sword thing." Chi Yuan draws his sword. He kills, he revives, he kills again, he revives. It went on like this for 50 or 60 times before Chi Yuan suddenly yelled, "Extraterrestrial evil demon, hurry up and come out. This is too meaningless. You also don't want me to keep abusing your puppet. Although he can keep coming back to life. What is depleted, is your origin, isn't it?" Chi Yuan's voice was like thunder, and it spread throughout the entire Earth Jedi. The heavenly god golden armor's revived body this time did not come towards Chi Yuan again. And at that moment, a kind voice came. "Little friend came to my cave, when making tea." Chi Yuan looked and saw an immortal old man appear in front of him. Starting from Tantric College Monk Works Catalog. The old man had crane hair and looked incredibly kind. If Chi Yuan had encountered him by chance in the Xonlan realm, he would have taken him for an attained immortal master. But this is the ground Jedi. This immortal old man gave Chi Yuan a feeling that surpassed even that 119th level golden armored god general. He looked at the old man. "Hu Shan, level 119, state of realm fall." But, instead of being polite with the old man, Chi Yuan drew his sword. "Extraterrestrial evil demon, suffer death." He used the sword that had slashed the golden armored god to death in the first place to slash at the old man once again. However, when this sword fell, the old man stood still, not moving a muscle. He still had an amiable smile on his face. Even though the old man has fallen from the 5th realm, he is not a cultivator of the 4th realm that can be killed by your little friend. This weird Three Kingdoms game is too ferocious. Works catalog. Chi Yuan looked at this extraterrestrial evil demon with a wary face. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Was this due to the fact that the other party's level surpassed his and his use of power became more refined? So, his strongest sword couldn't even hurt his opponent? It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Seeing that one hand had shocked Chi Yuan, The old man spoke. Little friend, you claim that I am an extraterrestrial evil demon, but in reality, I am not an extraterrestrial evil demon. The old man and some of his fellow travelers were invited to this world to save it. Little friend should have been swindled and hoodwinked by a treacherous person, treating us as extraterrestrial evil demons. Qi Yuan sneered. Sure enough, high-level bosses, fraud skill points are pulled full. Little friend still doesn't seem to believe me. The old man had a look of regret on his face as he continued. Little friend should have been to Kunwu City? Qi Yuan didn't say anything as he pondered on how to decapitate this extraterrestrial evil demon. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that there must be more than just this one extraterrestrial evil demon here. Young friend, please look. The extraterrestrial evil demon finished speaking and waved his hand. An image appeared in Qi Yuan's sight. Zihara looked away, only to see that in the middle of the picture, there was a burly man full of alcohol, was punching and kicking an old man. And finally, the burly man snatched some broken silver from the old man's arms, kicked the old man again, and finally left. Qi Yuan watched, impassive. Little friend, look again. The old man waved his hand and the picture turned, only to see that the stout man who had pounded the old man before was extremely filial in front of the old man, being careful with the old man, feeding him, serving him tea, pouring him urine, and wiping his body. It was when we enacted the filial dharma decree that the people in the world began to become filial, so that is why we came here to save the world. Qi Yuan smiled calmly at his words. It's really coaxing a great filial piety. That old man sniffed and was in no hurry as he spoke. Little friend, do you know that you abolished the filial piety decree? And the man in the picture killed his father that day. The first god of the ancients has no flickering windows. The responsibility for all this has to fall on you. Qi Yuan looked at the old man with a skeptical expression. Is it you who has a problem with your head or me? An extraterrestrial evil demon has started to morally kidnap me? Alas, the old man sniffed and revealed a helpless look. Little friend, we are unwilling to be your enemy. But what the old man said is true. We're really trying to save the world. Qi Yuan didn't say anything as he was alerting his surroundings. Seeing this, the old man continued. We fish for beings and devour their flesh and blood, but we are really forced to do so. It is because, once we have lived and died, we will be transformed into a horrible devil. The demonic sin had no reasoning whatsoever and would only slaughter any living being it saw. Heaven's path, heaven's pride. The strength of the demonic sins will reach the fifth realm and wreak havoc on the world. Any of the demonic sins that showed up would sink the world, and no one would be able to stop it. That's why we had to be ruthless, angling for the earth and devouring flesh and blood, in order to try to extend our lifespan a bit, so that the earth would suffer fewer disasters. The old man's face showed a look of compassion, looking, truly, like he was thinking about the world in general. After we came to this realm, we were also afraid of bringing disaster to this world. That's why it's a special trip to Earth Jedi. 1 day here, 10 years in the outside world. The geniuses that have appeared in the outside world in the past 10 years, as well as the martial arts powerhouses, are enough to renew our lives. The demonic sins don't really show up. The old man is doing this for a bitter reason. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a prisoner works catalog. Otherwise, why are we staying in this Earth Jedi? Why don't we just head straight to Earth? The old man advised bitterly. What he said seemed to make sense. Once their lifespan is over, they will turn into demonic sins. And the demonic sins sound even stronger than them. Once there is 1 or 2 heads in the world, I am afraid that the earth will be in a real calamity. Qi Yuan stared into the old man's eyes and suddenly said, pointing out the key with a single word, since you will turn into demons after your lifespan. And how did the world you were in before dispose of demonic sins? Or, how can we avoid the appearance of demons? As expected, the old man's eyes froze when he heard this, and a pained look appeared in them. Yichen Xiaoruashue no bouncing window. Qi Yuan recalled the filial piety decree, as well as the old man's words. He instantly understood. He looked at the old man, and said word by word, longevity will appear demonic sins. Does that not mean, if you are not immortal, there will be no demons? Qi Yuan's words caused the old man's face to be filled with painful memories. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Qi Yuan with an agitated expression. You know what? I have been fighting for my family since I was 17 years old. I have shed blood for my family. I have fought for my family in 17 secret silver mines, and I have even faced a siege by a strong person of the same level, and I have suffered more than 700 injuries on my body, both large and small. But on what grounds? On what grounds? When I am old and years away from death. The clan, what they were discussing? They were discussing how to kill me. They had even invited people from the Demon Removal Society. Yi Chen, Sun Yi, Xia Rua Shui. No bullet windows. I'm not dead yet. What do they want? The old man was hysterical. They are my favorite children and I raised them with my own hands. And what do they want to do? Is it wrong that I just want to go to my grave? In your place, would you be willing to accept such a fate? He looked at Chi Yuan, incomparably excited. What a boring setting. Chi Yuan looked at the old man as he slowly said, "You're just a villain, the big boss that I'm supposed to slaughter. I'm not interested in how much you've suffered and how much injustice you've encountered. Even if you turned into a pathetic beauty and cried to me in pearly blossom about how frustratingly abrasive and forced your whole life has been, I wouldn't not be flooded with empathy or be more interested. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. I am most interested in cutting off your dog's head with my great sword. It's just a big boss. Just kill it." A gloomy look appeared on the old man's face. "Are you sure you want to be our enemy? Are you ready for the price of doing so?" The old man didn't want to fight Chi Yuan, because all of them are in bad shape. If you fight, your lifespan will be greatly reduced. Chi Yuan's strength far exceeded that of the heavenly gods group. "It's not that I'm going to make enemies of you, but it's destiny that I'm going to defeat you bosses. I am the boy who slaughters the evil dragon." Chi Yuan finished his speech and made a direct move. "You're looking for death." The old man became furious. Celestial Mapping latest chapter. "Humph. You're all old Biden. I'm young and strong. Just energetic." Chi Yuan had already found the weakness of these extraterrestrial evil demons. They don't have many lifetimes. And now, the black-robed guards had been decimated as much as possible. Chi Yuan just needs to block the area to keep them from devouring the flesh and blood of the earth. Well, these old Bidens certainly can't replenish their longevity. And Zihara fought them again. These extraterrestrial evil devils will not be able to live a long life. Of course, the kind of method is easy to think of, but that doesn't mean anyone can do it. After Chi Yuan finished speaking, he took the great treasure sword and stood at the bronze door that was the only entrance to the Earth Jedi. He looked at the crowd lazily. What's in the sky returns to the sky. What's on the earth returns to the earth. So I'll be the Southern Heavenly Gate God General for a while. The latest chapter of the Book of Chaos. Chi Yuan held his sword and blocked the gate. And at that moment, several cold voices came from the depths. "Out of your depth. Humph. I'll take a tenth of his flesh and blood. Ha ha, a mere god's domain dares to stop us." As the words fell, only 5 new powerhouses appeared in front of Chi Yuan. These 5 strong men, all with terrifying auras, were all the same as that immortal old man. They converged with the immortal old man and pressed towards Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan looked at these 6 people, sword in hand, his eyes showing a puzzled look. "The extraterrestrial evil demons can't be just the 6 of you, right? This boss is too easy to paint, isn't it?" "Ha!" The immortal old man let out a cold laugh. "Ancient God Emperor." The sky of the Earth Jedi suddenly darkened at this moment. Chi Yuan raised his head, only to see that the dome of the sky was densely filled with glowing eyes, which were staring at him silently. The owner of these eyes, however, seemed to have fallen into a special state and could not strike at will. In Zihara's opinion, it should be dormant. Once the dormant state is lifted, the lifespan will plummet even more rapidly. Such a horrifying sight made Chi Yuan shiver inexplicably. "You guys brought a regiment, right? The big boss of a regiment? It's not like that." Chi Yuan instantly wimped out. "It's still too late to beg for forgiveness." That old man opened his mouth and looked at Chi Yuan grimly. Chi Yuan simply ignored it. Wimpy as he was still strong on the surface. "It looks like I'll be the one to do it today. That old man killer. Everlasting life, beginning with Chi Luck Words Works Catalog." Chi Yuan held his sword and blocked the gate of the Earth Jedi. Those 6 119-level powerhouses struck out at Chi Yuan at the same time. Hegemonic power. In an instant, Chi Yuan cast his great skill. He was physically fortified and doubled his own qualities. Chopping heavenly sword drawing technique. As he slashed away with his sword, those 6 old men felt a great threat. There was a flurry of avoidance. So strong. Surprisingly, I need to use my origin. These 6 powerhouses had certainly performed the same ability that the old man with the immortal style and bones had before. The more the origin is used, the less it is used, and the longevity will be greatly reduced. We can no longer stay our hand. Kill. The 6 powerhouses struck again, and this time, they all exerted their strongest means. Lord of Secrecy. Chi Yuan faced the attacks of 6 people who were far stronger than himself and was happily unafraid. At the Ascension stage, Chi Yuan had experienced 120,000 battles of all sizes. In some battles, they were even facing 3,000 powerhouses of the same rank at the same time. His combat experience had reached the point of perfection. He held his sword and attacked as a defense. Kill. A sword comes out while blood chi swirls. Those 6 powerhouses immediately had their blood rolling in their veins. But that crane-haired old man suddenly laughed out loud. "Meat? Really fragrant meat. It's not worth it to force me to use my origin. It's worth it." At some point, he had a bloody piece of meat in his hand. Qi Yuan looked at his chest cavity, where a bloody wound had been added without his knowledge. Undead Evil God latest chapter. He's hurt. Blood was dripping. The first day he came in, he was injured. That old man was holding that piece of meat with a greedy look in his eyes. He stuck out his tongue, and his snake letter-like tongue swept out, swallowing Qi Yuan's piece of flesh and blood into his stomach. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he looked at Qi Yuan. No flavor. The remaining 5 extraterrestrial evil demons around them also froze, not knowing what to expect. His flesh and blood, which is not flesh and blood, cannot make up for longevity at all. The white-haired old man's face was furious. What the hell are you? Having just used so much origin, his lifespan was shortened by a large amount again. He had originally wanted to seize a piece of Qi Yuan's flesh and blood to give himself a tonic, the latest chapter of the Great Master. But before I knew it, Zihara's meat was tasteless. Qi Yuan looked at the 6 extraterrestrial evil demons. My flesh and blood is surprisingly tasteless. Great. This made Qi Yuan feel surprised and normal. He raised his sword and looked at the 6 extraterrestrial evil demons. I'm young and strong, so I'll boil you old Bidens to death. The only shame is that he can't go offline and steal a bite of halibut rice. Otherwise, it would be more energizing. No, ordinary methods won't hurt him at all. I don't have much time. I must kill him and replenish the blood. Gentlemen, stop hiding yourselves and use your origin to kill him, the crane-haired old man said eagerly. After using the origin in succession, his lifespan in the Earth Jedi was no more than a day left. My disciples are all of great Emperor's talent without any flickering windows. A bunch of old Biden. Come on. Qi Yuan held his sword. Even if he was injured, he was fearless. Kill. The 6 powerhouses, excluding the crane-haired old man, used their origins attacks on Qi Yuan in unison. Qi Yuan had 5 more wounds on various parts of his body. Blood flowed. He was badly injured. Now, it's my turn. Demon Flare. Chopping Heavenly Sword Drawing Technique. Hegemonic Power. 3 of the strongest great skills, cast at the same time. This time, Qi Yuan specialized in attacking the crane-haired old man. Ah no! Facing this sword, the crane-haired old man was in incomparable pain. The great sage of humanity. He was not a match for Qi Yuan at all at the same divine realm. The only way he could dodge this sword was to use the power of his origin. But he couldn't afford to use it. That way he will die for sure. He now used the power of his flesh to fight hard. He felt that he was not necessarily weaker than Qi Yuan. Ran a sword and chopped it to pieces. Qi Yuan looked at the dead old man, who was covered in blood, and grinned. Hunt moment. Begin. The remaining 5 extraterrestrial evil demons looked at Qi Yuan with a hint of fear in their eyes. If they are blocked here, they have nothing to add. They came from one realm and belonged to the same origin, devouring each other's flesh and blood, unable to make up for longevity. And at that moment, another voluminous voice came from the distant vault of heaven. Female warrior, wait for the catalogue of works. We will break the seal, and at the risk of our lifespan plummeting, we will kill this fawn. 12 terrifying powerhouses appeared, all exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Qi Yuan looked at these strong men, their gazes rigid despite their scars. Come on, I'm young and strong. I'm not afraid of you old Biden. Spring has passed and fall has come and gone, and 100 years have passed on Earth. The once 100-city coalition disappeared. Among the people, there were only some old people as well as martial artists who still mentioned the name of the 100 Cities Alliance. Some people say that the 100 Cities Alliance was once a purgatory on Earth, with evil spirits swallowing people every day. There was a faceless swordsman who held a young girl, and with a blood dragon sword, one man destroyed 100 cities and slaughtered the Devil's Cave, the Chronicle of the Shepherd God. Some of the teenage boys listened to this with a look of disbelief in their eyes. According to these rumors, the 100 Cities Alliance had nearly 100 supreme emperors. So where would they be killed by a supreme emperor? While some were incredibly excited, wearing a faceless mask and wearing a sword at their waist, it was clear that they were the faceless sword god themselves. Many changes had occurred in the human world, and less was known about the faceless sword god. Next to the ancient Gazuki Tsubaki, a kingdom called the Moon Imperial Dynasty was slowly being built. At this time, in the wooden house on the shore of the July Lake, the young girl's face was pale and curled up, and her eyes were all heartbroken. Sir, are you okay? She hadn't developed or grown in the past 100 years, and was still 7 years old. In the beginning, Mr. Faraway went to kill the evil demons outside the domain. She tattooed the moon tattoo on Mr. S' arm. Invincible villain from the moon blowing up latest chapter. Moonstrike is insignificant, but it can take on injuries instead of Mr. The amount of injuries borne is related to her and Mr. Strength. If she is as strong as Mr., then half of Mr. S' injuries will be borne by her. However, after 100 years of hard practice, she was not as good as Mr. 101, or even 1,000. the injuries she bore. But every day, she was able to feel the tearing pain. It goes on and on and on. What kind of suffering should Mr. Strength, far more than her, face? With what kind of injuries? The moon lady curled up, her face pale as she tried to cultivate. She wants to be strong. If she was stronger, the pain that Mr. would endure would be less, right? Urban Extreme Medical God Works Catalog. Ha ha, a bunch of old things. Hesitant, still want to live? In front of the Earth's Jedi Gate, Chi Yuan sat on the steps. He was all bloody, like a bloody man. If one looked closely, one would realize that on his body, there was not a single piece of good flesh. He was covered in wounds, so dense that even his eyeballs were half broken. However, he was still blocking the door with a rampant smile on his face. Kill. What responded to him was the cold voice of that extraterrestrial evil demon in the Earth Jedi. Kill. Chi Yuan responded with the word kill as he drew his sword, and it came out like a dragon. With the death flare's enhancement, he grew more and more courageous, just like an undefeated god of death. Initial evolution without window. It was with death flare, a great skill with blood-sucking, that he was able to hold on for so much longer. Otherwise, he would have died long ago in the face of so many old Biden's higher-level attacks. In the past 10 days or so, he had replaced the old Biden of the 800 in the Jedi. That's why he's qualified to run wild. Is this a siege of thousands of extraterrestrial evil demons against Kaiwan? No, this was Chi Yuan alone soloing a mass of big bosses. Kill, kill, kill. No madness, no life. Chi Yuan alone faced hundreds of extraterrestrial evil demons. These extraterrestrial evil demons, all of them did not keep their hands off, and their origin generally fell on Chi Yuan's body without any money, because they know not to get rid of this trouble. Record of ascension through 100 smithies. They must die. And Chi Yuan was not afraid at all in the face of the many attacks. Years of honing his combat experience had gotten into his bones. Even if he was seriously injured, all the time, even if it looked like he was going to fail to hold on every moment and collapse there. However, he still held his sword and killed more and more. Ha ha, you guys are getting wasted. When I first came here, every origin attack managed to land on my body. Now what? A third of your origin attacks have been avoided by me, and my sword. Can you still avoid it? Chi Yuan laughed as his sword swung, and with great difficulty, he cut down an extraterrestrial evil demon. Starting from Tantric College Monk Works Catalog, massive amounts of experience into the body. Although, he didn't use it for upgrades, but this feeling of getting something out of every kill made him obsessed. He looked at the vault of the sky, at the diminishing number of eyes above. He roared out, "No, no, no, no. It's not possible that 2,700 old men can't beat a young lad like me, is it?" And the extraterrestrial evil demon looked at Chi Yuan's appearance with a frightened heart. At this moment, Chi Yuan's entire body did not have a single piece of flesh and blood intact. Half of the flesh and blood on his body had already been removed. When he swung his sword, he was even able to see the ghastly white bones. Flesh and blood are the root cause. This kind of horrifying injury was something that even they could not hold on to at all. This bizarre Three Kingdoms game is too ferocious. Latest chapter. All the extraterrestrial evil demons sank inside. The years have passed, and I don't know how many years have passed on Earth. 5 elements of the Forbidden Land. The coffin panels were overturned. Dozens of terrifying figures appeared. These people were the strong divine realms that were sleeping in the 5 elements Forbidden Land. About a quarter of an hour later, the crowd from the Yin Yang Ban arrived at the 5 elements Forbidden Land through a teleportation spell. Hitomi looked at the crowd and said in a cold voice, "The Demon Execution Conference has begun." Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see that on the dome of the sky, there was the sight of a heavenly dog eclipsing the moon. When the sky dog eclipses the moon, it is the beginning of the Demon Execution Conference. At this time, it is the weakest time for the extraterrestrial evil devil. Cardmaker, My Unlimited Chain of Cards Works Catalog. This was also the time when they had the best chance of facing the extraterrestrial evil demons. Where is the Lord of the Clothes Department? The burial fairy scanned the crowd and spoke. The dragon judge sniffed and spoke flatly. Roughly, he went to the earth to practice. The demon exorcism assembly will begin soon. And he hasn't returned yet? Burial Flower said this with a complicated look on her face. There won't be any accidents, right? The rest of the people sniffed with different expressions. It's a pity that we've all been marked by the extraterrestrial evil devil. And as soon as we leave the Forbidden Land, we'll be angled for blood and flesh. We can't leave. The people outside can't enter. And we can't know what's going on with the Lord of Clothes right now. There can't really be a problem. Can there? Humph. I'm afraid that he'll run away from the battle and be afraid. At this time a conspiratorial voice rang out. Sign from the beginning of the constable's work catalog. Humph. Don't speak about things that are speculated for no reason. Burial Flower opened her mouth and glared at the man. The Lord of the Clothes Department may have been delayed. Let's wait for another day. Aren't you speculating for no reason? This is a reasonable inference on my part. The burial fairy opened her mouth and coldly glared at the man. That person obviously feared the burial fairy and did not say anything more. There was silence and no further comment on the matter. They waited in place, discussing the matter of demon extermination. A day later, they still hadn't waited for the Lord of the Clothes Department to appear. The dragon judge looked at the sky and slowly spoke. Wait for another day. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Earth Jedi, on Chi Yuan's entire body, there was no longer a single piece of good meat, and even the bones were incomplete. Gao Wu, my destiny is of the swift myth level. The slender bones of his fingers held the sword tightly as he raised it to stab that crazy extraterrestrial evil demon. Killing the last extraterrestrial evil demon. He squeezed out a smile on his bloodied face. Finally done killing? After so many days, he had finally killed all the extraterrestrial evil demons in the Earth Jedi in droves. At the end of the kill, there were even extraterrestrial evil demons crying and begging to recognize him as their father. Chi Yuan didn't care at all and killed all of them. He was alone with his sword, guarding the bronze gate and not allowing any extraterrestrial evil devil to leave. Those extraterrestrial evil demons who had driven themselves mad also exerted powerful forces. All sorts of powerful forces, countless of which were exerted on Chi Yuan's body. He's hurt very, very badly, and his heart was tired and worn out. For so many days, he had been killing and killing, not daring to stop at all, because once he stopped, he knew he might just fall asleep. Even at this point, when he had finished killing all the enemies, he was still tightening his spirit and keeping himself in a state of excitement. Half of his body was pressed against the bronze door, a cold color in his eyes. The heavenly Tao fragment has finally arrived. He also knew that he was in for the most powerful challenge he had encountered since coming to this game. The game is not over yet. I recommend a book. I'm all fixed up and you're putting me in Thrillland. There's a link to it below, so you can check it out if you like. Synopsis: coddling in the world of immortality and striking hard in Thrillland. As night fell, it was still as bright as day in the 5 elements Forbidden Land. Huge black clouds in the sky are spreading over the full moon. The one-day period has arrived. The dragon judge rose, his voice thick. Since we can't wait, we'll go first, and perhaps, the Lord of the Clothes will follow. The rest of them sniffed, and mostly didn't say anything. The only one who muttered, "Never underestimate human cowardice," was the one who spoke in a conspiratorial manner earlier. Burial glared at the man again, who scowled. Little Green was also among the crowd, her expression cold, not knowing what she was thinking. At this time, Hitomi looked at Feather. How about a little divination before this battle? All 52 people present looked at Feather. Feather is best at divination, and his divination skills are first-rate. Catalogue of the works of the first god of the ancient world. Good. Feather, as usual, spared the words. As his voice fell, the feathers on his feathered coat continued to fall off and float into the air. Feather held out her hand and stayed in the air. Feathers fluttered about and eventually one landed in his hand. The rest of the group looked at him. Burial Blossom was straight-talking. What trigrams? Feather looked at the feather. His expression did not change. The sign of 10 deaths. The atmosphere was somewhat somber as the people present heard this. Still 10 deaths? The disappointment on an old man's face was incomparably obvious. The burial fairy, on the other hand, said coldly and proudly, even if we die 10 deaths, we still have to knock a few teeth out of that group of extraterrestrial evil devils. The man who had been so eerie before also showed a look of relief in his eyes. It's better to spend your days without accomplishing anything than to kill the devil and end this life. Heavenly Tao, heavenly pride. The old man's bones have rusted from staying in the Forbidden Land, so it's time to go and move around. The Demon Exorcism Assembly. We will not fight for the sake of the living, but only for ourselves. A broken-armed powerhouse's voice was low. His wife was angled for by an evil demon from outside the domain. When he clung to his wife, unwilling to let go, and he survived when a divine domain chopped off his arm. Why be so depressed? People will win. Hitomi opened her mouth and looked at the crowd. Refine the Xian turtle armor. Half a day later, I and the others will go. All the people present had a piece of Xian turtle armor in their hands, which was a supreme defensive treasure, and by refining it, it was able to help withstand the attacks of the extraterrestrial evil demons. At this time of refining, it was even more important to synthesize the ones on the people into a formation. As Little Green silently refined the Xian turtle armor, she remembered what she had said to the Lord of the Clothes Department that day. If you can't kill the extraterrestrial evil demon, I'll never be finished with you in life and death. The latest chapters of Go as a jailer in the chaotic world of demons and martial arts. Moon Dynasty. A huge altar rises. The altar was 7 feet by 7 feet high, and was carefully constructed by the Moon Imperial Dynasty after 30 years of preparation. Standing on top of the altar, It was as if you could reach out and pick the stars and explore the moon. The altar is also known as the Moon Chase Tower. At this moment, above the dome of the sky, the momentum of the heavenly dog eating the moon was permeating. The whole earth seems to be plunged into darkness. Thousands of young women prostrate themselves and bow their heads in deep meditation. On the chasing moon, 12 new priests are dancing. The moon, the root of the Moon dynasty, was the god that the Moon dynasty worshipped. When the heavenly dog eclipsed the moon, it was a catastrophic event for the Moon dynasty. At the same time, 1,000 meters away, a tiny figure looked at the god's sacrifice platform. Her eyes flashed with a complex look. It's been 300 years, Yichen Xiaoruoshue without any flickering windows. It's been 300 years since the gentleman left. 300 years passed like water. She looked up, at the lake not far away, and a look of silence flashed in her eyes. A clear and cold voice came from behind, giving the moon pattern to random people. I'm afraid you won't be able to endure this time when the heavenly dog eclipses the moon, and you'll only be able to sink in the human world. The speaker was none other than the same person who was the first Sink daughter of the Moon Imperial clan as the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden stood in place, the moon in the pupils of her eyes in the form of a waning moon. She had no words for the one's words, silence was the answer. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Mr. I'm afraid she would have died at the hands of the 100 Cities Alliance. Where to wait for the Tengu to eclipse the moon? She was just a victim in the beginning. Yichen Sun Xiaoruo Shui. Seeing that the moon woman did not speak, that clear and cold voice suddenly lamented. And even the moon honored. How is it not sinking? In the middle of the Earth's Jedi, the injuries on Qi Yuan's body were already to the extreme. He was half sitting on the ground, leaning against the gate, still stopped, breathing heavily. These days, he had killed all the extraterrestrial evil demons in the middle of the Earth's Jedi. Those extraterrestrial evil devils, wanting to live a long life. Sorry, Qi Yuan gave them a final send-off. Nowadays, the Earth Jedi was empty, and all the extraterrestrial evil demons had been killed by Qi Yuan. He sat in place, his body unable to move. He was too badly injured and blood was still slowly dripping from his body. The only sound that could be heard in the large Earth Jedi was Qi Yuan's gasping breath and the sound of blood dripping down. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. Worthy of being my chosen one. Suddenly, a mechanically indifferent voice came out. The golden armored man who had originally fallen had appeared in front of Qi Yuan at an unknown time, and his huge body walked towards Qi Yuan, making the sound of armored helmets clashing. Unlike what Qi Yuan had seen back then, the pupils of his eyes were now white, inexplicably chilling. Qi Yuan sat in place, revealing a helpless look. I told you that the plot hasn't finished yet. You see, the real mastermind behind the scenes finally couldn't wait to appear. You're actually not surprised? The golden armored man. The original heavenly god's eyes flashed with a ray of astonishment. However, it doesn't matter. Qi Yuan looked at the golden armored man, his body covered in blood, as he said, what kind of skill is it for the titular mastermind behind the scenes to hide in my late father-in-law's body? The Atlas of the Celestials without a window. Show your true form. I'm addicted to swiping bosses. The golden armored man sniffed. The whitish pupils of his eyes did not have any emotional coloring, but his tone was awe-inspiring. I once thought that I could only live the rest of my life. Unexpectedly, I found you in the midst of the forbidden land of the 5 elements. What a wonderful flesh. What a terrifying talent. In only a few months' time, he had broken through from the early stage of the divine realm to the peak of the divine realm here. Such flesh, which should not be shed, is God's reward for me. His voice was extremely greedy, just like an old demon that had been starving for tens of thousands of years. Qi Yuan held his great sword in his hand and listened to the golden armored man's incomparably greedy words. Looks like I'll be the old man killer. As he said that, he held his sword in his hand and faced the gold armored man directly. Catalogue of the works of the Book of Chaos. Jabla. A sword light flashed, and the golden armored man's huge body broke and shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. That voice filled with greed resounded in the air. It's useless. What you killed was just a puppet. It can't hurt me at all. And again, you are only a divine realm. Not yet a true peak divine realm. Not even touching the origin. Resistance is futile. Be good and I will inherit your memories. Inherit your body and walk away from the Earth Jedi. Old Biden, you've practiced the White Day fantasy technique to the point of stupidity, and you still want to take over my body? The voice filled with greed paused for a moment and then said, so it was that bitch who told you. Ha ha, what's the harm in telling you? Your body has long been on my radar. Do you remember the divine reflections of the forbidden land of the 5 elements and the forbidden land of Yin and Yang? The ancient god emperor has no windows. I have influenced their decision by simply exercising some random tactics. All 53 divine reflections of the divine realm have traces of me. Now your mind, your thoughts, are all about me. My thoughts, which will spread in your mind, will spread and spread, taking over your consciousness and devouring your body. It was his scheme. Originally, he only wanted to promote the demon exorcism assembly to devour those divine domains and replenish some nutrients. Unexpectedly, in the world, encountered a supreme heavenly pride like Qi Yuan. It was the mercy of the heavens upon him, he said, and his voice gradually began to ring in Qi Yuan's head. Qi Yuan sniffed, unconcerned. "Dari, to be honest, this boss of yours is even easier to deal with than the extraterrestrial evil demon." Everlasting Life, starting from Qi Luckwords Works Catalog. In the midst of the 5 elements forbidden land, Qi Yuan entered the abyss of the core land and saw the quicksand of the 5 elements. He also saw the splendor of the great sun. His hand touched on the splendor of the great sun, and he saw some remnants of thoughts about the great sun. He heard that the great sun was scolding the extraterrestrial evil demon. He heard it, and Big Sun screamed like a lost dog. At first, Qi Yuan thought of Dari as a heavenly god, believing that he had lost a great battle against an extraterrestrial evil demon. However, when he saw the extraterrestrial evil devils, Qi Yuan had been completely sure that the extraterrestrial evil devils in Dari's mouth were not those old men at all. Rather, it's someone else. The July ritualist had once told him that the Lookout Moon continent had once been called the White Sun continent. At that time, Qi Yuan had a guess in his heart. The secretive Lord has no windows. The Heavenly Jedi's Ascension platform, and the remnants of that level 119 golden armored divine general under the banner of the Great Sun. Everything is tied together by Zihara. The Great Sun was once the master of this world and was defeated by an external enemy. He lives on, inviting extraterrestrial evils to plague this world. Now, it's even more of an idea for him. Those old men can still hurt me, while you can't. Qi Yuan's eyes were all contemptuous looks. A big boss in a restricted world where the highest level of the NPC is 99. It's just too meticulous. Without the dominance of dictating all the worlds. In TV, all of them can only be third-rate villains. Seemingly stepped on his tail by Qi Yuan's words, Dari's voice broke a little in defense. You can only show off your tongue. The countless memories of the divine reflection have long since affected you, immortal evil god. Immediately, I will replace you and become you. Ha, Qi Yuan disdained. When I was watching the Rainbow Cat, Blue Rabbit, and 7 Heroes, you were probably still playing with mud. Do you know how many games I've played? How much TV and how much anime I've watched? These things just want to influence my mind. Playing a game and reading a character synopsis of an NPC can affect my consciousness and allow the game character to replace my brain? You're hilarious. I think you've been playing too many games and got seawater in your brain. Of course, Qi Yuan's words were still somewhat exaggerated. The memories of those people did affect him. He was somewhat silenced when he saw the countless corpses hanging under the Kuki Tsubaki. However, he was quickly relieved. He's just playing a game. Catalog of works of the great master. Why get so involved and caught up in it? Every time he goes offline, he clears his cache. Can you change the ending by saying so many boring things? You have no idea. The difference between you and me. You haven't even stepped through the divine realm yet, so how can you be my enemy? The Great Sun's voice was vast. At his peak moment, he was the true master of the White Sun continent. With a single word, he can set the rules of the world. On the Heavenly Jedi, he established a gladiatorial arena to watch countless geniuses fight and invited cultivators from all realms to watch. The ultimate triumphant genius will be a part of him. Cultivating the daylight fantasy technique. He was ambitious, but he also had a gloomy mind. My disciples are all great emperor's latest chapter. He was afraid that someone would secretly break through the divine realm. So he set a rule. In Qi Yuan's opinion, that rule was that people in this realm were unable to break through level 99 and reach level 100. Because, after reaching level 100, it is possible to touch the origin and have something uncontrollable by the great day. The current you can only become my puppet, can only be my flesh and fulfill me. Big Sun yelled madly. Powerful spiritual energy washed over Qi Yuan's mind at this moment. This enormous spiritual power was stronger than any Qi Yuan had ever seen. Even all the memories of those 52 God Realm powerhouses were not as good as his eventualities. Countless messages spread, and the Great Sun hurricane began to take over. Qi Yuan was covered in blood as he sat in place, clutching his sword in his hand. The great sage of the human way has no windows. In the face of such a sea of attacks, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Big Sun, you're a certified grandpa. How can I stop you? You ask? Me, Heaven's Path Foundation building. How can you stop me? You took me? Wrong. I swallowed you. The Great Day is nothing more than the strongest person in this world. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, had been injured and killed all the time while facing the extraterrestrial evil demons. In the midst of the deadly battle, he also sensed a strand of the true meaning of death. The heavenly Tao fragment of the Yin Yang Ban also fell into his hands. when all the extraterrestrial evil demons were put to death. He also obtained the heavenly Tao fragment of the Earth Absolute. Nowadays, Qi Yuan had obtained all the heavenly Tao fragments. Woman Warrior in Slow Down latest chapter. Deri merely regarded Qi Yuan as a rare heavenly pride. He merely thought that Qi Yuan was progressing by leaps and bounds and would be able to break through in battle. Where did he think that Qi Yuan could gain experience and improve himself with every little monster he killed? He was even more incapable of thinking that Qi Yuan had passed through the Forbidden Land, and that he had been able to obtain the heavenly Tao fragment. That was the heavenly Tao of a realm. And even the Great Sun didn't dare to entertain any thoughts of coveting it. As the words fell, Qi Yuan's eyes closed. The images in his head, they kept turning over. A great sun that shines on the earth. The world is a pale place where everything is revived. Qi Yuan's consciousness hung above the sky. Is he like a satellite? Or the eye of the continent? Looking at the world, the book of the shepherd god has no windows. He saw that there were demons crawling out of the azure sea, and there were people raggedly coming out of the great mountains. He saw the 100 clans fighting for supremacy, and the demon clan constantly stalking and tearing apart the great mountains. He saw the human tribes fight, and the leader of the great tribe, who rode an iron-eating beast, was beheaded with a sword. He saw 10,000 demons devouring, overwhelmingly huge demons twisting their bodies, and the earth drying up for 3,000 miles. He saw flowers blossom and fall. He saw icebergs melt. He saw heavenly maidens bathe. He saw monkeys pee. He also saw that a stone sucked in the essence of the sun and moon and eventually exploded and transformed into a humanoid creature. Humanoid creatures, inherently divine, are the favorites of the world when it comes to their words. He walked to the river to drink, and there was a 10,000-year-old immortal fruit floating by. He sleeps on the ground with a piece of armor crashed next to him. Invincible villain from Moon Blown Up Works catalog. He cultivates and is even far beyond normal. It was as if he was the favorite of the heavens. In just a few thousand years, humanoid creatures had become the masters of this realm, decimating the giants of the demon race from all sides and the emperor of the human race. Countless memories spread. Ziggurat saw the humanoid creature make a big kill. His vision was almost entirely filled with the magnificent figures of humanoid creatures. He was a little mesmerized, feeling a little vicarious, fantasizing that he was that humanoid creature stirring up endless blood in the world. Suddenly, Qi Yuan cursed. Sending a daughter? And raping? Even Long Aotian is worse than that. I've seen too much of Long Aotian. This pussy brat is too capable of pretending. I need to change my tastes. He stopped paying attention to the humanoid creature. Urban Extreme Medical God Works catalog. He watched mother-in-laws and daughters-in-law quarrel. He watched ants carry grains of rice. He watched hermaphroditic creatures mate. He looked all over this side of the world. He has the heavenly Tao fragment. His sight, then, was not limited to humanoid creatures above. Otherwise, his mind is the life of a humanoid creature. Not a third-party perspective, but a primary perspective. At the end of the day, through endless years of generalization, he becomes the great sun. This is also the scheme of the great day. Unfortunately, Deri didn't even know that Qi Yuan had already saved up the heavenly Tao. He is now the way of heaven. Qi Yuan looked at the world as if he were a player, looking at the background of a world. A world's introduction. Initial evolution latest chapter. He immersed himself at times and spit out bugs. He didn't know how long it had been. The humanoid creature that Qi Yuan had forgotten about suddenly let out a hint of a hiss. No. Why? You don't look at me. I'm all you've got. I'm the one who's you. It was as if a balloon filled with water had been punctured by a pin. The humanoid creature shattered and became a fragment of Ziggurat's mind. Qi Yuan didn't even know about this. He was still traveling the world. The world is too big and there's so much more to see. In the middle of the Earth Absolute, Qi Yuan's eyes were tightly closed. His sword still tightly held in his hand as he sat on top of the steps. 100 Refined Ascension Record latest chapter. In the midst of the large Earth Jedi, suddenly, a sun-like light shone. The entire Earth Jedi was filled with white light. A loud hissing sound came. Who the hell are you? I killed you. The divine soul that had been taken away dissipated, and a huge stone appeared in the middle of the Earth's extinction. The stone, burning with white fire. A white glow filled the entire Earth Jedi. That is the only remaining body of the great sun. The huge stone emitted an aura that far surpassed the divine realm, and it seemed that even space was trembling. When it let out a loud cry, the phrase "Who the hell are you?" could be heard echoing throughout the entire Earth Jedi. Starting from Tantric College Monk Works catalog. Adverse Son, I am your father. Just then, Qi Yuan, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened them. He looked at the boulder with a look of disgust. I take back what I just said. I don't have a son as ugly as you. Although, Qi Yuan had obtained the complete heavenly Tao. This great day, too, counts as his son. But Qi Yuan didn't want to recognize it at all. It's so humiliating. Damn you. I don't know. How you wore out the remnants of my mind. But in this world, you who can't break through to the divine realm can only die. It's all you. It's all you. Why don't you just die in peace? It had to be forced on me. The great day grimaced, agonized, and roared. Unable to take over the body, he could only live on. Right now, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. And he was unable to utilize all of his strength by any chance. However, he was still the strongest in this realm. So, there was no real danger before his essence dared to actually appear. Die. Blazing white light filled toward Qi Yuan, a myriad of powers comparable to the origin. Seeing this, Qi Yuan muttered, I suddenly feel that the extraterrestrial evil demon has a point about filial piety. However, when faced with the strongest strike of the great sun, the corners of Qi Yuan's mouth curled into a smile once more. He thought softly in his mind, upgrade. How much experience does Zihara have left? Zihara himself didn't know. At the Ascension Terrace, the endless small monsters gave him tons of experience. In the Earth Jedi, the close to 3,000 extraterrestrial evil demons provided him with another large chunk of experience. These experiences, at this moment, were like an inverted ocean, with only a small opening to vent and enter Qi Yuan's body. Qi Yuan held his sword as he looked at the huge stone. I am not level 99. Demon Flare, Hegemonic Power, Chopping Heavenly Sword Drawing Technique. All the big skills, all the little skills, were cast at the same time at this moment. Qi Yuan unleashed the strongest sword in this world. Kill. The blazing white light, intertwined with the blood-red sword Qi, erupted with a power far beyond normal. Ancient First God Works Catalog. Qi Yuan's body was bathed in white and bloodlight. His body slowly melted away, and the bloodlight struggled to resist but he squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth. You'll die faster than me. Ha ha. After saying this, Qi Yuan closed his eyes feebly. He sat on the steps, his blood all dried up, still clutching this sword in his hand. Beyond the Earth Jedi, a dozen breaths ago, the divine realm powerhouses from the Yin-Yang and Five Elements Forbidden Lands finally arrived. At this moment, all of their expressions were incomparably calm. Immediately, they would have to face the most terrifying extraterrestrial evil demon in this world. The Tengu eclipses the moon and is still happening. Darkness had enveloped the world. Heaven's way. Heaven's pride. No window. However, at that moment, suddenly, a loud vibrating sound seemed to come from the middle of the Earth's Jedi. Everyone was appalled and looked at each other. What happened? Could it be that the extraterrestrial evil demons have discovered us and are preparing to rob and kill us? Look, you guys, what's that? Suddenly, the man in red raised his finger to the sky. Above the dome of the sky, the giant Tengu was eclipsing the moon. A great sun suddenly rose, and the whole world became as bright as day. Everyone looked up to the sky, and the thought of fear inexplicably arose in their hearts, as if a great disaster was on the horizon. Two suns? What's going on? The crowd was shocked and terrified. Not good. That sun is going to fall towards the earth. Go in the demon martial chaotic world as a jailer works catalog. The great sun is in the sky. The sun and the moon are upside down. This is the great sun revival. Feather thought of something, a bloody tear dropping from the corner of his eye. So, this is the real 10 deaths? The rest of the divine realms were incomparably horrified when they saw the scene. A great sun, surprisingly, crashed down towards the continent. Although, it may not be as good as the sun high above the firmament, it is still a small sun. Fell to earth? What kind of apocalyptic scene is that? The sea poured in, the earth's veins were broken, and the living were reduced to ashes. 10 deaths? Little Green looked at the great sun that was drooping. Suddenly reconciled, she revealed a smile. Lord of the Clothes Department, I don't blame you anymore. However, right at this moment, only a sword suddenly appeared above the sky. Yichen Xiaoruoshue latest chapter. What's that? Whose sword? What is this? The God Realm giants were shocked beyond words, because in the sky, a sword appeared, a sword they were familiar with. Moon Imperial Dynasty. The woman raised her head. She looked at the sky dome. The moon in her eyes turned into a waning moon. Mr. Clothes Forbidden. The red dowry stumbled and kept running, as if calling out for something. She fell, got up, and fell again. Above the vault of heaven, in front of a large door, a scaly man sat on the steps, bloodied and battered, holding a long sword. He seemed to have come from hell and encountered countless demons besieging, tearing, and gnawing in general. His body was covered with wounds everywhere, his eyes were shattered, but he still held his sword and swung it at the sun, followed by a shout. I am not level 99. Yichen Sun Xiaoruoshue Works Catalog. A sword comes out, while Yin and Yang are in chaos. Half of the entire blazing white world turned blood red. Blood red and white light collided, bursting out with unimaginable energy. Lord of the Clothes, This is the Lord of the Clothes. The man in red roared. The dragon judge looked at the dome of the sky, and endless colors flashed in his eyes, which eventually turned into a smile. How could someone whom I believe in run away from the battle? How could he? How could he? The rest of the divine realm powerhouses all looked at the dome of the sky and were silent. And some, even more guilty. In some cases, the eyes of the tiger were filled with hot tears. They, then, saw that the bloodied man, with a smile on his lips, closed his eyes. You die faster than me. Ha ha. Only this one voice was left in the world. Opening sign desolate ancient sacred body works catalog. The sword energy was still spreading. The blaze is getting less and less. The black Tengu, too, was severed by that sword. The great sun was also eventually torn apart and reduced to stars. Clanging, a door fell in the middle of the earth's jungle. There were once 4 bands and 2 jinxes, of which the earth is no longer available in the world. All of the divine realm powerhouses looked towards the earth absolute. They saw, behind the fallen gate, a bloody teenager, sitting on the steps, his sword cradled in his hand, his eyes closed, and a smile on the corner of his mouth. Seemingly asleep, seemingly having a beautiful dream. Lord of the Clothes, the divine realm powerhouses exclaimed in shock, and some of their eyes even revealed a look of heartache as they frantically rushed towards the earth absolute. This is how many great battles it has been through. The map of celestial beings has no windows. This is, however, in their line of sight. The broken teenager seemed to have disappeared into the earth as well. Along with the dissipation of the earth's Jedi, all that could be seen was a flash of blood red remaining and disappearing. There is too much history in the world, covered up in the years. The July priest was not as tall as Jinli, and walked next to Jinli, but looked more dignified. A lost look flashed across Jinli's eyes and no words were spoken, such as the Forbidden Jedi. In fact, when the original Moon Dynasty was established, there were 2 major Jedi in the world in addition to the 4 Forbidden Jedi. And now, there is only 1 Jedi left. After the Moon Imperial Dynasty was established, it also went through constant demise, but it was eventually established again. There's another Jedi? Jean Li's eyes narrowed. The Book of Chaos has no windows. She remembered what Qi Yuan had said about the 4 prohibitions and 2 prohibitions. What was the name of the other Jedi? And where is it now? Jean Li's tone was a bit agitated. According to the ancient records, that one Jedi is named Earth Extinction, July slowly said. Rumor has it that the Earth Jedi gave birth to a world-destroying troll, and there was a faceless swordsman who went with a sword to kill the troll. How is he? Jean Li grabbed the July ritualist's arm. It's really hard to imagine the greatness of the earth being shattered. And he, died with the troll, July ritual said languidly. Dead? Jean Li looked a bit dumbfounded. There are also ancient records that the Moon Imperial Dynasty was founded by the faceless swordsman. Unfortunately, later on, the new emperor disavowed this claim. Ancient God Emperor. I don't know if the faceless swordsman is related to our Moon Dynasty or not, but he did come here. He also has an idol just ahead. Jean Li looked up, and she saw a dilapidated temple with the south wall collapsed and overgrown with weeds. Should we go in and take a look? July ritual looked calm. Jean Li stepped on the green stone floor. Her steps were quick and seemed slow. In just a dozen breaths, she entered the temple. It's a pity that even though it's rumored that the faceless sword god has the power to save the world, among the many temples, his temple doesn't have much incense. The July sacrifice was lamenting. Jean Li, on the other hand, stopped in her tracks as she looked at the mangled idol in the temple. In her mind, countless images flashed through her mind, and she remembered many things. Everlasting life, starting with the Qi words without a pop-up window. Your Majesty, have you seen what you wanted to see? The July priest's sullen voice came from behind. Jinri looked at the idol and she raised her hand. She grabbed onto the idol's left hand, and at that moment, the idol's left hand suddenly exploded. A turquoise-colored wooden hairpin fell into Jean Li's hand. She gripped the wooden pin tightly as she remembered the second thing Qi Yuan had said to her. She raised her head and looked at the idol. I have seen it, as I have seen Chung. Clothespan. The cold wooden boards made Qi Yuan feel choked and a little cold. He casually wrapped his hands around something, but they were empty. Little married. He cried out and opened his eyes. Catalogue of works of the Lord of Secrecy. Only to find that he was alone on the board. Little marriage? He shouted harder. As a result, there was still no response. The bridal chamber, empty, was devoid of anyone. With the sun, Zihara casts his big skill. Unfortunately, in response to him, there was no response. He sat down on the cold boards, feeling a slight headache. The only happy thing is that the skills are still there and the little married is still there. You're a wife. So unqualified. You don't even call out to me when you go out. Qi Yuan dragged his weakened body and walked among the clothing band. He saw many grafts. Immortal evil god without window. Unfortunately, None of them are as beautiful as Little Married. He stumbled and struggled to walk into the underground palace. Sure enough, they say that couples who stay together for a long time will be somewhat alike. And now I'm taking 2 steps and falling down. You wouldn't have been like me before, with your mind muddled with too much stuff. After walking for an hour, Chi Yuan walked into the underground palace. Married, we're in a divorce cooling off period, but you're out of town right now, and I can't get a divorce decree by myself. So, when we next meet, we'll talk about divorcing or not divorcing, and for now you're still my wife? Do I have to chase my wife to the crematorium? Why don't you chase the husband to the crematorium? It's more fun. Chi Yuan sat down in the gloomy dungeon and caught his breath. The great master has no windows. He raised his hand, and the moon lines on his hand disappeared, like the traces left on him by the little marriage. He looked at the forbidden army of the clothes department that remained in the underground palace. Am I leaving? That Diri is still really go. If I had broken through 100 levels earlier, his main body definitely wouldn't have appeared. I can't get a perfect pass on this game. The game passed perfectly, and Chi Yuan was still a bit frustrated. When a game is over, it's the same as when a TV sees the grand finale, and the heart gets empty. Trash game. I still have a side quest to complete. No, Jean Lee is a player. It doesn't count as a quest. Face off. Next time you face off, the location must be set in reality. Thinking about this time to go and meet with Jean Lee, the snow was heavy, and I waited for a few days, but I didn't wait for the arrival. My disciples are all great emperor's capital works catalog. He mused. He looked at the dusty clothing ministry forbidden army. Chi Yuan inexplicably remembered some words that he had read somewhere before, and he couldn't help but blurt them out. In the past, when I didn't see you, I was as sad as snow, and my thoughts were as deep as those of the past and present. I don't see you now, and I look at you like a gardu, and I'm drunk from both ancient and modern times. I will see you later, and I will not hate the delay in meeting you, and I will not complain about the shortness of time. The last line was, when I don't see you, my life will be like Nank, and all my dreams will be empty. He found it unlucky and changed it as he went along. He remembered the snow that day. The snow in the game is just big, much bigger than the snow on Blue Star. Furuki Tsubaki, more like a large Christmas tree. It must have been beautiful to see a Christmas tree without a corpse hanging from it, as Jean Lee saw it. Catalogue of works of the great sage of humanity. Chi Yuan left from his fantasies. He looked at the clothing ministry's forbidden troops and commanded, it's hard to read some acidic texts. Make sure you bring them to Jean Lee. After saying this, Chi Yuan, who was sitting in the underground palace, suddenly laughed out loud. I'm so philandering. Above the 7-colored peak, a snowfall also slowly drifted down. Jiang Lingsu still had a single long dress as she left from the thatched hut. Glancing at the thatched hut next to her, a hint of an anxious look flashed in her eyes. It's been 3 months. Is eldest brother still not well? 3 months had passed since eldest brother had instructed her to help look after it. She was a little worried that her eldest brother had an accident. After all, eldest brother was still refining chi and could not truly achieve the goal of dispelling the grain. One has to reach foundation establishment before one can truly dispel the grain. Woman warrior, wait for the latest chapter. Right at this moment, a voice came. Senior sister, has senior brother Chi Yuan not yet left the gate? Dong Xian was dressed in black, out of place in the vast snow. Not yet. Eldest senior brother said that this time, the closure will be a year and a half long. After Jiang Lingsu finished speaking, she returned to her room. Don Idol was a little lost when he heard this. There are only 2 months left to prepare for the battle for the dragon. The patriarch asked him to invite the 2 foundation builders. One person he had successfully invited was the patriarch's son-in-law, the 5 Light Peaks chief senior disciple, senior brother Kong Fulu. Elder brother Kong Fulu was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, cultivating the 5 Light sacred method. He was the most deservedly strongest among the foundation establishment disciples in the Divine Light sect. Dawn Idol had spent a great deal of money to bring him in, the latest chapter of the Book of the Shepherd God. As for the second foundation builder, the one he wanted to invite was Chi Yuan. Elder Ware had said that senior brother Chi Yuan was incomparably mysterious, carrying secrets, and that if he were to build up his foundation and wield that supremely valuable chopper, he could even battle Yuan Dan. If he had elder brother Chi Yuan's help, he might actually be able to win the battle for the dragon and change his fate. His fiancée, too, didn't have to be separated from her. But nowadays, elder brother Chi Yuan was still in seclusion, not knowing when he would come out at all. He's afraid of time passing. He waited for a while at the 7-colored peak and eventually left in disappointment. Elder Ware, why don't we switch? Dong Xian couldn't help but say. Where old man sniffed, a cold grunt, to cooperate. Naturally cooperate with the strongest. That Kong Fulu, if his strength is as strong as his mouth, you will naturally not be afraid. Invincible villain from the moon blew up. Wait a little longer. There's always a chance. Dong Idol sniffed and nodded. He deliberately asked weapon olds to strengthen his resolve. On the 7 colored peaks, the snow piled up thicker and thicker. Jiangling Su was getting more and more worried that her eldest brother was really dying in the house, and she came to see a few times every day. However, sensing the scent of a living person, she relaxed a little, and at that moment, Qi Yuan's house. Qi Yuan, who had his eyes closed, had a pained look in his eyes. Sweat continued to pour down on his forehead. Some inexplicable sound came into his ears. A heavenly grade secret method for $9.09. Damn it, my Dan failed to be refined again. Urban Extreme Medical God Works Catalog. Shit is so delicious. Oops, can't eat it again. I'm a Yuan Dan real person. I can't be the same as when I wasn't spiritually enlightened. Did you hear that sister and master slept together? And that's not all. Master's wife found out about it and got into it with sister's brother. We've been hibernating in the Divine Light sect for so many years. When exactly are we going to make our move? Countless voices poured into Qi Yuan's ears. He opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were chaotic for a moment, and in a moment they turned clear again. I'm back? With the sun? I succeeded in building my foundation? Tendo Tsukiji. That's right. After coming out of the game world, Qi Yuan got the complete Heaven's Path fragment, initial evolution without window. He followed the Qi Yuan Sutra and used the Heavenly Tao as a foundation building spirit to start building his foundation. In just half a day, he succeeded in Heaven's Path foundation building. However, he, who had succeeded in building his foundation, felt that his brain was muddled and very sleepy. He felt as if something was targeting him, and his consciousness was slowly dissipating, and he couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. He had another dream. He couldn't remember much of the dream. All he remembers is that in his dream, he went into a wooden house with a big thing in it, and the big thing saw him and fought him. Needless to say, that big thing was fierce, and Qi Yuan was no match at all. But Qi Yuan wasn't a vegetarian either, and beat the guy up so badly that the big thing didn't kick him out. He also lived in that big thing's house. However, that big thing was afraid that Qi Yuan would demolish his house and made many agreements with Qi Yuan. 100 Refinement Ascension record without bullet window. The appointment was not remembered by Zihara. When the dream woke up, in the midst of all the confusion, he heard many strange voices. My strength is so strong. Is this the heaven's way to build a foundation? Qi Yuan had a feeling that now, without a knife, he could kill the patriarch of the Black Mountain sect with one punch. As for the sect's patriarch, true Lord Deadwood, Qi Yuan didn't know because he hadn't fought. It's true that I'm worthy of heaven's way to build a foundation. Now I should be able to get out of the countryside to cultivate immortality and hang on to high school cultivation, right? Zihara got up. He cast a spell on himself and went to change his clothes again. And at that moment, a strange voice entered his mind. It's annoying that the corset is small again. From Tantric College Monk without a pop-up window. Zihara froze. Could it be that Tendo will have hallucinations after he builds his foundation? Why do you still hallucinate the voice of your senior sister? Does that mean I have a crush on my senior sister and crave her body? He thought this and walked out of his room. Sister, he called out to the thatched hut next door. Eldest brother? Wait, I'll be right out. Jiang Lingsu's voice was somewhat joyful, and there was a hint of panic amidst the joy. It didn't take long for Jiang Lingsu to come out of the thatched hut. She had an excited look on her face. Eldest senior brother, you finally come out of the gate. Principal Qi looked at Jiang Lingsu's chest. Well, is indeed big and spectacular. This weird Three Kingdoms game is too mean without a bullet. Senior sister, I've built my foundation. The rich and powerful do not return to their homes, like a brocade garment that travels at night. After the success of the foundation, you definitely have to fantasize for your senior sister. Foundation building? Jiang Lingsu glanced at Qi Yuan. The joy in her eyes grew even more. Congratulations senior brother. Congratulations senior brother. Qi Yuan sniffed and looked at Jiang Lingsu expectantly. Is there more? Ha? Jiang Lingsu froze. What else? You'll have to ask me what I'm building, Qi Yuan dejectedly said. Jiang Lingsu smiled helplessly and bitterly. What kind of foundation building are you, eldest senior brother? Since you've asked sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you that I, Qi Yuan, am a heavenly Tao foundation builder. Qi Yuan stood in the snow like a tawdry immortal guest. The heaven's way to build a foundation. Jiang Lingsu naturally did not believe in it. If eldest brother is a heaven's path foundation builder, when he builds his foundation, a vision should appear. If 100 birds chirp in the morning and 10,000 flowers bloom in the midst of winter, and these days, where there are no beautiful visions, but the snow fell incessantly, and the thunder in the sky was constant, instead of the heavenly Tao building up the foundation, Jiang Lingsu even felt that a demon had come out of the world. Of course, the constant thunder is not much of a vision, eldest senior brother had succeeded in building his foundation. So naturally, Jiangling Su would be happy for him. And at this moment, Qi Yuan, a worried look appeared in his eyes. Elder sister, you've seen a lot of things. After Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, will there be some side effects? I don't know why, but I've been feeling all jumbled up lately, and I've been hallucinating occasionally. Jiangling Su frowned. After successfully building the foundation, when these symptoms won't appear, eldest senior brother, I think you need to go find a physician to take a look, or perhaps look for a certain elder to take a look. The first god of the ancient world. Qi Yuan sniffed and hesitated a bit, and that's when those strange ravings broke into his ears again. Finally, the third level of Qi refining. Senior sister should think highly of me, right? Well, don't. It stinks. Xian Yuan Dharma Decree. There are 7 layers. Cultivate to the 7th layer and you will be able to step into the realm of a Yuan Dan real person. These voices, like mosquitoes, kept buzzing in Qi Yuan's ears. Listening to the voices, Qi Yuan suddenly lit up. I am enlightened. Jiangling Su blinked her eyes. 3 question marks inside. My gold finger has arrived. Qi Yuan said seriously. When stepping into Qi refining, Qi Yuan's eyes could see hidden information that normal people were not able to see. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride latest chapter. Now that he had stepped into foundation establishment, wasn't it normal for his ears to be able to hear some strange words? His goldfinger this is arriving. Jiangling Su sniffed and felt that even though eldest brother had built his foundation, the matter of having a problem with his head was still not well. But after thinking of something, Jiangling Su said, eldest senior brother, don't you want to join the Divine Flower Society? Now that you've built your foundation, I'll help recommend you to join. What do you think? Qi Yuan sniffed and nodded, revealing a smile. Good. Thank you senior sister. Now, he and his senior sister had killed Zhu Lianhua of the Light Palace. That day, the generous senior sister took the blame for him. Qi Yuan was still apprehensive inside. Join the Divine Flower Guild and stack a buff on yourself. Go in the Demon Martial Chaos as a jailer without a pop-up window. This is what Qi Yuan was thinking. Moreover, he is a village small immortal cultivator. Early to befriend the university immortal cultivator. Say out also thief face. It will take some time for your application for membership to go through. Jiangling Su finished and looked at Qi Yuan with an expectant face. I've helped you so much. How will you repay me? Senior brother? Qi Yuan swept his eyes over Jiangling Su's chest. Well, the body is not tall. Appearing petite and cute Jiangling Su, today wearing a turquoise green single thin long skirt, looks quite loose, but still difficult to hide 2 plump snow peaks. A touch of slippery snow white gully hidden at the muslin. Very rude to say. Very big and substantial. Qi Yuan suddenly remembered the voice he had heard earlier. The corset is small again, which is annoying. Delivering charcoal in the snow and solving the problems encountered by the senior sister. Wasn't that repayment? Yi Chen Xiaoruoxue latest chapter. He couldn't help but say, get you a bigger corset. Jiangling Su sniffed and looked down, her hand instantly blocking her chest. Just now, she was changing clothes in the house. Due to the excitement within her heart when she learned that eldest senior brother was out of the gate, she was in a hurry to come out. So she casually wore the small-sized corset to cope with the situation, and also casually draped on a long tulle skirt next to her. Spring light leaked a little. Her face instantly reddened. Shameless. She finished and hurried toward the house. Qi Yuan looked at Jiangling Su's back with a surprised expression. Then he introspected himself. It's abrupt. Think I'm talking too low IQ and will have to be high IQ in the future. Qi Yuan saw his senior sister return to the thatched hut. He also went back to his room. He sat in the house. The empty feeling inside the past game had not yet dissipated. Yi Chen Sun Yi Xiaoruoxue. In particular, a heavy snowfall on the 7-colored peak had made him touch his heart and remember the heavy snowfall on the July lake in the game. He sat alone on the green stone, accompanied only by the Moon Maiden. Zihara held out his own arm. The crescent marks on it have disappeared. Floating life is like a dream. Qi Yuan took out the game jade slip and his consciousness probed into it. But all he saw was white. He wasn't able to be on the Moonwatch continent as soon as he entered as he had been in the past. Can't you enter after you pass? Qi Yuan walked out of the thatched hut and looked up at the sky. The stars in the sky were dense and densely packed, similar to those seen in the Moonwatch continent. All the stars in the sky are projections, so that means that the Moonwatch continent and the Kanglan realm are still seeing the same starry sky. Opening signature desolate ancient sacred body latest chapter. This put Qi Yuan's heart at ease a little. He went back into the house. Since the game passes one, will a second game be open? Qi Yuan's consciousness wandered through the white game jade. Suddenly, Qi Yuan saw a bright light that resembled the icon of a game app. A new game? Qi Yuan's face was joyful. His consciousness, ever closer to that game app icon. However, That game app icon was as if it was extremely resistant, and Chi Yuan's consciousness was unable to approach it at all. Dog games? Don't let me play. Chi Yuan raged. He tried to get closer, but still couldn't. Chi Yuan's face went white for a moment. Does it mean that there is not enough memory to download it? Celestial mapping. Or maybe, the level of this game is too high for me to play right now? Chi Yuan recalled that when he played the Moonwatch Continent, he was an ordinary person at the beginning, and he could only stay in for less than an hour before he had to go out. Too much mental exertion. As his strength increased, his divine soul became stronger so that he could play the game for a long time. So, my divine soul is too weak to enter the second game? Zihara felt disgruntled. Himself our heavenly path foundation building. Can divine sense outward? Divine soul growth a big cut. Surprisingly, divine soul is still too weak to enter the second game. Either this game is too big, or this game has blacklisted me. As Chi Yuan thought this, his consciousness made no effort to move forward. Suddenly, a murmuring voice reached his ears. The Book of Chaos. When I, Ning Yi, grow up, I'll be the prettiest girl under the sky. Zahara froze. My ears are so awesome, can I even hear the voices in the game icons? The voice, heck, it was coming from the game icon. The voice was clear and crisp, while laced with a faint milky sound, and should not be very old. It looks like life should be happy and fulfilling. Chi Yuan couldn't help but say, little friend Ning Electron, I believe in you. He finished revealing a helpless look, wondering if that NPC in the game could hear him. Streaming wind boundaries, layers of forest, pine waves, covered with turquoise moss on the green stone. Long black hair covered half of Ningyi's face, and the pupils of her eyes were pitch black with a sweet smile. Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. The long black dress was blowing in the wind, clinging to her body. Perhaps due to malnutrition, her body was a little thin, the skin on the back of her bare hands, yet white excessively, with a sickly pale beauty, able to see the green veins inside. The young girl's appearance was extremely beautiful, although she hadn't grown up yet, but a beauty embryo. The only beautiful thing was that on her face. However, there was a scar with an odd word carved into it, adding some brokenness to the face. The young girl sat on the moss-covered green stone and looked at her reflection in the water, a sweet smile appearing in her eyes. When I, Ning Yi, grows up, I will definitely be the most beautiful girl under the sky. As the words fell, the dagger in her hand stabbed at the neck of the man lying next to her. Blood splattered, landing on Ning Electron's long black dress and also on her face. Everlasting life, starting with Chi-Luck words without bouncing window. Around them, 6 men dressed in black. They looked at Ning Electron with grim faces, holding various weapons in their hands. A black-robed man with a sword said in a deep voice, "You demon girl, you're so ruthless at such a young age. What's going to happen when you grow up?" Next to him, an axe-wielding man with a leaky mouth said in a cold voice, "Your face, having been carved with the mark of a demoness, is ugly. Demonesses, whom everyone sees and kills, are as ugly as demonic sins. Not even the purest and kindest holy maiden in heaven and earth would find you beautiful? Who in the world would dare to think so? It's been a long time since I've tasted a woman. Head cut off. Not also hey." Ning Electron sniffed and suddenly sat still. She thought of her mother. She had once been a holy maiden as well, and she had once also said that when Ning Electron grew up, she would be the most beautiful girl in the world. Lord of secrecy without window. But, the young Ning Electrum, gripping her dagger tightly, looked towards the 6 people who were slowly approaching her, and she narrowed her eyes, but she was too injured to break the game. Just then, all of a sudden, it was as if a burst of thunder came from above the dome of the sky. A thick and ethereal voice entered the ears of everyone present. "Little friend Ning Yi, I believe in you." The vastness of the voice was like a great bell striking in everyone's heart. It fell on Ning Yi's ears, but it was like a fresh breeze brushing against his face. Who is it? Where is the senior? We are here to kill the demoness. Please don't intervene. When you meet a demoness, you will be executed. Latest chapter of Immortal Evil God. The 6 men held their weapons and their faces went pale for a moment as they looked around warily, their minds in a panic, because the voice was vast, like an immortal teacher. It would be unthinkable if the owner of the voice had struck out at them. Right at this moment, the figure of Ning Igeo moved. She was like a black mandala, and the dagger in her hand plunged into the chest of a man in black. Blood spurted and stained her long black dress, and it was excessively bright on her excessively white palms. No good. Beware of the demoness. It was only then that these black-clothed big men reacted. But that majestic voice just now was like thunder, and there was still a buzzing in their ears even now. Their ability to react is also much lower. The Great Lord has no windows. Plus, they were shaken by the voice and had been on guard against it. Didn't even notice Ning Yi. When Ning Energizer suddenly struck out, he inflicted powerful damage on them. No. These people let out miserable screams, and Ning Electron was like a ghost as he killed his way through the crowd. Half a quarter of an hour later, all the black-clothed dudes were lying on the ground without any breath. Ning Electron stood in the center of the corpses, her entire body covered in blood, and the blood on her arms flowed from the top down, ticking on the ground. She was also badly injured. She bent down, dagger in hand, and walked over to the bodies. Even if they were already dead, she had to make up for it and cut off the heads. After doing so, Ning Electron slowly walked towards the pool where he had just stayed. My disciples are all great emperor's capital without any flickering windows. The water in the pool was clear, but there weren't any fish, and any other living creatures. The pool water stepped over her knees and she suddenly looked up, her voice grandmotherly and extremely cute. "Uncle, are you still there?" Ning Electron stood quietly, waiting, but no one answered her at all. "Uncle, if you are still there, answer. I am ready to take a bath." Ning Era still waited, yet the place was quiet, with only the scent of flowers and the smell of blood, not even the sound of insects. Jussie, the Ning Electronics took a bath. "Oh, don't peek. Oh, if you peek, you'll have to marry me when I grow up, and if you don't, I'll." The black skirt slowly fell off, and Ning Electrified burrowed into the water, revealing only a small head, her face showing a human and harmless expression. But her vigilance hadn't completely dissipated yet. The great sage of the human way has no windows. Eventually, after an unknown amount of time, Ning Electron stepped out of the water. She looked at the dome of the sky, her dark pupils devoid of any emotional color, but her voice was deliberately grandmotherly. "Uncle, I'll mark you down." There was only fear in her heart for the unknown voices, and these behaviors just now were nothing more than an attempt to survive. My mother said that if she said to a man, "You're going to marry him," I'm afraid he'd freeze. Achoo! Chi Yuan sneezed as the cold wind blew in through the dilapidated thatched hut, freezing and piercing the bones. Chi Yuan, who was reading the Gongfa, stood up. "I'm all Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment, or a Foundation Establishment Supreme Powerhouse, but I'm still living in a thatched hut. It's too unimpressive. I'll go and change a wooden hut tomorrow." Chi Yuan felt that as his strength increased, his status had to increase as well. Woman warrior and slow down, no bullet window. It would be too thrifty to live in a thatched roof any longer. Alas, even if you replace it with a thatched roof, you still can't avoid a life of labor. Chi Yuan was helpless. In the past, although he had worked hard to cultivate during the day, plus read the Gongfu, he still had games to play at night. It's just like the laborers on the blue planet, working hard 996 every day, and after work, they can still play games, watch videos in WeTV, and amuse themselves with tidbits of fun. And now that the game is gone, the titty fun is gone, and every day is a struggle to learn, no less. Either I resign my position as the Seven Color Peaks chief great disciple and go to the mortal world to become a landlord and make a fortune? Chi Yuan thought in this way, and a light came on before his eyes. In a whirlwind, though, he discarded that emotion. Without the Divine Light sect carrying the front, if the Black Rooster old demon learns that I annihilated the Black Mountain sect and looks for me, I won't be able to escape. Shepherd God's tail without flickering window. If I become a landlord, I will definitely have to marry a dozen or so concubines and have a large family of gold-swallowing beasts by then. In case they get into trouble, they still have to wipe their asses. It's even more troublesome if you offend an immortal cultivator. Wouldn't that make me a babysitter? Mortals have their difficulties. I'd better cultivate immortality. Zihara discarded that whim. He began to look at the feats in earnest. Today he has 3 important things to do with his time. The first thing to do was to replenish the Chi Yuan scripture's subsequent gong methods. Nowadays, the Chi Yuan scripture could only be cultivated up to foundation establishment, and the foundation establishment to Jindan technique had not yet been perfected. This needs to be added slowly by Chi Yuan, invincible villain from Moon Blown Up latest chapter. The second thing, that was to strengthen one's divine soul. With a strong divine soul, he was able to enter the game and get out of the predicament of only being able to cultivate on a daily basis. The third thing, that was to obtain more high-grade techniques. Ordinary feats still seemed too slow, and tens of thousands of feats would not help Chi Yuan as much as a single high-grade feat. But where is it so easy to get a high-grade technique? The 100th day of thinking about Zhu Lianhua. Alas, when will I meet a man as bright as Zhu Lianhua, my white moonlight? Chi Yuan wanted Zhu Lianhua's Shen level spell now. The night was late, and outside the thatched hut, it was white. I have a gaming addiction. Chi Yuan took out the game Jade Slip, but unfortunately, he still couldn't enter the game icon. The city's best medical god has no pop-up windows, and, as he listened carefully, he didn't hear a sound coming from the game. So eager to play the game, so eager to kill, Chi Yuan was helpless, and at that moment, his hand touched a Jade Slip. Dong Xian gave me the game Jade Slip. Cold and arrogant female sword fairy? This female sword fairy must be very strong. I wonder how many swords she can receive from me. Thinking like this, Chi Yuan's consciousness entered the game Jade Slip. Instantly, the phantom of a haughty and icy female sword immortal appeared in front of Chi Yuan. Beat me. Chi Yuan saw this and waved his hand. A sword light flashed, and the sword in that female sword immortal's hand broke. It's so weak. It's no fun. Chi Yuan wanted to give this game a bad review, initial evolution without window, and at that moment, a clear tear rolled down the cold and proud female sword immortal's cold face. I lost to you. At your disposal, the female sword immortal said, humiliatingly undressing. Even if you get my body, you won't be able to get my heart. My heart always belongs to senior brother. The female sword immortal's clothes slipped off, and with a look of humiliation on her face, she crawled over to Chi Yuan like a dog. Hey, no martial virtues, color baiting? Chi Yuan slashed the female sword fairy with his sword and cursed as he left the game. It's still fun to play your own game. Chi Yuan sighed. The early sun was climbing up into the clouds and the snow was slowly dissipating. The entire seven-colored peak became colder. Senior brother Chi Yuan, Dong Xian pays his respects. Outside the wooden house, the black-clothed Dong Leisure had a respectful look on his face. 100 refinement ascension record without bullet window. It didn't take long for Zihara to come out of the cabin. He looked at Dong Xian and said smugly, Senior brother, what do you think of my new home? Is it luxurious? Does it have the potential of a mansion? Does it fit my current status? Chi Yuan's thatched hut, which had been repaired yesterday, had been transformed into a wooden hut. Dong Idol looked at the wooden house, and the smile on his face froze a bit. This ramshackle log cabin, Senior Brother's cave, is truly a dwelling of immortals, a spiritual realm of the world. Dong Xian still bragged. Zihara was satisfied. It's just like buying a bike, posting a picture of it in your circle of friends to show it off and getting tons of bragging rights from your old classmates. Floating. It's great. I heard senior sister say that you have been trying to find me while I was in seclusion. What exactly is the matter? Chi Yuan asked, from the monk of the Tantric College. Ever since the last time he talked to his senior sister about the corset, she hadn't wanted to talk to Chi Yuan for several days. Still, a few days ago, the senior sister came outside Chi Yuan's house and told him about Dong Xian's constant search for him. Does senior brother know about the dragon raiding contest? Dong Xian stood respectfully outside the wooden house, his attitude sincere. Slightly heard of it. Chi Yuan had also heard of the battle to seize the dragon. Last time, Zhang Lingsu said that Zhu Lianhua from the Palace of Light was trying to get involved in the dragon seizure contest of the Great Shang, and then take control of the Great Shang. It could be said that the Light Palace had great ambitions. Elder brother Chi Yuan, I actually have another identity. I am the 17th prince of the Great Shang Kingdom. You're a royal son? Zihara froze a bit. This guy is really taking the protagonist template. Not only is there a remnant of a soul in his body, but he's also a royal prince and has a retired fiancée. For the battle to capture the dragon, the patriarch promised me to pick 2 foundation establishment cultivators in the clan to help. For the first place, I chose Brother Conforto. In the second place, I would like to seek help from elder brother Chi Yuan to help me participate in the dragon capture contest. If brother Chi Yuan helps me, I will definitely have a heavy gift to give. Regardless of whether or not the matter comes to fruition, there will surely be 3 Jade Grade Dharma dictations and 3 Foundation Establishment Dharma treasures to give away. If it comes to fruition, I will open the palace treasury and leave it up to senior brother to pick. Dong Idol said sincerely. This was already the most precious thing that the current him could take out. Ancient First God latest chapter. And all of him. Chi Yuan listened with a wan interest. The battle to seize the dragon is going to the capital of the Great Shang. It's too far. I don't want to go. I just like to stay at home. That time when he went to exterminate the Black Mountain sect, Chi Yuan had returned home overnight. He doesn't like to wander around outside, especially if he lives outside. There was a moment of consternation as Dong Idol sniffed. The reason for this refusal was too implausible, wasn't it? Since there's nothing to do, I'll go back to practicing. A person with a protagonist template like Donnie could not get too close. In case he becomes a booster for the protagonist, one day he's likely to be killed by the plot and then provoke the protagonist's mini-universe to explode. Chi Yuan was more than familiar with such a plot. Senior brother Chi Yuan, I'm willing to offer higher conditions. If senior brother isn't satisfied, we can still talk again. Dong Xian said hurriedly. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. Too far. Don't want to go. Chi Yuan decisively refused and returned to his house, continuing his cultivation. Outside the cabin, a pang of disappointment crossed Dong Idol's face. Elder, where? Didn't I make enough conditions? Dong Xian was lost. Perhaps it has nothing to do with your conditions. What Chi Yuan said just now could be true. He really doesn't want to travel far. Elder Weapon said helplessly. It's normal for some heavenly prides to have some quirks, especially this kind of cultivator from the demented one vein. Ugh, Dong Idol sniffed, his hand clenching his fist in dismay. This time, he was prepared to participate in the battle for the dragon, a message that he informed his mother consort. His mother consort, who came from a small family, had only one foundation establishment cultivator in her family. That foundation establishment cultivator, who was also his uncle. Without saying anything, he directly gave him the only 2 foundation establishment magic treasures he had on him. Go in the demonic martial chaos as a jailer without a pop-up window. Mother consort also gave him all of the many spirit medicines and magic treasures that the emperor had rewarded him with. That's why he was able to barely convince Conflux. Nowadays, if Qi Yuan could not be persuaded, his certainty in the battle to seize the dragon was very low. The expectations of his mother's consort and uncle, he could not bear to disappoint. He stood outside the cabin, waiting quietly, like Chang Menli Shui. Suddenly, Dong Xian's summoning jade slip moved. It's from Sifu Conflux. He looked inside and froze. Elder Ware, do you know what senior brother Kongfulu said to me just now? What? Senior brother Kongfulu said that a secret realm has appeared in Rongcheng, and the location of the dragon raiding contest has been changed to Rongcheng. Yichen Xiao Ruoxua latest chapter. What? Rongcheng was very close to the 7-color peak. Even a Qi refining cultivator would be able to make it there in an hour or 2. Now, elder brother Qi Yuan has just said that it's too far away and he doesn't want to go. Now, the address of Raiders of the Dragon is changed to Rongcheng. Is this heaven's destiny helping me? Dong Xian thought like this, incomparably excited. Senior brother Qi Yuan, Dong Xian seeks an audience. A joyous expression appeared on Dong Xian's face as he bellowed at the wooden house. Qi Yuan came out of the house. Still not gone? Senior brother Qi Yuan, the address of the dragon capturing contest has been changed to Rongcheng. Dong Xian's tone was somewhat agitated. Qi Yuan froze when he heard, in Rongcheng? That's too close. How did it suddenly change to Rongcheng? Yichen Sunny Xia Ruoxua no bullet windows. 1,000 times true. Senior brother Kongfulu told me. Dong Xian spoke, exhaling white gas from his mouth. Now may I invite senior brother Qi Yuan to assist me in the dragon capture contest? Qi Yuan stood together and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the protagonist template? God has helped him with all his problems. He felt that if he didn't know any better, he was afraid that the gods would have to deal with him. Since the heavens had helped Dong Xian, wouldn't he be able to ask for a lion's share of the money? Qi Yuan hesitated and slowly said, I can help you, but I have a few conditions. Dong Xian's face was agitated. There is no harm in speaking up. Senior brother, I want a magic treasure that can kill an innate saint. Dong Xian froze. Are you joking? Senior Qi Yuan? Opening signature desolate ancient sacred body latest chapter. Then I want to gain the cultivation of a white sunrise. Toho fell silent. If he could do all that, would he still come to beg Senior Qi Yuan to come to the dragon raid? That doesn't work either. Qi Yuan was helpless. Then give me the sun in the sky. I want to practice to become a golden Dan. This doesn't work either. Qi Yuan was helpless to the extreme and finally thought, forget it. Then give me a secret method that can enhance the strength of the divine soul. That's the minimum requirement. The corners of Don Idol's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he sniffed. The conditions that senior brother Qi Yuan proposed this time didn't seem so outrageous. But that's compared to the conditions preceding it. A secret method to enhance the divine soul? Celestial Atlas latest chapter. It was estimated that there weren't even 1 or 2 secret techniques like this in the Great Shan country. The enhancement of the divine soul was extremely important. Divine infant level cultivators who wanted to ascend to the Purple Mansion realm needed to pass through 3 plagues and 3 tribulations. These 3 plagues and 3 disasters are all divine soul attacks. Therefore, any divine infant cultivator who wanted to break through to the Purple Mansion realm had to first grow his divine soul, or else no matter how strong the Tao was and how powerful the magic power was, he would not be able to get through the 3 calamities and 3 tribulations and would fall on the spot. That's why feats that strengthened the divine soul were rare, and even if they were in the hands of some divine infant elder monsters. A technique that strengthened the divine soul was more precious than a Xian level spell, or even a heaven level spell. Dong Idol had a difficult look on his face. Not to mention feats that strengthened the divine soul, he didn't even have any Xian level spells. Qi Yuan, Dong Xian originally wanted to say something, the Book of Chaos latest chapter, and at that moment, the weapon elder inside him transmitted, promise him that I have the technique to strengthen the divine soul. When Dong Xian heard this, he was first surprised and then moved. Elder where? His nose soured. Then he said to Qi Yuan, eldest senior brother, I can promise you this condition. Qi Yuan sniffed and froze slightly. In fact, he hadn't expected Dong Xian to be able to take out a spell to strengthen the divine soul. He thought for a moment and finally nodded. Take out the spell. I'll help you. The technique to strengthen the divine soul was indeed good, and Chi Yuan needed it badly. If he wanted to open the second game, he had to grow his divine soul. Eldest senior brother, please wait for 2 days. I will naturally deliver the gongfu. Good. 10,000 Ancient Divine Emperor's latest chapter. 2 days later, Dongxian handed Chi Yuan the jade slip of the gong method. Senior brother Chi Yuan, here is the secret method for strengthening the divine soul. However, senior brother needs to be aware that this dharma cannot be practiced more than once. When cultivating, it would be extremely painful, as if the divine soul was being torn apart. Once more is refined, it will even lead to a severe injury to the divine soul. Dongxian seriously reminded. Chi Yuan took the jade slip of the feet and nodded. Good. I'll take note of it. He returned to his cabin, and his divine sense entered the jade slip of the feet. 100 Refined Soul Enhancement Technique? This is an ordinary soul-enhancing dharma, with 250 loopholes in it, and after modification, the effect of cultivation will be 3 times more effective, and the pain will be 3 times more painful. This gong method is just like its name, everlasting life, from the Chi Luck phrase without a pop-up window. When practicing, the divine soul is condensed into a hammer that constantly strikes other divine souls, just like casting a sword to create 100 refined steel, 10,000 refined steel. When you hit your own soul with a hammer, it's naturally incredibly painful. Chi Yuan thought about it and sat on the wooden bench and began to perfect the dharma. This dharma was very difficult, even if Chi Yuan's eyes were able to see the hints. It took him 10 days to finish modifying this dharma. Finally I can practice. I hope it doesn't hurt too much. I'm afraid of pain. I don't even dare to look at the injection. Chi Yuan began to cultivate the revamped 100 refinement soul giving technique, and a huge hammer appeared, constantly pounding his divine soul. How come it doesn't hurt? Chi Yuan was a bit surprised. He had thought that the constant pounding of his divine soul would be painful. The Lord of Secrecy has no windows, but I didn't expect it to feel at all, and it was quite fun, just like whack-a-mole. Chi Yuan's divine soul, too, was in constant growth. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a somewhat familiar voice came back into his ears. I killed the last person in this world who was related to me by blood, even though she started it. Oh, I am the demoness. When Chi Yuan heard it, wasn't this the voice of the little friend Ning Yi? But how she doesn't sound grandma anymore. It's icy. It's not even cute anymore. Chi Yuan thought about it and couldn't help but return. Kill then kill. Your setting is a demoness. Isn't it normal for demonesses to kill? Chi Yuan finished, not hearing the words that followed, and continued to cultivate the 100 refinement soul enhancement technique. Streaming Wind Realm, Immortal Evil God Works Catalog. The young girl was already in her prime. Her face was covered with a black veil. The half of her face that was exposed showed her beauty. She was dressed in a black dress, and she held a death scythe in her hand. On the scythe, dripping blood, she looked at the body on the ground with immense frustration. On the ground, there was blood and bodies everywhere. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. There was first consternation and then surprise in Ning Yi's eyes. Uncle, you're here? Unfortunately, no one answered her at all. She stood still, her small figure looking a little lonely. Uncle, are you gone? Still no response. She didn't leave and stood still for 2 hours. The great lord, she seemed to be waiting for something. She was alone in her form, looking extraordinarily lonely and with all the bloody beauty that had always been there. Unfortunately, what she waited for didn't come, but she waited for the enemy. The demon girl is still there. Kill her. A demoness. A group of people lunged at her, and a sweet smile flashed in Ning Yi's eyes. Uncle, it looks like you support me as well. I'm a demoness, so I'll kill him. She carried a death scythe in her hand, and her tall figure looked like a death rose in the setting sun. The killing is starting again, and then it's over again. Uncle, I have to go. One more wave of enemies and your soft little petite wife will die here. Giggle. My disciples are all great emperors. Capital Works Catalog. She giggled on purpose. Not bad. The divine soul has grown quite a bit, and it's a bit closer to that game icon, but it's still a long way off. Chi Yuan felt that, going by the book, it would probably take 3 months before he could get into this game. It's so slow and boring. Zihara stepped out of the house and got some sun. The days when the snow melts are colder than usual. Nowadays, the 7-colored peak, the palace at the top of the peak is still wrapped in silver, while the snow below has melted most of the way. Master, do you want to come down and sunbathe with me? Chi Yuan shouted at the peak. Unfortunately, there was no response at all. The great sage of humanity. When I have Yuan Dan, I'll be able to go to the top of the mountain to meet my master. Alas, Yuan Dan is too difficult. Zihara was helpless. Meta Dan is indeed difficult. He hadn't advanced much in his current foundation building technique. He's only at the early stage of foundation establishment. One had to have a technique to cultivate to Yuan Dan in order to step into Yuan Dan. Yuan Dan hadn't even arrived, and the master was simply too lazy to see him. He called out for his master to sunbathe, but naturally he got no response, and at that moment, Jiang Lingsu's slightly weak voice came out. Senior brother, let me accompany you to bask in the sun. Jiang Lingsu walked out of the house. Her face was not very good, pale and bloodless, and seemed to have some frost, as if she had just walked out of a freezer. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Lingsu and extended his hand. Woman warrior, and slow down. Jiang Lingsu hesitated, and her catkin fell onto Qi Yuan's hand. Ice. Very ice. Qi Yuan felt as if he was touching an ice cube. No, it's nothing, an old problem. Jiang Lingsu laid down on the recliner next to Qi Yuan. She didn't draw back her hand. She felt that her senior brother's hand was very warm. Qi Yuan's eyes fell on Jiang Lingsu's pale face. This is an ordinary young girl who is a little cold right now. The hints the eyes got for intelligent creatures were mostly random, and Qi Yuan didn't see how his sister was doing. Are you cold, senior sister? I'll use my passion to warm you up, Qi Yuan said as he operated his 5 elements fire, slowly transferring it to Jiang Lingsu. Jiang Lingsu was a rich woman and Qi Yuan's senior sister, and last time she helped Qi Yuan take such a big black pot. The Book of the Shepherd God. It's natural to be considerate when you're your own senior sister. Warm qi spread from eldest brother's hands. Jiang Lingsu felt warm. She was a little surprised. I didn't realize that eldest brother could still ease her pain, she said. This ailment of mine requires the intervention of a water attribute heavenly spirit root Zifu realm cultivator in order to eradicate it. It's not very painful now. Thank you, eldest brother. It actually takes the purple mansion realm? Qi Yuan was astonished. When I cultivate to the great Luo golden immortal realm, I will definitely capture a purple mansion realm cultivator to heal your injuries. But, face involuntarily smile, and then revealed a painful look. Elder brother, you do not talk. Too funny. My chest hurts when I laugh. Qi Yuan felt aggrieved when he heard this. He's genuine and ends up being treated like a funny guy. Invincible villains start with the moon blowing up. Why don't I rub it for you through the air? Thinking of the last time when he had donned his senior sister. This time Qi Yuan felt that he had spoken with a high level of emotion. The word spaced out is neither a surprise to a beautiful woman nor a sign of a gentleman's style. You shut up. Jiang Lingsu really wanted to take a needle and sew up eldest brother's mouth. Qi Yuan sniffed and didn't say anything. He doesn't bother with patience. At the same time, he was still reflecting on what he had said that was wrong to provoke his senior sister's displeasure. Does it mean that spacing out, while genteel, seems insincere? Senior brother. Thank you, Jiang Lingsu said in a low voice. It's fine, Qi Yuan said. You don't say a word. I'll tell you some good news. I helped you apply to join the Divine Flower Society, and it's already passed the vetting process. Urban Extreme Medical God latest chapter. Ziggurat nodded, a little surprised. This is the voucher for the Divine Flower Society. Jiang Lingsu pulled out a special jade slip from her bosom with her left hand as she said, this jade slip, specially made, is worth 10,000 spirit stones. Qi Yuan was surprised when he heard this. That's 10,000 spirit stones? It was comparable to a Yuan Dan magic treasure. This senior sister is too earthy. No wonder ordinary people couldn't join the Divine Flower Society. They couldn't even afford this voucher alone. Unfortunately, he couldn't talk right now, and he was tempted to throw out the little marriage sticker sign to show his respect for the rich woman. Here you go. From now on you'll be a member of the Divine Flower Society. Jiang Lingsu gave the jade slip to Qi Yuan. When Qi Yuan received the jade slip, he heard Jiang Lingsu say, divide a strand of your divine soul to enter, and the jade slip will recognize you as your master. Initial evolution latest chapter. The function of this jade slip is not just as simple as a voucher. Other than some special places, members of our Divine Flower Guild, no matter where they are able to communicate through this jade slip. He followed what Jiang Lingsu said and split a strand of his divine soul into it, and instantly Jade Simplex recognized him as his master. Countless information poured into his mind. Qi Yuan's face showed a hint of surprise. Isn't this just QQ plus forums? He found that this jade slip was like a cell phone with many modules. One of the modules, which is like QQ, is somewhat similar to the ordinary summoning jade slip, which is an enhanced version and has more functions. Also, there was a place for members of the Divine Flower Society to communicate, like a forum. Qi Yuan was a bit surprised. It was true that even if immortal cultivators didn't activate the technology tree, a lot of things were still the same. A smug smile appeared in Jiang Lingsu's eyes. Senior brother, this is the first time you've seen such a high-level jade slip, right? What do you think? Too expensive. Really too expensive. Qi Yuan lamented. How many houses can you buy with 10,000 spirit stones? Zihara wasn't sure. However, The function of this jade slip is even more rudimentary than a cell phone. The corner of Jiang Ling Su's mouth curled up. Sister has money, but the functions are too few. If you add a can video, can voice, it would be better. Chi Yuan spoke eloquently, and even wanted to copy Tencent QQ over. If you can send red packets and grab spirit stones, it must be more interesting. Nitpicking and advising. Ziggurat is as extraordinarily good at it as the average person. Senior brother, you'd better shut up. Jiang Lingsu blankly glanced at Chi Yuan. You feel your way around. I'm tired. Go back and take a nap. The soft catkin broke free from Chi Yuan's hands, and Jiang Lingsu returned to her thatched hut that looked like a dangerous house. Principal Qi swept his divine sense into the jade slip of the Divine Flower Guild, the first god of the ancient world. Latest chapter. Pick a nickname? Just the Faceless Swordsman? No. I was wearing a mask when I beheaded Chu Tianxiong. I started the Qi Yuan Sutra, and I shall be the Tao ancestor of a party. It's called Origin Heavenly Father. Qi Yuan changed a nickname for himself and entered the middle of the forum. There are 3 modules in the forum: Open, Advanced, and Premium. Zahara tried, and could only tap into the public section himself. The advanced and premium zones are inaccessible. My contribution points don't meet the standard and I can't enter the advancement area? The other districts of the Divine Flower Society require contribution points to enter. Contribution points. That is, contribution points would be gained for contributing to the Divine Flower Society. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride Works Catalog. The current Qi Yuan contribution point was 0. So naturally, he could not enter other zones. There's not going to be any hidden plates, is there? Qi Yuan muttered and entered the open area. At once, information that resembled a forum post from his previous life was presented to Qi Yuan. The Flying Swordsman's experience of Foundation cultivation. Purchase of the first-grade Foundation building spirit. Regulus. The experience in the secret land of the Heavy Mountain. Those are some decent headlines to take. Ziggurat issued a comment. He clicked on the first post he saw. Foundation building cultivation tips. The poster is just called Flying Swordsman. The post mentions that the Flying Swordsman is an Earthpulse middle-grade foundation builder. He spoke of some of his cultivation experiences. Go was a jailer in the chaotic world of demonic martial arts. It was mentioned that the most important thing in foundation building cultivation is to lay the foundation and polish the mana to be majestic, so that the Yuan Dan that enters the Yuan Dan and condenses will be more powerful. Under the post, a number of people responded with extraordinarily polite replies. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Come to my cave sometime, fellow Daoist, and drink and rejoice. Zihara exits the post. He reads the other posts again. There are a lot of posts in the open section. Of all types. Cultivation tips. Seek and buy treasures and secret methods. Secret realm experience sharing. Chatting. Needing to fight and so on. Suddenly a post fell into Qi Yuan's eyes. Water needle gold from the Red Rock realm. For sale. Red Rock realm? Qi Yuan clicked in and looked over carefully. Yichen Xiaoruoshua Works Catalog. In the post, the poster introduces a bit of the Red Rock community. The Red Rock realm was a small mortal realm adjacent to the Kanglan realm that was rich in all sorts of golden treasures. The Great Tao sect held the gateway to the Red Rock realm and conducted trade, with many unique treasures flowing into the Kanglan realm. Sure enough, there isn't just one world. The Kanglan realm is adjacent to the Red Rock realm. What about the Hope Moon continent? Qi Yuan pondered. He thought for a moment and retrieved the words Moonwatch continent. As a result, there wasn't any information about the Moonwatch continent, which made Qi Yuan a little disappointed. Looks like this game isn't hot, Zahara thought, preparing to make a post as well. He thought for a moment and a post went up. Shocked. I, who built the foundation of Heaven's Way, was so ill-fated, seeking help from all the big brothers. Yichen Sun Xia Ruoshua latest chapter. Qi Yuan thought that the titles of the posts they posted were all too proper. A proper body. And Qi Yuan came to a shocking body. Gentlemen, since capturing the Heavenly Tao and building the foundation, I feel that the road ahead is lost. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Cultivation is too difficult. The Gongfu is hard to find. Request all the big brothers. Give me a Shin level Gongfu or Heaven level Gongfu, or the Gongfu that enhances the divine soul. I originated the heavenly dignity. There will be a heavy thanks in the future. You can talk about it in detail. By the way, may I ask if you all know about the Moonwatch continent? This realm is the place where I became a Taoist. I miss my homeland and want to revisit it. Qi Yuan's post was simple. Simply put, Heaven's Way to build a foundation. My feats. After posting, Qi Yuan exited the Divine Flower Society's contact jade slip and continued to cultivate the 100 refinement soul enhancement technique to strengthen his divine soul. And at this time, Qi Yuan's post had already attracted more than a few people's attention. Opening sign Desolate Ancient Sacred Body Works Catalog. Eastern Land, Suiyun Immortal Continent. In the middle of a cave, the young man had a handsome appearance and was clad in golden clothes, which was extraordinary at first glance. His consciousness probed into the jade slip of the Divine Flower Society. Daily, he would wander over to the open section and read the posts that interested him. Unfortunately, those seniors or fellow travelers are too much of a bore. Until now, he had only made 2 like-minded friends in the Divine Flower Society and established an exchange. He looked at the posts in the open section and suddenly a post with a very long title caught his attention. That long? Shocking? Tendo Tsukiji? The man in gold saw the headline and he was shocked. Could it be that we, the Divine Flower Guild, have another direct descendant of an old monster? Catalogue of Celestial Atlas Works. The man in gold was an Earth Vein Foundation establishment, and he was aware of the difficulty of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Need to capture the chakra of heaven. As for the Heavenly Pulse Chi, if one wanted to catch it, one would have to need an old monster of the Yin God realm or even the Yang God realm to make a move. And this kind of old monster, in the Chui Yun continent, has not appeared for an unknown number of years. Now that he saw someone's Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, he naturally felt that it was some old monster's sorely loved grandson. He had to receive the chi of the heavenly vein for him even at the expense of losing his cultivation and spending his time. With such powerful content, you definitely have to click through. Capturing the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Foundation building? Originating the Heavenly Dawn. Heavenly level Dharma decree? The man in gold looked stunned. This is a fake Tendo Tsukiji, right? The Book of Chaos latest chapter. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. This is a talent. Why didn't I think to add a shocker to my post? He thought about it and requested to add Origin Heavenly Father as a friend. Then he made a post about it too. Shocked. 300 years in seclusion. The Elephant Rhyme elder ancestor has an additional 18-year-old boy. Old ancestor Elephant Rhyme was an old enemy of the man in gold. He couldn't win the fight. Isn't that the only way? At night, Chi Yuan once again entered the jade slip. He entered the forum again and froze slightly. Because the forum, which was otherwise very decent, had a few more prominent posts that started with the word shock. There were only a few such threads, but the heat seemed to be high and there were many replies in them. 10,000 Ancient God Emperor latest chapter. Zihara went into his post. He wanted to see if he'd met anyone with a destiny. The resulting comments below surprised him slightly. You don't learn at a young age. You brag all you want. Heaven's way of building a foundation is not like this. Among your master's family, can there be a Yin God? A Yang God? Fellow Daoist is truly a strange man. These comments are all about disbelief in Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan looked at this and couldn't help but say, indeed, true geniuses are all full of doubts. Zihara continued to scroll through the comments. Unfortunately, no one was willing to give him Shin-level spells and Heaven-level spells. A comment caught Zihara's attention. The Moonwatch continent, with the word Moonwatch in its name, is probably the world to which the moon god Yuan Jun belongs. Everlasting life, starting from the Chiluk phrase latest chapters. In the extreme north of the Kanglan realm, there is a holy sect as the Moon Emperor Palace, which belongs to the Tao lineage of the moon god Yuan Lord. The person who replied was anonymous. Chi Yuan quietly looked at the top and thought about it. He hurriedly asked, dare I ask senior, who and where is the moon god Yuan Jun? How can I contact her? It didn't take long for that anonymous person to reply. He is in thousands of bodies, and shall sit in the heavenly realm, which is rumored to be above the great emptiness. Chi Yuan sniffed and was inwardly silent. It seems that there is a need to make a trip to the Moon Palace in the future. In the Moonwatch continent, there was the Moon Emperor clan. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't. Moon God Gunkuan. Chi Yuan recalled the remnants of what he had heard when he obtained the White Day fantasy technique. Lord of Secrecy. The Great Day encountered a foreign enemy, and was eventually defeated by that foreign enemy, and could only survive and hide in the earth. That external enemy, was it the Moon God Yuan Lord? Or was there some connection with the Moon God Yuan Lord? Chi Yuan had paid such a great price at that time when he was facing a mere remnant of the great sun that was left with a wisp of his soul. One could only imagine how strong the opponents that Deri had encountered in his heyday were. Concerning the immortal gods, Chi Yuan felt too far away from himself. I'm only at Foundation establishment now. It's too early to think about these things. I need at least Jin Dan. Thinking about this, Chi Yuan was helpless. His Chi Yuan Sutra. There is no way to succeed him. One had to obtain some high-grade techniques to perfect their own techniques before they could do so. White moonlight. Shu Lianhua, such a white moonlight. Where the hell are you? Chi Yuan longed for the gaze of the white moonlight. Undead Evil God latest chapter. Chi Yuan hoped that the white moonlight would come gently like the lilac girl Zhu Lianhua, bringing with it various feats. White moonlight didn't wait, and Chi Yuan saw that he had received 2 friend requests. Spirit lady? Chi Yuan froze. Is it a senior sister? He applied for approval and then sent a transmission over. Senior sister. I hit it so well and even changed a nickname. How did you find me? Senior brother. Your aura is like a star. If I couldn't spot you, I wouldn't be your senior sister. Chi Yuan was helpless. Sure enough, I've already kept a low profile, but I still can't hide the light on my body. He glanced at the second list of applications. His eyes narrowed. The great sun didn't die and even ascended into the real world to come after me? Catalogue of works of the great lord. The one who applied to add him was nicknamed the Great Sunflame Emperor. Nope. Could be a coincidence. Chi Yuan thought about it and passed the friend request. In the Tsueyun continent, the man in gold took a look at the passage, and a wisp of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fellow Daoist is truly a strange person. Just sending out a message and having hundreds of people reply. I've also posted dozens of messages in the open section, resulting in very few replies. I followed the example of the Taoist friends, and there were nearly 100 replies. The Taoist friends are truly my benefactors. Chi Yuan took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be a coincidence. This big sun Yen Huang is not a bullshit big sun. Since I'm your benefactor, would you like to send me some heaven-level spells, or else Shen-level would be fine? Origin Heavenly Father, do you really need the spell? My disciples are all of great Emperor's talent without any flickering windows. To be, desperately needed. I have an exchange meeting here. I see that you, Taoist friend, are you going to come in? Good. It wasn't long before Chi Yuan was invited into a chat group of sorts. Chi Yuan looked over. There were only 4 people in the chat group plus him. The leader of the group is the Great Sunflame Emperor. There were 2 others, the Robe Immortal and the Iceberg Bully Girl. Robe Immortal, wow, a new person? Great Sun Yen Emperor, this brother is that Heaven's Path Foundation building brother from the open area. Robe Immortal, wow, big brother. Ah, Heaven's Path Foundation building. Fellow traveler, it's a pity that I've been building my foundation for 100,000 years and I'm only an immortal quality foundation builder. Unable to recultivate. The regret of my life. Great sage of humanity. Big brother, you're so strong. Give a heaven-level technique to see the strength. Chi Yuan said humbly. Ahem. There are no heaven-level feats. But if you join the exchange, you are our brother. A fellow practitioner. In the exchange, there are some feats that we put on it. There are a total of 3 Xian ranked sections and 7 Jade ranked sections. So you can take them and read them. Robe Immortal Sovereign said. Chi Yuan's eyes glowed. How is this good? He had already flipped to those 3 Xian level spells, along with 7 Jade level spells. All brothers, if you have a Dharma decree, you can share it with us as well. We're on the same path and will be together in the future. Great Sunflame Emperor said. All of you bigwigs are good people. Chi Yuan thought about it and gave the Sword of Brilliance a topo to the exchange. He also quickly opened up those feats and secretly memorized them. Female Warrior and Slow Down Works Catalog. Origin Heavenly Father. You're fierce. You were able to get the Sword of Brilliance, which is from the Light Palace. The Great Sunflame Emperor put away his previous contempt. To be able to take out a Xian-level Dharma decision, or the Sword of Brilliance, it showed that the Origin Heavenly Father still had some strength. Despite their love of bragging, they have some strength. Nope. I'm just an ordinary Tendo Tsukiji. I'm also just an ordinary Immortal Exalt. The Robe Immortal Exalt felt that his previous speech was too unleveled. It was still the Origin Celestial Exalt who said something interesting. It's just that I have nothing to do but to kill some evil demons and devils. Big Brother is powerful. When I was in the Moonwatch continent, I once faced 3,000 extraterrestrial evil demons. In order to avoid them from causing mischief to the living world, I blocked them in the middle of the Jedi, and soloed them for a month before I killed them all. Dictating the ages? This word has a rhyme. It's okay if I take it and use it in the future, right? Great Sunflame Emperor said excitedly. The Book of the Shepherd God. No problem, Zihara said. Chi Yuan took the gongfu down and exited the jade slip. He always had the feeling that the 2 people in that group were nice, but weren't they a little off in the head? Speak strangely. He hurriedly began to look at those Xian rank spells and Jade rank spells, perfecting his spells through his own eyes. Finally, I've perfected the Chi Yuan scripture to near the middle of foundation establishment, but unfortunately, it's too slow to cultivate. At this rate, it will have to be at least 5 years before I can step into the middle stage of foundation establishment. These feats far exceeded what the Black Mountain sect had grabbed. Chi Yuan lamented that the Great Shang country was still too small, and the village-level cultivation units were not as good as those large places. With just a few feats, the Chi Yuan scripture replenished a lot, but he was also a bit helpless. Invincible villain from the moon blowing up. He cultivates too slowly. 5 years from just building the foundation to the middle stage of foundation building sounds fast, but the alignment turned out to be too slow. Who knows, that old demon Black Rooster will suddenly step into the late divine infant stage and wake up one day, a god infant old monster. Chi Yuan was still a wimp, though he was Tendo Tsukiji. He always had the feeling that he had beaten up that guy from the cabin in that dream, and though he lived in the cabin, he hadn't won the fight and buried the hatchet. The game? When are you going to turn it on? Chi Yuan felt that it was still faster to fight and kill in the game to grow his cultivation. Going through the motions and practicing is too slow. White moonlight. Come a white moonlight with a divine soul increasing spell. Chi Yuan devoutly prayed to the heavens. 100 refinement soul giving technique had a limited amount of divine souls to increase each day. He needed some more spells to follow in perfect, transforming them into stronger spells. Urban Extreme Medical God latest chapter. My divine soul has also strengthened quite a bit, so let's try touching that game icon again. Chi Yuan did as he said, spreading his divine sense towards the game jade slip. Streaming wind boundaries. The demoness Ning Electrum was still dressed in a black dress as she stood on top of a high mountain. Her body was carrying a strong wound. 5 powerhouses that exuded a terrifying aura surrounded Ning Electron. If Chi Yuan had turned up here, he would have realized that these 5 people, all of them, were heavenly domain-level powerhouses. Demoness, hand over the treasures on your body and we'll leave you with a whole body. An immortal old man opened his mouth, and his gaze was filled with a greedy look. This demoness, in a mere 100 years, had reached the same realm as them. They naturally felt that this demon girl had a heavy treasure on her body to cultivate so quickly. Initial evolution latest chapter. The rest of the 4 looked at Ning Energizer, and their eyes were filled with greed as well. Nowadays, the Ning Eagle was standing on the top of a high mountain, the wind blowing the hem of her skirt embroidered with delicate patterns, swaying slightly. Compared to what she once was, her figure was even taller, her waist was slender, and the few 2 pieces of meat in front of her chest were like jade bowls inverted. Just a handful. What attracted the most attention was the snow-white skin that contrasted sharply with the black dress, excessively snow-white, as if the moon at night sprinkled on the snow-covered mountains. She looked at the 5 with a touch of loneliness in her eyes. Is it possible that I'm relying on my own talent? Humph. Bullshit talent. A burly man stared at Ning Electron. Where's that man behind you? Call him out. Over the years, Ning Electron had grown up quickly and hadn't been suppressed quickly. That is, there were rumors that there was a great cultivator behind her, and everyone was a bit scared. 100 refinements soaring record works catalog. However, no one knew who that great cultivator was. It seems to me that there is no such thing as a so-called strong person behind her. It's purely her making things up. A grim woman said, staring malevolently at Ning Era. The 5 of them, who were the controllers of Blood Slaughter City, would offer 300 virgins to the Sin capital every year, and Ning E was, at one time, one of the virgins. The 5 men slowly approached Ning Electron. Ning Electro looked at the crowd and smiled sweetly. Why do I need a husband to kill you all? When the strange voice was first heard, Ning Electron took the opportunity to kill the people who had surrounded her. But to the owner of that voice she was greatly afraid. Mother had said to call a man husband, then that man would briefly lay down his killing. She was so young at the time that she called her husband from above the vault of heaven in order to protect herself from the tantric college monk. But 100 years had passed, and Ning-yi had long since not been the soft young girl she was at the beginning. Now she had grown up long ago and had the ability to defend herself. No need to be wary of an unfamiliar voice. Today, on the surface, it was the 5 Blood Slaughter City controllers who were besieging her, but in reality, it was her who was plotting to execute these 5 great enemies. Today, it's your time to die. Ning Egotist was holding the scythe of death in her hand, and the wind blew her hair, landing on her kind of face that was enough to charm all beings. A powerful aura spread at this moment, and just then, suddenly a thunder-like sound came from above the sky dome. Broken game, dare to stop me, give me death. I am not your husband. Boom! That one voice inexplicably rang out. It was as if the gods above the dome of the sky were rebuking the earth from above the heavenly court, ringing in the ears like a thunderbolt. The 5 powerhouses then saw Yuan Chi rolling above the sky, condensing into a purplish-red shocking thunder. Origin Avatar. 5 Realms Supreme. A horrified look appeared on the faces of these 5 people. Is this the Supreme Being striking? Is there really someone strong behind this demon girl? Supreme Being, spare your life. Facing the legendary Supreme Being, how would they dare to make a move? Legend has it that when the Supreme Being is angry, he ambushes thousands of corpses. It was the fact that there was a Supreme Being sitting in the Sin City that they were so afraid of. However, the thunderbolt contained a terrifying might and rushed straight towards the several people. Ah no, those 5 powerhouses wanted to escape, but how could they withstand that shocking thunder? Shocking thunder fell on their bodies, and they watched as their bodies turned to ash. The 5 controllers of Bloodshed City died here. Poof! Ning Electron's tiny body was also thrown up like a kite with broken strings, landing in the distance. Just the aftermath of this shocking thunderbolt alone had injured her badly. Blood oozed from the corners of her mouth, but a sweet smile appeared on her face. Husband, Are you warning slave? The first god of the ancient world has no flickering windows. A powerful man is worthy of me. Ning-yi, husband, you still feel sorry for me. And this origin divine power, which injured me, is also meant to allow slave to better comprehend the origin divine power, right? Ning electrified with a sweet smile on her face, looking like a well-behaved little petite wife. If Qi Yuan were here to hear Ning-yi's words, he would have said, "Little beauty, you're also too capable of brainstorming." What he didn't realize, of course, was that the young girl with the milky voice that had once been there was already older than him. Meanwhile, on the seven-colored peak, Qi Yuan was furious. Dog game, slutty game, keeps letting an NPC call me husband, seducing me and not letting me play. Right. After his divine soul grew a large amount, he tried to force his way into the game. As a result, it was still unsuccessful. Heaven's Path Heaven's Pride latest chapter. His divine sense was almost close to the game's icon when there was a sudden and extremely strong counterattack. All he could do was let out a loud curse. At the same time, he had also heard part of Ning-yi's heart, and amongst Ning-yi's heart, called him husband. He cursed hard. No, I'm going to enhance my divine soul and give this game a good look. Qi Yuan began to cultivate. Close to 2 months have flown by. Qi Yuan opened his eyes as he looked at the meagerly rising mana within him, inwardly speechless. Strength growth is too slow. During these 2 months, Qi Yuan had majored in the divine soul growth technique and minored in the Qi Yuan scripture. Over the course of 2 months, he had attempted to enter the game many times, all of which had ended in failure. Go in the Demon Martial Chaos as a jailer latest chapter. And he'd heard Nimyu's voice 7 more times, he'd responded 4 times, and 3 times he hadn't bothered to respond. After all, the last 3 times, there was no call for husband. Other people weren't necessarily shouting at him, and he couldn't afford to put a hot face on Ning-yi's cold ass. Eldest senior brother. The dragon capturing contest is about to start. You have to go out. Zhang Lingsu transformed into a sky cat elf and shouted for Qi Yuan to go out. Good. Qi Yuan glanced at his senior sister, who was wearing a slightly thicker dress under the spring breeze, and walked out of his cabin. Rong City, originally a mortal city under the Divine Light sect. However, the city has changed drastically in the past 2 months. From time to time, mortals see that there are immortals flying up in the sky. It was also seen that outside the city, there were stone Hercules with a height of 3 feet carrying timber and boulders on their backs, forming palaces. Yi Chen Xiao Ruoxue latest chapter. In just less than 2 months, a palace rose from the ground. Outside of Rongqing, it is just like a god's treasure. At this moment, 3 streams of light swept above the dome of the sky. Several voices fell into Qi Yuan's ears. The fact that the Great Shang, as a mortal kingdom, became a kingdom of immortal cultivators had a lot to do with the opening of the Heavenly Dragon Immortal Realm in the national capital. In the Heavenly Dragon Wonderland, there are many secret treasures, and it was with these secret treasures and resources that the Great Shang leaped to become the most powerful force within the Great Shang state. The white-haired Kong Fulu was knowledgeable. However, over the years, with the Devil's Desire sect gaining power, the Great Shang country is no longer as strong as it was in the beginning. When Dong Idol heard this, his heart was ancient. The decline of the Great Merchant state is now inevitable. He didn't necessarily have the idea of making the Great Shang dynasty great again. Yi Chen Sun Xiao Ruoxue no bouncing window. To him, being strong himself was really strong. Now outside of Rome City, a second Heavenly Dragon Immortal Realm has been discovered. That's why the location of this dragon capture contest was moved to Rongqing's Heavenly Dragon Wonderland. All of this information was not a secret. If Qi Yuan did not know, Kong Fulu would not bother to popularize it. Qi Yuan sniffed. So, this battle to seize the dragon is as much about fighting for the throne as it is about grabbing resources. It was just that Qi Yuan was a bit strange that Rongchang was so close to the Divine Light sect, and with the second Heavenly Dragon Immortal Realm opening, it should have been completely controlled by the Divine Light sect. But Qi Yuan remembered that this clan seemed to be all about problems. Then there's not much of a problem. The patriarchs are all spies, and many of the elder disciples have problems. Even this promised son-in-law, Kong Fulu, has some minor problems. The opening signing of the desolate ancient sacred body. In the entire clan, Qi Yuan felt that he was probably the only one who was innocent. There are 3 of our biggest enemies this time. The first being the Grand Prince, whose back is Levitation Mountain. The second was the 7th Prince, and behind him was the Demon Lust sect. The third is the 18th Prince, the youngest prince, whose back is the Palace of Light. Light Palace? Qi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that. His white moon is here? The background of the Light Palace is very deep. Coming from the eastern lands, the person who came this time, named Broken Wolf, is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The visitor is not good. We need to be careful. Kong Fulu carefully reminded. The Qi principle sharpened its knives. The great merchant state is too poor. It's just a village unit, the latest chapters of the Celestial Atlas. Until now he hadn't encountered a single Shen-level spell in the Great Shang country. But Zhu Lianhua of the Palace of Light, his first white moonlight, lived up to his reputation as someone from a big place, carrying Xian-level spells on his body. The first white moonlight died tragically in the Great Shang dynasty, and the second white moonlight came over and was definitely stronger. So what's on it is probably better. 2. It made Qi Yuan look forward to it immensely. Cough. The man lay on the bed, his face pale as he coughed, spitting up blood and coughing. Father. Seeing this, the 18th prince revealed an anxious expression. This man coughing up blood is the supreme emperor of the Great Shang dynasty. Go down. The empress was clad in a long purple and gold dress, her face majestic. Your father needs to rest. The Book of Chaos. The 18th prince had a look of intolerance on his face, but he still retreated. In the large palace, only the emperor and empress of the Great Shang dynasty remained. Zitong. During the time that I was in seclusion to heal my wounds, fortunately I had you to take care of the imperial government. It's been hard on you. The Great Shang Emperor wanted to extend his hand to hold the Empress' hand. Unexpectedly, the Empress rose directly. Your Majesty, you should rest. The Empress finished and left directly. She had someone else to meet. Naturally, he didn't want to stay here with this puppet-like Emperor. Ahem. In the middle of the palace, the Emperor's coughing became heavier and more forlorn. In the meantime, the 18th prince returned to the palace he had temporarily built in Rongqing. Before he could enter, he heard the sound of a woman's gasp coming from the room. The ancient god emperor has no windows. His face clouded over. Because, that woman is his princess. He stood outside the room like a eunuch. And at that moment, a teasing voice came. 18th prince. Since you're back, come in. I like you to watch from the sidelines. The 18th prince sniffed and immediately went in with his head lowered. A humble smile piling up on his face. Mr. Broken Wolf. He swept his eyes, only to see his consort on the bed and couch. Her eyes full of love, her body half draped in tulle. Broken Wolf, on the other hand, had already put on his clothes, and his eyes, like those of a viper, revealed a rich sharpness. How is it? The 18th prince lowered his head and stammered. Mother, she is not willing to talk to me. Waste. Broken Wolf burst into dark curses, looking down on the 18th prince even more. Everlasting life, from Chi Luck phrase. But it was the 18th prince who was such a waste that they were best able to control. Since the empress is unwilling to cooperate with our light palace, that's all for now. A displeased look flashed in Broken Wolf's eyes as he thought of something and asked, have the divine light sex people come yet? Just came to the palace. The 18th prince lowered his head. His face was full of humility, but thinking of something, he whispered, Mr. Broken Wolf, the 17th brother is? Very good. In the middle of the heavenly dragon immortal realm. Can you spare him once? 17th brother is Dong Xian. Dong Xian was as unpopular as the 18th prince, and Dong Xian took care of him quite a bit, and the two had a good relationship. For your sake, I can spare his life. But well, those two from the Divine Light sect, I have to stay. Broken Wolf said, a wisp of killing intent appearing in his eyes. Lord of secrecy without a flickering window. Zhu Lianhua died in the Great Shang country, at the hands of the Divine Flower Society. This was a strange shame for Broken Wolf. This plot against the 100 Kingdoms was led by his master's father. Once the feat was accomplished, his master's position in the Palace of Light would grow greatly. However, it had not occurred to him that Zhu Lianhua had been killed and was still in the vicinity of the Divine Light sect. Although it was killed by someone from the Divine Flower Society, it was definitely unrelated to the Divine Light sect. Who is the stronger of the two who came from the Divine Light sect this time? Broken Wolf thought of something and inquired. Kong Fu Lu from Wuguang Peak is even stronger. He is a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and is also the son-in-law of the Divine Light sect's patriarch, and the shut-in disciple of Wuguang Peak's peak master. The 18th prince had seen Kong Fu Lu and had heard a very long and large self-introduction of Kong Fu Lu, which he memorized. He is also ranked in the top 3 of the Great Shang 10 Immortal Evil God Works catalog. The Great Shang 10 masters referred to the 10 young and talented Foundation establishment cultivators of the Great Shang country. The Great Shang 10? A disdainful look flashed in Broken Wolf's eyes. He was a man who was on the top 700 of the Eastland's Heaven's Pride ranking. Naturally, he could not look at any of the 10 great merchants. To him, a single sword could kill it. You and I will go out. A friend of mine is going to enjoy it as well. He doesn't like having people around. Broken Wolf thought of something and said in a cold voice. The 18th prince still had a fawning smile on his face as he obediently left. Not bad, not bad. It's even more luxurious than my Foundation establishment hut. Qi Yuan stayed in the palace. He looked at the golden cup and jade plate and was eager to bring it back to the 7-colored peak. Kong Fu Lu, on the other hand, had a calm face as he slowly said, later on, we will have to meet. The Great Master has no flickering windows. Now, people from all the clans have come together. All the royal princes also came. You need to meet and then open the Heavenly Dragon Wonderland for the battle for the dragon. Shi Yuan nodded. He was looking forward to it as well. His broken wolf white moonlight. There was still some time before the rendezvous, and Shi Yuan was bored. After thinking about it, his divine sense spread into the jade slip of the Divine Flower Society. This was because he saw that there were quite a few messages in their Divine Flower 4 Great Divine Emperors group. Good news for all of you. I made it to the Eastern Land's Little Heavenly Pride ranking today. 300th place. The one who said this was the Rogue Immortal. Congratulations! Congratulations! The big man begs for a cover. Everyone in the group spoke. Shi Yuan was also in awe of the Rogue Immortal Sovereign. Shi Yuan he is now at most the village level top 10 Suji. Group of friends are provincial Heavenly Pride. Not bad. Ah, a Rogue Immortal Exalt. All on the Eastern Land's Little Heavenly Pride ranking. The Iceberg Bully Girl, who hadn't been speaking in the group, spoke. The Rogue Immortal Sovereign hurriedly said, where is it comparable to Sister Bastardess? The Rogue Immortal Sovereign seemed to be a bit intimidated by the Iceberg Bastardess. The Great Sunflame Emperor said, Rogue Immortal Dignitary, work harder to ascend to the Eastland's Heaven's Pride Positive ranking. After diving in the group for a while, Shi Yuan realized that the Eastern Land Heavenly Pride ranking was a record of the top 1,000 Heavenly Pride within the age of 60 in the Eastern Land. The Little Heaven's Pride ranking, on the other hand, was a secondary ranking for those who couldn't make it onto the Heaven's Pride ranking. Anyway, all of them are more powerful than the Great Merchant's 10 Masters list. Shi Yuan was incomparably admiring, and thinking of his knowledgeable groupmates, he sent out a question in the group. Do you all know the Broken Wolf of the Palace of Light? If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. The first god of the ancients. Broken Wolf? Never heard of it. Yo, newcomer. Our Divine Flower 3 emperors have turned into 4 emperors. Iceberg Bastardess said. The Rogue Immortal Sovereign, on the other hand, said anxiously, Origin Heavenly Sovereign, you wouldn't have encountered a Broken Wolf, right? He was a cultivator in the Eastland Heaven's Pride list, the top 700 of the main list. It's the real Heaven's Pride list, not my little Heaven's Pride list that can be compared. Anyone who was able to get on the Heaven's Pride ranking, none of them had the strength to cross the ranks. The Palace of Light is hostile to the Divine Flower Society, so you must not reveal your identity as the Divine Flower Society, or else, Broken Wolf will definitely not let you go. Shi Yuan was shocked and delighted. The surprise was that the other party seemed to be very strong. Joyfully, this white moonlight sure has a lot of good stuff on it. And at that moment, the Great Sunflame Emperor was concerned and said, Origin Heavenly Father, if you don't have the strength of a Yuan Dan, it's better to avoid the Broken Wolf. Heavenly Tao Heavenly Pride Works Catalog. The Great Sunflame Emperor knew about some of the Light Palace's moves. Broken Wolf seemed to have gone to a small place to do something, but he didn't know exactly where. Now, it seemed that the Origin Heavenly Father's Sword of Brilliance was obtained by beheading a person from the Light Palace. Broken Wolf went forward to retrieve the man's honor. Thank you all for your concern. I'm a Heaven's Path Foundation builder. Would I be afraid of him? Are you also a Heaven's Path Foundation builder? The Iceberg Bastardess inquired. Naturally, on that day, I bloodily fought 3,000 extraterrestrial evil demons and captured the Heavenly Tao into my hands, finally achieving the Heavenly Tao Foundation. Shi Yuan said indifferently. The Iceberg Bastardess gave a start at her words, and then hurriedly said, Origin Heavenly Father is so powerful. Another giant of the immortal cultivation world has risen. Shi Yuan felt the crowd blowing up before he felt that it was better to be in the group. Go in the Demon Martial Chaotic World as a jailer latest chapters. The rest of the group didn't believe in his Tendo Tsukiji, just the people in the group. He thought of something and continued to ask, does this Broken Wolf have any powerful techniques on him? A good white moon is a white moon when you're hugely rich. Broken Wolf's master is true Lord Wind Fury, a late-stage god infant powerhouse. Broken Wolf should have quite a few good things on him. Great Sunflame Emperor said, Origin Heavenly Father, you have to be careful. Iceberg Bastardess spoke at this time. Wind Fury? I've seen it before. It's not a very nice person. Once he secretly subverted a small country in order to refine a magic treasure. If it wasn't for the fact that his master was somewhat powerful, my old lady would have raised his ashes long ago. Rogue Immortal, or Iceberg Bastardess Sister Mighty. Sister Paste. Shi Yuan hurriedly hugged his thick legs. Yichen Xiaoruashua Works Catalog. This Iceberg Bully Girl must be a big shot on one side. As the saying goes, women are 3,000 in number. Shi Yuan also wants to chicken out. After bragging about the Iceberg Bully Girl in the group for a while, Shi Yuan exited from the chat group with immense anticipation. I'm horny as hell and I want to find a deserted place to take the white moonlight hard. Senior brother Chi Yuan, the time has come. It's time to go out. Dong Xian's voice came. It took Qi Yuan a moment to collect his thoughts. In the middle of the palace, a group of people stood with their hands folded. Qi Yuan stood near Don Idol, his eyes sweeping through the crowd as if looking for someone. In the middle of the great hall, there were more and more people, a dozen or so imperial princes, all wearing golden robes with huge pythons embroidered on them. Yi Chen's son Yi Xiaoruoxue. Behind them, all stood foundation establishment cultivators with different expressions. The Grand Prince, tall and bearded, stood at the front. The two foundation establishment sword cultivators from the levitating mountain stood behind him, exuding a stern aura. Ordinary cultivators who looked at those two foundation establishment sword cultivators had a feeling of their eyes being stabbed by a sword. And at that moment, a voice entered Qi Yuan's ears. Senior sister has cultivated Xian-level Dharma, and the foundation cultivators of the levitating mountain and divine light sect can be suppressed with a single hand. It was a transmission. But barring that, Sihara's ears were sometimes able to hear strange noises in the neighborhood. Some are exchanges between others, some are thoughts in the minds of others, and some are transmissions. Now, a voice was heard by Qi Yuan, the opening signing of the desolate ancient holy body without windows. He had a flash of light. Which cutie has a Xian-level spell on her? Xian-level spells, Qi Yuan's favorite. His gaze swept over and finally landed on a flirtatious female cultivator from the Devil's Desire sect. That female cultivator, dressed in a big red long skirt, her body curves were exaggerated, her slender waist contrasted with her exploding bust. The long skirt had little fabric, and her milk-white snowy sun was exposed at first. Deep gullies, rounded hemispheres. That female cultivator was greatly generous and didn't use her hands to cover up. It was great, but in Qi Yuan's opinion, it was still no match for senior sister Jiangling Su. Sifu wore loose clothing, but that was deep. Qi Yuan's gaze was like a torch as he stared at the female cultivator. Oh, white moonlight, the atlas of the celestials. He has another white moonlight. He had to stare at her. He realized that if he designated someone, close and targeted, he might be able to hear the other person's heart. How good would it be if this female cultivator of the Devil's Desire sect was running her gongfu and he overheard it now? That female cultivator from the Devil's Desire sect, Lu Fei, seemed to have noticed Qi Yuan's blazing gaze. She turned back to Qi Yuan, with a charming look in her eyes. Brother Qi Yuan, if you stare at sister like this, sister will be shy. Why don't you come to sister's room at night, and sister will let you look boldly, Lu Fei said, deliberately holding up her breasts, and a large area of spring light fell into Qi Yuan's eyes. As soon as she opened her mouth, she drew the eyes of the others to her. Everyone looked at Qi Yuan and Lu Fei with a playful expression. The Book of Chaos. Among them, one of the female swordsmen from the levitating mountain looked at Qi Yuan with a wisp of contempt flashing in her eyes. Qi Yuan naturally didn't care about these gazes, and a delighted look appeared on his face. Really? He begged for it. Lu Fei froze, and the smile in her eyes increased. Sister waited for her brother. She was a bit confused. Could it be said that the chief senior disciple of the seven-colored peak was this virtuous? But this way, it's better. She loves to use her body to her advantage and play some smelly men to her advantage. Just then, a powerful voice came. Is everyone here? Only to see a man in white robes slowly enter outside the great hall. On his back, he carried a long sword. His entire person, it was as if he was standing in the light. The ancient god emperor has no windows. Everyone present understood that this was due to the cultivation technique. The visitor was none other than Broken Wolf, and the 18th prince followed closely behind him as if he was Broken Wolf's servant. All of the imperial princes, and even the cultivators, looked towards Broken Wolf with a scornful look in their eyes. After all, the Palace of Light was the outsider. All of them were very resistant to the Palace of Light. Qi Yuan also stared hotly at Broken Wolf. After all, this is the real white moonlight. Luffy is nothing compared to that. Broken Wolf scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering from Qi Yuan and Kung Fu Lu, finally landing on Kung Fu Lu's body, pausing for a few breaths before withdrawing his gaze. Broken Wolf stood his ground without another word. Everlasting life, starting with the Chi Luck phrase without a bullet window. But everyone present felt a tremendous amount of pressure. The Chi principle was calm, staring at Broken Wolf for a while and Lu Fei for a while. Two white moonshine. Got to keep an eye on them or run away. He'll have to chase white moonshine to the crematorium. Qi Yuan's fiery gaze drew the attention of many people in the arena. Broken Wolf was also made uncomfortable by Qi Yuan's gaze. He glanced back at Qi Yuan with a wisp of killing intent in his eyes. I'll mark you down. Divine Light Sect Qi Yuan. The white-haired one was the Divine Light Sect's first foundation establishment. Kung Fu Lu. The other, then, is Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan naturally detected the killing intent in Broken Wolf's eyes. He was a little angry. I took one look at you, and I have murderous intent towards me. The secretive lord has no windows. The Light Palace is worthy of what the senior sister said, overbearing and all hypocrites. The White Moonlight who was watching the Devil's Lust sect was watched by Chi Yuan, and invited Chi Yuan to go over at night to watch it. The people of the Devil's Lust sect were much more generous, and Kung Fu Lu stood in front of Chi Yuan when he heard Broken Wolf's words. The Palace of Light is just overbearing. And you are Broken Wolf? I am the son-in-law of the Divine Light Sect's patriarch, the closeted disciple of the Five Lights Peak Master, the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator Kung Fu Lu. The person you should remember is me. A powerful aura emanated from Kung Fu Lu's body. Broken Wolf narrowed his eyes. Interesting, he finished without another word. He was on the Eastern Land Heaven's remarkable ranking, so why would he need to say anything more to this countryside foundation builder? Enter the Heavenly Dragon Immortal Realm and kill it with a single sword. Immortal Evil God Works Catalog. Kung Fu Lu glanced at Chi Yuan. Senior brother. With Senior brother here, there's no room for Broken Wolf to be reckless. Many thanks to Senior brother. Chi Yuan was supported by his senior brother, and even more so, he stared at Broken Wolf and Lu Fei, his gaze darting over the two. Conflux was quite speechless when he saw this. The female swordsman from the levitating mountain, on the other hand, swept a glance at Chi Yuan from time to time, her gaze a little hesitant, with a wisp of disdain in her hesitation. The people stood in the middle of the great hall. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. His Majesty has arrived. All the whispering people in the arena raised their heads to look up, only to see the Emperor of the Great Shang State slowly walking under the support of a beautiful palace dress beauty. He coughed as he walked, his face pale and powerless, looking like he could fall at any moment. The latest chapter of the Great Master. Chi Yuan looked at this emperor. This is an ordinary emperor with serious injuries and a serious illness who, under normal circumstances, has only 1 month to live. This was an emperor who was entering his old age, old and decrepit, not far from death, and without any of the majesty of an emperor. Greetings to His Majesty and to the Empress. Those present saluted. Basic face saving was still required. Coughing, that emperor of the Great Shan looked at the crowd, just standing for this moment. He was a bit out of breath, and was helped by the Empress to sit on the dragon chair. The Empress of the Great Shang sat at her side, the aura on her body far exceeding that emperor. 2 days later, when the Heavenly Dragon Immortal Realm opens, the battle to seize the dragon will begin. In the Heavenly Dragon Immortal Realm, there were many treasures. The rules of this dragon capture contest are simple. Whoever obtains the highest value of treasures will be the future emperor of the Great Shang Kingdom. My disciples are all of Great Emperor's talent. Latest chapter. The queen was shy about her words and didn't give a stinking long speech. With just a few sentences, all the princes present breathed heavily. Some of the imperial princes had their fists clenched, some had a gloomy expression, and some were swinging for the fences in general, not reporting any hope for this battle to seize the dragon. Even Dong Xian was a bit agitated. He also wanted to be the emperor of the Great Shang dynasty. His Majesty's health is not very good. All of you disperse. The Empress came and went quickly, and the emperor of the Great Shang country left this before he could formally say a word. The crowd under the field had various thoughts, staring at Lu Fei in principle, wanting to hear the heartbeat. Lu Fei also noticed Chi Yuan's gaze and smiled with her eyebrows. Brother, come to play with me at night. Oh, sister's room door is left half covered for you. Lu Fei of the Devil's Desire sect said with flair as she followed the seventh prince away. The great sage of the human way has no windows. The crowd on the field also left one after another. That female swordsman from the levitating mountain looked at Lu Fei's back and glanced at her own penniless breasts, and in her heart, she angrily shouted, "Shameless!" As night fell, Chi Yuan was tempted to leave and go play with Lu Fei. The White Moonlight. Only, right now, he couldn't leave. Sifu Conflux said that he has a visitor tonight. As expected, it wasn't long before a pair of young men and women entered the middle of the hall, their bodies exuding a stern sword aura. Meet Senior Brother Kong. Meet Senior Brother Chi. The two who came were none other than the two foundation builders from Levitation Mountain. The male cultivator's name was Lei Wan and the woman's name was Miao Li. When Miao Li entered the hall, he looked at Chi Yuan with a somewhat unpleasant gaze. Female warrior in Slow Down Works catalog. Kung Fu Lu said enthusiastically. Sit, next to Lei Wan and Miao Li. Lei Wan said, in this battle to seize the dragon, Master had said that our Great Shan state affairs cannot be meddled with by outsiders. This time, when we face the Light Palace, our Levitating Mountain and Divine Light sect should join forces. Expel the Palace of Light first, then consider the rest. Raven said straight out what he came for. Kung Fu Lu nodded his head. That's the reasoning. Before coming here, Master had also instructed that the Great Shan country should not fall under the control of the Palace of Light. If the Great Shan country fell under the control of the Palace of Light, it would not be easy for the three great sects. I've secretly contacted the other sects builders, and there are already 5 that are willing to cooperate with us. there are a few more. The Divine Light sect is a bit closer. So I'm going to trouble you two fellow Taoists to contact them. Lei Wen went straight to the point and told Kong Fulu and Qi Yuan about his purpose. The Book of Shepherding God. In the Great Shang country, the three great sects were the heavens. The rest of the sects, in fact, all had their backs to the three great sects and were more or less related to them. Don't worry, it's a small matter, Kong Fulu said mildly. The Light Palace's broken wolf's strength is unfathomable. When the time comes, we'll also have to ask senior brother Kong to join us and our senior sisters to take him down. Lei Wen said. He did not mention Qi Yuan. After all, Qi Yuan had just built his foundation and his battle power was not high. Aha, Kong Fulu nodded. We are fellow great merchants. We should share the same enemy. The house agreed on this. The two sword cultivators from Mount Levitation were also ready to leave. At this time, that female swordsman Nieli, who had been silent all this time, said quietly, Lu Fei is ruthless, and she also specializes in the art of sucking in yang and replenishing yin. So certain people? Don't be fooled by her beauty. Invincible villain from the moon blew up the beginning of no bullet window. After Miao Li finished speaking, he and Lei Wen left straight away. Qi Yuan was a little confused when he heard Miao Li's words, not knowing what she was trying to convey. He pondered for a while and said to Kong Fulu, Senior brother, senior sister Miao is warning you not to indulge in Lu Fei's tenderness. Conflux. At nighttime, a half moon hung in the sky. Qi Yuan left the palace and he used the art of sneaking to walk through the palace. The palace today is brightly lit. From time to time, there were cultivators walking. Qi Yuan sneaked around and no one even noticed him. The demonic desire sex compound. It seems like it's just up ahead, right? Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment. His purpose of coming out tonight was to eavesdrop on Lu Fei's wall heel, to see if he could eavesdrop on any Xian level techniques or something like that. Anyway, that big-breasted sister is nice and kind-hearted. Inviting him to come to the room to see. Qi Yuan people are shy, embarrassed to go to the room, then eavesdrop on the wall to follow it.